In order to dominate the martial arts world before the age of 18, you not only trained a group of talented killers, but also practiced 100 martial arts to the highest level. However, on the day before the expedition, you betrayed yourself because you discovered that you were actually the second young master who had been lost for many years by the Duke of the State. And just when you were ready to inherit the family business and lay low, you found that your eldest brother had put on the yellow robe of the five-clawed golden dragon. Please, young Master Zhang, come back to Beijing with us. In the simple courtyard outside the thatched cottage, a group of cavalry soldiers knelt on one knee, clasped their fists, bowed their heads, and loudly shouted at you. You held a vegetable basin in your hand. Looking confused, "Are you sure you are looking for me?" you asked tentatively. The middle-aged military officer standing in front arched his hand and said, "Young Master Zhang, it's you. Don't dawdle. Get in the car quickly." He waved his hand. "Someone, please bring young Master Zhang to the car." Throughout the journey, you repeatedly confirmed and finally understood that you are the youngest son of General Zhang Xiaoxiong, the head general of the Zhou dynasty. After being separated for 16 years, you are now taking yourself back to the capital to reunite with your family. Zhang Xiaoxiong, a master-level expert of the Zhou dynasty, became famous for his thunderous bare fist technique, and expanded the territory of the Zhou dynasty for more than 10 years, making neighboring countries cry for mercy. He is considered the top expert of the Zhou dynasty. It is said that he also has an eldest son, who has been weak and sickly since childhood. Although he has never served as an official in the court, he enjoys a good reputation in the Zhou dynasty. The group of people were on the road all day, and finally found an inn to rest in as night approached. "Please rest in the room, Zhang Xiao. Don't wander around in this wilderness." The officer gave you a room alone and earnestly instructed. After a while, the waiter brought the food and then left. You had been hungry all day and were already starving, so you eagerly started eating the food. The room was filled with flickering red light, and suddenly a spinning red oil paper umbrella appeared. As the red umbrella swayed down, a 10-year-old girl dressed in bright red clothes, looking like a porcelain doll, appeared under the umbrella. The girl had bare feet, with the soles of her feet hanging half a foot above the ground effortlessly, as natural as breathing. The little girl waved her hand casually, and her internal force covered the entire room, completely isolating the sound. She then put away the red umbrella and obediently sat on the chair next to her, blinking her eyes at you without blinking. "Xiao Hong Tang, you came so quickly." You smiled and reached out to pinch the little girl, then found your hand covered in oil stains and pulled it back, tearing off a chicken leg from the roast chicken and handing it over. "Reward for you." Xiao Hong Tang reached out her hand to take the oily chicken leg and whispered, "I watched you enter the bridal sedan chair just like the bride, and then followed you all day. My legs are almost broken from walking." You rolled your eyes. "This girl is floating on the ground all day long, and I don't know how she can walk with weak legs." Xiao Hongtang opened her mouth and took a bite of the chicken, then blinked and looked at you, mumbling, "This chicken is poisonous. Highly toxic." You nonchalantly took another sip of wine and continued, "The dishes are poisoned, and so is the rice. It's a pity for this bottle of white porcelain wine. The taste changed after being poisoned." There was a hint of regret in the tone. Xiao Hong lowered her head and whispered, "I've been following you all day. My legs are about to break. Finally, I get to rest for a bit, and you want me to eat poisonous meat. This is what men are like." After speaking, she vented her frustration by taking a big bite of chicken leg and said, It's delicious." Your mouth twitched uncontrollably, and you couldn't help but say, "Hey, stop always reading those gossip magazines. This kind of version of 2 words is not popular to say." Xiao Hong Tang ignored you, ate some meat and looked towards Bai Seer Zhou, her eyes shining brightly. "You are not of legal age. You cannot drink." You quickly brought the wine over and educated. "People followed you all day. Their legs are almost broken. Finally, they took a break, and you still make them eat poisonous meat and don't let them drink. That's a man." Xiao Hongtang lowered her head and whispered in a childish voice, "You only feel a headache." Quickly change the subject and say, "Let the Tiangang group move towards the direction of the capital. There is too little intelligence before the capital, and it should be expanded." "Okay." Xiao Hong nodded. "I heard that you are the long-lost son of a general, and now you are going to the capital to become a young master." You spread your hands and say, "I don't know what's going on either. This matter is really hard to say. Maybe I'm not Zhang Xiaoxiong's son. You're going to be a young master in the capital." Xiao Hongtang threw the chicken bones, sat up straight, and looked at you with her small body, then repeated in a sweet and childish voice. Ji Hua blinked, thinking, and suddenly realized it, then said without a trace of anger, "Hey!" Little Brown Sugar burst into a frown and reached out to pick up another chicken wing, nibbling on it in small bites. "This child." Ji Hua shook his head and smiled. "They're not from the Flying Bear Army," Little Brown Sugar suddenly said without a clue. The Flying Bear Army was Ji Xiaoxiong's army, and it was also known as the Division of 100 Battles on the Continent. Ji was said indifferently. This batch of people who came to me wore the armor of the capital city's forbidden guards. Little Brown Sugar added. The people ambushed outside are stronger than them. Ignore them and eat in peace. Oh, outside the room. The sounds of fighting had long since emerged, and the two soldiers guarding the doorway had long since disappeared. Suddenly the wooden window ruptured. A dark silhouette shot straight up like a sword. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a knife slashed down towards Ji Hua's neck. Dang! Ji Hua stretched out his left hand. His middle and index fingers spread out and gently clamped. It didn't clip, and the blade cut into the flesh between the two fingers with a metallic clang. Not even a white mark. Little Brown Sugar was filled with disgust. You're so lame. Chapter 3, Coming. Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt. The masked man let out a cry of surprise. Iron cloth shirt. This kind of horizontal practice without a few decades of hard practice is not practiced this kind of effect. This teenager didn't look very big, but his horizontal training kung fu had actually reached a higher level. This is unbelievable. He attempted to retrieve the knife, only to find that the blade had been caught by J-Fire this time, as if it were embedded in stone, and he couldn't pull it out. Even the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt is not without its flaws. The masked man took out the silver needle from his bosom and shot it out suddenly. A cold light flashed by, but Ji Hua's figure suddenly disappeared, the silver needle only passing through his residual shadow. Pop! Light slap on the masked man's head. The masked man did not even grunt, straight down on the ground. Looks like the whole body without injury. In fact, the brain has been shattered. You have killed Chu Yushan and gained 51 points. Thought you to rest and interrogate Mile. Little Brown Sugar didn't even look at the corpse, still taking small bites of her meal. There's no need. Ji Hua clapped his hands and walked towards the door of the room, speaking calmly. The people who came to pick me up to go to the capital were the Forbidden Guards, and these people who killed me were preventing me from going to the capital, neither of which was the Ji Mansion's intention, and the only effect of my going to the capital is probably to have an effect on Ji Xiaoxiong. Little Brown Sugar patted her little hands. After eating such a greasy thing, her little hands were still white as jade, not stained with any grease at all. She took the small red umbrella, her feet hanging off the ground without touching the ground, and obediently followed J-Fire. Ji Hua opened the door. Before the sounds in the inn were all separated by Little Brown Sugar with internal power. At this time, after opening the door, the shouts and killings had been much smaller, and in the twinkling of an eye, it became silent. Meanwhile, the strong smell of blood came from downstairs. The Forbidden Guards are dead, They're so good at dishes. Little Brown Sugar probed and swept downstairs, speaking in a milky voice. It was originally the capital's city guard army. It is said that many of them have connections to get in. It is considered to be an iron rice bowl. All year round only know what combat power can be achieved by eating sea cucumbers. The black-clothed people downstairs held up their long knives with a fierce light in their eyes, staring at Ji Hua in death, and converging towards the stairway in silence. Ji Hua, with a smile on his face, slowly descended from the stairs, followed by a furry red coat, barefoot, floating in mid-air. Little Brown Sugar. I'll do it? Little Brown Sugar asked. No need. It's not appropriate for you to make a move. The smile at the corner of Ji Hua's mouth became more and more obvious. Those are points. In the past 2 years he had drawn hemp, and unless some particularly large orders, he didn't bother to kill, so the points were much less. Now it's a rare occasion when so many people give it away, and that's a lot of 10 draws. I don't know who shouted out a kill first, only to see the crowd rushing towards Ji Hua at the same time, with several long, brightly shining swords heading straight for him. The people who picked you up are all dead. Do you still want to go to the capital? Little Brown Sugar hung in mid-air, her little butt sitting on the red umbrella, her little hands resting on her cheeks as she suddenly asked this question. Ji Hua weaved in and out of the crowd, slapping one. His movements were fluid and fast as a ghost. Those long knives swung around, but they didn't even touch the corners of his clothes. He did not use any martial arts, simply rely on the physical quality of ordinary attacks. So many years of basic attributes added down. Strength, agility, physical fitness and so on are far beyond the ordinary people. How much he cannot remember. And martial arts cultivation to a certain level will feed back to increase the basic attributes. For example, horizontal training kung fu will add physique and strength. So in the Jianghu, people who can practice horizontal training skills will have strength and speed far beyond normal people. A reason. Ji Hua's so many martial arts added up to an unknown amount of passively increased attributes alone. Yao! Ji Hua hands for a moment did not pay attention, snapped that head into smithereens. White and red flowed all over the place. He shook the blood off his hands as 3 more black-clothed men rushed at him, and his body suddenly vaporized as he slapped out a slap back. Go ahead, come all the way. It was only a few seconds, and a dozen or so had died, the speed of which completely exceeded the black-clothed people's imagination, and even far exceeded common sense. Ghost. Such bizarre strength in gently killing people finally broke down the defense of these black-clothed men, and they quickly fled towards the door. Why don't you go back and give them the word? I'll wait here and figure it won't be long before someone else comes to get me. Jihua's speed suddenly became faster, and for a while, his residual shadow was everywhere, enveloping all the escaped black-robed men, and for a while, the entire inn resounded with screams one after another. Quickly! If something happens to the second Duke, the Grand Duke will definitely chastise us severely. Along the way, between the mountain roads, a line of people were galloping their horses furiously. Although these people were not wearing armor, each of them was incredibly strong and had an amazing aura. The most striking thing was the banner that this pedestrian was carrying, which was a banner of a giant bear with a golden border and a roar in the sky. At the forefront was a tall and majestic young man with an extremely heavy murderous aura, who looked at the middle-aged scholar next to him who was also riding a horse, but was dressed in a scholar's costume with disdain. Mr. Man, how are you doing? Can you go any faster? In fact, I want to vomit now. Mr. Wen had a bitter smile on his face. Originally he proposed to take a carriage, but it turned out that this group of rude Hans said that what the carriage's speed was too slow, and insisted that he ride a horse. Pity he has to suffer this at his age. Actually, there's really no need to rush so much. I've been observing the heavens at night. It's not a big problem. Mr. Wen smiled bitterly. Sir, I am also a scholar, or a strategist of the Flying Bear Army. We all know what it means to observe the heavens at night, so it's better to hurry, Lu Shui said in a rough voice, then yelled up towards behind him. You guys go faster. Haven't you eaten? I'll kick the ass of anyone who slows down. That's because you can't learn how to get home. Mr. Belly slander in his heart, enduring the pain of the buttocks to steer the horse wildly. This Lu Shui earlier years he saw, when still a thin white-faced weak scholar. The wind blew down. Speak softly full of words. Before originally thought to give him to think of a marriage, but a look at his physique on the shelf, for fear of too weak just married to the daughter-in-law on the deficit is too powerful hiccups. I didn't realize that after a few years of going to the Fei Xiong army, he had become an arm thicker than his thigh. His stomach had grown several times larger, and a beard had appeared on his face. This time I want to give him a daughter-in-law. I did not expect. Lu Shui waved his hand and said, we do not care about that thing. Said also a pat on the butt of the passing guards. He said with a smile, a few days do not see. Your butt is even more warped. The rivers and lakes have rumored that the Flying Bear Army has a magical nature. Could it be true? Mr. Wen pondered. It didn't take long for the group to arrive not far from the inn. Mr. Wen looked up. His face sank and, the grievances ahead of us. The red clouds cover the sun. There will be killings. Alert! With a wave of Lu Shui's hand, the Fei Xiong army behind him immediately dismounted, holding their weapons in a defensive posture, and surrounded the staff officer and Mr. Wen. The door of the inn was closed, and there was no sound inside. Just the smell of blood far away from the crowd had already smelled. The two soldiers gripped the sharp long knives in their hands and approached the dilapidated inn door step by step. When one of the soldiers kicked the door open viciously, a strong odor of blood hit his face. The scene in front of him was creepy. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground. Some of their limbs were mutilated and bloody, some of their faces were grim, as if they had suffered a great deal of pain, and some of them were staring at each other with wide eyes, dead in peace. The entire inn was filled with the smell of death, as if this place had just experienced a tragic massacre. Dismembered limbs and broken meat were scattered everywhere, mixing with the blood to form a shocking picture. The originally tidy ground had now become filthy and in a mess, as if stepping into hell on earth. And in the center position of this inn, there was a table and chair that still looked sort of intact. A young man dressed in tattered linen clothes with a clear face was lazily leaning back in a chair. One of his hands was resting casually on the edge of the table, while the other was holding a delicate wine cup, slowly and leisurely sipping white porcelain wine. I only heard the teenager say faintly without lifting his head, "Coming." The voice was as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Chapter 4, A Blind Spot. All the sergeants fell into a dead silence. There was no overbearing aura of a strong man visible on this teenager, but those who could leisurely drink tea in the middle of dozens of corpses were either shamokin or perverts, weren't they? Mr. Wen was the first to react, bowing deeply towards Jihua. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes, and without the slightest inquiry about the scene before him, he respectfully said, "Second Duke, the Grand Duke sent me to take you home." Jaifire looked at his appearance and spoke coldly. "I recognize you." Mr. Man smiled respectfully. "I followed the Grand Duke when he came to you 2 years ago, and I saw the Second Duke once then." "I see so." Jihua recalled the gentle young man he had seen 2 years ago, and at that time he knew that the other party was coming to find him, Only that the other party did not say his identity, so he did not ask. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the Grand Duke was worried that he didn't believe that this was a member of the G family, and that's why he asked Mr. One to make the trip himself. Go. Now that he had identified these people, Ji Hua clapped his hands and stood up, walking towards the crowd. Worthy of being the Flying Bear Army that spans the world. Ji Hua gaze swept. It can be found that these soldiers are full of gas and blood, and each one of them has an extremely heavy body fury, and it is obvious that all of them are in the battlefield to kill and survive the soldiers, and the forbidden guards who came to pick up their own fear that they are not worthy of giving them a shoe. Welcome back, second prince. Lu Shuwei saluted first, and the rest of the generals saluted at the same time, their voices full and powerful. Ji Hua asked as he looked at the general in front of him, who was a head taller than himself and as strong as a bear. Which one are you? My humble servant, Lu Shuwei, is currently serving as the 2nd Battalion's accompanying staff officer in the Flying Bear Army. Lu Shuwei arched his hand and buzzed, his voice so loud that Ji Hua's ears perked up. Ji Hua blinked, looking at the tall and strong schemer in front of him, and then looking at the thin and weak Mr. Wen standing beside him, just like a tall and strong man with a small chicken. Most of the strategists in this world are part-time warlocks, astronomy and geography, searching for dragons and exploring acupuncture points, occasionally laying down formations to command the whole army, or all kinds of formations in feng shui. Have to know some of them. They are proper metaphysics people, and most of the schemers are rather slim. After all, those who engage in metaphysical research don't have time to exercise their physique, and Mr. Wen is the standard warlock dress. There had been a lot of business during the previous wars, and Jiefire had killed a lot of schemers, all of whom were brittle warlocks who fell at the first blow of the wind, and this one in front of him, called Lu Shuwei, Ji Hua had no doubt that he could pull up a tree with his bare hands to go and fight with someone else. The Flying Bear Army. Food is pretty good. Ji Hua held back half a day and finally held back this sentence. Hearing this, Lu Shuwei laughed out loud, patting his brawny chest bang bang bang, and said with bravado, if Second Gongzi has the chance, he can come to the army to take a look. They're all talented and speak well. The corners of Mr. Wen's mouth twitched and he only felt a little humiliated. Fortunately he was the Grand Duke's man and did not belong to the Flying Bear Army. Originally, Mr. Wen thought that the second prince's body was thin and weak, and he was not good at riding, so it was just right to let Lu Shuwei get a carriage, and save his own butt from suffering again. I didn't expect Ji Hua to cleanly turn over and mount his horse. His movements were skillful, and the fiery horses in the Fei Xiong army, which were known for their wildness, were docile under his crotch, so I didn't think that Ji Hua would be able to do anything about it. Go! Lu Shuwei's eyes flashed, as if he saw the appearance of General Ji Xiuxiong leading his army into battle. His heart was filled with bravado, and he yelled at the crowd, little ones, mount up, let's ride back to the capital day and night. No, can you guys take pity on a bad old man like me? I'm not one of you reckless men. Mr. Wen's face is green with hopelessness. All the people all the way rush march. This time is already dusk. This world is very dangerous to travel at night. This between the mountains and the wild more than the mountain essence of fierce beasts. Just all the people rely on the battlefield killing gas, all the way to the hard reckless, completely unafraid of the dangers of the darkness. Quite a few gazes appeared in the darkness looking in, and upon seeing the giant bear banner roaring up to the sky above the army, they withdrew their gazes. Can't afford to mess with it. At the end of the night, under Mr. Wen's repeated requests, Lu Shuwei could only find a place in the middle of nowhere to build a fire and rest a little. This also attracted several blank stares from Lu Shuwei. Mr. Wen knew that he was at a disadvantage and could only shake his head helplessly. You guys take a rest first. Let's go hunt some wild game for the second prince. Lu Shuwei smiled boldly, and with a few soldiers, he drilled into the woods. The surrounding soldiers skillfully sprinkled andrographus powder, and raised fires not far away. Although they looked disorganized, Ji Hua could see that these fires were vaguely connected, like some kind of formation. Ji Hua asked with a smile when he saw Mr. Man sitting with his teeth showing, Monsieur seldom travels far? Mr. Man laughed bitterly. That's not true. From time to time, a certain person has traveled with the Grand Duke on errands, but only not as, well, vulgar as this. Ji Hua understood. He heard that Ji Xiaoxiong's eldest son is weak and sickly, a sickly child. Go out and guess the service is also more people. May sit in the carriage or open-topped BMW, and this group of soldiers riding a big horse all the way to run wildly, and also overnight rush is completely different. He recalled the mild-mannered young man he had seen 2 years ago, who had looked like a flamboyant man, though he couldn't tell that he was sickly. Rumor has it that Duke Ji is the kind that wheezes when he takes 2 steps and coughs when he takes 2 more. When Ji Hua got this information, he once suspected that this bastard was a body deficit, lack of essence, and needed to take the 10 perfect pills. Second prince, those people in the inn? Seeing Ji Hua's silence, Mr. Wen asked tentatively. Oh, how do you think they died? Fire asked suddenly. Die together? Mr. Man subconsciously returned. That's right. Mr. Wen's great talent. Jihua laughed. Mr. Man let out a laugh. I think it's just as well. Has the second prince ever ridden a horse before? Ridden. I have observed before that the second prince was quite strapped for cash before. How could he ride a horse? Oh, how do you think I got there? Used to be exposed to it once in a while to make a living? That's right. Mr. Great Talent. Ha 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 ha. I think it's the same way. Just when the two had a chat, the original bright moonlight suddenly dimmed. Originally is the wilderness. At this time more like into a darkness. Only a little fire exudes light. The bonfire seemed to be sensed. The light in the darkness was even brighter. Vaguely connected. A sharp aura gradually formed. Jihua and Mr. Wen looked up at the sky at the same time, only to see a dark cloud like a pitch-black curtain, quickly obscuring the night sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jihua can see with the naked eye that there seems to be a clamor on the dark clouds, but there are also several crows quacking, flying around the dark clouds. A great demon traveling. Mr. Man's face sank as he cursed. I told you we couldn't spend the night in the wilderness. With so many campfires on the ground, those demons are extremely easy to spot, he said suddenly rising to his feet, picking off a leaf and throwing it with his hand, only to see the bright green leaves grow against the wind, rapidly becoming larger, and in a flash covering everyone. Even the scent of the campfire was completely obscured. All keep quiet. Let's just hide and get over it. Mr. Wen commanded towards the sergeant. It is? Fire asked with a raised eyebrow. The tactics of a warlock were a rare sight. A leafy, little trick. Mr. Wen's back was straight and he had a godly face, but his mouth was speaking lightly. Chapter 5, Wolves. A leaf for the eyes? To be able to use such a technique, this Mr. Man is not simple either. He used to send 36 to learn the skills of the scholar. That brat learned 2.5 years will only call a small fire. Not as useful as a firefolder's. A murderous skill is soaring, so that Fire are skeptical of whether it is sent to the wrong place. Fire nodded without moving, his face rippling. Mr. Man waited for a while, and when he realized that Fire still had nothing to say, he coughed. A certain person with this kind of skill can't ascend to any great elegance, and when you look at the Jianghu, you can only rank a top 3. You farted you. Jihua couldn't stand Mr. Wen's eager little eyes, so he coughed and reluctantly praised. Mr.'s art is brilliant. I'm impressed. Only then did Mr. Man show a satisfied expression, his chest straightening even more than before. The dark cloud in the sky quickly drifted past, and that huge aura dissipated. Only the originally noisy forest still fell into dead silence after the dark cloud left, and did not recover for a long time. This big demon is afraid that it has 1,000 years of Tao, Mr. Wen said softly with a hint of worry in his eyes. In the last few years, these demons have become more and more rampant, and I'm afraid that the world is not far from chaos. Jihua similarly looked at the disappearing dark clouds. Before that he had heard of demons plaguing the earth, but the number of demons was so small that he had never seen them. And before that, I've been staying in Xuanxi, that place in Xuanxi. Right. I've never heard of any demons, and I don't know what's going on. But if it's a demon, does it give points for killing it as well? Someday we can find a demon to try. And well, we'd have to cross paths to find out if we could fight. Fire rubbed his chin in thought. Are you guys okay? Lu Shuwei stepped out of the darkness, his heart palpitating. What a huge wave of demonic energy just now. It's really scary. Mr. Man's eyes were slightly downcast and he didn't say anything. How about you? Not scared, right? Lu Shuwei smiled as he sat down next to Jihua and opened his mouth to ask. Jihua looked around and realized that no matter if it was the soldiers around him or Mr. Wen next to him, they were all older, and he was afraid that he was the youngest in the room. Fine, Fire returned. I'll tell you, in the middle of nowhere, there are a lot of mountain spirits and monsters, and they like to eat people the most. Lu Shuwei laughingly said. Yes? Fire said with an expressionless face. Yeah. Lu Shuwei suddenly opened his mouth and bit towards Jihua's head. His mouth rapidly grew larger and more pointed. His teeth were sharp and incomparable, and his ears rapidly became pointed and elongated. Pop! You have killed Wolf Demon Owl and gained 219 points. As it turns out, killing demons also gives points, and more than killing. Fire withdrew his hand without expression and wiped it as if nothing had happened. The corpse of Lu Shuwei on the ground quickly changed, transforming into the headless corpse of a huge green wolf, and blood foam was spilled all over the ground. Enemy attack! On guard! The surrounding soldiers of the Flying Bear army reacted and hastily took up positions, vigilantly looking at the surrounding darkness in case any more enemies appeared. Mr. Wen, on the other hand, his eyes danced wildly, smashing the wolf demon's head with a single slap? What kind of terrifying power is this? Is this teenager really only 16 years old? Second prince has good eyesight. Recognizing at a glance that it's not human, Mr. Wen pressed down the astonishment in his heart and complimented. He had previously used the idea of testing Jihua with this demon, and even if Jihua hadn't made a move just now, he would have been able to save the other party. It was just that Jihua's strength was far beyond his expectations, and now that the situation in the capital was complicated, he didn't know whether it was good or bad for Jihua to go to the capital. Forget it, let the Grand Duke have a headache. I guess the Grand Duke doesn't know that this brother of his is fierce as hell. He could just now see that the second prince had not activated his inner strength to kill this wolf demon, but had simply relied on his brute strength. With this kind of strength, if he learns General Ji's Thundering Bear Fist, which is the best way to utilize his strength, he would be the second General Flying Bear. This kind of great general can be the second one in the Zhou dynasty. Is the Zhou dynasty going to be prosperous again? How the heavenly signs look like the Zhou dynasty is about to run out of gas. This shouldn't be the case. Mr. Wen was so full of thoughts that he even began to suspect that he was as poorly learned as Lu Shui's fake magician and couldn't see the Zhou dynasty's chi fortune. Mr. Man isn't curious? Ji Huan nudged his mouth, signaling the wolf corpse on the ground. Mr. Wen came back to his senses and shook his head and laughed. What's so curious about this? Rumor has it that General Fei Xiong was born with great strength since he was a child. Previously I thought that this was a rumor in the streets and could not be counted on. But now that I see that the second son is also this brave, I know that what was said is not true. It's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son. Jihua does not know his cheap old man is what the situation. Anyway, he knows that he crossed over when the body is weak to batch explosion. If not that period of time to draw a continuous draw to a number of nourishing body tonic to make up for the back. He was afraid of early sudden death. Mr. Man, Second Duke, are you guys alright? A huge demonic cloud floated past just now. Not far away in the darkness, 3 people quickly came. It was Lu Shui and the soldiers that he had just brought to look for wild game. They were carrying some pheasants and rabbits in their hands, and it looked like they had a good harvest. Stop! The few soldiers on defense held up their swords and looked at Lu Shui in disbelief. Junior, you're tired of living, aren't you? It's me. Lu Shui frowned, but he didn't go any further. His eyes skipped over the soldiers until his face suddenly turned serious when he saw the wolf carcass next to Nori's fire. Let them in. It's true, Mr. Man spoke up. Then the soldier's tense expression only loosened up, obviously came to pick up the second prince. As a result, just now actually let the demon close to the second prince. If not for the second prince's amazing divine power, just now if anything bad happened, insulting the prestige of the Flying Bear army, not to mention that they have no face to see General Ji. What's going on? Lu Shui approached to look at this wolf corpse and said in a deep voice, a wolf demon that just transformed? Mr. Man analyzed. It could be that the great demon passed by just now, and the Flying Bear army's royal fire formation spread out, attracting this demon over. Where did this mountain spirit demon come from? Not even putting the might of the Flying Bear army in their eyes. Lu Shui cursed. This place is already desolate. So maybe they've been starving for months and couldn't resist when they saw so much popularity. Lu Shui nodded. There was nothing that could be done about this situation, and was glad that nothing had happened. He looked to Mr. Wen and smiled. I didn't expect that Mr. looks so gentle, but when he moves his hands, he is similar to the generals of our Fei Xiong army, and he walks the path of a real man. Why don't I tell the general to ask him to get you from the Grand Duke? Our Flying Bear army lacks talents like you. He naturally could see how this wolf demon died. Get lost. Look at where you still have the look of a schemer after a few years. If I go and become like you, I'm afraid the ancestors will send down a few heavenly thunders to strike me. Mr. Man laughed and cursed. This wolf demon was killed by the second prince. Second Duke? Lu Shui immediately stared at Jihua with wide eyes, then suddenly realized, worthy of being General Ji's son, really vigorous. Jihua waved his hand, his face odd. That, and let me remind wolves are usually pack animals. The two men's faces suddenly changed. A sudden, pale growl came out of the darkness, followed by a series of dense rustling noises. A single pale green eye opened in the darkness, staring straight at the crowd in a way that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 6, Chi Power Transformation. Boy, there must be hundreds of them. Lu Shui was surprised. There are actually so many wolves in this place. The local governor is a eater. Mr. Wen similarly stood up and murmured, the other party is a cultivated demon. Trying to evade official searches is too easy. I'm afraid there will be a vicious battle next. Lu Shui laughed. Fighting a war, we, the Flying Bear army, have never wimped out. Little ones, are you guys scared? The Flying Bear army immediately laughed and laughed, their blood chi surging from their bodies, each of them showing a ferocious light and a fierce aura. Obviously there were only a few dozen people, but the aura gathered into a sea, and the killing aura condensed into a piece of iron plate. It was actually separated from the aura of these hundreds of giant wolves, and did not lose out in the slightest, and even vaguely pressed on ahead. Ha 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 ha, fear adorer. My greatsword has long been hungry and thirsty. Don't dawdle. Do it. Worthy of being the army of the famous continent. It is indeed extraordinary. G-Fire secretly nodded in the heart. The heart has pondered whether to let a few little cubs have to mix to the barracks to learn. Go is a set of all of them. In the darkness, the one ghostly green eye flickered incessantly, but it did not take an offensive stance, but just surrounded the crowd in a group. Why haven't they done anything yet? Lu Shui asked. No, you're also a strategist. How come you're not thinking straight anymore? Mr. Man made a mental remark and guessed. It should scare them. These turtles are so wimpy. Lu Shui cursed, casually picked up a torch and threw it at the wolf corpse. Crackling, the wolf corpse was quickly engulfed in flames, and the black smoke that burned out was swirling straight up to the sky. Ow! Roars suddenly emanated from the darkness, and an incomparably ferocious giant wolf suddenly ran out wildly, charging towards the crowd and biting at every sight. Ha ha! Finally, the oncoming Fei Xiong army soldiers laughed and raised their large swords to slash straight down, and the giant wolf at the head of the group was instantly chopped over on the ground. As the other wolves rushed up, the soldier was not the least bit afraid, waving his greatsword in his hand with astonishingly incomparable force, leaving an extremely deep wound on the giant wolf from time to time. Such a scene happened everywhere in the battlefield. These dozens of people were originally surrounded by wolves, attacked by wolves on all sides, but each one of them was amazingly strong in combat, actually blocking the onslaught and stopping the wolves outside. The Flying Bear army formed a circle, and within the circle were the three Jihua, and no matter how the wolves charged, they actually just couldn't come in, but instead were cut down by the Flying Bear army, and they seemed to be disorganized, each fighting each. But every time there is a companion to take into account not to come, about to be hit hard, there will be other fighters to block the attack. A fight down. Actually up to now there are only a few light injuries. Lu Shui was calmly guarding the center, his eyes scanning the entire field, his hands behind his back. This kind of small scene was not on his mind at all. As the wolves became more and more numerous, the Flying Bear army gradually became a bit wretched. Their hands were busy, and even the encirclement narrowed by a few points. A dark black giant wolf hid among the wolves, staring at a soldier of the Flying Bear army to death. Just as the warrior was surrounded by several wolves, revealing a crack, it suddenly rushed out and took a bite on the soldier's right arm, the massive force directly pouncing the soldier to the ground. A few of the wolves around them looked like they had expected this, and quickly pounced on the soldier, tearing at him with their mouths. Roar! It was also at this moment that a berserk aura suddenly erupted from the soldier's body, and waves of blood-red air rushed away from the wolves on top of him. As the soldier stood up, the wave of air quickly swirled around his body, changing into the shape of a giant bear with blood-red teeth and claws. This giant bear's phantom was like a coat draped around the soldier, protecting his entire body and looking ferocious. The soldier let out a furious cry, and the giant bear phantom on his body suddenly roared up to the sky, sending out bursts of sound waves that impacted the surrounding area, and the waves of air shook the surrounding wolves into a constant retreat. The soldier simply took his greatsword back into its sheath and pounced towards the wolves, only to see him swing out with a slap. The giant bear phantom on his body simultaneously swung out a huge bear paw, and with a slap, he sent a giant wolf flying. For a moment he killed into the wolves was actually like a giant bear killing into the wolves. Unstoppable. Several giant wolves kept tearing couldn't break through this layer of giant bear phantom. Instead, he kept waving his big hand and knocked the wolves back one after another. Seeing this, the other soldiers of the Flying Bear army also no longer retained. In addition to nearly half of the soldiers to stay in position, the other soldiers at the same time up to the sky and roared. Their bodies have surged blood-red chi, also transformed into a giant bear shadow, killed into the wolf pack. To know that these Flying Bear army one by one was already tall and majestic, at this time the body of the giant bear chi winding, just like a head of 2 or 3 meters upright giant bear in the fight. At one time, the battlefield actually turned into dozens of giant bears chasing the wolves, and the battle situation was instantly reversed. Jihua was shocked beyond belief as he watched. And it wasn't until now that he realized what the Flying Bear army was referring to. The chi energy is transformed into form. This was something that could only be done after a martial artist reached the 6th grade, which meant that each of these Flying Bear troops were 6th grade experts. Is this still just an ordinary soldier in the Flying Bear army? A 6th grade master, which could already be a leader in a small gang in the Jianghu, was actually just an ordinary soldier of the Flying Bear army. And more than that, Jihua could see clearly that the gongfu used by these Flying Bear troops should not be of a low grade. Or else the chi energy transformations would not look so fierce and terrifying. This should be a martial art created specifically for the Flying Bear army by Ji Xiaoxiong, a patriarch. What a luxury. It's a good thing I didn't take orders from the flying bears a couple years ago, or I would have been cold going in. This time out is considered to be a long world. Jinhua took another look at Lu Shuai, the leader of this flying bear army. The battle was now stabilized, but if the wolves were to be beaten back, the best way to do so would naturally be to tackle the wolves. So what would this schemer do? He's a warlock by trade, summoning heavenly thunder? Or is he using some other subtle method? Only Lu Shuai watched the darkness without panic until the wolves were all killed and retreated. And another pale roar came from the darkness. Hearing the roar, the wolves stopped tangling with the flying bear army and quickly vanished towards the darkness. Lu Shuai's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly picked up his longbow and bent it. The bow was like a full moon. The arrow flashed away, and a mournful roar suddenly came out from the darkness. Jai-fire? Mr. Man? Mr. Wen shook cold with anger on the spot and asked in a loud voice, "Aren't you a warlock? Where are your Xianmen wonders?" Lu Shuai laughed and patted the bow and arrow in his hand and said, "Mr. Wen, since we joined the flying bear army, we found that jacking up our fists and doing the job is much better than the arts." Mr. Man was so angry that his beard was shaking, and he kept muttering something like degrading Xianmen. Jai-fire blinked in utter shock. At this time, the wolves had already retreated, and the blood-red chi energy on the generals of the flying bear army quickly retracted into their bodies. All of them were in high spirits, and only a few of them suffered minor injuries. One battle down, heckling and packing up wolf carcasses like it was nothing. Chapter 7, drawing 10 in a row again. What does second prince think? Lu Shuai asked with a smile when he saw Jinhua staring at the flying bear army with a twinkle in his eye. Worthy of being the flying bear army that has shaken the continent, it really lives up to its name, Jinhua exclaimed. What's this? The second prince went back to recognize his family this time. In the future, the general's flying bear army is going to be taught to your hands sooner or later. There are plenty of chances to see each other every day. Lu Shuai laughed. Hearing these words, the surrounding generals of the flying bear army all flashed heartfelt smiles at Jinhua, their eyes revealing a hint of respect, just as if they were looking at the future young lord like a young lord. It is a recognition of the strong and future heirs. After fighting with the wolves, they had already tested out that these giant wolves were extremely unusual, and even if they were good soldiers in the army, they were afraid that it would be extremely difficult for them to cut off the heads of the giant wolves with a single slash. And Jinhua actually slapped the head of the adult demon wolf with a single slap. This strength, I'm afraid I haven't seen an individual who can do it. Jai-fire cried and laughed, saying, that can't be allowed. Not to mention that I'm just a child of the slums, and even if someone else is in charge of the flying bear army in the future, it should be the eldest brother. Moreover, the flying bear army, I remember that it belongs to the Zhou dynasty. Right. You make it look like the private army of the Ji family. Big brother, this is not a good thing to say. Jinhua muttered in his heart. Grand Duke. Lu Shuai was momentarily speechless. His face changed unpredictably, and then he let out a long sigh. Jinhua also noticed that the eyes of the surrounding soldiers were also a little bleak, and the atmosphere fell silent. Only Mr. Wen was old and calm, already studying the wild game that Lu Shuai had brought back. Jai-fire asked, what's going on here? Lu Shuai was about to say something, but he looked at Mr. Wen and found that he didn't hear him, so he arched his hand and replied, the Grand Duke has a reputation for being a virtuous man, and he's also extremely kind to our Fei Xiong army. And to the people as well. Our Fei Xiong army all respect him. It's just that, the Grand Duke has been weak since he was a child. He is too weak to walk a few steps. He also coughs without moving. He can't stand the boat right at all. He is a weak scholar. Even now as an adult, this disease is still not cured. Lu Shuai whispered, although even with his voice, everyone around him could hear him clearly. Our flying bear army is actually quite worried. We've been worrying about who would be able to serve as the commander of the flying bear army if the general were to grow old. Luckily the second prince is here. That Lu Shuai looked at Mr. Wen again and found that he was still pretending not to hear. Then he whispered again. Speaking of the Grand Duke is also strange. It's not like he's like those dukes in the capital who fool around in the smoke and rain building every day. So how come he's false? Jinhua opened his mouth slightly. He thought back to the teenager he had seen 2 years ago, although he also had white skin, but he didn't see the false appearance at all. And that teenager came to his home as a guest. He made some simple rough tea. The two ate and talked, until finally the teenager left. He did not see the teenager cough. Jinhua narrowed his eyes and secretly glanced at Mr. Wen, noticing that the latter noticed his line of sight and sheepishly looked at the night sky, putting on an appearance of enjoying the moon. Although it was pitch black tonight, the moon and stars couldn't be seen for anything. In the past, a few of us suspected that the Grand Duke was not mesmerized by a female goblin, and secretly found a few Chi lookout magicians to visit the Grand Duke. But the result was that we didn't find anything in half a month of looking down. Our people are still squatting at the major greenhouses in the capital, and we haven't seen the Grand Duke strolling around, but his body is just very weak. It's really strange. Are you guys sure that you are just going to squat? I am embarrassed to point out that you, listening to music at public expense is it? Jihua's mouth twitched, and suddenly felt that this group of people in the Flying Bear Army's brain was a little bit problematic. Mr. Wen's face darkened. I said, how come you guys came to see the Grand Duke every day during that period of time? So it's like that. Lu Shuwei heatedly laughed. Mr. Wen, you can't tell the Grand Duke about this, ha. Although you are the Grand Duke's man, but our old Lu is treating you as his own. Mr. Man waved his hand and sat back with a blowhard in no uncertain terms. The game brought back tasted fine and the flavor filled the air after grilling. The spices that Jiefire took out were sprinkled, and at once the smell spread all over the woods. The people ate and drank, so they made do for the night. After several people had fallen asleep, Jihua closed his eyes and immersed his mind into his brain, and with a silent chant, the system interface suddenly appeared in his mind. Points, 729. Looking at the points, Jihua immediately smiled with joy. Before killing those black-clothed people still can't get it together. I didn't expect a wolf demon to top it. This point draw is 60 points a draw, and 10 straight draws is 600 points, which is just right now. I want to smoke 10 times, Jihua said with resentment in his heart. A big spinning wheel appeared in his mind. Child's play. 100% win. A few big words were very eye-catching. The turntable clattered and spun at high speed, and the pointer even jumped non-stop, and then it turned into 10 light clusters. Congratulations on drawing. Agility +1. Flowers +1. Stamina +2. Strength +1. Flowers +1. Flowers +2. Cultivation value +30. Cultivation value +90. Flowers +1. Flowers +1. Jihua's face immediately black. He opened his eyes to look at the sky. Dark. It seems that the feng shui here is not good. Think about this place are haunted by demons. Feng shui can be good to wear. Abominable. Second Prince didn't sleep well last night? Why does your face look so ugly? Lu Shuwei asked curiously. It's fine. I guess it's because the air here is not good enough to sleep in, Jihua said sullenly. Mr. Wen picked up. Then the second son will probably sleep better when he arrives at the capital, which is a great place for people and even more so when it is built on the dragon vein. Fire Heart, although the lottery this thing it, he so many years down what methods have been used. Sunrise and sunset when pumping, changing different places pumping, standing pumping, lying down pumping, upside down pumping, all kinds of metaphysics, but get the good things are not much. It's just that when the system comes out, it must be a fine product, and the best contraption to draw should be the red paper umbrella in the hands of little brown sugar. And at the moment, Jihua hasn't found anything that can break the defense of the red paper umbrella. Is it really bad feng shui where I was before? Maybe if we go to the capital our luck will come up? Mr. Wen, do you warlocks have anything to enhance your fortune? Jihua looked at Mr. Wen and asked. Mr. Wen was able to throw out a spell like one leaf blindfold with his hands and even hide it from a big demon. So he should have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. This, Mr. Man mused. Luck is something very esoteric and extremely difficult to change. It can only be strengthened to a certain extent through ritual pujas, and the effect is not great. Jiefire was slightly disappointed. But the state master may have a way to do it. So the second prince can go and take a look at it then. Mr. Wen added another sentence. Master of state the first warlock of the Zhou dynasty. How strong Jihua does not know, but can sit steadily in the position of master of state for many years without being jerked down. And do not recommend longevity pills to the emperor. It should be 2 brushes. Chapter 8, Meeting Ji Xiuxiong. After a few days of rushing, and after Mr. Wen had all lost a bunch of weight, the group finally saw the towering walls of the capital. The city walls were marked by the cleaving of swords and axe blades, as well as the erosion of age on the massive stone blocks, emphasizing the city's antiquity. The capital city that the second prince saw has actually been renovated and expanded many times, and it's long since gone from its original appearance. Mr. Wen explained. Then why do you look like there are still so many traces of war? Jiefire asked curiously. It looks old, specially added. It has a sense of age. Even the stones are still specially smoked. Mr. Wen said casually. This was the royal family's bad taste? Jihua cried and laughed. When so many people entered the city, they were naturally subjected to an inspection. Only when the soldiers guarding the city saw that flying bear flag, they didn't stop them, and even gave a military salute. Looking at this group of people with burning eyes, it seems that the Flying Bear Army's prestige in the capital is extremely high. Jihua pondered in his heart and looked at the pedestrians who came and went on the street to watch the onlookers. The line of sight then landed on a familiar teenager, who was dark and thin-looking, selling sugar gourds, and while yelling his line of sight met with Jihua, nodding slightly, he disappeared into the sea of people. Jihua smiled slightly and looked at the crowded capital. a hint of fire flashing in his eyes. Is this the capital? After years of hibernation in western Sichuan, it is now finally coming to the stage of the Central Plains. Let's just see what the masters of the Middle Kingdom really look like. It didn't take long for the crowd to see a huge mansion with the words Jingguo Gongfu written on it. In front of the mansion, there were quite a few household servants and maids waiting there, and at the forefront was a flamboyant young man dressed in white, with sword brows and starry eyes, long flowing hair, and holding an ancient folding fan. The young man's face had a sickly pallor and was haggard, but none of this could hide his handsome appearance. There is a fight with me. Ji Hua once again saw the teenager of 2 years ago and muttered a sentence in his heart. Second brother, you're here. Ji Junhong laughed gently, and as he said that, he coughed twice, looking like he was recovering from a serious illness. Ji Hua arched his hand, even though he had not seen for 2 years, but there was not the slightest sense of rustiness with this young man, when the situation of drinking and talking happily is still vivid in his mind. Knowing that he became his elder brother, Ji Hua did not have any rejection. 2 years ago his realm wasn't enough, but now with the system boost, Ji Hua didn't know just how strong he was, and he had even touched the realm of the metaphysical. He could naturally feel it, too, the closeness from his bloodline. It seems that I am really Ji Xiaoxiong's long-lost son, he sighed in his heart, and if he had known, he would not have tried. Big brother, did I come at a bad time? Ji Hua asked with a smile. Hearing this big brother, Ji Junhong's warm eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he laughed. No, you're just in time. People have been sent. Lu Shui will take his men back to the barracks to resume their orders. And when he left, he also winked at Ji Hua, letting him take time to go to the Fei Xiong army to sit down. Presumably want to pull Ji Hua into the Fei Xiong army this thief ship earlier. Mr. Man could not support himself any longer, so he found an excuse to go back and rest. Ji Junhong led Ji Hua all the way to the mansion, his mouth still talking. I've already arranged your residence, in a courtyard in the north, not too far from the small courtyard I live in. The courtyard is fully furnished, and you don't have much luggage, so you can just live there directly. The situation on the capital side is a bit complicated. I'll talk to you about it later. Father is waiting for you in the study. You should go and meet him first. He probably can't wait any longer. When they arrived at the mansion and it was just the two of them, Ji Junhong stopped coughing and straightened his back. Ji Hua froze. This is about to meet the patriarch well, the legendary flying bear general, the first general of the Zhou dynasty, my cheap father, Ji Xiaoxiong. Where's little brown sugar? Why didn't she come? Ji Junhong asked curiously. He thought that this second brother of his would have brought that little doll along with him. The last time he saw her she was 8 years old. Now he estimated that she should be 10 years old. Ji Junhong liked that cute little doll with a broken mouth a lot. She, is coming over later, Jaifire replied casually. Ji Junhong glanced at his own second brother and nodded with a smile. In the rooms in your courtyard, there is one for little brown sugar, so when she arrives she will directly live in it. Then thank you, big brother, Ji Hua smiled back. Inside the study, a behemoth with an extremely burly figure that even his clothes couldn't hide his burly body, looking like a giant bear in human clothes sat on a chair. National face, beard. How to look at it is the kind of very serious and domineering appearance. It was just that no matter how one associated it, one could not connect him with the gentle and jade-like Ji Junhong outside. At this time, this Xinguo Gong, General Fei Xiong is 2 feet on the table, bored with shaking his feet, but also look out the window from time to time, and from time to scratch here, scratch there, the whole with ADHD-like. To be honest, he was usually less in the study, and he preferred hanging out with the brats in the barracks to the study. But it's not like he doesn't come to the study. If he sometimes has insomnia and can't sleep, he comes here, and not to mention, he falls asleep right after he sits down. Why isn't it coming? Slow death, Ji Xiaoxiong muttered. Suddenly remembering something, he reached under the desk and pulled out his hand, and then a knowing smile appeared on his face, a smile that carried a hint of remembrance and frustration. Retracting his hand, a small bottle of wine was already in his palm. Opening the bottle cap and taking a beautiful sip, Ji Xiaoxiong's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. Ruer, our youngest son has been found. He's back. He sighed softly, his burly body suddenly a touch more forlorn. In the distance, the sound of 2 teenagers talking and laughing suddenly came. Ji Xiaoxiong immediately tensed up, hurriedly stuffed the bottle of wine in his arms, and both feet down, straightened and organized his clothes, but also stroked his beard, and sat down on the chair. He also rubbed his face and then his whole face sank down, emphasizing a strict father figure. Think about what's left unprepared. Oh, right. He picked up the book that had been prepared long ago, casually flipped to a page, thought about it, felt that this posture was not handsome enough, and then twisted his buttocks. changed to a posture with his left hand resting on his cheeks and his right hand holding the book, and pretended to read it seriously. Well, that's satisfying. Go in by yourself and just meet me in my yard when you come out later. The eldest son's voice came from outside. Good, whirled a young, clear voice. It wasn't long before footsteps approached and a man approached the study and knocked on the door. Come in, Ji Xiaoxiong said in a low voice. The door opened and Jiefire pushed his way in, to be met by a huge black bear. Oh no, a very large man. Whether it was the strong, mountain-like figure or the hidden pressure that flowed out, Jihua clearly felt that this was an overwhelmingly strong person. It was just that he was holding a book that looked like it had never been flipped through before, and it was so small compared to his huge palm, kind of like the little book of English words you hold in your hand when you squat on fire in the previous century. It's awkward how it looks. Chapter 9, I choose to lie flat. Why does it feel like this pose is staged? Jihua walked up to his cheap old dad, arched his hand, and held his tongue for half a day. Father, he could clearly feel the connection between the bloodlines. And this thing was much better than any blood drops, and since Ji Xiaoxiong was a patriarch, he should also be able to feel this bloodline connection. Ji Xiaoxiong raised his head and carefully surveyed the thin-looking teenager in front of him, especially his soft and handsome face, which was a bit similar to his eldest son, and even more like his late wife who had long been dead for many years. He murmured for a moment, his voice low, since they picked you up, you should know that you are my son, my blood. Jiefire nodded, his voice calm. I know. You don't need to worry. You are indeed my son. I have already confirmed this point, Ji Xiaoxiong added in order to settle Jihua's heart. As a clan master, I could feel your bloodline connection with me as soon as you came in. Oh, Jiefire asked, raising an eyebrow and feigning doubt. Ji Xiaoxiong casually threw the small book. He had long been looking at this thing, sat up straight and said in a preachy tone, after reaching the clan master level, there will be a celestial sensation, and martial intuition will awaken. And many things can be known, although it's impossible to say what this feeling is. It does exist. Oh, Jiefire calmed his face. So the study was quiet. Ji Xiaoxiong looked at him. He looked at Ji Xiaoxiong, and for a while neither of them could find a topic. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. After you come, feel at ease and stay in the mansion, before drifting outside for many years. It is a bit bitter. If you want to do something in the future, just give me a word and you can do it. Ji Xiaoxiong held his tongue for half a day before holding back such a paragraph. Oh, you are not allowed to act outside and oppress the people based on your status as the son of General Fei Xiong. If we find out, we will break your legs. Oh, be respectful of your elder brother. Junhong is a good boy. Usually ask him more when you don't understand. Oh, so the study fell silent again, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Jihua muttered in his heart, although this was a father's lecture to his son. But he always felt that his cheap old man looked like he was holding back these words for a long time, and had absolutely no experience in parenting. Oh well, do you have something to ask? Ji Xiaoxiong asked when he couldn't find anything else to talk about. Upon realizing that his long-lost child was alive and about to return, he imagined meeting him many times. Even if this little son cries and cuddles in his arms, and he is full of disgust, it's okay to preach a little bit about how men don't cry. It's just that the little brat is acting so calm. It's not at all what he thinks it is. What about your own strict father image? Jiefire cocked his head and asked, how did my mother die? A silence fell over the study, and Ji Xiaoxiong's slack-jawed face softened a bit as he calmly said, the enemy chased her down and fell ill, and you were lost because of it, and for a few years she was so depressed that she went away. Where are the enemies? Kill. That's gone. Jiefire returned. So the atmosphere was once again awkward. This total did not say half an incense burner. Ji Xiaoxiong always feels separated for many years of father and son recognition is not like this. At least the story circulated in the community book. At least 2 or 3 chapters have to write it. Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Ji Xiaoxiong asked again. Jiefire hesitated for 2 seconds and asked tentatively, is it okay to lie flat? Ji Xiaoxiong was silent for 2 seconds, and deliberated. Well, you have been drifting for many years outside. It is normal that you want to relax for a while now. What about in the future? What do you want to do? I choose to lie flat. I'll find a teacher to teach you how to read and write, so that you can get a title in the future and become an official in the court. I choose to lie flat. How about entering the Flying Bear Army, starting as a small soldier, and later commanding the soldiers to attack cities and open up new territories, and accomplishing unparalleled feats? I choose to lie flat. The room fell silent again, and after a few seconds, Ji Xiaoxiong asked again tentatively, how about business? I choose to lie flat. This brat. It's really an abomination. Outside the study, the wind suddenly rose, and dark clouds drifted from nowhere to cover the sky, but they only enveloped this small piece of sky. Ji Junhong lazily leaned back in his cool chair and looked toward the dark clouds, suddenly laughing lightly. I don't know what second brother said, but father actually lost such a temper. In the study, there was silence once again. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Ji Xiaoxiong asked slyly. This brat, not to beat him twice is really hard uncomfortable, but also detrimental to the image of strict father. The discipline. Learn some boxing and kung fu, Jiefire replied casually. His eyes flashed, and then the darkness directly obscured his entire vision, and it was clearly Ji Xiaoxiong standing in front of him, and the huge pressure was like a small mountain row of pressure. It felt like facing a flooded beast directly, with a wild, savage, bloodthirsty terror enveloping his entire body, only to see Ji Xiaoxiong reach out and form a claw towards his face. This simple hand made Ji Hua feel that all the space around him was sealed, and the air was like a quagmire invading his body, making it impossible for him to move. This is a martial arts master? A master of the art? An impulse suddenly flashed in Ji Hua's eyes, wanting to run his power and fight with his own old father regardless, only for this impulse to be suppressed by him in an instant. He suddenly clenched his fist and threw a punch towards Ji Xiaoxiong's palm. With this punch, he used physical strength without any martial arts. A hint of surprise flashed in Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes. In a situation where space was blocked by his pressure, this young son of his was actually able to throw punches as if he was unaffected. With this strength, he was already far beyond his peers. A fist and a claw collided in midair. Click, click, click. The concrete slab under Ji Hua's feet instantly shattered into several pieces, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Ji Hua's body swayed, but he steadily caught the claw. The surprise in the eyes of Ji Xiaoxiong is more and more obvious. Although he did not catalyze the internal force, and also did not use the full force, but in the world can catch him a claw really not a few, and so on. The kid just said he only knows kung fu. You call that a kung fu master? Abominable. Got to take a beating. Ji Fireheart is equally surprised. He did not catalyze the internal force, but at least he has at least 20 or 30 kinds of horizontal training kung fu great circle realm, even if they are all low-grade kung fu, but cannot afford the number of so much passive stacked down, has long been inhuman. His current physique could knock a hole in a city wall if he shoved it into a cannon barrel and fired it out, and he actually kind of couldn't resist his own dad's claws? Abominable. The moment we meet, we want to beat up our son, not being a proper father. I'm going to power up. The two of them looked at each other, while secretly making efforts at the same time. Click, click, click. The cracks in the stone slabs under Ji Hua's feet expanded wider and wider, and even Ji Xiaoxiong's feet showed tiny cracks, in that fist and claw collision. But also the air vaguely appeared distorted. This openly is the power to play to the extreme, already in the high-frequency vibration caused. Ahem. Father, have you finished talking? I'll take second brother to see where he lives. Ji Junhong's slightly helpless voice came from outside the door. Chapter 10, Brothers. The two of them looked at each other and closed their hands at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Ji Xiaoxiong patted Ji Hua's shoulder. His eyes filled with joy as he nodded. You're very good. Ji Hua, on the other hand, smiled shyly and scratched his head. Actually, I'm not that good law. This brat is really good at pretending. Ji Xiaoxiong cursed in his heart. The door was pushed open, and Ji Junhong first swept the floor before he spoke. Father, have you finished talking? Ji Xiaoxiong haha waved his hand. After we're done talking and chatting, why don't you take fire to his room? With a thud, a bottle of wine fell from Ji Xiaoxiong and rolled on the ground a few times. Jiefire blinked. I said, why do I smell a smell of alcohol? So it's true. Ha ha, I just took a small sip. A small sip. The smile on Ji Xiaoxiong's face stiffened a bit. Ji Junhong first coughed twice to make himself look even weaker, then sank his face into an expressionless expression and said, Father, as I said before, the study is not a place for drinking, and you only said the other day that you were going to quit drinking, so it's not good to sneak a drink in the study now. Ji Xiaoxiong blinked and blinked, his voice unconsciously small. This is not, little fire back happy? You used to get drunk on alcohol for 3 days and 3 nights and delayed so many things. It was you who asked me to supervise your drinking, and now you're doing it again. I really just drank a little bit in small sips. Ji Xiaoxiong's voice was even lower, and his shoulders were drooping, like a schoolboy who had been caught doing something wrong. No, next time. Ji Junhong put away the bottle of wine and lightly dropped these words before leaving with Ji Hua. Oh, Ji Xiaoxiong deflated and answered. His eyes fell on the two brothers who were walking towards the distance, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he couldn't stop them. Ji Xiaoxiong swept the ground again and casually raised a breeze. The cracked ground that Ji Hua was standing on was blown by the wind and turned into countless fine powders that drifted away with the wind. This kid, extremely talented, and harboring several martial arts, even I can't see the heel, or a nature that pretends to be a pig and eats tigers. Not worthy of being my son, with the might of my year. Ha 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 ha. Ji Xiaoxiong was in an excellent mood, as if he had put down a piece of his mind, and then he whirled around and said to himself, where is the high person over there in Western Sichuan that can teach such a body hand? A horizontal training, even if daily soaked in a medicinal bath, but also cannot do like him. This completely does not show the outside of the body, if not to move his hands. I am afraid that I have to think that this kid is an ordinary person. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but want to drink 2 more cups in his good mood, but it was a pity that the bottle of wine from earlier was taken away by Jun Hong. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes rolled, first closing the door again, then walking back to the desk, groping underneath. After a while his eyes suddenly lit up, and another small bottle of wine appeared in his hand. Hey, for such a quick thing, you have to have another bottle. Ji Xiaoxiong laughed twice before pouring down another mouthful. Big brother, old dad is scared of you, wow? Jai-Fire asked with a smile. Ji Junhong shook his head and sighed. I handle everything in the mansion. Father only knows about fighting and practicing, and he also knows that I have a heavy burden on me, so he just listens to me a few more times. Jai-Fire looked toward the already closed study and spoke casually. I just got here, but why do I get the feeling that Pops is still hiding in his study and sneaking drinks? Ji Junhong smiled and shook his head. I could only persuade, and father only drank alcohol after his mother's death, so even though I knew that he used the opportunity to go to the barracks daily to secretly drink, I pretended not to know. If that's the case, then why persuade? It's time to persuade him, or he'd still be drinking at home all day long. Now at least there will be some avoidance. Ji Junhong was filled with helplessness. Jai-Fire was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly said, Pops has a dark wound. Ji Junhong's footsteps lurched, and then he proceeded forward as if nothing had happened, calmly saying, there is. It's been over a decade, and father is not at the top now, and I don't think he'll ever get back to the top. No wonder you got him to quit drinking. Ji Hua sighed. If he hadn't fought Ji Xiaoxiong, he wouldn't have thought that the first general of the Zhou dynasty would actually have a dark wound. This injury normally looked like a small problem, but it would be a big problem if he fought against the same Zongshi level masters, such as famous generals from other countries. I've been secretly visiting for years over the years, trying to get together medicine that would cure father's dark wounds, but there's been no news. The main reason is that after mother left, father's drinking became more frequent. Ji Junhong slowly spoke. Ji Hua stroked his chin and asked, why don't you let Pops marry another one, so that this stepmother can control Pops properly? Ji Junhong guffawed. Actually, I have also advised father. It's just that when it comes to our father's position, what kind of stunning beauties have he not seen? There's no one he can look at. That's not necessarily true. Jai-Fire hemmed and hawed. You guys think of a stunningly beautiful woman as one of those dudes coming to play? But it's not. What is the meaning? Ji Junhong asked with interest. Actually, yes. Jai-Fire coughed, chuckling lightly in a teasing tone. Crooked. Why are you still as dull as you were in the schoolhouse? Ji Junhong froze, his mouth slightly open, not saying a word. Ji Hua heatedly laughed. Big brother, if it were you, would you be able to block such a beauty trick? Can't stop it. Ji Junhong shook his head and lamented. This is indeed a way of thinking. TSK, 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 that's the power of the white moonlight. Of course, it wouldn't have worked if Cheap Pop's white moon was my mother-in-law who left before I even met her. The two of them went all the way to the backyard of the mansion, and sure enough, there was a newly built small courtyard. Saying it was a small courtyard, there were actually 5 or 6 rooms. There was an evergreen tree in the courtyard. There was also a stone table, and a gravel path extended all the way from the entrance to the rooms, which looked delicate yet elegant. Ji Hua took one look and liked the place. Sked and smiled. Not bad. When was it built? After I met you the year before last, I came back and had this place built. Ji Junhong smiled and tapped his folding fan. At that time, I actually wanted to take you back, but at that time the situation was still very complicated, and it might be dangerous for you to come back, so I thought that I would talk about it after a period of time. Then I gave up on wanting you back for a short time. Why is that? Jai-Fire asked curiously. The two sat under the evergreen tree. Ji Junhong picked up the tea prepared on the stone table and poured 2 cups. A cup was handed to Ji Hua, while he himself gently sipped. He looked at Ji Hua with a smile on his face and said quietly, I gave you 300 taels of silver when I was leaving 2 years ago, and after 2 months I found you still living in that shabby house. That's why I gave up on picking you up, and in the meantime, I've withdrawn all the people who were secretly protecting you. Chapter 11, Get Out of the Way. Ji Hua ha 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 laughed, and then he rubbed his nose. I'm a person who is more nostalgic for the past, and that shabby hut is comfortable to live in, so I won't change it. Ji Junhong smiled and nodded. I guess so. The two of them sipped their tea slowly, without the slightest hint of rustiness, like brothers who hadn't seen each other for years. Even with Jaifire's 2 lives, he sort of identified with this extra brother. Compared to Ji Xiaoxian, who had been thinking about educating his son, he found that he was a bit more chatty with this cheap big brother. What's the deal with getting me back to the capital this time? Jaifire asked. Ji Junhong said with quite a headache. This matter is quite innocent to say the least. The current crown prince and the 4th prince are vying for the throne. Originally, the military generals headed by father were all neutral, while the remaining civil officials belonged to each of the 2 princes, so pulling in the support of the military generals is a very important vote. Somehow your affair was known to the 4th prince, and that's why you made such a mess. Ji Hua thought about it for 2 seconds, then realized it, and did not have the good sense to say, that's why the 4th prince sent the forbidden guards to pick me up, and the people from the crown prince's party tried to intercept me in the middle of the journey, which is why they made such a mess. That's right. Ji Junhong narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone, actually, it's not easy to say whether you died on the road or not, and whether the person who intercepted you was one of the crown prince's people or not. Even if you died, the 4th prince could still blame the crown prince for this, and also get the support of the military generals. If you hadn't died, he could have gotten the support of the warlord if he helped father find you, so it wouldn't have been a loss either way. Jaifire shook his head, not realizing that it was because of this mess that he had called himself out of that comfortable mountain nook in Kawasaki. His tone was slightly cold. If I'm right, I'm afraid that everyone in the city now knows that I've been retrieved by the 4th prince, right? That's right. Ji Junhong nodded. There were rumors in the capital when the forbidden guards first set out. Even because father's reputation in the Zhou dynasty is extremely high, the people are now quite happy to have you back. And even the 4th prince's position in the people's hearts is much higher. He is now afraid that he has gained a lot of public opinion and support from the military generals. This wave, it's not a loss in any way. Ji Hua took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes. But there's something in my heart about being taken advantage of like that for once. There's nothing we can do if it doesn't hurt. Now that the 2 dragons are fighting for the emperor, the situation in the capital is already tense. Everyone is watching, and it's not good for us to make any small moves. Ji Junhong slowly sipped his tea. His eyes narrowed again, and he softly muttered to himself, we can only say that the time has not yet come. Ji Hua shook his head and said, we're just a mixed-up kid out of a ravine. We don't understand those vain things in the officialdom, and we don't like them either. I just want to ask, are there any experts around the 4th prince? Put. Ji Junhong's mouthful of tea spewed out, and he coughed twice. For real this time, what do you want? Not to mention the fact that the 4th prince is surrounded by experts. Even if something happens to him, anyone with a clear eye in this current situation will know that it's us who made the move. Ji Hua shrugged his shoulders and could only say back, alright, then I won't move him for now. He stood up and inhaled the air of the capital, but he didn't find it much better either. By the way, big brother, do you know martial arts? Ji Hua suddenly asked. Ji Junhong froze slightly and glanced at his own second brother. Then he slowly said, slightly, why don't I believe you when you say this? Ji Hua asked again. Then, the crown prince and the 4th prince. Who do you support more, eldest brother? In the silent courtyard, the leaves clattered. Ji Junhong slowly drank a mouthful of tea and returned with a smile. I don't support anyone. Ji Hua's eyes narrowed slightly and then opened, waving his hand towards the door and laughing. I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back later. Ji Junhong gazed at Ji Hua's faraway back, and suddenly smiled slightly. Not bad for my brother. After sipping tea for a while in the small courtyard, it wasn't long before Mr. Man came from the distance. Mr. went all the way to the boat. Now the buttocks are still painful. Long wanted to lie down. Far less than Ji Hua. Such young people are now still in the mood to go out and stroll. He arched his hand toward Ji Junhong and looked around again. Winking. Master, the 2nd prince just left? Aha. Ji Junhong casually asked. What does Mr. think of my second brother? How can I look at it? I'll just lie down and watch. Mr. Man hesitated. The 2nd Duke's martial arts talent is amazing and he is old-fashioned in his ways. Completely unlike his peers with great talent. Ji Junhong winked and scolded with a smile. Mr. One speak need not be so. How I do not see the handling of the old. You go out for a trip, followed by the flying bear army to learn to beat the farted. Mr. Man's mind conjured up Lu Shui's ha-ha-ha appearance. Then he shook his head violently. I'm not going to learn from them. Absolutely not. Ji Junhong tightened his smile, looked at Mr. One, and asked, Sir, you are quite accomplished in divination. Have you ever divined a fortune for my second brother? Divined. Mr. One smiled bitterly. I couldn't divine. You can't tell? What does that mean? Ji Junhong asked curiously. It's literal. Mr. One returned. My lord. Just like when I first met you, I couldn't divine it either. It wasn't until we became acquainted that I could barely see my lord's chi in general. Second prince. I can't divine it either. Moreover, I have a premonition that whoever counts him will be unlucky. I can only say that the second prince is not a pool animal. Ji Junhong froze slightly. Then how could he not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth? What's going on? Funny, when it's funny, not bad for my brother. Class me up. Mr. Moon. He hesitated for a moment and asked. It's just that I don't know if the second prince will affect our big event? Ji Junhong waved his hand and laughed. So what? If second brother really succeeds in stopping us, I'll lose if I lose. And anyway, the world is big enough to have its own place to go. You have a big heart. Mr. Man muttered in his mind. And, Ji Junhong looked like he had thought of something interesting and said with a slight smile, I don't think this brother of mine will stop me. He and I are one of a kind. That being said, on Kiho's side, he didn't know where to go just after leaving the house. He did know that there was a stronghold over here, and he had just met his people on the road. It was just that he had never been to the capital, and although he knew the approximate location, knowing the location and finding the place were two different things. After all, there's no map navigation either. Forget it, just walk casually, they will come to me on their own. Jihua thought in his heart and pushed into the crowd in a random direction. Little Brown Sugar estimates that it won't be long before he comes to the capital, and by then he will be able to find someone if he gets lost. Little Brown Sugar. So Jihua went from one to another to eat the past. I have to say, the capital here is really more snacks. Very much like the latter part of the streets are full of snack street flavor. Even now, in broad daylight, the smell of barbecue on the streets is much stronger and livelier than in Kawasaki. Jaifire was just strolling down the street with several extra skewers of barbecue in his hand and a chicken drumstick nibbling away in his other hand. However, there were really many people on this street, and Jihua liked seclusion. So he picked a small alley with few people to walk. There were not many people in the alley. Just across the street there was a full-body fat strong man, also holding a bunch of food in his hands to meet. It is actually Lianghua people. It seems that the capital of the international exchanges do not do well. In Sichuan so many years I have not seen a few times crooked people. Get out of the way. The burly man casually pushed Jaifire as the two brushed past. No push. Chapter 12, Finding the Organization. The burly man pushed harder, and it still wouldn't budge. Jaifire nibbled on a chicken drumstick with one hand and cradled the snack with the other, blinking innocently at him. What are you looking at? The burly man's face reddened and he threw a punch at Jihua's head. Snap! With a chicken leg in his mouth, Jaifire caught the punch firmly with his free hand. No way! The burly man immediately let out a ghostly cry, his eyes widening as he threw another punch towards Jihua. This time, the chi energy on his fist was entangled, and he had already used 10% of his strength. Snap! The punch was again taken down with one hand by Jaifire. This is absolutely not. Oops. Before the strong man could finish his sentence, he felt a heavenly rotation, and his entire body was swung up and slammed on the ground. Shamrock ice. Jaifire withdrew his hand, removed the chicken leg from his mouth, took a bite, and slowly headed out of the alley. With a small curse, "You, stand still!" An angry voice came from behind him. The strong man was enraged. Even if he was beaten up by someone, he was still being despised by a little kid who didn't look big at first glance. This who can endure? Anyway, he couldn't endure it. A surge of chi energy emerged from his body, which was wild and raging, and in the twinkling of an eye, it formed a giant wolf-like shape behind him. Eat me! The strong man blasted his fist. The wind of his fist had appeared on the bizarre black streaks. This was a secret technique unique to the Liang kingdom to stimulate combat power. Just this blow had given the strong man the strength to cross the ranks of the challenge. This punch, he has already done his best, is his bottom of the box moves, not to mention this capital. Even in the cool country, there are not many young generation who can catch his punch. As the wind of the fist was about to arrive, Jihua suddenly turned back and steeply raised his foot. This kick is flat, but the speed is frighteningly fast. After the first kick to break the body protection she entangled in the strong man's body and the giant wolf phantom, the aftermath of the power does not diminish directly kicked in the head of the strong man. With a swoosh sound, the strong man flew out backwards, his entire upper body smashed into the wall, directly piercing through the wall. His entire upper body was inserted into the wall, and only his two legs were exposed outside the wall crookedly. Shrimp head guy, Jaifire muttered casually, eating his chicken leg as he slowly left the alley. Only the strong man's whole body was sticking limply into the wall. Looking at this appearance, it was estimated that he had fainted. Boss, you're here. By the time Jaifire had managed to find the stronghold, there were already a few people waiting for him here. At the head of the group was a somewhat chubby-looking young man with a small round face and eyes that squinted into slits when he smiled. 23. You're even dunkier, Jaifire said in surprise. Hey, this is not the capital city, food is not bad, and not out of the mission. Just engage in intelligence work cannot grow fat. 23 scratched his head and said, Boss, why don't you just let me take on the mission? Being in these camps every day and having to cater to those who are the bosses when I see them. It really doesn't suit me. I've seen them engage in those disgusting tactics of oppressing the people several times, and I really want to stab them. Jai-Fire rolled his eyes and lazily said, For so many years you are the only one who has opened a store that has not lost money. You are a business talent. Or how about this? Ask the others who are willing to come and take over your store, and I will agree to swap you. But there's something about those disgusting bosses that I can't stand. 23 complained. Then you will bankrupt all those bosses. I will allow you to use means, Jinhua casually said. But the water here in the capital is a bit deep, so pay attention when you start. And remember to call the Earth Fury team to come and deal with it if it stirs up any trouble. Is this really okay? Special means are okay? 23's eyes lit up. Aha, Jai-Fire nodded. Slowly, I only have one request. After you get bigger and stronger, treat your men well. Everyone is a laborer. There's no need to make things difficult for them. Yes, Jai-Fire spoke calmly. You were all adopted by me when you were orphans. And now, even if you are much stronger than ordinary people, I hope that you won't forget what you were like when you were little beggars. And if you are able to do so, you will help some more suffering people. Several people immediately stood up straight and bowed towards Jinhua, speaking in unison. Yes, boss. For what there is always a sense of carrying the handles both. Jai-Fire muttered in his heart, waving his hand and pointing to a pile of snacks brought on the table. All right, sit down, all of you, and we'll talk while we eat. So a few of them gathered around the octagonal table, munching and nibbling on snacks and talking about what had been going on. Just this look, completely not like the killer organization is communicating, but rather like a bunch of people sitting by the fire on New Year's Day getting high and chattering. Boss, what you explained earlier, Little Brown Sugar has already told everyone in the club. Right now the Big Dipper group is rushing this way, and the people from the Earth's Fury group are also gathering in the capital, so we can make a move on the killer hall when all the people are together. 23 reported. Jinhua nodded and said, just let me know when the time comes. It's been a long time since I've done anything, and my hands are a bit itchy, so it's a good time to take on the killer hall. Boss, it's long overdue for you to let the people of the Central Plains take a look at your strength. Hey, it'll definitely make their jaws drop. The other lad next to him looked at Jinhua with reverence in his 30 eyes. He had seen Jinhua strike once many years ago, and he couldn't see much that time. But now that his strength had improved, he felt more and more that his boss was frighteningly strong. Bias boss also like go Dao. Go out to fight also like to use an alias. In his words, this is called what the vest. Jinhua shook his head. I'm not invincible in the world either. I still don't know what old guys hiding in the mountains are even more terrifying, so I have to know how to hide. When he thought of Ji Xiaoxiong, even if he were to go all out, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for his own cheap old man. I know, I'm just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, 30 said with a big grin. Is there anything going on in the capital right now? Speak up and have fun as a group, Jai-Fire asked. 23 thought for a moment and returned. At present the hottest is also Double Dragon Fight Emperor. Basically is you splash me dirty water. I frame back. The court pandemonium. I heard that the mother consort of these two emperors in the harem is also not stop. From time to time will be rumors of the harem of the melon. What the private collection of ZA small grass people. Cursing the harem of beauties what? The old wonderful. What's the old emperor's attitude? Didn't take a stand. Every time something happened in the harem and it came to him, he dealt with the parties involved and didn't pursue the matter. As for the farce in the courtroom because of this, he even turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Jinhua stroked his chin and said strangely, it shouldn't be. I remember that the old emperor also knew martial arts, and back then, he was also the master of the south and the north. He's only over 60 now, and he doesn't look like he's going to hiccup. It's just that now with this situation, he seems to be in a hurry to elect an heir. Oh, and one more thing, 23 thought about it before speaking. A few days ago, the Liang Kingdom sent an envoy to the capital. They set up a ring at the embassy and challenged the young jungles of the capital. And to this day they defeated 18 people in a row, beating all the young jungles of the capital without a single one with a temper. And it was a moment of great popularity. Chapter 13, Come and see my father's new daughter. You fought 18 of them in a wheel battle and haven't lost? Jai-Fire asked with amusement. 23 spread his hands. Yes, the one who set up the ring is the second disciple of General Fei Lian of the Liang Kingdom, who has obtained General Fei Lian's true teachings. They came prepared this time just to slap the Zhou dynasty in the face. Boss, you don't know. The young generation of the Zhou dynasty is full of idiots. There are not many who can do anything. As for the children of those military generals, they are also forced by their families to study. Usually do not read the book on the love of the greenhouse. Martial arts although not fall, but compared with others is still a lot worse. Cannot beat it is very normal. Interesting, that old emperor will probably have to be pissed off. Ji Hua laughed. 30 also grinned. That's for sure. I heard that the old emperor was so angry that he was furious and cursed in the courtroom. He also told the crown prince and the fourth prince to hurry up and find someone to defeat the Lianghuajia, and the result was that a few days down the line the Lianghuajia's war record became even more brilliant. 23 interjected. The Liang people have met with the emperor in the past 2 days, and they haven't mentioned fighting the younger generation of the dynasty yet, but I guess it's about time. If they lose, the face of the Zhou dynasty is probably gone. Anyway, the ring has been set up at the embassy for the past 2 days, and no one has rushed up to it. 30 blinked and asked, "Boss, why don't I go up and try? I promised to beat the out of the Ryogoku." Ji Hua did not have the good sense to say, "What's the point of wading through this mess? Let the old emperor have his own headache." After talking to the crowd about the next setup, and waiting until it was late in the day, Ji Hua left the stronghold and headed towards the State Duke's mansion. Just returned to the State Duke's mansion heard Ji Xiaoxiang ha 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 loud laughter. Looks like the mood is very good. Then Ji Hua saw Ji Xiaoxiang pulling little brown sugar there and chatting, that dark black face full of beard, now smiling like a chrysanthemum. Next to him, Ji Junhong was smiling, with just a hint of helplessness on his face. Is that so? Little Fire used to have such embarrassing stories. Yeah. Brother did more embarrassing things. He also secretly went to see the village widow bathing, and was chased for 3 miles. Little brown sugar that night waited for him for a long time but did not come back. Hungry for a long time. Oh, it's punishable. I can't believe I let cute little brown sugar starve for so long. That's it. Papa Bear, you do not know. Brother often go outside to steal chickens and dogs. Ago is a long time. Little brown sugar was always hungry when he was a child. You see, now cannot grow tall. Ouch. What a heartache. From now on, little brown sugar will live here, and whoever bullies your Papa Bear will beat him up. Really? That's for sure. Look at Papa Bear's muscles. This waistline. Who dares to disobey? Wow. Papa Bear is so mushy. Ha 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 ha. Little brown sugar is so good. Ji Hua opened his mouth slightly. What kind of drama was this? When Ji Junhong saw Ji Hua come in, he rubbed his head and smiled. Second brother. Back? How's the view of the capital? Not bad. Jai Fire returned. At this time chatting is cheerful. 2 people only stopped. Ji Xiaoxiang saw Ji Fire came in. Originally laughing, his happy face instantly returned to that strict father look. Light said, "Back. No, you're changing your face too fast." Aha. When Ji Hua sat down in his seat, out of the corner of his eye, he saw little brown sugar sneakily make a face at himself with his back turned to Ji Xiaoxiang. This girl, it must be too long without doing the mission. The skin itches, is it? Ji Hua glared at her, not expecting to be instantly seen by Ji Xiaoxiang. Ji Xiaoxiang immediately sank his face and said, "You brat, let me tell you, little brown sugar is already my righteous daughter. If you bully her, beware of my father's iron fist." Jai Fire. He looked at Ji Junhong, who nodded at him and explained in a small voice, "It wasn't long after you went out that little brown sugar came looking for you." Father? Well, father has always wanted a daughter. And if you hadn't strayed, I guess you would have been raised as one. It's not necessary. Now it seems like it's a good thing that you got lost. At least you brought me back such a cute and well-behaved daughter. Ji Xiaoxiang nodded his head coldly, and then turned his head to look at little brown sugar, his face bursting into a smile. "The sugar, you wait a little longer. We'll be eating soon." Good ah. Papa Bear, you don't know. Little brown sugar has followed all the way from western Sichuan and has been hungry for a long time. Little brown sugar said pitifully. What a heartache. The old horse. Where's old Ma? Hurry up and have the kitchen serve the food. Can't you see my baby girl is starving? Ji Xiaoxiang growled, then looked at little brown sugar, with a loving smile on his face. That sugar, wait a little longer. The food will be served soon. Saying that, Ji Xiaoxiang looked at Ji Hua again, and his face immediately sank. You could actually let sugar candy chase over from western Sichuan alone. How dangerous the road is. Luckily, sugar candy is fine. If she has a short or long life, don't blame me for serving her with an iron fist. Jai Fire, Infinity. No, you're changing your face too fast. Soon the meal came up. The food compared to the poor family is considered to be sumptuous. Justin Ji Hua previously killed a bunch of officials home the kind of big fish and meat compared to, but it seems a little shabby. Characterized by 1. A large amount of food. I don't know if it's because Ji Xiaoxiang is such a large size. He has a large amount of food, or it's a problem with the gongfu he cultivates. Anyway, he dried several large bowls of rice in a row, and he didn't forget to give little brown sugar some food. Sugar, is the food still good? Yummy. Little brown sugar has never eaten such a delicious dish. Ah. Heartbroken. Come. Eat some more. Which one do you want? Chicken legs. Jihua rolled his eyes. You're talking out of your ass. I can cook just fine. And I've taken you to restaurants from time to find good food. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say that? He ate his meal in silence, not realizing that there was suddenly an extra chicken leg in his bowl. And when he looked up, he saw Ji Juanhong's gentle smile. Father was born as a poor farmer and fought the emperor with nothing. Now even after reaching this position, he doesn't forget his roots. So the food in the mansion has always been relatively simple. Ji Junhong explained. If you're not used to eating it, I'll get a few more cooks to make you a few small dishes individually and send them over to you in the evening. Jai-Fire shook his head back. Thanks, big brother. I'm used to eating. He took a look at the chicken leg in the bowl, then looked at Ji Juanhong's elegant appearance as he ate his meal, and then looked at Ji Xiaoxiong, who was taking big mouthfuls of rice and playing with little brown sugar from time to time. With a kind smile on his face, Originally, he thought that there would be a lot of constraints in the State Duke's mansion, and he would not be so comfortable, but at this time, he felt that it was almost the same as the ordinary family dinner that he had seen before. In the past, when I occasionally came back from a mission and saw a family eating dinner by candlelight, laughing and clamoring, it wasn't so different from now. He took a silent bite of the chicken, his eyes drooping slightly as he savored the feeling. Surprisingly, there wasn't much rejection. Chapter 14, Little Brown Sugar is so cute. After dinner, Jihua took Little Brown Sugar to the small courtyard where he lived. Little Brown Sugar, let's go. Jai-Fire waved at her. Little Brown Sugar instantly jumped up from her chair and barreled toward Kifu with her bare little feet. Papa Bear, Brown Sugar went to look at the house. Go go go. If you're bored, remember to look for Papa Bear to play yo. Ji Xiaoxiong had a smile on his face. If he didn't have something else to do, he really wanted to accompany Little Brown Sugar over there. The siblings headed towards the backyard, and along the way, they also saw Little Brown Sugar bouncing around and talking to Jihua about something. Lively as can be. Ji Junhong slowly wiped his mouth and smiled when he saw Ji Xiaoxiong still looking at Little Brown Sugar's departing figure. Father, if you want to go and see it too, then go. I have to go to the palace later. Ji Xiaoxiong was still staring at Little Brown Sugar, his mouth rambling. Ji Junhong nodded. He guessed that it was the fourth prince who had made a commotion by picking up his second brother and returning, and now the old emperor wanted his father to go to the palace to chat about it. After all, if the head of the military generals were to take sides, there would be no need to play this drama of the two dragons fighting for the emperor. Ji Junhong saw that his old father was still in a stupor and pondered whether he should be relieved. Then he saw his old father's dark face suddenly smiling like a chrysanthemum again. Little Brown Sugar is so cute. Qi Quan Hung. That's enough from you, father, even though you want a daughter. It's not like this. Speaking of which, having a girl doll in the house is going to liven things up a bit, too. Ji Xiaoxiong said this slowly, then stared hard at his eldest son. Ji Juanhong's heart thumped, then he nodded and said, that's true, father. You can consider arranging for second brother to get to know the misses of the official families in the capital and the great ladies in the capital in some time. He has been carrying Little Brown Sugar before, and it's time for him to start a family, so that he can experience the warmth of a family. Ji Xiaoxiong looked at his own eldest son twice more and realized that he was still unmoved. Then he nodded his head and said, makes sense. He was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly said, Little Flame has been wandering around for many years and has suffered a lot, and it is always me who owes him. Seeing that his old father finally stopped staring at him, Ji Junhong was relieved in his heart and secretly thought, fortunately, the second brother came and shared a lot of pressure with me. But speaking of, Ji Junhong's eyes flashed a trace of doubt, wearing a red dress, barefoot 10-year-old girl. How does it sound so familiar? You'll be staying at the State Duke's mansion from now on, and you won't have to go on missions, Jihua said casually. Little Brown Sugar's little face fell. But I want to go kill people, eh? It's so boring to stay like this every day. You are now General Fei Xiang's righteous daughter. Why do you think about killing people every day? Jihua didn't have the heart to say, who let you come directly to the State Duke's mansion and coax my cheap old dad like that? He's much more joyful looking at you than me right now. Little Brown Sugar tootled his little mouth, whispered then, people come all the way here, for you to busy before and after running around, but also to help you teach the little cubs all over the place. Usually also take care of your food, clothing, housing and transportation. You are now not even allowed to kill a person to let me kill. The negative-hearted man. Little Brown Sugar hates you. G-Fire expressionless look at her, quietly said, your clothes or I buy it. Buy food, cooking dishes, washing dishes, all as I do it. You also pick and choose to force me to go to the Four Seas restaurant as a cook for a year to steal from the masters to learn the art. Even the clothes or I wash. Speaking of which, when you were a kid, you were tricked by human traffickers with lollipops, and I was the one who killed my family in the middle of the night to get you back. Ha? Little brown sugar, with bewilderment written all over her face, innocently asked, what is brother idiot talking about? Little brown sugar doesn't know asterisk 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 off, Jifire said without a word of humor. Then it's settled. You're not allowed to step in from now on unless those little brats come across a mission they can't handle. Oh, say, do you want to change out of this outfit? It's been too easy to be suspicious in this outfit. Don't. Put your shoes on then? Don't. So what did you tell my old man? A little girl running around barefoot every day with no mud on her feet? Is that normal? I'll tell Papa Bear that I've got a disease that makes me feel bad all over when I wear shoes. He believed? And dropped 2 little pearls at 6. Jifire reached out to rub little brown sugar's brain, and was met with the latter's disgruntled wriggling around. But you have to be careful. Don't show your martial arts skills on weekdays. After all, you're still hanging on the wanted list. I know. Little brown sugar was full of resentment and whispered, BB, if I had known I wouldn't have left a living soul. It was all because that man was holding a sugar gourd in his hand, and I didn't want to kill anyone until I snatched it over and took a bite. It's not the first or second time. Just get used to it. Damn it. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh, I have to say, the small courtyard prepared by the eldest brother was indeed very much to Jihua's liking, and when he first came back he hadn't had time to go in and look around, but now that he had looked at the rooms, he found that they were all quite satisfactory, and the room for little brown sugar looked like a little girl's at first glance, pink, and that bed was so soft it was better than even the one in Jifire's room. As soon as she saw it, little brown sugar excitedly pounced on it and rolled it twice, and arched around under the covers and played with it. Jihua was already used to the childish-minded little brown sugar and let her go crazy. After returning to his room, he nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, good is good. That is, this place is too far away from the fence of the State Duke's mansion. If you want to go out at night, won't it be troublesome? Why don't we step on it and find a close fence to flip out? Little brown sugar ran in from the outside with gusto, because no one was there. She didn't bother to pretend, and she didn't hold the little red umbrella, so her little feet were hanging in midair all the way to run, looking just like a little ghost. Stupid brother, let's go out for the night. She ran 2 steps, then suddenly twisted her head, her little finger pointing to the bookcase next to her, milking her voice. It smells like wind in there. Jihua's heart moved, walked to the bookcase, left and right after groping hard push. The bookcase moved away to reveal a deep hole below. There is a note next to the hole. Jihua picked it up and looked at it, and his face suddenly became odd. Second brother. This secret passage can lead to the outside of the State Duke's mansion. Going over the wall is not a good habit. Little brown sugar flew up and took a couple of looks, and suddenly her little mouth opened slightly and, wow, your older brother knows you so well. Wow. He could tell right away that you like to go over the wall. Jihua casually shook his hand, and the note instantly turned into powder. He's slandering me. I want to go out at night. Little brown sugar stared at the secret passage with a burning gaze. Her eyes curved like the crescent moon in the sky. Go on your own. I need to rest. Be careful. The capital city has deep waters. Jihua casually covered up the secret passage, and was ready to lie down on the bed to rest. That night, sure enough, little brown sugar excitedly scurried right out of the secret passage and didn't return until midnight. The next day, when Jihua opened his eyes, he heard someone walking towards the small courtyard. Young master, it's time to get up. Master said he's going to take you to the palace. Someone in the courtyard respectfully shouted. Chapter 15, Red Umbrella, the 7th in the list of killers. The old emperor wants to see me? Jihua's heart stirred, understanding that it was presumably about the 4th prince. Originally thought that there would be underlings serving to get up and wash up, but later realized that there was nothing, so Jihua could only wash up himself first and then came to the front yard. The 2 of them, Ji Xiaoxiong and Ji Junhong, were already waiting for breakfast. Second brother. You're here. Ji Junhong looked at Jihua and asked with a smile. Are you used to sleeping? Not bad. Jihua craned his neck. The climate over here in the north was drier, and he wasn't really used to it. Where is little brown sugar? Ji Xiaoxiong originally had a smile on his face, but it turned out that Jihua was the only one who came in a row, and he suddenly regained his composure. That girl is sleepy. She usually sleeps until she wakes up naturally. Otherwise she will have a wake-up call. Jihua casually replied. Ji Xiaoxiong nodded with a smile on his face. It's a blessing to be able to sleep. Ji Junhong. Kai fire. But the little brown sugar has also reached the age of the school. Junhong, in a while you see how to go to the Hanlin school. To the little brown sugar sent over. The big families of young ladies have. Little brown sugar cannot be less. Ji Xiaoxiong explained. Yes, Father, Ji Junhong nodded. No, Dad. I'm your son. Why don't you get me a school? I haven't really studied either, right? Ji Hua asked. Ji Xiaoxiong glanced at him. Do you want to read? Don't want to. Do you want to join the army? Don't want to. Ji Xiaoxiong nodded and summarized. You have no ambition. And it doesn't look like you're going to amount to much anyway. So it's better to just stay in the mansion and not cause any trouble for me. Ji Junhong snorted out a laugh, and then reined it in. Oh, right. Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly remembered. His tone suddenly gentle. Fire. Do you ever have a favorite? Ji was heart-thumped, suddenly feeling how this tone was so familiar, and alertly returned. No. Then do you want a daughter-in-law? Can give you to arrange an official familyness everyone girl more contact. Strive to give birth to a child out as soon as possible. Ji Xiaoxiong asked again. Don't. I choose to transfer. Fire returned with an expressionless face. Transferring students? What does it mean? Ji Junhong asked curiously as his eyes lit up. Tune in to the next life birth. Fire returned. Good idea. My brother thinks the same way. Ji Junhong clapped his hands, both eyes glowing. You too little. Inside the State Duke's mansion, Ji Xiaoxiong's loud voice of annoyance was heard. Even the passers-by outside the mansion are curious to look inside. After all, there are not many times that can make the great general lose his temper like this. After breakfast, Ji Xiaoxiong left a sentenceway here and went back to change official clothes. Fire sat idly in his chair and waited. He was unofficial to begin with and was fine in the fairly neat clothes he had changed into this morning. Before long, a house servant came outside the mansion, hurriedly handed Ji Junhong a note, and hurriedly left again. Ji Junhong scanned it twice, and his face suddenly looked odd. What's wrong? Fire asked casually. Ji Junhong looked at Ji Hua twice, his eyes somewhat indefinable, and after 2 seconds, he slowly opened his mouth. You should go out less at night these days. It's not safe in the capital. What's not safe? Fire asked with a smile. His eldest brother was good at everything, except that he always spoke in halves, just like the Riddler. Ji Junhong glanced at Ji Hua again. The owner of the Tongji Inn was killed last night. Yo, still a big boss. Ji Hua casually replied back. Tongji Inn is considered a relatively large inn, opened a chain of stores in many places, and is considered a rich man. Ji Junhong double glanced at Ji Hua again and deliberated. The murderer is said to be Red Umbrella, who was ranked 7th on the killer list. Ji Hua thumped in his heart and wore a shocked expression on his face. Wow, such a great killer is actually in the capital. That is indeed not safe. It's indeed unsafe. The twin dragons fighting for the emperor has attracted too many variables. Ji Junhong nodded. Ji Hua asked tentatively, Big brother, how could they think the murderer was Red Umbrella? It says that the person who reported the incident rushed into the room after hearing the screams and saw the window open, and outside the window, there was a small dwarf holding a red paper umbrella and flying away. Ji Junhong slowly sipped his tea and spoke calmly. That's it? Fire asked in surprise. Department 6's conclusion hasn't come out yet, but it's now rumored outside that the Red Umbrella has come to the capital, or is the murderer. Ji Junhong also said with a smile at this time. It is said that this Red Umbrella is a little girl with a short stature, wearing a red dress, barefoot, holding a red umbrella. Moreover, her lightness is extremely high. She can float in midair for a long time. It is said that when she killed the original 7th on the killer list, the spinning blade, it was a long period of time that she was suspended in midair without her feet touching the ground. This feat, only an upper 3rd grade expert can do it. Ji Hua suddenly laughed. How is this description quite similar to Little Red Sugar? If we let Little Red Sugar hold a little red umbrella, we can probably pretend to be the 7th expert on this killer list. Ji Junhong smiled back and nodded. I guess so. Is there any other information on this case? Fire asked again. No, if there's any new news, I'll let you know. Ji Junhong returned. Ji Hua nodded. He remembered that last night Little Brown Sugar was out of the door, or from that secret passage, but he did not think it was Little Brown Sugar's hand, but felt that this was being thrown dirty water. Turn around and have to let 23 them to check. Is Big Brother suspecting Little Brown Sugar? No, it should just be a bit of a guess. He's more reminding me. If it's not Brown Sugar, then which side is it? This is clearly targeting the Red Umbrella. Are they trying to force the Red Umbrella to come out? There was too little information to deduce which side it was on at all. If I were given the body or made contact with someone from Department 6, I might be able to get more information. Go back and have 23 and the others check it out. I only arrived in the capital with Little Brown Sugar yesterday, so it's not like the pot is coming today, right? This is too much of a coincidence. Damn it, having just come to the capital, I didn't even have a chance to get in touch with Department 6. Ji Hua had something on his mind and sipped his tea with the surface of his face sinking into the water. Ahem. Opposite him, Ji Junhong was similarly sipping his tea and suddenly coughed, casually taking out a token and throwing it to Jihwa. Jihwa took a look at it, and on it was drawn a finely carved beast that looked like a large bird. Second brother, this is my personal token. If you have trouble moving around the capital, you can show this token. Although my brother never joined the dynasty as an official, my brother just likes to make friends and has many friends, and anyone who sees this token will give me face. For example, Evergreen Academy, Department 6 and the like. Ji Junhong smiled gently. Jihwa gave Ji Junhong an odd look. Then he arched his hand and solemnly said, "Then thank you, big brother." Small matter. Ji Junhong shook his folding fan and spoke with a smile. Chapter 16 The Thundering Bare Fist. Not much later, Ji Xiaoxiong came out in his official uniform. Not to mention, Ji Xiaoxiong's hill-like figure. Even if this dress has been made big enough, wearing it on him still has the illusion of a black bear spirit wearing clothes. Put. Jaifire couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ji Xiaoxiong glanced at him and grunted lightly as he strutted out the door. Ji Hua hurriedly following. 2 horses had long been prepared outside the door. Ji Xiaoxiong rolled onto the horse, and Ji Hua also skillfully sat on the horse. Seeing this scene, a trace of appreciation flashed in Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes, which he covered up in the twinkling of an eye and said in a deep voice, "If you want to ride a horse on weekdays, just go to the stable. You need to practice your body and bones more. Otherwise, even if your talent is high, if you don't practice hard and diligently, you'll still be a rotten wood." Jaifire nodded in response. The 2 of them waved their horsewhips, and the fiery horse suddenly hissed and quickly galloped towards the palace. It is reasonable to say that in the imperial city is not allowed to indulge in horseback like this, and I do not know if it is the privilege of General Fei Xiong, and there are very few pedestrians on this road. There are only 3 or 2 vendors who have already gotten up to make breakfast, and there is no need to avoid the pedestrians. It may also be that the early morning court is really too early, and everyone else has not yet gotten up. Ji Hua muttered in his heart. When they arrived at the imperial city, they could not ride horses. Ji Xiaoxiong led Ji Hua inside and stopped when he walked to a side hall and opened his mouth. "Wait here for now. When the morning court is over, His Majesty will summon you." Ji Hua shushed his eyes and asked, "Pops, then why did you bring me here so early?" "It's not that you are also idle, so that you can develop the habit of going to bed early and waking up early," Ji Xiaoxiong said expressionlessly. Just a trace of pleasure flashed in his eyes. "It's cool to be able to educate this kid for a bit." The corners of Ji Hua's mouth twitched as he asked, "How long does the morning court usually take?" "Depends on the situation. Sometimes there's nothing going on, just one incense burner. But these days there's a lot of things going on, and those lords quarrel every day. So I guess it'll take half to 1 hour." Ji Hua returned expressionlessly. "So I have to wait here for half an hour? This is not a waste of time." Ji Xiaoxiong slapped Ji Hua on the shoulder and cursed. "Your old man has been wasting time here every morning for decades, and he hasn't even said anything yet." It was a bit loud, and many passing officials saw it and looked this way. Cough. Ji Xiaoxiong coughed and withdrew his hand to keep up his image, then impatiently took out a book from his arms and casually threw it to Ji Hua. "Anyway, there's nothing to do, so take a look at this." Ji Hua received the book, and when he saw the title, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Items: Thunderbolt Fist Secret. Grade: Middle Earth Order. Description: Shatter the darkness with thunder. Burn everything with flames. The world will be dominated. I know the item information has always been incorrect, but the item description always gave me a strange sense of vestigialism. "Pops, this is..." Ji Hua looked towards Ji Xiaoxiong. He had thought about getting this high-ranked jutsu if he had the chance, although he now thought that he could walk sideways, but he was always short of a bottom-of-the-barrel jutsu. However, Ji Hua had never imagined that his own cheap father would so easily pass on this middle-grade mastery to him. This martial art is considered to be one of the highest-order martial arts in the world. After all, no one had ever seen a heavenly-ranked martial art before, and they didn't know exactly what it looked like. Ji Xiaoxiong picked his nostrils with his thick fingers, looking like a nose-picking ape, full of unconcern. "You don't have any big ambitions anyway, even if your qualifications are okay, but if you want to achieve a small success in this martial arts, you have to practice for at least 10 years, so it's okay to give it to you earlier." Ji Hua had mixed feelings in his heart, forcing his emotions down and asking casually, "Is this martial art hard? Difficult? Even if you are as gifted as I am, it took 10 years of practicing before you could use your chi energy." Ji Xiaoxiong said carelessly, "Under the heavens, I'm the only one who knows this mastery, and this is considered my unique martial art. You know your elder brother's situation. He is weak and sickly, and does not know martial arts, so naturally he cannot learn this fist book. I know you have martial arts in you, and they are not bad, but if you are lazy and slack, it will take a long time to learn them. I only hope that after many years you have gained a small amount of success and will not let this martial art be lost." Jaifire nodded and said seriously, I know, Pops. Alright, take your time. With that, Ji Xiaoxiong walked towards the main hall, then walked around a corner, and all of a sudden, he shrank back and furtively looked towards Jihua. This brat has no ambition. I gave him the bottom of the box of martial arts. Now I guess it has been moved to tears. Can't wait to sleep and eat to learn it. When he realizes that Thunder Blazing Bare Fist is really profound and he can't learn it, he will surely understand my old father's talent and perseverance, and won't adore me at that time, crying out for me to teach him? Ji Xiaoxiong hemmed and hawed, a smile like that of a chrysanthemum rippling across his face, and then he saw Jihua casually tucking the secret book, which had been sought after by countless martial artists in the world, into his arms, idly looking around there. Bastard! Piss me off! Ji Xiaoxiong cursed at once, so angry that he really wanted to slap his youngest son hard twice. Shenguo Gong, what are you doing? A slightly puzzled voice came from behind him. Ji Xiaoxiong had a jolt and stood up straight at once, turning around and smiling. State Master, long time no see. Not yesterday morning, court just saw it. Li Hua puzzled, and then looked behind Ji Xiaoxiong. Did not expect Ji Xiaoxiong moved a step to the left, suddenly blocked his line of sight. Li Hua narrowed his eyes and moved 2 steps to the side. Ji Xiaoxiong moved another step, blocking his view again. Li Hua took 3 steps in a row this time, but he didn't expect Ji Xiaoxiong to double move another big step, still blocking his line of sight. State Master, Duke of Zhen, what are you doing? A nearby official was puzzled. Ha 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 ha, we're saying hello. Ji Xiaoxiong laughed. Li Hua laughed along with him, while his shoulders shrugged to the side and laughed. I heard that this is a hot way to greet people in the jungle, so we followed suit. Oh, the official was suddenly enlightened. So you are practicing the Koan dance. I have long heard of this dance. I didn't expect you two to have the pleasure. Great. Ha 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 ha, that's that. Keeping up with the times, the two of them hooked shoulders and walked towards the main hall. Li Shou walked and looked that way again. However, he was blocked by Ji Xiaoxiong to death. Why are you in the way? What can you hide from me? If you don't show me now, I'll know later. Just not for you. Do you believe that I will divine on the spot and figure out what color your pants are? No need to count. I can take it off over your head right now. Pit bull. Gangster. Ji was stood there with nothing to do. In fact, his mind had long been immersed in his mind, and at that moment, the icon for learning martial arts shone brightly. Learn the Thunder Blazing Bare Fist. All of a sudden, he only saw his 1 million plus cultivation value dropping crazily. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Where do you work? Do you have a date? 100 rivers returning to the sea, learning 100 martial arts and cultivating them to the level of the great perfection. 89/100. A silhouette of a man on top of the sky appeared in Jihua's mind, and a fist wind swung along with him, striking out explosive damage, and even the sky and earth changed color with it, following the dance of the fist wind in constantly changing shapes and colors. A volcano erupted in the distance. The earth trembled, the ground cracked layer by layer, and magma rose in all directions. It was a powerful jutsu that could change the sky and the earth. Jihua took a deep breath. At this time only felt that his whole body was full of internal energy. He had a feeling that now, as long as he casually swung a punch, he could lift this morning hall that he did not see eye to eye. This thought was quickly suppressed by him. After all, even if he cultivated the Thunder Fiery Bare Fist to the Great Circle, he estimated that he would be on the same level as his old dad. However, the combat experience and internal strength was incomparable, and when the time came, it would still be a fat beating. He swept his cultivation value. Good lord, this local rank middle grade jutsu actually cost him a whole 500,000 cultivators. Now there's only about 600,000 left. If there's another high-level martial art, is the cultivation value I've saved for so many years not enough for me to complete the 100 rivers returning to the sea quest? It seems like I have to go earn some points to pump cultivation value. It was fine in Chuanchi before, but now that I just came to the capital, I feel like I don't have enough cultivation value. Jihua whispered to himself, his gaze flatly looking at the city wall outside the palace. There, it's the jungle, waiting for a half hour. Anyway, with G-Fire's ears, can hear inside the spray on the spray, and cursing the word is very novel, worthy of the Zhou dynasty's civil officials, can be up to the quarrel have a 2 brushes. However, Jihua didn't hear Ji Xiaoxiong's voice, so he guessed that he was idling around, finally waiting for the morning to end. Jihua hid next to him to see a bunch of ministers leave cursing and dry-mouthed. Obviously the battle was fierce. But second Prince Ji? An old eunuch asked in a respectful voice as he walked up to Jihua. It's me, Ji-Fire returned. His Majesty is waiting for you in the imperial study. Follow us, the eunuch said respectfully. Alright, thank you, eunuch. Jihua took a step forward, arched his hand in salute, and tucked away 1 or 2 silver pieces. That old eunuch immediately smiled, skillfully putting the silver into his sleeve. Don't panic, second prince. Just be careful with your words in a moment. His Majesty is still in a good mood today. The two came outside the imperial study. The eunuch at the door went in to pass the message, and in a few moments they heard Jihua being called to go in. Entering the imperial study, Jihua realized that his own father was also there, in addition to a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe that looked immortal. Zhou Dynasty's state master, Li Hua. Jihua's heart froze, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the person sitting on the dragon seat, wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon royal robe, white hair. From the face should also be about 50 or 60 years old. The face of the Majesty. From time to time there are Dao Jing light from the eye shot out. Just by looking at it, Jihua felt the overwhelming pressure, which was the dragon energy of the Zhou dynasty protecting his body and adding to his qi. With the country's qi fortune added to the mix, Jihua felt that even if he were to fight this old emperor one-on-one right now, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take down the other party. The old emperor is also a martial artist. Why does he look so old? White hair is a sign of essence loss, when the emperor should not lack of elixir is. Could it be that he also has a dark injury in the body? These thoughts flashed through Jihua's mind, but his face did not move as he bowed his hand and saluted. Heretic Jihua has met his Majesty. Ji Xiaoxiong frowned. Why doesn't this brat kneel? Did I not teach him the etiquette of meeting his Majesty before I left the house? It seems like I really didn't teach it. Li Hua nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as he sized up Jihua. It was just that with those eyes of his, no matter how he looked at them, he could only see that Jihua was an ordinary person, and at most, he could vaguely sense that he had an abundance of qi and blood. If he wanted to see more, a hair-raising emotion appeared in his heart, and he collected himself at once. Bold! The accompanying eunuchs at the side rebuked in a loud voice. The old emperor waved his hand and said indifferently, "Nothing." He looked to Jifire and smiled. "I've long heard that the Duke of Zhen has retrieved his son who was lost for many years, and today I'm finally seeing him. And it's true that he's a dragon and phoenix amongst men, a talented man, very much the style of the Duke of Zhen's younger days. If I looked like Pops, I would have swallowed manure and killed myself long ago. How do you see that I am the same as Pops when he was young?" Jihua archly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise." The old emperor then asked, "Do you have any plans for the future? The Duke of Zhen has served the country for many years, and if you want to be an official in the court, it will be a matter of my word." Ji Xiaoxiong heart thumped, really worried that this brat said that kind of speech again. "Back to Your Majesty, the strawman has just returned to find his family, and currently has no plans to do so," Jihua respectfully replied. "It's also true that I heard that you've been wandering around for many years, and now that your identity has suddenly changed, it's naturally difficult to adapt. So let's wait for now." The old emperor asked again, "Ever been married?" Kai Fire. Suddenly he felt that this is not just nagging family life. No wonder it is so familiar. "Are you working? Are you married? Are you going to say that I'm going to find you a date next?" "Unmarried. Then which official lady you fancy? There is no harm for me to bestow a marriage to you," the old emperor said smilingly. "It's just a pity that my sons and daughters are older. Otherwise such a young handsome man, I would also like to kiss Ji Aiqing." Ji Xiaoxiong hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Thank you for Your Majesty's kindness. It's just that the boy is stubborn and untamed, and his wildness is hard to tame, so I'm afraid that it's a disgrace to the royal majesty." These words were said rather gnashing of teeth. The old emperor and Li Hua are puzzled to look at Ji Xiaoxiong a glance. The old Ji is a rough man, straight to the point kind. Can let him say this kind of words. Is it that this kid is only on the surface to pretend to be honest? Outwardly an honest kid, but actually a shrew? The old emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of thought, and suddenly remembered something that had been giving him a headache for the past few days. So he tentatively asked, "Ji family boy, have you ever practiced martial arts?" "Slightly," Jifire replied thoughtfully. "This way ah." The old emperor trailed off, some disappointment in his heart, guessing that Jihua has only just recognized his family. Even if he learns Ji Xiaoxiong's thunder fiery bear fist, a short period of time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to learn it. But he remembers how long Ji Xiaoxiong learned that set of boxing skills. What about that thing? The old emperor looked at Ji Xiaoxiong. As an old partner for many years, Ji Xiaoxiong of course knew what was troubling the old emperor, so he sneaked a grin towards Jihua, which made Jihua's scalp numb. "No, what do you want to do?" Before Jihua made a sound, Ji Xiaoxiong had already greatly grinned. "Your Majesty, this brat learned 3 punches and 2 kicks in the mountains, and he's still good." The hint was so obvious that the old emperor's eyes immediately lit up and he directly clapped his hands. "That's it then, Ji family boy. There's a dinner party in the palace at night, so come and join us." "How do I feel that I was pitched by my old dad?" Jihua glared at his old dad and arched his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty. Alright, you guys, back off. Chapter 18. After the Ji family's father and son left, the old emperor looked to Li Hua, whose eyes were slightly drooped to the side, his head bowed in deep thought. The old emperor had seen this expression too many times. It usually indicated that the other party was lost in thought. And basically this was what Li Hua looked like during every morning court. He dismissed his left and right attendants. And there were only the old emperor and Li Hua in the imperial study. State Master, what do you think of this Ji family boy? The old emperor opened his mouth and asked. Ha! Li Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly returned. Quite good. How good is it? The old emperor asked again. A dragon and phoenix among men. A talented man. With the elegance of the Duke of Zhen when he was young. Li Hua gave a thumbs up to express his approval. The old emperor shushed his eyes and looked at him. I want you to divine to see if this Ji family boy will be unfavorable to Great Zhou. Li Hua's heart thumped, and he was indeed afraid of what would come. He laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, that's not necessary. The old emperor shook his head and was about to open his mouth when he suddenly coughed twice, his face showing an abnormal blush. Your Majesty, take care of your dragon body, Li Hua hurriedly said. The old emperor eased up after a few moments, and a stern aura appeared in his eyes as he coldly said, I want you to divine. Li Xiu only felt a stern aura enveloping his entire body, like a ferocious beast eyeing and staring at him. As long as he made the slightest move, he was afraid that this ferocious beast would pounce on him. Yes, Li Hua sighed in his heart, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out 3 copper coins from his arms, lightly threw them on the ground, glanced at them before picking them up again and throwing them again. In fact, to Li Hua this realm, a grass and a tree can be trigrams, but he is now using the most primitive copper divination. Visible to him on the importance of this divination, the old emperor nodded with satisfaction and spoke slowly. There's not much time left for me to take care of everything before I slip from the top to do that. Li Hua didn't open his mouth, just listened quietly while slowly divining his fortune. Those 2 boys, let them make as much noise as they want. As long as they don't shake the Great Zhou, then whoever wins will take over this seat of mine. What reassures me now is the Flying Bear Army. But Great Zhou cannot live without the Flying Bear Army. Old Ji is loyal to Great Zhou and has a straight nature. He won't do anything to apologize to me. His eldest son is weak and will not be in charge of the Flying Bear Army either. If there is no this kid, when the old Ji retires in the future, I planted an individual to take over the Fei Xiong army. Even if the strength of the Fei Xiong army has declined, it is not in the way. Just now suddenly appeared this little son, or a will martial arts kid. Have him in, he is the rightful Fei Xiong army heir. If he really have 2 hearts, ruling Fei Xiong army, afraid will become the backlash of the Great Zhou. The old emperor said here, scolded, the old for that bastard. Fight for the throne on the fight for the throne. Actually do not know where to find this mountain wild boy. Now many military generals have fallen to him. He is still complacent. Do not know that this extra variable will leave what hidden danger to the big weak. Really foolish. Cough. Li Hua's eyes slightly drooped. His heart is nervous. He actually from the first moment he saw Ji Hua can see, that boy does not respect the royal family. At a glance is not loyal to the Zhou dynasty. Now divination is also just to verify their own physiognomy. What if this trigram really does tell us something good or bad? If His Majesty wants to fulfill that wish, he's bound to do whatever it takes to eradicate all those who threaten Great Zhou. But the Duke of Zhen Guo has managed to retrieve this young son with great difficulty. If he were to make a move on him, that old bear would not go mad on the spot? A martial arts master, or the fiercest flying bear, who can stop him when he gets mad? Who can stop him if he goes berserk? He'll have to take the lead with his small arms and legs, fighting against a martial arts master. Even Li Hua, a warlock, was panicked in his heart, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. As the last copper coin was thrown down, Li Hua took a look at the trigrams and eeped. What? The old emperor was sitting on the dragon chair. His aura was collected around his body, hidden like a dark current in the deep sea, ready to set off monstrous waves. Even Li Hua felt creepy. Your Majesty, Li Hua said with an odd look on his face as he looked at the trigrams and deliberated. From the trigrams show that Ji Hua will be the general star of the Great Zhou in the future, and has the unparalleled ability to open up new territories. In the imperial study, the silent wind pressure suddenly stalled, and then quickly converged. The old emperor was silent for several seconds before he said uncertainly, is that true? That's what the trigrams show. Li Hua wasn't so sure. He could tell at a glance that Ji Hua wasn't a lickspittle, but that's what the trigrams did say. I can see at a glance that the boy is stubborn and unruly, not to mention that he has no respect for the royal family. Are you sure? The old emperor asked again. Li Hua said helplessly, Your Majesty, I also feel that that boy is not honest, but that's what the trigrams say. The old emperor slightly narrowed his eyes to look at Li Hua. This state master is very slippery. Just now he was thinking about what the old emperor has a number in his heart. Just expected that this state master will not lie to him. You try another divination, the old emperor added. This time, Count Ji was future. Okay. This time Li Hua was very dry and agreed. He also felt that he should have no problem with his own physiognomy, which aroused his curiosity. It is well known that those who can tell fortunes are the most curious and the most death-defying. He pinched his fingers left and right this time. His eyes closed tightly, counting only to feel a layer of mist shrouding Jihua. Meanwhile, the sky outside the window was rolling with dark clouds, and there was a hidden convergence of thunder. Cold sweat brushed down from Li Hua's forehead, and he had a feeling in his heart that if he counted further, that thunder in the sky would strike down. Hi, I just don't believe it. I've been struck by lightning not once or twice in my life. The big deal is to go home and lie down for a few months. You don't have to go to the morning court yet. Li Xiu's heart was ruthless, and when he was about to pierce through this layer of fog, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, directly writing 3 words in his heart. Don't forget. Li Hua's heart was horrified. This was a special ability that warlocks would have when they reached the level of a grandmaster, a form of apocalypse of sorts that allowed them to peer into the heavenly Tao to some extent. It was just that this ability wasn't really very useful. Ever since he had ascended to the top of the clan, he would often receive such revelations, but the most frequent ones were, "It's raining today. Go home early," and, "It's not advisable to go to the court today." It was all such simple revelations that only somehow allowed him to escape some unnecessary minor disasters. For example, once he received a revelation of, "Wait a minute," and then he dodged a stick that fell from a beautiful woman on the street who was holding open a wooden window. The stick hit a handsome official, and the man picked up the stick and went upstairs in a huff. And for a while Li Hua wasn't even sure if dodging the stick was a good thing or not. The revelations were all like this, given in a vague manner, but it was the first time he had ever seen such clear instructions given directly like this. At this moment, this great Zhou state master hesitated. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Star Stealer. Well, the old emperor asked when he saw Li Hua suddenly not moving. Li Hua's heart was hard, and he opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty, it's been calculated that in the future, the Ji family boy will become the backbone of Great Zhou. He will lead Great Zhou to achieve unparalleled greatness. He'll become the strongest bulwark of the royal family." When these words were uttered, the old emperor's breath stopped for a moment. "You're not going to realize I'm making this up, are you? Prophecies are not 100% accurate. Besides, I am the only one who knows the real situation, so I have the final right to interpret what I want to say, don't I?" Li Hua heart apprehensive. There have been many state masters who have told the truth in the past, and died old and tragic. As a qualified state master in the Zhou dynasty has been mixed for decades and has not been jerked off the stage. His ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense is time-tested. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. The old emperor suddenly let out a loud laugh. The heavy burden in his heart was released at this time, but also found a future general of the Zhou dynasty, a time of great joy in the face of the dragon, cheerful and incomparable. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Li Hua hurriedly bowed his head and congratulated. In his heart, he was relieved. This son of the state master was really bad. "Pops, what does the emperor mean by asking me to attend the dinner?" Ji Hua asked. Ji Xiaoxiang is also in a good mood, smiled and said, "Nothing, I guess it's because you haven't eaten a royal state banquet outside, so you come to have a long look. I don't believe it. The bad smile on your face has already betrayed you." Ji Hua shushed his eyes and said, "Is it so much fun to pick your son? Ha 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 ha. I'm just pitting you. What are you doing?" Ji Xiaoxiang said smugly, "Son of A, perform well at night, will not suffer." Kai Fire. Originally, he wanted to go to Department 6 to take a look, but it was still early, so the two of them went back to the State Duke's mansion first. Little Brown Sugar was just waking up at this hour, still confused and washing up, and as soon as Jai Fire saw her, he asked, "You killed someone last night?" Little Brown Sugar was filled with bewilderment. "No," Jai Fire nodded and asked again, "So what did you do last night?" Little Brown Sugar washed up and sat down in a chair, wiggling her little feet, fiddling with her fingers, and counting off the words one by one. Had roasted pig's feet, roasted gluten, sliced fooding pork, roasted squid, octopus dumplings, pot roasted chicken, stinky tofu, wolfsbane potatoes, love tofu fruits, roasted pork sausage, roasted chicken claws, and roasted chicken wings. Right. There are also ice candies. The ice candy gourds over here are so delicious. Very sweet. Jai Fire spoke in a sour tone. "You ate so much. You didn't even know to bring me one." Little Brown Sugar innocently said, "This is not afraid that you fell asleep. If you wake you up you get up, what to do?" Ji Hua hummed and decided to go out and jerk off tonight as well. Before, there were nightly barbecues in Chuanxi at night, but the ones on this side of the capital hadn't been experienced yet. "What are you asking me that for?" Little Brown Sugar asked. Ji Hua grinned. Last night, the owner of the Tongji Inn died, and someone witnessed the murderer wearing a red coat, a short man with a red umbrella. Although Department 6 hasn't confirmed it yet, the outside world is rumoring that it was the red umbrella that did it. Little Brown Sugar said. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So the short man with the red umbrella is the red umbrella? That's not true. I'm not short. I just haven't developed yet. So do you have any enemies or anything like that? The other side is probably trying to force you to show up that way. Little Brown Sugar scratched his head. Innocence written all over his face. You do understand me. I've pretty much killed all my enemies that should be killed. If you ask me now, I can't remember. Ji Hua tapped on the desktop and deliberated. In that case, you and I will go to Department 6 this afternoon to look at the case. We might be able to find some clues. Since the enemy used your name to strike, it means that the other side's target is us. Good. Little Brown Sugar clenched her shell teeth and gritted her teeth. I'd like to see just who is killing people in my name. Abominable. By noon, Ji Hua remembered that he hadn't had a daily draw today, so he smoked it by hand. Originally he didn't even expect to have anything. If he could get a cultivation value, it would be good. Congratulations on winning the prize, the secret book of stealing stars with wonderful hands. Ah, this. Ji Hua blinked and looked at the sky. Could it be that my luck did change for the better after coming to the capital? Winning the secret book 2 days in a row? Or does the system want me to get out more too? Items, the secret of stealing stars with wonderful hands. Grade, middle of the Xian stage. Description, want my treasure? Then come open the blind box. What the hell kind of description is that? Without saying a word, Ji Hua directly clicked on learn. That said, someday I'll look for Big Brother to see if I can find any other crappy martial arts secrets. So I'll hurry up and finish the quest and forget about it. 100 rivers returning to the sea, learning 100 martial arts and practicing them to the level of the great perfection, 90/100. The figure that came to mind was changing, but this time, no matter how it changed, it was the movement of a small figure digging forward, and then it was gone. The difference is only between pulling out forward, backward, backhand, and so on. When he had fully learned this myriad stealing star, Ji Hua's face turned odd as he took a look and saw that this Xian rank middle grade actually cost 200,000 cultivation value after learning it. It was 100,000 more than the other similar Xian rank middle grade. There's only one move in this secret book. It's just one move, one peek forward and you're done. What the hell is this? Just one move cost me $200,000. Ji Hua said in shock, then subconsciously pressed the impression in his brain. One hand probed in the nothingness, and then there was an additional candy cane in his hand, or a half-bitten one. Aha! The next room had been filled with the sound of Little Brown Sugar's frantic shouts, followed by the sound of rummaging, followed by Little Brown Sugar's farting and rushing in. Jifu, our house has been burglarized. My sugar. Before the words were finished, her eyes suddenly widened in a thief's eyes, and then her little mouth pursed, her eyes were dense, and her little pearls were about to fall out. My sugar gourd. You now even sugar gourd are robbing. Previously agreed to have a mouthful of rice every day will not let me drink soup. And now even my sugar gourd you have to eat. Or eat half of. I do not even want to finish eating. You this negative man. This is a man? Jai-Fire hurriedly threw the candy cane over to him and comforted him. Accidental accident. I'll pay you for a bunch more later. It took a while to coax Little Brown Sugar back to her room. Only then did Ji Hua look at his own hand with a strange face. Looking at the information in his mind, only then did he realize what kind of martial arts this wonderful hand-stealing star was. This martial art was invented by a god thief. It is said that this god thief finally broke the void and ascended. Anyway, it is a bit of fantasy. The secret book is so written. The first 12 layers of stealing stars with wonderful hands are about stealing things from people around you unknowingly, which is at best an enhancement of the technique, and in total, it is just a dig. But to the 13th layer, I do not know how that god thief how to practice. Steal the intention to reach the peak, created a non-existent move's wonderful hands to steal the star. That is, the name of this martial arts. The effect is to randomly ingest objects from creatures within a 1-mile radius across the air, ignoring the other party's cultivation and all kinds of defensive measures. You can choose a target person, but you can't choose what to steal, and the main fight is a touch blind box. If there is no target person, it will be chosen randomly. If there isn't even a creature in a mile radius, there's no telling what you can catch, and you'll be touching things anyway, so the main fight is a thief not walking away. Good lord, this is close to the law of karma, isn't it? Even if there are such metaphysical things as warlocks in this world, but this martial art is too metaphysical. To say that the thunder-blazing bare fist this kind of moves of the great circle can block time and space, inevitably hit, Jihua can still understand, but a divine thief can actually create a move that is bound to take in objects in space. This is incomprehensible. Could it be that high-level martial arts, at the grand completion level, are all close to streams of consciousness, or rules? The pinnacle of martial arts is actually not the moves, but the realm, or the ethereal consciousness? Jihua, even though the 90 martial arts had now reached great perfection, he was still somewhat unable to comprehend the levels on the realm. He subconsciously pulled out his hand. The touch in his hand is quite familiar. He looked down and saw that, well, or just that half a string of sugar plums. Before it was 3, and now only 2.5 left. That half of the tooth marks on the other. Outside the house, after 2 seconds of silence, came the exasperated voice of Little Brown Sugar. Jifire, Chapter 20, Department 6 Iron Eagle. Needless to say, men get all excited when they get a fun toy. Again, I have to say, opening blind boxes and all that is so much fun. Jihua also did not choose the target, and grabbed it several times in a row. There were handkerchiefs and silver tails and so on. They were all mediocre things. This was in the State Duke's mansion, surrounded by underlings and not carrying anything interesting on them. What stopped Jihua from proceeding to steal it was the fact that he casually pulled it out, and a smelly sock with a hole in it appeared in his hand. The sock should have just been touched from someone's body, and it smelled right, with that fermented stench of sweat and smelly feet. Jihua vomited just after he pulled it out, and washed it with water several times before he got over it, so he was scared that he didn't dare to just pull it out. Let you steal. Serves you right. Little Brown Sugar was gloating and whispering then, both hands guarding the only remaining candy cane as if it were a thief. By mid-afternoon, Jihua took Little Brown Sugar on a trip to Department 6. To the door just showed the token given by Ji Junhong. Not much time later in Department 6 hurriedly came out a tall man, toward Jifire arching his hand. My name is Iron Eagle. Dare I ask if you're second Prince Ji? One of the 4 famous arresters of Department 6. Iron Eagle. Ji was slightly stunned, did not expect to simply give a token. Actually will be the 4 famous arresters personally come out to receive. Kid Jihua, meet the Iron Sheriff. Jihua arched his hand and smiled. Second Duke, just call me Iron Eagle. Grand Duke Ji and we have quite a deep friendship. There's no need to be so rusty. Iron Eagle smiled. He looked at Little Brown Sugar, who was looking around to the side, and seeing her red-clothed and barefooted outfit, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he asked, Who is this? My sister, Little Brown Sugar, is also the daughter my old man recognized. Jifire introduced briefly. Little Brown Sugar flashed a sweet, naive smile at Iron Eagle. Had ha. Iron Eagle's serious face instantly put on a smile as he arched his hand and said, Greetings, Miss Brown Sugar, Constable Tai. I'm here to check the cause of death of the owner of the Tongji Inn. Can you do me a favor? Jihua asked. The Grand Duke has already given me the word. Second Duke inside please. Tai Ing immediately led the way. 3 people all the way unimpeded into the door of 6. Inside everywhere is wearing uniforms running back and forth personnel. Look all quite busy. A hurried look. Quite a few cases lately? Jifire asked curiously. Or are you all usually like this? Iron Eagle laughed. The second Prince jokes, which have so many cases in the weekdays. Generally the cases that are put to Department 6 to deal with are very tricky, or extremely influential, or involve demons and other clueless cases. Other simple cases can be dealt with by the local yamen themselves. On weekdays, Department 6 is still quite easy. It's just that the capital is not too peaceful lately. There are too many things going on for the yamen to handle, and from time to time it involves the ministers of the court or the palace. So we've been busy. Jifire gave an oh-so understanding sigh. Not to mention Jihua, even Little Brown Sugar was curiously looking left and right. Theoretically, Department 6 and their line of work should be considered natural enemies, and now the only assassins who could walk into Department 6 openly to visit were presumably them. It is also considered to complete the achievement. Later if you say to the gang of pups to listen to, afraid to brag for a long time, and for that reason, Little Brown Sugar seemed excited, bouncing along, her little feet barreling along. Doesn't Miss Brown Sugar wear shoes? Iron Eagle asked curiously. Oh, my sister-in-law grew up with a stubborn disease that makes her whole body feel bad when she wears shoes. Jihua lied with an expressionless face. There's such a disease? The size of the world is really nothing strange. Iron Eagle looked at Little Brown Sugar with eyes full of pain. Being barefoot all the time, walking hurts, doesn't it? It's fine. My feet are full of foot skin after walking a lot. It doesn't hurt at all, Jihua said casually. Iron Eagle. Little Brown Sugar puffed out her little mouth and kicked at Jihua's feet while Iron Eagle wasn't paying attention, causing Jihua to grimace in pain. Several people came to Iron Eagle's workstation. Well, should be considered a workstation, right? Anyway, here a pile of files. It can be seen that this arresting officer this period of time work is quite a lot. The table is set in a mess. All kinds of cases. Iron Sheriff. Mr. Tai. Wu Shangshu's family has rushed people to ask about that case again. What's going on now? A constable came over and asked just as he arrived here. Iron Eagle sat down on a chair and said in annoyance. Soon. Give me some more time. Iron Sheriff. What about the progress of the case of the haunted demon in the next town? Iron Eagle held his head in his hands and said without a word. Almost there. There's already progress. Tell that side to wait a little longer. This look Ji-hwa felt familiar, like the way he was rushed to work by customers in the big factory before. On the surface, it is the divine arrest of Department 6, but in fact, it is still a laborer. Ji-hwa only felt a burst of heartache, rather like seeing his former self. That's why it's better to study trying to make money than to study how to get a good berth. It was hard to put off everything else, but Ironhawk finally pulled one out from under a pile of files he'd read and handed it over. Second Prince, please see. This is the case of Tongjian. In fact, I don't even want to take this case. Originally wanted to push it to the Yamen. It's just that the Tongjian is considered a famous property in Great Zhou, and that the owner's family pays a lot of money and keeps making a fuss. Plus it might involve the killer Red Umbrella at this point, so that's why it's come to me. Ji-hwa took the dossier and casually flipped through it, and on the side, Little Brown Sugar peeled herself against Ji-hwa and also looked at the dossier curiously. Iron Eagle explained. According to our judgment, the person who did it wasn't Red Umbrella. It was someone who intentionally used Red Umbrella's name to kill people. He took out a few more dossiers and handed them over. These are similar cases, all reported to be Red Umbrella killings, and all had people witnessing the murderer holding a red umbrella. A short man with a short stature. From the routes, it was killed all the way from Jiangnan to the capital, belonging to the category of receiving a mission and then directly committing a crime along the way. Ji-hwa raised an eyebrow and looked at the other two dossiers, his mind already made up, and asked with a smile, what does the Iron Sheriff think about this? Iron Eagle grinned. I don't care about the matters of the Jianghu. I am only responsible for catching the murderer. In fact, I know who the murderer behind the scene is after I saw this. Just the person who did it. I'm not sure now. Oh, Ji-hwa asked with a smile. How did the Iron Sheriff know that? Iron Eagle explained. Killers kill people, but also just get paid to do things. It's just that this time the person who did it at the same time wanted to lure Red Umbrella out, so they made this bureau. Essentially look at who this person died in favor of on the line. Simple. Ji-hwa nodded. Since Iron Eagle had already made up his mind, he didn't ask any more questions and smiled, arching his hand. Then I wish the Iron Sheriff will catch the murderer soon. Thank you, Second Duke, for your kind words. Iron Eagle asked. Why is the Second Prince so concerned about this case? It's not that I've long heard of Department 6's reputation, and this time, I just happened to take the opportunity to listen to this case, and came here to run away. Ji-hwa winked and laughed. Iron Eagle laughed. If the Second Prince likes it, he can come and hang out here anytime. Our Department 6 is always welcome. Thanks a lot then. You're welcome. Ji-hwa had already gotten the information he wanted, so he stopped looking through the dossier and prepared to leave with Little Brown Sugar. Second Prince. Suddenly came Iron Eagle's voice again from behind him. I've heard that Red Umbrella is a little girl in a red dress with bare feet, which is quite similar to Miss Brown Sugar's outfit. Chapter 21. We hypothesize that Red Umbrella is a midget. Ji-hwa turned to look at Iron Eagle, and beside him, Little Brown Sugar also looked at him with a silly smile, and reached out to make a face. Iron Sheriff is suspecting that Little Brown Sugar is Red Umbrella? Ji-hwa didn't have the heart to say, is there an assassin wearing professional clothes brightly? Iron Eagle laughed. Of course there won't be a killer so benign. I just casually say so. As a matter of fact, the Red Umbrella is now the object of worship for many official ladies and even female warriors in the Jianghu Lake. And there are quite a few wearing this body. There's such a thing? Jai-Fire blinked. This was something he really didn't know. The seventh in the list of killers. Or a little girl. Red clothes? Barefoot. These words are very let a person have a female warrior dream to. Now there are quite a few people in the Jianghu who are also dressed in this way, which is influenced by the Red Umbrella. Even some official ladies sometimes go to banquets will also be in this dress. Iron Eagle explained. Many local yamen tried to catch Red Umbrella before, but the ones they caught were simply people who liked Red Umbrella. And now yamen don't even look at this costume when arresting people. This is the otherworldly version of cosplay. Right. Ji-hwa blushed oddly and glanced at Little Brown Sugar, not realizing that this girl actually has so many fans. And there are quite a few enemies of Red Umbrella. And there are also quite a few people who commit crimes also dressed in this outfit. But those are just hobbies. This time I can tell that people are targeting Red Umbrella. Ji-hwa asked curiously. And I wonder which people are targeting her. Iron Eagle glanced at Ji-hwa and mused. This can't be seen, but it's estimated that this killer will still be committing crimes. So if you wander the streets at night, you might be able to come across it. Don't go out at night these days. Second Gongzi, it's not safe at night. Ji Hua also glanced at Iron Eagle and smiled. Mr. Ji took note of it. Thanks for the reminder. He turned to ask, what does Sheriff Iron think of the red umbrella? This, Ironhawk wanted to say something, and looked around, realizing that no one was paying attention. Before he whispered, it is suspected in Department 6 that Red Umbrella is actually a midget. Jai-Fire? Little brown sugar? When Iron Eagle saw Ji Hua's odd expression, he explained, this is the result of our discussion at Department 6. The first time Red Umbrella appeared was 3 years ago, and according to reports from the local government offices, what was seen at that time was just a 7 or 8-year-old girl, but she directly killed Spinning Blade, who was ranked 7th on the assassin list at that time. For a 7 or 8-year-old girl to be able to achieve this level of success is something that no one would believe. Even if it was the supreme pride of a holy land or a great sect, it's unlikely that they would be able to have such a battle record at this age. So we suspect that Red Umbrella is actually an adult. But she's just a midget and that's why she's disguised as a little girl. Ji Hua nodded his head to show that he understood. This was also the reason why he dared to bring Little Brown Sugar to Department 6 openly. After all, no one would have thought that 3 years ago, Little Brown Sugar's strength had already surpassed the vast majority of people in the world. If Red Umbrella was really a little girl, she'd be 10 years old by now. Iron Eagle smiled bitterly and shook his head. I dare not imagine how terrifying a 7 or 8-year-old girl who ranked 7th on the killer list 3 years ago should be now. And if she's really a little girl, doesn't it mean that we, the big old men, have practiced our kung fu to our grandma's house for so many years? Ji Hua nodded. I think so too. Jianghu rumors are mostly false, not to be trusted in their entirety. Iron Eagle similarly nodded. Exactly. When Ji Hua left with Little Brown Sugar, Iron Eagle silently looked at the back of the two departing men and whispered to himself. If there is really an assassin who dares to come to the headquarters of Department 6 openly, it means that she has the certainty of getting out in one piece, and her strength is even more to the point of being unbelievable. At such a young age, is it really just me? He stood for a long time. All his past experiences told him that it was impossible, but his intuition from years of handling cases was reminding him that it was very possible. I must be drunk. How is this possible? Iron Eagle shook his head with a bitter smile. Iron Sheriff, why are you still frozen? How's the case in the next village going? They're sending people to rush it again. A constable hurried in and complained when he saw Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle sat disheveled in his chair, looking at the pile of papers on the table, and didn't have the good sense to say, I've been working too much overtime recently. My body is tired. I'm blind and deaf, and I need to recuperate for 3 days. Ha! The constable's jaw dropped. Then how should I get back to them? Let them die. Iron Sheriff's roar resounded throughout Department 6. Damn it! Damn it! He actually called me a midget. He's the midget. His whole family's midgets. Little Brown Sugar's face was full of resentment as she whispered BB. Her mouth blah blah blah. Ming looks short and fat, big nose and small eyes, panting when he walks. His eyes are full of dark circles. His skin is waxy, and he looks like he has overindulged. Still have the nerve to talk about others. I really want to sprinkle ash into his eyes. Damn it, it's so damnable. Ji Hua shrugged his shoulders, although he felt that this inference of Department 6 was really not faulty either. If not for the fact that Little Brown Sugar herself was a heavenly genius, plus the red umbrella given by the system, he was afraid that Little Brown Sugar would not be able to reach this kind of achievement at the age of 7 or 8. Red Umbrella is a midget. G-Fire snorted out a laugh. This is probably the most persecuted Red Umbrella has ever been. What are you laughing at? Little Brown Sugar asked coldly, expressionless and with false eyes. I thought of something very funny. What's so funny? Tell me. The sow next door had octuplets, all colorful. Oh, Little Brown Sugar huffed in exasperation and walked straight ahead, her mouth still whispering BB. Jai-Fire hurried after him and asked, any guesses as to who's doing the trick to lure you out? Little Brown Sugar beamed and hummed, spitting out 4 words, Een Thunderchild. Jai-Fire nodded. I also suspect it's him. The dossier says that the dead man's wound had a slight reddening, which is a sign of a shadowy thunderer. It was also recorded in a few previous cases, and I guess Department 6 also guessed it was him. Just that Iron Eagle didn't explicitly say so. And the owner of the Tongjian also knows martial arts, and there are many disciples under his hand, and to be able to kill him with so much defense is itself an expert, short in stature, and there are only a few of them counted in the Jianghu, but I don't even know the Een Thunderchild, and I've never been in contact with him before, so why did he lure me out and throw dirty water on me? Little Brown Sugar was a little puzzled. We all hang out in this circle, so there was no need to make such a big fuss just to lure her out. It's not clear. I guess the Een Thunder Boy will still commit crimes. Let's go out for a stroll these nights and beat him up after we catch him. Then everything will be clear. Yes. Little Brown Sugar clenched her little fists and swung them hard. I'm going to beat the out of him. Chapter 22, Can you send a stick up for my concubine? The capital city is really much more lively than our western Sichuan. Little Brown Sugar hopped ahead like a lively little rabbit, her big round eyes darting around, looking left and right curiously, seemingly full of freshness and desire to explore everything in this strange city. Ji Hua, on the other hand, followed nonchalantly, his gaze casually sweeping over the corners on both sides of the street, only to see there squatting a few ragged beggars, is pathetically reaching out to the passing pedestrians begging. However, those passers-by seemed to turn a blind eye to them, hurrying past them without even pausing for a glance. Ji Hua spoke calmly. Although the capital is indeed very lively and prosperous, I always feel that it lacks some of that unique fireworks atmosphere of Western Sichuan. In contrast, although Western Sichuan was not as prosperous as the capital, the people there gave a feeling of cordiality and simplicity. The number of beggars in Western Sichuan is also much smaller. Is it because the local government has taken effective measures to control the situation? Or are there other reasons? Just then, there was a sudden rattling sound of a wooden window opening from above his head, followed by a clear and tantalizing shriek. That voice was full of charm and enchantment, as if just hearing it was enough to cause a blazing fire to surge up inside the body and quickly surge up to the brain. Ji Hua's footsteps lurched and he took half a step back, only to hear a snap sound. A wooden stick used to support the wooden window fell to the ground. If he did not take a half step back, he was afraid that the wooden stick would be directly smashed on the door of his head. He looked up, but he saw a young woman in revealing and sexy clothes was propping up the wooden window with one hand, while her other hand was gently waving towards herself, saying delicately under her breath, "Can the official do me a favor and pick up that stick for Jade?" Its voice is clear and melodious, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, like a gentle and charming, but also carries a kind of heart-stopping charm. This young woman is really gorgeous. Her skin is as white and delicate as snow, her eyes seem to be full of love, and her slight smile reveals endless flavors. Just gazing at her face, one can't help but begin to fantasize, and her intoxicating style when she was drenched in sweat emerged in one's mind. As Jai-Fire picked up the stick, the corners of the young woman's mouth lifted into a smile, and her eyes stretched with flavor. Just her face smile suddenly stalled, only because the teenager held up a wooden stick toward the wooden window through a force, and saw the wooden stick swoosh flying up, coincidentally, smashed in the young woman's head. Ouch! The young woman let out a scream. Listening to the sound as probably fell. Wooden window duong sound closed. With a smile on his face, Jai-Fire headed off into the distance. Another day of doing good. I'm awesome. Little Brown Sugar bumbled over, took a look at the closed wooden window, and then looked down at his toes, and said with a lot of resentment, "Where'd that pussy come from? All that Thai smell. It's smelling me from a long way off. Who knows? This kind of glance is a fairy jump, the jungle trick. Whoever falls for it is a little cutie." The two of them walked away slowly. Neither of them put this matter just now in their hearts. The water of the Jianghu is very deep. This kind of routine has seen too much. In the past, when Ji Hua was walking in the jungle and was struck by paranoia, he didn't dare to eat outside food and brought his own pastry to eat. Only later, the cross-practice of kung fu accomplished, 100 poisons, he was lazy. See what to eat. Jai-Fire, what kind of girls do you like? One as big as that Thai fox just now? Little Brown Sugar was holding her hands up and weighing them comparatively. No favorite, Jai-Fire averaged back. All these years I haven't seen you like any heroine or saintess or anything like that. Wasn't there a warrior woman who chased you for 3 days and 3 nights before? You didn't even hit on her. Little Brown Sugar blah blah blah. Or do you like the one you just had? Do all your men like that one? None of them. Jai-Fire recalled his previous life, he and a girl blind date. The other looks crooked. Open to a suite, a set of cars plus 388,000 dowry, but also to give 100,000 deposit to fall in love. So he awakened, opened his eyes to see the world, and decisively left. It disgusted him for a long time. You don't like men, do you? Little Brown Sugar suddenly looked strangely at Ji Hua. The excitement in his eyes could not be waved away. I can count on you to bring me back a sister-in-law. Of course if it's a male. Male then. Also not. Ouch. She reached up and covered her head, 2 small pearls hanging out of the corners of her eyes. Ji Hua withdrew his hand and said in a nonchalant manner, "What are you thinking about?" The two made their way through the crowd, and it didn't take long for them to disappear into the sea of people. A young eunuch in fancy clothes, who was originally looking at small toys at a roadside stall, suddenly looked up at the direction where the two had disappeared in surprise. "Fourth Master, what's wrong?" a nearby henchman asked. "Those two don't look like people from the capital. I haven't even seen them before." The young male was puzzled. The henchman smirked. "Fourth Master, You are a nobleman. That is General Ji's second son, Ji Hua, and the righteous sister he brought with him. They only entered the capital yesterday. Or you sent someone to pick them up. The young male oat, and the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. So it's him, ah. Speaking of which, it's still him who helped me secure the support of the military officials in the court. I should be the one to thank him properly. Then the youngest called the two of them over? There is no need. Before picking him up from the mountains, although the support of the military generals, but do always not too decent. Now it is not appropriate to contact in advance. In the future there are more opportunities. The young male laughed and turned toward the crowd, his eyes filled with ice cold and, speaking of which, he actually didn't die in the middle of nowhere, but also really this kid's life is great. And the killers that my royal brother sent out aren't very good either. Originally, I sent those few forbidden guards to pick him up with the idea of letting him die outside, so that when the time comes for the dirty water to be poured on the imperial brother, he will be able to gain the support of all the military officials. But I didn't expect that he actually survived. The henchman next to him mused. After all, he is the son of the Duke of Zhen Guo, so he may be different from the norm as well. It is indeed possible. As the young man was walking, he was about to say something else, when a wooden stick suddenly hit him on the head with a bark. Anger flashed in the male's eyes and he looked up. Can the official do me a favor and pick up that stick for you? Upstairs a gorgeous woman was waving at the male. A small patch of her forehead somehow blew. And that's a good thing? The eunuch froze slightly, only to feel a flame rushing straight from his belly to his head. He picked up the wooden stick and ran upstairs in a huff, and threw down a sentence. You guys wait here, I'll be right there. The henchman froze, then quickly waved his hand toward the rest of his entourage. All stand guard here, and two go and check on the woman. Chapter 23, Demonic Aura. I'm going to a banquet at the palace in the evening, and when I get back we'll wander the streets and see if we can't catch the man who's pretending to be you. After returning to the small courtyard, Ji Hua explained towards Little Brown Sugar. You go to 23 and the others and see if you can get any other information. It's possible that this time it's not against you, but against these little brats. When Little Brown Sugar heard this, she was excited. Good. I'll go and find the 23. It's been some time since I've seen them, and I don't know if they've refined their martial arts yet. Jifire opened his mouth slightly and laughed as images of how Little Brown Sugar used to treat them came to mind. Go easy on the hand. People are little kids. They must be very light-handed. Little Brown Sugar clenched her little fist and waved it, looking like she couldn't wait to beat them up. You said the same thing last time, and those few ended up crying and coming to me to complain. Ji Hua added with an expressionless face. Little Brown Sugar thought about it and returned seriously. I won't give them a chance to come to you with a complaint this time. Ji Hua opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak, stopping and speaking. I don't know if it's a good thing to raise such a violent child. I always feel that after Little Brown Sugar avenged the destruction of his family a few years ago, I don't know if he has awakened any genes, and now he is so fierce that he has to be blown up. But that shouldn't fool the little yellow hairs, should it? By mid-afternoon, Little Brown Sugar went out with gusto, and by the looks of it, she should have wanted to beat them up hard, considering that this was also a way to improve their combat experience. Jifire could only mourn for them. But speaking of which, are those little brats slacking off a lot more the more they are now? Just in time to settle the killer's haul, so let them have a good practice. A little later in the afternoon, Jifire was still lounging in an old man's chair in the yard, enjoying a rare afternoon. It's nice to be a dude, much better than trying to make it in Kawasaki, Jifire lamented. In the distance came tons and tons of footsteps that sounded like an elephant running across the floor. Bam! The wooden door was pushed down, and Ji Xiaoxiong squeezed through the door like a little giant, and said something disgruntled. It's a well-maintained yard, but the door is a little small. Is it possible that Big Brother didn't think you would come over when he repaired this courtyard? Ji Hua thought in his heart. As soon as Ji Xiaoxiong saw Ji Hua in this half-lying appearance, he became furious. If you are so loose and slack at such a young age, how can you become a great man in the future? With that, a fist wind blasted towards Ji Hua. Fist wind has not yet arrived. Ji Hua will feel like being 8 big gusts of wind paced in the face. Blowing the face of raw pain cannot be. If the fist wind really hit in the face, I guess there is no less than a burst of bruises and swelling of the nose and face. Suddenly, he stood up and blasted away with the same punch. The two strong winds collided in the air. The ground immediately flew sand and stones. The evergreen trees clattered and clattered. And I don't know how many leaves were blown away. This kid, he's stronger than yesterday. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes flashed a trace of consternation. He saw from Ji Hua's punching style the shadow of his famous masterpiece, Thunder Blazing Bare Fist. It seems that this brat did not learn the secret that I gave him at all. On the surface, he looks like an ass, but his body is still very honest. Is he trying to sneak in an effort and wow me? This little trick was played for my father when he was in the academy. In just this short second, many thoughts flashed through Ji Xiaoxiong's mind, and then with a flash, his huge body had broken through the wind of the fist, and with a hand, he grabbed Ji Hua's belt, carried it on his body, and headed for the door. Wait, Pops, what are you doing? Fire hopped on his legs and kept struggling, and then Ji Xiaoxiong shook it off like a sack. And well, Fire didn't move. Going to the palace for a banquet. Ji Xiaoxiong returned as a matter of course. What time is it? It's still early. It is the duty of a vassal to go early. I'm a civilian. A grasshopper. Not a subject. All the more reason for you to go early. Ji Hua didn't have the heart to say, then put me down. I can walk by myself. No, you're going too slow. It's getting late. Ji Hua glanced out of the corner of his eye and realized that his own old man had actually turned his head, a smile like a chrysanthemum on his bearded face. Fire? This smile Ji Hua had only seen when Pops was facing little brown sugar. At this time Pops suddenly smiled at him like this. This was obviously not some kind of fatherly kindness and filial piety drama. Ji Hua only felt a burst of creepiness. Hold on tight. I'll let you experience the speed of a zoner. Wait. Pops, wait. Boom sound. The air issued a huge burst. Ji Xiaoxiong's figure suddenly disappeared in place. The leaves of the evergreen tree violently whirled up. The faint sound of thunder echoed in the small courtyard. In another corner of the state duke's mansion, Ji Junhong slowly sipped his tea and looked at the dossier in his hand. He felt something in his heart and looked to the sky. He only saw a cloud gas rushing up to the sky, cutting through the thick clouds and leaving a cloud line that seemed to tear through the sky in the long blue sky. The sun was shooting down rays of golden light from the broken clouds. It was spectacular. Vaguely, he could still hear cries of ah. Ji Junhong smiled faintly. Father has great expectations for second brother's future for Miles, personally bringing him to familiarize himself with the power of the sovereign. Mr. Man also looked up at the sky and stroked his beard with emotion. The terrifying power of a martial grandmaster uprooting mountains and filling up the sea is truly terrifying. And I wonder if the second duke will be able to break through to such a realm in the future. He will, Ji Junhong said with a smile. Mr. One curiously said, Master, how many ranks is the second prince now? I don't know. Ji Junhong shook his head. Even you can't tell? Mr. Man was surprised. It's not just me. My father didn't see it either. Ji Junhong pointed at Yun Qi. Father used this method to test my second brother's current rank as well. But I guess father couldn't test it. Why can't you test it? Mr. Man, as a warlock, was clueless in this aspect of martial arts. Ji Junhong got up and stretched, saying, martial artists are different from normal people. Whether it's the way they breathe, the way they walk, or the vibration of every inch of their skin. Especially if they practice horizontal training. The second brother wears many kinds of horizontal skills, but it's like he's using some kind of method that allows him to completely conceal his body as an ordinary person. And even if he were to stand in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tell his rank. The higher the grade, the more martial artists are like this. And then after reaching a certain level, they look exactly like ordinary people again. This is returning to the basics, but those who have reached this realm, as far as I know there are none. Anyway, father hasn't reached it yet. Mr. Wen seemed to understand and nodded his head, only feeling that his knowledge had increased. Only then did he remember what he had encountered earlier and reported. Master, today I found a demonic aura in the capital. The other party is well hidden. I searched for a while but couldn't find it. Mr. Wen wondered. According to reason, the important place of the capital is guarded by the dragon's chi and the Great Zhou's national fortune. So idle demons can't get in. And this demon doesn't know what kind of followers it has. In any case, its Taoist skills are definitely not shallow. Ji Junhong looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. The breeze blew the corners of his coat, and there was a vague golden glow flowing through it. The country is about to fall, and the demons are rising. The earth, it's going to be a mess. Chapter 24, This is my son born yesterday. On this day, I don't know how many people saw that cloud in the sky. The cloud she rose from the state duke's mansion and fell towards the imperial city. The greatness of the grandmaster was as terrifying as it was. At the entrance of the imperial city, there were quite a few ministers of the court with their heirs heading in at this time. Ha 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 ha. Hold on tight, brat. We're landing. Ah-ha. The sky came from the magnificent laughter. A pile of small mountain-like silhouette fell straight down. But in the moment of landing, bodies suddenly stopped. Feet gently stepped on the ground, such as dragonflies pointing at the water as easy to write. Immediately after the violent and ferocious wind pressure blowing dust and stones tumbling everywhere. Ha 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 ha. How do you feel? Son, isn't it enjoyable? Ji Xiaoxiong laughed out loud, peeling out Ji Fire from his shoulder and swinging it haphazardly to the ground. not caring that his legs were now weak and he was nauseous and wanted to vomit. You wait. Jihua's legs trembled like butterfly arms as he stepped aside and held onto a large tree to keep dry heaving. You need to practice more. You can't hold up with just this much speed. Your body is too weak. Go back and I'll make you some medicinal wine to drink. You, vomit. What are you trying to say? Son, are you shocked at your father's prowess? Vomit. Ha 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 ha. There's no need for you to boast. My father's prowess is known throughout the capital. Father and son at the entrance of the palace to make a mess. The surrounding, whether it is officials or guards, are not surprised. Ji Guigong. Well, just get used to it. The clerks were curious to think, they're playing a very new kind of pali? Many generals rubbed their chins, looked at their weak sons, and thought, why don't we do the same thing next time? Although we can't fly like General Ji, we still have no problem bringing someone up and down the walls. A military general with the same wide waist and fat body looked at his son and asked, why don't we do the same next time? His small-armed son turned pale and shook his head. It's not necessary, the military general said reluctantly. It feels fun. Oh no. It feels like an effective way to practice martial arts. General Ji is using it to practice his children. I think General Ji simply likes to play. The young son shook his head, waiting for Jihua to slow down. Only then and Ji Xiaoxiong walked and cursed towards the palace. The two walked and fooled around, completely without a bit of the appearance of father and son. Ji Xiaoxiong reckoned that he was in a good mood, or perhaps he had been pretending to be a strict father before, and now that it had been a day, he reverted to his nature. So he walked and suddenly twisted his waist, and bumped his butt into Jihua. Jifire stumbled on his feet, and in a moment of anger, he kicked Ji Xiaoxiong in the ass. Only a crunching sound of duong was heard, and the sound of metal clashing actually appeared. Good lord, how strong is Pops? I didn't use any force, but the sound is too crisp, isn't it? Jihua was a bit dumbfounded. The accuracy is okay. The force is too poor. Ji Xiaoxiong shook his head and commented. Jihua shushed his eyes and said, Pops, back then, big brother, did you play through the same thing? How can it be? Junhong body bones weak, will not be able to martial arts, simply cannot afford to toss, now not you came. Finally can pass it child is used to play addiction. Ji Xiaoxiong said with a satisfied face. Ha, I feel that big brother is not weak at all. Could it be that big brother has been pretending to be a weak chicken in front of old dad for so many years? And old dad didn't he even realize it? The master of the clan can't even detect this? Or is it that big brother didn't deliberately disguise himself in front of me? Jihua looked at Ji Xiaoxiong with some confusion, only for Pops to grin widely and giggle as if he hadn't noticed his observation at all. Come on, son. Use a little more strength. Have you not eaten? Ji Xiaoxiong grinned broadly and patted his ass. I'll let you have the honor of kicking General Flying Bear's ass today. Sorry, this is not a good sounding glory. Jihua shook his head expressionlessly and refused. It's no fun. Do you know what a great honor this is? Ji Xiaoxiong deflated. Back then, Fei Lian and I fought for 3 days and 3 nights without being able to distinguish. And in the end it was a kick in his ass that narrowly won half a move. General Fei Lian, a great general of the Liang Kingdom, a Zhongshu master, and one of the same 4 famous generals, said to be a defeated general under Ji Xiaoxiong, not very well known. Jihua looked at his old man's face, and suddenly felt that this matter was enough for his old man to blow for years. And I guess this is how General Fei Lian's reputation was blown down. But to be honest, Fei Lian's strength should not be underestimated. The power of the martial arts he cultivates is not weak, but his attacks are even more swift and fierce like a viper. If you meet him in the future, you must defend yourself against his attacks, and you must not be slack. Once you are slack, he will attack you from incredible angles to break you. Ji Xiaoxiong recalled that year. His tone suddenly low, reached out and unconsciously touched his back waist. Jihua's eyes lit up and he kicked out violently, kicking Ji Xiaoxiong straight in the ass. He still didn't use the slightest of moves for this kick, and he also only used 5 points of force. However, after so many years of draws and additions, he didn't know exactly how much this 5 points of strength was. Duong! A deafening sound came from Ji Xiaoxiong's ass, sounding like a heavy piece of huge metal receiving a blow. Ji Xiaoxiong's wide pants violently tightened against his muscles, emitting a biting sound and a ring of air waves. The onlookers of the melon crowd have long noticed the father and son. At this time a military general nagged. Strange. When did the general practice the golden bell shield ironcloth shirt? Jihua retracted his foot and asked with an expressionless one-word question. Why are you still wearing armor under your clothes? Ji Xiaoxiong finally couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, and at the same time reached out and kept rubbing Jihua's brain. The gold soft armor pants. You didn't expect that. Ha 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 ha. It's not in vain that my father has laid the groundwork for so long. You still kicked up. Ha 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 ha. The force of this kick is good. If my father wasn't wearing gold silk pants, I'm afraid it would be a bit overwhelming. Asterisk 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 off. Jai-Fire limped forward, now realizing that it was good to stay away from his old man, who might give him a hard time. What kind of person pits his son like this, tricking him into kicking when he's clearly wearing soft armor? Abominable. And what kind of persecution paranoia is this? What kind of sane person would make gold soft armor into pants to wear on their body? Don't intervene. My father is just joking for you. Ji Xiaoxiang laughed and followed up, and kept rubbing Ji Hua's head. At this time, along the way, he encountered many officials in the court. Both civil and military generals were greeting Ji Xiaoxiang one after another, and even all of them looked at Ji Hua curiously. The scene of the two fighting just now was in the eyes of the crowd, and at this time, they were curious to ask about Ji Hua's identity. In response, Ji Xiaoxiang pointed at the black-faced Ji Hua and grinned widely. This is my son. The crowd of eating officials were stunned, and a military general had already asked, when did the general have his son? Ji Xiaoxiang counted the time and said, yesterday. The military generals gave a thumbs up, worthy of being General Fei Xian's bloodline, born yesterday and growing so big today. Chapter 25, he's just old-fashioned. Because Ji Xiaoxiang's position is there, the two of them arrived at the place and sat down directly in the first row. This is the closest place to the emperor's seat. Ji Hua can see the emperor's boss as soon as he raised his head. According to his many years of experience in the class, this is a step higher. The old emperor to see them this group of people is also a look clear, and even the opportunity to make small moves are not given. Ji Hua just wanted to find an unoccupied corner to stay in and rub the imperial chef's cooking just a bit, but before he could bolt, Ji Xiaoxiang had already grabbed him with a hand and, just stay right here and don't go anywhere. Jai-Fire hurriedly said, I can't, it's too far forward and I'm nervous. When I get nervous, I want to go to the bathroom. Then in your pants. And I'm sure my father will make a big deal out of it to make you lose your reputation. Count on it. Ji Hua asked as he looked around and saw so many ministers bringing young men over. Pops, what kind of banquet is it today? Why are you still dragging your family around? It's nothing really. His Majesty would organize dinners from time to time and ask all the officials in the court to bring their heirs over to join them as a way of bonding. And I've brought Junhong over from time to time before. Ji Xiaoxiang explained. It's not like you just arrived, so I'm bringing you to experience a state banquet. Just like that? Jai-Fire shushed his eyes. Sure, I keep thinking you're punking me. Ha 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 ha, how is it possible? And even if my father pits you, you don't have the means to do so. Ji Xiaoxiang smiled triumphantly. If you have a way to pit me, I'm still happy. But brat, can you do it? Can you do it? Ji Hua laughed, and in his heart, he was already thinking of some way to pit his own old man. But I always feel that this dinner party is getting less and less interesting now. Most of the time it's just a stuffy dinner. And the young people in this session are all very shy. One by one they don't talk at dinner. It's all us old guys talking. On weekdays at the court daily quarrels. See them talk is annoying. Dinner party also see their mouth. Eat all have no appetite. Ji Xiaoxiang grumbled. Then looked around at the ministers of the court. And was a bit sick to his stomach before he even ate. Ahem. Duke of Zhen Guo prudent speech. We are all listening. Li Hua, the state master at the side, couldn't help but cough and remind. He was sitting next to him less than 2 meters away and could hear clearly. That's right. You think we can eat when we see your bearded face? If it were not for His Majesty's request, wouldn't I be comfortable eating at home with a petite wife and concubine in my arms? Why bother coming to this old face of yours? Next to a few old guys or interface to talk. We all quarrel for so many years, and regardless of the status of the high and low, did not give each other any face. You old skin swallows. I'm just being honest. Ji Xiaoxiang disliked back, very nonchalantly. This face of mine is just a bearded face. It looks a bit scruffy, but if I take care of it carefully, it's still a beautiful man. Look at you guys. Your faces are full of wrinkles, just like chrysanthemums. I look all disgusting. And you are married to 18 ants. Which one do you want to hug for dinner? Can you hold them all? Ji Xiaoxiang directly opened map cannon against these few ministers of the court, but not at all false. Those officials were not wimps at all either and opened up on the spot. You're still a beautiful man? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Shame on you. Don't look at me like that now. I was much more handsome than you when I was young. Old thing. It's my skill to marry 18 ants. Are you envious? Are you envious? Come to my house someday. I'll show you what it means to have 18 touches. Ji was sandwiched in the middle, left to look at the right, only to feel that these officials' quarrel are very set. Do not look at the state master usually spend Confucian dress. Spray up is also very mocking power. Spittle are almost sprayed to Ji Hua's face. He took a look at the sons that these few officials brought with them. All of them were stuffy-faced, looking down at the table, looking just like good boys. Jihua could tell at a glance that they had long since seen it all and their minds were completely out of this courtroom. Zhou dynasty's young generation is not good not yet on the court as an official is already old and greasy. In the palace so majestic place how can walk away from it? Jihua deflated his mouth. He could see that each of these young men had a bit of a scholarly temperament. It was just that their bodies seemed much more frail. It may be that the atmosphere of the Great Zhou is like this. After all, it is not in the court. Everyone is not so much restraint. One by one, the spraying and cursing, hot-tempered. It looked like the old days when Jihua was a social animal and disliked everyone he saw. Now the work of the big week is very stressful. Well, when I saw Iron Eagle today he was also dying to die. As if a month are making up for the transfer of the same. Now the old emperor also did not come. Everyone has sprayed on. The great hall is noisy, but also very lively. Is this sort of a leadership reunion for the big week? A few more men came to the doorway at that moment, and as soon as they appeared the noise of the sparring around them died down. Those sitting at the front of the room did not see the visitors and were still eating each other's saliva. The official at the back hurriedly cleared his throat loudly, and everyone quieted down and looked at them. Jihua looked back and saw a few people in strange dresses walking up. The first one was not very old, dressed in style, wearing a braided hair, also holding a fan. From a distance you can smell a tart smell. Following this man was a burly man with a godly face, as if anyone owed him money, and a bit of a familiar face. Isn't that the Ryokuni I kicked into the wall yesterday and hung there? Jihua hurriedly turned back and looked down at the desktop. This would be a bit embarrassing if he saw it and pointed out on the spot that he was bullying him. Unexpectedly, these Ryokuni men arrived and sat not far from Kifu, the young braided head and the strong man sitting side by side, while the others stood behind them to act as guards. Humph! The burly man tilted his head high, pointed his nose at the crowd, and snorted, almost as if he had written "I say everyone here is trash" on his face. One by one, the heirs of the 100 officials of the Great Zhou were so angry that their faces turned red, but stiffly, not a single one of them spoke. Pops, what are these two? Jiefire asked in a low voice. The envoys of the Liang kingdom. The younger one is called Yuzhua, and the stronger one is called Hufu. Ji Xiaoxiang explained in a low voice. They are both disciples of that fool Fei Lian. The younger one is the senior brother and the stronger one is the senior brother. Jihua looked at the burly man oddly. He remembered the previous information from 23 and was surprised. The one whose face just about says "come and beat me up" is the second disciple of Fei Lian who beat up the younger generation of the capital city by picking on 18? That's him, Ji Xiaoxiang added. You're talking about his battle yesterday, and I heard he did several more today. He looks like he must be 30, and this is still the younger generation? Jiefire was surprised. Hufu is just old-looking. Ji Xiaoxiang looked at Hufu's middle-aged face and thought about holding back another sentence. In terms of generation, Fei Lian and I are of the same generation, and he is Fei Lian's disciple, so he is indeed considered the younger generation. Chapter 26, What kind of rat dares to assassinate me? Jiefire said breathlessly. This isn't bullying. No wonder you can beat up the younger generation in the capital to the point of crying. Pops, you're the head of the military officials, and the young people of Great Zhou are so sloppy. Don't you have to do some soul-searching on your own? Ji Xiaoxiang picked his nose. They can't educate their sons well. It's none of my business. Besides, now Zhou for some years without war. Young people are thinking of getting a civil official comfortably is also a good job. Who will still be bitter every day to practice martial arts? Practicing a dozen years down as a bodyguard. Walking the same period of time has long been the county magistrate. That's right. Jihua nodded. Now not only the capital, even the western side of Sichuan is also like this. Many of the younger generation are thinking of becoming a scholar, and in the future to be an official or something. There is also a reason is the Jianghu on the neighborhood book. Storytellers and so on said the most strange encounter. Either the scholar in the broken temple sex, or is in the lake sex, and then do not help casually read a book will have sex. All kinds of beautiful women take the initiative to come up. This makes young people think that the scholar is the most erotic career, plus readers and whatnot. Daily go to the hookah to listen to music and whatnot. Not to mention other things. On this self belonging to the opposite sex, at any time occupation, who see not heart. Jihua shook his head. These matters didn't have much to do with him. It was fine to be an eater himself. In fact, it is just that there are fewer young talents in the imperial court, but there are quite a few in the Jianghu, Jihua said casually. Under his hands of the Big Dipper group of those cubs are all talented. Kill and set fire to rob a house all will. Deeply Jihua true pass. On the opposite side of this dangling without shame pretending to be a teenager violently beating children of the middle-aged uncle. Do not need to small brown sugar shot. The Big Dipper sequence of the top 10 carry one out. Are enough to drink a pot of him. But that's in the Jianghu, after all, and not in the imperial court. The Jianghu is capable of exercising people. but there are just too many things going on in the world of deceit and gang cutting. If you're not careful, you'll put your little life on the line there. That's why court officials are reluctant to let their children go into the Jianghu. Even if released to go to the Jianghu, will also bring a bodyguard, so that there is no meaning of exercise. Currently there are a few young generation in the rivers and lakes to break in, that still quietly leave home to succeed, now directly not to see people alive and dead. Ji Xiaoxiang asked, shushing his eyes as he looked to his son. You should have been in the jungle as well. Why hasn't my father heard of you? Ha 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 ha. Ji Huo laughed dryly, his face full of honesty. I'm so small. I don't just give people a beating when I mix with the Jianghu. For so many years I've been farming in the village. This brat is pretending to be a grandson with me again. Ji Xiaoxiang asked with a cold voice. Then where did you get all your horizontal training skills from? I live at the entrance of the village. There is an old man every morning there to practice Qigong. When I was a child I used a bag of corncobs to exchange with him some of the method of practicing Qigong. Ji Huo was talking nonsense. If his father didn't believe him, he was ready to make up a story about falling off a cliff when he was a child and not surviving, and practicing magical gong. It may be that this storytelling is too cliché. After all, the storyteller in the tea house basically says the same thing every day, and Ji Xiaoxiang doesn't believe a word of it. The crowd waited a little longer, and it wasn't long before the old emperor came staggering in. Begin. Without saying a word, the old emperor waved his hand and directly asked the imperial catering room to serve the dishes. So a dish was placed on the seats of the officials, with the old emperor laying down his chopsticks first. The crowd opened their mouths. This is deeply Ji Hua heart. He has long been hungry legs. At this time, the food was served, and he devoured it. You eat slowly. There's more behind you. When Ji Xiaoxiang missed his third clip of food and was snatched by this brat, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Pops, you eat slowly too. There's more behind you, Ji Hua said vaguely with the meat in his mouth. Qi Sa Xiong. Somehow, there was only the sound of eating and chucking food in the great hall, and occasionally one or two sentences were exchanged, and the voices were extremely small, as if all of them were dry rice people in general. These old things. Weekdays dinner party shouted one louder than the other. Today why all do not say, so afraid of me to push them up to the top? The old emperor cursed in his heart. He looked towards the crown prince and the fourth prince who were sitting at the very front. These two were also now stuffing their heads and drying their food, their heads lowered like shrunken birds, especially after feeling the old emperor's line of sight. Their heads went even lower. They were now most worried about the thing that the old emperor had said. After all, it was something that they really had no way of doing. Your Majesty, the banquet is just this eating and drinking. It's a bit boring. As the saying goes, what is feared comes to pass. And Yu Zhua, who was sitting diagonally across from him, was also taken aback before he got up and arched his hand. Here we go. The sound of muffled dry rice stalled, and the thought flashed through the minds of the officials at the same time. The heads of the crown prince and the fourth prince sitting at the front lowered a few points more. They would have expected the envoy of the Liang kingdom to speak up at this time. After all, the fact that Hufu had defeated a dozen or so people in a row at the embassy in the past few days had long since spread throughout the capital. It was just that the old emperor had asked them to look for young talents who could defeat Hufu, which was simply making things difficult for them. Not realizing that the crown prince and the fourth prince's people had sneaked up to the ring long ago, and were thrown down by others within a few moves. If there were still young people in their hands to use, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Because of this the old emperor scolded them more than a few times in the courtroom. Just what can be done? Can't find anyone is just can't find anyone. If they weren't both incompetent in martial arts, I'm afraid they'd be thinking of rolling up their own sleeves. Fortunately, my royal brother/royal brother was scolded together with me and would not let me lose this face alone. This was the only thought in the hearts of the crown prince and the fourth prince at this time. What does the envoy think? Speak up. The old emperor opened his mouth and asked. Your Majesty, my senior brother has received the true teachings of my family's master, and has recently gained some insights in the path of martial arts, and would like to exchange ideas with the young talents of Great Zhou. With a smile on his face, Yu Zhua arched his hand and faced the civil and military officials and the younger generation, smiling. All of you also know that my senior brother recently set up a ring, only that he has not met an opponent so far. I believe that we will be able to find a young expert who can compete with my senior brother in the imperial court, so that the younger generation of Great Zhou and the Liang kingdom can progress together in the martial arts. That doesn't really mean anything other than that everyone here is trash. The fact that the biased swinblanches did not deviate from the younger generation in every sentence was to make some of the older guys simply not have the face to make a move. Then they could let their own older second senior brother reasonably bully the little ones. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the younger generation present, they all looked at each other angrily. But the people present were all stammering, and no one dared to answer. The airs of the civil officials and these people are okay. People grew up reading, but the heirs of the military generals, even if they practiced martial arts from childhood, they still cannot beat the Huffer. They have already fought in the past 2 days, and none of them can fight. What? Is Great Joe so green and yellow that it doesn't even have anyone who dares to fight my second senior brother? Great Joe was founded on martial arts, and now there are no more people practicing martial arts? Yu Blanche looked around the circle. The smile on his face became more and more rampant. Complacent. This put can be said to be a great long face. The Crown Prince and the Fourth Prince were so angry that their faces turned red, gritting their teeth and already calculating how to get this person killed. State Master Li Hua eyes lowered. Pretending not to hear anything, he brought his own son, at this time also hot blood, to roll up his sleeves to go up and others to fight. And then was Li Hu hard a glare. Suddenly No Temper beeped and shrugged his shoulders. The old emperor's face was like an abyss, and it was impossible to see his expression. He looked around the circle, and all the people's performances converged in his eyes. Then he caught a glimpse of Jihua, who had turned a deaf ear on the sidelines and was hugging and gnawing on a chicken at ease. This kid, old emperor's heart was happy, and passed a look toward Ji Xiaoxiong. Swoosh, came the strong wind. Yu Zhua heart a condensation, spread out the folding fan to block. Bang sound of concealed weapons fell. Where are the rats that dare to assassinate me? Yu Zhuo looked down and realized that it was a chicken bone, and then when he looked up in that direction, he saw Jihua glaring at himself, holding half a kilted chicken in his hand. Chapter 27, go on. My father supports you. No, Dad. Are you kidding me? Jihua glared towards his old dad and found that Ji Xiaoxiong had already sat a little farther away, looking at himself with a surprised look on his face, and before Jihua could open his mouth, Ji Xiaoxiong had already shouted, worthy of being my son. As a martial artist you should face any challenge head-on. Go on. My father supports you. Wow. The civil and military officials were in an uproar, and when they heard that this was the son of General Fei Xiong, they were all even more excited. Pops, overdoing it. Ji Hua's heart hurled a torrent of abuse. Oh, you are the son of General Fei Xiong? I heard that Mr. Ji is weak and does not know martial arts. Yu Zhuo showed contempt and said carelessly. In fact, before he came, he had always wanted to find General Fei Xiong's son to compete, because his own teacher General Fei Lian daily in front of him to mention Ji Xiaoxiong. Mentioned the most is that he was a kick in the Ji Xiaoxiong ass, can be said to be a brilliant record of battle. It is only when he heard that Ji Xiaoxiong's son is a Confucian scholar, who does not know martial arts, and is quite virtuous, and that this virtuous name has spread to the Liang kingdom, that he did not come to the door to provoke a fight. I'm sorry, I'm Pop's second son, separated for many years, grew up in the northwest, and only returned to the capital yesterday. Ji Hua put down the kilted chicken in his hand, clapped his hands and stood up, saying with a smile, then winked towards Hufu, who also kept gorging himself on the side. Put, cough cough. Huff spewed out a mouthful of meat and kept coughing, his eyes looking at Ji Hua in horror. Oh, there is actually such a thing. With a look of excitement on his face, Yu Zhuo was about to speak again when the Hufu next to him hurriedly grabbed him. Senior brother. Something to talk about afterward? Yu Zhuo excitedly peeled away Hufu's hand and opened his mouth. In that case, Hufu's hand peeled up again, and Yu Zhuo impatiently pushed it away again. Frowning, senior brother, what are you doing? Huff held his tongue for a while, holding his face red, before finally stifling a few sentences. Eldest senior brother, why don't we make peace? Let's not compete. Saying that, he kept on squeezing his eyebrows and hinting frantically towards Yu Zhuo. Yu Qiak frowned and asked, do you have something to do? This, Hufu at this time regretted, before the fear of shame, did not have the good sense to tell the eldest brother he was kicked into the wall of the matter. At that time only has encountered strange people, did not expect to see this bogeyman in this courtroom. If you have something to say, just say it. People's General Fei Xiong's son is still waiting. Yu Zhuo was dissatisfied. He now couldn't wait to hurry up and start the fight, and give General Fei Xiong's face a good beating. I have a stomach ache. Huff was so anxious that his face was as red as a tomato, but he was not good with words, so it was hard for him to find a reasonable excuse. Right. I have a stomach ache. I guess it's the water and soil. The pain is unbearable. After saying that he sat down directly on the seat, covered his stomach and then ouch 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 ouch. This, you blanched for a moment. Just now this second senior brother obviously quite able to eat all not a roast goose, 2 chickens and a leg of lamb, presumably eat too fast, choked. The 100 officials in the court all looked at each other. Everyone looked at each other and already saw that this Hufu had obviously seen Jihua, and it was estimated that the impression was not very good. Put. I don't know who laughed first, but then there was a lot of laughter. I don't understand why, but it's just so much fun. Since he's not feeling well, let's not compete. Let's eat, let's eat. Jihwa shrugged his shoulders. He was originally pulled in to save the day, and now since he had scared people, he was too lazy to do anything. Wait, you Blanche immediately called out, folding fan open, fanning violently, high voice. Then it's up to me and Mr. G to discuss and learn from each other. Eldest brother. Brother, don't. Huff rushed to stop, not even daring to pretend to be sick. Don't you say anything. Yu Zhuo turned around and glared at him. Hufu could only open his mouth in aggravation, and finally sat down in his seat, his eyes lifeless. Done. Are you sure? Jiefire asked. That's for sure. To be honest, my master has often mentioned General Fei Xiong, and has been thinking about when he can fight again. I have also long wanted to exchange with General Fei Xiong's disciple, only that I have heard that General Fei Xiong has never had a disciple, and I have always been quite regretful. Yu Zhuo's eyes emitted a brilliant light, and his body's aura rose high with it. With this opportunity, Mr. Yu will naturally not let it go. With that, he made a bow towards Jihua, which was the Jianghu people's cuddling salute. Please enlighten me, Mr. G. The wariness in his tone was thick. Originally Yu Zhuo just came to beat the face of Great Zhou, so he didn't need to do it himself. Just talking about it ignited. And he suddenly felt that since General Fei Xiong's son had appeared, he could defeat him in a dignified manner. Who is stronger between you and him? Jihua pointed at Huff, who instantly covered his stomach and ouch and screamed again. You blanched back. Second senior brother was brought up with his art, while I was raised by my family's teacher since I was a child. Got it. Jihua arched his hand and casually said, come on then. The response was the same jungle ritual. Just look at this cupped fist salute alone. Yu blanched eyes suddenly narrowed, before also worried that this G Ergonzi outside for many years did not get the true transmission of General Fei Xiong, but this Jianghu salute. He knew that this is an evenly matched opponent. Spread out, vacate all the seats. The melon-eating state master yelled, and before the guards came forward, the surrounding 100 officials instantly pushed the table towards the back with gusto. The crown prince and the fourth prince looked at each other in dismay, but in their hearts, they were relieved. The old emperor, on the other hand, was leisurely resting his chin on one hand, looking at the great hall that was suddenly bustling with activity, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, waiting for the open space to come out. You blanched with both hands clasping fists, bullying forward. The figure stormed up, folding fan straight poking, drinking. Watch the move. Pop. The folding fan was grabbed by Jihua, and the Yu Zhuo's sudden advance suddenly came to a halt. Yu Zhuo was shocked. Hard Qigong? Huff had covered his face and didn't want to look at it. Damn it! Yu Zhuo let out a furious cry and suddenly stormed up to kick Jihua in the solar plexus. The crowd only felt a silhouette in front of their eyes, and this envoy of the Liang kingdom, Fei Lian's great disciple, had already flown out upside down and collapsed beside Hufu. Eldest senior brother, are you alright? Hufu rushed over to support him, with a face full of I told you not to fight, not to fight. Look at it. Listen. You knew he was so strong? Yu Zhuo covered his chest and struggled to get up, asking with eyes full of disbelief. Huff nodded bitterly. Aha. Interesting. Yu blanched as he pushed Huff away, his face full of excitement, and said, Duke G beware. I'm going to get serious. After saying that, his figure suddenly moved forward like a butterfly, and his folding fan also danced. The sharp fan blades were like short knives cutting through the air with a path of chi. Dazzling attacks instantly covered Jihua's entire body. The folding fan is one of the 36 odd weapons. At the beginning of the game, Mr. Yu had the idea of directly pointing out Jihua's major acupoints around his body, and he was mainly interested in playing the game with a sense of style. I didn't expect to be directly in the gutter, so I no longer kept my hand, and the moment I struck, it was an overwhelming attack. Chapter 28, Windhand. An Earth-ranked mastery. The fan blade drew a trajectory in mid-air, emitting qigong that continuously attacked Jihua, weaving into a giant net in the blink of an eye. Jihua's figure flickered, and no matter how much the folding fan flew, the fan just couldn't cut into him. Then he grabbed forward with both hands violently, and Yu Zhuo shifted his feet, but his footsteps were in succession, easily dodging. Ha! Jihua blinked slightly, and in that single moment of concentration, several blades of qi cut on him, slicing several slits in his clothes and revealing the smooth skin inside. Iron cloth shirt great success? Yu Zhuo, who was still circling around, suddenly had his eyes glazed over and screamed out in shock. He was most annoyed to fight with these horizontal training adults. Just like a turtle shell, how could not break the defense? These people who had achieved great success in horizontal training were basically all 30 upwards. And this kind of people had their minds on hammering their bodies, and they could not be encountered on weekdays. But I just did not expect to actually encounter one now. Or a little kid who did not look very old. Actually, it is a great circle. Ji Hua looked at the swimming branches that kept on spinning, and still did not die to attack himself. Anyway, the iron cloth shirt has been seen. He is also too lazy to defend, and with his back and hands on his back, he just stood there and let him hit. Damn it! Who can stand this position? Anyway, the swim branches cannot endure, so the moving countless silhouettes suddenly coalesced into one. Folding fan convergence. Turned into a short stick directly stabbed Ji Hua eyes. This strike folding fan on the flow of chi. The speed is frighteningly fast. The figure is like a ghost. And silent, just a wink of an eye attack has been out. Since it's the iron cloth shirt, I'll attack your door. With my speed of attack, you can't even resist a dozen thrusts in a single breath. Yu Zhuo was already on the agile path, although he was most afraid of fighting this kind of person whose entire body was covered in defense. Then he saw Ji Hua swinging out his right palm in his old mind, a split palm striking afterward, and when the folding fan was about to pierce his eyes, the palm had already hit. You only feel like being hit hard by a hammer in the chest, and then the body has been unconsciously flew out. Bang fell on the side of Hu Fu. Where did this monster come from? I can't even catch a splitting palm? Yu Zhuo's head was in a daze, completely unable to believe that this was true. He has been in the Jianghu for many years, and he is also famous in the younger generation. How can he not even catch a move from a wild boy who just came out from the mountains? No way. It's absolutely impossible. Eldest brother, why don't we stop fighting? Hu Fu came over to support him again, and sincerely advised. Ji Hua, how terrible he could not know? His own chi energy transformed into a full attack was not still kicked by him on the wall? You get out of the way. Yu Zhuo unwillingly climbed to his feet, the pupils of his eyes staring deathly at Ji Hua. Jai Fire grinned and said, Folding fan Duke Yu Zhuo. I said, why is this name so familiar? Yu Zhuo's pupils shrunk. This was the nickname he had gotten when he was walking in the Jianghu, and asked in a solemn voice, Since your excellency knows my gag, you must be a member of the Jianghu as well. May I ask where you are from? Ji Hua smiled faintly. I'm just a village boy with no nickname. Come up with your real skills. Just by relying on this folding fan 18 strikes kung fu, you won't be able to beat me. He remembers that Folding Fan Prince has been on the scene for a few years, and although he is not considered to be at the top of the game, and the reputation of Little Brown Sugar where everyone would have to hide 3 miles away once he said his nickname is not at all comparable, he is still considered to be quite prestigious in the younger generation. He once fought the Tang Clan 5 tigers and killed them all, and was hunted down by the Tang Clan afterward. But in the end, nothing happened. Jianghu people only know him as Folding Fan, do not know that he is the great disciple of the master Fei Lian. Jumping for so long or fine, you have to know that the Tang Clan is very vindictive, a bunch of careful eyes. In that case, Yu Zhuo put the folding fan into his bosom, took a deep breath, and the injuries in his chest were briefly suppressed. Xian Gong was activated. His robes were whistled by the chi-blowing ancient, and the green chi on his body rose up, and flared up in mid-air. Unpredictable and unpredictable. The Ji young warrior can be careful. This is a watchman skill that I have never performed in the Jianghu. Huff looked at it and immediately showed a look of panic, hastily rolling and crawling toward the crowd of eaters behind him. On the side, the originally smiling Ji Xiaoxiong's brows furrowed as he voiced a reminder. Be careful. This is Fei Lian's mastery. Royal Wind Hand. The court officials were suddenly shocked in their hearts, and someone had already shouted, Guards! Guards! Protect His Majesty! The crowd was in disarray. Everyone ran far away. The venue was immediately emptied a large area. Many people also knocked over tables and chairs in panic. The scene was a mess. Originally, I thought it was just a fight between juniors, so it was fine to go through the motions in the Great Hall, and I guessed that it wouldn't be powerful. I just didn't expect that the current youngster would actually know the Earth Order technique, and had the audacity to make it directly in the Great Hall. If His Majesty had any slip-ups, hearing the alarmed cry, there were already forbidden guards surrounding them from all directions. Then they were impatiently waved back by the old emperor. Roll on, don't disturb my pleasure. So the Praetorian Guard retreated again in disgrace, only to see Li Hua smilingly casually pick up a cup of wine and water and sprinkle it on the ground. The wine immediately turned into a waterfall to completely cover the two people in the field and the ground and even the sky above, forming a huge sealed boundary to ensure that the power of the jutsu would not spread to the surroundings. See? Li Hua asked his son beside him. His son was concentrating on the eyes glowing at the swim blanche holding big moves, heard the question and turned his head, confused sound. Hu Li. Ji Xiaoxiong coldly grunted. This hand of the state master is remarkable. The wind is invisible, and the destructive power will be even greater in the trap cage. It is really a good tactic. Li Hua laughed and cursed. You old piker, do you not want me to open a back door for Kid Ji? There's no need. Ji Xiaoxiong waved his hand, picked up his wine glass, took a sip and smothered it, and said with serious rigidity, "My flying bear's son will fight if he wants to fight. And if he fights, he will win. And he will win in a dignified manner." The old emperor clapped his hands and applauded, his eyes full of appreciation, and laughed. "Well said. That's my great Zhou sons and daughters." Then he coughed and said, "But Lao Ji when you talk, don't shake your hands." Ji Xiaoxiong awkwardly put down the wineglass, staring at the field. In fact, there is some concern in his eyes. He and Fei Lian have fought many times. Naturally, he knows that the wind hand terrible. Now I just hope that this Yuchan Jedi hasn't learned his lesson. Or else. Ji Hua curiously surveyed the boundary. This was the first time he had seen this high-level warlock strike, and with a wave of his hand he was able to make a spell. The warlocks he had encountered in the past had to prepare for half a day. At this time, being in the middle of the boundary, he could feel his own senses being blocked by the boundary, and even the connection with the heavenly underworld appeared weakened. Interesting, is this the boundary of a clan-level warlock? I wonder if I can break it with one punch. Jai Fire, Yuzhuo explained as sweat dripped from his forehead and he was already panting before he even struck. Royal Wind Hand, I can't practice it yet. I have to gather my breath for a moment every time I strike. Thanks for waiting for me for so long. No need to be polite. I'm also quite eager to see General Fei Lian's top-notch martial arts. Ji Hua laughed. That's good. Watch the move. Yuzhuo suddenly grabbed hard with both hands. Wind up. The wind is howling. Chapter 29, is this prophecy true? The winds within the boundary were so fierce that both the hard floor tiles and the tables, chairs and food within range were torn to powder by the gusts, and the entire ground was scraped down hard by 3 inches. And because the boundary is sealed, the crowd can only see that the moment you use the wind hand. The boundary is filled with dust, just like a sandstorm. Almost instantly Nori fire was drowned in dust, and the boundary was a pandemonium that completely obscured the view. Oops, out of sight out of mind. First time I've seen a Jedi. And this is gone? I brought all the wine. Wow, refund within the day. The officials were all stifled to look inward, only to see nothing, and one was suddenly greatly disappointed. Only a very few people, such as a small number of military generals, Ji Xiaoxiong, the state master, and the old emperor, were staring intently inside the boundary. The crown prince and the fourth prince looked around and finally looked at each other. So he's as good a dish as I am. Then almost like a tacit understanding, they looked inside with wide eyes, pretending that I can actually see it. Even though nothing could be seen in the boundary, the whistling and fast-flying wind and sand could make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it, like countless wind elves in a frenzy. At this time, everyone knew very well in their hearts that as long as they casually threw a chair in, they were afraid that it would immediately turn into powder. This is an earth-rank martial art. The civil and military officials all bring a trace of worry in their hearts. That Ji Hua looks not very old, and has only just come back. Surely has not yet had the opportunity to learn General Fei Xiong's Jedi. Even if he has learned a lot of skills in the mountains, I am afraid that it will be very difficult to block the power of the Jedi. Could it be that Jai Fire was going to lose? Such a horrible and overwhelming power. Pity my great Zhou is so hard to come up with such a young hero. Will fall like this. The young talents who came to participate in the banquet. At this time, each one of them has clenched their fists, tiger eyes, gritted their teeth, and has been red warm. Ha 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 ha. This is my true skill. Jai Fire, can you block it? In the sand and dust, Yucho could be heard laughing maniacally as he chortled loudly. Oh Gale, at my command. The sand and dust within the boundary changed abruptly, and its speed suddenly slowed down, as if it had lost all momentum. Li Huo blinked and reached down to press down, so the smoke within the boundary quickly sank and the crowd sight was restored. In the haze of dust, one man could be seen standing proudly while the other fell to the ground. The crowd's eyes widened as they tried to see just who was still standing. Jai Fire, it's Jai Fire. A teenager's sharp eyes were the first to see it, and the sound of surprise broke through the hall. Ha ha, it's Jai Fire. Color, what a teenage hero. The entire audience was in an uproar, followed by laughter, surprise, and emotion. A certain minister with a large beard and a head full of white hair about to retire slapped his thighs vigorously and finally gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Long face." Inside the arena, Ji Hua stood well in place with a smile at the corner of his mouth, not at all like he had been in a fight. And the swim blanched had fainted in the dust. The ground had been blown to powder by the gale, and at that moment had been forcibly settled, and now looked like a layer of very fine ash. Ji Hua turned around and returned to his seat. Only then did he realize that the place where the party had fought was just as well protected by the boundary, and within the boundary even the ground had been scraped down by 3 inches. It looked as if there was suddenly an extra round sand pit, or rather what was inside couldn't even be called sand anymore. It should be called sand powder. The power of a Jedi is really terrifying. This wind hand is like this. What about the power of the Thunder Bear Fist? It is also that this Swim Blanche's practice win hand is not yet home, will be easily defeated by me? If he more years of practice, I guess I will win so easily. Since Jihuo learned the Thunder Bear Fist have not had the opportunity to perform a little, mainly because the capital is really inconvenient, crowded eyes, and just came to a bunch of things. There is also the fact that this Lai Xiongquan is so iconic that his old man is the only one in the world today who can do it, so it can be said that it is hit with a security mark. Eldest brother, Huff rushed to the sandy powder to fish up the swimming Blanches, and was relieved to find that there were no serious injuries, only fainting and disengagement. After careful examination, he hurriedly hugged Yuzhuo and headed out of the palace. This meal is not going to be eaten. I guess he also wants to stay away from Jihua. Jihua's heart moved. His right hand stealthily pulled out. Wonderful hand steals the star a moment. There is a folding fan in his hand. It is the same weapon that Yuzhuo just used. What is it? Just a folding fan. This martial arts cannot Jihua's heart burst with disappointment. Congratulations to eldest Prince Ji for promoting the might of our great Zhou. Congratulations. The second prince is brave. A bunch of officials and young sons and daughters came forward towards Jihua to congratulate him, and he hurriedly put his folding fan into his arms, arching his hand and smiling. Just a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. If you can survive a storm like that, you're already the #1 young man in Great Zhou. You didn't even rot your clothes, that official said in passing. Suddenly all themselves, staring wide-eyed up and down G-Fire, shocked. You didn't even rot your clothes. Your hair isn't even messed up. You old thing's eyes are really good. Jihua can only laugh dryly. Just lucky. The old emperor sat high on the dragon chair, watching Jihua tired to deal with the congratulations of the 100 officials. Looking at suddenly openly laughed. He whirled up, gave a look to the state master, turned around and left. Before he could get far, Li Hua followed at a quick pace. What does the state master think? The old emperor asked with a smile. Li Hua, as if he had already made up his mind, said, G family kid, no matter whether it's his hands or martial arts, or internal strength cultivation, is the best of the best among people. Although that Yuzhua's jutsu is not even close to home, but to be able to knock out Yuzhua with a palm split in the storm is not something that ordinary people can already do. The old emperor said. Go on. Li Hua gritted his teeth, stole a glance at the old emperor, and said, I didn't see it very clearly, but judging from the Ji family's kid's performance in the storm, he can rank in the top 3 in the younger generation of Great Zhou. The old emperor blankly glanced at the state master. This state master is good at everything, but he is timid. He straightened his mouth. I see it more clearly than you do, and I guess old Ji also sees it clearly. That brat can be called the #1 person in the young man in Dezhou. Li Hua arched his hand and lowered his head a little more. The old emperor smiled and lamented. If we follow your trigrams, Jihua is the future of Great Zhou. With such a general star, why would Great Zhou worry about not prospering greatly? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Li Hua's heart thumped, and he could only smile dryly and say yes. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. The old emperor's voice suddenly lowered. Li Hua was about to open his mouth when the old emperor had already waved his hand and said, There's no need to say more. My old son has worked hard as an emperor for his whole life, and at the end of the day, he still can't let loose a bit? But you are usually quite wanton. This is something that Li Hua did not dare to say, otherwise he was really afraid of being slapped to death by the old emperor. Today's events made me suddenly think. The old emperor went on. Any news on the human emperor's feat? Li Hua's head shook like a rattle drum. Your Majesty, you are making it difficult for the old minister. The technique cultivated by the human emperor doesn't even have a name. There's only a rumor. How can this make my old servant look for it? The old emperor sighed and said, Let's forget about it if we can't find it. The prophecy said that whoever cultivates the human emperor's kung fu is the one who is destined by heaven, the only emperor who can unite heaven and earth. Now it seems that the human emperor is not appearing in our generation. Li Hua respectfully said, This prophecy is so unreliable that it is not to be believed. You're a warlock patriarch and you're saying that prophecies are unreliable? Isn't that what you eat? If I, a warlock patriarch, don't think this prophecy is reliable, that means it's really unreliable. Makes sense. Chapter 30, The Underbelly of a Grandmaster. It was already dark when he came back from the palace, and when he went back, he finally didn't fly directly in the sky like he did when he came. G-fire full of alcohol. Just at the dinner many ministers of the court came and he toasted. This is okay, after all, the 100 officials have to face. Just come up to congratulate. It's those young sons and daughters are different. We are all the same age. Fighting you are great. Drinking is not so bad that you can also do it. So a bunch of people ran over to spar. So Jai-fire drank a lot. As soon as the cold wind blew, Ji-hua's eyes regained their clarity, and with his internal power running, all of his alcoholic energy was dispersed. How does it feel? Pops asked easily with a smile on his face. At home there was Ji Junhong controlling him from drinking. Just the night banquet he had taken the opportunity to have a good time. Now the mood can be said to be excellent. Not good. I don't really like this kind of atmosphere. Ji Fire shook his head and said, those who drink with me, I can tell what they're thinking at a glance. Whether it's with malice or bashfulness or not, the ones who want to simply spar with me will always be in the minority. Ji Xiaoxiong didn't say anything. Ji Hua then said, why can't we all just drink alone? Happy to drink, not happy to not drink. See who is not happy directly dry. Cannot fight on shaking people, how good. He remembered that in his previous life and customers drink, those leaders always let them toast. Ji Hua remembered that some female co-workers even if they can't drink, they still have to hold their drinks, drink and go to the toilet to vomit, vomit out and continue to drink. It's all about the evil table culture, and it's popularized by a lot of grizzled companies, but I've heard it's a lot less popular now that young people are starting to fix the workplace. Unfortunately, Kifu had only begun remediation when he came to this world, and he didn't know what kind of interesting light that would be. It seems like you really aren't suited for officialdom. Ji Xiaoxiong nodded. Ji Hua looked over and laughed. Pops, you don't fit in either. Just now when those people toasted at you, you were in a good mood to take care of them and in a bad mood to be lazy. Ji Xiaoxiong grunted. The curves and roundabouts of the court can't bind me, and none of them can beat me anyway, so why should I care? If I didn't want to give face to His Majesty, I wouldn't have wanted to come to this court meeting. Good man. This is the Grandmaster's platoon. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes rolled and he smiled. If you reach my strength, you can also do whatever you want to do. You can't come to court if you want to. No one can bind you, whether it's the succession of the throne, or changes in the court. It's all fine with you, as long as you remain neutral, loyal to the royal family, and loyal to Great Zhou. This was the first time Pops had ever talked to Ji Hua about this, and Ji Hua blinked, suddenly feeling as if his own Pops wasn't as stupid as he seemed. He asked, Pops, then who do you support? The Crown Prince or the Fourth Prince? Fortunately, the two of them slipped all the way around. There were not many pedestrians around, and no one noticed. Otherwise, if this was heard, I am afraid that there would be some trouble. I support the Emperor, whoever sits on that throne, Ji Xiaoxiong said rightfully. Ji Hua asked again, that Fourth Prince got me back from Chuanxi. He's got the support of many military officials now, and you don't care? If he can get you back, that's what he can do. Why should I care? Ji Fire thought again and asked, what if I hiccup on the way back? Ji Xiaoxiong spoke in a calm tone, as if he had already thought about this question, and slowly opened his mouth. Jun Hong had already sent someone to pick you up when I got the news, and I only heard about your assassination when you returned, regardless of who did it, and regardless of whether or not the people who picked you up intentionally harmed you. I can only say that if something happens to you, they all have to die. Ji Hua shushed his eyes and said, they are the Emperor and the Crown Prince. How dare you make a move? Ji Xiaoxiong arrogantly said, so what? Who can stop me? Even if I kill those two, His Majesty will only persuade me. He can't beat me anyway. Didn't you just say you were loyal to the Emperor? Ji Hua was a bit dumbfounded. He had always thought that his old man was a proper loyal official, and a bit pedantic, but how he said it, he didn't feel like a good person. It's loyal to the Emperor but the two of them weren't emperors yet before they sat in that position, and now the Emperor is still His Majesty. Ji Xiaoxiong rightfully said. 6. Ji Xiaoxiong patted his son's head. He was taller than Ji Hua by a good half a head, and looked like a giant bear petting a cub. As a martial artist one must have a clear mind, a clear heart, and be unrelenting, and the path of martial arts will go farther. Ji Xiaoxiong glanced at Ji Hua and continued, if you want to lead to the next step, you need to understand what your Tao is. Only when your thoughts are clear and your goals are clear can you truly reach the realm of the Heavenly Master. Thoughts are through. Heaven and man are united. Is this the trick to reach the realm of the Patriarch? Ji Hua's heart moved and nodded. If it's not that I can't let go of the Flying Bear Army, a group of brothers who have been with me for many years, and I've also been with His Majesty for so many years, and the Great Zhou even needs me to sit on the town. I really want to pick a beam and quit. Damn it. Day after day watching this bunch of stupid then tug of war. I'm sick of it. Ji Xiaoxiong cursed as he spoke, and it was clear that he too had long been fed up with being an official. Ji Fire was dumbfounded, not having seen such a side to his old man. He stroked his chin, suddenly felt that the matter of finding a daughter-in-law for his old man really had to be put on the agenda. It was necessary to have someone to manage. Otherwise every day the temper was so hot. In case of anger out of the disease, what to do? By the way, did Jun Hong meet you a long time ago? Pop suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Ji Fire betrayed his big brother. It was about 2 years ago, and he'd seen Little Brown Sugar, and was here with Mr. Man. Pops was silent for 2 seconds before cursing. This little brat, even hiding it from me. What if I don't hide it from you? If you had come to me 2 years ago, wouldn't all my secrets have been exposed? What was I doing 2 years ago? Oh, I think I was selling arms. Jinhua asked curiously. What does Big Brother do in his spare time? As far as Jinhua this 2 days contact down, he probably knows that no matter whether it is the Flying Bear Army or Jinhua Gongfu are not much of an intelligence network, but the Big Brother can retrieve himself. This intelligence ability, even if it is their own Big Dipper group is afraid to be less than. I do not know how he develops. It took 2 seconds for Ji Xiaoxiong to return. Doing business, attending poetry meetings, relief for disaster victims, and having much dealings with those in Confucianism. Other than that, I don't know. Jai Fire owes and wonders what he's thinking. Arrived at the State Duke's residence, Ji Xiaoxiong first internal power operation, the whole body alcohol dispersal, but also reached out in front of the mouth. Haha breath found that there is no smell of alcohol before sneaking towards the inside. Kai Fire. Look at what? My father just feels that Junhong is already laborious and doesn't want to trouble him further. Ji Xiaoxiong casually said. Otherwise, if it's just a mere drink, what are we afraid of as a Grand Master? You're right about everything you said. Jai Fire nodded. Chapter 31, I'll get back what I lost from you. When Ji Hua returned to his small courtyard, Little Brown Sugar was already sitting in the old man's chair and swaying, with a bunch of delicious food on the stone table, and was now leisurely eating plums. It seems like I'm not the only one starting retirement mode. Little Brown Sugar is starting to retire too. This baby is only 10 years old, retiring at 10? It's so enviable. What's wrong with this tree? I remember it wasn't like this in the afternoon, Little Brown Sugar asked, pointing at the evergreen tree. The evergreen tree, which had lost so many of its leaves to one of Pop's catapults, now looked a bit like a middle-aged engineer with a standard king's haircut. It's probably survival stress. Jai Fire returned. Nah, stress makes people lose their hair. Oh, how did it go with 23 and the others? Jai Fire sat down and took a sip of tea, finally getting a reprieve from the night's drinking. It's good they are all very happy and bought me a lot of delicious food. Little Brown Sugar pointed at the pile of snacks on the table and said excitedly. But their martial arts have regressed quite a bit. You have to manage them properly. Jai Fire shushed his eyes and asked. You didn't hit hard, did you? It's light enough. They are, after all, my beloved family and friends, brothers in arms. Little Brown Sugar said with a smile. Ji Hua silently sipped his tea. He remembered that the last time Little Brown Sugar had said this, he had punched those little brats and laid them down for half a month. They did regress in their martial arts. Though, Little Brown Sugar reminded again. Jai Fire returned. Is it possible that you're progressing too quickly? The last time he had seen 23 and the others, their martial arts had not improved much, but they had been refined. Yes? Little Brown Sugar scratched her head. I'm just a kid and don't know anything. Jai Fire reached out and rubbed the Little Brown Sugar's little brain. This baby is only 10 years old now. Is this kind of achievement? Also do not know the future will grow to what realm. In accordance with her nature, maybe a scourge of the Jianghu devil. Little Brown Sugar shook her little head vigorously and took a few steps back. A look of disgust all over her face. It smells like booze and stinks. Ji Hua's smile instantly froze, his hand freezing in midair. He was disliked by his sister? You think he stinks? Ji Hua suddenly understood why Pops would sneak around and dissipate all his alcohol when he came back. That night, according to the original plan, Ji Hua and Brown Sugar went out through the secret passage, trying to find out the assassin who pretended to be Red Umbrella. According to the list of the latest bounty provided by 23, squatting in the most likely places. Just squatting for a long time did not see anyone come. I want wings. Little Brown Sugar pointed at a barbecue stand on the side of the road and spoke with blearily glowing eyes. You've been eating all night. It's not enough. Ji Hua didn't have the good sense to say. Little Brown Sugar instantly pulled Ji Hua's sleeve with her small hand and said in an aggravated manner. Brother, I want it. You only call me brother when you're begging for it. Jai Fire said with a grin, then tumbled down from the roof and bought 5 skewers of lamb, 2 chicken thighs, and gluten, oysters, and the like at the barbecue stand, and ended up going back up to the roof with a whole bunch of them. Ha! Brother is so nice. Little Brown Sugar smiled and took the food, sitting on the roof and wiggling her little feet as she ate her chicken leg. Ji Hua also picked up a skewer of lamb kebabs, took a big bite of a piece, and immediately the gravy mixed with the flavor filled the entire taste buds, as well as the aroma of cumin and chile. The lamb is extremely tender, and the distinctive nasty taste makes people want to stop. The good thing about this world is that the pursuit of food is the same as in the previous world. All kinds of food are available, and the exploration of food is kept in the beginning. And every time you go to a place you can eat food that will make people's eyes light up. It's a shame there's no garlic, or maybe a couple of pasties would be nice. And Kifu always feels like there's something missing as he eats his lamb kebabs. The nights in the capital are too dangerous. It's easy for people to gain a few pounds. Little brown sugar touched her small stomach. She had eaten like this all night last night. Jai-Fire nodded. After all, there's been no unrest for a few years, and I heard there was a curfew before, but it's much better now. The two waited for a while. R2C time still did not see the movement, so can only return to no avail. Could it be that the assassin has gone elsewhere and is not in the capital? Little brown sugar guessed. It's unlikely, since he wants to lure you out. The best place would naturally be the capital. It's the center of the Great Zhou and the best stage for a showdown. So could we be looking in the wrong place? Or maybe he just killed someone yesterday and took a break in the last few days. Jihua returned. You think other killers are like you, doing a single to rest for a long time since it is to attract you out. Of course, is to continue to work, at most, is the 2 days did not receive a single, but the capital is so big. A single must be a lot of, and you do not see us lying there. There are also a few Department 6 people. Well, that means we are not looking for the wrong. Then that means we have to squat like this for a few days? Little brown sugar's eyes lit up. Why do you feel like you're happy? Which is not. I'm not going to be happy that I get to eat barbecue all the time. You're still growing. You need to eat less of these things. Got it. Got it. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you just wipe the drool off? For the next few days the two men were out squatting in the middle of the night, which led to both sleeping until sunrise during the day, still with a groggy look on their faces, even eating with dark circles under his eyes and sleep written all over his face. This infuriated Ji Xiaoxiong, pointing at Ji Huo and cursing. Although you do not have anything now, but also cannot be every day just like this to blindly play, always this waste of youth, emptying the body how to become a weapon. Then he turned his head to little brown sugar, and his face was suddenly filled with a smile and heartfelt words. Sugar, be good. If you're sleepy, go to bed and take a nap. You're still growing. It's not good to not sleep. The double standard is visible. Yu Chuk was almost able to move after a day's recuperation, and he woke up and brooded for a long time, letting Huff's soothing words be of no use. Finally this goods go to give the old emperor a hurried farewell. Connected down to the two countries' exchanges are also gone. In fact, also have no heart. Just think of hurrying to leave the capital, this sad place. This time, he could be said to have lost his reputation. And after his Jianghu vest was exploded on the spot by Jihua, he turned his hand to the dukes of the court. So it is not easy to raise a small number in the Jianghu is so stabbed out, and is still being beaten up before bursting out. Estimated that in the future he walks in the Jianghu was afraid that he does not want to use this number. Before leaving, Yuzhu especially came to visit Jihua at the state duke's residence and said seriously, I will get back what I lost from you. Then he took out his newly purchased fan and fanned himself, put on a fluttering dandy look and left. It's all about to go, but still pretending to be a comparison. He thinks his pigtails are very handsome. Jihua muttered in his heart. Wow, so handsome. Little brown sugar said with two glowing eyes. Jai-Fire. Chapter 32. This is the worst time little brown sugar has ever been blackballed. How come that person hasn't come yet? It's been several days. Little brown sugar said cheerfully as she pulled the leg of lamb in her hand. I'm really going to get fat if I keep this up. Jihua lay on the roof, looking at the stars in the sky, and said slowly, it should be soon. As soon as the words fell, there were screams from not far away that startled the four fields. Jihua and little brown sugar raised their heads at the same time and looked in that direction, only to see a red shadow flashing away, and a red umbrella could be vaguely seen in that person's hand. Little brown sugar was about to move, when Jihua stopped him with a hand, pointing at a number of figures scurrying past around him. Department 6 men went with them, too, and it's inconvenient for us to make a move. So we're just going to watch? Little brown sugar asked. Just follow from afar. That person is deliberately causing a commotion. He should have the certainty of escaping Department 6's pursuit, and that would be the time for us to strike. Jihua calmly said. He did it on purpose? That scream just now was from him. Jai-Fire laughed. Anyone who kills people regularly knows that you don't make a scream if you kill them with one blow. Little brown sugar thought for a moment, and then suddenly said, it seems really The two of them sneakily followed behind, and had already seen a number of Department 6 people engaging in battle with that red silhouette. Thieves don't go. Red umbrella has appeared. Someone come quickly. The one who was surrounded let out a cackling laughter, not panicking at all under the siege of several people. That red umbrella was waved in a lively manner, and for a while, all the people of Department 6 were enveloped under this attack. All the people from Department 6 are this good? Little brown sugar asked. Recently there are many things in the capital. If this case was in normal times there might still be someone to manage it. Now none of the four famous arresters are free, while several people were fighting. Suddenly a cold light appeared. A silver gun stabbed out from the darkness. The man in red clothes couldn't dodge in time, held up an umbrella to block the blow, and flew out backwards. The silver spear fell back into the darkness and was steadily caught by a hand. And a young man in a green constable's costume strolled out and asked sternly, "You are the red umbrella who was the 7th on the killer list?" "Nothing more than that." The man in red took back the paper umbrella, revealing his true face under the umbrella. But it was a child who wore makeup and looked like he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was barefoot in both feet and pressed his voice. "Not bad. I am the red umbrella." The voice was already childish, and saying it like that made it sound feminine. Coupled with the thick makeup he was wearing, it was awkward how he looked. "Where is this dead clamp from?" Jai-Fire spat, then pointed at the child and laughed. "Little brown sugar. This is the worst you've ever been blackballed." Little brown sugar was so angry that her little fists were clenched tightly, her eyes were on fire, and she wanted to rush up and bite twice. Present Department 6 constables obviously have not seen the red umbrella real person. At this time to hear people a recognition, and then look at this dress. Suddenly all face surprised. The youth with the silver gun in his hand forced a cold face to keep his high spirits high. "So the legendary red umbrella looks like this. It's quite chic, but it's a pity that the makeup isn't as good as the girls in the church department. That's the way I like it." "What do you care?" The child clamped his voice. "Damn it. I just can't stand it anymore." A constable just couldn't hear it anymore and rushed forward with his sword raised. The other constables stepped in and in a flash surrounded the child again. The child did not hold an umbrella anymore, so he used it as a short stick, and then he beat these constables to a standstill. "Eat my severe cold shot." Yen Han saw that the constables could not hold out any longer, so he immediately struck out with a gun. The gun was like thunder and lightning, and the gun body was entangled with chi energy, which was powerful. 6th grade? The child held up the red umbrella and blocked it, which was immediately shattered by the chi energy, leaving only a bare section of the umbrella's handle in his hand. "Ha ha, the red umbrella really is a vain name. Just this?" Yen Han let out a loud laugh. His gun was like a dragon, and in the twinkling of an eye, he stabbed several times towards the child's body. The child could only keep retreating and dodging, his face filled with anger. Luckily, his lightness was still good, and for a while, he could still barely resist by just dodging. There is a sharp-eyed constable saw the child has been barefoot on the ground stepping around. Eyes a turn. "Hey bad smile." From the pocket pulled out a handful of thistles thrown on the ground. "How dare the harridan." Before the child could say anything, he stepped on the thistles and grimaced in pain. The constable laughed freely. "I told you not to put on your shoes properly day after day. Inappropriate son." The child glared angrily. Yen Han's eyes instantly lit up as his lance probed out to stab the child straight in the chest. The child was shocked in his heart and dodged sideways in a hurry. And then the gun changed and swept out, hitting him in the chest. "Look at the gun." Yen Han's gun was like a dragon, stabbing out directly, but he intended this strike to directly result in the enemy's life. The child covered his chest with one hand, and the internal energy attached to the spear shocked his internal organs to the point of raw pain. A cold light flashed in his eyes, facing the strong attack of a gun, his right hand into a palm hidden dark purple lightning flashes. No good. Yen Han's heart was startled, and his body shape was already too late to change. The child swung out with a palm. The palm wind was mixed with lightning, and the palm struck Yen Han's chest. Yen Han immediately spat blood from his mouth and flew backwards. "Sheriff Yen." When the rest of the constables saw this, they rushed up. At this time, the child no longer hesitated. His right palm took on the posture of holding up the sky, followed by a fierce palm blast. For a time, dark thunder and lightning rose up in all directions. The ground crackled and snapped, blowing up the crowd of constables who had fallen to the ground. When they looked up again, the child had already vanished far away. No need to chase. Yen Han stopped the crowd by covering his chest. He reached up and pulled back his collar. There was a tiny charred black palm print on his chest. At this time, there was even a stream of cold chi energy flowing in his chest, flowing to his whole body. Wherever this chi energy passed, the meridians were numb all over his body as if he had been struck by lightning, and if he fought on, he was afraid that it would be even more dangerous. "In Thunderer." A trace of doubt flashed in Yen Han's eyes. "Ha!" A constable suddenly pointed in the direction the child had left and said in surprise, "Is it just my eyes? I think I saw a red shadow go by just now." In Thunder Boy was now in a terrible mood, and after pulling the thistles out, he was now walking with a limp and in pain. He previously also disliked the red umbrella is very inconvenient to hold. Now the umbrella only left a handle, used to support as a walking stick, not to mention, full of smooth hands. It would have been humiliating to be wearing girls' clothes and makeup, and even more humiliating to have a concealed weapon thrown and stepped on the spot. If he had been wearing his own boots with iron soles, he would not have been in such a predicament. "That's depressing." I don't know how that red umbrella likes to dress up like this. She doesn't wear shoes when she fights and isn't afraid of stepping on any hidden weapons? Walking barefoot like this is also a bit scary. The Nether Thunder Child stopped in his tracks and looked around with a nervous expression. I don't know when it started, but there wasn't a sound around at all. Not the kind of quiet that you get in the middle of the night, but like all life has been cut off. Even the sound of crawling bugs has completely disappeared. Like the area had fallen into dead silence. Immediately afterward, in the darkness ahead, there was an additional flash of red. It's a whirling dervish. Quite exquisite. Antique. Red paper umbrellas. Chapter 33, The Siege. Under the red paper umbrella, Sean appeared a pink and cute-looking little girl wearing a bright red dress and two pigtails tied with a red hairband. The little girl, with her little bare feet, was suspended in mid-air, the red paper umbrella spinning on her side. The red paper umbrella was not big, just enough to cover her tiny body. Cold sweat brushed down the face of the Thunderchild, smudging the thick makeup. He could see the red paper umbrella and the little girl appearing in front of him, but his chi went over. But he couldn't detect anything. It's like there's no such living person around the front. But the killing intent and coldness that if anything swept through his entire body. Fear spread in his heart, and even his body involuntarily trembled. Like the next moment, at any moment, you will perish. Irresistible and inevitable. Do it. He finally lost control of his instinctive desire to survive and cried out in fear. The night was as dark as ink and all was silent. Suddenly, a biting killing chance came from the northwest, like a ghost through the endless darkness, sweeping in at an astonishing speed. Only a bit of faint red aura flickered like the brightest star in the night sky. This intense killing machine was like an incomparably sharp blade, instantly wrapping the person tightly, making them feel a piercing chill, as if they were being pointed directly at their heart. Little brown sugar violently turned her head. Her cute and sweet little face flashed a cold and chilling light at this moment. Without hesitation, she stretched out her right hand and tightly gripped the red paper umbrella in her hand, then forcefully pointed towards the red on there. Clang! A crisp and pleasing sound of impact resounded through the night sky, followed by a burst of furious and extremely violent airflow gushing out from the place where the clash took place. The ground couldn't withstand such a powerful force, and began to crack, forming a hideous crack, and the air force shot out in all directions. Not far away, the Thunderchild felt this strong wind coming to his face and couldn't help but be horrified. It was actually this strong? Just then, that bit of red mango finally gradually revealed its human form. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance who was holding a sharp sword. 14th on the list of killers. Flying sword. Fei Hongjian. I told you that you couldn't kill Red Umbrella. You still didn't believe me. Now it's a slap in the face. In the darkness, an honest old man slowly walked out, holding a dry cigarette made of fine steel. This person is the Jianghu quite notorious smoke pole old man. A hand hit the acupuncture point kung fu is extremely exquisite. People are even more ruthless. Under the countless killings, he also just wanted to challenge the Red Umbrella, the 7th in the legendary killer list. What could be wrong with that? Another corner out of the shapely mature woman. This person dressed in revealing. The whole body reveals a mature and sexy flavor. Moreover, wearing a low-cut attire. That huge sin so deep. She covered her mouth and teased. Fei Hongjian, if you are not defeated, there is no harm. When we kill Red Parasol, come to my concubine's room tonight. My concubine will comfort you properly. The 21st in the list of killers. The Fairy of Lust. This person is good at assassination, especially when the target is a male. The success rate is very high. She specializes in the method of extracting yin to replenish yang, and her power is profound. If the Fairy of Falling Desire is allowed to find a few stronger men to replenish her body, she is expected to be terribly strong. Unfortunately, powerful martial artists were all martial arts obsessed. Their minds were full of martial arts practice, and they repeatedly refused on the grounds that women would only affect their cultivation. So Falling Desire Fairy's strength had not been refined for a very long time. This also led to the Falling Desire Fairy's mantra for a period of time was, men and other things are the most annoying. Going through all this trouble just to challenge Red Umbrella, and inviting a few of us to maraud. You guys who are assassins, are you so attached to the rankings of your profession? North and out of a strong man. Rough voice. Every step on the ground of Celadon tiles will be half an inch deep. Strong power is visible. Falling Desire Fairy covered her mouth and laughed foolishly. Duan Fort Master sits on one side. Naturally he doesn't understand the suffering of those of us who are killers. If we can get into the top 10, then the weight of a single shot is not so simple. It has to be added money. Duan Huang. Black Wind Castle Fortress owner. This Black Wind Castle was originally a mountain fortress, walking the line of mountain bandits. Once a scourge, the local government wiped out several times were unsuccessful, but also by the paragraph Huang killed door to door. The county master's head cut hanging in the door of the yamen. and then after the last county magistrate on his knees. Later, the Black Wind walled house big business became the Black Wind Fort, is the southern green forest side of the party giant. At this time, the old man smoke pole, drop desire fairy, Duan Huang each stood in a direction. The front is more Fei Hong sword holding a sword in front, has been the little brown sugar group surrounded. The Een Thunder child looked left and right, always feeling a bit out of place if he didn't join in, so he limped in the direction of the falling desire fairy. Go play on the side. The sesame seed size old lady can't look at it. Falling desire fairy glared at him and said nonchalantly, okay, you guys fight slowly. The Nether Thunder child turned around and ran, not forgetting to shout back, Fei Hong Jian, remember to give me my payment this time. I'm leaving first. Fei Hong Jian did not speak, just eyes dead staring at the little brown sugar. Suddenly the long sword flashed a red light, the body then floated up, a sword towards the little brown sugar to kill. With a cold face, little brown sugar put away the umbrella, held the handle, and smashed the red paper umbrella out like a short stick. Blades collide. Immediately countless chi erupted, during the ding 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 sound constantly, but in an instant the two have exchanged blows many times. Duan Huang coldly said, I didn't realize that the legendary red umbrella was actually really a little girl. I always thought that the Jianghu rumors were wrong. I also didn't expect that such a young age is actually already the 7th on the killer list. If we wait for her to grow up, won't all of us of the older generation lose our faces? The old man with the tobacco stick smacked a mouthful of dry cigarette and said in amazement. Falling desire fairy covered her mouth and laughed. Old smoke stick, you can't bring your concubine with you. My concubine is 8 years old. You farted. The remaining two people cursed in their hearts at the same time, but no one dared to speak on their mouths. This crazy woman will be very tricky once she is crazy. All three just held their respective directions with no intention of striking. This time, they were invited over, and they were only witnessing Fei Hong Jian challenge Red Umbrella. Of course, if the challenge failed, they would then step in to kill Red Umbrella. Legend has it that the Red Umbrella's weapon, the red paper umbrella, is a treasure that is invulnerable to swords and guns and water and fire, and many people in the Jianghu have spied on this treasure. But it's a pity that the top 10 killers list of the guys one by one are hidden very tightly, if it is not Fei Hong's sword to do the job, and I'm afraid that I still can't see the 7th of the killers list. At this point in the battle the two have exchanged several moves in a short period of time. The three did see that the red paper umbrella defense is really amazing. No matter how subtle the Fei Hong sword's killing moves are, they can be blocked by that bright red umbrella surface. In contrast, Little Brown Sugar was much more relaxed. She floated in mid-air. Her speed was like that of a ghost, and she was even more silent, and in just a few moves Fei Hong Jian's body was cut with many wounds by the sharp umbrella. If it wasn't for the Fei Hong sword, which was also extremely good at speed, he was afraid that he would have been defeated. Why do I feel that the Fei Hong sword doesn't work? Falling Desire Fairy laughed. Duan Huang grinned. Fairy, do you know that you can't say that men can't? Before the words fell, a silhouette had already flown over backwards, falling to the ground in a sorry state and rolling twice. See, I told you that wasn't an exciting thing to say, Duan Huang said innocently. Fei Hong Jian staggered up from the ground, covered his chest, eyes full of shock and disbelief. Practicing sword art for many years, recently more sword art is even more refined. Originally he thought he already had the strength of the top 10 killers, did not think that actually so easy to lose down. Is this girl a monster? The red paper umbrellas fluttered and spun slowly. Little Brown Sugar at this time the battle intent is high. The eyes have a strange red light hidden emergence. The small face frost is dense. The body is even more red chi entanglement, combined with the red dress and the little feet floating in mid-air. The scene made people's hearts flutter no matter how they looked at it. You're all in this together. The childish voice was crisp and murderous. Chapter 34. There's an even fiercer one coming over there. Several people exchanged glances and looked at the Fei Hong sword at the same time. Fei Hong Jian Dao heart has been broken. The strength of the red umbrella has far exceeded his expectations, so he gritted his teeth and said, together. Ha ha, Duan Mao has long been waiting for this. Duan Huang laughed out loud, stepped on his feet and bullied his way forward. His sandbag-sized fists entwined with fist power blasting out directly towards Little Brown Sugar's face. Little Brown Sugar didn't retreat but advanced, his small hand entwined with red chi energy, suddenly probing out like a spiritual snake, grabbing Duan Huang's wrist. Duan Huang was stunned, only to feel that the other party's tiny palm actually had an erosive force that kept ablating his internal force, and the originally powerful punch melted away in an instant. Immediately afterward, he only felt the sky spinning, and his entire body had been swung up by Little Brown Sugar and slammed hard onto the ground. Falling Desire Fairy and Old Man Smoking Pole's attack followed, and Little Brown Sugar grabbed Duan Huang's body, just like swinging a meteor hammer, and slammed it directly towards the two. The two men's attacks landed on Duan Huang's body, hitting with a ping and a bang, causing him to grimace in pain, but there was no major damage to his body. In the distance, Fei Hongjian held his sword in his right hand. His left hand pinched his sword technique and suddenly soared into midair. His right hand's long sword emitted a dazzling red light, which converged on the tip of the sword. A sword was pointed out, and the red aura arrived instantly. This strike was Fei Hongjian's famous skill. Often a little red aura appeared, followed by a person's head falling to the ground. Regardless of the three assisting gangster masters present, none of them could say they were sure to receive this move. Little Brown Sugar casually threw Duan Huang, holding an umbrella in his left hand and similarly pointing out, and suddenly the violent wind pressure once again impacted everything. A huge explosion was created by the collision of internal forces. Then the crowd saw the internal force emitted from the red paper umbrella suddenly shattered the red awnings and blasted at Fei Hongjian's chest with an unrivaled momentum. Fei Hongjian flew backwards again. Old man with a pipe. Falling Desire Fairy. Duan Huang. Falling Desire Fairy shouted. A cleaving palm blasted out. Years of harvesting to get the thick internal force to pressure the air are sticky. Raging purple palm force like a mountain of pressure. Little Brown Sugar flipped his right hand. Red chi energy condensed in his palm, and he blasted out with the same palm. The tiny palm imprint pierced through the purple palm force almost instantly, like a thorn piercing a balloon, directly hitting the Falling Desire Fairy's chest. Put! Falling Desire Fairy's mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot, her face pale and her eyes revealing a look of horror. Little doll! Look at the old man with a stick of smoke. The old man with the cigarette pole arrived in an instant, and knocked a cigarette pole towards the Little Brown Sugar's brain. Dang! The red paper umbrella suddenly flew above Little Brown Sugar, blocking the blow, only to see the old man with the smoking pole's figure constantly changing, the smoking pole in his hand continuously pointing out, as if there were 7 or 8 people launching attacks on Little Brown Sugar at the same time. The red paper umbrella rotated slowly, sending out the astral deities to form a huge air shield. No matter what kind of attack, it just couldn't break this protective astral deities. Another umbrella followed, whereupon the old man with the smoking pole also flew out with a wild spray of blood. Just what grade is she? It's actually this terrifying? The old man with the tobacco stick showed his teeth in shock. Be careful. There's something odd about red umbrella's inner strength. Falling Desire Fairy said seriously. Fei Hongjian's long sword slashed out a sword chi and said in a cold voice. Strike at the same time. Let's compete in internal strength. Good. I don't believe that her internal strength is better than a few of us. Several people nodded their heads at the same time, and Duan Huang was the first to blast out a huge fist, the huge fist dangling straight ahead. At the same time Falling Desire Fairy, Old Man Smoking Pole and Fei Hongjian's attack also arrived. Palm power. Smoking Pole and Sword Chi raised their hands and blasted out. For a while, the battlefield was covered by all sorts of dazzling internal powers. So splendid. Located in the center of the attack, Little Brown Sugar did not give in at all. She suddenly pinched her hands, and her hands were in the position of holding up the sky, and red light suddenly shot out from the paper umbrella, like a tentacle blocking countless brilliant chi energy. The two parties' chi was at a stalemate, and the violent chi creaked and sparked. How? Several people clenched their teeth, only to feel a chill on their backs. They were all good fighters in the Jianghu, and a combined strike was actually just a stalemate? Who else could have taken over? The killing intent in Little Brown Sugar's eyes became even more victorious as she suddenly withdrew her hand and pinched her hands once again, followed by a forceful brace. The red light was great. It instantly overwhelmed the rest of the chi, followed by an explosion that devoured everything. Boom! The four of them were hit by the chi energy at the same time and flew out backwards, each of them seriously injured and pale. Just you guys still want to kill me? Little Brown Sugar stood in midair, her feet tapping and stepping on invisible places, her eyes flashing red, like a legendary villain. Ah! A shout came from the other side of the street, only to see the Een Thunder Child limping towards this side. The crutch that the umbrella handle acted as a crutch flew up in his hands with skill. This little thing actually dares to come to help? Falling Desire Fairy was surprised. No! The Nether Thunder Child was horrified. There's an even tougher one over there. As soon as the words fell, the crowd felt a palpitation, like there was some kind of flood beast hidden in that direction. The street there, suddenly plunged into darkness, and a dark cloud from nowhere, obscuring that moonlight, was moving slowly but resolutely toward the crowd. Crisp footsteps sounded and, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Each step was like stepping on the heart of the crowd, the heart beating with the footsteps, but the frequency was exactly the same. Watch out! There's something wrong with that sound, Fei Hongjian warned. The crowd hurriedly covered their ears with their internal energy to shield the gradually clear sound of the footsteps, but no matter how to shield, the sound of the footsteps was like a magic sound, drilling into the minds of the crowd. and the beating of their hearts was completely controlled by the sound. The area over there had been plunged into complete darkness and it was completely impossible to see anything. Just that palpitation and fear had swept through the minds of the people, and their eyes were even more blurred and dizzy. Great master. The old man with the smoking pole covered his heart. His breath was already completely disorganized, and he would fall into a coma at any time. The situation of invoking the heavenly elephant and making people dizzy and completely suppressed with his aura alone was something he had only experienced once on a Zongshire expert, and the experience was terrible. In the darkness, the figure walked slowly forward, finally coming into the moonlight. Through the bright moonlight, one could see his face clearly. Surprisingly, he was a flamboyant young man holding a folding fan and wearing gorgeous clothes. His stance was as straight as a pine, and his temperament was as elegant as the moon, as if he had stepped out of a scroll. Duan Huang endured the feeling of dizziness, looked at the young man in front of him with astonishment, and said naively, "Actually so young." That teenager stepped out with force, and the hearts of the crowd then beat violently, and immediately afterward, they only felt a roar in their heads, and the scene in front of them instantly became blurry. A strong sense of dizziness hit them, drowning them like a raging wave. The five of them lost consciousness and their bodies collapsed limply, plunging into an endless darkness. "Take them all back." Jihua waved his folding fan and lightly said, "Yes." Several silhouettes quickly appeared and respectfully replied, and the leader was none other than the Heavenly Dipper Group's Heavenly 30. Chapter 35 Wind Review Murdered. Wow, brother is so strong. The moment he came out, he scared them unconscious. Little Brown Sugar came running over smiling and looking left and right. Jai-Fire grabbed her and rubbed her hair vigorously, exasperating the waif as she glared over at her without a good look. "What are you doing? You could have beaten them a long time ago, and you're dragging it out for so long." Jihua glared at the past without any good humor, and then took Little Brown Sugar towards the State Duke's mansion. This baby's strength Jihua knew best. Just too much playfulness. The day he picked up Little Brown Sugar, Jihua drew the red paper umbrella in the system, and there was a secret book inside the red paper umbrella. Jihua felt that there was a destiny with Little Brown Sugar, so he gave it all to her. What kind of treasure was the red paper umbrella? Jihua was not sure. Anyway, he had not seen any grade of treasure that could be collected into the body as he wished, and he had not seen anything that the red paper umbrella could not defend against so far. And Little Brown Sugar's martial arts talent really surprised Jihua after that. Or maybe the martial arts that the system sent was just tailored to her. After learning that secret book, Little Brown Sugar's strength skyrocketed and she was already a little monster. "It's been a long time since I've had a good fight, and you didn't allow me to challenge those high-ranking martial artists, so I can only play with them. If you hadn't come out, I would have wanted to fight some more," Little Brown Sugar said with a smile. "The capital city is crowded with people and hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am afraid that if you keep fighting you will attract the attention of the experts. Don't forget that there are at least 2 sect masters in the capital city in the open," Jihua explained. I know. Little Brown Sugar whispered Bibi. Jihua is getting more and more matronly, just like an old mother. After all, he's already a 16-year-old man. Little Brown Sugar has to understand. Well, he has to understand. "What do you mean 16 years old, man? I'm only 16. Still a kid." Jihua's eyes instantly reddened. In the last world he was still underage. How come he was an old man in this world? Little Brown Sugar shushed his eyes. Lots of people have wives and children at 14. What are you if not an old man? Isn't that right? Jai-Fire Marshmallow. Uncle Dan? Jihua's heart suddenly trembled. Think of the time when he just went to college that Bob was called uncle by the little kid. Now how only 16 is it? There had been a long time when the word uncle had been a knot in his stomach, and now was it time to face the word so early? "Why don't you get one?" Little Brown Sugar asked. "Being single is fine." Jai-Fire looked at her quizzically. "Why would you ask that question? It's not like something you would care about. Papa Bear secretly pulled me along and just kept inquiring if you had a favorite." When he heard that he didn't, he was very anxious to say that he wanted to get you a daughter-in-law, and asked me what kind you liked. "Pops has such an octogenarian. It seems that he is indeed too boring to go to the court every day, and he wants to find something to do all day." Jihua asked again. "Then how did you answer?" Little Brown Sugar returned innocently. "I'll be honest." Jai-Fire's heart stuttered as he pursued. "What did you say?" "I said, you like the daughter-in-law of the second Uncle Wang, the daughter-in-law of Uncle Li, the widow Wang at the entrance of the village, and the new daughter-in-law of Erniu." Little Brown Sugar finished, and then looked down at his own toes, and said in a small voice, then, "I also don't know Jihua why he has this strange fetish. So Shiko." "Wait, did you really say that? Why would you have that delusion?" Jai-Fire's eyes widened and his voice rose a few decibels. "Because you keep staring at them, so you're into that." "Ha?" Little Brown Sugar spread out her small hands and gestured an arc. The corners of Ji Hua's mouth twitched, unable to resist sophistry. That's not people passing by, so they just look at them a few more times, and if they're enemies pretending to be enemies, they can still be warned in advance. Little Brown Sugar whispered then, Ji Hua lied again. Obviously like to sneak to watch those little daughters-in-law take a bath in the middle of the night while I'm asleep, and even took Xiao Air and the others with him, and now he still won't admit it. Smiling just like Papa Bear while peeking, drooling all over the place. Ahem. I'm just taking them on a reunion trip. Don't you dare accuse a good person. Ji Hua was so embarrassed that he was in a cold sweat. So there are some things that are better to avoid children? He asked, suddenly responding. Wait, that's what you said to Pops originally? Yeah. What was Pop's reaction? He didn't say anything for a while. Ji Hua said sheepishly. When I explained to him, this should make sense. There's still salvation. Or else my image will be all ruined. More than Big Brother is there too, eh? Ji Hua held his breath. And after 2 seconds he nagged himself. One more Big Brother shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as I explain it properly, he'll be able to listen. More than who else? And the butler, several guards, maid servants, and oh yes, the Flying Bear Army was there then. After Little Brown Sugar finished, she twisted her head to look over and wondered, what's broken? It's probably my wind rating. Jai-Fire stiffened, wanting to cry. Little Brown Sugar was secretly delighted, then remembered and asked, Right. Ji Hua, you're a grandmaster now? No. Ji Hua shook his head and said in a deep voice, I just had a bit of an epiphany after seeing Pops in the past 2 days. According to theory, he cultivated nearly 100 kinds of martial arts, each to the Great Circle. Theoretically has long been a great master. Just hidden attributes can be piled up, especially Thunder Bear Fist, Great Circle. Normal people as long as they can cultivate to the Great Circle. High and Low is also a master. After all, this martial arts is the earth level. Other people were the ones whose realms went up before their martial arts could be practiced to the next level. Ji Hua was the other way around. He was a great success in martial arts, and his realm was always stuck, so he couldn't poke through. Ji Hua guessed that it was possible that it was because all of his martial arts were directly instilled by the system and lacked mental comprehension. But mindfulness comprehension, I guess, is just too metaphysical and difficult to comprehend for a good traditional materialistic young man from Earth. It's the same as telling a modern person that when they open the greater and lesser circumference they can activate their body and get some interesting abilities. It's hard to describe what it's like if you don't have first-hand experience, and none of them believe it. People just say, you fart. If Pops hadn't tossed him around a couple times in the past 2 days, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to understand what it meant to be celestial. Not long after 30 and the others had taken the man away, several men from Department 6 came to the street. The one at the head with the knife was none other than Iron Eagle, one of the 4 famous constables. What profound inner strength. What exquisite martial arts. The total number of people who exchanged blows was 5. 4 surrounding 1. No, this should be 1 pressing 4 to fight. It's a trap. He looked at the mess on the ground, his mind already extrapolating images of the battle. But why didn't they fight at the end? If it was 5 masters, it shouldn't have ended up suddenly closing. Iron Eagle frowned. From the time the fight happened until they came, not much time had passed. If the besieged one defeated the other 4, there shouldn't be only this trace. And it's just too fast. Unless there is someone else out there? Iron Eagle looked in one direction, and then looked at the sky. At this time, the moon stars were sparse. The bright moonlight irradiated the earth. It was quiet and beautiful. However, they had clearly noticed a strange dark cloud appearing in the sky of this area when they arrived. Patriarch. Iron Eagle's heart skipped a beat, and then he commanded, go check the people on duty tonight to see if there's any fighting going on anywhere. Yes. Chapter 36, I'm so unreliable. Hongju. The Tang family dartboard. This is Hangzhou. In recent years the sudden appearance of the dartboard is said to be involved in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Just not many guests on weekdays to the door, but from time to time will be seen inside the people escorting darts out. To say that Hangzhou this place is really a lot of people. Dartboards are also quite a lot of new to such a dartboard. Naturally, will be rejected by the local snakes. Door to door to find fault with a lot of people. Just about every time someone came to the door, the next day the body would be found in the wild. If someone came to the door again, the whole family would suddenly be exterminated. In time, those objections died down. Tonight, the Tang family dark bureau, which should have been brightly lit, was devoid of any lights. The lanterns that used to be put up before it got dark, no one put them up this night either. No one has been in or out since this afternoon. A teenager in civilian clothes sat in the tea house across the street, his eyes sweeping over the closed doors of the Tang family dark bureau, whispering, "Fifth brother, could it be that they knew we were going to make a move on them and ran away?" The teenager next to him guessed. Qianwu shook his head and said, "It's not very likely. If we don't count the boss on it, our strength is similar to Killer Hall. And unless Killer Hall's master is Qianyi brother, or Earthly Fury number 5 or above makes a move, we won't be able to take it down, even if they know that we are going to make a move. According to the Killer Hall's temperament, they will only wait for us to come to their door. What's going on then?" Qian 33 scratched his head and said, "I haven't seen a living soul all afternoon." Qianwu turned to the little fatty who was eating next to him and asked, 36, "What do you see?" Little fatty commiserated, "Fifth brother, I'm really unreliable." He was the one who had been sent by Jihua to learn the ways of the warlocks earlier in his life. But unfortunately, he couldn't learn when he came back. He was the only one in the Big Dipper group who knew a little bit about this warlock stuff. Just not much. To say also let G fire headache. Big Dipper 36 people on the small 36 a bit of qualification can learn Xianmen arts. Other people are completely unable to understand. See those things on the snooze. Comparable to college students to learn hydrodynamics. Not to mention the Earth Fury group. They are a bunch of guys who only know how to fight and kill in their heads. All day long, they are either killing people or on their way to kill people. If I tell you to look, you look. Cut the crap. Qianwu had no choice but to beat a dead horse. In the past, he had asked his boss what to do if he was faced with something that was difficult to decide. Jihua said, "Then let little 36 take a look. We don't know anything about metaphysics anyway. If we let him take a look at it, if something happens, we can say that we let a professional take a look at it, and that it was destined to happen. So it will be better for us to say so. When the publicity is bad, we can also throw the pot at the warlock." It sounded like an excuse for their failure, but the cubs had always held the truth to the boss's words. "First things first, if I'm making this up, don't look for me if I get it wrong, haha." Little fatty dawdled to the window, aggrieved like a child. Every time this kind of thing these brothers would let him decide. And although when he got it wrong these brothers were all cheeky and didn't take it seriously, he was aggravated. It feels like it's simply using him to touch prizes or open blind boxes for fun. Not the son of man. Abominable. Ha ha, won't. 33 put his hand on little fatty's shoulder and said cheekily, "We're simply letting you take a look. Moreover, I've heard that all warlocks need to keep practicing in order to get stronger and stronger. So this is a chance for you to exercise. Why do I think you guys are so excited?" The little fat man whispered then. He walked to the window, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently recited the mantra before snapping his eyes open and looking towards the Tang family dart. "How's it going?" After waiting for a while, little fatty still didn't respond, so Qianwu couldn't help but ask. Little fatty turned his head and said, "I told you I couldn't see anything." "Nothing. You guys just don't believe me." Both of them rolled their eyes at once. "Tasteless. It is." The little fat man hesitated, with a puzzled look on his face. "Just what?" Little fatty pointed at the Tang family dartboard and said, "I don't know why, but I'm always a little panicked when I see it there." "Panic?" Qianwu asked with narrowed eyes. "Is it only the Tang family dart bureau?" Little fatty's eyes swept over the crowd and then to the street, the puzzled look on his face becoming more and more obvious. "It's so strange. I see you all feel panicked." "No, it's all of you." He pointed to the Tang family dartboard and added, "But looking there is the hardest. The heart beats the fastest." 33 worriedly said, "What the hell? You're not going to get sick from academics, are you? You fart. I can still learn from this fake style." Little fatty didn't have the good sense to say. He and 33 were picked up by Jihua at about the same time, and being of similar age, they were much more familiar. 33 teased, "Then why are you looking at everyone in a panic? Could it be that they can still eat you?" "I don't know." Little fatty commiserated. "I told you I couldn't learn. I was napping every time the teacher lectured. What do you think, fifth brother?" 33 looked towards Qianwu who had been keeping his head down in thought since he heard little fatty's words. Qianwu raised his head openly and said decisively, "Call everyone and leave the Hangzhou territory." "Fifth brother, weren't the orders we got to keep an eye on the killer hall and wait for the boss to come over?" 33 and little fatty asked in shock. "That's right," Qianwu nodded. "So all of you leave, and I'll personally go to the Tang family dart bureau to find out what's going on." "Fifth brother, if we're going, we'll go together," 33 said anxiously. "If something happens there will be more than one helper." "No need, my mind is made up. If nothing happens and I come back alive, and the boss asks about it, I'll take the blame. The big deal is that I'll be beaten up by little brown sugar." Qianwu looked in the direction of the Tang family dart bureau. "If something happens after I go in, I'll find a way to send the carrier pigeon out, so you guys can tell the boss to come over early then. Also, after I go in, you guys tell Qianshi everything that happened here, and listen to Qianshi's command for all actions after leaving Hangzhou." Fifth brother, 33 was crying in fear. "Don't scare me, okay? You're saying this like you're giving your last words. Little Fatty also aggrieved, fifth brother. This is really my blind talk. I am not sure what is the situation. Metaphysics is very unreliable. You don't want to be like this, ah? Xianwu looked at the two of them solemnly and said in a cold voice. That's an order. Yes. Yes. The two men shivered all over, almost subconsciously returning. Alright, tell all the other brothers to leave. And leave the carrier pigeon behind. Xianwu waved his hand and said, waiting for the two to leave. Xianwu waited for another half hour, estimating that according to their footsteps they should be far away. Only then did he take the carrier pigeon with him, and from the corner of the Tang family dartboard's fence, he entered the courtyard with a tumble. At this time the sky was already dark. The Tang family dartboard was dimly lit, unable to reach out and see. Xianwu had just tumbled down when his foot stepped on something and almost fell. He reached out and touched it. It's a human head. Chapter 37, Second Young Master. I knew you were good at this. Xianwu carefully touched it again. The wound at the neck of this human head did not look like it had been cut by a sharp blade. Rather it looked like it had been directly torn off by some kind of violent force. Touching such a wound, Xianwu reckoned that the rest of the way would not be too elegant. In the darkness he did not dare to use the fire folders. But tonight there is no moon, not to mention the stars. This Tang family dartboard in the dark. It is impossible to see. So in the darkness he could only gently feel his way forward, touching various bodies along the way, most of them mutilated and incomplete. The rich smell of blood filled his nose, and it was even more smoky to his eyes. Luckily, he had been exercised since he was a child, and even if he knew that the ground was now full of corpses, he wouldn't feel much fear in his heart. These corpses look like they have been dead for a while. Could the murderer have already gone? Xianwu pondered in his heart. There was no danger in groping around for a long time. Now the Tang family dartboard is silent. It's impossible that the murderer has killed someone and still stayed here, right? Xianwu hesitated for a moment, and finally hesitantly struck the fire. By the faint light of the fire, unsurprisingly he saw countless broken limbs and debris, as if it was an inferno on earth. What kind of person could slaughter the Hall of Killers cleanly? The Killers Hall has been in this business for quite some time, and has many enemies, so I don't know what kind of people they are. Xianwu searched for a while longer and found the body of the Killer Hall Master in the hall. The Slayer Hall Master was impaled on the wall with a knife, half empty, his eyes wide and bleeding from 7 holes. Xianwu fumbled around with him for a while and flipped over a secret book with 4 big words written on it. The Killing Heart Sword Technique. Xianwu was instantly delighted in his heart. This was exactly the secret book of the Killing Heart Sword Technique that the boss had been longing for. If the Big Dipper group had this secret book, their strength would definitely rise another level. While his heart was happy, Xianwu's heart suddenly fluttered as he suddenly looked into the darkness. In the midst of the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared. A pair of red, sparkling eyes. G-Fire recently in a good mood. After catching the Yin-Lei child, you do not have to stay up all night every day. Sleep well, asleep until dawn. Dark circles under the eyes are finally gone. He looked carefully in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction after realizing that there were no gray hairs, no dark circles under his eyes, and no signs of the kingly haircut characteristic of middle-aged tech gurus, and that he was still a flamboyant teenager. Little Brown Sugar said that I am a marshmallow. I should just be angry with me. I have not grown so old. Jihua is very satisfied, because sleep well, the daytime is not sleepy. The old man finally did not take this matter every day to say him. It's just that both Pops and Big Brother occasionally look at him strangely. In fact, not only these two, the maids and subordinates in the mansion were all looking at him a little strangely. This day Lu Shuwei came to the State Duke's residence, stopped by to visit Jihua, and also pulled out a few picture books from his arms and secretly stuffed them, laughing. Second young master, this is a welcome gift from our flying bear army to you. No need to be polite. Before Jihua could refuse, Lu Shuwei had already left in a huff. This, Jihua opened the picture book to look at. Above where some mature imperial sister mature woman danced high picture book, is very unpleasant to the eye, is really underhanded very much, degrading. G-Fire gas cannot, the world and no photo video what? Just some scholar with dancing random painting. Take this test cadres? As a good young man of the 21st century, the collection has 8G of seed. Who cannot withstand such a test? Who are you looking down on? Defame the reputation. You sure do like this one. Nora Hiro. Little Brown Sugar's voice ghostly sounded behind Jai-Fire. Jai-Fire brushed the picture book closed and tucked it into his pocket. Righteously. Never. Little Brown Sugar floated leisurely in midair, wiggling her little feet and crumbling. Think about Jihua has also reached this age. Some juvenile impulses are normal. It's just that Jihua doesn't like the capital's Missy, and likes other people's family's daughter-in-law. So how should this be rectified? I didn't expect Jihua's hobbies to be so unique. and the little brown sugar couldn't stand to look at it. Jihua was filled with black lines. Wasn't it you who spread this rumor? It caused the Flying Bear army to know about it now. Little brown sugar pouted with a proud little look on her face and, what can you do with me now? Outside the small courtyard came the sound of tons and tons of footsteps, the same as an elephant running wildly across the ground. Little brown sugar dropped hastily to the floor and sat obediently in her chair. Bam! Ji Xiaoxiong said excitedly. Sugar, where is my little sugar baby? Papa Bear. Little brown sugar ran his ass over to Pops, jumped right into his little lap, and then was lifted high in the air by Pops. Sugar is so good. Papa Bear is taking you to a fun place today. You'll love it. Little brown sugar's eyes lit up and she rubbed her little hands together excitedly. Where? Wow. The Flying Bear Barracks? Theater? Or a visit to the heavenly prison? Neither. Ji Xiaoxiong hemmed and hawed in anticipation. It's the Hanlin Academy. Little brown sugar's face froze momentarily. Oh, wow. Jiefire snorted out a laugh. You've also reached the age of going to school. So today you'll be taken to the Hanlin Academy to go to school. Happy or not? Happy. Little brown sugar's little face was deflated with happiness written all over it. There are a lot of children in the academy. And there are also the nuclear goodness of the husbandmen and great scholars. Sugar will love it. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled. Little brown sugar pointed a finger at Jiefire and asked, why doesn't brother go? Ji Xiaoxiong looked over and the smile on his face instantly disappeared as he oh so quietly said, Firechild is also here. Kai Fire. Old Dad turned his head to look at little brown sugar again, and his face was immediately filled with a smile, saying, your second brother. He's not book material at first glance. Someday let him marry a daughter-in-law, and find a mother-in-law to discipline him properly. Yes. Hurry up and marry him off. Little brown sugar glared at Jihua and spat out her tongue. Save the weather, little brown sugar. Ji Xiaoxiong hugged little brown sugar and headed out of the small courtyard, laughing. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. The blind date will be on the door in the next few days. Then Brownie must see what kind of class my brother likes. Little brown sugar's voice stopped. Pop's harangue also suddenly disappeared. The two of them walked further and further away, only to hear Pops muttering something in the distance. I'm afraid it's not easy to find. Oh. Jiefire snapped and heaved his teacup on the table. I'm afraid this family can't stay. We have to run. We have to hurry. When he thought of a bunch of matchmakers coming to his door in a few days, Jihua only felt his scalp tingling, and had the illusion of dreaming back to his last life. It just so happens that I have nothing to do for the next few days, and Pops won't ask me to do anything, so I can wander along to Hangzhou, and by the time I get there those boys will probably be there too. But there's something you have to do before you go. Thinking of this, Jihua folding fan opened, fanning and fanning out the door, not to mention, a little feeling, although you don't really need a fan in this weather. However, there are pints. Chapter 38, The Great Demon Swallows Dragon's Chi. Jihua had just gone out not long ago, when he saw Mr. Wen sniffing around on the side of the road, and every now and then when he passed by one or two girls, he went up to sniff them with his nose as hard as he could, causing the women on the street to be disgusted beyond measure. Seeing this scene, Jihua originally wanted to greet him, but at this time, he directly covered his face with his sleeve, intending to pass right by from the side. Second Prince. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wen's eyes were so good that Jihua could only lower his sleeves and dryly laugh. What a coincidence, Mr. Man. As soon as he answered these words, Jihua gained a lot of blank stares. It was obvious that those women took him and Mr. Wen as people along the way. Forget it. Anyway, my public opinion has long been corrupted. Jihua silently wept in his heart. Is this the second prince's intention to go out? Mr. Wen asked. Jihua nodded, and seeing that Mr. Man was still twitching his nose, just like a demented man, he really didn't hold back and said, Mr. Wen hobbies are kinda different. The second prince is joking. Mr. Wen just feels that there is an extra smell in the air, Mr. Wen said vaguely. Jiefire nodded, and the two of them parted with a greeting. On his way out, Jiefire looked back and noticed that Mr. Man was still there sniffing around, just like the dog. I didn't expect Mr. Wen to look Sven, but he was actually so side stage. Disciplined Fire shook his head. After walking for a while longer, it didn't take long for him to arrive at a large compound, and he arched his hand towards the subordinate at the door. Kid Jihua, I would like to pay my respects to the Lord Master of the State. Please pass the word. The two subordinates glanced at each other and similarly arched their hands respectfully. So it's Duke Ji, the envoy of the night banquet defeat Liang Kingdom. I've heard a lot about you. The subordinate then said, Sir Ji, my lord is currently not at the residence. Jihua raised an eyebrow and asked, where is Lord Guishur now? The subordinate pointed to another street and said with an odd face, there. Jihua looked back and saw Li was sniffing around on that street where people were coming and going, and every time he passed a woman, he would bow his body and come up to sniff hard. Bah! Hooligans! The women were so frightened that they all changed their faces in disgust. Some of the people who couldn't look away couldn't help but want to go forward. But there were several subordinates guarding next to the state master, so they could only dare to be angry. On the side of the state master, the teenager who sat next to him at the night banquet that night, presumably his son, was standing awkwardly at the moment, neither leaving nor staying, and every now and then he even looked at the sky, pretending that he didn't recognize him. Kai fire. Come on, Jier, you smell it too. I'm almost there. Li Hu, while immersed in sniffing and not forgetting to teach his son. That's the smell. And remember, you can't go wrong with this one. Li Ji covered his face, his white face now bashful. I don't know what's going on with my father in the past 2 days. He kept saying that there was a smell, but Li Ji just couldn't smell it at all. However, my father had been possessed and kept sniffing around the street like he had to find the source of the smell. The hobby of the state master is also quite niche. Just then, the crisp teenage voice suddenly rang out. Li Hua subconsciously twisted his head, only to see a young man in brocade clothes with a graceful demeanor was holding a folding fan and gently shaking it. So it's Duke Ji. Li Hua coughed, stood up straight, arched his hand back, and then asked, did Mr. Ji just say also? I just saw that Mr. Wen is also as well different as the state master. Ji Hua phrased it more carefully, not pointing his nose at the old rascal was already very good. He found out too. Li Hua whispered to himself, master of the state, what exactly are you guys smelling? Fire asked curiously. Li Hua looked around, pulled Ji Hua to the side, and whispered, there is a demonic aura in the capital. Oh, no. Ji Hua's face showed surprise, and he almost blurted out the phrase Great Joe is going to be finished. This melon is a bit big. No wonder one of them doesn't dare to make a sound. To know that the capital city of the important place, national luck blessing, plus the capital city has the emperor to sit down. The dragon gas deterrent in all directions, breaking all the strange force chaotic god. The capital is not unable to enter the demons, but these demons are often big demons, and after coming to the strength of a big drop, but also a huddle up to be a good person. But a demonic aura like the state masters or Mr. Wen's, which could be smelled from several blocks away, there was only one possibility. The demonic aura is already eroding the dragon's aura and spreading to the entire capital, and this is often the sign of the destruction of the country. In the history of this world many demons steal the dragon energy, not long after that country is finished. If this is set out, Li Hua, if you cannot find the demon, cannot get the actual evidence, for fear that will be infuriated by the old emperor dragged out to cut. Even if the old emperor does not cut, those civil and military officials will also use demonic words to confuse the public to request the old emperor to cut Li Hua offhand. That's what being a national teacher is all about. So it's no wonder he sniffs so much harder than Mr. Man. These days, it's not so easy to be a master of the country. Mr. Ji, this matter. Before Li Hua could finish, Ji Hua had already shaken his head like a rattle. I don't know anything. You didn't say anything. You guys are pros at this demon hunting crap. Don't try to drag me into it. Li Hua opened his mouth and finally gave Ji Hua a grudging look before pulling Li Ji down next to him. Mr. Ji, this is my son Li Ji. If there is anything in the future, just order him directly. Li Ji arched his hand and saluted, looking at Ji Hua with a hint of eagerness in his eyes, saying, Brother Ji, I've admired you so much since you made a big splash at the night banquet. Ji Hua also arched his hand and smiled. Brother Li is overpraised. In the future you can come to play with me more often. I can take you up to the mountains to hunt rabbits. Really? Li Ji's eyes lit up. Cough. Li Hua coughed dryly, looking at Ji Hua with even more sultry eyes, then said sullenly, Mr. Ji came to find me. But what's the matter? Fire asked archly. State Master, I've come to ask if there's a way to improve my fortune? Aha! Li Hua tilted his head slightly and said, there is, but this method usually requires a long time of preparation, opening an altar to borrow luck, and it's also troublesome to return it later. Let's say you raise your luck today, tomorrow it may be lowered. It's a kind of equivalence. This way Ji Hua slightly regretted. He wanted to improve his fortune is the continuous kind. It is best to be able to improve every day draw. Once to give him a few thousand tens of thousands of cultivation points is also okay. Or come to a divine artifact heavenly ranked feats can also be accepted. Any more than a 10 draw to boost it. And that's fine. It's just that listening to Li Hua this means that luck and bad luck are equal. And also to open the altar. It's quite troublesome and not suitable for him. Fire thought for 2 seconds and asked again. So if I want to know when I have good luck, is there a way to do this? There is no specific method. Li Hua laughed. The simplest method is to take a dice and shake it. Fire. Li Hua added. But this thing called luck, it's not good to raise it, but you can rub it in. Chapter 39, I heard he has a good wife. Rubbing? How? Jaifire asked. Li Hu explained. You can get together around some people who harbor great qi, or some specific occasions, get together and stick it, or really can't hold it, and your luck will go up. As the saying goes, the one who is close to you is red. That's the truth. It's a metaphysical lottery. Jihua opened his mouth slightly. He had tried this method too many times in the previous 16 years, at sunrise and sunset, and ran to the Yamen dungeon or something like that to draw a prize, and it didn't help much. At first, he thought that this kind of metaphysical lottery was unreliable, but he didn't expect to hear such words coming from the mouth of the state master. For a moment Jihua didn't even know if he had rubbed it in the wrong way before, or if this state master was actually a water bearer. But being pregnant with great fortune, this kind of person, Mr. G will have to take his time to find it. Generally this kind of person is 1 in 10,000. There is no simpler method to measure it, unless one opens the eyes of the sky. Just that this kind of method is obviously not suitable for Mr. G. Li Hua said more euphemistically. Jihua asked, State Master, what do you think of my talent? How about learning that of your warlocks? In fact, he had measured his qualifications before, and the warlock's means were clearly not suitable for him. Moreover, a warlock's skills couldn't be learned by relying on a single secret book. That was something that had to be read in dozens of books and put together before he could barely understand some of it. What's worse, the system doesn't recognize those theory books of warlocks, and you simply can't just swipe them with cultivation points like martial arts secrets. This, Li Hua was a little embarrassed, and finally said, Duke G is still more suitable for the straightforward kind. Ha 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 ha, I feel the same way. After Jihua left, Li Ji couldn't help but ask, Father, why don't you tell Mr. G the method of measuring fortune? It would be good to give an object as well. Li Hua spread his hands innocently. He is himself a man of great fortune. And what's the use of giving us a sign when he can't manage with this fortune? Li Hua turned to his son and said seriously, Jie, in the future, you will have more contact with Jihua, and if anything happens to him, do your best to help him. Li Ji smiled. Father, I will. I admire Brother Ji for making such a contribution to Great Zhou. Li Hua said with intent, what I mean is that no matter what he does in the future, whether it is right or wrong in your opinion, you have to help him. Li Ji stopped laughing. He just read a lot of books. Not stupid. He nodded, then asked, Father, what about you? Me? Li Hua looked at the sky and laughed. As soon as I saw Jihua today, I suddenly had a premonition that my big day was coming. Was it brought by Jaifire? Li Ji asked again. Yes and no. I can't see it. I really can't see it. This great Zhou state master shook his head and sighed with a smile. I just see that sometime in the future, he will bring death to me. Li Ji clenched his fists and asked, how do I circumvent it? I can't even see clearly myself, and I'm still circumventing? Li Hua did not have the good sense to say, it is rumored in the outside world that we warlocks engage in the set of avoiding good fortune, turning bad luck into good fortune, and changing destiny against the will of heaven. In fact, it's all a lie. We follow the will of heaven more than anyone else. Jie, you have to remember this. Never go against the heavens. Father, Li Ji's eyes instantly reddened and he choked. Why don't you resign your post and let's go back home? I am the great Zhou state master. Li Hua stood up his chest with an indescribable divinity on his face and said word by word. In the tone, it was not heavy or solemn, but just gave a feeling of conviction, like those social animals who made the company their home. He then looked disgusted. Wipe your tears and snot from your eyes. I'm not dead yet. Maybe it's the G-boy who's 7 years old to bring death to me. Jaifire slipped slowly through the streets, not getting what he wanted, but it was within his expectations. In fact, he hadn't held much hope. This system of his own still didn't know what was going on. In case the system's rules exceeded the heavenly Tao of this world, then no amount of chi given would be enough. Forget it, we can only slowly save up our cultivation points and honestly upgrade. Mr. Qi, a clear voice came from his side. Jihua twisted his head to look, and saw the fourth prince coming out of a sedan chair, smilingly arching his hand towards him. I didn't even have a chance to speak more with Mr. G at the night banquet, but this time it's fate that we meet again. Jihua arched his hand and said, greetings to the fourth prince. He actually didn't have much goodwill towards this grifter. After all, he was the one who sent people to get himself over from that comfortable nest in Western Sichuan. If he could still hibernate in Western Sichuan, in less than 10 years, he guaranteed that he would be invincible. And at that time, with one kick of a Grand Master, who would dare to disobey? Where is Mr. G going? The fourth prince asked. I just had a bit of a matter to seek advice from the state master, and I'm just now coming back. Jihua took a look at the sedan chair behind the fourth prince, surrounded by a bunch of bright guards and dark guards guarding the area, and he didn't know exactly how many people were hiding. The fourth prince sidestepped his body, blocking Jihua's line of sight, and asked vigilantly, What is Mr. G looking at? Nothing, just curious where the fourth prince is going? G Fire asked. This goods what expression? Is not the sedan chair hides people? Afraid I see should not see? Strolling around idly, taking in the scenery of the imperial city. The fourth prince returned. Since that's the case, then I won't disturb the fourth prince's pleasure. Mr. G will leave first. Ji Hua was also too lazy to talk to this grizzly, arched his hand and left. Mr. G, if you have any spare time, you can come and sit at my place. The fourth prince stood still until he couldn't see Ji Hua's figure before returning to the sedan chair. Husband, who is that person? The voice was charming and moving, as if it had a seductive magical sound that made a flame run straight up from the belly. That's General Ji's second son, Ji Fire. Oh, that's the Duke Ji who defeated the envoy of the Liang Kingdom at the night banquet and defended the majesty of my great Zhou? That's him. The voice laughed foolishly. My concubine observes that my husband has the intention of befriending him, so why don't you invite him to sit in the sedan chair for a while? The fourth prince's voice paused and whispered. I heard just heard. This Ji Hua alone good wife. There was a 2-second pause in the sedan chair and a slightly higher voice said, husband sure? That's for sure. I heard it from the royal chef at the palace. Could it be a mistake? It is absolutely impossible. This news has long been spread all over the capital, saying that there is a nose for it, and I've confirmed it from many sides. Really didn't see it coming. Yeah, I didn't see that coming either. The voice suddenly laughed softly, and the laughter was filled with endless charm and flavor, like an invisible magic, tickling people's heartstrings, making people's minds wander and think. So husband is worried that Ji Hua is looking at concubine. That's why he doesn't dare to let him get inside the sedan chair. The fourth prince teased in a low voice. You is so good looking, and Ji Hua has this kind of hobby, so I must not guard against him hitting on you? Husband concubine is yours. It's all yours. Whoever hooks up can't hook up. Well, husband this is inside the sedan chair. Can't make. Chapter 40, The Devil. When was this? Ji Hua grimaced, holding a blood-stained rag and the killing heartsword technique, on which someone had written the word devil in blood in a twisted manner. The handwriting was twisted and messy, as if it had been written in a warehouse. 3 days ago, Xianx and the others waited for a long time outside of the Hangzhou boundary, and in the end, all they received was this cloth and the secret of the killing heartsword technique given by Flying Pigeon. Qian 23 quickly said. When Qian 11 saw the cloth, he had his men retreat another 10 miles, and then immediately sent a message over. With fifth brother's life and death unknown, they didn't dare to hastily let their men into Hangzhou. Ji Fire nodded. They did a good job. He directly learned the killing heartsword technique. 100 rivers returning to the sea, learning 100 martial arts and cultivating them to the level of the great perfection. 91/100. 23 said anxiously. Boss, is it necessary to fly a pigeon to send a message to Qiani and the others? Or call all those killed batches from the Earth Fury group for support? Fifth brother's whereabouts are unknown. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we'll be. Ji Fire got up and gathered his things in the house. Slowly, it's too late. Now Qiani and Koani they are all in various states. Before I just asked them to meet up in Hangzhou in January. Now it will take a long time for the pigeon to fly over. By the time they receive the news, I'm afraid Qianwu would have met an untimely end long ago. So, Ji Hua packed up the objects and casually put them away in the system space, calmly saying, I'll go myself. The word devil means so much more. Comparatively simple. As long as the Jianghu slightly practicing an internal martial arts. If the road is too wild, or too anxious, we'll go into the devil. Light is seriously injured. Power regression. To recuperate for a long time. The heavy is madness. Killing people everywhere. If a little deeper, it is some practitioners who have become devils with one thought. There are a lot of practitioners in the world, and I don't know what's going on, but the people who practice are the most likely to become demons, and all of them have deep obsessions, and when they become demons, they are all old and powerful, and they are extremely heavy in their killing nature. Any deeper than that, and it's a whole other level, but no matter what, as long as the word devil is associated with it, the danger is very high, and all of them have explosive combat power. And I don't know if it's because they are 10 times stronger than blackened ones. Ji Hua considered it clearly. If he let the Big Dipper group go over there, he could also solve this matter. But the danger was too great, and he didn't know how many people would be lost. So it would be better for him to go over there himself. 23 was instantly ecstatic, his entire body relaxing as he said, if it's the boss going, then naturally that would be best. Then I'll arrange for manpower to go over with boss. No need. I'll be fine on my own. Ji Hua instructed. You tell the others that none of them need to come to Hangzhou. The previous mission to destroy the killer hall is cancelled, and tell them to do whatever they need to do. In addition, the Big Dipper group will strictly investigate the movements over in Hangzhou. and pass the news to me at any time. Yes. Also, Jihwa handed over the secret book of the killing heartsword technique and said, transcribe this secret book. The 108 people in the Heavenly Dipper group will pass on the entire book, and the rest of the congregation will pass on the secret book in accordance with their merits. Yes. 23 added. Boss, are you alone? Where's little brown sugar? She's not going either? She, went to the academy. Jifire said casually. Ha, infinity. Aha. Then I'll have to get a few of them and visit the schoolhouse. 23 said with gusto. He touched the swollen piece on his face, which was still from little brown sugar's hand a few days ago. The two of them walked and talked, soon leaving the small courtyard and heading towards the gate of the State Duke's mansion. Not long after going out, they encountered Ji Junhong coming from a distance with a bunch of portraits. Second brother. This is? Ji Junhong glanced at 23 before looking at Jihwa. Jihwa introduced. This is Boss Qian of the Qian Duo Money Bank, who is quite a friend of mine. 23 arched his hand and said, Qian 23 has met Grand Duke Ji, so it's shopkeeper Qian. Nice to meet you, Ji Junhong said indistinctly. Qian Duo Money Bank, spread throughout the continent, rich as a country. In 4 countries have opened a rudder. It is said that every money bank's treasurer is surnamed Qian, the intention of a lot of money. Just this money bank has a deep background. No one knows who the boss is. There are many forces have inquired, and finally all to no avail. Eldest brother, I have something to go on a long trip, so remember to give a word to Pops, Jihwa quickly said. I may not be able to return for 10 days and half a month. Ji Junhong simply said, good. If father asks, what should I say? This is going to help Kifu create perjury. Just make it up, Jihwa said casually, scanning the picture book in Ji Junhong's hand and asked, you're looking for me? Ji Junhong laughed and shook the zip of paper in his hand. This is the portrait that the matchmakers arranged for your blind date. I originally still had a headache that you don't even like these official ladies. How to persuade you, but now it seems to be useless. The corners of Jihwa's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, it's not necessary. I don't like blind dates either. This is father's order. Ji Junhong laughed. It must be said that since the second brother came, a lot of the pressure from his old father has been shared away by the second brother, probably because of the contrast of Jihwa. This asshole. Ji Xiaoxiong now how to look at Ji Junhong are smooth, presumably to urge him to marry No Hope, and now put their hopes on Jihwa. If you say so, I must not play outside for a few months and then come back. Jihwa's heart slandered, and his mouth said, big brother, time is short. I'll leave first. Good. Ji Junhong nodded his head, and seeing that Jihwa was about to leave, he remembered something and said, by the way, stay away from Hangzhou if you go out. There's a murderer out there who slaughtered Hangzhou. Jihwa raised his head openly, and even 23, who had been keeping his head down and muffled, looked at Ji Junhong. What fierce man? Jifire asked. The two men's expressions were in Ji Junhong's eyes, and he explained in detail with a movement in his heart. It's not clear. I only know that a lot of people died, and now their whereabouts are unknown, and it is estimated that the nearby villages will all be slaughtered cleanly. The court estimates that they will receive the news in a couple of days, and should send their experts over at that time. Wait, I just got the news. Or Qianwu sent it out in the first place, and you've gotten the news that Hangzhou was slaughtered and I haven't? We all fly pigeons. Do your pigeons fly faster than me? Or does Big Brother have a quicker way of getting the word out? Jihwa pondered in his heart and smiled on his face. Alright, Big Brother, I won't go to Hangzhou. Ji Junhong nodded and added, be careful on the road. If you encounter people from the imperial court, or local officials, or nearby military camps, remember to take out the token I gave you. They will all give me face. Yes. After saying that, Jihwa hurried away with 23. Show them any high-end ways of flying pigeons, or better quality pigeons. Jifire suddenly said towards 23. Good, boss. 23's face was also full of kinks. Their Big Dipper group was all about intelligence. How come they hadn't received the news that Hangzhou had been slaughtered when others had? It's still being compared in front of the boss, and that's humiliating, and it shouldn't be. Ji Junhong looked at the backs of the two leaving, and could see Jihwa whispering something, and that money shopkeeper kept nodding his head. He knew he could have heard their conversation if he wanted to, he just didn't do it. Interesting. Ji Junhong glanced at the portrait in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the tied portrait suddenly turned into powder and dissipated with the wind. It's better to destroy it, so that my father won't look at the portrait and think of arranging a blind date for me. By the way, looking at the appearance of the second brother, I guess I won't be back anytime soon, so what excuse should I make? Headache. Headache. Chapter 41, A Feast of Amazement on Earth. When Jihwa left the door, he mounted a fast horse and went all the way to Hangzhou. However, The capital is not a short distance from Hangzhou. The pigeons alone flew for 3 days before arriving. He does not expect to be able to rush there in a short time, so also is ready to rush during the day, at night to find a wilderness to deal with a night. I have to say that horseback riding is good everywhere, except for a little bit of ass bumping and having to watch the road all the time. Passing by a peach forest, the mountains full of pink peach blossoms as gorgeous as the evening sun. The breeze, petals have fallen, like a fairyland. The air is filled with the rich fragrance of flowers, making people feel relaxed and refreshing, accompanied by the pleasant and melodious sound of the trickling stream. It was as if he was in the embrace of nature. Jihua couldn't help but look towards the direction of the flowing water, only to see that deep within the peach forest, there was a sparkling clear river hidden. Above the riverbank, a beautiful woman dressed in purple crouched by the river. She gently removed the veil from her face, revealing a clear and elegant yet slightly haggard face, then picked up a silk scarf and carefully wiped her cheeks. The woman seemed to have sensed some unusual movement and raised her head, her gaze coincidentally meeting Jihua's. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Jihua couldn't help but be slightly stunned. An ineffable feeling suddenly surged in his heart, and his mouth coldly and gently recited such a poem. Far away from the earthly feast of amazement, a glimpse of the earthly face in full bloom. These words perfectly illustrated the shock and awe he felt inside at the moment. At the appearance of the woman in front of him, the woman's eyes lit up slightly and, Duong. Then he saw Jihua hit his head on a tree branch and fall off his horse in a terrible mess. Put! The woman couldn't help but laugh out loud. A smile of 100 winks, like 3,000 worlds of 10,000 flowers blooming. Ha! Ha ha! This tree grows so ungrateful. It's an abomination. Jihua got up from the ground, his originally clean clothes becoming dirty. His face reddened with embarrassment, and he glared fiercely at the horse in the distance. Let's just say that horseback riding is very dangerous. If it was an ordinary person, this time I'm afraid I'd have to knock out a concussion. He patted his clothes, rolled onto his horse, and slapped the horse's ass so hard that at once the horse huffed and puffed, and galloped off furiously into the distance again. He didn't dare to turn around during this time. It was too humiliating. He could just feel those clear eyes falling on him all the time, which made his face roll up more and more. Shame on you. In the distance, he could be heard grumbling. The woman's cocked mouth couldn't be suppressed, and she whispered, rather a dullard. Looking at the clothes, it seems to be the son of some official family in Great Zhou. Before it gets dark, the sky is already covered with dark clouds, estimating that it won't take long for heavy rain to fall. It just so happened that a broken temple appeared ahead, so Jihua decided to spend the night in this broken temple tonight. The broken temple was overgrown with weeds, but it would be nice to find a shelter from the rain when sleeping out in the open. It had only been a short time since the fire had been started, when suddenly he heard horses neighing, and then he saw a flash of purple appear in the doorway. Jihua froze slightly, then withdrew his gaze. The woman in purple was similarly stunned. Her eyes curved if anything, so she tethered her horse to the side, removed the long sword from her back, and walked over, sitting down by the fire of the nori fire. Jihua was oblivious, quietly rising the fire. Hey, what a coincidence! The woman in purple opened her mouth. She was wearing a veil at the moment, and a rhinus could be seen if nothing else in her exposed eyes. I don't call feed, Jihua said casually. So what's your name? The woman asked again. Jihua thought about his many trumpets and finally said, Jihua. Oh, the woman's voice trailed off a little too long. Nicely, before repeating, Jihua, what a coincidence. I don't know why, but why do I always feel molested by her? Jihua turned his head and saw the woman crouching by the fire, the dim flames reflecting on her body. Even though her face was now covered, it still gave off a thrilling beauty. What a coincidence. Jihua stiffened and returned, before shifting his sights back to the fire. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, followed by crackling rain that fell from the sky and beat the leaves of the trees. The rubble of the broken temple tinkled, and large drops of rain fell from the eaves, gathering into columns of water like rainfalls. Wow yo, there's a real lot of rain over here. I haven't seen this much rain in a long time. The woman gazed at the scene in amazement. Jihua swept his eyes and didn't answer. The woman looked at him, the cunning in her eyes heavier and, what's on your mind? I'm talking to you. Jihua's lips moved, hesitated for 2 seconds, and held back a sentence. What's your name? The woman's eyes widened, and suddenly she snorted out another laugh, gleefully. I thought you were so strange. If you want to ask me my name, just say it. You've been holding it in for so long. Ha ha ha. Nerd. Jihua's face instantly reddened again. The party kind of and beautiful women alone in the broken temple, single for decades, have not experienced this kind of nervousness also went away. Hastily yelled. I told you the name. It's only right that you should tell me too. I've waited so long, and you won't even open your mouth. It's not my problem at all. storm, lone man and woman, sharing a room. These words together cannot help but remind Jihua's heart of a number of import and export trade movies he had seen in his previous life, all of which were the plot of these movies in his previous life. Well, that's right. Fine. It's my fault. I don't know the rules of the Jianghu. The woman laughed indulgently for a while longer, then thought for a moment, and suddenly took the veil off, revealing that thrilling face and spreading her smile. My name is Xianingshang. Outside the broken temple the electricity flickered and thundered. Inside the broken temple the fire crackled. The orange flames shone on her cheeks. Her eyes reflected the firelight, and on the walls was the nice silhouette outline of her reflected by the flames. Fire looked away for 2 seconds, withdrew his eyes, and spoke softly. Good name. The woman grunted and said, I thought you were going to say something nice. Her eyes twinkled, and with a teasing look in her eyes, far away from the earth's amazing feast, a glimpse of the earth's blooming face. Well, not bad. Really good poem, or the first time someone made this kind of poetry for me. At that time, at least 50 meters away. This is all heard. Jihua flashed this idea in his heart, glaring at the 2 dead fish eyes. Expressionless said, I was in a poetic mood during the day and recited a couple of lines off the top of my head. I just happened to meet you. Nothing more. Xianingshang and snorted a laugh out. Say I look good on the straight, say it. This kind of euphemistic why. Praise me good looking no 1000 also have 800. I am used to it. Or is this the subtlety of your Central Plains people? You're not from the Middle Kingdom? Fire asked. I came from the Dragon Kingdom, and I have long heard that the Jianghu in the Central Plains is wonderful, so I wanted to come and take a look. Xianingshan laughed. I didn't realize that the Jianghu person I just met was like you. The Dragon Kingdom, that's a long way off. Of the 4 kingdoms, Great Zhou and Liang border and are at each other's throats on a daily basis. To the north of Great Zhou is the kingdom of Zhao, and only further north is the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao and Great Zhou have an average relationship and don't interact much on weekdays. The main reason is that they are busy fighting with the Dragon Kingdom. These 2 belong to the kind of you look at me and I look at you and start fighting as soon as they meet. It was indeed quite a long way to run from the Dragon Kingdom to the Great Zhou, and in the middle, one had to cross a Zhao Kingdom. Then you're really free, coming all the way over here to see it. Fire said, the rivers and lakes are raining at night, and the children are in love. I've heard about it since I was a child, and when I had the chance this time, I always felt that it would be a pity if I didn't come to take a look. Xianingshang reached out and pulled back her hair. Her vermilion lips gently opened and slowly opened her mouth. Chapter 42. What is the jungle? For Jihua, the jungle is similar to if you are a brother. Come and cut me, which basically means you cut me and I stab you. And most of the Jianghu people he had seen were actually living in old misery. All of them had no food, and one was poorer than the other. In the past, when the poor, see the little brown sugar are starving and thin 2 circles, the gang of brats anxious, all go to the market to sell their art. A few of them compel Jihua to find a mountain to do a period of time with no money to buy and sell. At that time, if you meet wearing a bucket hat, dusty Jianghu people are not hitchhiking a poor man at first sight. It is only in the last 10 years that a certain scholar, who also could not afford to eat, wrote some workshop books and made a lot of money. Other poor scholars who also can't afford to eat and won't work in the fields look at it. There is this good thing? Then they followed suit, which opened up the era of storybooks. At first, these scribes wrote in a more euphemistic manner, but later, after realizing that they could change their vests, they gradually became more unrestrained. All sorts of workshop talk books came out in an endless stream. The thinking was wild and unconventional. The scale was so large, and all sorts of intellectual scenarios were constantly changing, that even Jihua couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he read it. One of the most written, besides the bookish series about falling in love with demons and monsters, is the Jianghu series. These popular talk books were written more than one wonderful, and then spread to the countries to go. The influence of cultural dissemination. Many disciples of the sect or the heirs of the government will have to leave home. Want to see the talk books and novels of the Jianghu is really what it looks like. Greatly contributes to the GDP of the mob industry. Nerd, what are you thinking about? Xianingshang waved her hand towards Jihua. Nothing. Thought of something. Fire shook his head and said softly. Hey. Xianingshang teased with a smile. It looks like you've suffered a lot in the Jianghu and are savoring it. Good lord. You guessed it all. Jihua grunted. The Jianghu is not as romantic as you think. It's dangerous. I advise you to go home earlier. No way. It's not easy for me to come out, so I'm not going back so early. Besides, I'm strong. Xianingshang raised her longsword and shook it. All written on her little face was I'm just so strong. The strength is only 8 or 9 products, and the breath is chaotic. The face is pale. It looks like it is injured. is not just a poisonous beating by Jianghu. All this is not hurry back? Jiefire saw through it not to say anything, but just stayed silent and added a lot of wood to the fire. Xiaoningshan was bored sitting there, so she walked to the front of the broken temple and pointed at the broken and hideous idol on the altar. What is it? Jiefire didn't even lift his head as he spoke. Wutong Xin, an evil god that used to circulate in the folklore. Early Great Zhou was chaotic. All sorts of evil gods were out and about, especially in this kind of countryside. There was no official jurisdiction. It's normal for someone to be compelled to set up an idol of an evil god. Oh, Xiaoningshan asked again. It looks like there's no incense at all. It was beaten by a high person, and the temple was deserted. There are many such evil gods in the folklore, and they are commonplace. Up and at 'em. Xiaoningshan shook her little head and surveyed the idol a few more times, circled around, and then let out a sound of surprise. Come over here and look. When Jihua walked behind the idol, he saw two withered bones sitting against the ground. The clothes of the dead bones had long since been eroded by age, and they were so tightly clasped together that it was feared that if they were forcibly separated, they would fall apart. Jiefire crouched down and picked up the rotting weapon next to him to check it out. It should be 50 years. Xiaoningshan looked at a wooden box next to the withered bones, so she picked it up and opened it. There was a brocade inside with words written in blood. I said, aren't you worried about having a hidden weapon or something? Jihua's mouth twitched. When Xiaoningshan finished reading, her face was full of complexity. How? Jiefire asked. Their two sides of the family had a feud, but they met each other in traveling the rivers and lakes, and also accidentally had a secret love for each other. Finally discovering the truth, the two had to raise their blades to point at their loved ones, even because of hatred, so that neither of them could face their feelings, and finally in this broken temple to settle all the grudges, and finally die together. Before they died, the two of them cleared the ice, confessed their feelings to each other, wrote down their experiences in blood, and went to the yellow springs with a smile on their faces. Xiaoningshan's eyes reddened as she spoke, and her tone carried a hint of indescribable frustration. So dog blood well. Jihua is a bit dumbfounded, then shook his head and pointed at the two withered bones. This is the jungle. Xiaoningshan glared at Jihua without any good reason. You Central Plains people are so cruel in your Jianghu. Just like that you hobbled a couple of lovers. If they had known each other's feelings earlier, they wouldn't have bladed each other. That can't be helped. Being in a different position. Sometimes you just can't be together. Jihua casually slapped out a crater, and Xiaoningshan glanced at him, her eyes flashing with light. Jiefire picked the dead bones in one by one and said casually, and even if they had known each other's feelings earlier, hate wouldn't have allowed them to be together. On what basis? Xiaoningshan also squatted down, picking up the bones together, and said in a delicate voice, our dragon kingdom won't be like this. If two people love each other, they have to be together no matter what, even if they hate each other? We like it just the way it is. It can never go unspoken. We Dragon Kingdom women are all this honest about our feelings. Even with hatred, we can give up for love. Jihua shook his head and laughed, which was putting it mildly. He gently patted the ash on the dead bone, not controlling the strength, and broke it a little. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and put the dead bone in. What if the man doesn't agree? Why would you disagree? Xiaoningshan asked, glaring at him. Jihua pointed at the withered bones and spoke in a slightly higher tone. What if the men are from the Central Plains and can't be together because of their hatred and stance? The people of the Central Plains value these, and stance, public opinion, family, and kinship will not allow the people of the Central Plains to be together with the people of the Dragon Kingdom who have a blood feud with each other. If this is the case, what will happen to you people of the Dragon Kingdom? Xiaoningshan looked at him, equally unwilling to show weakness. Then we'll fight tooth and nail to stay together. If the men don't agree, how can they stay together? Jaifire's tone rose a few more notches. Xiaoningshan's voice also carried a hint of stubbornness and wildness as she plucked up her voice and said, then take him back and pamper him day after day, night after night. Just make it so he can't resist. Hatred, position, whatever. Let it die. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky with a thunderclap. The girl's voice in the broken temple was still faintly echoing, and the two men's eyes met in midair, locked in a stalemate. Tit for tat. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly the two of them simultaneously withdrew their sights and lowered their heads to proceed to pack up the dead bones on the ground. In this eerie silence, both dead bones were collected into the pit, just as it was guessed before. As soon as the dead bones were moved, they would be scattered all over the place. So these two dead bones were a mixed up mess when they were put in, but I believe the owner of these two dead bones wouldn't care. After packing up, Jihua swung out two more palms and made a small mound of dirt, sort of setting up a grave for the pair. Xiaoningshan ran out of the broken temple and came back wet after a few moments. holding a sharpened wooden block in her hand. She used the tip of her sword to carve the names of those two people on the block of wood, and then placed it in front of the grave. Chapter 43, Wherever you are, the sky is the limit. Neither of them talked the entire time, and I don't know if it was because they didn't know what to say or what was going on. It's just that the two split the work down the middle and seemed to be doing a good job even without communicating. Once that was done, the two returned to the fire. With no one to add firewood, the flames were now smaller. Jinhua hurriedly added more firewood, and when the flames came up, the broken temple warmed up again. Xianingshang hugged her knees and sat squatting in front of the fire. She had just gone out to get wet for a while and was now dripping wet, coupled with the fact that there were injuries right on his body. And I don't know if the injuries couldn't be suppressed, but now his pretty face was white as a sheet, and his forehead was seeping with fine sweat. Jinhua hesitated for 2 seconds, removed his own bag, pretended to dig out, but actually took out a coat from the system space and handed it over. Humph. Xianingshang glanced at it, her little mouth curled up high, and her little nose let out a humming sound. Good guy, don't want it even if. Jiefire put the clothes beside her and sat back in his seat again, then added some more firewood to make the fire a little more vigorous. It was late at night, so he lay down on the hay, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. By the time I woke up the next day, it was light, the rain had passed, and the golden sunlight was falling on the ground. A rare and beautiful day. Xianingshang had already disappeared, and her horse had also disappeared, presumably leaving at first light, where she had been sitting before. Norifire's clothes were left there. Jinhua picked up the clothes were still warm, and put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed, and found that there was a good smelling fragrance on it, and guessed that last night she still used the clothes as a quilt. Shouldn't have been gone long. Mouth say don't. Body is very honest. Also said what to catch back day and day favor. Night and night to enjoy. The women of the dragon country are this kind of mandatory. Well, Jiefire shook his head, his mouth nagging. If such words were placed in Great Zhou, they would probably be cursed to death by a bunch of people. Then he turned around and saw Xianingshang standing playfully in the doorway of the broken temple, holding a pheasant in her hand, her eyes full of contempt and mockery. You're a decent guy on the outside, but you're still very honest in the body. Apparently, she'd been standing there for a while. Jiefire put down his clothes with no expression, as long as he wasn't embarrassed. The embarrassment was someone else. He asked as he put his clothes back in his bag. Why are you back? Went out to hunt a wild game. I didn't expect to come back and see your clothed beast side. Xianingshang walked over with the pheasant in her hand and handed it over. Jiefire took the game just as there was a broken bar in the broken temple with water filled from last night's rain, just in time to dispose of it. As he plucked the chicken feathers, he returned, would you believe me if I said that was an accident just now? You don't need to be sophomoric. You Central Plains people like to be subtle. I get it. Xianingshang sat by the fire and added more firewood. After a night of recovery, her face was less gaunt and white, but still a little white, and she looked a delicate beauty. What the hell do you know? Jinhua rolled his eyes without a good look. After the game was taken care of, it was placed on the fire and roasted, and it didn't take long for the flavor to hit the air. Jinhua took out the seasoning and sprinkled it on top, then tore off a leg and distributed it to Xianingshang. After the latter received it, she tore off a small piece of fine meat with her green onion fingers and put it into her red lips to chew on it. Then her eyes widened in surprise. I didn't realize that your nerd's craftsmanship was pretty good. It's a match for our chefs in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiefire shrugged, hugging the chicken and nibbling on it. After eating, Jinhua led his horse out of the broken temple, and Xianingshang's horse could be seen outside the broken temple. He could tell that Xianingshang had already left in the morning, just that she had returned for some reason. However, he didn't ask too many questions. He just turned around and asked, where is Miss Xia going? Xianingshang cocked her head, thought for a moment, and looked at Jinhua. Where are you going? Jiefire returned. Hangzhou. Now Qianwu's life and death were unknown, more likely to just hiccup, but no matter what he had to go to the scene. There might be some clues. Xianingshang's eyes moved, then she asked with a smile. I want to go to the jungle. Do you know where the jungle is? Jinhua pondered for 2 seconds and said, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The cunning in Xianingshang's eyes flickered as she pursued. Is it a jungle where you go? Yes. Then I will go with you. Xianingshang stretched her waist, her perfect curves shining in the sunlight. I want to go and see the grandeur and dominance of the Jianghu, the grudges, and the love of children. Jiefire scrutinized her. Where I'm going is dangerous. Let's not talk about what the devil Qianwu was talking about. But once you get involved with this thing, it will become very dangerous. Qianwu's skill is already considered a first-class fighter in the Jianghu, and the fact that he is still alive or dead is enough to anticipate that the next road will not be a good one. That doesn't matter. Xianingshang held up the sword in her hand and said confidently, I'm an expert. With the broken sword of 5 tails of silver in your hand, a strength of 8 or 9 grades, and now seriously injured, you can be considered an expert? Jaifire rolled onto his horse and laughed. Come with me if you're not afraid to die. With that, he swung the reins and sped off towards the distance. Ha ha! Xiaoningshang similarly rode on the back of her horse and chased after him, yelling with considerable interest. I still want to see the ends of the earth and the sea. I want to find the love that will last forever in death. Can you take me there? Jaifire's voice traveled far away as he learned her words. Where I am, the sky is the limit. The 2 fast horses were walking side by side in the rising sun, fading away. Master, this is the latest intelligence from Hangzhou. Mr. Wen quickly walked over and handed over a note. Ji Junhong took it and scanned it for a few moments before his eyes finally rested on one of the patterns on it and his brows furrowed. Mr. Man explained. The murderer who massacred Hangzhou is said to have fled southward, slaughtering 2 villages along the way. Now Department 6 and the local officials have sent people to track them down, but the murderer seems to be extremely good at hiding his whereabouts, and Department 6 people who specialize in tracking are having a hard time finding each other's whereabouts. He pointed to the pattern that Ji Junhong had been staring at and said, a person who was lucky enough to survive saw that the murderous man's entire body was shrouded in pitch black, and he was holding this half of the weapon in his hand. It's not half, it's a third, Ji Junhong said in a deep voice. A third? Mr. Man said in shock. Ji Junhong nodded. This is the head of the demonic weapon, demonic dragon gun. Legend has it that if it's not the person who was recognized by the demon lance, everyone else who holds the demon lance will be corrupted by the demonic aura and become a demon-destroying demon that slaughters living beings. Demon dragon gun? Mr. Wen also remembered and said in surprise, isn't this the Dragon Kingdom's national magic weapon? Legend has it that it was long ago chopped into 3 pieces by the human emperor sword and its whereabouts are unknown. How did it appear in Hangzhou? It might just so happen that the demon soldiers have come out. Ji Junhong said doubtfully. What I can't understand is that legend has it that if a demonic soldier doesn't recognize its owner, the person holding it will lose his mind and kill innocents indiscriminately. And judging from the fact that this ferocious man slaughtered Hangzhou in villages, that is indeed the case as well. But there shouldn't be any hiding of tracks, and hiding tracks means having sanity, which is inconsistent with the intelligence. After thinking for a while, and still not being able to figure it out, Ji Junhong shook his head. No matter what, if the demon soldier comes out, the Jianghu will definitely cause waves again, and if this news spreads out, I'm afraid that countless people will flock to it. Mr. Wen nodded his head and said, even if it's a demonic weapon, it's still a supreme weapon, enough to cause a bloody storm in the Jianghu. That place in Hangzhou has not been a place for soldiers since ancient times, and the several places where the legendary demon dragon gun was lost are all far away from Hangzhou. Appearing in Hangzhou looks like someone's deliberate act. Ji Junhong tapped his fingertips on the desktop and thought, which force could it be? And what is the reason for luring demon soldiers into the jungle? Mr. Wen asked curiously. Master, since the demonic soldier didn't recognize its owner, are you going to make a move to collect this demonic soldier? Ji Junhong gave him a blank look. This will not be my weapon. He thought about it, and the corner of his mouth quirked up slightly as he said, tell the 23rd treasurer of Shandor Chambers about this intelligence and our guest just now. Mr. Man was slightly stunned, but he didn't ask more questions and respectfully said, yes. Chapter 44, if there were fewer misfortunes. The 2 of them steered their horses all the way, and basically spent the day on the run. You should know that horseback riding is quite tiring, especially when you are on the back of the horse all the time upside down, and your back is sore after a day. Plus Jihua has been anxious about Hangzhou, the speed has not slowed down, the horsewhip is almost smoking, just like this for a day. Actually Xiaoningshang didn't have a single complaint. Tired, I guess. He didn't find any inns or temples at night time, so he had to spend his time in the wilderness. As he raised the fire and roasted the game, Jihua asked. He originally thought that if this boat so that the girl to understand follow him quite tired, or Jianghu Road is actually not good to go, let her hurry home as a big lady or something, is also regarded as a good day. Although I don't know the girl's family situation, but the purple clothes she wore didn't look like a very cheap kind. Plus her skin was good. She looked good. Her eyes flashed when she spoke. There was a kind of clarity and radiance. She didn't look like a child from a poor family in any way. After all, there will be no light in the eyes of a battering ram after being severely beaten by society. Okay. Xiaoningshang shook her head, her eyes carrying some fatigue. I don't know if it was because her injuries weren't healed, but she was a little tired after tossing and turning all day. If you can't hold out, you don't have to follow me. Maybe going home would be good for you, Jaifire advised. Don't. Xiaoningshang shook her head again. Jihua hesitated for 2 seconds and said, I need to get to Hangzhou as soon as possible, so the rest of the road will be like this. Xiaoningshang suddenly smiled. suddenly charming as she softly said, I know you're in a hurry, so don't worry about me, just get there as soon as you can. Jihua gave her a deep look. Her face had an indescribable beauty in the campfire's reflection. Xianingshang skimmed her head, fiddled with the flames, and laughed. Don't you Central Plains people always emphasize subtlety? Hasn't anyone ever told you that staring at a girl like that will get you treated like a hooligan? Jaifire woke up then, his hand idly plucking at the flames to hide the embarrassment in his heart, and laughed. Looking at more good-looking women and keeping your mind and body happy is a good way to nourish your body. Then you should have seen a lot. Xianingshang smiled. I've seen less before. Jaifire shook his head. Xianingshang's eyes curved slightly as she looked at the fire, not knowing what she was thinking. It was quiet for a while. What are you doing in your haste to get to Hangzhou? Jaifire hesitated for 2 seconds and said, save a brother. Xianingshang's eyes were slightly downcast as she softly said, I heard that Hangzhou was slaughtered. Then we must go and see. And if we find the corpse, we will help him avenge his death. If we can't find it, we'll keep looking. Jihua said flatly, no ripples in his tone. Xianingshang clasped her hands on her knees, tilted her head sideways, her cheek resting on her knees, and eyed the teenager who was calmly fiddling with the fire in front of her. When the two arrived at Hangzhou, they saw from afar that the officials and soldiers had blocked off the entire city. What for? The first few officers and soldiers immediately stopped at the city gate and scolded at the two men. Jaifire arched his hand toward the leading officer. My name is Jaifire. Is the steward available? The official soldier froze and immediately put away his blades, arching his hand. But Elder Duke Ji? Exactly. A touch of joy appeared in the eyes of that officer and soldier, waving his hand to signal the other officers and soldiers to put down their weapons and respectfully said, what brings the second prince here? I want to enter Hangzhou. Can you do me a favor? Convenient and convenient. Your Excellency please. The official soldier directly ordered people to put down the fence horses and open the city gates, while reminding him, my lord, Hangzhou has suffered such a catastrophe, and now the city is littered with corpses, and the brothers inside are still cleaning up, so it might not be a pretty sight. I know. Jihua brought Xianingshang into Hangzhou, and the official soldier from the party signaled towards the person next to him. Go report to the Lord Assassin, and say that someone calling himself Jihua has entered the city. Yes, Hangzhou city was indeed filled with corpses, blood and severed limbs everywhere, and many of the soldiers coming and going were busy carrying the corpses. A few days had passed since the massacre of Hangzhou. When the sun was shining, the stench came out, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. Are you famous in the Zhou dynasty? Xianingshang asked curiously. Not bad, Jaifire replied casually. How famous? Xianingshang asked again. Beat up a guy. Xianingshang ohayed and felt that it was right. Jihua looked naive, guessing that it was just a reputation to fight out. Jihua crouched down and examined the bodies. The opponent's strength wasn't bad, plus they were all ordinary civilians, so it was basically a one-hit kill. Actions like this direct slaughter of the city did seem like the behavior of someone who had entered the devil. In the distance, a few people hurriedly came over. All of them looked a bit tired, obviously busy dealing with Hangzhou in the past few days, taking a lot of effort. Is the visitor Ji Ergonzi? The middle-aged man in official uniform at the head saluted. My humble servant, Hangzhou assassin Gue Ankang. Jihua took out the token given by his big brother from his bosom and handed it over. He realized that he came out in a hurry and didn't get a proof of identity or something. It's really not possible to get a Flying Bear Army's token or not. It would be embarrassing if the people over here didn't recognize Big Brother's token. Gue Ankang took the token, glanced at it, and nodded. Indeed, it is the token of Grand Ruler Ji. With that, he respectfully returned the token. The several people around him whose bodies were originally tense also relaxed, looking at Jihua with eyes full of goodwill. Good man. Does Big Brother's token work in Hangzhou too? Jihua was puzzled. Assassin Gue, you took one look to make sure? Gue Ankang laughed. The Grand Duke came to Hangzhou some years ago, and my humble servant had the honor of meeting him, and it was quite a match. Jihua felt something strange in his heart, but this emotion was quickly suppressed. What is the second prince here for? Gue Ankang asked. I'm going to make a trip to the Tang family dartboard. This is simple. Gue Ankang immediately arranged for a person to lead the way, then said, Second prince, the murderer who slaughtered Hangzhou has now traveled south, and his current whereabouts are unknown, so please pay attention to safety during this period of time when traveling. Second prince. Good, Jaifire nodded. With someone leading the way, the two easily found the Tang family dark bureau. Since Hangzhou was so big, the bodies had only been disposed of for a small amount of time now, and the Tang family dart bureau here hadn't even had time to deal with them, and now when they pushed open the door, all they saw were corpses. Xianingshang was not in a high mood all the way and said softly, a lot of people died. There was an indescribable emotion in his tone. Fire nodded, examining the corpses one by one to see if he would find Qianwu, without looking up. It's a lot of deaths when demons are at work. Why don't you look sad when so many people died? They were all from the Zhou dynasty, Xianingshang asked. Fire replied casually. When you fight in the jungle, death and injury are no longer inevitable. Besides, I've encountered famines before, and more people died than now. He searched for a while longer, his face full of calm. When a murderer slaughters a city, it's only the people of one city that die. In the past I encountered, the government didn't care if the people died or lived. Thousands of miles of white bones, easy to eat each other. That time the deaths were far more than just a city. Xianingshang quietly looked at him and didn't say anything. Fire's tone was flat. If you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you can help the world. If I had the power, it would have been good to stop the murderers earlier. Fewer people would have died, and there would have been less misfortune on Earth. Chapter 45, Speculation. When he came to the backyard of the Tang family dark bureau, Jihua finally saw something different. He stood in front of the body of the killer hall's master and realized that the body had been touched by someone, presumably Qianwu. Qianwu touched the body. Then, Jihua looked down at the traces on the ground. Due to the fact that this place had already gone through a big battle before, at this time the scene had long been in a mess, and it would be difficult to recognize it again. Someone here has been hiding, waiting for Qianwu to come before suddenly attacking him. Fire walked over to another pillar and reached out to touch it, his mouth nagging. The attack of the visitor is fierce and aggressive. The chi goes 3 inches into the wood with a corrosive force. Just then, he heard a cry of disbelief. That brother of yours doesn't seem to be dead. Jihua twisted his head to see Xianingshang pointing at a few traces around him and said in passing, "Look here, here, and here." The two of them tangled for a bit, and that brother of yours dodged most of the attacks by mainly running away. As she talked, she walked until she reached the backyard, where there were relatively few bodies. When the two fought here, they tangled for a while longer, and the gunpowder broke the stone table. It's just that the demonic chi entered his body, and your brother's state dropped quite a bit, and that murderous man seemed to be in bad shape as well. His movements slowed down. In the end, the chi energy swept your brother and broke his clothes. He should be injured. She picked up a piece of rag on the ground with a puzzled look on her face and looked around again, unsure. Then the murderous man stopped attacking. "What are you looking at me for?" Jihua opened his mouth slightly and looked at the woman in front of him with strange eyes and laughed. "I didn't realize that Miss Xiao looked dull, but she is proficient in this skill of surveying." Xianingshang blankly glanced at him, a look that was even more delicate and charming. "If it weren't for the first half of the sentence, I'd believe you were complimenting me." Jihua smiled as his sight swept around, and the scene, which was originally still somewhat disorganized, became clear after Xianingshang said so. Indeed, the murderous man seemed to stop attacking after arriving here. From my point of view, that murderous man seems to still retain some sanity. It should have recovered its sanity before it stopped its attack. Xianingshang pondered. "That's right." Jihua nodded. "That murderous man should have a purpose for traveling all the way south, which means he regained his sanity." Xianingshang picked up. "In my opinion, that person and the Tang family dark bureau should have a grudge. Maybe we can start from this aspect and know that person's identity." "This is difficult. The Tang family dark bureau is actually the headquarters of the Killer Hall. The Killer Hall is a no-money business. It's not like my side, which picks on evil targets, but they'll do it for money. After so many years the enemies are afraid that there are more people than in Hangzhou. It is impossible to find out. However, from the scene, it seems that Qianwu really didn't die, and in the end, the murderer stayed his hand. Why did Qianwu not summon over later? Has he been captured by the murderer? Is it possible that your brother is an infatuated seed, and the murderer happens to be a shapely woman, and he fell in love at first sight, so he wanted to sensitize that murderer with love?" Xianingshang saw Jihua's relaxed expression had come down after he knew that Qianwu was not dead, so he smiled and teased. "Never." Jihua simply shook his head and said seriously, "My brother is a steel straight man, doesn't chase girls at all, very straight kind." Xianingshang squinted at him. "I don't see where you can chase girls either." Fire sophistically said, "That's just that you don't see it. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve." "Really didn't see it." Xianingshang covered her mouth and teased, her eyes flowing, seemingly real. After coming out from Hangzhou, the two of them tracked their way along the direction of the village that the murderer had massacred, and by the time they got to the village that had been massacred, there were quite a few officials here to clean up as well. The Jianghu people along the way seemed to have become more numerous. Jihua asked suspiciously. I encountered quite a few of them when I was in Hangzhou. At that time, I only thought they were passing through. Just looking at the route of these people, it seems to be the same as ours." They seem to want to look for that murderous man as well, Xia Ningxiang whispered. Fire examined the bodies in this village and spoke in a deep voice. Just like Hongzhou, the difference is that the murderer struck out of nowhere, and it was the inability to suppress the demonic nature that should have caused this attack. By the time the two came to the next village again, it was in much the same condition as the previous one, though more people had survived. That murderer was a woman, with a smoking lance in her hand, who brought down the village in one fell swoop, and then killed everyone in sight. It was scary as hell. Then came a young man in black, who somehow said something in front of the murderer, and the woman calmed down and ended up being carried south by the teenager. After spending some silver, Jihua got a handful of information from the mouth of the old man who survived. That old man smiled and took the silver, turned his head toward the other Jianghu people's side, presumably also selling a handful of information. Jihua's face was strange. The one who entered the demon was really a woman? And according to the witnesses, Qianwu was really by her side. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Xia Ningxiang really got it right? And Qianwu, that iron straight man, was able to sensitize the devil with love? Seeing this scene, Xia Ningxiang covered her mouth and laughed. Duke Ji still says he's a straight man, but now it seems that people have high means of hooking up with little girls. It must have been an accident. Maybe girls like his type nowadays. Jihua's heart was complicated and full of emotions and sighs. A 10,000-year-old popsicle could actually hook up with a girl? This was no different from an iron tree blossoming. What's the style of his one? Xia Ningxiang asked with interest. Fire blurted out. Abstinence. His eyes suddenly lit up and he crouched in the corner to look closely at the lines on it. This is the exclusive code of the Qinkuan sect. There is no other code. The probability is that it is a message left behind by Qianwu. Deciphering from the message of the code word, it is Point Sword Villa. Could it be that the demon's next target is Point Sword Villa? Jihua narrowed his eyes. From the direction, Point Sword Villa was in the southern part of the river. From this side southward he could indeed get there. Just Point Sword Mountain Village in Jiangnan, quite famous. In the righteous way, has a lot of prestige, is considered to be the mainstay of the righteous way, although there is not much difference between the power and the killer hall like this. However, the strength of the owner of this villa is not that bad and is quite chivalrous. If he really strikes out against the Point Sword Villa, he is afraid that it will cause hatred among the people in the Jianghu Lake. Do you see something, Your Excellency? Xia Ningxiang asked when she saw Jihua looking down in deep thought. Well, let's go. Fire nodded. The two of them had just left this village not long ago, when suddenly the woods ahead swayed, and several Jianghu people were blocking the front with weapons in their hands. The strong man at the head held a large sword and arched his hand. My name is Lu Sandao. Dare I ask your name? Xia Ningxiang whispered. These people have encountered us since we were in the first village, and they were also in the second village just now, presumably because they thought we had discovered something and came to test us. Jihua nodded, took out the folding fan from his arms, brushed it open, fanned it twice, and laughed. Downstream Blanche. Xia Ningxiang's small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes looked oddly at Jihua. Chapter 46, Honest to a Fault. Yucho? Lu Sandao took a closer look at the folding fan waving in Jihua's hand and nodded in surprise. Sure enough, it's the streaming fan. So it's the folding fan, Duke Yuzhua. I've heard a lot about you. Jihua froze as he took a look at the abstract pattern on the folding fan. He originally thought it was drawn blindly, but he didn't realize there was a name for it. But you guys don't recognize Yuchak's face. But you recognize this fan? Mr. Yu, may I ask what you found in that village? Share it with us as well. Lu Sandagger was not the least bit afraid, or rather as he spoke, the few people behind him in turn stealthily took a step forward. Jihua gently shook the flowing fan in his hand, and the breeze brushed across his face, bringing up a few strands of hair to flutter. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled. You guess. Lu Sanjie was slightly stunned. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he said in a deep voice, since that's the case, then let Mr. Lu come to learn about folding fan Gongzi's royal wind hand. That said, after Yu Chuk was beaten up in the capital, his fame increased instead of decreasing, and he became even more famous. The main reason is that his vest fell, Master Fei Lian General, but also can use the legend of the ground level mastery. At that time that wind hand power present in the eyes of all people, the floor of the palace are scraped down quite a lot. It can be said that in the younger generation, he can use the wind hand can already be considered a walking small natural disaster. As for what moves he used to use, the folding fan? I'm sorry, I forgot. People only remember the most impressive moves. Lu Sandao held his sword in both hands with a grave expression, and suddenly leapt up and slashed towards Jihua. Jihua folded his fan and casually blocked it out. The moment the knife and the folding fan came into contact, Lu Sanzhou only felt a strong force rushing from the body of the knife to the tiger's mouth, and even more so, he almost couldn't hold the long knife in his hand. He was shocked in his heart. He didn't realize that the folding fan Duke wasn't very old, but his internal strength was actually so strong, worthy of being a great master disciple. He then used his strength to fly up and slash down again. This is Lu Sandao's second stab. His famous skill 3 knives is one knife after another. Each knife is twice as strong as the previous one. The people who can catch his 3 knives are few and far between in this area of Jiangnan, which has also made him a lot of fame. Once caught in his 3 slashes attack, it would be hard to get out of it and could only eat his 3 slashes with a hard head. Kind of. Ji Hua saw the name of his 3 slashes at a glance, and the folding fan slammed with it, the force even greater than before. Lu Sanjie was once again sent flying in mid-air. At this time the height of the moon was more than 3 feet, only to see a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes flashed a roar of rage. The third knife blasted down. At this time the 3 knives have become. The accumulated knife power has become the power of splitting mountains and cracking rocks, with a hallowed pressure, attacking like a mountain. The corner of Ji Hua's mouth curled up slightly, and the folding fan blasted out. The tip of the folding fan just happened to point at the blade of the knife, and then a counter-vibration force exploded from the folding fan. Put! Lu Sanjie spat out blood and flew out backwards, taking several steps backward with a horrified look on his face. Understood. Jaifire arched his hand. Lu 3 knives want to say something, only to feel the chest chi and blood surging. A long time cannot be calmed. Just now the exchange of hands he has recognized that he and the other party's strength is far from each other. I'm afraid that these few people will not be able to leave him behind, and in the end can only helplessly arch his hand. Worthy of a folding fan male, I have been taught. Saying that, he waved his hand, and the few people blocking the way immediately made way. Ji Hua led Xianingshang through the crowd, not forgetting to say a word as he left. If you are not convinced, Brother Lu can always come to the Liang Kingdom to discuss with me. I will, Lu Sandao said in a deep voice with fighting spirit in his eyes, waiting until she was far away from the crowd. Xianingshang couldn't help but ask, Yu Chou is? Ji Hua's mouth was tinged with a smile as he said in a refreshing manner, a Jianghu man I met earlier. After defeating him, he has been thinking of seeking revenge on me. This folding fan was also touched from him, and it's just right to use it this time. When we walk in the Jianghu, we still need to change our identity and hide our eyes to make things easier. Xianingshang let out a long, oh so long sigh, with a smile in the corner of her eye. Teasingly, Duke Ji looks honest, but I didn't realize that he's also of a dark nature. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Ji Hua was in a good mood and waved his folding fan. I'm as honest as they come. Xianingshang reached out to pull back her hair, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. After getting the message left behind by Qianwu, the two of them headed straight towards Pointed Sword Villa. During this time, he received a message from the capital that was passed on to him by 23, which contained Ji Juanhong's speculations. Magic Dragon Gun. Ji Hua's eyes narrowed. This legendary thing had only been recorded in wild history before, but he didn't expect this to appear in the Central Plains. His opinion was the same as Big Brother's. Both thought that someone had brought the pieces of the demon dragon lance on purpose. As for the purpose, it was unknown. When they arrived at a small town, they found that a large number of Jianghu Zhenghua had already gathered here, and quite a few of them had entered the pin. We've only gotten the news from the capital not long ago, knowing that the demon soldiers are present. How did they know? Xianingshang asked suspiciously. The two sat above a restaurant, looking at the ground bustling Jianghu people. The air is full of Jianghu and the murderous atmosphere. Jaifire shook his head and sulked. I guess someone was ready to spread the word a long time ago. Did they come here to stop the fierce man? Or for the demon soldiers? Xianingshang blinked. Ji Hua sneered. Naturally, it's a demonic weapon. Jianghu people are profit-seeking. Even the famous sects are not necessarily good for anything. A supreme demonic weapon. Even if it's only 1/3 of it, it's enough for them to come out of their nests. Xianingshang looked down at the pedestrians on the street. Her eyes were calm, and she said softly, it's just a pity that the devil soldiers are not something these ordinary people can get their hands on, and they're just getting killed for nothing if they come. When fighting in the Jianghu, one becomes a king and loses a bandit. Since I've come out of the Jianghu, I've long been prepared for this, Ji Hua calmly said. This time, I'm afraid that because of the demon dragon gun, quite a few people will have to die in the Jianghu. I can't guess which side is making the move now, and what is the purpose? Xianingshang took a sip of wine and casually said, maybe they just want to use this demon dragon gun fragment to draw disputes in the Jianghu and weaken the strength of the Central Plains? She then furrowed her pretty brow and deflated. This wine isn't very good. Ji Hua thought about it, then nodded. Yes, there is this possibility. It could be that the power of whichever family has swelled and wants to unify the rivers and lakes, so they will kill a batch of them first. He took out the white porcelain children's wine from his space backpack and handed it over. You can try this. Xianingshang took the wine, and her mouth continued. It's also possible that there's no conspiracy. It's just that when they saw that murderer was actually a poor woman, they gave her pieces of the demon dragon gun to help her take revenge. She pursed it first, her eyes instantly lit up, then tons and tons of it went into her mouth, praising it. Good wine. This is even better than the kratom wine over at my house. The Dragon Kingdom's kratom wine is world famous, but it's so far apart that I haven't even had it yet. Jihuo looked at the purple-clothed woman in front of him who was drinking heavily with a smile, and for some reason, his originally tense mood relaxed quite a bit. That's simple. Xianingshan wiped the corners of her mouth, more charming due to the wine. Her eyes had an extra flavorful and charming look. When I return to the Dragon Kingdom, I'll get you 2 bottles. If you come to the Dragon Kingdom, I'll be the host and have enough wine. Chapter 47, Watch Your Mouth. There is no moon tonight, and the stars are thick. Outside the wilderness, in the weeds, Qianwu was naked, and on his body were several hideous wounds oozing blood. A delicate-looking woman was carefully tying his bandages. The woman didn't look very old, just a head of white hair, and her face was a bit pale, as if she had been sick, and looked sickly. If you look closely, you can find that under her eyes, there is a dark red. Behind her, wrapped in a strip of cloth, a slender object was tied tightly to her back. You don't have to do so much for me, the woman whispered. Qianwu said with a cold face, I do things. I don't need you to care. The woman opened her mouth slightly, and although she knew that the man in front of her had always spoken in an exasperated manner, she couldn't help but strangle the bandage harder at this point. Qianwu's body suddenly trembled as the woman asked, Does it hurt? I'll be gentle if it hurts, the woman chanted in her mind. General, Qianwu stiffened his back and said with a cold face. The woman inhaled a breath, was about to pull a little harder, but the force was getting smaller and smaller, to the back of the hand could not help but let go. Fingers gently caressing Qianwu's broad back. There is a kind of indescribable gentleness in the eyes. You really haven't eaten. You don't even have the strength to tie a bandage. Qianwu's hard voice came again. The woman sucked in her breath, suddenly thinking it would be better to push harder. Just then there was a rustling in the darkness in the distance, and someone else called out, It should be this direction. Don't let that demon escape. Qianwu grabbed the sword on the ground and whispered with a cold face, Wait here. I'll be right there. With that, he rushed in the direction of those people. This was followed by cries of alarm, sounds of fighting and clashing of weapons, and huge sword chi could be vaguely seen streaking across. The woman sat on the ground, her head buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling. The slender object tied behind her vaguely glowed a dark red color, trying to eat away at her body. It didn't take long for the killing to stop. Qianwu returned, blood still dripping from the long sword he carried in his hand. He put his sword to the side and sat back down on the ground where he had been, and said in a cold voice, Take a deep breath and don't let it control your mind. Saying that, he closed his eyes and meditated. After a series of killings, making his body long exhausted, now he could only keep grasping for time to rest. It took a few moments before the small hand touched again, using a bandage to tie up a few more cuts that had appeared on his body. Why are you doing this to me? The woman asked again. Qianwu calmly said, I did it when I wanted to, nothing more. At those words, the woman fell silent. She had asked many times along the way, but Qianwu hadn't given a reason, and even when he had stood in front of her when she was mad, and clearly had the opportunity to strike, he hadn't even made a move. In the darkness, there were more than a few sibilant noises as the woman tied his bandages in silence, but it didn't take much effort. Running his fingers across Qianwu's hard skin, he felt his temperature rolling from the fight and wondered what he was thinking. The group just now is not the same group that chased you during the day. Qianwu suddenly spoke. The woman answered and laughed. Maybe they wanted the broken gun. They know our route. There should be a diviner out there. Qianwu coldly looked at the dark night and said in a deep voice, You don't have much time, and the next road will become harder and harder to travel. I see you've been leaving marks along the way. What are you doing? The woman asked. Qianwu's voice eased down and said calmly, Waiting for my boss. Once he comes over, all these crises will be nothing. Will he help us? The woman asked hesitantly. She had seen too many people betray her, and it made it hard for her to trust anyone anymore, even the man in front of her, the man who had appeared out of nowhere and decided to help her. She didn't know what emotions to use to face him. Will, Qianwu nodded seriously, without the slightest hesitation in his tone. It's just, Qianwu paused, then said, I'm not sure when the boss will arrive. Maybe we can't hold out any longer and he hasn't even rushed over. It took quite a bit of time to send a message from Hangzhou to the capital, then rush over, and then find the message he left along the way to track it over. Qianwu wasn't at all sure how long he could hold out. Now I only hoped that little brown sugar was following the boss along. The boss had never been very good at recognizing roads. If the boss came alone, then he would have to wait for him to collect the corpse. The woman bit her lip and whispered, If the situation is critical, I will. No. Qianwu turned back, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Your body can't withstand it, if you use it multiple times, not to mention the last person. I'm afraid that you won't be able to solve even the pointed sword villa. I think I can still. You've lost all your hair in a few days. What will it cost you to use it again? Eyes? Ears? Or longevity? Can you hold out? Don't forget your blood feud. But you, Qianwu coldly said, I don't need you to care. Since I promised to help you take revenge, I will go on. In the darkness, both men were quiet. It didn't take long for the bandages to be tied, and Qianwu sat leaning against a tree, cradling his long sword in his hand, his back straight, as if nothing could make him stoop. The woman sat quietly in the darkness, looking at the man in front of her and her own age. Looking, somehow, eyes suddenly spent. She leaned over gently, her head touching low on the man's arm, and softly asked the question that had been asked. Why are you doing this to me? She had asked the same question several times over the days, and each time the man had answered it perfunctorily. Under the sky, no one would be nice to themselves for no reason, especially after all these years. She had long since grown to distrust the goodwill of the jungle. Qianwu didn't answer, which was expected by the woman. Whenever the man didn't want to answer, he would just lazily ignore her. Suddenly, the woman's mind recalled a possibility and wondered, could it be that we met as children? Never. Qianwu hung his head low and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, only for his mouth to slowly open. The woman asked softly as another possibility came to mind and her eyes quirked up. Could it be that, having just met me, you are deeply in love with me? To be reasonable, she was also just a little girl who had occasionally read some talking books and novels, so she naturally knew about the recent rumors of love at first sight, or love over time, circulating in the Jianghu. Occasionally she had wondered what it would be like to meet a life and death partner. It would be so much better than it would be now, just mixing rivers and lakes for many years. She has long felt that love is fart. Her rivers and lakes, only the blood and sea of hatred. But at this point, this situation had left her a little overwhelmed, and if that wasn't a possibility, she just couldn't think of anything else that would make this teenager do this for her. Could it be that this teenager is really interested in her? In her? If the teenager really showed his feelings, how should she answer? She didn't even know when she would die. How could she say yes to that? He's not bad looking, he's got a good body, and he's got abs. So in the parlance of the Jianghu dialect, this should be the ascetic overlord type. It's the middle of nowhere again. The woman's eyes darkened at the thought, and her heart felt like it had been clawed hard by a large hand, causing her to ache vaguely. If only I could have met him a few years earlier. A few years earlier. Woman, keep your mouth clean. Qianwu opened his eyes and swept his gaze over coldly. Woman. Chapter 48, You're Spitting Blood. A few days later, the two had arrived not far from Pointed Sword Villa. There have been so many more sneak attacks in the last few days than before. They should already know what we're up to. Qianwu panted heavily, his body trembling slightly, his fingers vaguely unable to hold the sword. There were 5 corpses lying on the ground, each with their throats wiped out by a sword, just from their clothes. It was not Department 6 or the government, but people from the Jianghu. The woman stepped out of the corner, her long hair reflecting snow white in the sunlight. She asked, These jungle people are? Qianwu flung his long sword and calmly said, Probably all of them were attracted by the demon soldiers in your hand. Today's enemies and yesterday's 2 waves are all from the Jianghu, both black and white. They should be trying to seize the treasure. Shirya looked at Qianwu's shaky body and asked softly, Do you want to rest? Qianwu shook his head as he felt around on the corpse and found some dry food, tucking it into his pocket and straightening his back as he said, We'll rest when we get to the town at the foot of Point Sword Villa. Shia nodded. She could see that the man in front of her was at the end of his rope, and even she was in much better shape than he was. These days, killing, covering traces, killing again, covering traces again, and counter-tracking were all done by him alone, and he had long been exhausted, and it was only by his own will that he could still stand now. Shirya's heart wasn't in the right place just looking at it. What kind of upbringing could have kept this man down until now? He must have had a hard time before. Shia's eyes milled up, then were suppressed by the red aura as she calmly said, I'm in a much better state than I was before, so if there's still a fight to be had, I can come. Qianwu shook his head. Pointed Sword Villa's Villa Master is a 3rd grade strength. He is a first-class expert in the Jianghu. If you use the magic weapon in advance, even if you kill him, you will be even more unable to beat the next one. Everything has me. Shia pursed her lips and stopped talking. When the two came to the town, they were shocked to find that the town had long been empty, and the streets were in disarray, as if they had been forcibly driven away. One by one, the doors and windows of the houses were closed, and there was no telling how many people were hidden in the shadows. The two of them exchanged glances, and Qianwu took a breath. Striding forward, Shurya looked at Qian Wu's back, her right hand gently grasping the slender-shaped object behind her back, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She'd had a hard enough life already and didn't want to take the life of this person who had been so good to her before she died. You guys are finally here. At the end of the street, dozens of men and women dressed in various styles of plain clothes and holding swords and knives walked in a murderous manner. With a righteous face, the middle-aged man at the head of the group arched his hand and said, "My name is De Rizhuang Shuqiu." A couple of the leaders next to him also arched their hands and introduced themselves. Wei and Zhuang Yan Meng, Gao Jiang Zhuang Miaobei, Yang Shuang Zhuang Danga. Shuqiu arched his hand and smiled. We, the 18 Zhuangs of Jiangnan, have heard that there are murderers slaughtering the city, killing countless people along the way and committing murderous crimes, so we have come to take a look. If there is a misunderstanding, we will just make peace. If this is indeed the case, let's persuade the people to put down their butcher's knives and send them to the government, so that we can also defend the majesty of our Jiangnan righteousness. Qian Wu and Shurya were both physically tense. They could feel the strength of the people coming from the opposite side was not extraordinary. Those disciples of the righteous sect were all good in the Jianghu, although their strength was uneven. The leading ones are even from various mountain villages if they rush up. I am afraid that the leading ones will be difficult to deal with. I've heard before that the righteous side of Jiangnan is led by the 18 villages. I didn't expect that it's only been a few days and they've been alarmed. So, Shuqiu said aloud as his eyes swept over. His face heaped with a smile that was a breath of fresh air. Are you the murderers who slaughtered Hongzhou? As those words fell, the murderous aura from that group of people from the 18 manors of Jiangnan had rolled in. Shurya even sensed that many people's gazes were sizing her up, especially the ones standing in front. She even clearly felt that the one called Shuqiu had never taken her eyes off the object on her back from the very beginning. Qian Wu raised his longsword and narrowed his eyes as he took a big step forward, about to open his mouth, but suddenly he noticed the sound of footsteps coming from behind him again. You prestigious sects clearly want other people's treasures, and you still speak in such a grandiose manner. It's really hypocritical to the extreme. As the voice came, a bunch of strangely dressed Jianghu people also appeared at the back of the town. These people are characterized by highlighting a distinct personality, a variety of flower whip head, tattoos, dyed hair and so on. Holding a weapon is also a more than a hunt. In the strange door 36 and the weapons they hold to account for a small half. Each face is full of viciousness, almost writing on his face that he is not going to be beaten by the laborers. Previously, the devil is not so. Then mixed Greenwood engaged in hijacking the road. Speaking of Jianghu moral righteousness, one by one, the word of righteousness first, wearing no such personality distinct. It's just that maybe nowadays talking books and novels are too popular, and those bookworms don't know what the real devil's path is like, so they just have to go with what they imagine. This leads to the fact that in the minds of the people the magic path has to get fancy, and if you dress too decently, both the people and the white path will despise you. Over time, it suddenly became like this. Shuqiu's face grimaced as he swept over the group of strong men across the room and said in a cold voice, Shen Tuozi, Wolf-Tooth Su, Green-Headed Granny, you Jianghu scum also don't become shrunken turtles? Chen Tuozi's voice was like stuck phlegm as he sneered and stared at the distant righteous crowd. What? You're only allowed to spy on this magic weapon? And you don't allow us to grab it? As soon as he said that, the righteous crowd immediately exploded, especially those youngsters following behind. All of them were emotionally agitated beyond measure, and all sorts of greetings came out of their mouths. You fart. You spit blood. Eat. Pouncer boy. Can our famous sect be called robbing? That's using love to sensitize the devils and restore the righteous path, at the same time extracting demon soldiers to prevent the Jianghu from falling into disputes again. The devil's side is also a hot-tempered disciple. As soon as he heard, he directly sprayed. For a time the two sides have not yet started to fight. Spittle flew everywhere. Chapter 49, If you kill everyone, you won't be exposed. Qian Wu and Shurya stood between the crowd, and the two groups of people were cursing at each other in various ways as if they hadn't even seen them. Or perhaps in the eyes of the righteous and the demonic, these two have long been a turtle in a jar. Within reach, Qian Wu continuously swallowed his saliva. The pressure that was draining the mountains and seas only felt greater and greater. The auras of the people on both sides were deadlocked on him, like he wasn't counting on doing anything, and as long as he casually moved, there would be a raging wind and rain of attacks coming his way. Shurya was even more excited by this murderous aura that caused a red light to appear and disappear in her eyes, and the tirades, clamor, and substantial sight of the people on both sides of her were like a knife constantly cutting into her, exerting more and more pressure and fear on her. In such fear, it brought back memories of nights like the one she'd been exterminated, and such powerlessness, such breathlessness. Underneath Shurya's eyes, the red light became more and more prevalent, her breathing became heavier and heavier. and her sight was gradually covered in red. She felt that with every breath she took, intense blood entered her body. It was like the whole person was wrapped in blood, unable to breathe, unable to struggle, and could only fall down into the depths of the blood pool. The surrounding clamor and shouts of curses had unconsciously diminished, whether it was the crowd of the 18 zhuang of the righteous path or the Zhangyang Daobao of the devil path. Their gazes had never left the white-haired woman from the beginning. We are all in the Zheng who mixed decades of old oil, naturally understand and magic word associated with not a simple, oh, the magic road this magic word even if, inside the mixer too much, fierce fly up, dish is really dish. Just now, the two righteous and demonic paths kept stimulating with words, plus secretly poking and prodding to harass Shurya's mind with the method of disturbing the mind, just to detonate the demonic nature in her heart ahead of time, so that she could give vent to it. Only in this way would they not be guttered by the opponent's sudden demonic outburst when grabbing the demonic soldiers. Times have moved on, and there has long been a set of proven and effective solutions for things like magic. Just as Shurya's hand was about to grab the slender object, Qianwu suddenly turned around and grabbed her palm, clutching it in a death grip. In a trance, all the blood, clamor, and killing intent receded like a tidal wave, and when Shurya came back to her senses, she saw Qianwu's cold and icy face. Vaguely, she could see a hint of tenderness emerge from Qianwu's icy eyes, and then fleetingly pass away. Damn, it was so close, Chen Tuozi cursed. Since the aim doesn't work, let's do it in the open, Chen Tuozi yelled, and the devil Dao crowd behind him followed with a steady stream of responses. Shu Qiu's eyes also turned icy cold as he raised his hand, and the 18 zhuang disciples behind him raised their weapons as he shouted, 18 zhuang's good men, dealing with this kind of evil and crooked do not have to talk about what Jianghu moral, we side by side on. Qianwu pulled Shurya over with one hand, his eyes scanned the surrounding. The only way for him to do so now was to directly stimulate his potential and send Shurya out first, otherwise he would not be able to protect Shurya at all once the fight started. If Shurya was forced to use the demon soldier, her body would definitely not be able to withstand the backlash of the demonic chi, and at that time, even if she was able to hold out and kill these people in Point Sword Villa, she would definitely not be able to defeat the final enemy. As he swept his eyes and swept to a certain corner, his taut face suddenly went aghast, and Shurya then felt the hard palms that had been gripping him tightly go slack. A strong smell of blood drifted in, and a strong murderous aura directly swept through the people present. The situation of sword drawing was all washed away by this strong murderous intent. This killing intent came from nowhere. Just in a flash it attacked the hearts of the crowd, like they were instantly immersed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone winced in their hearts, and their original forward movements stopped, looking around in fear. It was clear that no one was around, but the palpitations made one's scalp tingle, like one would die instantly the next second. Fifth brother, we're here. On the roof, a small fat man smiled and waved. Beside him, Qian XXXII and several brothers from the Big Dipper group appeared. Qianwu's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, but he said with a stern face, didn't I tell you guys to stay away? Why are you still following me? Does the boss know if you guys are doing this? Qian X shrugged his shoulders, having already broken down and said, the boss naturally doesn't know. Qianwu gasped, you dare to act without authorization without the boss knowing? Do you really think that the boss won't punish you? Qian X's eyes curved and smiled. Of course we are afraid of the boss punishing us, so we have to pull a few more people down, and it's good for all of us to share the boss's anger together. When the time comes to be beaten up by little brown sugar, there will also be a few more people to carry the load together. As soon as the words fell, nearly 20 more silhouettes appeared on the surrounding rooftops. These people all stood straight, dressed in red robes and hoods, and how their faces could not be seen under the hoods, as if they were shrouded in a color of blood. After these red-robed men appeared, the smell of blood on the street instantly thickened by a few points, and the killing intent that enveloped the entire street was emitted by them. Qianwu's face was filled with consternation, and with his mouth slightly open, he said in a naive manner, why are you guys here too? The red-robed man at the head raised his head slightly, revealing pale skin and a childish face. His eyes swept over the wounds on Qianwu's body, and his tone was cold. The boss just said that it's not the right time for our Qinkuan sect to be exposed, so we're not allowed to act without authorization on a large scale. But, Earth Fury Group, Kuan-san coldly said, it's not exposure if you kill everyone. Chapter 50 Who sprinkled the lime? Who are you? Who are you? Shu Qiu revealed a look of fear and asked in a loud voice, pointing at the crowd on the roof. I am Shu Qiu of the 18 Zhuangs of Jiangnan. Is it possible that you want to be enemies of the righteous and evil in Jiangnan? The people who had appeared now were beyond his expectations, especially these red-robed people who appeared behind him, with a murderous aura that was almost overflowing from their bodies. How many people did this kill to develop such a horrible killing aura? Damn! Did they come from the Dragon Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom? It's only the perennial war over there that has so many people to kill. Cold sweat broke out on Shu Qiu's head, and his eyes stared deathly at the red-robed man standing on the roof who had just spoken. The murderous aura on that man's body smoked him to the point where he could hardly breathe. Kuan-san raised his head slightly, without any nonsense, and said in a cold voice, "Kill." These red-robed men immediately rushed down from the roof, clearing their protective body chi coverings and interlacing their sword chi. The target was clearly everyone below the righteous and demonic paths. "How dare you!" Chen Tuozi let out a roar and attacked towards a red-robed man with his big hand. But at that moment a long sword suddenly stabbed at him, directly blocking the blow, and then the long sword was pulled horizontally, forcing Chen Tuozi back. "Old man, you're very brave. Come with me and have a go." Xianshi crossed his long sword and looked at Chen Tuozi with a smile. In these few seconds, the red-robed man had already rushed into the crowd, and with his sword chi, he had already killed several people in a row with his sword in his hand. Their swordsmanship was ruthless. Each strike attacked towards the fatal vitals of the crowd, often only seeing a flash of red shadows. The enemy's neck was already marked with an additional red mark, falling to the ground dead. "Let's go too." Chen 33 rushed down with the Big Dipper group as well, roaring, "Don't let the Earth group take all the heads." As the people entered the battle, the entire situation took on a lopsided trend. In particular, the red-robed people's offense was too fierce, and unless the leading few took action, they simply couldn't block these killing billets. However, the leading few were entangled by the Qiankuan sect's people who were numbered in front of them, so they could not get away at all. The moment they were distracted, the long swords were directed at their bodies. 36 This little fat boy looked left and right, found that the roof in addition to Kuan 3 on the only he has not gone down, and looked down to the ping-pong playing hot. The body trembled. Their own hard-to-raise 200 pounds of meat cannot withstand this devastation. His eyes rolled, and he fished a packet of lime out of his pocket, hemmed and hawed and smiled wickedly as he breathed deeply, his face reddening, and then blew violently. The lime suddenly flew in droves, whistling towards the crowd below like it had a spirit. In a flash, it enveloped over everyone, and then specialized in squeezing into the eyes of the people of the righteous and demonic paths. "Ah, my eye. Who spilled the lime?" Sincerely his mother. The people of the righteous and devilish paths below screamed miserably, covering their eyes in pain, and all of them were so angry that they cursed. The Qiankuan sect's people's eyes lit up, and at once their swords and knives greeted them. Shu Qiu originally resisted the attacks of 3 red-clothed people at the same time. The lime swoosh into the eyes, immediately painful pain, closed his eyes and roared, "Where are the rats that dare to assassinate me?" The eyes of Koan-san on the roof suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and his entire body had shot down like lightning. His palm had grabbed the hilt of the sword, and like a wild goose, he swooped straight at Shu Qiu. The cold hairs on Shu Qiu's entire body stood on end, and his tightly closed eyes made it impossible for him to judge the other party's attack, so he could only instinctively raise his sword to block. A cold light appeared. Instantaneous disappearance. Koan-san landed behind Shu Qiu, shook off the blood on his sword, and without stopping at all, he killed towards the crowd. Well, a red mark appeared on Shu Qiu's neck. A large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth, and his speech was already slurred. What a fast sword! This was his last realization, and his body leaned back and fell to the ground. "Help me up! I can still fight." Qian Wu watched the brothers fight bravely to kill the enemy, and for a moment his heart surged. It had been many years since he had fought with so many brothers. He grabbed his sword and spoke tremblingly. Both his legs were wobbling. Originally, if the Qiankuan sect hadn't come, he would have been able to hold on with one breath, but now that they had come, he couldn't lift his strength under relaxation instead. Shurya hurriedly pulled him back and said softly, "You're already injured like this, so don't go up there again. Not far away." Qian 33 stabbed his sword through the chest of a Devil's Way disciple and turned back to laugh. "That's right, fifth brother. You guys might as well just go ahead and do whatever you need to do. We'll cover for you here." The demonic disciple spat out blood and was about to slash with his sword when Qian Sanjusan kicked him out and casually swung his sword out, the sword chi dryly slicing through his neck. "That's right. You guys go ahead." Qian X also turned back. Koan-san, who was killing soundly in the distance, also looked over and didn't say anything, just nodded gently. "You?" Qian Wu was slightly stunned. Then he grabbed Shurya's hand and walked step by step in the direction of Pointed Sword Villa. The two weaved through the fight, and any attacks on them were blocked by the Qiankuan sect. Chen Tuozi had a thief's eye, suddenly splitting Qian Shi's attack with a palm and grabbing towards the slender object behind Shurya. A cold light appeared, a sharp pain came from the heart, and the palm was gone. Koan-san's red robe whistled, and was already standing in front of him at some point. His sword blade turned and cut out a white aura. Then he withdrew his sword and returned to its sheath. So fast. Chen Tuozi fell to the ground. Go all out and finish as soon as possible. Koan San's sword hilt was stuck on the ground, and he looked around the room, coldly shouting. Yes. Jian X rushed over and looked in the direction of the town's entrance, wondering. According to the speed of the boss, he should have arrived long ago. Why is he still missing? Hearing this, Koan San's face that had been cold only loosened up, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, although still cold, but the flirtation in his tone was clearly visible. I heard that this time it was the boss who came alone, and little brown sugar didn't follow, so I guess she got lost. Jian X nodded in agreement. Very likely. Not far away on another roof, Jihua cursed in a low voice. These stinky brats, just know how to denigrate me. Xia Ningxiang, who was lying on her back next to her, laughed in a low voice and said, it seems that they know you very well, and know that you don't know the way. It's defamation. It's slander. Jiefire returned. Is that so? Xia Ningxiang's eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, Mr. Ji, on the way here you made several wrong turns, and if I hadn't found it in time, now maybe we'd still be in which nook or cranny. I actually could have realized that with 2 more steps, Jiefire whispered. Xia Ningxiang covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jihua looked at the field and relaxed in his heart. It seemed that he didn't need to make a move now. It's been a long time. I didn't realize that these boys from the Ground Fury group are all so fierce. It seems that throwing them in the sand was indeed the right choice. Especially Koan San. His strength was vaguely catching up with Koan Yi from 3 years ago, and he reckoned that he could last a few more moves under Little Brown Sugar's hand. Ha! Jihua suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky in the direction of the town, leaving behind a sentence. Miss Xia, wait here. I'll be right back. After saying that, his body had already transformed into a swimming dragon and disappeared far away. Xia Ningxiang retracted her eyes from looking at Jihua, her gaze once again falling to the town, and she said softly, rather, I didn't know there was such a force in the Central Plains. Her eyes moved back to the 2 people in the distance who were holding each other up as they walked toward Point Sword Villa, her beautiful eyes flickering for a long time. Chapter 51, You're much more handsome than he is. This old man. The road ahead is being built, and the first grade is forbidden. Jihua's figure suddenly appeared, holding a folding fan and arching his hand. The visitor was an old man-like man holding a duster, and he looked at Jihua in astonishment as he asked, which little doll are you? Lightness is so good. Jihua grinned, brushing and unfolding the streaming fan with a confident laugh. I am folding fan Duke Zhen. My esteemed teacher is General Fei Lian. I hope that the old gentleman will give face to my esteemed teacher. The old man said oddly, You're Yucho? As in fake. Jiefire laughed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The old man only met General Fei Lian last year, and that disciple of his is much uglier than you. The old man immediately laughed and cursed. Most of the people in the Jianghu are recognized by their weapons. You kids somehow touched the streaming fan, but you are pretending to be quite confident. Really think the old man blind ah. Jihua slightly opened his mouth. Bad. This also met a recognized face, so he did not bother to pretend. Put away the streaming fan and laughed. The old man has good eyesight. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Asterisk 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 you. Smooth-talking brat. The old man was amused, then pointed at the town behind Jihua. Seriously? You won't let me go over there? Not allowed. Jiefire laughed. Taking care of personal business. The old man said seriously. That demon dragon gun fragment is a Dragon Kingdom magic weapon. Entering the Jianghu will definitely cause a bloody storm. This is obviously someone's intentional layout. Wanting to weaken the strength of the Jianghu people, the old man came here this time because he wanted to take away the demonic soldiers before it became a disaster. In that case, you won't let it happen either? Jiefire looked up slightly and said, Not allowed. If the Jianghu suffers numerous deaths and injuries, how will you bear the burden? The old man asked again. Jihua smiled faintly and said flatly, After this matter is over, I will take away the devil soldier and will not let it flow into the Jianghu. As for this period of time to stop my Jianghu people, Jianghu has always been bloody, and not that unenlightened to send death. Good guts. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Not too old. Not too capable. Just a bit more hostile as well. I don't know which family raised a brat like you. Jihua laughed. Jianghu people are naturally Jianghu raised. What a jungle raise. The old man will try your heel. Let's see if you have the strength to stop the demon soldiers from entering the Jianghu. The old man swept a duster directly down, and ear-piercing blasting sounds exploded. The air was distorted by the duster's tremendous force in this instant. The 10 feet in front of the duster was completely plunged into the duster's attack range. If this duster was completely smashed down, it was feared that everything within the 10 feet would be plunged into smashing. Jihua slapped out his right hand, palm wind sweeping from bottom to top, ruthlessly topping the momentum of the duster smashing down. The palm wind and the duster's chi collided in mid-air. and there was a cackling sound like glass. The great tablet wrestler? Great perfection? The old man recognized the move used by Jihwa at a glance. Then he violently retracted his duster and flicked it towards the ground. Instantly countless flying sofas came out with sharp and piercing sounds towards Jihwa. Flying sand is infused with internal force. Each grain of sand and stone is like a top master throwing a concealed weapon with full force. The force is so great that an ordinary person will be directly hit by a pair of piercing. This is the first grade expert. The body has reached the human body limit. The destructive power caused by raising his hands and throwing his feet is far more outrageous than any leaf-picking injury. If it wasn't for the fact that Jihwa could systematically add attributes without the limitation of physical limits, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to raise his strength any further when he reached the first grade. Further up the Patriarch Master. That is the unity of heaven and man, with the body to guide the power of heaven and earth. That is a punch down in the heaven and earth to play 10 times the power. Only to see Jihwa grinned. Right hand suddenly probed out. Internal energy into countless tiny golden snake-like probed out from the hand. But in an instant to capture all the flying sandstone. The countless fine snakes gathered again, and when they returned to Jihwa's hand again, he already had a handful of fine sand in his hand. Golden snake hand. Great perfection. The old man's tone became grave. The Xianpin martial arts to his realm want to cultivate to the great circle to his realm is not very difficult, is to spend time. The hard part was that this teenager in front of him was actually able to pick up all the flying sand he swept out with his golden snake hands. One grain at a time? This eye power, the subtle control of internal force, and the reaction power. Anyway, the old man himself can't do it. What kind of demon is this? The old man's forehead was already in a bit of a cold sweat, and then he saw this kid in front of him casually raise his hand, and the fine sand was crushed by him into an even finer dust surging towards him, and the dust instantly obscured the old man's vision. Another duster swept down. All the dust was forcibly dispersed, yet the teenager's figure had disappeared without a trace. Not good. The old man turned around and swept away a duster, but was suddenly hit by a punch. The fist force of the remaining momentum does not diminish. Directly struck in the old man's chest, directly blowing him out of 100 meters away. Joke, I just haven't fought a sovereign. A first-grade master can play you to death with my stacked attributes alone. Jihwa's feet stepped. His figure suddenly caught up with the old man. His whole body's strength was gathered in one point, and another fist fiercely blasted down. The berserk force instantly compressed the air to the extreme, and then shot out like a cannonball. In this instant, the old man only felt like a Tarzan pressing down on his head, like a huge stone was smashing directly down towards his head. He was so scared that his whole body was sweating coldly. His body shape turned. His speed was as fast as lightning, but he disappeared out of this area in an instant. Buzz. The ground collapsed in an instant, and a huge fist print 3 feet wide appeared steeply, 3 feet deep, and the grass and rocks were instantly crushed into fine powder. Ahem! No more fighting, no more fighting. The old man looked at this scene in horror, covering his heart and coughing, waving his duster repeatedly. Then he froze and realized that the dust rod was somewhat bent by the punch just now. His heart was shocked and distressed. This duster he spent 10 years to build it. The materials used can be said to be the treasures of the world, and for this reason, he also owes a lot of human debt. I did not expect that just to come to collect a demon soldier. The dust pole is bent. He can't afford to build another duster. People feel that the first grade masters are rare and rare, high status, admired by 10,000 people. That is, people have not seen the first grade masters are so poor that they eat dirt, cheat food and drink everywhere. The overhead is really high, especially if you don't sell your body for a pint. How is it, Abbot? Jihwa unfolded his streaming fan and lightly fanned himself, not even taking a breath after some exchanges. Alright, I know you have the strength to handle this. The old man won't wade into this mess. The old man waved his hand in a nonchalant manner, looked at the duster again with a heartbreaking look, and then his gaze landed on Jihwa again, asking tentatively, which family's child are you? Downstream Blanche's. Family Master Fei Lian, Jifire said with a straight face. Joke. Jihwa could tell at a glance that the duster wasn't mortal. A weapon that could be broken by a punch he didn't make was worth a lot of money anyways. At this time, how dare he declare his family name? This old man looks like a cunning old man. If he was his old face to find the door to ask for compensation, how to deal with it? But think of the scoundrel look of the old man. I guess I will beat and throw out. But it is always bad to spread the word. Get lost, you shrew. The old man laughed and cursed, feeling rather sorry for himself. He shook his head and turned to leave towards the distance, and just a few steps away, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to warn. Kid, you have to be on your guard when demon soldiers enter the world. Although the Dragon Kingdom is far away from the Great Zhou, The one who can safely carry 1/3 of the demonic soldiers into the central plains without being revolted by the demonic energy is an expert in his own right. I suspect that person is hibernating in the shadows, plotting great things. Jinhua arched his hand. His eyes were clear, and his mouth was tinged with a confident smile. Thanks for the reminder, old man. I know it in my heart. Chapter 52 Absolute Demon Soldier. The sound of the wind coming from the side, the clothes flying, Xianingshang turned back to look, and saw Jinhua has unconsciously returned to his side, lying on the roof, is probing down to look at. Gongzi's likeness is outstanding. Xianingshang laughed in a low voice. I'm afraid there aren't many people under the sky who have your kind of likeness. When I was young, in order to make a living, I stole chickens and was chased for miles by the village people, so I've gotten good at it over time, Jinhua said casually. The battle in the town was nearing its end, and it was clear that these Jianghu people were no match for these brats at all. Xianingshang pointed at the pointed sword villa not far away and reminded, those two have been going for a while now. Jinhua nodded, although he didn't know what was going on with those two, but Qianwu had always been steady in his actions, and since he had decided to do so, Jinhua wouldn't object. When Jinhua swept his eyes, he smiled and asked, Miss Xia has been lying down. Xianingshang's eyes carried an elusive smile that seemed real. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her tone carried pride. Of course, you told me to stay here, didn't you? She had this look, like a child who had gotten a little red flower waiting for praise. The corners of Jinhua's mouth rose slightly, and then quickly suppressed it, averting his eyes. Xianingshang froze slightly and glanced over her face, no longer looking at him. Not far from the direction of Point Sword Villa, a dazzling and eye-catching pillar of dark red light suddenly erupted. This pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, as if it was going to pierce the firmament and connect with the clouds. The winds and clouds in the heavens and the earth changed color, and the originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, which were spinning rapidly like a huge vortex. Under the reflection of the dark red light pillar, the dark clouds were also tinted with a bizarre red hue, giving people a depressing and mysterious feeling. The entire scene was exceptionally spectacular and breathtaking. It looks like the girl has used a magic weapon. Jihua's eyes drooped slightly as he marveled. Before, I have always heard about the supreme weapon, but this is the first time I have seen such a scene. Even if it is only a third of it has such a momentum, it is really imposing. Xianingshang shook her head and said, normally a Jedi weapon doesn't have this kind of momentum. This demonic dragon gun fragment should be the result of that girl killing a lot of people along the way, and nourishing the demonic aura of the demonic soldier to be so powerful. She paused, her eyes looking into the distance with a hint of worry underneath, and softly said, it's just that she hasn't been recognized by the demon soldier, so to force it to be used, I guess it will cost quite a bit, and I don't know how long she'll be able to hold on to it. Jinhua nodded, his heart as clear as a mirror, then asked with a smile, how could Miss Xia know so much? Xianingshang rolled her eyes playfully, I have many books at home, and there are quite a few records about the absolute weapons in them, so I idly flipped through them, so I naturally knew about it. So it is. Jifire nodded. Xianingshang stretched out her little finger, proudly shook. You do not think that our dragon country is located in the north, is a desolate piece of pimple? In fact, the culture over there is also inherited for thousands of years. Many of your central plains lost ancient books. We have miles there. Seeing her like this, Jinhua smiled and asked, then, can Miss Xia tell us the difference between a Jedi weapon and an ordinary weapon? Well, Xianingshang pondered for a moment before saying, as far as I know, the biggest difference is that the absolute weapons all have spirituality and will recognize their owners. If it's not used by the person it recognizes, the meeker ones won't be able to exert the power they should. If it's a bad-tempered divine weapon, such as this demonic dragon gun, as you've seen, that woman's hair is now white. Jinhua nodded. He had only occasionally seen some rumors in the ancient books in Western Sichuan before, but the records were all extremely rare. Maybe it's because Western Sichuan is so remote, and people over there are cultivating immortality and health, and they don't mess around with these things much. 10th brother. Will 5th brother be alright? Qian 33 looked at the light pillar in the distance. His mouth had widened. This scene was really rare. Go back and you can brag about it. Qianshi shook his head and said, 5th brother has his own plans, and there is only so much we can do. Saying that, he looked at Koan-san who was urging people to collect the corpse and laughed. I didn't think you'd come. Koan-san gave him a cold look. I just happened to be passing by. Didn't I gather my men to come here quickly after I heard about Qianwu? Don't think too much about it. The corners of Qian X's mouth grinned and laughed. That's alright. We'll all have to face little brown sugar anyway. When the time comes, we'll all be side by side and take less of a beating. Koan-san sniffed. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, his eyes surging with wariness. I also want to challenge little brown sugar. In order to avenge that year, That year, he didn't have the heart to go on, and the others didn't dare to squeak. After all, this was Koan-san's black history, and every time he brought it up, he exploded in place. If little brown sugar goes all out, you'll probably be able to last 20 moves. A flat voice rang out, and everyone's bodies suddenly trembled as they looked in unison at Jihua, who had suddenly appeared. Boss, how did you get here so quickly? Qian 33's voice was a bit nervous and his speech was dry. Koan-san blared fiercely at the other few people and whispered, I told you to move faster and faster, but you just didn't listen. Jihua looked at the crowd with a smile, then looked to the roof and laughed. Miss Xia, you come down as well. As soon as the words fell, a pretty woman dressed in purple flew down from the roof and smiled faintly at the crowd. Hello, everyone. Everyone was stunned, and several of the red-robed men who were still moving the bodies stopped their movements and looked at Xianingshang in disbelief. Cough. Koan-san was the first to come back to his senses. He hastily withdrew his sight and coughed forcefully. The others then woke up and proceeded to do the work at hand, moving a few points faster than when Jihua first arrived. Boy, where did boss trick such a good-looking woman? Much better looking than the village's widow Wang, little fatty whispered. 33 pinched him and whispered. What words? She's a sister-in-law. Do you guys really think that I can't hear it if you talk from a distance? Jihua's mouth corners twitched slightly, secretly glanced at Xianingshang, saw her smiling and looking at the crowd. There was no reaction on her face, and estimated the strength of this girl's 8 or 9 products. It should not be able to hear it, or else it would be a little embarrassing. Tincho. This is Miss Xia, Jihua introduced. If it wasn't for her, I'd still be lost on the road right now. After saying that, his eyes swept Shin X and Koan-san if anything, and these two immediately shivered. Hello, Sister Xia. Everyone stood up straight at the same time, waist straight, shouting in unison. Similar to elementary school students lining up to shout hello to the teacher. Even the leading Qian X Koan-san was like this. Xianingshang blinked, the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed, and said repeatedly, you guys are good. No need to be formal. You guys just busy yourselves. Only then did the crowd move on to the business at hand. A few moments faster, little fatty ran over with a fart and smiled attentively. Boss, you've gotten more handsome after not seeing you for so long, eh? G-Fire looked at the kid and scolded him with a smile. You've gotten fatter. You did well just now. Although this brat hadn't learned much in the way of warlock tactics, the thought process of scattering ash towards the enemy's eyes just now was noteworthy, and it felt like it could be tapped into a bit more. Introduce him back to the Flying Bear Army for a bit of drilling. Should be something to mess with. Gotta have it. Boss, I behaved the best. Little fatty was relieved and felt steady. Chapter 53 Punishment. Jihua's gaze swept over the crowd, finally stopping in front of Qian X and Koan-san. These two respectfully said, Boss. Jihua first looked at Koan-san and nodded. You've progressed much faster than I expected, and your swordsmanship is different from 2 years ago. Koan-san swept his eyes at Xianingshang, who had already walked to the other side at an unknown time and was curiously surveying the surrounding streets as if she was looking at something interesting, and explained. Fell off a cliff, survived the disaster, and learned divine kung fu. Jai-Fire laughed. That's 2 years of your experience? No, just the beginning of my experience. Kunzan tilted his head slightly, a hint of godliness on his cold face. He paused and added, this martial art I will. Jihua raised his hand to interrupt him and casually said, your wonders are yours. I will not ask. Jihua had entrusted his eldest brother to help him find some martial arts secrets to use to brush up on his quest some days before he left home, and at that time, he had said that it would be fine to just find some random ones, and then he had written down the miscellaneous ones that he knew, and had specifically instructed that these were not to be used. I just don't know what Big Brother was thinking. He hadn't even found all the martial arts before he left, so I guess he wanted to get some stronger martial arts. Yes, Koan-san arched his hand. Jihua added seriously, if you cultivate for another 2 years, you should be almost as good as the current little brown sugar. It would be good for you to have a fight with her. At those words, a hint of excitement surfaced on Koan-san's ice cube face. Regarding this kid's character, I guessed that after this time, he would find a nook and cranny to practice hard for 2 years, and then look for little brown sugar for a clean slate. Seeing Koan-san's appearance, Jihua's sentence, but little brown sugar will be ridiculously strong in 2 years, is really hard to say. Back then, when he collected the people from the Big Dipper, they were all orphans picked up with high and low qualifications, although under his cultivation, their strength was ranked in the Jianghu. However, when it comes to natural talent, all of them combined are not as terrifying as little brown sugar. Together with the martial arts technique that was gifted by the system after drawing out the red paper umbrella that didn't look right in any way, little brown sugar's strength was already firmly above everyone in the Qin Kuan sect. Give little brown sugar 2 more years, and it was estimated that she would be able to fight back and forth with that old man today. After talking about Koan-san, Jihua's gaze swept over to Chen X's side. Chen X's body trembled and said with a sobbing voice, "Boss, I won't dare to do it again next time." Jai-Fire asked in amusement, "You think you're doing it wrong?" Qian Ten was about to open his mouth, suddenly remembered the unlucky look of Qian Wu. If he did not bring people to support, I am afraid that Qian Wu will be hiccuped. "Boss, I think I'm right." Qian X stood up his chest and said seriously, "If you want to punish me, just do it." Jihua looked at him with a smile, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Since Qian Wu left all these brothers in your charge before, you are the supreme commander, and all your orders will be correct. But I disobeyed your orders." Qian X whispered with his head bowed. Jihua carried his hand behind his back, looking at the demonic clouds in the distance above the Point Sword Villa, and slowly spoke. "The general is in command, and since you are in supreme command, you can do whatever you think is right, even if it goes against my orders." The eyes of Xia Ningxiang, who was looking at the farmhouse from afar and watching curiously, suddenly lit up, and a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. Jai-Fire continued, "Just remember that you need to be accountable to everyone for any orders you give." "Yes." Qian X stood up straight and nodded, "But you're still doing it a little wrong." "Ha?" Qian X's face instantly became bitter. Jihua did not have the good sense to say, "Sometimes the pattern has to be enlarged. Since we have brought the brothers here, let's shake some more people. Call all the brothers around." If Koan-san hadn't arrived just in time this time, "You guys are afraid that you wouldn't be able to eat this group of Jianghu people. This is not afraid of you scolding." Qian Ten muttered in a small voice. "Then I'll have to scold you a few more times, so you'll get used to it." Jihua said with an expressionless face, "Remember, this world is too chaotic, and our advantage is that we have more people. Shake people if you feel you can't handle it. Got it?" "Got it, got it." Qian X hastily nodded his head. Jihua waved his hand in a good-natured manner. "All right, after you finish cleaning up, take everyone to the capital and look for little brown sugar to receive the punishment. After all, you also disobeyed my order. I'll handle Qian Wu's matter." "Yes." Koan-san and Chen X returned at the same time. Koan 3's face is even more with the color of excitement. Although it is inevitable to be beaten up by little brown sugar, but it can also know the gap between him and little brown sugar now. When 2 years later, Humph, Kunzin turned toward the crowd and shouted, "All faster! Those who should touch the corpses should touch the corpses. Those who should bury them should bury them. And those few from the Devil's Way who have bounties remember to cut off their heads and go to the yamen to collect the money." One look at it is a breeze. Jihua walked over to Xia Ningxiang's side. This girl was now staring at a well, and kept looking inside, as if estimating that if it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't too crowded and still not too elegant, she would have wanted to stick her head in and look. "Not bad," Jihua commented. "Anyone who kills people regularly knows that after throwing a corpse tied to a rock in there, it won't be discovered for a decade or 8. It's an excellent place to hide a corpse." Xia Ningxiang's body stiffened and silently shrunk her head back, her face expressionless. "Our dragon kingdom kills people who don't hide their bodies, and directly throw them out to feed blind bears." Jihua stroked his chin and pondered. "This method is not bad, ecological and environmentally friendly, but there are few large animals on this side of the Central Plains, so it's not very convenient." Xia Ningxiang glared at him, turned back and looked at the well again, and said softly, "There are very few underground dark currents in the Dragon Kingdom, so it's impossible to drill a well. And this is the first time I've seen this. If the people of the Dragon Kingdom could also drill wells in their homes, they wouldn't be in such dire straits." Jihua casually said, "One side of the water and soil raises one side of the people. You envy us for the convenience of the water and soil, and we also envy you all for being tall and strong and eating mutton every day." Xia Ningxiang shook her head. "The environment of the Central Plains is so good, and you Central Plains people are still so physically weak. It's really a waste of this wonderful place." Jihua laughed and said, "Miss Xia, if you people from the Dragon Kingdom came to the Central Plains, after a few generations, your body would become the same as the people from the Central Plains. You grew up living on horseback, but when you came to the Central Plains and left the horseback, would you still become stronger? Impossible. We Dragon Kingdom people will not forget the honor of our forefathers." Xia Ningxiang retorted. Jihua shook his head and said, "The environment will change everything. It's too arbitrary for you to say that. When the people of the Dragon Kingdom settle here, they will also only adapt to the environment over here, breaking away from the horseback and choosing to rely on the mountains to eat the mountains and the water to eat the water. This is a natural choice. How do you know? It's not like you've seen it before? Even if the Dragon Kingdom people take over the Central Plains, they will only use the hills here to gallop their horses and use their iron hooves to conquer the 4 directions, and they will only get stronger." Xia Ningxiang sneered. Jihua suddenly stopped talking, as if remembering something, then sighed softly, then shook his head and said, "What am I fighting with you for? If your dragon kingdom wants to come to the central plains, there's still a Zhao kingdom in between." Humph. Xianingshan pouted slightly, her face full of divinity. Only the look in her eyes didn't seem to be as firm. The others were quietly cleaning up one by one, but in reality, they had already silently perked up their ears. Little Fatty swept around and found that apart from Chen X, who was pondering, everyone else had a look of uncertainty. "But I'm having so much fun eating melons," and didn't even quite understand what they were saying. Oh, Koan-san hadn't noticed at all, and now his whole face was written with excitement, and he hadn't returned to his senses. Quarreling, why don't you stop quarreling? It's rare to see the boss argue so seriously. Little Fatty walked towards the distance with a lack of interest, while muttering in a low voice that he hadn't eaten enough melon. Before the words were finished, Jihua and Xianingshan simultaneously turned their heads to look, and Little Fatty directly shivered. "Get lost," Jifire said in a deep voice. "Okay, boss." The little fat man was in a hurry to run to the distance. The other people also quickly pack things, only to feel that the atmosphere is really weird. Call it a fight? It doesn't seem like it. Chapter 54. I wrote all those talking books. Outside the wilderness, a middle-aged man in green dressed as a Confucian scholar rode a fast horse on the official road. He twisted his head and swept his eyes at the sky not far away, where the demonic aura was rushing up to the sky. Dark clouds still hovered, and a small half of the sky was dyed dark red. "What a heavy demonic aura," the green-clothed man whispered. This period of time Jianghu uploaded a buzz of the devil dragon gun present. He naturally heard about it. Also do not know where to pass the news, but also the difference between the absolute weapon and ordinary blades are exploded. Some of the information in it, and even he has not heard of it. Now looking at this demonic aura, I'm afraid that this demonic dragon gun is even more terrifying than the rumors. If he didn't have important matters to attend to at this time, I'm afraid that he would have also stepped in to stop this demonic soldier from entering the river and lake and causing a bloody storm. But I heard that elder who was already handling this, so it shouldn't cause too many deaths or injuries. With this thought in his heart, the green-clothed man withdrew his sight, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly swept a familiar figure from afar. It was an old man-like man who was crouching on the ground, holding down a duster that looked like it was worth a lot of money on the flat granite with his left hand, and holding up a stone there with his right hand, tapping the dust pole rather rhythmically. "Hu Lao, what are you doing?" the voice sounded. The old man's body trembled. His right hand force is a little bit bigger. Barking, the stone on the dust pole. The stone immediately shattered into pieces. The dust pole is intact. "Ha ha, it's fine. I don't think I can use this duster well. I'm revamping it." Hu Lao haha laughed, breezily waved his hand casually, and the rubble fell on the ground on the pile of rubble, then silently tucked the duster into his sleeve. Even if it looked a bit awkward to tuck it in, he still had to cover it tightly. The green-clothed man swept his eyes at the small half-foot-high pile of rubble, only to feel that the duster should have been used extremely poorly. Without knocking, a few columns of incense could not knock out so much rubble. The man in green didn't ask many questions and asked archly, "Elder Hu, how is the matter of the demon soldiers going?" "Oh, there's a stinky brat handling it. It shouldn't be too much of a problem," Elder Hu explained vaguely, then digressed. "What brings you to Great Week?" The man in green returned. "Deliver the message." "Delivery? Aha." Elder Hu was stunned. "Who can afford to ask you to deliver a letter? Where was it sent?" The man in green looked at him, watching Hu Lao's heart thump before he spoke. "Delivered to the Great Zhou Palace." Hu Lao held his breath slightly, his expression involuntarily stunned, and after 2 seconds, as if he had only slowed down, he whispered, "After all these years, they still can't forget their original grudge? The longer the time passes, the deeper the resentment. It's not easy for them to endure for so many years and only now want to settle their grudges once and for all." The man in green said. Hu Lao said, "Actually, it would be a good thing if their grudge is resolved. It's just a pity that these peaceful days, I'm afraid, will be gone. It's not easy for the two countries to stabilize. It could be that they just saw that both countries were settled and had heirs as well, and decided to go ahead and do what they wanted to do at the moment." Hu Lao shook his head vigorously and said in a bad mood, "I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I'm so old. I can't actually figure it out. Forget it. I don't want to think about it." The man in green asked with a smile, "Elder Hu, can you come and have a look then?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Such an event. How can I not come?" Boss Hu laughed. The green-clothed man arched his hand, and his figure swayed like a breeze as he swept off into the distance. In the small town, everyone else had already left, leaving only Jihua and Xianingshan to walk in the direction of Pointed Sword Villa. Just now, they both spoke at the same time and froze at the same time, glancing at each other. 2 seconds later, Suddenly they burst out laughing at the same time again. I was being overly aggressive earlier. There is something wrong with me in the party. It was the same words again. Jihuo and Xianingshang's eyes met in midair and suddenly laughed at the same time. Xianingshang laughed in a flamboyant manner. Her mood was somehow pleasant. And then laughed and laughed and laughed and lured the body's injuries and coughed again. Is that so funny? Jiefire rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed. Just funny, Xianingshang lightly hummed, walking quickly for 2 steps before suddenly turning back, smiling like a flower. And yeah, you're the one who just admitted to me that I'm wrong. Oh, I didn't say anything. Ha, obviously I remember a certain person just now too. I don't care, just now I just didn't say anything. Okay. The 2 men joked and laughed all the way to the foot of Point Sword Villa, where there was already a lone figure at the foot of the mountain, and just by looking at his back, there was something vaguely forlorn and depressed, but more than that, it is lonely and proud. Seeing this, Xianingshang moved closer to Jihuo and said softly, he doesn't look as straight as that either. Jihuo's eyes lowered slightly as he sighed softly. At the moment I'd prefer him to be straighter, preferably not knowing anything. Isn't this more cruel to the woman? Xianingshang asked again. Jiefire sighed. It's not cruel to give each other decency by not piercing this window paper. He thought for a moment and added, that's true too, but I see that he's afraid that he doesn't even understand his own mind, so I can't say that at the end of the day. He's still not clear. It's just that after many years, when it's understood, it's just a cry of frustration. Xianingshang glanced at Jihuo and teased with a smile. Could it be that you're a dullard who understands these matters of love? The corners of Jihuo's mouth curled up slightly, a proud look on his face. I'll tell you a secret. What secret? Xianingshang raised her eyebrows, quite interested. Jiefire came up to her ear, his hot breath blowing into her tiny earlobe. I wrote a small half of the love talk books in the jungle. Before the words fell, Xianingshang had already taken half a step back, her body leaning back, her white cheeks carrying a faint pink color. What's wrong? Jiefire asked inexplicably. Nothing. Xianingshang pulled back her hair, her gaze wandering from side to side, not quite naturally vague. In that case, Mr. G's literary skills are quite good, and one day my concubine will definitely pay a visit. Jihuo froze, then remembered that this girl came from the Dragon Kingdom, and it was normal that she hadn't read the novels that were circulating in the community. But, Xianingshang regained her composure and teased, Mr. G will write so many love words, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he understands love affairs. Why do you say that? Jiefire asked with a smile. Because, said Xianingshang, with a smile at the corners of her eyes, and taking a few quick steps, those who are best at writing about love affairs are often the inexperienced. When she finished speaking, the sound of silver bell laughter came, and as she laughed, she turned around in the street and ran happily towards the distance. Jihuo's eyes narrowed, the smirk on his face completely tightened, his eyes flickered, and when Xianingshang turned to look at him, his face piled on the smirk again. Yeah, you flirt with me. With that, he quickly chased after them. Ha 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 ha, I'm not. You're just flirting, and calling me a single dog. Since Duke G has admitted it, I can only accept this fact. Chapter 55, Congratulations on drawing the reward, cultivation value plus 99,999. When Qianwu heard the commotion and turned around, he saw Jihuo and Xianingshang walking over. He was slightly stunned. Then he respectfully said, Boss. Jihuo looked at the Point Sword Villa where the demonic aura had already gradually dissipated and figured that the girl was almost done. So he asked, what does it feel like? What feeling? Qianwu's face held a slight blankness. Jihuo stared at him for 2 seconds, then shifted his eyes away to go just in time to meet Xianingshang's gaze, and the two of them knew it by heart. Boss. Qianwu hesitated for a moment and whispered, I took the liberty of helping her. Jiefire waved his hand, casually. She's got a blood feud, right? Well, Qianwu explained, her family had a secret book before, and it was killed cleanly by the Killer Hall, Pointed Sword Villa Master, and Purple Electricity Peak joining forces. It was only by chance that she escaped, and then coincidentally got the pieces of the demon gun before she thought of revenge. Xianingshang was having fun eating melon, so she wondered, Pointed Sword Villa and Purple Electric Peak both sound like famous sects. How come they joined forces with Killer Hall, which sounds like an evil and crooked sect? Qianwu glanced at her, and Jihuo explained, this is Miss Xia, there's no need to avoid it. Hearing this, Xianingshang raised her eyebrows and smiled at Jihuo, looking like a little warbler. Qianwu then explained, the Killer Hall secretly has dealings with the Point Sword Villa and the Purple Electricity Peak. They have joined forces to exterminate many clans in the Jianghu, and the Purple Electricity Peak also trains killers for the Killer Hall, trades in human beings, and forces good people to become prostitutes, and the Point Sword Villa does the same. Xianingshang opened her mouth slightly, surprised. I didn't expect these prestigious sects to do these things. Ji Hua laughed. The water of the Jianghu is very deep, and many honorable sects have a lot of unseemly things going on in their private lives. Even if they are humble people on the surface, there are many things they steal behind their backs. Xianingshang asked with interest. Then in Mr. Ji's eyes, how do you judge whether a person is a true gentleman? What if even if he is a gentleman, he is actually thinking of committing crimes in his heart? Ji Hua waved his sleeve and calmly said, on deeds regardless of heart, regardless of what he really thinks in his heart. If he can pretend to be benevolent all his life and has never done anything evil, I would like to call him a gentleman and a great man. Xia Ningxiang agreed. Indeed, she then teased. Then how is it that Mr. Ji writes so many love talk books? At these words, Xianwu's mouth suddenly opened. His eyes widened as he looked at Ji Hua. His mind was in a state of confusion. He had occasionally heard of the love stories in the Jianghu at the tea house, and he could say that he was bashful. Could it be that the boss had also written this kind of thing? I can't believe I've never heard it mentioned before, and I wonder what the boss's pen name is? I can secretly read it later. Little Brown Sugar should know, right? Well, she can be asked secretly. Ji Hua's old face was red, coughing, that is not before the family is poor. In order to support these brothers, forced to business, and this is not something unseemly. Xia Ningxiang lightly hummed, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Somehow, seeing Ji Hua like this just put her in a good mood. Gotta be strong. Xian 5 only then continued. That woman. I see her nature is not bad, although she committed many wrongdoings, but it is all for revenge. So I helped her, and some of the traces along the way are also cleaned up by me. Ji Hua looked at this brother that he had brought up. At this time Chen Wu's body was still standing straight. His eyes were firm, like a sheathed sword. Ji Hua remembered that Chen Wu had always been calm, but valued love and justice, and was quite reputable in the Qiankuan sect. It was just seeing that the other party's nature was not bad and helping them was not something Qianwu would do. Jai Fire suddenly spoke. As I recall, you were picked up by me when your whole family was wiped out as well. Qianwu whispered. Yes. Jai Fire nodded. That's right. He remembered when Qianwu wanted to seek revenge on his enemy. A bunch of brothers shouted to help him, and he almost ended up in the gutter. That enemy was ostensibly a 6th grade, but was actually a 5th grade expert, with a pair of iron fists that beat the crowd's noses and faces and made them suffer. Luckily, Little Brown Sugar sneaked along and poked that 5th character to death with an umbrella, or else everyone would have hiccuped. As a result, Chen Wu bought many delicious food for Little Brown Sugar, plus a month's worth of candy canes. At that time it was the time when Qiankuan cult had just started its business. Everyone was poor. Qianwu took a lot of orders and Yaman's bounty order, working to pay off the debt, and was the most diligent one. Later, when the Qiankuan sect was divided into the Big Dipper and the Earth's Fury, he probably felt that it was his faulty intelligence that almost caused his brothers to hiccup before, so he took the initiative to ask to enter the Big Dipper. In fact, with his character, even if he didn't take the initiative to enter the Big Dipper, Ji Hua would still let him in. The groundhogs are all crazy batch killers, either that or they're arrogant belly monsters, twisted creeps. Seeing that Ji Hua didn't say anything, Qianwu hesitated for 2 seconds and said sullenly, I didn't help her because, Jai Fire smiled. Xia Ningxiang also laughed. It really isn't. Dryv emphasized again. Aha, I believe you, Jai Fire said perfunctorily. Xia Ningxiang smilingly waved her hand and said, alright, we all know that you're not helping her because she's somewhat like you. Chen Wu's face was vaguely red, stammered for half a day, and finally whispered, I was just thinking that if I hadn't met the boss, I was afraid that I would have starved to death on the streets. I am afraid that I will also be as desperate as her in general. In the sky, the demonic aura dissipated and the sky was restored. Ji Hua squinted his eyes to see, but then he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a lingering aura of ferocity and blood in the sky above Point Sword Villa, but if he looked at it with his naked eye alone, everything was normal again. It was just that he seemed to just be able to see that something was different there. What is this situation? Ji Hua was a little surprised in his heart, but he didn't think much about it, guessing that he had practiced too many feats, and he didn't know which buff was stacked on top of which buff, and a special effect appeared. What are you looking at? Xia Ningxiang poked her head over from behind, her chin nearly resting against Ji Hua's shoulder as she curiously looked towards Point Sword Villa. Not looking at anything. Ji Hua sniffed the nice smell of Xia Ningxiang's green silk. His heart swirled and was quickly suppressed by him. Wrap it up. Don't think about it. Well, it's high noon, just in time for the raffle. I don't know what's wrong with these days, the same daily draw, but Ji Hua always feels that his luck seems to have gotten better, and the attributes that he draws have gotten more, so it's really good to get out more. A large carousel appeared in the void, with a big line at the top that read, childish, 100% win. The dial spun rapidly, and this time it seemed to spin a little longer, before the needle came to a scant stop. Congratulations on drawing the reward, cultivation value plus 99,999. Ji Hua's body trembled, and his shoulders suddenly hit Xianingshang's pointed chin, hurting her so much that she hastily retracted her head, her small hand covering her chin, and her eyes looking at him unkindly. What are you doing? Sorry, I was too excited. Ji Hua waved his hand repeatedly. Xianingshang hummed softly and cursed the nerd in a small voice. Ji Hua's face couldn't even hide his excitement as his cultivation value exploded. This was the first time he had drawn this kind of reward. Chapter 56, Early Human Ways of Taming Demonizers. Could it be that the feng shui is good here? Ji Hua looked at the appearance of the pointed sword villa. If he expected well, now the pointed sword villa was full of dead bodies. How to look at it did not look like the feng shui was good. Or is it just that I've been walking around for a while and it's really boosting my luck? Seeing you smile so happily. What happened? Xianingshang couldn't help but ask. She was really a bit worried about Ji Hua's mental state now that he had a goofy grin on his face all the time and was on the verge of drooling. At least, it is also a Jianghu famous love talk novel literatiate. Xianingshang gave herself a reason. As for the writing of talk novels or even banned books is not considered a literati, or Ji Hua whether there is fame or not, it is not in her consideration. I'm reminded that the sow in the next village gave birth to octuplets. In all their splendor, Jiefire chuckled. 3 people in the mountain village under the wait for a while, but the delay is not to see people. Dry 5 although did not speak, but I can see that he was originally tense, body is now even more tense. Perhaps he himself didn't realize that his mouth had pursed tightly, and his hand was unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. Could it be that she can't withstand the backlash of the demonic energy and has? Already, right in the midst of this silence, Qianwu finally couldn't help but look at Ji Hua and open his mouth to ask. No, the one who spoke up was Xianingshang, who explained, the demonic dragon gun is only 1/3, just killing this point, although the demonic chi has risen. Her current body has gradually adapted after being constantly nourished by the demonic chi, coupled with the fact that she has martial arts in her body. She should be able to last longer. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a woman covered in blood in the distance, with a burst of dark red demonic gas emanating from her body. In her hand, she was holding a long, thin object that was also emitting dark red smoke, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. That demonic aura, just by letting people see it, felt full of ominous, twisted, violent and killing. As Shirya approached the 3, the demonic aura on her body gradually rose up, boiling rapidly as if stimulated by something. Shirya's eyes were also all dark red, her eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this, Ji Hua was the first to stand in front. His eyes narrowed and he was about to strike. Be careful. This is the demon soldier who has killed too many people and will instinctively react to attack when he sees a living person. Right now, she has been controlled by the demon soldier and is delirious. Xianingshang explained. How should I wake her up? Jiefire asked. Xianingshang took a few steps forward and said with a grave expression, don't you guys get close? I'll do it. She was seen slowly walking towards Xia and raising her hands in the air while explaining. In a situation like this, put away your hostility, show that you are harmless, and then wake her up with love and kindness. Jiefire, why does this feel like dog training? Qianwu opened his mouth slightly, uncertain. As Xianingshang approached, the demonic aura on Shirya's body rapidly rose, already 2 to 3 feet high, just like wolf smoke, but Xia never struck out at her, just kept moving closer to her. Then Xianingshang quickly wrapped her arms around Shirya, and in an instant, all the demonic chi quickly converged, following Shirya's body back into that slender object. Shirya's eyes also turned grayish-white, and her sanity was already restored. It was only until this moment that it was possible to see that the remnants of the demonic weapon that had made so much noise was the appearance of a short blackened stick. Xianingshang said something softly. The words in front of her were not heard, and she could only hear her seemingly say, take a deep breath and relax. Thank you, girl. Shirya broke away from her embrace and swayed. Qianwu hurriedly went up to support her. At the moment of contact, Shirya's body trembled, and then seemed to feel a familiar flavor, which relaxed her, and her gray eyes looked at the direction of Qianwu listlessly, as if she was searching for something. Qianwu asked, you can't see? Shirya's whole body was weak, her body lulled, and she fell into Qianwu's arms, smelling his body with the smell of blood and a man's unique sweat. An impulse suddenly welled up in her heart, and she weakly laughed. I can't see anymore. I can still see you the way you are. Qianwu's body shook. Seeing that Shirya was already staggering to fall, a trace of struggle and confusion appeared in her eyes. Her hands trembled twice. Then she held Shirya in a raw embrace to prevent her from falling. Xianingshang sighed softly and quietly stepped back. standing side by side with Jihua, and said softly, "It seems that the window paper is broken. But this is destined to be a sad ending." Both of them could see that Shuria's physical condition was very bad right now, and if she were to activate her demon soldier, she would probably be able to immediately come alive and slaughter several more gangs. But once the demonic energy was withdrawn, it was expected that she would die on the spot. Jihua calmly said, "Even if they know it's a regrettable ending, there will be countless people who will defy the odds and fly into the flame." Xia Ningxiang's eyes widened. "You really wrote a lot of love talk? What am I lying to you for? Why don't you believe me yet?" Jihua said in a bad mood. "I believe it now. And I also believe that you have not had someone to fall in love with." Xia Ningxiang covered her mouth and laughed, because a person who has experienced a love affair would not say something like that. "You get it again?" Jai-Fire didn't have the heart to say. "That's not something I said. It's a friend of mine," Xia Ningxiang said, and immediately after she saw Jihua's eyes hush up, she added another sentence. "That's really my friend. He's had a lot of emotional experiences, and it's annoying to have him nagging me in my ear about it from time to time." Is it really her friend? Seeing that she still had a longing for the Jianghu, she did look like a fledgling girl, and it didn't look like she had any emotional experience, and she reckoned that she couldn't look at ordinary families. "As maternally single as I am? Oh, and speaking of which, I was single in a past life. What a sad topic. What are you thinking? The eyes are rude, eh?" Xia Ningxiang asked, shushing her eyes. "Ahem." Jai-Fire sidetracked. "I just didn't think you'd let her out of her demon soldier-controlled state so easily." The corners of Xia Ningxiang's mouth curled slightly as she explained. "These are all recorded in my family's ancient books, and I'm just trying them out." Jihua praised, daring to go up and give it a try based on the ancient records alone. "Miss Xia really has good guts, that's for sure. Our Dragon Kingdom's women aren't lacking in male character either." Xia Ningxiang laughed. In the distance, Qianwu held Shuria's hand and came over, guessing that she had just become invisible. Shuria walked a little carefully, her small hand kept tightly clutching Qianwu's white hand. "My little lady thanks you, sir and miss, for your help." Shuria stopped in front of the two and bowed deeply. Jihua returned. "There's no need to say thank you. Since Qianwu chose to help you, then I'll help as well." Xia saluted again toward the two men once more. Jai-Fire looked into her listless gray eyes and asked the question in his mind. "Ms. Sure, may I ask how you obtained the remnants of this demon soldier?" Chapter 57, Rumors of the Jianghu. Xia's gray eyes twitched as she spoke softly. "I picked this up unintentionally, and just after I got my hands on it I felt a massive power rush into my body, and after this I went to the killer's hall to seek revenge." A trace of doubt flashed in Jihua's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed as he nodded and said, "It's rather opportune. Are you going to Purple Lightning Peak next?" A hint of hesitation appeared in Shuria's godless eyes, then she felt the palm she had been grasping tighten slightly, as if encouraging herself, and then she firmly said, "Yes." Jihua and Xia Ningxiang glanced at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Since that's the case, we'll go to the Purple Lightning Peak." Jihua laughed. "Don't worry, since I've promised to help you take revenge, I'll take care of everything on the way." The Purple Electric Peak was still a few days away, and considering that Shuria couldn't see, riding a horse wasn't very convenient even if the two of them rode the same horse. The group then decided to go to the nearest town to rest for a while before finding a wagon and slogging over there. In response, Xia Ningxiang asked, "If we strut around like this, we don't have to worry about being intercepted by the Jianghu people? Just kill them all." Jihua took out his folding fan, fanned it and laughed. "They're all just small people who covet treasures." Shuria Kai couldn't see, and even with Qianwu supporting him, he couldn't walk fast enough. Humans are creatures that are used to using their eyes and also narrowing down their other senses because of the presence of their eyes. If interested, try walking around your house blindfolded. Even the familiar surroundings of home can be bumpy, because your control of distance decreases drastically when your eyes are closed. You'll bump into something every now and then. Shuria is now like this. Estimated that also thought of their own time as not much. Now bump more often. From time to time we'll bump into Qianwu body. Every time to Qianwu bump full of embarrassment. Jai-Fire couldn't stand to watch. Or maybe it was because he was walking too slowly, so he didn't have the good sense to say, "Won't you carry her?" Oh. Only then did Qianwu react and hastily squatted down, waiting for Shuria to climb onto his back with a snicker at the corner of her mouth before she saw Qianwu's embarrassed hand not knowing where to put it. He looks like an innocent boy who has never experienced anything, so the boy paper outside to protect themselves, maybe when the time to enter the others set up to be light. But don't say, as soon as you carry Shuria on your back, the speed immediately comes up, especially Qianwu, may be a little nervous, ice cube face stiff as hell, feet like smoke, walking that called a fast and steady. In the end is still a baby who has not experienced anything. Could it be that I have failed somewhat in the education of the Qiankuan sect? Seems to be. The Tiankuan religion so many people. The Big Dipper plus the door under the development of thousands of disciples. The girl less pitiful. Jihua shook his head and looked to the side at Xianingshang, who had been following the several people closely. Only her already somewhat pale face had turned a little whiter, all with some slight fragrant sweat. Miss Xia, your injuries are still not healed? Jihua's heart stirred. He knew that this girl had injuries on her body from when they first met, but it was a bit strange that it hadn't gotten better after so many days. It won't get better for a while. Xianingshang shook her head. How was it hurt? Jiefire asked casually, looking into her eyes. Xianingshang blinked and casually said, when I first came to the Central Plains, I fell off a cliff and bumped around, and I hurt myself. It takes 100 days to heal. Fart you, even if you're making it up, make up a normal reason. Jiefire mentally belabored. Didn't pick up anything under the cliff? Picked up what? Xianingshang asked suspiciously. Jihua smiled and said, Jianghu in the Central Plains is not quite the same. Basically those who fall off a cliff and don't die in a big way will have some strange encounters, such as picking up a divine power or something like that. For example, Koan-san. He is like that. There's still this kind of argument? Xianingshang was surprised. Of course, the people who fell off the cliff are like this, and they haven't received a single bad review so far, Jiefire said casually. Then I'm indeed not very lucky. I didn't even come across this kind of strange encounter. Xianingshang pursed her lips and smiled. It did not take long. A few people will arrive at a town where people come and go. First quickly find a Tongji inn, and then prepare some clothes. Let sure you bathe and dress. Otherwise all the blood how to see is very scary. Xianingshang has injuries in the body. Early to return to the room to rest. Dry 5 guarded outside Shuriya room. So Jihua idle boredom. Will be in the inn downstairs to find a seat to sit down. Ordered a plate of beef, and then the pot of white porcelain children wine. Slowly drinking wine. Incidentally listened to some gossip on the rivers and lakes. In this kind of place has always been the gathering place of gossip. People in the Jianghu have not much entertainment on weekdays, and most of them are so poor that they can't afford to eat, can't afford to hook up and listen to the song, so eating melons has become a way to pass the time of entertainment. Have you heard? Not long after he sat down, he heard a jungle man speak. The moment these words came out, all the surroundings fell silent, and they all looked up at the man, clearly already in eating mode. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, the man smiled lewdly and said, it's rumored that the Tang sect's headmaster married an aunt who's 28 years old a few days ago. The people around them were in an uproar and talking. I remember that the Tang sect master is 80 years old, still an old cow eating young grass? He's really capable. Not only that, but I heard that his last aunt died not long ago, and now he's married again? How many is this? The 10th one. Sure is a dog with an old man's heart. The crowd gave a thumbs up, indicating that this melon was very good and should be rewarded. Then they all scolded the old Tang sect master for not being a son of man. With such a beginning, the atmosphere of the inn came alive, and many people spoke out the gossip they had heard. Rumor in the Jianghu is that the flower-picking bee was whipped 100 times at the Stone Gate Arch Bridge. Rumor in the Jianghu is that there was a 3-day, 3-night battle between two men at the Inlan Suwa Bridge, and it was said to be an emotional dispute. Rumor has it that some time ago, someone managed to break through the sword trace stone road of the Divine Sword Villa and challenged the Sword Saint, and ultimately lost the battle and was seriously injured. Hearing this, Ji Hua, who was leisurely drinking, made a movement. Someone sucked in a breath of cool air. That sword-scarred stone road has been some years since anyone has broken through it. Who did this? The person who put out the news shook his head. I only know that the other party is a young man, and I don't know anything else. It was only then that Jiefire took another slow sip of his drink. Heavy news. Pointed Sword Villa has been destroyed. It's suspected to be the work of a murderer who holds the remnants of a magic weapon. All the martial artists who went to catch the murderer have died horribly. The atmosphere of the inn was once again ignited, and it was like a firecracker had been set off to talk about it. Jiefire took the last sip of his drink and got up to go back upstairs to his room. The rest of it was not very interesting. Chapter 58 In 3 days. I want all his information. In the evening, the four had dinner together. Guessing that it was still in a good mood, Shuriya's state was much better. Xianwu kept his face on, and his movements stiffened quite a bit, guessing that he was not quite adapting to the change of identity. After an afternoon's rest, Xianingshang's face wasn't as pale. Previously, Jihua and Jihua hadn't even properly treated their injuries after the boat ride. After dinner, each went to his room to rest. During the night, a dark shadow silently vanished from the window of the inn. With a creak, the window next door opened, and Jiefire gazed calmly at the silhouette that was gradually walking away. He then skillfully tumbled out of the window as well and disappeared in the other direction. After all, this is located in the Central Plains. Far from the kind of place in the capital that is patrolled by Department 6 everywhere, Jihua flew over the roof, and saw all kinds of peers scurrying around on the roof just like him. Although many people were wearing night clothes, but everyone was a bit of a martial arts background. It was still easy to see by sight alone, so the more apathetic ones, when they see them passing by, pretend not to see them. If they are a bit more enthusiastic, they will look at each other in mid-air as they fly around the roof, nodding their heads and saying hello, instead of flying cockroaches. The most common thing to see on rooftops in the Middle Kingdom are various men in black. Occasionally hear the sound of tons and tons of footsteps coming from the rubble of their own homes. The people who were woken up will only roll over and go back to sleep, and occasionally complain a couple of sentences. So bad, so disgraceful, lightweight. When he turned over to a small courtyard, there were already people around who had been waiting for a long time and saluted. Boss, Jifire asked, how have things been going? The killing heartsword technique has been passed down as you commanded. The Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fury groups are all practicing it, and the situation within the sect is safe and sound, with nothing happening. How is it going over there in the Dragon Kingdom? Jifire asked again. The man's head lowered a bit more and said, the Dragon Kingdom is too far away from us and the news is closed. Plus Zhao is in the middle of it. Recently, the situation between the two countries has been tense and the border is impassable. So it's hard for our people to cross the defense line to the Dragon Kingdom, and even if they go over there, the news probably won't be able to come back, and the carrier pigeons can't even fly that far. Jihua sat in his chair. His fingers kept tapping on the desktop, thinking for 2 seconds before he said, have Qian 15, Qian XX, Cohen 7, Cohen XXX, and Cohen XXXI. Stand by at the stronghold outside the purple electricity peak, and pick 50 more good men from the Earth Fury Group's congregation to go along. The man was shocked in his heart. This is to dry fight, ah, he whispered. Yes. On the other side, Xiaoningshan took a few rises and falls and landed in front of a grain store, reaching out and knocking rhythmically on the door. The wooden door opened with a crash, and Xiaoningshan looked around, so she quietly went in, and the wooden door closed again. Miss, you finally come. The owner of the grain store knelt down on one knee, his face full of excitement. Get up and talk. Where did my brother get to? Xiaoningshan asked casually as she walked to the table, lifting her pen to write quickly on the paper. The Grand Duke is almost at the Great Zhou border. The owner of the grain store smiled bitterly. We didn't even dare to tell him about your disappearance. If you don't show up again, the Grand Duke is afraid that he will kill back from the border. Don't worry about him. Just tell him that I've lurked down and am recuperating from my injuries at ease, and that everything is going according to plan. Xiaoningshan said indifferently. The owner of the grain store has helplessness written all over his face. The young lady has her own ideas every time. From time to time she doesn't act according to the plan, and disappearance is also common. And on the other hand, the Grand Duke is still a character who worries about his sister's safety every day. So the upper and lower ranks began to conceal the Grand Duke on a daily basis. Occasionally, when they went missing for a long time and were discovered, the Grand Duke would always storm back to look for them and make a lot of noise. This time, in fact, the missing time is not long. Everyone is also familiar with the road. Concealment will pass. Just the lady is seriously injured in the body. The strength is not one. Plus in the Central Plains, if the Grand Duke asked a few more questions, but also to the trip record report to him, that would be the end of the game. Just do as I say, Xiaoningshan said casually. Yes, the owner of the grain store respectfully said. Then added, Miss, the Duke wrote 2 days ago. He thought you had already arrived near the capital and asked about whether you had found a way to enter the capital? Xiaoningshan blinked. She had been wandering around in the Central Plains all this time. She hadn't gone to the capital at all, so she now made up an excuse. Just tell him that the capital city is sheltered by the Great Zhou's national fortune, and that I've tried a few times but couldn't get in, and nearly got discovered, and am looking for a way out. You guys remember to embellish it, haha, make it up to make it real, and it's best to write out what I ate around there. Yes, the owner of the grain store bowed his head and returned. Xiaoningshan whispered to herself, looking for a way. This kind of thing cannot be said. I looked for a half a year, did not find normal. Xiaoningshan wrote a page full of paper, then handed it over to the owner of the grain store. Find these medicines as soon as possible, and send them to the stronghold near Zidian Peak. I need to recuperate my injuries over there. As she said that, she coughed violently low for a few times, and a hidden crimson red appeared between her palms, her face a few points paler. Miss, your injuries are this serious? You haven't properly recuperated these days? The owner of the grain store was worried and anxious. Xiaoningshan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes carried a bit of fatigue, and her voice weakened a few points. Sword Saint's full force strike. Not many people under the sky can block it. It's fortunate that he didn't die, and now he's just barely suppressing his injuries. the owner of the grain store said anxiously. Then why don't you stop running around, miss, and just stay here to recuperate at ease? No need. The corner of Xianingshang's mouth curled up slightly as she said vaguely. I've found something interesting recently. Just do as I tell you. The owner of the grain store could only say helplessly. Yes. Also, look up a man named Jiefire, and within 3 days, I want all of his information. The owner of the grain store always felt that this name was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he just couldn't recall it for a while. Yes. Xianingshang got up and was ready to leave. When she was about to leave, she paused. Suddenly her face was a bit odd, deliberating for 2 seconds. Her Jew lips moved, and she said in a cold voice, Do you have any love talk novels here? The kind that circulates widely. Grain shop owner, mouth. Don't misunderstand. This is a friend of mine who wants to see it. Xianingshang explained with a cold face. The owner of the grain store thought for 2 seconds and silently took out a talking book from the counter. He lowered his head and handed the book over, not daring to look at Xianingshang for fear that the other party would see the expression on his face, just that his voice still had a few trembles in it. This is the most widely circulated book on the market today. Xianingshang had a strong feeling in her heart that this must have been written by Jihua simply by glancing at the title of the book. The dominant patriarch fell in love with me. The book is a bit creased, so I guess I've been going through it from time to time. She looked deeply at her own subordinate who looked like a masculine middle-aged uncle face, as if she had discovered some unknown secret. Xianingshang swished the book into her sleeve and quickly disappeared into the dark night. Chapter 59, Watch Me God Drawl. When she returned to the inn, Xianingshang skillfully backflipped and was about to flip back to her room when she suddenly saw a woman sitting alone in the small courtyard of the inn. She landed in the center of the courtyard as soon as her heart was in the right place. Shurya's godless eyes turned and had looked over, looking into the nothingness, softly saying, Sister Xia, you're still awake. Xianingshang returned. Couldn't sleep. You knew it was me? Shurya's mouth was tinged with a smile. I hear you better after I can't see. I can tell it's you from the sound of the footsteps. Xianingshang sat across from her, looking at Shurya's serene face. Her eyes softened a bit and asked, Do you resent me? How could it be? Shurya laughed and shook her head, a smile blooming on her face. If you hadn't given me the demon soldier, I would have died in the wilderness long ago. So how could I avenge my family? But that Qian Wu. Xianingshang wanted to say something else. Shurya had already smiled and shook her head. Her face was miserable. Sister Xia doesn't have to feel guilty. If I didn't go to take revenge, how would I have met him? It's just that our fate is thin. It's destiny. No one to blame. There was a little frustration in her voice, but it was as if she had long since looked away. And she softly said, I believe he feels the same way. Don't look at him as dull. But in fact his heart is clear. I just hope he'll come out of it sooner rather than later after I'm gone. He shouldn't be lonely with this good bunch of brothers. Xianingshang sighed softly in her heart. You're quite open-minded. I know that my sins are too deep to escape death. So naturally I have long since looked away. Shurya smiled cleanly, with a sense of pure beauty. Xianingshang's eyes were slightly lowered as she softly said, During the daytime, thank you for lying for me. Sister has shown me great kindness. This is what I should do. Shurya hesitated for 2 seconds and softly said, Just, Xia, though I don't know what my sister is going to do. But they are all good people then. And so is Mr. G. Xianingshang's eyes were slightly downcast and she didn't speak. After a moment she got up and said, It's late at night. Rest early. Good. On the following day, the group hired a carriage and driver, and slowly drove towards the direction of the purple electricity peak as if it was an outing. And somehow, all four had dark circles under their eyes. Jihua was the one with the best spirit. He went out for a trip in the middle of the night and came back and fell asleep. Thus the dark circles under his eyes were not heavy. Shurya sat in the courtyard for a long time in the middle of the night before returning to her room, the dark circles under her eyes to be heavier. As for Qian Wu, this kid, he couldn't sleep at night and thought about things in bed before he finally fell asleep in a daze. So the dark circles under his eyes were even heavier. What did you do last night? Jihua shushed his eyes at Xianingshang. This girl had the heaviest black circles under her eyes, and was already badly injured. But this day she looked even whiter, then topped with 2 extremely deep dark circles under her eyes. She looked just like a panda. Didn't do anything. Xianingshang glared at Jihua and said in a sultry tone, What are you looking at me for? It's not like I made you black-eyed. Jihua said that he was puzzled and innocent. In fact, last night, Xianingshang went back to her room much earlier than Shurya, and originally she was planning to meditate and regulate to suppress her injuries. However, after touching the book Overbearing Patriarch Fell in Love with Me in her sleeve, she couldn't help but flip through it. By the time she came back to her senses, it was light. One night did not run the power to regulate. The injury is vaguely some pressure, plus stay up all night brushing. now is sleepy and tired. The body's meridians are still at times destroyed by the sword chi, can be said to be all kinds of uncomfortable. Xia Ningxiang ignored him, closed her eyes and leaned against the carriage, closing her eyes and intending to squint for a while. In fact, what she would prefer to do right now was to move on to the talking book, except that she could already guess the way the others would look at her when she took it out. Absolute social death scene, especially if she took it out in front of Jihua. It would be even more embarrassing. This bastard would definitely not admit that he wrote this book, and would even turn around and mock her for reading this kind of book that should be classified as a banned book. Abominable. The words in there, she just look at it all feel bashful. Last night to see the wonderful places in the bed all kinds of rolling. What's going on in this nerd's head? Shame on you. Jihua was full of questions at this time. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could feel the resentment coming from the person sitting beside him from time to time. What's he got to do with it? The purple electric peak was a long way away, and the carriage bumped and rolled on its wheels the whole way, and one could only hear the yells coming from the driver from time to time. Figuring that they hadn't slept well last night, several people sat in the carriage with their eyes closed and drifted off to sleep. Jihua's eyes narrowed as he squinted, and suddenly he only felt a weight on his shoulders, and then the tip of his nose caught the familiar scent. He opened his eyes to look at his side. Xia Ningxiang's eyes were closed, her head resting on his shoulder, her small mouth slightly open, her delicate little nose breathing slowly and slightly. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and it was obvious that she should not have slept well last night. Jai-Fire looked at him for a few seconds and tried to move away, only to find that the compartment was this big and he was still sitting in the corner, unable to move at all. So he closed his eyes as well, pretending he didn't know about it and planning to squint a little longer. Yet he could no longer sleep. Can't sleep anyhow kind of thing, even with my heart pounding. Abominable. How dare this demon seduce me? Since I can't sleep, let's draw. The daily draw is refreshed anyway, Jai-Fire shouted as he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into his mind. I want a raffle. A large spinning disc quickly coalesced in the void. Childish. 100% win. A few large words were particularly conspicuous. The turntable spun rapidly, this time for longer than before, and lagged every now and then. It was as if the gears hadn't been oiled for a long time and weren't meshing properly, and there was a little spark as it jammed. What the hell? Jai-Fire said in shock. After 16 years, it's the first time I've seen the sweepstakes system look like this. It's not possible that this thing needs some kind of maintenance too, right? Then in the midst of this jamming, the needle stopped abruptly and pointed to an extremely small area on the dial. At once the turntable shone with a blinding golden light. Whoa! Golden legend. Congratulations on drawing the reward, treasure map, gold, unique. Item, treasure map, gold color, unique. Introduction, each treasure map is unique. Remarks, want my treasure? Want to become a legend? Go for it. I put it there. That one and only place. What the hell is all this? Jihua stared wide-eyed, a situation he had never really seen before. I've drawn rare things in the past, such as Little Brown Sugar's red paper umbrella that came with item information and a word bar like this. But how can you still draw a treasure map? This system is getting less and less metaphysical. The treasure map is drawn on silk and looks old enough that it does look like that. Jihua opened this treasure map in his mind and was dumbfounded. Only the treasure map looked like the work of someone who had scribbled randomly, drawing a mountain blindly with pen and ink and putting a cross at the top. There was scribbling next to it. Arrive at the top of Daxing by noon on the 6th day of the 7th month. Chapter 60 Mobilization of the White Tiger Army. What the hell is this? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched madly. It always seems like someone just drew this thing and didn't even give it a year? Could it be this year? Calculating the time, there are still half a month to go before the 6th day of July. I just don't know where this Daxing mountain is. It doesn't sound famous at all. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but since it's called a treasure map, there should be something good, right? It always seems like the system is pumping out weirder and weirder stuff now. But last time, I also drew a huge explosion of cultivation value. Does that mean my luck has really changed? Or, Jai-Fire opened his eyes and looked sideways at the girl beside him, only to see her eyes tightly closed, her delicate body gently leaning on his shoulder. As if she was a quiet kitten, she slightly pouted her small pink mouth, appearing somewhat playful and cute. Her face, however, was unusually pale and bloodless, as if she was enveloped by an invisible weight. Her breathing was smooth and gentle, and a subtle snoring sound came out of her nose from time to time. Hearing this light snoring, Jihua suddenly felt serene and at ease. Forget it, if you can't sleep, you can't sleep. Jai-Fire closed his eyes and leaned back against the end of the wagon, resting his eyes. It was closed like that for I don't know how long, when suddenly he realized that the head he was leaning against snapped up. Jihua slightly opened a slit, squinting his eyes to see Xia Ningxiang tensing her body, her face full of panic and embarrassment, a blush hanging on her pale face. Her hand still kept wiping her mouth, guessing that she had just drooled. Sweating it out, old iron. Seeing Xiaoningshan looking over, Jihua hurriedly closed his eyes tightly, and his breathing didn't change its frequency from beginning to end. Xiaoningshan carefully looked twice and realized that Jihua did not have any reaction, and only then did she feel relieved in her heart. Then she looked up and saw that Qianwu, who was originally sleeping soundly across the street, was staring at her with 2 wide eyes. Qianwu had been trained by Jihua, and could wake up at the slightest breeze, not to mention such a big commotion. Not only that, although Shirya could not see and her eyes were closed, the corners of her mouth that were if anything curved up looked very solid. Xiaoningshan narrowed her eyes. Qianwu suddenly closed his eyes tightly, his head tilted, resting on Shirya's head. His breathing had calmed down, like saying, "I didn't see anything." Only then did Xiaoningshan retract her eyes with satisfaction, then leaned back on the other side of the carriage and proceeded to squint. Just this hard carriages, coupled with the road is not too smooth, bumpy, from time to time, hit his head, but is not at all just like that sleep comfort, because it was a horse carriage. At night, they still had to find an inn to stay at, and could not travel day and night, so the trip was much slower, but several people were in a much better state, and were no longer as sick as they were before. We're traveling so slowly. Will the Jianghu people ambush us in advance? Or maybe the Purple Lightning Peak side has made preparations? When staying at the inn at night, Xiaoningshan said to Jihua, "You don't have to worry about our poor health. Go over as early as possible. You can also take the other side by surprise." Jihua laughed. "There's no harm in it. I have no intention of hiding. I'll kill as many as they come, 2 times in a row." The system drew out this kind of reward, giving Jihua an inexplicable feeling of tension in his heart, like something was about to happen. He was in dire need of points right now, so he would draw whatever he could, and some more cultivation points would be fine. As for attracting Jianghu people, it had long been nothing to him, and the ones he had killed had long been in the minority. In the past few days, he also encountered some Jianghu people who came to sneak attack, and they were all directly killed by Jihua, who was determined to kill people. Xiaoningshan frowned, only feeling that this fellow was a bit too big for his britches. In her opinion, Jihua definitely hadn't reached the sovereign realm, but she couldn't tell exactly how many grades. After all, the enemies encountered, Jihua are rushed up, slap one directly shoot dead, are not serious. However, in Xiaoningshan's opinion, Jihua's ability to have this kind of cultivation at this age was already considered astounding, but he couldn't withstand the crowd's siege. Where did he get the confidence to hold off so many people? Anyone can get tired. Does he think he's a physical freak? This nerd. Xiaoningshan looked at Qianwu and Shirya and asked, "What do you guys think?" Qianwu said without hesitation, "Boss is invincible." Shirya also smiled and said, "I trust Mr. G." Xiaoningshan was instantly furious, sitting on the sidelines sulking and angry. There was a sudden fluttering sound coming from the window. Qianwu walked over, opened the window, grabbed the carrier pigeon, removed the letter paper, and handed it to Jihua. Jihua took it, opened it and scanned it twice, then laughed. That Purple Lightning Peak Master? After the destruction of Killer Hall and Point Sword Villa, probably reacted by inviting the heroes of the world to go to Purple Lightning Peak to discuss the matter of executing the murderous man who holds the demonic soldier, and also said that he has found the trail of the murderous man with the demonic soldier. So it is estimated that no matter whether it's the righteous or the devil's 2 ways, quite a number of people will go. Now the matter of the devil's soldiers has long been in the Central Plains. Many people are moved. Only originally there are still diviners who can divine Shirya's whereabouts. Just after Jihua and Xiaoningshan joined the team, those diviners who counted who vomited blood, and then counted directly a thunderbolt struck down. And now no one dares to count. So the masters of the Central Plains were now wandering around like headless flies, hoping that a blind cat would bump into a dead rat. The attacks we've encountered in the last few days have all been crashed and burned in this way. Now that he heard that the Purple Lightning Peak Master had inside information, it was expected that all the experts of the Central Plains would come together. Shirya is controlled by the demon soldiers, although slaughtering a purple electricity peak is not a big problem. Just after killing it, I guess it won't last. At that time you won't face fewer experts. Just like that you can still block it? Xiaoningshan looked at him. She couldn't help at all with this injury. If Shirya didn't even manage to kill the Purple Lightning Peak Master and was surrounded by a bunch of people, it would be a lost cause. Although Xiaoningshan's purpose was to consume the strength of the Central Plains Jianghu, and it didn't matter to her who took the demon soldier, she still wanted to take out that Purple Electricity Peak Master. Jihua laughed. "It's not a big problem. Our current journey should take us one step ahead of those Central Plains people to reach the Purple Electricity Peak. When that happens, Shirya will just kill her way up there, and I'll stop the others." "You nerd," Xiaoningshan scolded. Chen Wu and Shirya looked at each other and both couldn't help but laugh lowly. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the inn, like there were quite a few soldiers and horses marching quickly. Jihua's heart fluttered as he stepped out of the inn, and sure enough, he saw a group of soldiers in armor passing by. White Tiger Army? Each of the 4 legions will guard one side, scattered to the southeast, northwest and north of the Great Zhou, and in addition to the heavy guarding of the borders, they will also arrange military camps in various parts of the Great Zhou territory, which will be used to guard the 4 directions, usually suppressing bandits to suppress rebels. If the local Yamen or Department 6 cannot handle the enemy, we'll also request the barracks directly send troops to besiege. Just give a location. The main fight of physical annihilation. Jihua found the leader of this group of soldiers and handed over Ji Juanhong's token. When that captain took a look, he bowed his head and said that his son would wait a moment at the inn, then hurriedly left. Later in the evening, there was a knock on the door of Kifu's room. White Tiger Army's 4th Army General Zhu Xingye greets 2nd Prince Qi. Just after opening the door, a big man in armor walked in with a few soldiers, holding up the token with both hands and respectfully saying, Chapter 61, The Old Emperor's Divergence. General Zhu, can you conveniently tell us why the White Tiger Army is moving? Jihua asked. Zhu Xingye dismissed his left and right, then closed the door to the room before speaking, reporting to the 2nd Prince. This is His Majesty's order. An order from the old emperor? Jihua was a bit surprised. Zhu Xingye stepped forward and whispered, His Majesty has asked the White Tiger Army to expel the people within 100 miles of the Heavenly Jade Mountain and block the surrounding roads from entry, to be completed within half a month. What is the old emperor trying to do? Expulsion of the people within 100 miles. How big a matter would this be to make such a mess? A poorly handled will cause public grievances. He is crazy, right? A little dumbfounded, Jiefire asked again. What was the reaction of the Flying Bear Army and my old man? The Fei Xiong Army is stationed 10 miles outside the capital and is pressing on. General Fei Xiong is not sure, but he should be guarding the capital and will not go out. Zhu Xingye respectfully said. The Flying Bear Army is stationed in the capital. Jihua's eyebrows wrinkled. Although the Flying Bear Army was also in the capital before, but it was in the position of 50 miles. Now it's 10 miles? And letting Pop sit in the capital? Jihua's heart jumped. It couldn't be that the old emperor was about to hiccup and was worried that the 2 emperors would fight for the throne and cause a big mess. That's why he asked the Flying Bear Army to prepare in advance to suppress it, right? But the last time Jihua saw the old emperor, he was all-powerful and couldn't see the reality, and felt that he wouldn't hiccup so quickly. But now the old emperor's movements in the capital, how to look like the arrangement of the aftermath, in addition to mobilizing the White Tiger Army. But why did he mobilize the White Tiger Army? Seeing Jihua frowning tightly, Zhu Xingye added, It is said that a few days ago, a first-ranked expert went into the palace to see His Majesty and brought a letter with him. Faith? Looks like that letter made the old emperor do all those things? It's just like being irritated. Jihua swept a glance at Zhu Xingye and laughed. General Zhu, it's not too good to tell Mr. Ji about all such private royal matters, is it? Zhu Xingye smiled and arched his hand. In fact, this is not considered to be a hidden matter. When we received the order, we also expressed our confusion. The commander-in-chief explained it like this, and I believe that it has been spread throughout all parts of the White Tiger Army, so it should be possible to inform. He paused and added, and not only is the 2nd Duke the son of General Fei Xiong, but just because the Grand Duke gave you the token, there's no harm in us informing you of the whole thing. Jihua asked in shock, my eldest brother has such a big face? This? Zhu Xingye opened his mouth slightly and said vaguely, the Grand Duke and our White Tiger Army have a destiny. Well, a destiny. Jihua's appearance of his eldest brother surfaced in his heart, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart, but it was suppressed and he arched his hand. Thank you, General Zhu, for telling me. 2nd Prince is polite. If there is anything you need from the White Tiger Army, just ask. Zhu Xingye similarly arched his hand and saluted. When Zhu Xingye was about to leave, Jihua suddenly remembered and asked, by the way, does General Zhu know about a mountain named Daxing Mountain? Daxing Mountain? Zhu Xingye returned in surprise. Isn't that just a dirt slope? Aha! Jihua froze. He was worried before that the location given on the treasure map was very unknown and only a very few people knew about it. But now, listening to what Zhu Xingye was saying, it was really like that. Zhu Xingye took out a map from his arms and spread it out. If I hadn't seen the map 2 days ago, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known the name. This map was clearly a blockade map of the Heavenly Jade Mountain. From the map, the Heavenly Jade Mountain towered over the clouds, and in the surrounding area there were quite a number of densely packed tiny mountains. Jihua searched for half a day and finally found the tiny name labeled in the corner position, Daxing Mountain. Compared to Tianjie Mountain, this Daxing Mountain was indeed considered an insignificant dirt slope. and had no features compared to the mountains next to it. This is the 2 days the scouts drew a map of the Tianjia mountain, in order to block the entire Tianjia mountain. So they asked around and labeled some of the notable surrounding mountains with names, and some of them were really no one knew about, so they just gave them a random name. Zhu Xingye explained. So the name of the mountain was chosen on the spot? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling how the system wasn't quite reliable. From this map, this insignificant Daxing mountain is also within the blockade. The name Daxing mountain is featureless, and there are probably quite a few renamed ones. Could it be that the one the second prince is looking for is not this one? Zhu Xingye asked. That should be it. Jai Fire sighed. In that case, this map will be given to the second prince. Zhu Xingye laughed. There are extremely many mountains and forests around the heavenly Jade Mountain. Without this map, I'm afraid it's not good to find this mountain. This is not very good. Right. This should be considered a military map. Jihua rejoiced. Then asked oddly, the Grand Duke and my White Tiger army are destined to be together. I'll go back and talk to the Commander-in-Chief, and he won't punish me. Zhu Xingye smiled mysteriously towards Jihua. Big brother and your White Tiger army are so much in love. I give a token to go over there and tell me all the secrets. And the map is also sent to me? Is it possible that I need to mobilize the White Tiger army with just one word? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched madly. Before, Big Brother just said that no matter where he went, taking out this token others would give him face. Now it seems that this face is a bit too big. He was tempted to try taking the token to a few other legions to see how much face he could get. The following day, the crowds set out again. The next day did not encounter any obstruction, presumably because the other Jianghu people were rushing towards the purple electricity peak. But the jungle is so big, it's not like you can get there in a moment if you want to. It was only when the crowd came to a canyon that Jihua called the crowd to a halt. He dismissed the coachman, then addressed Xia. Ahead is the purple electricity peak. It takes a day's journey to reach the peak. This 9/4 gorge has 9 curves and 18 bends, surrounded by a 100 feet high mountain wall. It will take at least 3 days to climb over. Thus this 9/4 gorge is the only way to the purple electricity peak. I will then block this place to buy you 2 days of time. Jihua glanced at her and said seriously, 2 days later, if you don't come back, I will go looking for you. If you are corrupted by demonic energy at that time, I will kill you. If you die in a failed attempt at revenge, I will slaughter the purple lightning peak to avenge you. Xia took a deep breath and suddenly gave a deep salute. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely return within 2 days. If I don't come back, there's no need to be merciful when you do it. If Shirya couldn't see, someone was bound to accompany her. And this person was obviously Qian Wu. It was just that if Shirya was corrupted by the demonic qi and disowned all 6 of her relatives, and killed Qian Wu, this was also a possibility. Do you regret it? Jihua asked, looking at Qian Wu. Qian Wu laughed frankly. Boss, you always say that a man is a man of the heavens and the earth, and that you will be responsible for any decision you make, and you have never taught us the word regret. Jihua nodded, his face full of relief. If Qian Wu didn't die on this trip, he was considered to really be able to take on a big role, and he himself was relieved to leave that matter to him. The two of them bowed deeply towards Jihua and Xianingshan, then held hands and assisted each other as they walked deeper into the 9/4 gorge. Jihua looked at Xianingshan and asked, how does Miss Xia plan to do this? Xianingshan pulled back her hair, although she felt that Jihua's method was very unreliable. People get tired, and if it's a wheel battle, it would be difficult to persist in any way. The best choice at this time was to stay far away from Jihua, so as not to be affected, and then sit back and watch the tigers fight. Only she pulled back her hair and laughed softly. Since Mr. G has this intention to fight alone in the Central Plains martial arts, of course my daughter is accompanying Mr. G and enjoying this kind of event, which is also considered to have a sense of participation. Jihua gave her a deep look, then smiled and nodded, casually taking out a long sword from his spatial backpack and pestling it on the ground. With his back to the towering 9/4 gorge and facing the mountain road that he couldn't see the end of at a glance, he held the hilt of his sword in both hands, his eyes full of battle intent, and proudly said, then let me see what the heroes and heroines of this Jianghu really look like. Xianingshan turned her back to him and looked at the teenager's proud back. A strange color flashed in her eyes. Chapter 62. Who else is against it? Hearing the news that there are devil soldiers and murderers in the Purple Power Peak, he invites the heroes of the world to go to the Purple Power Peak together to discuss matters. Both the black and white gangs in the Jianghu have responded by packing their bags and rushing to the Purple Electric Peak. These days you can see everywhere Jianghu people riding fast horses all over the official road. There are some people with outstanding lightness. They are not even lazy to ride a horse, relying on their own lightness. Stepping on the tip of the grass and trees sped away, afraid to go late that the magic soldiers will be taken away by people. Outside the 9/4 gorge. At this time, There are already a lot of people around, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Impermeable, cannot see what is the situation inside. A steady stream of people came from everywhere and then were kept out of the crowd. What's going on? Why are they all stuck here? Do we still have to line up to enter the 9 quarters gorge? Someone complained. A man next to him pointed to the tree and said gruffly, "Just go up and take a look." When the man heard this, he flew up a tree trunk, and then he saw a number of people coming down from the trees around him, and more climbed up to the trees like him to look inside. When he reached the tree, he realized that there were even more people crouching like him on the trunks around him, some of them not having enough space, and several others crouching on one trunk at the same time. He looked in the direction of the 9 quarters gorge, then just froze. Just a wooden table at the mouth of the valley and a huge parasol. A man and a woman sat at the table sipping tea slowly. Male handsome incomparable, wearing gorgeous costumes, holding a complex patterned folding fan with a fan. A look is a rich son. The woman was dressed in purple with a veil over her face, making it impossible to see her appearance. But just the eyebrows and the pair of seductive eyes made people think about what kind of seductive appearance was underneath that veil. On the rock wall at the mouth of the canyon hangs a wooden sign, on which are scrawled the words "No traffic ahead." On the ground at the mouth of the valley, there are a lot of corpses lying on the ground, and it is not possible to count how many of them at one time. Looking at the appearance of those who are dressed up in the Jianghu, far away from 100 paces away, surrounded by a large number of people in the Jianghu, a face of indignation, but just no one dares to step forward. The people watching sucked in their breath and couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is going on here?" The man who was also squatting next to him explained as soon as he saw that he was new. That teenager appeared out of nowhere and blocked the mouth of the gorge by hanging a sign, and whoever wanted to enter the gorge, he killed with a sword. So brave? Is this trying to take on the entire Jianghu single-handedly? At this time there is another big man holding a sledgehammer rushed up, only to see that the teenager casually drew the long sword on the table, a flash of red light, and then retracted the sword back into the sheath. From beginning to end the buttocks did not leave the seat. The sword energy swept by. The big man's body lurched. A tiny sword mark appeared at his neck, and he fell to the ground, dead in peace. There was silence all around. Hiss! The eaters on the trunk of the tree sucked in a breath of cool air, and now they realized why so many people had gathered around, and no one dared to go up. The opponent's strength was clearly not on the same level as the group of Jianghu people around him. So brave. Asterisk 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 his swordsmanship is so fast that I can't even see it. Which warrior is this? The old eater in the treetops blushed oddly. Someone also asked, and he said he was folding fan Duke Chuk. Swimming blanches? The new eater said dumbfounded. But, the man spoke again. Now we all suspect that he's not Yuzhua. This young man has been a sword from start to finish, and although he does hold a flowing cloud fan in his hand, he has never used folding fan kung fu. So what if he's not a swim blanche? With so many of us swarming around, we'll tire him out. Another person commented. The old eater sighed and pointed to the uniformed pile of bodies on the floor. See, Sanchi 18 eagles, 18 people attacked together. He chopped it over with one sword, and the body is not even cold now. One sword cuts over 18? How exquisite must this swordsmanship be? That fierce? At the mouth of the canyon that 100 paces away, quite a few prestigious martial arts masters had already gathered. Only no one was sure of receiving Jihua's sword. Just this kind of fierce people blocked here. After all is not a matter of. Even if you don't know the news of the devil soldiers, this person blocking is not a slap in the face of the Central Plains Jianghu people? After the crowd had some discussion, then one person came out from it, took 10 steps forward, and arched his hand. My name is returning Yuan Han's Zhu Qing. Dare I ask the young warrior's name? What is the purpose of the young warrior blocking this 9 quarters gorge? He didn't speak in a high tone, but his voice rolled out, and his inner strength was so deep that it had reached the realm of pure fire. Jai Fire raised his eyes and calmly said, My name is Yuzhua. The 9 quarters gorge is closed for these 2 days. No one is allowed to step in. Good guts. There is no king's land under the sky. Who gave you the right to do this? Someone in the crowd had long been furious and immediately opened his mouth. As soon as Jihua's right-hand longsword came out, everyone only felt a flash of red light coming at them, and then the longsword returned to its sheath with a light wind. But the man who had just spoken split in two, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd was immediately horrified. They retreated to 100 paces away, just estimating that this teenager's sword chi couldn't reach this far. This was the limit of the vast majority of sword experts in Jianghu, but now he was hitting his target accurately from 100 paces, which was a bit scary in terms of strength. For a while the crowd felt that the 100 paces was not a safe range anymore, and they all retreated backward and then backward. Anyone else object? Jihua asked coldly. The crowd stammered, but no one responded again. Xu Qing cursed the man's idiocy in his heart before arching his hand towards Jihua again. Young warrior, some days ago someone saw Yu Zhuo appearing in the Liang country. This shouldn't be your real name, right? Jihua lazily said. I don't care. My name is Yu Zhuo. If you guys can tell my path, it's considered your skill. In that case, Mr. Zhu will come to learn the young warrior's skill. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as his returning hands were activated, and his palms suddenly glowed orange. He leapt high into the air and slashed at Jihua with his palms. Palm power in midair into more than 2 meters high orange and yellow transparent palm. A palm attack suddenly around the wind whistling. Palm in midair condensed and not scattered. Visible this palm is fierce and incomparable. Internal strength is strong. Jihua raised his eyes slightly and drew his longsword with his backhand. The moment he drew it the sword erupted with a dazzling red aura, and his sword sweep instantly shattered the palm imprint. He then swept his sword across and slashed at Xu Qing. No good. Xu Qing struck out with both palms at the same time, and the scarlet sword chi suddenly arrived. The sword chi colliding with his palms and making a zipping sound. Xu Qing retreated 10 steps in a row before the sword chi managed to dissipate. His palms were already bloody. His cheeks reddened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. I'm fine? His eyes were wide with disbelief. One must know that from the time this teenager appeared until now, he had always killed with one sword, and no one had ever forced him to make a second sword. But he actually blocked the second sword. He even retreated in one piece. Could it be that I've been practicing hard for a while and my power has improved? You leave. I won't kill you this time. Jihua's flat voice came from far away. Chapter 63 He is the upper third rank. This, although Xu Qing didn't know what was going on, but he was able to survive this horrible sword, and in the future, he was bound to be famous, and to rise up to the rhythm of a great flight. Before he watched from below, he just felt that this teenager's sword chi was so powerful that with his own power he estimated that he could just barely block it. However, facing this sword directly, he realized just how terrifying this teenager's swordsmanship was. He even felt that this teenager had let go of the water. Only in front of so many people, he was too embarrassed to say it. Many thanks. Although Xu Qing was a bit baffled, he still bowed his hand and retreated back into the crowd with great strides, leaving the 9/4 gorge straight away. Xia Ningxiang, who was sitting next to him, rested her cheek with one hand and asked with a wink, how did you keep him alive? Jiefire picked up the teapot on the table and added some more to the cup, then shook it, realizing that there was no more tea in the teapot. With slight regret, he put the teapot back on the table and casually explained, this man acts openly and is quite chivalrous. In the past I had a brother who had been favored by him. Before Cohen 47 took orders when his whereabouts were exposed, he was chased by the government office, seriously injured and collapsed outside Xu Qing's manor, was rescued by Xu Qing, and also covered his tracks for him. At that time, Cohen 47 asked him if he wasn't afraid that he was a bad guy. At that time, Xu Qing laughed and said, Mr. Zhu never looks at the origin of his friends, but only on the basis of destiny. Everyone walking in the Jianghu can help then on a hand. If you are free to come to Zhumao Manor floating on a big white, is also a fast thing. This style of action in fact can live until now is also a luck. Jianghu people will not see a handful of enmity and revenge, and the family broke up there. Later on, Cohen 47 told Jihua about this, and Jihua made a note of it. The Qianquan sect had also secretly helped Xu Qing a few times, but he just wasn't aware of it. Jihua told this to Xia Ningxiang, who pulled back her hair and lamented, rather a real person. Is this the romance of the jungle? Sort of. Jiefire smiled. Xia Ningxiang smiled, then got up and raised her own firewood, then set up the kettle in preparation for boiling water. You are? Xia Ningxiang blinked and laughed. Since Mr. G is single-handedly taking on the martial arts in the Central Plains, it would seem a bit monotonous if you were to sit around dryly like this. Today, I will boil water and make tea for you, which is also considered the romance of the Jianghu. So very good. Jiefire smiled and armchair said. The many experts of the Jianghu in the distance are looking at each other at this time, in front of their face and also boiling water. This then pretending is really too much. It really doesn't take them seriously. Abominable. Who can stand that? I can't stand it anyway. At this moment, the experts standing at the front suddenly someone whispered, that teenager doesn't seem to have any strength left. He was killing people with one sword before, and now it took 2 swords in a row to only make Xu Qing retreat. He's killed so many people that exhaustion has worn him out, and now he's mostly at the end of his rope. The crowd's eyes lit up. They all felt that this analysis was spot on, so they were all dumbfounded. If they could defeat this person, it would certainly be a very long face. We're all in the jungle. What do we want from the jungle? It's all about prestige. Brush it off. While the others were still watching, 4 people had already leapt out of the crowd and flew towards Jihua. Kid, let's show you the power of our Huang family's 4 ghosts. The others took a look at these shameless ones and went on. so there were people jumping out of the crowd. Kid, don't be arrogant. Eat Jin Fang's sword. De Rizhuan Rui Yen has come to teach us. Heavenly Fury Castle Zhou Fei receives your excellency's skill. Feng Yuchen of the Eroded Flesh Palace has come to challenge. A Taiman rushed out more than a dozen people. Each yelled and rushed toward G-Fire. The speed cannot be fast, but the voice that must be big. After all, go out and the reputation are their own brush out. After declaring himself more often than not, he became famous in the jungle. The longsword suddenly came out of its sheath, and in an instant, a scarlet bloodlight suddenly burst out, as if it had transformed into a raging sea of blood, spreading out in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, this bloody light completely drowned everyone. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and those who were still preparing to jump out stopped in their tracks. Immediately after that, the long sword was violently retracted back into its scabbard. As the sword was sheathed, the bloodlight that had filled the surroundings just a moment ago quickly gathered up like a whale sucking in water and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Immediately afterward, a creepy scene occurred. Those people enveloped in the bloodlight suddenly became stiff and rigid, as if time had stopped flowing in them. Then, only a series of dull sounds could be heard as the heads of these people rolled down to the ground, blood splattering in all directions and gushing out as if they were fountains. Scarlet blood dyed the entire earth, creating a shocking picture. Who gave you courage? G-Fire said inexplicably. The originally rowdy crowd was once again silent. All of them looked at this scene with trepidation, and many of them swallowed their saliva. Now there were dozens of corpses lying on the ground, many of which were famous and good fighters in the Jianghu, and surprisingly, none of them were a match for this teenager's sword. To block the Central Plains martial arts for several hours, but also to kill the presence of no one dares to step forward, has been many years have not seen such a tragic situation. Upper third grade. Someone finally shouted out in a choleric manner. What? Someone next to me didn't hear. He's an upper third grade strength, the man said in horror. There was a moment of silence from everyone, followed by an uproar. The world of martial arts is divided into 9 grades. If you enter the grade even if you can walk in the Jianghu, and every 3 pints is a watershed. 7, 8, 9 of this lower 3 character is considered to be a good hand in the Jianghu. Dart, take some commissions, and even mountain bandits and so on is also counted in this category. Once into the product, no matter in which gang forces, will have generous treatment, is the backbone of the sect in the Jianghu. The middle 3rd grade was different. Once you reach the 6th grade, you can transform your chi energy into form, and you can burst out with combat power far beyond normal people. And your fighting style is also extremely dazzling. Usually 6th grade experts were already working as guest elders in some small gangs, and if they reached the 4th grade, they could become a bigger gang leader. And their reputation in the Jianghu was also good. Some of the small poor and broken gangs in the Jianghu might as well be just a 6th rank to be a gang leader. Getting to the upper 3rd rank would be another watershed, with the heads of large gangs, the heads of major martial arts sects or elders and the like. This level was no longer pursuing flashy chi energy transformations for combat, but rather returning to the basics from the outside in. However, most of the masters of the upper 3rd grade were indifferent to fame and fortune, and pursued the peak of martial arts. Such people had long since passed the age of breaking through the rivers and lakes to brush up their reputation, and either preferred to find a mountain nook and cranny to squat down and comprehend martial arts, or play the game of the world. So once you reach the upper 3rd grade, you will rarely see anyone in the Jiangxi. Maybe they will also meet. The other person may be a beggar, a trigram master, an old man sweeping the floor, a tofu seller, or a beautiful young woman who drops a wooden stick every day. Anyway, you will not know that the person is an upper 3rd grade master. This kind of person would not strike unless they encountered a great difficulty in the martial arts, or owed a favor, or gave money in place. However, the experts of the upper 3 grades, ordinary money could no longer make their hearts flutter, unless it was a heavenly treasure, or the secret book of a supreme weapon, or whatever it would appear. Speaking of which, the upper 3rd ranked masters were rich as really rich, and there were quite a lot of offerings for any random clan to hang their name on. But poor is also really poor, because they usually do not have much heart, but once encountered heart, such as good weapon forging materials, or high-level martial arts that is not ordinary money can buy down. Selling one's body, smashing pots and pans, pawning family heirlooms, and selling debts of favors are all common things. And now, Jihu's performance finally made the martial artists present realize that Jihu didn't seem to be of the middle 3rd rank. A simple sword can kill more than a dozen experts, except for the water release one. No matter who was on it was always a sword, and even from beginning to end the ass never left the chair. Isn't this the embodiment of going back to basics or what? Chapter 64, No Beef. The several hundred Jianghu people present all looked at each other, not knowing for a moment whether they should be happy or sad. The good news was that they had seen an upper third-ranked expert in their lifetime, and if they went back they would certainly be able to brag about it for years. The bad news is that master is an enemy. For a moment, the crowd was collectively silent. A strength like the upper third grade was beyond their comprehension, and not many of them had even seen an expert at this level fight, now let alone brushing off an upper third. So what if he's an upper third rank? At this age, he's at most a third rank, and won't go any higher. Someone hiding in the crowd, not daring to show his head, shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone go together, before he runs out of internal energy. He can't see to kill us all." Right. So what if he's on the third rank? He's fought so many matches, must be exhausted already. We can pile him up even with human lives. That's right, since he wants to help the murderous man who holds a demonic soldier. He is definitely not a good person. We don't need to talk about the morality of the Jianghu when dealing with such evil and crooked people. Let's go side by side. Charge. Kill. The yells were constant. The group was furious, fist-pumping, aggressive, and full of looks like they were going to rush over and fight for their lives. However, after half a day of yelling, no one stepped forward. This is awkward. Xiaoningshan looked at it and snorted. I didn't realize that there was this kind of light in the Jianghu. It's interesting. Fire laughed. If it's not about me, it's a bit more heroic. If it's about self-interest, it's just like this. Not to mention the fact that it's a death sentence. When Xiaoningshan had boiled the water, she carried the kettle over, added the hot water to the teapot, gave Jihua a slightly angry look, and laughed. Cheap. My brother would be envious if he knew I served you tea. Your brother? Fire asked with a flutter in his heart. Didn't know you had a brother. There's a lot you don't know. Xiaoningshan looked at 100 paces away from those Jianghu people. Before has been worried that this nerd physical strength is not enough. Cannot block so many people surrounded. Did not think it will be now this situation. Just one person a sword to block countless Jianghu people do not dare to go up. When it is really have a husband went off all the courage of the brave. She grumbled as her heart dropped slightly. My brother is paranoid and worries every day that I'm being scammed. No matter where I go, he keeps asking questions. It's annoying. This is not a sister control chant. Jihua laughed. If I have a sister, injured and still wandering in the rivers and lakes, it is me. I am also crazy. He pointed at the black pressurized group of people across the street and flirted again. If your brother knew about this situation right now, I'm afraid he'd explode in place. Xiaoningshan winked playfully and said furtively, so you don't see me with this veil covering me tightly. The two of them had a chat, and as the sun was setting, no one on the other side still dared to come forward. Seeing that it was late, Xiaoningshan walked towards the 9/4 gorge, and before long she caught a hare and returned, handing it to Jihua. Then the campfire went up in all its grandeur, and the two men ate the game as if it were nothing, in front of everyone, without the slightest panic. Damn it! If you can tolerate it, you can't. If you guys don't go on, I'm going to go on. A strong man whispered. It is. Who's afraid of who? It's not like he's made of iron. We're hundreds of Jianghu warriors. Can't we really be eaten to death by a little doll? So another dozen or so rushed forward again. A bright and dazzling bloodlight flashed. And then die out. Everyone was silent again, until a burly brain, puzzled. Damn. That kid's sword, how I look at it, is like looking for a blacksmith to spend 5 taels of silver to build a fine iron sword. How to make it feel like a sword that cuts iron like mud? At this point another person also questioned it. Have you guys noticed? The sword he drew and swung is getting redder and redder. It was just a little pink at noon, but now it looks as scarlet as blood. That question came out, and the others were reminded of Jifire's performance. Finally, an old geezer saw it and warned in surprise. It's the killing heart sword technique. You guys should stop going on casually. The others responded by shouting. It seems like it's really the killing heart sword technique. Don't get on it again. Damn him. How does he know this martial art? Isn't this an untold secret of the Killer Hall? Could it be that he's from the Killer Hall? Not necessarily. The Hall of Killers doesn't know what happened, and has suddenly disappeared in the meantime. Some people who had just entered the Jianghu not long ago did not know enough, so they asked the old geezer next to them, what is the killing heart sword technique? That old geezer looked fearfully at the leisurely Jihua in the distance and laughed bitterly. We really kicked the bucket this time. The killing heart sword technique is the Killer Hall's specialty. This martial art has a feature that once you kill someone, it will condense killing energy in your body within a short period of time. And with every person you kill, your sword intent will increase by 1 point, and your longsword will grow redder and redder when you wield it. This is a very typical martial art of killing to feed killing, and now he has killed nearly 100 people. If he is allowed to kill again, I am afraid that even if the upper third grade experts make a move, they will not be able to block his sword. So terrifying? Someone sucked in a breath of cool air. There's actually such a martial art? Then if you kill hundreds or thousands of people first, Wouldn't you be able to directly slaughter a sect master? You're overthinking it. The killing heartsword technique is extremely difficult to practice. It's a martial art created for killers. Without dozens of lives on your hands, you won't even be able to practice at the beginning. Moreover, the sword intent raised from killing people in the beginning will be very little, and the more you practice to higher depths, the more you raise. That old geezer frowned. I heard that the killer hall master of the killing heartsword skill is only practiced to the 9th layer, but the power is not as horrible as this. Cannot be that this teenager. The rest of his words didn't come out, except that the others had heard them. The opposite side of this master is killing heartsword skill, the highest level, the Great Circle Realm. Plus he killed so many people today. Who would dare to go up there? If he had realized earlier that he was using the killing heartsword, and a few more upper 3rd grade experts had gone up to prevent him from killing people in advance to raise his sword intent, he might have been able to take it down. Now people's sword intent has become, even if there are upper 3rd grade masters secretly poking and hiding in the crowd. I'm afraid. At that very moment, a young man in a blue robe walked out of the crowd with great strides. Not too old to be so brave? Hiss. There are still warriors. I only saw that young man with a smile on his face and a folding fan in his hand, which was a fluttering gentleman's appearance. He walked almost 50 paces before stopping, arching his hand and smiling. I am Zhang, of the Tang clan. Put. The red light flashed, and the man split in two, his body erupting in a gust of pink mist, which was highly poisonous and corroded his body cleanly in an instant. Jihor retrieved his long sword and said in disgust, I don't eat beef. Many people in the distant crowd revealed snickers, their eyes filled with contempt. What's going on here? A young man asked. That Tang sect's thieves wanted to use poison. 50 paces is the range they use poison. I didn't expect to play themselves to death instead. They really don't know how to die. A bald man said with malice in his heart. I'm most annoyed with these underhanded tactics of the Tang sect. Good killing. Chapter 65, Group Challenge. It was getting late at night, and no one dared to challenge Jihua after they realized that he was using the killing heartsword technique. If it was a mid-3rd grade person, even if he had raised a killing heartsword intent, everyone would be able to pile him up with human lives at least. It's just that when you get to the upper 3rd, it's harder. And so the night passed peacefully, and Jifire simply thrust his longsword into the ground to make a statement. Then he sat down at the table and chatted with Xianingshang. The sound of talking and laughing came from far away. It was so happy. The hundreds of Jianghu people 100 paces away were also all raising bonfires, eating and drinking as they should, looking towards the 9 quarters gorge from time to time. And the atmosphere was dead compared to over there. A few Jianghu people who were hidden in the crowd and had raised their fires alone looked at the distant gorge with tangled faces and asked in whispers, Is this something we should report? They have been hiding in the central plains for many years, and this time, when they heard that the demon soldiers had come out, they knew that it was their own family members who had fallen. In the spirit of secretly observing the development of the situation, get first-hand intelligence and eat melon mentality before coming. The main fight a ghost gangster. I didn't expect to come and eat such a big melon. The shapely woman in the distance wearing a purple dress with a veil on her face looked like their young lady in every way. This is not the same as the information from the Grand Duke's side. Isn't the young lady near the capital now? Did she run away again? Several other people are also quite entangled. Someone whispered, how to report if it is just a young lady sneaking to this side to see the looting of magic soldiers is okay. The Grand Duke also lost his temper and this matter will be over. But if you let the Grand Duke know. The man looked toward the two people who were talking and laughing in the distance, and his tone became more and more tangled. If we let the Grand Duke know that Mrs. with this pink boy. The others had their scalps tingling, then shook their heads vigorously and tried. So, let's just pretend we didn't see it? What do you mean pretend? We never saw it in the first place. No, we didn't come to the 9 quarters gorge. Yeah. This kid looks mediocre. In addition to better martial arts, there is no specialty. Miss how to get along with him? I'd like to think that the two of them are somewhat compatible with this look of getting along. I think so. A bit of a good knock. Knocking everything down will only hurt you. Tonight, the wind is calm. Nothing happened except for a few occasional screams and tirades. Those sounds were the screams from too many jungle people squatting on the trunk of the tree, breaking the branches and several people falling out of the tree and falling on their asses. In the early morning, Xianingshang woke up in a daze. The two of them talked too late last night, and she ended up falling asleep on the table without realizing it. A familiar scent caught the tip of her nose and she froze, realizing she was covered in a familiar-looking black robe. It was the coat that Kifu had given her on that rainy night when the two had first met. When he looked up, he saw Jihua looking into the distance with his cheeks in a rather bored manner. The early morning sunlight fell on his dark hair, reflecting the golden light. Xianingshan looked at a few breaths and then twisted her head away. This nerd, but was born quite good-looking. Awake? Fire asked with a smile as he looked back. Xianingshan returned with a nasal with some lethargy and confusion. After a night's gathering, there was now a black mass 100 meters away, estimated to be almost 1,000 people. If it were usual, she would never dare to sleep like this, but for some reason, she slept quite soundly last night. I think it's the robe, and I don't know where he got it from, so I'll buy one later and try it. Xianingshan collected her robe, folded it and handed it to Jihua, asking, "You didn't sleep all night? It wouldn't be good if we were attacked by someone." Jihua smiled as he took the robe and casually stuffed it into his bag. If there weren't too many people, he would have wanted to just throw it into his spatial backpack. Xianingshan looked at the dark pile of people in the distance. "Yesterday you killed them all with fear, so I'm afraid there won't be any more challenges." Fire laughed. "Those were just appetizers yesterday. The real masters are actually waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Wait for my sword intent to drop." Jihua stood up, and clattering across the room a group of people stood up, while taking a few steps back and looking at him warily. Jihua laughed, then drew the longsword that was stuck on the ground. The longsword was sheathed, the blade is snowy white, reflecting a metallic luster in the sunlight, and yesterday's dazzling and bloody bloodlight never seemed to have appeared. It is indeed a fine iron sword that can be bought for 5 taels of silver. Fire held up his sword and waved it gesturally toward the crowd, showing a mouthful of large white teeth, then subsequently threw it away, the sword sliding back into its sheath. Xianingshan watched as the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The mocking intensity simply pulled full circle. As expected, the crowd on the opposite side surged, and in no time at all, a big bald man stepped out. The bald man took 2 steps and suddenly turned around and shouted, "You two don't hide, come along too, otherwise I can't eat this kid." 2 more people came out of the crowd, one holding a large golden sword, one with a soft whip wrapped around his waist, all very average looking, thrown into the crowd cannot be found kind of people. "I also feel that this kid is evil as hell. If it were me I wouldn't be sure I could beat him." The man with the golden sword laughed. "I don't know where the kid came out from. Compared to him, we've all lived to be dogs at this age." The last person, who was short in stature, was slowly untying the soft whip around his waist. This was said as if all the Jianghu people present had been scolded, yet no one present dared to say anything. The ones who could stand out at this point in the game were not the ones they could accost at first glance as assholes. The bald man laughed. "I also did not expect to meet you two here. Last night saw you squatting in the corner to mix people's skinny soup powder to eat. Also thought it was my eyes." The 3 went forward side by side, every step on the body of the aura to enhance a point. Later it is pressed to watch. Their eyes are a little raw. The heart inexplicably feels some heartbreaking. Obviously, the impact they caused was small, and they looked ordinary on the outside, but every step they took felt like 1,000 pounds. It was like the area they were in was a few degrees heavier. "Why? I'm having some trouble seeing them? Ah, my eyes hurt." Some voices of the younger generation appeared in the crowd, and then they were interrupted by the old man's dissatisfaction, who looked at the 3 men gravely and whispered, "Don't talk, look carefully." Xianingshan swept a glance at the 3, then got up with a lack of interest, poured out the tea that had already gotten cold last night, and skillfully built a fire to boil water, ready to replace it with a pot of hot tea. "My name is Zhangzi, please enlighten me." The bald man arched his hand and said in a rough voice, "Ma Biao has come to learn your excellency's mastery." The man with the golden sword also arched his hand and said seriously, "Jian Hong Yuan, here to ask for advice." The small man with the soft whip arched his hand and said gruffly. The 3 of them all performed the Jianghu salute without any contemptuous look. They had crouched in the corner and observed for a long time yesterday, but they hadn't seen Jihua's heel. In their eyes, Jihua didn't look like he had any internal energy running except for swinging his sword. This hand, at least, they couldn't do. Fire smiled and said with a slight bit of interest, 3 second grades, finally something decent." Hearing this, the Jianghu people eating from afar were in an uproar. This was actually a 2nd grade expert. It was still 3 of them that appeared at once. However, the hearts of the 3 of them stared at the same time. The other party actually saw their rank with a single glance. Chapter 66, I used to put my hands in my pockets and defy everyone. This young warrior, we can also see that your strength is more than that. Dare I ask your name? Zhongzi arched his hand and asked. Jihua smiled and stood up, moving his muscles. "If you guys can force me to give my full strength, you are also able to see my heel." Ma Biao asked. "I see that the young warrior does not look like a person who does not know what is right and wrong. Why do you want to help that murderer slaughter the Jianghu?" Jihua explained. "That girl was slaughtered and exterminated by the Tang family Dark Bureau, Pointed Sword Villa, and Purple Electric Peak in a joint effort. And this act was a vendetta for the Jianghu, so I couldn't see past it. So I helped her out. But what about Hangzhou and the 2 villages?" Horse Slip followed up. That's being given a demonic soldier that's not under control. Jihwa said slowly with his hands behind his back. Killing people to pay for their lives is natural. When she slaughters the purple electricity peak, I will personally give her a ride. This time, the devil soldiers into the Jianghu will cause the Jianghu chaos tussle endlessly. Since I took over this matter, the devil soldiers I will also deal with it properly. If anyone tries to get their hands on the demon soldier, they can come to me at any time. He said this in a dignified manner. Not only the three people present, but also the Jianghu crowd in the distance could hear him clearly. The three of them glanced at each other. They originally did not have much interest in the magic soldiers, and they came here only because they were worried that the magic soldiers would cause chaos in the Jianghu, and they were worried that someone would secretly do something. Since the teenager had already said that he would handle this, they shouldn't interfere anymore. Just, how can we trust that if you take the demon soldier, you won't use it to wreak havoc on the people? Ma Liao asked again. Jiefire grinned. I'm not conferring with you, just stating facts. He proudly said. I'm going out this time to deal with the demon soldiers. And secondly, I also want to enjoy the valor of the martial arts heroes of the Central Plains. If you can fight, then fight me. If not, then leave. Jianghu people in the distance are all shocked. The other party turned out to be intentionally want to single-handedly challenge the Central Plains martial arts. But what a juvenile spirit. Damn it. I'm actually burning up. I thought that back in the day. I also wanted to punch the sword saint and kick the patriarch. Now I can't even beat a dog. According to his words, he's not from the Middle Kingdom? Where is the heel? The accent seems to be from the western side of Sichuan? The crowd murmured and looked at Jihua with awe and emotion. This was another astonishing young man. Xianingshang is boiling water. Heard a slight side head. Looking toward the G-fire facing the black pressure of Jianghu heroes, the light in the beautiful eyes flowed. Slightly curved, like the crescent moon in the sky. The heart side, this nerd has a few points of bravado. The three of them took large steps forward and spoke at the same time. In that case, young warrior, draw your sword. Jihua shook his head and laughed. There will be no need for swords today. He raised his right hand and hooked his hand towards the three. You're all in this together. Zhongzhe immediately stamped his feet and rushed up like a flooding beast, blasting out a fist directly. The wind comes before the punch. The violent wind pressure blew the surrounding sand and rocks. The leaves clattered, and an air force visible to the naked eye whistled along with the fist wind. Jihua was not afraid in the slightest and blasted out with the same punch, which looked flat. The fists collided in mid-air, and cracks instantly appeared on the ground. An even more turbulent chi energy than before suddenly erupted, and the shockwaves blew the trees with a crash. Zhongzhe's face turned white as he retreated 5 steps in a row, the ground stomping out footprints half an inch deep before he managed to dislodge the terrifying force. His right hand trembled slightly, and his eyes were already horrified. Right at this moment, a golden light flashed, and a huge 40-meter-long sword astral deity slashed straight down towards Jihua's head. Look at the sword. Ma Yi slashed down with his sword, not forgetting to remind him. Jihua blasted out another punch, the punch energy penetrating his body, and the two were at a standstill in midair. Jihua then propped up with force, and the sword dipper then shattered. Ma Biao retreated a few steps backward. His tiger's mouth was already a bit raw, and his face was full of gravity. Look at my long whip, Jiang Hongyuan shouted. The soft whip at his waist steeply probed out like a spirit snake. Jihua similarly swung out a fist, but this soft whip instantly bypassed his fist wind, like a spirit snake wrapped around his wrist. He was stunned, although he knew that the techniques of this snake soft whip included wrapping, whirling, sweeping, hanging, tossing, and so on. It was the first time he had seen one that could break through the wind of a fist in a moment. As soon as Jiang Hongyuan saw the soft whip wrapped around Jihua's right hand, he was overjoyed. Next, as long as he ripped him over, he fell into the rhythm of his own attack. Just see him pull hard. Jiefire didn't move a muscle. He pulled harder again. Jiefire didn't move a muscle. Jiang Hongyuan froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned his head to the other two and yelled, "His movements have been restricted by me. Hurry up and get on." Zhongzhe and Ma Slippery hurried forward, and a fist and a sword suddenly blasted out. Jiefire grinned and, in no hurry to break free of the whip, fought them one-handed. First, a fist blasted Zhongzhe back, followed by a one-handed grab to the splitting down of the sword gang, only to hear the sound of metal clashing. Jihua's palm was split into two. Golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Ma Liao's face turned ugly. There were not a few people that he had chopped over horizontal training kung fu with this golden large ring blade, but it was extremely rare to see a horizontal training kung fu practitioner who was able to receive one of his blades as if nothing had happened. If he was right, this teenager was afraid that he was already at the great perfection level. There may even be more than one cross practice. Ha ha, you come too. Jihua pulled with his right hand, and Jiang Hongyuan was pulled into the arena by him. Jihua fought 3 second-grade expert solo, and for a while, the wind and sand rose up in all directions. From afar, it looked like the simplest of fighting maneuvers, not even as flashy as the middle third, but just gazing at it would give one a feeling of scalp numbness. The Jianghu people in the distance were silent, and were staring intently at the 4 people in the fight, although they were still having trouble understanding it, and could only take note of each other's fighting styles as much as possible, which would point out a path for them to follow in the future. So he really is an upper third rank. A Jianghu man sighed with a bitter smile. We've truly lived to a dog's death at our age. How old is this little doll? When did the Jianghu have more such a number 1 character? Really? The other person said for half a day. In the end still did not say anything, and finally could only helplessly long sigh. The Jianghu rushes people old. They are no longer young when the spirit of the wind now can only be reduced to the audience to see a new generation of young men to enjoy the romance of the Jianghu. Mainly, what exactly is this teenager's origin? He's suppressing and fighting 3 second-grade experts all by himself? Then what exactly is his true strength? Another person questioned in horror. The question dried up the crowd in silence. There are things you can't think about in detail, and when you do, you want to cry. After Xiaoningshang had brewed the tea, she rested her cheeks and watched the fighting for. Her eyes kept looking at Jihua, who was surrounded by the 3. After watching for a long time, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She could see that Jihua was not using his full strength at all, and even sometimes when he subconsciously threw a punch about to finish off his opponent, he would suddenly withdraw his hand, thus making it seem a bit disjointed. Xiaoningshang understood as she watched. He was also looking for a way to break through that barrier. Chapter 67, Disciple of the Sword Saint. The battle lasted from morning to noon, and the 4 men at the mouth of the canyon fought as if they wouldn't tire, but they did a good job of limiting the fight to a very small area. 100 paces away has surrounded the black pressure of nearly 2,000 Chinese experts. A wide-eyed look, and even a lot of people's eyes have been empty, has been from the 4 people's battle to understand what, into the state of epiphany. I know. So it is like this, someone said with a nagging mouth, then sat down in place and closed his eyes to realize his energy. The others were not surprised, and had some envy in their eyes, a situation they had seen several times this morning. Xiaoningshang looked at the time. It was noon, so she walked to the canyon again on her own, and when she came back she already had an extra pheasant in her hand. She looked hesitantly at the 4 who were still fighting. The nerd was still fighting, and her cooking skills were a concern. So was it hard to nibble on dry food? All this time it was Jihua who cooked, and it could be said that it greatly satisfied her appetite. As for dry food, it had long since lost interest. Jihua suddenly glanced back, then leaped out of the trio's encirclement and waved his hand. No more fighting. The 3 of them withdrew their hands at the same time, and they were already sweating profusely, panting heavily, exhausted, and even more so, their hands and feet were weak. Levels like theirs, who used to fight for days and nights in a row without any trouble, just fighting against Jihua. The pressure was just too much, and now they were already tired and their legs were a bit weak. In contrast, Jifire had been smiling and laughing, not taking it seriously at all. Many thanks for your guidance, young warrior. The 3 of them simultaneously arched their hands and said seriously. Jihua waved his hand. It's just a mutual proof of martial arts. With another deep salute, the 3 of them turned around and left in large strides, without stopping at the Jianghu people, and directly left the place, figuring it would be a good place to rest for a while. It was just that it was quite far from the town, and now that they were walking with a bit of a wobble, they didn't know if they'd be able to make it to the town. Jifire returned to the table and skillfully took the pheasant and set about handling it. Xiaoningshang then sat peacefully at the wooden table, wiggling her calves excitedly, and asked casually, "How's it going?" Jifire returned without lifting his head. "I don't feel anything at all. I feel that even if I stand there, they can't beat me to death." Xiaoningshang spread her hands helplessly. The entire day she had been observing Jihua's fight. She had to say that her assessment of Jihua's strength had already doubled a few times, and she had even vaguely guessed Jihua's rank. So naturally, she also understood the meaning of Jihua's words. In the end it was that these people weren't strong enough to chant, and none of them could put Jifire in a desperate situation. Although the words were so, but seeing Jihua's smug look, Xiaoningshang really wanted to give him a try by recommending Sword Saint. That uncle is really not to be messed with. When Jihua handled the pheasant and skillfully set it up on the fire and roasted it, and even brushed some honey on it from time to time, the flavor filled the air immediately. Xiaoningshang beautifully squatted next to her, smiling so much that her eyes narrowed. "You don't know how to cook?" Jifire asked. He guessed that this girl should be a woman from a large family in the Dragon Kingdom, the kind that doesn't dip her fingers in the water, and it's normal that she can't cook. Xiaoningshang hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded seriously. "Will." "Oh wow." Xiaoningshang added quietly. When I was a child, I once got in the mood, so I fried a dish, and I was happy to ask my brother to come along and eat it. What happened after that? Jai-Fire asked. Then my brother and I both got food poisoning, and called the high witch priest to no avail, and spent half a month in bed before we got over it. Xianingshang said expressionlessly. The great witch priest, in order to study the pathology, is the head iron does not listen to the discouragement, and ate the leftovers as well, and he lay down for a month. Kai-Fire. By mid-afternoon, the dark pile of people in the distance no longer came forward to challenge. After all, 3 upper third grade experts had gone to siege and lost. Who would dare to go up now? If not for the fact that most of the people in the Jianghu are quite idle, everywhere in the street as a street sneak, now I'm afraid that should be dispersed are dispersed. Just when the crowd thought that this was how it was supposed to end, a young man dressed in white suddenly stepped out of the crowd. He was plain looking, looked like a male son of some family, and was wearing 2 swords at his waist, an iron sword and a wooden sword. There are many people who dress like this in the rivers and lakes, and many official gentlemen read the words and think that the swordsmen in the rivers and lakes are dressed like this, and then they follow suit and walk the rivers and lakes. Many traffickers were also extremely happy to see this kind of dressed-up male children, who looked to be inexperienced fledglings who didn't understand the dangers of the Jianghu. As long as the person is kidnapped and then find their family to extort a sum of money, they will make a big profit. Young, no experience in the Jianghu, low force value, family is particularly rich, and no bodyguard. How to look at it is a fat sheep. What's going on? Is it a doll that just came out of the jungle? A newborn calf wanting to challenge that teenager? What's he doing up there when 3 second-grade experts have lost? The crowd was murmuring, obviously not too optimistic about this young man. Just his clear eyes could tell that this waif hadn't experienced the poisonous beatings of the jungle. Ha! Xianingshang suddenly raised her head, her face showing surprise as she looked in the direction of that youth, her eyes falling on the wooden sword falling from his waist, only to feel that the remaining sword chi wounds on her body were all faintly cheering. Her face was grave as she warned, "Be careful, it's the Heaven's Will sword." Jihu's eyes lit up, and he gave an O expletive with considerable interest before getting up and walking towards the youth. The youth arched his hand and smiled, saying, "This young warrior, my name is Ho Baishi. I have come to fetch the demon soldier on the order of my family's teacher, so please make it easy for the young warrior." Jai-Fire asked with burning eyes, "What is the sword saying to you?" "It is none other than my family master," Ho Baishi respectfully said. Everyone was once again shocked and in an uproar. They were too busy being shocked to do anything this day and night. Originally just simply grabbing magic soldiers to eat melon. Did not expect this melon a more powerful than one. First unknown teenager came out of nowhere. Even killed nearly 100 Jianghu masters. After defeating the second-grade masters teamed up. And now even the disciple of the Sword Saint has appeared. It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. Jihu grinned. Defeat me, and you can have the devil soldiers as you like. Ho Baishi shook his head. I'm only at the 2nd rank. I can't beat your excellency. That's not necessarily true. The Sword Saint's Jutsu Heaven's Will sword technique is something I've wanted to see for a long time. Jihu laughed. It was not easy to catch one who could make a Jedi. He naturally could not let go. The last time I encountered Yu Zhuo although can wind hand, and that mastery is really powerful. But unfortunately, Yu Zhuo is really too good, completely unable to play the power of wind hand. The Sword Saint's disciple dared to wander around in this attire and still managed to keep his chastity. So he was obviously not a waterbender. Chapter 68, Thunderlight. I have to mention an earlier rumor in the jungle here. It is said that there is an official son of the great Zhou is 28 years old, grew up reading all kinds of novels, envious of the free and easy life of the Jianghu for a long time, so he sneaked out to break into the Jianghu. That child is obviously early planning. Just into the Jianghu took out their long prepared line, white clothes, white horse neighing, waist with a precious sword. This child is even more handsome, is a red lips and white teeth of the handsome young man, far from beautiful cannot. Jianghu female chivalrous women see all walk, 2 legs straight pendulum kind of. However, this waif had just entered the jungle and was caught by the strongman within 3 days. When they caught him, the gang of strongmen were instantly stunned by his beauty, and originally intended to engage in some kidnapping for ransom, but instantly gave up the idea and were about to send him to a lord's house in Jiangnan overnight. That lord is worth $10,000 and has great estates, and in order to cover his tracks, he has taken a few concubines, and is, in fact, good at men's affairs. I did not think that this group of strong people in the road to send people encountered a hijacker. Originally this is not a big deal. Walking in the Jianghu encountered hijacking more normal. Give a little toll on the line. Not bad money. The boss of these hijackers is a female walled city, beautifulully born, only the force value is quite high, and has not been able to look at the right one. She saw that the baby made a strong craving for his body, and instantly, regardless of anything, captive to the mountains, coerced to be a pressure lady. A month later, that official finally spied on his son and commissioned the White Tiger Army to go up the mountain to rob him. The original officials were ready to behead the female cottage owner. Only this period, when the days of the pressure of the cottage wife, the teenage boy and the female cottage owner day by day, immediately embraced his father's thighs, crying and shouting if he did not let go of the female cottage owner, he will be forced to die. His father said angrily, I can get you any kind of official woman you want. Why do you have to have her? Why do you need her? A female robber is not a good match for the family. What decency! The teenage boy yelled. Father, she's not like other women. His old man immediately gave him a few slaps, knocked out, and carried him away directly. The cottage of the female lord was also preserved, and the officials left nothing untouched. Originally, this matter was so over, but I didn't expect the reversal to come again. A few months later, the female cottage owner came to the door with a big belly. The official was dumbfounded on the spot, and could only watch the silly boy from his own family hugging the female walled city lord and giggling, and the gas shivered cold. In the end, there is really no way. After all, the children have. The official pointed to his own son's nose, scolded the incompetent, and praised the daughter-in-law to fight, so that she hurriedly sit down and ask people to serve well. Officials and anxious to call for a midwife. In addition to writing to the local government to give him a face to hurry up the cottage's archives all to cancel, and finally looking for relations to the female owner of the cottage to arrange a legitimate identity, from childhood to the kind of. And so a case of a female mountain bandit successfully clearing her name was born. This matter was spread quite widely in the Jianghu at that time, and it was also considered a beautiful story. Even Jihua heard about it in Chuanxi and Sked in wonder. Therefore, the Jianghu that time suddenly appeared many force value tough female bandits around the road robbery, picking the white boy swordsman, attempting to replicate the famous scene. Even if you can't clear your name, it's still a pleasure to meet a handsome young man and snatch him back for some pampering. This story tells us that boy Paper has to protect himself in the jungle. Let's get back to the topic. That being said, when Jihua suggested that he wanted to fight Hobaishi, he shook his head. Heaven's Will sword technique requires extremely high qualifications. I have not yet fully comprehended it. Even if I make it out, I will not be a match for the young warrior. Upon hearing this, Jihua was slightly disappointed. Could it be that he could only go and fight with those sect masters? But, Hobaishi said with a twist of words and laughed, my family master gave me a sword intent before I left, equivalent to the power of a single strike without him communicating with heaven and earth. If the young warrior can receive this sword intent, I, will leave, and I will also have an explanation to my family master. Let's see if the young warrior has the guts. One of the sword saint's sword intent? Jihua's eyes lit up and he laughed. This is very good. I have long wanted to see the sword saint's superb swordsmanship, Hobaishi said gruffly. Young warrior needs to be careful. This sword intent is beyond my control, and when it strikes, it is the strongest strike. Jaifire was puzzled. You don't want to kill me? Hobaishi smiled and said, before listening to the young warrior talk about the matter of the devil soldiers, Homao has already understood. The young warrior is even a force to fight against the entire martial arts world. Such a hero, a certain person since I admire. And how could there be a killing heart? He paused and added, it's just that the master's orders are hard to disobey, so a certain person can only step in helplessly. Then he lowered his voice and said, if it wasn't for the fact that this sword intent and my master's mind were connected, I would have wanted to find a random place to release this sword intent and then go back and lie that I couldn't beat the young warrior. This is an interesting person. Jihua laughed. No harm. You feel free to let it out. I still have a little grasp. Not to get killed. In that case, young warrior, please strike first. I don't know which stance from the Heaven's Will sword technique my family master has memorized, and I can't mention it, Hobaishi said gruffly, then gripped his right hand on that wooden sword. That's natural. Jihua took a breath and suddenly turned back towards Xia Ningxiang. Miss Xia, step back a bit. Xia Ningxiang similarly looked grave and reminded. I know you're strong, but the sword saint's Heaven's Will sword is terrifying. A strike is like heaven's might. The power is crowned beyond compare. And the speed is so strange and fast that you often get hit by the sword before you can react. Don't be too big for your britches. Make sure you go all out. Jaifire blinked, nodded and smiled. Good. The distant Jianghu crowd has long been excited to jump up and down, but there are several anxious to scurry to the trees. Be sure to find a delicious melon point. A strike from a grandmaster could not be seen even once in one's lifetime. It was worth the trip. It was only because there were so many people scurrying up the trees that one trunk couldn't take it and fell down, causing a commotion. Some people, relying on their better likeness, climbed directly to the top of the tree, hugged the thick tip of the tree and looked that way, just like hugging a tree bear. Fortunately, this side is full of woods. A glance is not afraid to find a good eating spot. That kid is really arrogant. Even if he really has the strength of a first grade, all under the sovereign are ants. He's afraid that he won't even survive a single blow. It's a pity that this teenager, who is full of my appetite, is going to die under a sword saint strike like this. It's okay to die in the morning and in the evening. This teenager obviously also wants to seek the peak of the martial arts path, or else he wouldn't have chosen to fight it head on. I am not alone in my path. Wait, you guys see what he's doing? Suddenly someone shouted. The crowd that was originally talking about it all of a sudden gathered their gazes at the mouth of the gorge. At the mouth of the gorge, Jinhwa slightly moved his muscles, then his right leg stepped towards the ground, and the ground cracked, and he stepped again with his left foot, and again it shook in the same way. He then clenched his right hand into a fist and stowed it at his waist, while his left hand was raised high in the air. His 5 fingers spread out as if he were grasping the entire firmament in his hands. Dark clouds that appeared from nowhere began to converge above him, circling slowly. At the same time, a strand of thunder light flickered continuously in the dark clouds, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. Chapter 69, Jedi vs. Jedi. This starting stance, why does it look a little familiar to me? Like, boxing? Boxing? Run! Run! The youngster is still stifling uncertainty. The old geezer has already come down from the top of the tree, pulling his legs and running. At this time, more and more Jianghu people reacted, constantly retreating back. A group of black pressurized people in a chaotic and tumultuous. It's the thunder-blazing bare fist. He's the Ji clan's kid. Finally, someone shouted out in horror. General Fei Xiong retrieved his long-lost youngest son the other day. It is said that this son is extremely skilled in martial arts, and that he defeated the Yuzhua who performed the royal windhand at the night banquet in the palace. It should be him. Western Sichuan accent. Thunder-blazing bare fist. Folding fan Duke Yuzhua's flowing cloud fan. That's right. That's him. It's him, it's him, it's him. His name is... Boom! A shocking thunderstorm appeared in the sky, as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart. Only Jinhwa stretched out his left hand and lifted it upwards, as if he was trying to hold up the entire sky. His eyes were firm and sharp, revealing an unrivaled aura. As he moved, his arm muscles tightened and his strength continued to converge. Suddenly, he grabbed with force, as if he wanted to clutch the entire sky in his hands. Immediately afterward, he yanked downward. In an instant, a thick greenish-colored lightning struck down from the sky, and the lightning was like a green dragon, roaring as it fell straight down. The green-colored lightning bolt cut through the sky, its light dazzling and dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at it. Its speed was extremely fast, like a meteor crossing the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the top of Jinhwa's head. However, Jinhwa did not dodge and stood firmly in place. His body emitted a powerful aura that echoed with the green-colored lightning. The lightning directly struck Jinhwa's body, but he was unharmed. On the contrary, the lightning's energy was absorbed by him as much as possible and integrated into his body. This green-colored lightning didn't stop, but rather, it continuously slashed at Jinhwa. Each strike carried a heaven-destroying might, but Jinhwa remained standing. Endless electric light violently erupted from his eyes, as if they were about to tear through the void, causing palpitations. An extremely powerful energy surged out from his body, transforming into countless streaks of green lightning that swiftly swam like spiritual snakes, intertwining and twisting together. In the blink of an eye, a huge tyrannical bear silhouette that was more than 10 meters tall emerged behind him. This giant bear's body was made up of green lightning, lifelike, emitting a chilling aura. Roar! The giant bear raised both of its palms up high, tilting its head towards the sky and roaring, its voice shaking the sky, as if it was venting its anger to the entire world. The crowds fleeing in the distance turned back, looking in horror at the giant bear that seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth, rolling and crawling to run far away. In the next second, Jinhwa's right fist violently blasted out. Roar! That giant bear roared with rage, and its huge right palm struck out at the same time. The monstrous momentum carrying the power of countless thunder suddenly blasted towards Hobaishi. Hobaishi's eyes were bright and incomparably bright as he looked at Jinhwa with more than a hint of surprise and admiration before he violently drew his wooden sword. The wooden sword erupted with brilliant sword light, which quickly intertwined into an illusory middle-aged man appearance standing proudly in front of Hobaishi. That person couldn't see his face. Only 2 strands of hair on his temples could be seen. In the face of this attack that seemed to destroy the heavens and the earth, his left hand was behind his back, and his right hand held the finger of his sword, which he casually waved out. The sword light flashed, and heaven and earth were white. Hobaishi behind the forest was instantly swept by the thunder fist power, instantly became a charred black. Dodged the Jianghu people were flipped out dozens of meters away, but also by the electricity to the whole body convulsions. Cannot move. The more experienced jungler got right down on the ground and put his hands on his head, letting the power of the punch sweep over him. When the sky was clear and they looked up, they were horrified to find that the originally lush woods had been leveled to the ground, with scorched earth and roaring flames everywhere. Such terrifying power? This is the mastery thunder blazing bare fist? Some people's mouths were dry and their legs were weak, wanting to climb up but realizing that there was still thunder power remaining and they were unable to move. It's just the aftermath of a punch. The big head was blocked by a blow from the sword saint. If he had used this punch before, I'm afraid he could have killed all of us instantly. People have reserved time for us to escape, otherwise they would have struck long ago. The crowd was lying on the ground, talking, in an indecent posture. Some of them puckered their asses, keeping a dog-eat-dog look. The pants were even dark and sour. It's not that they don't want to get up, just that they are now all paralyzed and can't get up for a while, so they can only keep this position to chat and brag. Some even had wet pants, but they were so electrified and charred anyway that they couldn't be seen on the surface. It wasn't that they were scared less, it was just that their whole body was numb and they couldn't control their body's reaction. As for who pooped and who didn't, it's like accidentally pooping in your pants in the winter. Shameful and warm at the same time, only you know. All people are unspoken, cold-faced to discuss the fight, full of face or written high cold, pretending not to have this matter. In the future, walking in the Jianghu, no one will mention. This is the tacit understanding of the Jianghu people. The original discussion was very lively, just chatting, the smell of burnt meat mixed with the smell of roasted meat, and vaguely a gust of coming from the smell. After all these days of bouncing around and eating poorly to begin with, coupled with a bad stomach, some of the flavors were earthy and topsy-turvy, and I don't know who suddenly said, "I'm craving a nine-turner." Scram! The group of males reddened their faces and cursed in shame and anger. "You guys look at the 9/4 gorge." Suddenly someone called out in horror. The crowd raised their stiff heads and endured the numbness of their whole body to look in that direction, and their pupils suddenly contracted. The towering cliffs of the 9/4 gorge, which were straight into the sky, even looked like they had been hardened by a huge and sharp axe to cut off a small half. The cut looked unusually smooth, as if mirror-like, without the slightest imperfection or roughness. Standing in the distance and looking out, you can clearly see the chipped-off portion in stark contrast to the surrounding cliff face. Jihua coughed twice and his body swayed as he looked down at his chest. A tiny wound was clearly visible on his skin and was slowly oozing blood. "What a sharp sword." Jifire sighed softly. The illusory figure nodded slightly and spat. "Not bad." After saying that, he dissipated into thin air. The wooden sword in Hobaishi's hand also turned into smithereens as he smiled and praised. "The young warrior is indeed young and capable of receiving a sword from my master. A hand of thunder blazing bare fist is feared to have reached an extremely high level. My heart trembles just looking at it." Jihua shook his head and laughed. "This is just a sword intent. If the real sword saint himself came, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to fight back." Hobaishi blinked with a hint of friendliness in his eyes and asked with a smile, "Is the young warrior a member of Ji's family?" "I am Jihua. My father Ji Xiaoxiong." Jihua shrugged his shoulders. The smile in Hobaishi's eyes became even thicker as he laughed. "Mr. Ji, after this matter is over, please come to the Divine Sword Villa. My master has something to look for you." Jihua was puzzled. "Senior Sword Saint knew about me before?" Chapter 70, Goodbye to the Jianghu. Hobaishi shook his head and laughed. "That's not true. I originally had two things to do this time out of the Jianghu. One was for this demon soldier, and the second was to go to the capital to look for Ji's family. But the second prince is here. It's good for the second prince to go." Jihua arched his hand and said, "In that case, I will go to the Divine Sword Villa in the next few days." Hobaishi arched his hand, then turned to leave. Why does he look at my eyes a little wrong? Always feel that his eyes have become strange after he realized that I am a Ji family member. Jihua didn't think much about it and turned to look at the stone wall of the 9/4 gorge. His heart filled with emotion. This sword saint strike is truly extraordinary. This attack is already inhuman. He sighed softly. Xianingshang came back from not far away, and I don't know where she hid. The aftermath of the battle just now didn't affect her in the slightest. Much better than those Jianghu people in the distance. This is just a sword that the sword saint didn't communicate with heaven and earth. If he were to strike with anger, it would be even more terrifying. Xianingshang said with palpitations in her heart. Jifire glanced at her and smiled. "Not saying much. How is your injury?" Xianingshang asked. Jifire peeled back his shirt and showed the other man that the bleeding had now stopped and was slowly healing. It really is a physical strength monster. This speed of wound healing. Xianingshang was envious. Jihua looked into the distance and said suspiciously, "I can't figure out how the Sword Saint's disciple is only second rank. The Sword Saint is willing to let him step in to deal with the matter of the demon soldier. And he's not the chief but also the one who excels among the disciples." Xianingshang rolled her eyes and did not have the good sense to say, "You think that first-grade experts are all cabbages. There are very few who become a first grade at your age. If there is a top martial arts speed is naturally much faster than ordinary Jianghu people, and if they are practiced at a high level, they will naturally be able to reach a first grade as well. But the top martial arts require extremely high qualifications. This Obaishi obviously isn't the most top-notch of the bunch in terms of qualifications, and probably has fewer encounters, so naturally he's only a second-rate. Jihua recalled that Little Brown Sugar was the most typical example. The martial arts that she had learned as a gift from the system was obviously not a simple technique, plus her martial arts qualification was the highest out of everyone. Now Little Brown Sugar is only 10 years old. When she reaches Jihua's age, the first rank is basically stable. Just don't know that girl to the first grade after the Jianghu will set off what kind of bloody rain and wind. It's exciting to think about. By now, there are no more Jianghu people to challenge. The jungle people lying in the distance waited for the paralyzing time to pass. Then they hurriedly left without saying a word, and all of them appeared to have a tacit understanding. Once the black crowd was gone, it looked much emptier, with only a vast expanse of scorched blackened flames. Xianingshan pulled back her hair and looked toward the barrenness in the distance. Her expression seemed to be in a trance. When she turned back, she saw Jihua still there sitting leisurely at the table drinking tea. The aftermath of the battle just now was so terrifying, but this wooden table actually didn't get affected in the slightest. It was estimated that Jihua was purposely protecting this wooden table just so that he could drink tea and pose. "Are you the son of General Fei Xiong?" Xianingshan asked as she sat across from him, resting her chin in one hand. "Aha," Jiefire replied casually. "Didn't General Fei Xiong's son say that he was weak and sickly?" Xianingshan asked again. "That's my eldest brother. I'm old dad's long-lost one who only came back to recognize his family not long ago," Jihua said casually. "Oh," Xianingshan's trailing voice trailed off. The rest of the day was uneventful. The two spent an uneventful night in the Nine Quarters Gorge, with a diaphanous night sky, dotted with stars, and occasional fireflies fluttering like streamers. When the sunlight reappeared, silhouettes of people holding each other had appeared in the depths of the Nine Quarters Gorge. "It's a bit faster than I thought," Jiefire said calmly. In the distance, Shirya and Xianwu looked tired. Shirya's already invisible gray eyes were even more dull at this time, and her snow-white hair was reflecting light in the sunlight. Her originally white skin was gray at this point, and she was dying any way she looked at it. Jihua and Xianingshan stood in place, silently waiting for the two to come over, neither of them stepping forward. But the two had just come over, and Shirya immediately knelt down towards Jihua, while Chen Wu next to her did not hesitate to kneel down as well. Shirya pulled out the short black stick from her bosom and handed it to Jihua while speaking. "Your Excellency, I have been avenged and thank you for your great kindness. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely repay you as an ox." Jihua received the remnants of the demon warrior and calmly said, "There's no need for that. Get up." Shirya shook her head and said softly, "I know that I have killed many innocent people and have committed many sins, so I ask your Excellency to give me one last ride." Jiefire held her breath slightly, her eyes slightly downcast as she, "Have you thought about it? I can slow you down for some time." Shirya shook her head and laughed. "These days have been the happiest days I've had in several years. I already have no regrets. And even more so, I have no more attachments." Jihua looked at Chen Wu and realized that the boy was looking at himself in the same way, with clear eyes that seemed to have some sort of indescribable emotion. Looks like they had a deal on the way over. It would be nice for the two of them to spend these last hours. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Jiefire asked. Shirya thought for a moment and kowtowed seriously 3 times towards Jihua and Xianingshan, then reached out and touched Qian Wu's face, spreading a smile. Qian Wu's eyes instantly became slightly dense, and again he suppressed it, his face as tight as ice. "Nope," Xia looked back toward Kifu. "In that case, good riddance." Jihua turned around, his sleeve sweeping over Shirya's face. Shirya's eyes closed and she was already held by Qian Wu before she fell to the ground. Her mouth was tinged with a faint smile, and her pale hair hung down feebly. The breeze was blowing and the white hair was swaying in the wind. By the time it got dark, there was already a small mound of graves and a lone tombstone on the edge of this 9 Quarters Gorge. Jihua and Xianingshan stood far away, gazing out at the lone man sitting on his knees in front of the grave, neither of them coming forward to disturb. Even though I knew the ending would be like this, it's just that when I witnessed it with my own eyes, I would still be a little sad. Xianingshan said softly, smiling in the 9 springs and having no regrets. "This is considered the best ending," Jihua calmly said. "This is also a Jianghu?" Xianingshan asked. Jiefire hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. "The grudge is the jungle." Xianingshan let out a light laugh, her eyes slightly drooping, and softly said, "Indeed there is some romance it. It's not in vain for me to come all the way over here, and to be able to witness the scene. It's a worthwhile trip." She then looked up, her eyes blinking playfully as she reached up to remove the veil from her face and smiled at Jihua. "As the 3,000 worlds of 10,000 flowers bloom, The splendid and moving thrill of heaven and earth is nothing more than that. Jihwa was lost in thought for a moment, then came back to his senses and laughed. What are you doing? Many thanks to Mr. G for bringing me to see this area of the Jianghu. With this matter settled, I should also take my leave, Xianingshang said with a smile, the cunning and playfulness in her eyes flickering away. Jihwa's eyes were in a trance for a moment, then he arched his hand and said, if there is fate, I will see you again in the rivers and lakes. Well, see you in the jungle. Xianingshang made a deep bow towards Jihwa, turned around, carried her small hands behind her back, and hummed an unknown little song as she walked away. Chapter 71, Too Much Drinking for the World. Jihwa gazed at the other parties far away back for a long time, not retracting his eyes until he disappeared at the end. He took the short stick from his arms and examined it. The short stick was pitch black. Even in the sunlight it would not reflect. I don't know what material it was made of. The front and back ends had flat cuts. If the magic dragon gun was cut into 3 sections, this should be the middle section. Unlike in Shirya, who would keep smoking black smoke when he held it in his hand, Jihwa had held it for so long, and the remnants of this demon soldier didn't have any reaction, and he didn't feel any discomfort or the feeling that the demonic chi entering his body felt like he was very good at it, and he wanted to make a big kill. It's no different than holding a regular stick. He held the demon soldier and poured his internal energy into it, then swung it violently. A huge shadow of a stick emerged and hit the ground hard, an extremely long ditch appearing. This, Jihwa frowned, not feeling any power at all with this stick. It wasn't even as good as holding a chopstick. Then why is she so good? Jihwa tried to put the stick into his space backpack, but got a prompt that he didn't have permission. The divine soldier has a spirit. Unrecognized? Jihwa nagged to himself, then held his short stick flat and calmly said, since it's useless, keeping you is a hindrance. He stretched out his right hand, index and middle fingers together, and gently tapped on the short stick. Dang! Crisp tapping sounds rang out, swinging far out into the night. Clang! Jifire knocked a few times in a row, the sound clearer and stronger than ever. A gust of air fluctuation appeared in the area where the strike was made, and the short stick began to tremble, only slightly at first, and as the strike became more and more intense, the short stick trembled more and more uncontrollably. Clang! Jihwa knocked hard again. A circle of airwaves appeared on the ground where his feet stepped, and the sound of thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. You can't even crack this? It's black and hard. It can be. Jihwa rubbed his somewhat sore fingers and stopped tapping, and the short stick stopped trembling again and regained its calm. Immediately afterward, Kifo stuck his short stick straight into the ground and took a few steps back. Short stick? Demonic chi. The most evil chi in heaven and earth. Jihwa grinned. In that case, I'll draw the most rigid and young thunder to do a few chops and be done with it. The words just fell, then saw the short stick suddenly shaking, and then the entire body of the stick erupted bursts of black gas. Swoosh sound short stick rose up in the air, toward the far side straight swept away. By the time Jifire reacted, it was long gone. That scared you off? Jifire deflated. Tasteless. Xia Ningshang, who was walking among the mountains and fields, suddenly turned back, and with a grab of her plain hand, the pitch-black short stick suddenly fell into her hands. Back. Xia Ningshang smiled and touched the stick, followed by consternation surfacing on her small face. Then she snorted out a laugh. He tried to chop you? Really? That's really something he would do. Okay, no complaints. Actually, he's not so bad. Why don't you take him? Ha 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 ha. No offense. I'm teasing you. I wouldn't want you. When the sun reappears, it's the beginning of another day. Jifire inhaled, feeling the warmth of the sun. Boss. Qianwu walked over, his face a little pale, guessing that he had been sitting in front of the grave all night. Do you need to rest for a while? Jifire asked. No need, Qianwu calmly said. Jihwa looked at his eyes. Qianwu returned to the same appearance as in the past days, only different from the past days. There was an additional emotion in his eyes, making the whole person's aura from the original sharpness have become restrained. Losing love can really make a man mature 3 to 5 years. Jihwa sighed in his heart, and he laughed. As it happens, I have something I want you to do. He turned to look at the road he came from and said flatly, Chen 15 and the others are waiting for you at the stronghold over here, as well as 50 of Earth Fiend's followers. You take them and cross the Zhao Kingdom to the Dragon Kingdom to help me investigate someone. Who? Xia Ningshang. Jihwa spoke calmly. Qianwu froze, a trace of consternation flashing through his eyes, but he still didn't ask anything more, only respectfully saying, yes. Jihwa explained. This woman's origin is unknown. Her identity is suspicious, and she knows the method of controlling the demon soldiers. I even suspect that her approaching me was all intentional. This turmoil in the Central Plains martial arts forest, I even suspect that it is her handiwork. You go to the Dragon Kingdom and check to see which big family has such a person. If there is no direction, inquire about one called the Great Witch Priest. Calling this arrogant nickname should be famous in the Dragon Kingdom. With Zhao in the middle of it, it's hard for our people to get past. That's why we need you to personally lead the team. If we encounter any obstruction, just let the Earth Fury group take action. Xianwu took a breath and said seriously, "Boss, I will definitely bring back the information." He smiled and patted Xianwu's shoulder. "Safety is the main concern in everything. Not asking you to bring in much important information. It is good to be able to develop a stronghold. If you find that the situation is not right, you will retreat directly." A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. "I'll wait for you for 5 months. If you don't come back, I'll kill you." After Qianwu left, Jihua stood alone, with his hands behind his back, tilting his head and gazing at the clouds rolling in the sky. As far as he could see, it was all scorched woods and barren ground. His gaze moved slowly, seeing the lone mound of graves on the edge of the Nine Quarters Gorge, the canyon that had been split in half and shortened. With a sudden surge of bravado in his heart, he reached into his bosom and fished out a porcelain wine bottle as white as jade. Uncorking the bottle, he raised his head and gulped the spirits down his throat. The strong wine went into his stomach and turned into a fiery mass that reverberated through his chest. Once you enter the Jianghu, the years rush by, and you can't beat a drunk on earth. Ha 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 ha, painful. It's a pleasure. The laughter shocked the 4 fields and echoed long among the canyons. Jihua violently slammed the bottle of wine into the ground, which was split in pieces in an instant, and laughed up at the sky as he strutted away. A slight breeze swayed the wildflowers that had grown out of nowhere in front of that newly erected mound. Chapter 72, I suspect they've eaten. Xiao Air, come get a superior room. Jihua walked into the inn and shouted, "This customer, sorry, it's full." Xiao Air apologized. Jiefire asked again, "What about the other rooms?" "All full," Junior said innocently. Jaifire's brow furrowed. This was the third inn he had found that was still full. "Sir, don't look for it," Xiao Air advised. "I don't know what's going on. Suddenly there are a lot of Jianghu people, and they are in a hurry to pack all the inns in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages." He complained. These Jianghu people also somehow. Everyone who enters the room asks for hot water to be prepared. Exhausting me to death. Jihua opened his mouth slightly. Was this some kind of custom in the Jianghu? Could it be that after hanging out in the wilderness for days, they would all take a bath first? That Junior looked at Jihua in his fancy clothes. He should be a son of some family, not those Jianghu people. So he looked around and realized that no one was paying attention before he whispered over to him. They all smelled like for a while. "I suspect they ate." Jaifire's eyes widened. "No way? Really? Or does everyone have that smell on them?" "I suspect they don't just eat. They eat it all together." Jihua's mouth widened slightly. No wonder he smelled a smell as soon as he entered the town. Could it be true? Eat play? Do the jungle people of this era play so hip and have such unique tastes? Regardless of whether they ate or not, Jihua was now realizing that he should not be able to find a place to stay. This was just an ordinary town on the way to the Divine Sword Villa. The Big Dipper group didn't have a stronghold over here, so they couldn't even find a place to stay. So he headed out, intending to deal with the night in some random broken temple or bridge hole or something. He hadn't been walking out for long when he was stopped by a man. But Lord Jiefire? The man was a street vendor, plain looking and all rustic. "It's me," Jiefire asked with a raised eyebrow. "Second Duke. The Grand Duke has something for you," the peddler respectfully said. Jihua looked up and down. He had seen this peddler when he first arrived, and the commission didn't really see that he was actually the one who was working on intelligence for his big brother. "What is it?" Jiefire asked. The peddler said, "It's not with me right now. If you don't mind, you can spend the night at my house and I'll contact someone to send it over." Jiefire wasn't worried about whether the other party was a bad person or not, and nodded indifferently. "Please wait a moment. Second Prince. I'll tidy up." With that, the vendor quickly tidied up the floor stall. Jihua swept a glance. It was just some bits and pieces of miscellaneous things, small toys and trinkets and such. The other person's movements were also very skillful, and just by looking at them like that, it was completely impossible to tell that they were working 2 jobs. The 2 arrived at the tiled house on the edge of town. It looked a little more modest, but cleaned up well. Jihua's eyes slightly condensed. He remembered that in his previous life, when he was a child, he had lived in a tiled house in the countryside, and it was similar to this one, with an air of life. "Daddy, you're back." A little doll bumbled out of the house and ran straight into the peddler. My little baby, have you been good today? Did you make your mother angry?" The vendor picked up the baby doll and barfed at her little face. "I've been good today," the little doll milked back. Jihua looked a little envious, knowing that little brown sugar was this cute when she was a child. She didn't expect to grow up to become a broken-mouthed little Another woman in plain clothes came out of the house. She was stunned when she saw Jihua. Then she suddenly came over. With a kind smile on her face, she bowed towards Jihua. She walked up quickly right afterward and picked up the little doll and coaxed, "Baby, be good. Let's leave daddy alone for now." When the two returned to the house, the peddler pointed to the empty house next to him and smiled. "The second prince can stay here, and if you don't mind, you can just eat with us at night." Jifire walked to the room. It was clean as well, and it was obvious that they took care of this home with warmth. He wondered, "How long have you been over here?" Second prince misunderstood. "I grew up here since I was a child. Selling those contraptions is also my small business." The peddler respectfully smiled with a pristine smile on his face. Jihua froze and asked in surprise, "In that case, why are you helping your big brother?" The peddler smiled and returned, "Actually, it's not just me. If the second prince wanders around the town a few more times, if any folks recognize the second prince, they will also call out to you." Puzzled, Jifire asked, "You don't specialize in intelligence?" "Of course not." The peddler scratched his head and laughed. "We're just an ordinary peddler, occasionally selling a bit of rubbing words. How would those upscale jobs? We just heard that the Grand Duke was looking for someone, so we helped keep an eye out. There are many people in these 8 villages who will help the Grand Prince." "What's this about?" Jifire asked curiously as he sat at the table. "Earlier in the year there was a drought. Many people died, and the officials did nothing. The townspeople were starving to death. It was the Grand Duke who came all the way over to give kanji relief, and only then did so many of us make it through that winter. Later, the magistrate who fished the people died suddenly and violently, and the newly appointed magistrate treated us much better. A clean official." The peddler hesitated for 2 seconds, and then whispered, "We heard that the magistrate is actually a disciple of the Grand Duke, but we can't talk about these things. We just need to know for ourselves. That's why sometimes when the Grand Duke has something to do, and the county gets the news, we from the townships help out and take a look. For example, this time we wanted to find the second son. We also paid attention to it. I did not expect to really find the second son Miles." When the vendor left, Jifire sat at the table for a long time. He suddenly somewhat understood why his Qianquan sect was growing so rapidly and had a large congregation. But the speed at which he got the news from Hangzhou in the first place was a step slower than his big brother. He started out training orphans raised from childhood, with the Big Dipper focusing on intelligence and the Groundhog focusing on assassinations to take orders, and in general, just to keep them alive. Even if the Qianquan religion was developed later, it was only to give those who were homeless and had a miserable life a chance to live. Jifire just wanted to help those poor people. Although eldest brother also relieved and helped others, it was completely different from him. He was more likely to directly help the people of a town, a city, or even a state. And even if he used the law to change the city's lord, he would still let everyone live and have a stable life. And the big brother's method is more hallowed, even honorable. If eldest brother was willing, I'm afraid that all the people he's helped over the years would be his eyes. If he had thrown up his arms, Jihua's eyes drooped slightly, remembering that day when he met the White Tiger Army. That staff officer looked at him ambiguously, and it was almost lassoed. It always feels like Big Brother is playing a big game. Jifire shook his head, no longer thinking about this. If one day Big Brother did come up to him and ask with a smile, "Second brother, do you think this dragon robe of ours fits?" he would just smile and pick and choose his comments. Chapter 73, a Tier 1 2 million cultivation value martial art. Later in the evening, Jifire had dinner with the vendor's family. A simple side dish with just an extra chicken. He remembered that chickens seemed to be kept in the small yard, and that this had been a very hearty meal in such a people's home. Even so, the peddler and his daughter-in-law were worried that Jihua wouldn't be able to eat it. The night was dealt with, and early the next morning a parcel and a letter were delivered. There are more than a dozen martial arts books in the package. Jihua did not look at it carefully. Just look at the name. Grade should be pretty good. The letter is a bit long. Several pages. Should be Ji Junhong handwritten. Inside the first nagging daily life. And then said some little brown sugar in the school naughty things, but also said that now the capital is not quite right. Seeing the back, Jihua's pupils suddenly shrunk. Some days ago, the emperor of the Liang state issued a letter of war about the old emperor in the Tianjia mountain sort of enmity. The time is the 6th day of July. The old emperor has already agreed, and is currently making preparations to leave in the next few days. What the hell is this? Oh, Jifire said in surprise. The two emperors are not good emperors, but want to learn from the Jianghu people to go to Tianjia mountain to argue about swords and tear each other apart? What's this age? Why fight one-on-one? Called on the old man and the national master together. If it's not possible, we'll send the Flying Bear army to the Tianjia mountain to attack. What's with the idea of a man-to-man fight? Brainwashed. The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched madly. He suddenly remembered that the White Tiger army had cleared the residents of the 100 miles around the Heavenly Jade Mountain earlier. Could it be that the old emperor was preparing for this? The Tianjia mountain was between the Liang kingdom and Great Zhou, and the entire mountain range was so high that it could be said to be the dividing line between the two countries. In that case, it really is a good place to go solo. How much hatred does one have to think about having a real man battle without being an emperor? Ji Hua shook his head. He suddenly thought of the treasure map that he had drawn from the previous system lottery, which allowed him to go to the top of Daxing Mountain at this time as well. And Daxing Mountain is right next to Tianjia Mountain, and it is even more within 100 miles of. I don't think this system is giving me a hard time, do you? I had seen the map before. If I counted, the place where these two emperors were fighting was still some distance away from the top of Daxing Mountain, and the fight shouldn't have spilled over. Ji Hua could only comfort himself with this in his heart, and then he read the end of the letter again, which read, "Second brother, for brother to get you some secret books. There is a book written only the first 3 layers, you seek and cultivate not? If you are able to cultivate, my brother will give you the rest to complete. If you can't, remember to destroy it." The secret book? Ji Hua looked at the dozen or so secret books in front of him and rummaged through them, and found a few pages. From the handwriting, it was the same as that on the letter paper. It should have been written by Ji Junhong himself. The title of this paper has only a simple word dragon on it. What secrets are so mysterious? There are still martial arts secrets that I can't learn? Ji Hua indifferently reached out and pressed his hand on the pile of paper, not even bothering to turn it over, and directly shouted, "Study!" Ding! Detected the first 3 levels of martial percent $@ shielded. Appraisal in progress. Identification complete. Warning. Learning this martial art requires preconditions. It is detected that the host does not possess such conditions. If forced to learn, additional cultivation points need to be generated. Ji Hua raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. What other conditions were needed to learn the secret book? Could it be that this secret book is really so high-end? And what the hell is this garbled code? How many cultivation points are needed? Jifire asked. Testing in progress. Assessed at 2,000,000 cultivation value per level. Do you study? Farewell. Ji Hua returned with an expressionless face, and then with a force from his palm, the pages directly turned into powder. He killed so many people in the past few days. In the canyon can be said to be extremely luxurious. At night has been 10 consecutive draws. In the 9 quarters gorge when the luck of the thieves burst, from time to time to draw a big explosion of cultivation points. On this still only regained more than 1 million cultivation points. Good lord, this Thai secret book costs 2 million? This secret master is still not practicing. Ji Hua also did not think of relying on himself to turn over this martial arts, slowly pondering over the cultivation. Since the big brother had asked him if he could practice, it was estimated that there were extremely many restrictions. Since this martial art was not in the right place with his destiny, it was fine not to practice it. Ji Hua stared at the pile of powder for a few seconds before suddenly speaking quietly. Actually, it's mostly poor. Being poor is an eternal topic. If he had enough cultivation value, he would also like to see what this 2 million layer martial arts divine skill actually looked like. Is it worth the price? So, then it's time for the main event. Jifire reached out and pressed his hand against these secret books, his eyes burning. This quest had been dragging him on for months, and he still wanted to see what kind of the reward was. Cultivate. As these words were shouted out, the cultivation value was drifting down again, only stopping when it almost fell below 1 million. 100 rivers returning to the sea, learning 100 martial arts and cultivating them to the level of the great perfection. 100. It's finally done. Ji Hua was so moved that he was on the verge of crying, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Come and see what the reward is? Have a bucket turner, or a reverse demon source, or if you can't give a holy demon yuan fetus, it's also acceptable. Only to see that the words of the mission in the void quickly disappeared, quickly coalesced in midair, and turned into a huge carousel. Rubbing, a golden banner appeared on the turntable waving in the wind, with a familiar line of large letters on it. Children and young people, 100% win. Ji Hua's heart stuttered as a bad feeling appeared in his heart. Please draw the mission reward. Wait, can I postpone the draw? Jifire asked hurriedly. This carousel looked a little different from the one in the daily lottery. The pattern was golden, and there were many mysterious runes next to it. The area was also densely packed with different sizes, and there were words written on each frame inside, just covered by the mysterious smoke. But can't help that it's a raffle. Ji Hua was a bit weak now. Ever since he left the 9 quarters gorge, he realized that his luck had dropped and all he drew out were flowers. With the luck he was having right now, there was no guarantee that he would actually draw any. There was no response from the system. Jifire tentatively closes this box, and then the turntable narrows to the corner. When he opened it again, the dial reappeared. It should be the default, and I didn't find a countdown or anything, so it shouldn't be a big problem. No, next time, I'll have to save some points to test my oomph and draw again when it comes up. Ji-hwa wiped his head. At this time, his heart was itching like a cat scratching. This carousel was obviously more high-end. The things inside would not be bad, but it was a matter of luck, and he had never been very good with his luck. AI. The first day of the Mist Xianingshan, Ji-hwa sighed. He packed up his things and left a silver ingot on the table. So he said goodbye to the peddler's family and headed to the Divine Sword Villa. Chapter 74, Sword Marked Stone Road. Excalibur Villa. This is a famous hid spot in the jungle. The main reason for this is the strange section in front of the lodge known as the Sword Marked Stone Road. It is said that the Sword Saint was enlightened in the stone forest some years ago and left a sword mark on the surrounding boulders. 18 stones in a row, each with dense sword marks, possibly tainted with the Sword Saint's aura. The stone was psychic and would emit residual sword chi to attack passers-by if someone walked by. Later, the Excalibur Villa moved these 18 boulders to the entrance of the villa, threatening that only those who passed the Sword Trace Stone Road would be qualified to challenge the Sword Saint. This attracted countless swordsmen to flock here, even if they couldn't pass. It would be nice to have a chance to see the sword intent and elegance of the Sword Saint's earlier years. Later, somehow, it became that as long as a swordsman just out of the Jianghu, the first stop is the Sword-Scarred Stone Road. If you don't make a trip here, you're embarrassed to call yourself a swordsman. When you go out to brag, you can also give each other the names of your dishes. Oh no, the names of your rocks. Are you a strong swordsman? Past a few stone paths? I'll take 5. I'll take 6. Whoa, look up to the big man. Later on, even more somehow, even if they are not swordsmen, as long as they are a mixed Jianghu, they all like to go to the Sword Trace Stone Road to hit the road. Sometimes, when their martial arts skills have risen a level, they will also run over to break through the rocky paths with gusto. Even some of the old geezers were happy to break into the rocky road, and there were others who simply stayed in the towns near the mountain villa, the main one being close and easy to brush up on their proficiency. Then later rumors became more and more mysterious, saying what someone in the Sword Marked Stone Road to understand the sword of the Sword Saint of the Sword Road. Someone else broke through the Stone Road. Within a few days of martial arts greatly improved. There are even people who say that this Sword Marked Stone Road feng shui is very good. Can smell the Sword Saint on the breath of the high people. Eat well, rice can pull 2 mouths. The most esoteric of these jungle rumors is that someone who had no air for years came to Sword Marked Stone Road to make a break for it, and when he got home his wife told him he was pregnant. So the rocky road was a complete fire. Not only the Jianghu people, even the ordinary people have run over to pay homage, so that their wives' stomachs also make some noise, and hold a big fat boy earlier. So under this Excalibur Villa, every day is a constant stream of people coming and going, making a lot of noise. Because it was so noisy, the Excalibur Villa quit. So they fenced off the Sword Trace Stone Road and charged admission. So a portion of the not-so-wealthy finally hesitated. And the foot traffic wasn't what it used to be before it finally got easier. Immediately after the Excalibur Villa was shocked to find that just collecting tickets every day can make a big profit. And the ticket money is so much that you don't have to go out and engage in a side business to feed the villa. And there is even a surplus. So the Excalibur Villa lay completely flat. Originally the villa had quite a lot of industries and many stores. From time to time, there are disciples down the mountain to sell some of the special products in the mountain village, or to take orders to get money to subsidize the running costs of the mountain village. Now is directly open to lie flat mode. The store and so on all closed. Hiding in the mountain village every day to practice sword. It could be said that Excalibur Villa was catching this heavenly riches. Ji-hwa thought he was in the wrong place when he arrived at the Divine Sword Villa. After all, he had gotten lost several times on the way, and here was a dark pile of people, all lining up honestly to prepare to go up the mountain. Exclusive secrets. The big man who broke through the 5 stone paths talks about how to teach you how to pass the 5 stone paths for only 1 or 2 pieces of silver. The latest tips for the Sword Trace Stone Road. Just 1 or 2 silvers. The full book on how to suck the yoki out of a sword-scarred stone path. 3rd revision. 1 or 2 pieces of silver. For a small number. First come, first served. Many vendors were shouting from the sidelines, holding piles of poor quality books from nowhere. And on the contrary, they were quite hot, with a constant flow of customers. Many of the newly arrived Jianghu people were squatting on the ground, looking down at the books through the sunlight, sometimes with a pensive face, sometimes with a sudden realization, sometimes with gritted teeth, their expressions switching extremely fast. Nice guy. This has developed into a chain. The corners of Ji-hwa's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling that if he were to poach a few people from the Divine Sword Villa to help him manage the money bank's business, he wouldn't be losing money all the time now. Koan Air had only complained to him some time ago. that now in the era of peace, orders were not good anymore, and that the Earth Fury group was running out of steam in order to feed the Qiankuan sect. Looking at a bunch of Jianghu people in front of him who were lined up waiting to pay for tickets, Jihua touched his chin. It seems that in order to see the Sword Saint, I guess I have to break into the Sword Trace Stone Road. Second Duke. A surprised voice came from behind him. Jihua looked back and saw Hobaishi walking towards him with a smile. In the past few days, I guess that the second prince would be arriving soon. So Mr. Ho has been wandering around the mountain from time to time, and I didn't expect to really wait for you. Hobaishi smiled and arched his hand. Jai-Fire laughed. Then it's still fate. Since the second prince is here, let's go back to the mountain villa. Please follow me. Hobaishi walked towards the side road. Don't you need to go through the Sword Trace Stone Road? Jihua pointed at the dark group of people lined up in the distance. Let's go in through the back of the hill. Why bother crowding with them? Hobaishi led Jihua down a remote path, and there were very few Jianghu people on this road. After walking for another mile, the Jianghu people could not be seen at all. But occasionally they would see Divine Sword Villa disciples wearing white clothes. When these people saw Hobaishi, they would respectfully call out eldest senior brother while looking at Jihua with curious eyes. In fact, although this road is the back door of the Divine Sword Villa, but now the personnel of the villa go in and out. Basically from here, the front mountain is left for those Jianghu people to toss, Hobaishi explained. That's a shame. I was hoping to see the Sword Trace Stone Road. Jihua held his head indifferently. Hobaishi was surprised and said, what are you looking at that for? Isn't that the sword chi of Sword Saint Senior from earlier years? Jihua casually said. Hobaishi opened his mouth slightly, gave Jihua an odd look, and said quietly, actually, that thing is just a bunch of broken stones. Nothing to look at, and it's not something that the family master got out of his enlightenment of the sword path. How? Jai-Fire asked in surprise. Earlier years there have been people who challenged the family master. The strength is still one more than a dish. The family master cannot stand it. So I found a few warlocks to get some stones that can stack the power, but also can automatically launch the sword chi stone to the door of the mountain to throw. The later things you also know. Jai-Fire, he asked in dismay. Didn't they say that someone's martial arts improved greatly after breaking through the Sword Trace Stone Road? Hobaishi casually said. If a random person practiced martial arts every day for a month or two, figuring out how to block those overwhelming sword chi, their martial arts would also be greatly improved, mainlining a latent cultivation. Jihua nodded his head. Indeed, practicing martial arts in addition to his such openings, there is absolutely no shortcut to go, really can only be down to earth. Hard work and hard practice. If one did not practice for a period of time, one would be wasted. Martial artists, like full-time authors, spend their days fighting an enemy called laziness. Jihua asked curiously again. Rumor has it in the Jianghu that these stones have given birth to spirituality, and after someone broke in here, his wife who hadn't been pregnant for years became pregnant. What's going on here? About this, Hobaishi's face was a bit odd as he coughed and explained. At first we also thought the stone had a spirit, so we had a warlock come and look at it, and they all said it was fine. Later we thought it was quite rare, so we sneakily investigated the man's situation, only to find out that he went back and forth in order to break into the Sword Trace Stone Road, plus the time he lived under the mountain was 2 months, and when he went back, his daughter-in-law was only pregnant in January. I guess I was afraid that the jungle people would find out the problem, so I lied that it was a Stone Road manifestation. Chapter 75, The Sword Saint. So that's what happened. Jihua cried and laughed. Thanks to the fact that he wanted to come and experience the sword-scarred Stone Road as well as the rumors he heard about it at the beginning in Xuanxi, the two of them didn't walk for long before they saw a lofty mountain gate, inside which there were many disciples coming in and out, and on it were written the 4 big words, Divine Sword Villa. You see a lot of vegetation along the way up, the air is fresh, and a winding gravel road leads straight up the mountain. The surrounding buildings were not gorgeous, even a bit plain. Guessing that at a realm like the Sword Saints, he would have long since become uninterested in things outside of his body. It is a good place to retire, but it is estimated that there will be a lot of insects in the summer. Jihua reads in his heart. Brother Ho, aren't we going to the parlor or the study? Jihua asked curiously when he saw that Hobaishi had been walking him towards the remote road, leaving all those previous buildings far behind. My master isn't there. He's mostly at the river in the mountains to enlighten himself, Hobaishi explained. It dawned on Jihua that it was normal for people to have some strange quirks since they were patriarchs anyway. After a short walk, he saw a river, trickling in clear. By the river, a middle-aged man dressed in white with a straight back was fishing with an ordinary wooden fishing rod. Jihua swept a glance and then looked at the sky. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was estimated that the Air Force had been in the air for most of the day. Master, the second son of the Ji family, Ji Fire, has arrived. Ho Baishi respectfully saluted. You go down first, Ji family boy. Come and sit for a while. That middle-aged man turned around and smiled gently. This middle-aged man had a slender figure and a handsome face, with sword brows in his temples, starry eyes, and eyes as clear as water, revealing a biting heroic aura. A gentle smile, if any, hung at the corners of his mouth, giving him a sense of affection. 2 strands of silky hair hang down from his temples, gently fluttering with the breeze, adding a bit more elegance. With such an appearance and temperament, it was really difficult for people to connect him with the sword saint of the sword Dao patriarch. It's more like those Confucian scholars in the Jianghu, or those who engage in the occult. Ho Baishi excused himself, while Jihua honestly came up and sat on a nearby rock and shouted, Good day, Sword Saint Senior. Just call me Shibe. Earlier years I and Ji Xiaoxiong are also considered acquaintances. The sword saint paused when he said this, and his tone seemed a bit complicated. This name calling doesn't feel right. Jihua muttered in his heart. But the sword saint has said so, it should not be difficult for himself. So he shouted, Hello Seppo. Only then did the sword saint look at him, surveying his face, his eyes softening a bit as if he was remembering something. This eye is even more wrong. Jihua's heart thumped. You look like your mother, whispered the sword saint. Jihua's heart thumped, and had already brainstormed that the sword saint had jointly pursued his unseen mother with his old man back then. However, his mother had let go of this good-looking and handsome sword saint, and looked at that black bear old man of his own family. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean I'm in Pop's love rivals territory? Jihua laughed dryly. Uncle sure, did I come at a bad time? You're just in time. The sword saint retracted his eyes and looked at the fish floating on the river, explaining, there are actually 2 things in calling you here. One is about the remnants of that demon soldier. Can that remnant be with you now? Jifire blinked and said innocently, Nope. No? Sword saint wondered. Jihua rubbed his nose in embarrassment and explained, I originally wanted to destroy the demon soldier. Only that demon soldier had a spirit and flew away on its own, so I didn't stop it. But I reckon that the demon soldiers shouldn't show up in the rivers and lakes anymore. In fact, he guessed that the remnants of the magic weapon should now be in the hands of Xiaoningshang. Before she wanted to make the Jianghu chaotic, before she drew the magic weapon into the world, and now by the G-fire to disrupt the plan. The same plan she should not be repeated a second time. As for that demon soldier, Jihua didn't feel any pain at all. That thing was obviously not suitable for him, and using it was probably just like using it as a stick that wouldn't break. The sword saint was silent for 2 seconds, and his face froze, before he sighed softly after a moment. God willing, you make heavenly will sword skill is the closest to the sky. Say this is not a problem at all. G-Fire Doubt asked. What's going on, Seppo? The sword saint asked. Do you know about the incident the other day when someone broke through the sword trace stone road and came to challenge me? No. That man's strength isn't bad. He should be from the Dragon Kingdom, Sword Saint added. That's a woman, isn't it? Jifire said casually. Male, Sword Saint. A woman dressed as a man? Jifire asked again. Although the Jianghu said that it was a man who challenged the Sword Saint, Jihua was 70% sure that the man was Xiaoningshang. The Sword Saint swept him away, silent for 2 seconds, and spoke quietly. In my realm, I can tell whether a mosquito lying on my calf sucking blood is male or female. Can I not recognize whether it is male or female? Male mosquitoes don't suck blood, Jifire muttered in a small voice. Can say. He took a breath and added with certainty. It's just the male. Really male? Jifire's eyes drooped slightly, his eyes twinkling as he asked again. And then what? The Sword Saint continued. That man's strength isn't bad. With a peak first-grade cultivation, when I saw that he wasn't very old, I thought of giving him some pointers. I didn't expect that just then. Another man in black sneaked inside the mountain villa, broke the seal, and stole the remnants of the demonic soldier that I had hidden inside the mountain villa. Jihua's pupils shrunk as he sighed. That's how the demonic soldiers that appeared in the rivers and lakes turned out to be. The Sword Saint was silent for 2 seconds and asked, You got the demon soldier before. Can you tell which part of the demon dragon lance it is from? Mid-range, Jifire returned. The Sword Saint slowly said, What I hid in the mountain villa was the end. Jihua inhaled. Then with a hint of excitement in his eyes, he licked the corners of his mouth. That is to say, in the hands of that dragon nation, at least 2/3 of the demonic dragon guns have been assembled? That is the case, the Sword Saint said. I found out that the magic weapon was stolen, quickly caught up, and with a single blow, I injured the black-clothed man who had grabbed the magic weapon and was quickly fleeing. I didn't expect that at this time. A handful of demonic weapon fragments also appeared in that man's hand and blocked me. I fought him for several moves, and when the man in black disappeared, the man also escaped with serious injuries. Jihua frowned and asked, Uncle sure. Are you saying that man can utilize the power of a demonic weapon? Right. The sword saint said with certainty. That demonic weapon remnant is incredibly evil in his hands, and he shows absolutely no signs of being a demon. So he should have been recognized by the demonic weapon. Chapter 76. What disrespectful thing are you thinking about? Jai-Fire rubbed his chin in thought. Can two people recognize the owner of a supreme weapon like this one at the same time? The sword saint glanced at him and blinked again, innocently saying, what's the point of asking me? It's not like I have a Jedi weapon in my hand. How would I know? This. Jihwa asked with hush eyes. Your sword is not a Jedi weapon? Do you think that thing is a cabbage? The sword saint didn't have the good sense to say. When I walked in the Jianghu in my earlier years, I used a sword made of 5 taels of silver, and I did get quite a few good swords later on, but I still think that the one made of 5 taels of silver is the most suitable for me. Why is that? Aren't you worried about your sword breaking when you spar with someone? Jai-Fire asked curiously. The sword saint casually said, anyway, it's only 5 taels of silver, so if it breaks, just get another one. It doesn't hurt at all. When I was traveling in the Jianghu back then, I had 2 or 3 spare swords hanging on my waist, and the most expensive one was only 10 taels of silver. If you use a sword with hundreds of taels, a broken one will have to hurt your heart for 10 days and half a month. Ji Hua added, isn't it said that swordsmen regard their swords as their lives, and when the sword breaks, the Dao heart is shattered as well. Bull asterisk 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 dot. Sword saint said in a bad mood, the sword lies in the heart, not in the form. If it breaks, you can just replace it with another one. There's no need to be so particular. It's just cheap and good. Jihua's gaze fell on the wooden fishing rod in the sword saint's hand, and a small jar next to it contained bait, and earthworms dug out of nowhere. Another look at the simple white clothes he wore, and then think about the fact that Excalibur Villa looks like the main fight it can live on. Suddenly, he realized that, together, this sword saint was a master of saving money and caring for his family. Jai-Fire asked again, so Seppo is still using a 520 silver sword? The sword saint casually said, it has long been unnecessary. I myself am the strongest sword. Now grass, wood, bamboo, and stone are all swords in my eyes. Take them at will, and save the silver. That's why I'm not sure if you're asking me if divine weapons can be used by 2 people. Swordless. Discipline fire flashed this word in his heart. This mysterious realm has always been only in the legends of the Jianghu. I didn't expect that this sword saint in front of me, who didn't look too old, actually reached this realm. Just why I always feel that the reason he can quickly reach this realm is to save money. Ji Hua muttered in his heart. The sword saint suddenly whipped his head around and asked suspiciously, what disrespectful thing are you thinking about? Ji Hua's heart thumped in her heart, and a good-natured smile hung on her lips. I didn't think of anything. Damn it! Is the Grandmaster's intuition that sharp? Why does Pops look so naive? But I just mentally called him a stingy searching man. Why didn't he react? Ji Hua pondered in his heart. The sword god glanced over again and said quietly, you're thinking again. Ji Hua hastily shook his head and laughed dryly. Ha ha, it's such a nice day ha. Damn, really keen. He hastily digressed and said, Uncle, you found me over to say this? The sword saint nodded and said, I originally thought that it would naturally be best if Baishi could bring back the remnants of that demonic soldier. It's just that I heard you say that in the end. The demonic soldier flew away. So this is fate. The 3 pieces of the demon soldier are united and have reappeared on Earth. It should be the will of heaven. It cannot be stopped. Earlier, I guess that since that demonic soldier was previously the Dragon Kingdom's state-suppressing demonic weapon, in the end it would definitely return to the Dragon Kingdom, and in the future it should be an enemy of Great Zhou. So I thought of looking for someone to give Ji Xiuxiong a word in advance. Jai-Fire realized that was what was going on. It was just a reminder. Just for now. It seems that Xiaoningshan should have 2 remnants in her hands, and once she gets the rest of the remnants, it will be the complete demon dragon gun. If you go into battle with that thing, who can stop you? As for what the sword saint said, the man who challenged him, Ji Hua guessed that it should be Xiaoningshan's sister-controlling brother. Thinking of this, Ji Hua only felt a bit of a headache. The Dragon Kingdom is located in the north, has always been mainly nomadic, separated by 2 far. There is a Zhao stuck in the middle, and I do not know what kind of masters over there. How suddenly jumped out so fierce a pair of siblings. That sister control is guaranteed to be a first-rate product. Xiaoningshan was able to resist the sword saint's sword without dying, or was hit by the sword saint's sword while running away. So it is estimated that she didn't have time to defend herself. So the probability is that she is also a first-rate product. If they waited for them to hold a complete demon dragon lance, TSK, he asked again. Uncle say, is that complete demonic dragon gun fierce? It's not like I've seen it. Sword saint justified. Thinking about it, the sword saint can't even use 100 taels of silver sword. Only 5 taels of silver. Also should not have used any expensive weapons, let alone compare the power of the legendary absolute magic weapon. Jihua reads in his heart. The sword saint gave him a sly look. Jihua's heart thumped, and he hurriedly pushed the distracting thoughts down. I also don't know who would be able to block the demonic dragon gun if it came out on the battlefield. Sword saint asked with a smile. Scared? Jihua laughed and shook his head. That's not true. It's just that I think it would be much more interesting if I were to meet such a formidable enemy in the future. At those words, the sword saint gave him a deep look. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes, and he nodded. This is what young people should have faith in. If you don't even have a rival in the future, then life will be a bit boring. He gestured to the fishing rod in his hand, a hint of a sigh in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. For example, like me, sitting by the river all day, in the sword road, but no one and I rival, is really lonely. You are not, and my father failed to steal the daughter-in-law. Theoretically speaking, is considered to be a loser in the love field, is not very lonely, ah hey, and it's fun to watch you fish. It's just that you've been in the Air Force and can't spare any bait. That said, are you trying to show something by showing off your invincibility in front of the son of your former love rival? The sword saint gave Jihua another ghostly glance and said in a complicated tone. I'd really like to know what the hell you're cursing at me for, and cursing so much. Jihua's cold sweat came down. Uncle sure, I really didn't scold you. The sword saint waved his hand. Indifferent. You don't have to care. Those disciple servants under my door also often scold me. Even that child by she is like that. I am by the river from time to time also because I think it's a quiet place. At least when I see whoever I see, I know that he is scolding me. It's just that it's still relatively rare to see such a high frequency as yours. If I were your disciple living in such a humble place, I would also scold you. So it's a weird body that gets used to being yelled at and occasionally doesn't feel well if you don't get yelled at for a day? The sword saint double glanced at Jifire again. Jihua laughed dryly. Ha 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 ha, it's such a nice day, ha ha. Boom! The sky suddenly resounded with a thunderclap and dark clouds. Kai fire. Sword saint looked at the sky and rubbed his chin. Thunder? Could it be Ji Xiaoxiong scolding me again? This is delusional. And why do you think of pops when there's a thunderstorm? Do losers' grudges run that deep? The sword saint gave Jihua another double pouty look. Jifire. I was wrong. Chapter 77, This melon is strong. The sword saint said. Alright, go see your aunt bye. She's been wanting to see you ever since she found out that Xiao Ru had a son. Auntie White? Jifire asked, raising a baffled eyebrow. My sister, the sword saint explained. Back then, our siblings, along with your father and your mother, had traveled together for a period of time in the rivers and lakes. Good. Jihua got up, but he saw the sword saint's mouth move slightly, as if he wanted to say something. What else does Shibe have to do? Jihua remembered that the sword saint had previously said that he was looking for him for 2 things, one being this demon soldier, and it seemed that he hadn't said anything about the second one. The sword saint's calm face seemed to carry some tangles, and emotions such as favor, exasperation, helplessness, worry, indignation, and murderous intent kept flashing in his eyes. This has to be a matter of how entangled it is to be able to change the mood like this. Cutting slides are not so fast. Jihua flashed this idea in his heart. It's just, the sword saint sighed at last and waved his hand, and his shoulders, which had been erect, drooped for a few moments, and looked a little depressed. Jihua inexplicably arched his hand in farewell, and just a few steps away, he heard the sword saint shout, Ji clan boy, if you're fine, you can stay in the mountain villa for a few more days. Leaving the river, he didn't have far to go before he saw the waiting Hobaishi. This white-clothed little brother was leaning against a tree trunk with nothing to do, looking just like a flirty youngster who was waiting for a girl to come over and hook up with him. However, this guy's looks were okay, and with the white clothes, he was indeed a teenage swordsman's style. It was no wonder that this dress was so marketable in the Jianghu. I heard that there are also some dignitaries or rich widows who specialize in ordering this style of dress, and I don't know what they take it for. Some women even like to collect the clothes and socks worn by these young swordsmen. The heavier the smell, the better, and if they are the kind that are sweating all over after a day's walk, they will even bid for them at a high price. Later, there is no source of goods. Some unscrupulous merchants wear their own out to dye flavor, but also hired a lot of people to wear together. But this is really a hard money. The efficiency is really too slow. A day to run down the tired only get a set. If it is the personal clothes of the first disciple of the sword saint, it should be able to sell a lot of silver. Jihua walked forward and arched his hand. Brother Ho, Brother Ji, what else does my master command? Hobaishi asked with a smile when he saw Jihua coming over. His tone was cordial. This is not at all like the self-master is my old man's love rival. Ji fire back. Uncle Seb said for me to check on Auntie White. Hobaishi laughed as if he had expected it. Please follow me. The two of them walked towards the front mountain of the mountain village, and on the way Hobaishi smiled. If Brother G has nothing to do, he can stay at the mountain villa for a few more days. The villa is a bit simple, but it's also a place for quiet cultivation. G Fire asked. Then I will disturb you for some more time. Are you all this? Plain on weekdays? Now there are still a few days before the 6th day of July, so it's just right to stay at the Divine Sword Villa, and then we can go to Daxing Mountain to dig for treasures. And I don't know what kind of stuff can be opened from that treasure map? Well, it's a golden legend, so it should be good, right? Hobaishi smiled at his words and said, Master said that people who cultivate need not care about things outside of their bodies, so everything in the manor is kept simple. And in fact quite a few of the disciples have complained that the food in the mountain villa is too light, and none of it has much flavor. Jihua glanced at him and curiously said, Does Brother Ho feel the same way on a regular basis? It's okay. Hobaishi rubbed his nose and looked to the sky. I mostly ate at the restaurants outside anyway. Nice guy. The two of them arrived by a courtyard, and after Hobaishi informed them, he led Jihua inside. Jihua glanced at it and his heart thumped. He suddenly realized that this courtyard was actually furnished exactly like the one that Pops lived in himself. It can't be. A thought flooded his mind. In the yard there was a soft and beautiful woman in a green dress that looked like she was in her mid-20s, sitting under a tree and fidgeting. And is good. Jihua couldn't really connect this woman with that old dad of his own generation. Shiro snorted out a laugh and waved her hand. No need to be nervous. I'm only a few years younger than Brother Tsunami Bear. You've taken good care of yourself then. It does seem like you can look younger with a high force value. Also, how does this title sound like Brother Cub? It's not quite right Jihua had a smile on his face and snapped and walked over. Bai-Ro pulled Jihua over and carefully scrutinized his appearance, her eyes softening with a hint of emotion. Hobaishi has long been skillfully flashing, and I don't know where to hide in cat. It does resemble Sister Xiaoru, Bai-Ro said softly. She laughed. I've long heard that Brother Tsunami Bear has an additional son. I've wanted to meet him for a long time, and I've finally met him today. Little one. Jai-Fire smiled sarcastically, that strange feeling in his heart becoming more and more apparent. He smelled a familiar odor that was called melon. How have you been all these years? It's hard being out there alone, isn't it? Bai-Ro asked. It's okay, Jihua returned with a docile face. In fact, his 2 lifetimes combined were estimated to be older than even Bai-Ro. But he wasn't suited to dealing with this kind of scene, or communicating with his elders. If he had been in a previous life, he felt that he would have broken his marriage. Auntie White, can you tell us about your previous stories? I'm curious, Jihua asked obediently. Good, Bai-Ro smiled gently, a trace of remembrance flashing in her eyes. She talked a lot that afternoon, mostly about the old days when the 4 of them were making their way in the world. Bai-Ro was not very old at that time, and was basically a follower following behind, and also went through a lot of storms and had a wonderful story to tell, despite the occasional danger, which was just a light sentence in her mouth. Jai-Fire still heard the ripples in it. After chatting like this for a long time, seeing that it was getting late, Bai-Ro asked unintentionally, Has your father remarried over the years? Jihua sighed in his heart, then a dry shake of the head. No, my old man spends the whole day hanging out in the Flying Bear Army, or just sneaking drinks, without a single female around. Even the mosquitoes that bite him are all males. The horse he rode was male too, though I think the Flying Bear Army is a bit evil. Base flavor is a bit heavy. Bai-Ro suddenly snorted and reached out to nod Jihua's forehead. Why don't you have any common sense, little guy? Male mosquitoes don't suck blood. If the Sword Saint hears this, he is afraid that he will cry out. Jihua's heart bellyache. However, the Sword Saint is estimated to be on the verge of tears now. The failure of the love field is also even if. His own sister also looked at the married love rival, and people married still waiting for many years. Jihua now also somewhat understand the bad mood of the Sword Saint Mantle, guessing that originally did not agree with his own sister in Pop's place. But years down the line, my sister has been bitterly waiting, and now there is really no way out. So I thought that we should not be hard to find the G family to take a look, in case there is hope in this matter. All this talk about magic soldiers is really just an excuse. But why do you feel that it would be better to let Big Brother build this bridge? Jihua just a glance at this courtyard. Can see that Aunt Bai live in a place obviously better than the rest of the Divine Sword Villa on a lot. Can see that the Sword Saint, although stingy, but is truly love this sister. Thinking about it like that makes the Sword Saint Mantle even worse. If it were me I'd have to go crazy too. Pops looks like that. Can't see the charm at all. Could it be that he dyed his hair yellow when he was young? This melon. Der Strength. Chapter 78. I don't know his name. Jihua blinked and suddenly laughed. Auntie Bai, why don't you come to the capital one day? My old man's cat can backflip. Bai-Ro's face immediately reddened and she flustered. This isn't quite appropriate. Jihua Heartsai, also do not know the home of the old man in the end were good. Weekdays scratching but farting and so on. Do not pay attention to the image. How can someone still worry about him? Oh, and our mom who died before we even met her doesn't count. Jihua actually didn't mind having multiple stepmothers. In his opinion, it would be better to hurry up and marry Pops off, so that he wouldn't have to ooh and ah the two brothers all day long with nothing to do. It's good to have someone in charge. Jihua laughed. What's so inappropriate? Auntie Bai and I know each other at first sight. It's only reasonable to invite Auntie Bai to stay at my house for a few days. This, Bai Ro suddenly reacted, reached out and nodded Jihua's forehead, laughing. You little brat. Jihua laughed. Then it's a good deal. We'll come to the capital in a few days. Good, Bai Ro laughed. Although she was posing as an adult in front of her juniors, the smile on her face was still a bit unnatural, as if she was nervous. Bai Ro suddenly opened her mouth again and asked, Brother Xiaoxiong, is he physically well? Jiefire said, not much of a problem. Pop's injuries Jihua had also seen, only Jihua's medical skills were not refined, and he could not see exactly what kind of injuries could cause such an effect. The power was like maggots attached to Pop's body, and even Pop's thick inner strength couldn't get rid of it. But as long as it's not a very intense fight, it's not a big problem. Jihua asked, Auntie Bai, do you know by whom my old man was injured? Bai Ro said gruffly, that was a great demon we encountered during our travels. That big demon sucked people's essence to cultivate. For the scourge of one side, was surrounded by us for 3 days and 3 nights. That big demon counterattacked on the verge of death. The strike that was originally attacked at me was blocked by brother Cao Xiong, which left a dark wound. My brother was furious, which is why he chopped that demon with a sword. Afterward, brother Cao Xiong was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up, and he looked as if he was fine. But that dark wound was added to his body. No matter how many famous doctors or warlocks we looked for, we couldn't pull it out. The great demon. Jihua nodded and asked, where did you meet the great demon? The territory of the Liang Kingdom. Bai Ro looked at the color of the sky and said suspiciously, somehow, the demons and monsters that were seldom encountered in the past have become much more active in the past few years. This is not it. The capital has entered the demon. I do not know the master of the country to find the demon or not. Is still every day in the street with the dog like everywhere smell the women's scent. Speaking of which, Mr. Man was sniffing around the same way, and their gang of warlocks had a really primitive way of identifying demons. Jihua stayed at the Divine Sword Villa for a few days. I have to say, this is really a place with abundant aura, and I feel much more comfortable physically and mentally when I live here. It's just that the food in the lodge is really too light, and you can't even spare much meat. Jiefire had eaten twice before decisively running down the hill at mealtime to find food. Passing through the front mountain, see there sat a group of Jianghu people, still in line to pay money to punch the sword-marked stone road. On the appearance of that crowd, also do not know how much money a day can earn tickets. Walking, just met Hobaishi who came back from dinner. The two looked at each other and smiled. Hobaishi decisively pointed out Jihua not far away from which town has what kind of food. Estimated that this goods is a daily out to look for food. The pavilions in this town were all rolled to the bone, and the meals were all in line with the appetite. Jihua ordered a steamed sea bass, braised lion's head, braised pork and pork liver soup with wolfberry, and had a big meal, which finally relieved the few days of clear soup. As he passed a store, Jiefire saw something familiar and walked in, pointing at the wooden fishing rod and asking, how much is the rod? 20 coppers. The boss returned without looking up. Jiefire rubbed his chin and asked again, how much is the most expensive? When the boss heard this, he was immediately interested, pointing to the fine fishing rods that looked expensive at first glance, which were displayed on the wall. The blacksmith spent 3 days and 3 nights to build it, and the materials used are all top quality. It's only 5 taels of silver. He smiled and said, there are many people who are interested in this fishing rod, and there is a white-robed airman who sneaks over from time to time with a bucket hat, staring at the fishing rod all the time, but he just can't afford to buy it. Every time he buys 20 copper coins. I guess he keeps blowing up the rod. I'd say if he'd given up his silver earlier, he'd have caught a fish by now. Jihua simply and neatly shelled out silver to buy this fishing rod, and then ran towards the Divine Sword Mountain Villa in a hurry to hold it. When they arrived at the back of the lodge, sure enough, they saw the sword saint there again by the river, slowly fishing for fish. He was still the same, not much different from a few days ago. Even his movements hadn't changed in the slightest. In a trance, Jihua actually had the illusion that the sword saint never seemed to have moved. A kind of illusory reappearance of yesterday. He froze for a moment, like he'd caught something, pondered it, but couldn't capture anything. Mantle. Jiefire ran over and handed over the fishing pole. This is for you. The sword saint twisted his head and looked over. a hint of surprise and excitement flashing in his eyes as he boarded up. What do you mean by that? As I said before, I've long since stopped valuing these extraneous things, Jaiefire blinked and said, but when I passed by the bottom of the mountain, I realized that this fishing rod matches your aura. The corners of the Sword Saint's mouth couldn't help but rise as he held his head high and proud. A certain access to heaven and earth? One with nature. Anything goes well with me. Jaiefire turned around in disappointment. So I go? Ugh. The Sword Saint hastily sighed. Since you have such filial piety, I will reluctantly accept it. Okay. Jihwa smiled with his eyebrows. The Sword Saint grabbed the fishing rod as soon as he could and quickly replaced the line on the wooden fishing rod to the new one, and then put the wooden fishing rod aside, guessing that he wanted to keep it. After all, it was also worth 20 coins. Jihwa saw the Sword Saint mantle already rubbing his hands in excitement. I guess he couldn't wait to experience the new toy, so he was ready to leave. After all, if the Air Force, I'm afraid that the temper will not be very good. Gee boy, how many layers of the thunder-blazing bare fist have you cultivated to now? The Sword Saint suddenly spoke. Great perfection, Jihwa returned honestly. Aha, aha, aha. The Sword Saint gave Jihwa an astonished look, a look so serious that Jihwa seemed to see the vastness and expanse of the firmament in his eyes. And in the eyes of the Sword Saint, the Jihwa in front of him seemed to be a huge black bear with black fur all over its body, standing on top of the sky, with lightning and flames entwined around its body, with thunder flickering in the sky, and 5 colored rays of light vaguely flowing from its black fur. This was at least 20 or 30 markings of the great perfection of Hangzhou and Gong. Behind the black bear, there was an endless nothingness, as if hiding some great fear, unseen, unheard and unexplored. One more look and you'll explode. Chapter 79, Heaven's Highest Destiny. The Sword Saint instantly retracted his sight and gave Jihwa a deep look, wanting to ask something, but before he could even open his mouth, he could already feel lightning brewing vaguely on his head, like lightning would strike the next second if he opened his mouth. Cultivate a successful warlock is also daily by the lightning. Lying for 10 days and a half months and live and then counting. The warlock circle is not a good warlock is not a lightning warlock said. The Sword Saint never scoffed at this. That kind of lightning was just like a joke in his eyes. He could cut through dozens of them with one sword. Only, now this lightning brewing on the brain, Sword Saint can feel it. Very fierce. The Sword Saint kept his mouth shut. Luckily he wasn't one of those godly warlocks who wasn't that curious and didn't lie down for a year and a half over secrets. Uncle sure. What's wrong? Jihwa asked curiously when he saw that the Sword Saint hadn't said anything for a long time. The Sword Saint gave him a complicated look in his eyes, and it actually felt pretty good to get a warlock experience card for once. Are you looking for a way to break through to the sovereign? Sword Saint asked. Yes. Jihwa nodded as his heart stared at him. The Sword Saint shook his head. Your talent is astounding. I reckon that any martial arts to your hands can be practiced quickly. If an ordinary person practiced to the thunder fiery bare fist this kind of ground level martial arts to the great circle, even a pig can become a patriarch. Jihwa's pupils shrunk. Although the Sword Saint didn't see that he had a system, but he could actually see so much. This eye power was already terrifying. It's just that. The Sword Saint paused. This is counterproductive, as cultivation is extremely fast, and your lack of comprehension of the Tao will make it more difficult to break through to the sovereign than others. In this regard, Jihwa's heart was already expected. He also could not figure out why he used the system to brush martial arts. All kinds of feelings are directly packaged by the system to give, just like practicing for decades. But the only thing is that there is no higher level of understanding. What is a sovereign? Jaiefire asked. Heaven and man are one, the Sword Saint slowly said. This kind of esoteric words are as deep and difficult to understand as those cultivation techniques in the previous life. Do I want to bury myself in the earth? Jihwa muttered in his heart. Usually look at the mountains more, look at the water more, and wander around more. Maybe it will help you. The Sword Saint shook his head and said, I don't have much else to teach you. Everyone's understanding of the Tao is different. If you were practicing the Sword Tao, I could still point you in the right direction. It just seems that you haven't found your own path. Jihwa was silent for 2 seconds before arching his hand and saying, thanks for the guidance, Uncle sure. By the way, the Sword Saint suddenly asked, am I the only one who knows your true realm? Does Ji Xiaoxiong know? Ha! Jaiefire blinked. My old man doesn't know. A joyful look suddenly appeared on the Sword Saint's face. Satisfied with this answer, he felt around his body, only always barren. He felt halfway through the day and came up with nothing. Got a jade pendant yet? Sword Saint asked. Jihwa took out a jade pendant of decent quality from his bosom and handed it over. At least 50 taels of silver. Is so extravagant, Sword Saint muttered in a low voice, then clutched the jade pendant in his right hand. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in and the sky suddenly changed color. Jihuo only felt that in this instant, the sword saint seemed to merge with the entire heaven and earth as a whole, and that what stood in front of him was not an individual, but a sharp sword that seemed to pierce through the heavens. It seemed that as long as this sword was waved, nothing in the world could be cut down. No, it's everything in heaven and earth that will chop at everything with it. In the next second, all the sensations disappeared into thin air, and the sword saint became that ordinary appearance again. He casually tossed the jade pendant back and said, "This carries with it my most powerful sword, which pinches and sends out. A sword that is at the level of a patriarch who communicates with heaven and earth." Jihuo was instantly overjoyed. This clan-level sword was clearly much stronger than the one Hobaishi used to slash him last time. Jihuo remembered something else and asked, "Uncle Sure, is it true that all patriarchs can see my realm and martial arts?" "No," the sword saint shook his head and said, "It is only because I comprehend the heavenly Tao and become in the sword of heaven's will. This is how I can see some of the workings of the heavens and the earth, break through the delusion and see the reality." Other people, you can rest assured that even sect-level warlocks can't see through you. Even if they see through, there is no harm. Jihuo didn't understand the meaning of the sword saint's last sentence, but he was relieved with his words. When Jihuo left joyfully, the sword saint had long been impatiently casting his fine fishing rod and watching the drift. Watching, his eyes gradually deepened, his mind unconsciously no longer on fishing. Even if the fish drift suddenly black, he did not notice. It's easy to know the sky, it's hard to go against it. Only, he na said, with a little struggle and bewilderment in his eyes, and finally a flash of light in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, as if there was a realization, and he sighed long and indistinctly. Heavenly destiny is supreme. Jihuo, who had already walked away, heard the sound and turned his head to look, and saw the sky roaring continuously, seemingly surging with thunder. That cloud layer merely flickered for a moment before dissipating out of thin air, as if it had never appeared. Could it really be that my old man is cursing the sword saint bull? How come it feels like the feng shui by that river is bad, and it's thundering every day? Jihuo shook his head, feeling that even though the sword saint mantle was a bit stingy, it wasn't so bad that he would be struck by lightning. In the afternoon of that day, the people of the Excalibur Villa heard a clap of thunder every now and then, and a thunderbolt struck down, falling straight onto the back of the mountain. Make it look like a great demon crossing a heavenly tribulation. The crowd wanted to get closer to investigate, but they were stopped again by the sword saint's voice transmission. This lightning struck all afternoon. Later in the evening, when it was almost mealtime, the sword saint slowly came out from the back of the mountain. Shiba, are you alright? The corner of Jihuo's eye twitched crazily when he saw the sword saint bull in this state. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. I'm fine. The sword saint was in a good mood. It was his hair that was a mess, and his face was black as charcoal, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a black smoke came out of it. When he smiled, you could see the teeth in his mouth were stained black. Brother, are you really okay? Bai Rou was equally startled. It's really nothing. I'm just messing around with the heavens. Sword Saint laughed and took out the fish basket from behind him. Inside was full of fat fish. Just one didn't look very spirited. These fish are? Bai Rou looked at Jian Sheng oddly, but she knew her own brother's level of fishing, and it was normal for him to be empty for 7 days and 7 nights in a row. I caught them all, the Sword Saint said proudly, handing the fish basket to Hobaishi and waving his big hand. Baishi, have the kitchen cook these fish. I'll treat the whole estate to fish today. Hobaishi was agitated at that time, and the few disciples behind him even almost cried out. Alright, I'll go now. Hobaishi carried the fish basket and ran to the kitchen. Ugh, wait. The Sword Saint was just about to open his mouth when Hobaishi had already turned around and laughed. Master, you caught all of these. It's guaranteed that the whole mountain villa knows about it. The Sword Saint then nodded in satisfaction. Kai Fire. Kensei was struck by lightning when he uttered those words in the afternoon. It was just fortunate that no one was around to hear it, and the thunder was only a token warning of average intensity. Just as Sword Saint cursed, he suddenly noticed a fish floating up the river that had been electrocuted and turned white. He looked at the fishing rod made of fine iron clutched in his hand and stuck in the water at the other end, and fell into deep thought. That's probably how it went. 80. The top of Daxing Mountain. After staying at the Divine Sword Villa for a few days, Ji was set off for the summit of Dixing Mountain. Originally he wanted to stay for a few more days, but just a few days after that he didn't know what was wrong with the Sword Saint. The back mountain was struck by lightning every day, and he didn't allow anyone to get close. Every day at dinner he would always bring back a big basket of fish with a great deal of vigor, saying that he had caught them all. It was said to be for convenience, and that outfit had been splintered for days, and the ebony hadn't even been changed. Then Jaifire couldn't take it anymore, so he left early and slowly made his way to Daxing Mountain. On her way out, she gave Bai Rou, if Aunt Bai is willing, she can go to the capital at any time. Just say that she misses me and goes to see me. It immediately caused Bai Ro's cheeks to redden and roll her eyes. Only the luster in her eyes couldn't be hidden. The sword saint, on the other hand, looked at Jihua with complicated eyes. Only in the end he didn't say anything and squatted aside and sighed straight away. I don't know who leaked the news, but the matter that the old emperor of Great Zhou was going to have a duel with the old emperor of the Liang Kingdom in the Heavenly Jade Mountain Range was spread on a small scale in the Jianghu and caused an uproar. Many Jianghu people had rushed to Tianjia Mountain, wanting to witness this battle. This news is accurate? Xia Ningxiang's eyes carried a slight tinge of excitement. An old servant dressed as a henchman thumped in his heart and said, "It should be accurate. The White Tiger Army has been moving differently lately to relocate the people in the vicinity of the Heavenly Jade Mountain." Seeing the excitement in the young lady's eyes becoming more and more obvious, the old servant hurriedly advised, "Miss, you're still injured and your strength has only recovered to around the 5th rank. You really can't get involved in this kind of battle. If you let the Grand Duke know." Xia Ningxiang nodded. "You're right. I won't go and spectate this kind of interesting things." The old servant then let go. Half an hour later, the old servant knocked on the door with the medicine, and no one answered inside. The old servant's heart thumped and he pushed the door open violently, but it was empty. All around the Heavenly Jade Mountain was blocked by the White Tiger Army, and even if there were people who wanted to go in, they were blocked by the army. As for some martial arts strong Jianghu people, we all do not go out of the way, one by one over the mountains and scurrying forests, to which the White Tiger Army also pretends not to see. Jihua did just that, wandering all the way around the river and lake, and arrived near Tianjia Mountain on July 5th. Considering that there might be a bit too many onlookers, he came over a day early. After searching along the map for a long time, I finally found the place called Daxing Mountain, saying that it was the top of the mountain, but it was really a small dirt slope, and it was completely incomparable to the surrounding rolling and towering mountains. Not far away, one could see Tianjia Mountain, only because this dirt slope was too short. Even if one could see the top of Tianjia Mountain, one could not see what exactly was going on at the top of the mountain. As for people, I'm sorry, but this little dirt slope is really unremarkable, and it's not the closest summit to Tianjia Mountain, so no one comes at all. Far away from the G-Fire can see the other closer to the top of the mountain is now crowded. I do not know how many people scampered up, only the top of the Daxing Mountain. He looked around. Have to. Only one of him. Is there really a treasure here? Jihua stood at the top of Daxing Mountain and looked around. It was just a flat dirt slope, much less a feng shui treasure. It didn't look like there was a treasure in any way. He took out the golden legend treasure map he had drawn and looked at it. It should be this place. Considering that even if the two emperors had a dry spell, it wouldn't affect this place. Jihua was content to set up his tent here, ready to see what kind of treasure it was tomorrow at noon. As for the two emperors' real men dueling, he actually quite wanted to go and eat the melon. Just that he was more interested in the treasure compared to eating the melon. Later in the evening, as the sky darkened, starfires were lit up on the tops of the large and small mountains around the Heavenly Jade Mountain Range, which were very obvious in the dark night. Only the main peak of Tianjia Mountain is not. Joke, the two old emperors are fierce people. How fierce is anyone's guess. However, as the emperors of the two countries, the deepening of their national fortunes increased their martial arts tremendously, and they could even do it in a way that all evils would not be invaded. So who would dare to spectate from a close distance at the place where they were fighting? How come there are people on that slope too? A sharp-eyed Jianghu pointed to a small dirt slope in the distance with an orange starburst on it, which was obvious in the surrounding kind of dark mountain range. I guess it was some gutsy fledgling who was afraid of being caught in the fight and wanted to come along for the ride, so he chose such a faraway place. And when it's over, you can go back and brag about it, too. The Jianghu people laughed, full of contempt for that fire. The taunted fledgling didn't realize at this point that the rest of the mountaintop was cursing him and was just idly adding some firewood. The night was late, and the surrounding hilltops fell into silence. Jihua pondered whether he should just find a place to lie down for a while, when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the darkness. He twisted his head to look, and saw the old emperor in a strong suit walking slowly over. When the old emperor saw it was him, he was slightly stunned, and then he laughed and cursed. I thought who had the guts to pick a place like this? So it's you, kid. Fire Commission also didn't expect the old emperor to actually come early. He stood up, arched his hand and saluted with a Jianghu gesture. Jihua greets His Majesty. The old emperor found it interesting, and also skillfully clasped his fists and saluted, then sat on his but on the opposite side of the stone. His legs were forked, and he tiptoed with a shaking motion, completely devoid of the majesty of an emperor. What made you think of coming here? The old emperor asked. Fire winked and sat across from him as well, laughing. I think the feng shui is good here. The old emperor looked left and right, bare and not even a blade of grass. Did not see where the feng shui is good. Why is your majesty thinking of coming here as well? Jifire asked. The old emperor laughed and said, I thought that if the old pussy in advance to send people to ambush. Dry fight is not a loss, so I want to find a place to sneak around and observe. When I came here, I saw that there was only a wisp of fire on this hill, so I came to take a look. Jihua asked suspiciously, is the emperor of the Liang kingdom more treacherous? The old emperor laughed. Some little cleverness. Mainly, Liang country is more stable than Dezhou. That old pussy had determined the heir a long time ago, so the master he can bring to the border, but not Great Zhou. Jihua realized that if the old emperor came here and accidentally hiccuped, the capital must be in great chaos. The crown prince and the fourth prince's fight for the throne will surely cause a great deal of trouble. No matter whether it is the old father or the state master, these two patriarchs can only hold down the capital to prevent other changes. If Jifire hesitated, not opening his mouth for the rest of the words, the old emperor looked at him approvingly, satisfied. If I am unfortunate enough to return to heaven, and the dynasty is unstable, the Liang kingdom is bound to invade with a large army. I have thought about this matter. I need Lao Ji to lead the troops to go out to war, while the state master can only guard the capital, which is the reason why I don't bring out any of my men. As for Epine, I'm too lazy to bring it. Jifire shushed his eyes. Wouldn't you have decided on an heir sooner? The old emperor laughed. Since ancient times this throne is to fight and kill. If you easily get this throne, is not it not know that this son is not easy to come? Plus, the old emperor seems to be about to fulfill his wish, or see Jifire the future of the great Zhou general star. The mood is very good. The words are more. I have chosen my heir from the beginning, and it has never changed. Chapter 81, Heaven and Earth Together. 10,000 swords worshipping. So that's why you got a rival who just inherited the throne and had to face a war situation on the spot to pick your son? Is this a senior citizen trachea? Jihua understood and asked tentatively. His Majesty decided it was His Highness the Crown Prince from the start? The old emperor nodded his head inside. Old Fourth is a little smart. He just likes to take swords and not follow the right path. If he becomes the emperor, I'm afraid that the people of this great Zhou will not be able to live in peace. As for the Crown Prince, he is upright and tactful, quite like me in my earlier years. This time, the throne will be his. Jihua was silent, and only after a few moments did he ask, how certain is your majesty in this battle? At least we can drag that old pussy to die with us. The old emperor looked towards the starry flames in the distance as if he saw the emperor of the Liang kingdom. I'm sure he feels the same way. How much deep hatred does this have to be? Jihua shook his head and expressed his incomprehension. The people of Great Zhou have been too stable over the years, emphasizing literature over martial arts and losing their nature. The old emperor looked at the constantly burning flames and laughed aloud. I want to use this blood to awaken the future successor, to awaken the people of the world. The central plains of our kingdom is never fought. Our sons and daughters of the central plains must not lose their blood. I am old. I can also fight. Our sons and daughters of Great Zhou and our sons and daughters of the central plains can also fight. The words were spoken forcefully, as if there were countless killing auras raging, more like an aged lion roaring. Jifire listened in stunned silence for a long time. On the following day, a while after dawn, a bunch of people could be heard shouting and making a lot of noise in the distant hills, as if they had discovered something. Jihua opened his eyes in a daze and saw that the old emperor was looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. Sky? Jihua looked up at the sky, and his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. It was a spectacular sight to see the sky blue and cloudless, with a thick white rainbow right across the eye-catching sun. Jihua's lips moved slightly as he spoke in a low voice. White Rainbow Master Swordsman. The old emperor laughed and said, that's right, the White Rainbow's main blade is going to war. Why do I feel like you're laughing so hard? The old emperor craned his neck, looked at Jihua, and laughed. All right, I should go over there, and it would be a pleasure to have you boys along for the last part of the way. After saying that, he then put his hands behind his back and staggered in the direction of Tenjie Mountain. And in the wind came the old emperor singing quietly from his pale and hoarse voice. Ice and snow blade, wind and sand sword. The rivers and mountains are like poison urging people to grow old. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers have been crossed by iron hooves, and 1,000 armies have stepped on them. And I am king. 50 years of ruling the sun and the moon, and still returning as a young man. It doesn't sound good. It seems to be recited off the cuff. Jihua gazed at the old emperor's departing back, suddenly brushed his sleeves with his right and left hands, respectfully saluted, and said aloud, my humble servant, Jihua, greetings to your majesty. The chant paused, and a soft laugh was faintly heard. Jihua didn't go to Tianjie Mountain to watch the battle, so he sat at the top of Daxing Mountain and silently waited for noon to arrive. Not long after, the top of the Tenjie Mountain suddenly erupted. Two strong gas rushed straight to the sky. Suddenly flying sand, grass, trees, bamboo and stone are destroyed. the entire heavenly jade mountain was enveloped in a tornado, during which various ear-piercing bursts were interspersed. Later on, the range of this wave became bigger and bigger, and suddenly an air force shot out from the top of the mountain and smashed into the mountain not far away, and then the whole mountain suddenly crumbled openly. That hill is close. Many people in the Jianghu were hit. I do not know how many dead or injured. Another air force rushed out, sweeping across the two hills, and the Jianghu people in that area were even more miserable. As the battle escalated, the colors of the sky changed, with dark clouds churning and gathering and dispersing. Jihua squinted his eyes and looked, vaguely seeing that on that Jia mountain, there seemed to be two giant dragons fighting each other, their blood staining the sky and the earth. Is this the royal dragon Qi of the Liang Kingdom and Great Zhou? Jihua blinked again. The giant dragon Qi had disappeared, and the entire Tianjia mountain was completely shrouded in a sandstorm. Many of the Jianghu people who were close enough to retreat even before they had the chance to do so were torn into the sandstorm by the gusts of wind, and were torn to shreds by the furious Qi energy in a matter of moments. Even if it's not a patriarch, it can still explode with a power no weaker than a patriarch's with the great country's Qi and dragon Qi. Jihua commented in his heart as he looked around, realizing that his little hill was not affected in the slightest because it was far away, except for the wind and sand being bigger. Unlike those Jianghu people who were close by, it was a miserable situation. If they were not careful they would be sucked in by the aftermath of the battle. Seeing that it was about to be noon, Jihua simply sat cross-legged on the ground and waited honestly. Suddenly, the heavenly jade mountain was suddenly quiet, and all the sandstorms and gusts of wind seemed to have lost their momentum and slowly fell. Immediately afterward, two pillars of blood-red light shot up into the sky, vaguely interspersed with the sound of a dragon's roar. Whether it was the crowd observing in the open or in the shadows, they could all feel the two powerful auras on the heavenly jade mountain dissipating rapidly. Together, together, someone finally shouted out with a shudder. The two emperors actually in the end, is with the same way to end the dust of the past grudges all kinds of, and finally to the Yellow Springs. It was a sad event for both the people of Great Zhou and the Liang Kingdom. At least during their reign, they managed to make the country peaceful and the people happy. The crowd was silent for a long time. I also wonder who sighed softly and shook his head slightly. Jihua's eyes were slightly downcast, not to say that he was sad, but just a little frustrated. Wait, you guys, look, in the sky, there were already dark clouds. After the hovering dragon she rushed into the clouds, it actually didn't break through the clouds, but instead merged into the dark clouds. Dark clouds hovered. The next moment, a ray of golden light passed through the clouds. 2 strands, 3 strands, 10,000 rays of golden light shot out from the clouds. The golden light is dazzling and bright. Vaguely, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette could be seen wandering in between. The golden dragon was so large that it seemed to cover the entire sky. What a monster that is! Before the words fell, only a crunching sound of shine could be heard, and the long sword in the hand of a swordsman suddenly came out of its sheath and plunged into the ground, the hilt of the sword trembling in the direction of the dark clouds. Shine! 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 In an instant, the entire heavenly jade mountain range was filled with the resounding sound of long swords being sheathed. Countless long swords automatically came out of their sheaths and stuck on the ground, their hilts vaguely trembling as they met the golden light of that sky. In this instant, the long swords in the hands of all the swordsmen in the world were unsheathed and stuck on the ground, their hilts facing the direction of Tianjia mountain, slightly bent and trembling. Between heaven and earth, there is even a hidden sound, whether it is the north and south of the river, or the mountains and forests. All things in heaven and earth heard a burst of crisp and pleasant sound of the sword. The people of various countries in the countryside, in the bazaars, in the fields, and even the man holding a demonic soldier who was killing people from afar in the Dragon Kingdom, all raised their heads to look up at the golden, radiant sky and listen to the sound of the sword that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Master, the swords in the lodge. Hobaishi hurriedly came to the riverside, and saw that the sword saint was looking at the sky with his head held high, and a trace of emotion appeared on his black orbed face, his eyes shining brightly. He bowed slightly in that direction. The emperors of the two countries sacrificed to the heavens, and the dissipating dragon's chi finally drew it here. Heaven and earth are in unison. 10,000 swords are worshipping the supreme divine weapon, the human emperor's sword. Chapter 82. If you guys keep pestering me, don't blame me for pulling out my sword. A dragon roar sounded in the sky, and faintly that huge 5-clawed golden dragon tumbled about. Immediately, the golden dragon phantom suddenly disappeared. A golden light broke through the clouds and shot straight down towards a mountaintop. Human Emperor's sword. It's the human Emperor's sword. A senior person saw from all these visions that it was the emergence of a supreme divine weapon and immediately shouted out. He then realized that as he opened his mouth, there were already quite a few people rushing towards that small dirt slope. In fact, at first, Jihua was just eating and watching the show. then sitting quietly on the ground waiting for the treasure, until the golden light came down from the sky and plunged straight into the ground in front of him. It was a golden-colored longsword whose scabbard was all gorgeous and engraved with dense runes. Just looking at this sword was like facing the supreme imperial majesty and the vast righteousness of heaven and earth. The greatest of swords, the human emperor's sword, Kai Fire. He looked at the color of the sky, and, well, it was noon. So this is the treasure? What treasure map has treasure falling from the sky? The crowd was already surging around them, each one wailing and rushing this way. Without saying a word, Jihua turned around and ran as he grabbed the human emperor's sword. There was no telling how many people were staring at this thing right now, and there were even experts from the Liang kingdom in the vicinity. Just a single remnant of a demonic weapon could attract a Jianghu fight, and now that this intact human emperor's sword was out in the world, there was no telling what kind of monsters would be attracted to it. Fortunately, the hill Jihua chose was farther away from the heavenly Jedi mountain, and more people couldn't make it over for a while, giving Jihua time to escape. Into the backpack, Jai-Fire whispered. This item cannot be stowed. Damn it. I don't care if I was pitched into this vortex. Now I can't even use my backpack. Jihua hurled curses in his heart and pulled out his legs to run towards the Great Zhou territory. Just this Tianjia mountain is originally on the border. The surrounding is even more desolate deep mountains. When coming it took several days. Now even if you run faster, you can't run back for a while. And he did not forget that. According to the old emperor, the cool country may have a bunch of experts or nearby. Before, he thought that these people were here to spectate, but he didn't realize that such a bunch of people were here to kill him. Kid, stop! Someone shouted as they opened their mouth in a quick rush. Get lost! Jai-Fire turned around and cursed. Good boy, eat my palm. The man behind him drank, followed by a strong wind. Jihua backhanded a palm. The palm wind instantly crushed the opponent's palm force. The aftermath hit the man. The man spat out blood and flew out backwards. That's it? With just such a delay, there were already quite a few figures scurrying up in the distance. Rats! Put down the human emperor's sword. What little thief! How dare you steal my Liang kingdom's human emperor's sword? Rat bastard, don't go! Jihua cursed. This has become your Liang was? Just as he was about to continue running, a strong aura suddenly sprang out from the back and split right in front of him with a boom, causing the ground to shake and smoke to fill the air. Jai-Fire had to stop in his tracks, and a number of people were already scurrying around him. Jihua's eyes narrowed, so he turned to look at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "If you guys keep pestering me, don't blame me for drawing my sword." The hearts of the people were condensed. Before that, the remnants of the demonic soldier had caused a ruckus in the Jianghu. These people had heard about it. That just 1/3 of the absolute demonic soldier had killed 3 forces in a row. Now that the other party had an intact human emperor's sword in their hands, even those of them who all considered themselves to be exceedingly strong did not dare to underestimate them. Joke, you're not very old for a doll, but your breath is not small. You can utilize the power of the human emperor's sword? Someone shouted with a sneer. Jihua's eyes narrowed, knowing that this matter could not be settled. A glance swept over. There were quite a number of people in the middle and lower 3rd grades. Even the upper 3rd grade had several. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite, Jihua said in a deep voice, his left hand grasping the scabbard and pressing it to his waist, his right hand slowly grasping the hilt of the human emperor's sword, and the sword intent on his body was wildly rising. Buzz off! Before the sword was unsheathed, the murderous sword shadow was already wrapping around Jihua and quickly converging, like a volcano about to erupt. If this sword was drawn, it would only be a stone's throw away. Just this compelling sword intent alone made the crowd's hearts condense, and they couldn't help but take a few steps backward. And many of them were even secretly running their internal energy, ready to resist the monstrous sword chi at any time. The human emperor's sword wasn't scary. What was scary was that the human emperor's sword had fallen into the hands of an expert in using the sword. This young man is not very old, but the sword intent on his body is strong. Good guy. In the sword path is afraid that there are not many people present who can match. Jihua gripped the hilt of the sword with force and let out a low gulp. Dilly 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 dilly. The surrounding experts were so scared that they sheathed their swords and made defensive gestures, swallowing saliva and looking nervous. However, the expected ferocious attack was delayed, and the crowd looked at the surrounded teenager in disbelief. Jihua's face stiffened a bit as he pulled harder again, realizing that the human emperor's sword was actually like one piece, not moving at all. No way. Jihua increased his strength and had used his full power. This power was afraid to be able to hold up a small mountain, but the human emperor's sword just didn't have the slightest appearance of being unsheathed. He didn't get the human emperor's sword to recognize him. Some Jianghu people shouted out with sharp eyes, to actually tease all the heroes present. Kill him. The crowd responded with roars of anger, as if to cover up the embarrassment and shame they had just experienced. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiwa instantly gave up on pulling out the human emperor's sword and threw his left hand toward the sky. Immediately after that, the killing aura surged in Jiwa's eyes, and his left and right hands were divided into successive grasps toward the front. As he moved his hands, a fierce wind instantly surged towards him from all directions, and the Jianghu people who were originally rushing towards him couldn't control their bodies to fly towards Jiwa. It's a star sucker. Seeing that everyone within 5 feet around him was being sucked over to him, Jiwa raised his head fiercely, formed his hands into fists, and his chest was raised and braced with force, and then both fists violently slammed into his chest. Roar! A huge thunderous black bear silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, electricity flashing and thunder roaring around him. Both of that black bear's paws slapped hard in the center at the same time. Steeply, piercing lightning flashed, accompanied by a frenzied fist power that exploded crazily, devouring all enemies. Put! The Jianghu people who were sucked by the party have spat blood from their mouths, were blown away by the chi energy, and fell to the ground, with electric light flashing around their bodies, but they are no longer alive, killing nearly 20 Jianghu experts in just one strike. Such a horrifying move startled the crowd, who stopped in their tracks and looked horrified at the teenager who did not blush or gasp after using this powerful move. It's the thunder-blazing bear fist. He's Jifire, son of the flying bear. He killed countless people in the Nine Quarters Gorge, defeated 3 major second-grade experts in a row, and even blocked a blow from the Sword Saint, suspected to be a first grade. Jiwa calmly stretched out his left hand just enough to catch the falling human emperor's sword and opened his mouth flatly. There's no need to be suspicious. Mr. G is exactly a first-rate. Chapter 83, The Sovereign Warlock. State Master. That G family's second son is already a first grade at a young age, and is bound to be a grandmaster in less than a few years. Plus the human emperor's sword is in his hands. He's bound to be a great danger to my great Liang. I ask the State Master to take action. Kill this Fong. The youth bowed in obeisance toward the Riang Kingdom State Master. Bone Tart. A Bone Tart's face showed hesitation. He was a sect master warlock who took a shot at a doll. It was really a bit humiliating. 5 miles away, Ji Huo was killing. Thunder and giant bear shadows appeared and disappeared. Even the crowd watching from afar were terrified when they looked at the thunder and lightning. Although his punches were not as strong or powerful as the legendary Flying Bear General, he was able to summon the power of thunder with a flick of his hand, without feeling the slightest bit of fatigue. If it wasn't that he was a physical strength monster, then he had already practiced the thunder-blazing bear fist, an earth-grade martial art, to an extremely high level. State Master, that thunder-blazing bear fist Jihua has reached the level of being able to fire at will. This martial art is the core of the Flying Bear Army, and if he takes charge of the Flying Bear Army in the future, he will be the second Flying Bear General. The youth was in a hurry. He had already sent quite a few experts over at this point, only that the intelligence he had received so far was actually being suppressed by Jihua. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep him for a few more moments. The youth immediately spoke. If we let him go, we won't have another chance. Bone Tart glanced at the youth. The other party said so much, but it was actually for that human emperor sword. He knew it very well in his heart. The human emperor's sword didn't have much appeal to Bone Tart, and he was only here by order of the old emperor of the Liang Kingdom to press the battlefield. But this son must not be kept. His potential is just amazing. Since this is the case, I will be the villain this time. The second prince will bring some offerings up. Bone Tart opened his mouth. If Jihua was a Zhongsher, Bone Tart would probably sneak a peek and retreat a few dozen miles before making his move, and it would be easy to run at that time. But Jihua is not. The distance of 5 miles is a safe distance for Bone Tart. This youth is the second prince of the Liang Kingdom, but he will soon become the second prince. The old emperor of the Liang Kingdom has already set up everything before he comes out, and the new emperor of the Liang Kingdom is about to succeed the throne, smoothing the transition. The good thing about the cool country is that a few princes are not interested in the throne in the slightest. The crown prince lies up, brothers and harmony. Unlike the great Zhou, killed only 2 left. Well, it is estimated that there is only 1 left soon. Soon 10 condemned prisoners were brought up. Bone Tart removed an extremely thin tube and inserted it into the hearts of the condemned prisoners. One by one, the tube, by some force, stabbed in with a gentle thrust, and the skin on the condemned man's body quickly dried and grayed, dripping a few drops of heart's blood from the tube. 10 people added up to a small half bowl. Bone Tart solemnly placed the small half bowl of blood on the altar that had been prepared long ago, and from his arms he took out another black doll wrapped in fabric. Picking up another vermilion brush, he casually shook it in the bowl, and the small half bowl of heart's blood was instantly completely sucked up by the brush. With not a single drop left, the brushes became bright with it, just like glow sticks. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder and lightning in the distance did not stop at all. but instead became more and more frequent. Just by listening to it, one could tell just how intense the battle was in the distance. Bone Tart carried the brush and stopped at the black doll. With that, he glanced in the direction of the constantly roaring thunder in the distance. Jihwa was fighting fiercely, when he suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong, like the space around him appeared to stagnate for a moment, and then return to normal in an instant. He seemed to have lost something in the moment, but he couldn't feel it in any way when he thought about it. At this moment, he was being surrounded by 6 first-grade experts, and even he was unable to separate himself for a moment. I also don't know where these first grades were hiding before, but this time they actually all came out, and one by one, they cooperated with each other very delicately. After realizing that 1 or 2 people couldn't block his attacks, Jihwa was barely able to resist every time he threw a punch with 6 people resisting at the same time. Just as the battle went on fiercely, these 6 people's hearts had been chilled beyond measure. They had long been somewhat exhausted, but this kid was actually still alive and kicking, just as if he wouldn't get tired. After kicking away a first-grade expert, Jihwa stuck the human emperor's sword in his waist, his hands flashing with thunder as he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, you guys go together. I'm going to fight 10 of you. For a while, no matter if it was the people present or the Jianghu people hiding in the dark, they were all convinced by his domineering aura, and their hearts were flooded with fear. Bone Tart withdrew his eyes, the brush in his hand falling without hesitation onto the black doll, his mouth chanting softly, G-Fire, G-Fire. The brush wrote quickly, and the word Jihwa was written down with a fluttering brush. Just after these 2 words were written, the original red glow of the brush also dimmed, and only a little bit of heart blood was left in the tip of the brush, which looked like it would not be able to write at any time. Bone Tart held up the pen and solemnly dabbed the last bit of his heart's blood onto the black doll's eyes. After 2 strokes, the quill was completely dulled, and the heart's blood was no more, no less, just about used up. With the eyes clicked into place, the black doll looked like it suddenly had more spirit, and just gazing at it made one's scalp tingle with an eerie aura. Even though the doll didn't move, the crowd of onlookers had the illusion that they were being watched by the doll. Bone Tart placed the black doll on the table, and the doll then stood on its feet, the hint of a smile at the corner of its mouth seeming to taunt everyone. Bone Tart took out another small golden knife from his bosom, first bowed and paid 4 obeisances towards the doll, then the knife was plunged into the doll's chest without hesitation. With one thrust, the black doll instantly lost its spirit and could no longer be used. Put! Jihwa suddenly shook his whole body, openly looked down to his chest, and a hideous wound appeared on his chest at some point, like someone with a big knife used to kill a pig directly inserted himself through. Blood spurted wildly from the wound, or both front and back. Even more so, after the wound appeared, he only felt a wave of exhaustion and coldness sweeping through his body, like something was wrapped around him, constantly drawing on his blood in essence. What kind of rats? How dare you assassinate me? Jihwa braced himself against his injuries and looked into the distance angrily, and without hesitation, he pulled out a jade pendant from his bosom and crushed it on the spot. An illusory middle-aged man's shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, standing with his arms folded. The experts who had originally seen Jihwa injured and were rejoicing and preparing for a strong attack saw this illusory silhouette and fled in fear. The Sword Saint Shadow's eyes flickered and resumed their animation. He first swept his eyes at the 6 fleeing first-grade experts, then looked at Jihwa, his eyes landing on the injury on his chest. He sought out the source with just a glance, his eyes flowing, locking onto the dark depths in the distance, his right hand forming a sword finger and sweeping out with force. Heavenly thunder without delusion. Sword light at first only a little bit of cold aura, chopped out but rapidly expanding, as if being injected into what strange power rapidly fermentation, boiling, in a moment has been like a long river surging away. In an instant, the sword chi drowned the 4 fleeing first-grade experts and disappeared into the distance. All that could be seen in the crowd's field of vision was a silver-white light as bright as the Milky Way across the night sky. No good. Bone Tart's heart chilled, and before he could react, he suddenly only felt that heaven and earth were white, and his sight was completely covered by sword chi. The sword chi passed by without the slightest resistance. This sword chi that spanned 5 miles easily tore apart Bone Tart's body. Chapter 84, Your whole family is a demoness. After the strike, the Sword Saint's shadow directly dissipated. Everyone was shocked by this almost terrifying strike until Jihwa finally couldn't hold on and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The eyes of the 2 remaining first grade lit up, already seeing that Jihwa somehow seemed to be having trouble suppressing himself after being severely injured, and his breath was falling madly. The 2 of them no longer hesitated, running their entire body's internal force, and their combined strike suddenly blasted in. Jihwa was originally weak and was trying to dodge the blow, but in a moment he heard a cry of alarm coming from behind him. He turned his head and looked, but he saw Xiaoningshang hiding in the bushes behind him, her face showing a look of panic. If he dodged, This girl would definitely be hit. With her current aura, she's only 5 or 6 grades. His eyes met Xianingshang's without any communication. In the next moment, Jihua did not hesitate to turn around, and his right hand blasted out with an open fist, and the chi collided with each other, and the wind whistled, and the chi instantly exploded. Jihua's body swayed, adding a few more points to his injuries, and the two were already killing. A machete slashing straight at him. Clang! The machete struck his left hand, and the remaining force cut into his shoulder, blood pouring out. Jihua grabbed the machete and, in the man's shock, slapped him on the ceiling of his sky, instantly smacking his head to pieces. At that moment, another long sword stabbed. Jihua grabbed it with his right hand and twisted it in the right direction. The long sword shattered at once, and then the internal force exploded. The fragments suddenly flew backwards and shot towards that person. That first-grade expert only felt shocked. Under severe injuries, he was still able to crush his sword with his bare hands? Is this man's body a monster? The man was able to dodge the fragments of the long sword and was already retreating. However, right at this moment, Jihua's right hand stretched out once again, forming a claw and grabbing in his direction. Star Sucker. The body was immediately unable to move, followed by a punch in the face, and this person was also killed instantly. Ha 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 ha. Even though Mr. G is injured, he is no match for a curmudgeon like you. Jihua laughed out loud, covered in blood. The wound on his chest still soared wildly like a fountain, but his disdainful stance was such that the hidden Jianghu people around him had their hearts shaken and didn't dare to move. Then, Jihua's eyes closed and he fell straight down. Before he could fall to the ground, Xianingshang had already rushed out from the bushes, hugged Jihua, carried him on her back, and disappeared towards the darkness. It took a few moments before anyone reacted. Quickly pursue! Jihua is already seriously injured and dying. Now or never. In an instant the crowd surged in the darkness, frantically rushing in that direction. Xianingshang carried Jihua on her back and ran for not long before she suddenly turned a corner and stopped running towards the edge of the Heavenly Jedi Mountain. The world knew that Jihua was the son of the Flying Bear, and the White Tiger Army was guarding the edge of the Heavenly Jedi Mountain. So if Jihua escaped to the edge, the White Tiger Army would inevitably strike. It was a 2-day journey from here to the edge, and everyone would guess that they were going to the White Tiger Army, which would inevitably be chasing them along the way and in danger. As far as Jihua's current severely injured and unconscious appearance was concerned, coupled with the fact that Xianingshang's current injuries had not been healed, the chances of surviving were really slim, and it would be better to hide in the Heavenly Jade Mountain range to hide. Damn it! Damn it! I'm only injured. I'm not immobile. Why did you block that for me? Xianingshang was extremely fast and swept through the darkness. Her eyes were all cold and her mouth kept chanting. Obviously you've been stabbed yourself, and you're still playing the hero. You know that I don't like to owe favors, so you deliberately dragged me into this. That's right. That must be it. Abominable. You treacherous villain. Jihua's blood soaked the two men's backs, and Xianingshang only felt sticky behind her, as well as the warm touch coming from Jihua's body from time to time. Damn it! Stinking man! Stinking man! Xianingshang kept cursing, her speed not slowing down at all. Demonis! Put the man down and save your life. 2 or 3 people rushed out of the darkness, holding long swords and slashing straight down. You're the Demonis. Your whole family is a witch. Xianingshang's eyebrows went up. Her left hand hugged Jihua's thigh to prevent him from falling off her back, and with a grab of her right hand, a short, blackened stick appeared in her hand, only to see her grabbing the short stick with one hand. The end of the stick was tapped 3 times in a row, and the pitch-black chi suddenly stabbed out from the end of the stick, and the chi was in 3 strands, shooting at the 3 people respectively. Put, put, put. The chi instantly shot through the necks of the 3 people, and without even a hum, blood flowed out and they fell to the ground. The human emperor's sword is over there. Go after them. I see light. Xianingshang no longer stayed, carrying Jihua towards the darkness. Her eyes swept towards Jihua's waist, where the human emperor's sword with golden light flowing from it was inserted, which was as visible as a firefly in this dark forest. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen more people rushed in, but they vaguely blocked their front path. Damn! Even if most people went to the edge of the Heavenly Jedi Mountain, there are still quite a few people who guessed that I would take this path. Or is the light of the human emperor's sword too bright? Xianingshang didn't stop for a second and rushed straight over with Jihua on her back. Demonis, stop! You evil and crooked people! If you don't put down the human emperor's sword, don't blame us for being merciless. People have not yet rushed up. The other Jianghu people first to mouth a demon girl direct characterization of people, so that even if accidentally killed, but also to punish the evil. Get a grip! Xianingshang whispered to herself, not expecting Jihua to hear. However, just as she said it, Jihua, in a daze, wrapped his arms around her slender neck, and there was a gasp that landed even more on her skin, tickling it. Xia Ningxiang's body stiffened, her face swooshed red, and she cursed in a low voice. You woke up a long time ago, right? You look honest, but you actually have so much heart, daring to scheme against me. Yet there was no more response behind him. Xia Ningxiang was silent for 2 seconds. She could feel the life breath of the person behind her was rapidly losing, estimating that it was not far from hiccups. How do you look at it does not look like sober, intentionally taking advantage of their appearance. Is it instinct? Xia Ningxiang sucked in her breath. Since this nerd was straddling her to take advantage of her, she didn't have to worry about falling. Even if he did fall, this fall injury would be nothing compared to his injuries, and it would still be a relief. Thinking of this, Xia Ningxiang no longer hesitated. Holding the short stick with both hands, the short stick's black gas was straight up, condensing and forming at the front and back ends, but it was a black lance. The entire body of the gun's demonic energy was condensed but not dispersed, and it was completely different from the black smoke that ran everywhere when Shirya used it before. It looked like a lance made of black iron, and it could not be seen as a demonic weapon in the slightest. Xia Ningxiang leapt high into the air and did a front flip in mid-air, the black gun flying across in accordance with the arcane trajectory. As the rhythm flashed by, the chi coalesced into a flow of tiny black dragon shapes. The black spear then stabbed straight out. Roar! The gun jerked, followed by a low growl. An extremely dense black aura gushed out from the gun and quickly gathered together to form the shape of an immense and incomparable dragon head. This dragon head was 2 to 3 meters tall. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp and pointed fangs, waving its thick and powerful claws. Just like a ferocious and brutal beast, it lunged straight towards the surrounding crowd. Look out! Ah! Several people in the front were the first to be dispersed by the black dragon, killing them on the spot, and their whole body's chi and blood were sucked away by the black chi in a matter of moments, turning them into dry corpses. The rest of the crowd that dodged away could only watch as the huge dragon with a body as black as ink meandered and swam into the distance in the blink of an eye. Trees were bent or even broken wherever they passed, and the huge dragon's claws easily tore through the earth, leaving deep gullies. As the black dragon departed, the dragon's tail swung violently, bringing up a gust of wind that caused the surrounding grass and trees to hunt, sucking people's essence blood, and the martial arts she performs are never seen before. She must be a demon girl of the devil's way. Put out the word that Jihua was rescued by a demoness and escaped into the depths of the heavenly Jade Mountain. Lure the others over. Search together as a group. Chapter 85. There they are. There were constantly people catching up to the two of them, and they were instantly stabbed by Xia Ningxiang's black spear stabbing out in succession in a matter of moments. Watch out. There's something odd about this demon girl's gun. No. Now that the pursuers were growing, the nerd was as really obvious as a torch in the darkness. Xia Ningxiang swept her eyes at the human emperor sword stuck in Jihua's waist, which had been emitting a dazzling light even in the darkness. Demon girl, look at the sword. Suddenly, a chiding sound came from the distance, followed by a sword chi sweeping out. Looking at just a mediocre sword, it shot out 40 meters of sword chi in a matter of moments. Xia Ningxiang's heart condensed, and she turned around with an open mind and raised her gun to block it, playing a crunching sound. That sword chi condenses but does not disperse. Continuous, straight to push Xia Ningxiang backward. It took 2 consecutive tree trunks to stop, and the ground had long since been plowed with deep furrows from her shoes. Xia Ningxiang's face turned white. The powerful impact caused her already suppressed injuries to be instantly suppressed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Luckily, she had Jihua on her back, or else the impact of crashing through the tree would have landed on her again, and she wouldn't have been able to hold up straight away. With that, she stepped on her feet, her figure fluttered, and she turned around and fled towards the distance. Ha! The swordsman from the party let out a sound of astonishment, and then said in a deep voice, "This demoness is not a 5th rank. She is injured. There's something odd about that black gun. It's not a mortal product that can make her take a hard hit from my sword at the 5th rank." The eyes of the surrounding people immediately became even more fiery. There were too many big hands that wanted to grab the human emperor's sword. There were too many monks and too few meat. It would be good if they could grab this black gun. Xia Ningxiang's breath was already unstable at this point, and she could only turn into the deepest part of the mountain as much as she could, and after she managed to shake off her pursuers, she put Jihua down from her back. I did not expect this guy to coma. Wrapped around her neck, hand actually wrapped very tight. Pulled half a day, did not pull down. Angry Xia Ningxiang slap on his butt. A wave. This guy's arm only loosened. Xia Ningxiang rubbed her fingers with intent, suddenly realizing that the feel of her hand just now was very good. Nope. What was I thinking? She put Kifu on the ground, and the first thing she did was tackle the most troublesome thing. This human emperor's sword that kept flashing just like a glow stick. As soon as Xia Ningxiang grabbed the human emperor's sword that was inserted in Jihua's waist, she didn't expect the sword to suddenly flash a golden light. and a stinging sensation like that of a needle coming from the scabbard forced her to let go. This nerd can grab you and run around and I'm not even allowed to touch you? Xia Ningxiang, who had rich experience in dealing with divine weapons, immediately raised her eyebrows and heckled. If you refuse me again, I'll tie you up with a rope and throw you in a cesspool. The human emperor's sword and the black rod placed on the ground trembled at the same time. One feels a deadly threat, the other recalls unpleasant memories. The human emperor's sword gently emitted two sword sounds and its light flashed. Xia Ningxiang grabbed the human emperor's sword once again, and this time, there was no rejection. She tried to pull it out first, and expectedly couldn't, so she didn't toss it and asked, "Can you collect the light on you?" The human emperor's sword didn't react. It seems that it can't. Xia Ningxiang grabbed the human emperor's sword and played with it twice, pondering, it seems that there's no need to think about it until its true owner draws the sword. Saying that, Xia Ningxiang slapped Jihua again without relieving her anger. People don't even recognize you. Why are you working so hard? Are you not worried about this weapon falling to the Liang kingdom? The palm wind fell, but when it reached Jihua's body it instantly withdrew its force, like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Thereupon Xia Ningxiang no longer delayed much. First looked on herself, wearing the same purple clothes. How to look cool. His sight then fell on the unconscious Jihua, and without saying anything, he directly tore off the hem of Jihua's robe and wrapped it around the human emperor's sword. I did not expect to pull 2 pieces or not enough. Xia Ningxiang hesitated for 2 seconds, began to pickpocket Ji-fire pants. I didn't realize that the force of this tear was a little too strong, and I could see the white thighs, and then tore down the other pant's leg. Also saw, it looks like you're wearing a pair of boxer shorts that still expose the wind. Xia Ningxiang's face was expressionless, and after sweeping 2 eyes, she wrapped these 2 sections of pant leg fabric around the human emperor's sword, finally covering the light of the human emperor's sword airtight. She then inserted the human emperor's sword back into Jihua's waist, and couldn't help but spit out blood again when she carried Jihua again. Originally this time as happy to eat melon, did not expect to actually be dragged down by this person, somehow wade through this muddy water, but also by a district of 3 products to beat spit blood. When had she ever been so wronged? And now you have to run for your life with this nerd on your back. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Pop. Another slap on Ji-fire's ass. Well, get comfortable. That demon girl is running in this direction. Search everyone. They're in the neighborhood. Not far away. Someone could already be heard yelling, and the surrounding area was even more crowded. Xia Ningxiang sucked in her breath, tightened Jihua toward her body again, and the black energy of the black rod in her hand surged, coalescing into that black gun-like shape again. I'd like to see, if I want to leave, who can stop me in this Central Plains martial arts forest? Xian Gong was running on Xia Ningxiang's body, with one hand holding the Ji-fire and the other brandishing the black spear. The whole person was like a swimming dragon rushing towards the darkness. Look out! The demon girl is here! Ah! In the darkness, there were successive screams from people, and then they lost their voices, and for a while there were continuous cries of alarm, but they couldn't discover the enemy in the dark. She's fast. The light from the human emperor's sword has disappeared, hiding in the darkness. Xia Ningxiang's combat power was in full swing, even if she couldn't use her full strength. After the demonic dragon gun kept killing and sucking blood chi to feed back to her, her injuries were briefly suppressed, and she was able to rely on her moves to easily attack and kill the crowd. She was extremely fast, often stabbing her enemies through the throat before the others realized she was there. But when the crowd chased after them, the demoness was already far away. How can she be so fast when she's still carrying someone? Why do I see white ass? As the death toll continued to rise, the fear in the hearts of the crowd began to spread, as if there was a raging baby panther in the darkness, jumping out every now and then to take a bite out of the enemy and then vanish into the darkness. Darkness is her protective color. Everyone couldn't discover exactly where this killer in the darkness was. They could just feel the killing intent that came out from time to time and couldn't be locked in the darkness. The killing intent of a mountain of corpses. Light the torches. That 3rd-grade swordsman finally couldn't withstand this pressure from the darkness and shouted loudly. A torch was lit, and for a long time in the midst of the darkness, the swordsman's eyes squinted involuntarily when the fire was lit. Roar! In the darkness, a dragon's roar resounded steeply, followed by the sound of a sharp air-breaking sound. The swordsman's heart condensed, and with martial intuition, he raised his sword in front of his body with precision. Clang! There was a crunching sound, and the tip of the gun pointed right at the sword. Almost at the same time, the demonic dragon chi energy wrapped around the body of the gun instantly changed into a black dragon, biting into the sword's body. Put! The black spear broke through the sword and pierced the swordsman's throat. The swordsman's eyes were round and full of incredulity, and when he tried to say something, there was only blood coming out of his mouth, making gurgling sounds. By the time the others rushed over, Xianingshang had already disappeared into the darkness with Jihua on her back. Looking at the body of the swordsman, the crowd was chilled for a while, and as they looked at each other, no one dared to chase after them again. Chapter 86, The Madman. Jifire was awakened by the sound of booming thunder outside and the crackling rain hitting the leaves. When he opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar cave, in which a fire had been built, and a shapely woman with her back to him, naked, was wrapping a rag around a wound in her waist that kept bleeding. Outside the cave, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and every now and then a lightning bolt crossed the sky, and under the greenish-white lightning bolt, the woman's back was as bare as jade, as if it had been carefully carved from jade without a single blemish, and there was a kind of thrilling sense of beauty just by looking at it. On her back, there were still bandages tied diagonally, vaguely with blood soaking out. That wound should be the sword saint left behind. A sword hit this first-grade expert to nurse for a half-month is still not good. It is really a rage strike. Jifire guessed. Xianingshang's movements suddenly stalled. Then she quickly wrapped her wounds and put on her purple clothes, sat back down by the fire, looked towards Jihua, whose eyes were tightly closed, and said with a light hum, "Now that you're awake, don't pretend." Only then did Jihua open his eyes and smiled weakly. "How did Miss Xia find out?" Xianingshang deflated. "You've been breathing heavily since just now, and you haven't gotten over it yet, and you've been looking at it for about a couple of minutes." "Nice. Ha?" Jifire rubbed his nose awkwardly and laughed. "It's quite nice." The movement alone caused him to cough, and the wound on his chest was oozing blood again, only now it wasn't bleeding much. Xianingshang stared at him for several moments, tutaying in wonder. Ji Gongzi is really not immortal. A normal person's heart is lost most of the time. The blood flows dry. It should have died a long time ago. You can actually still hold out until now. Even if it is the legendary cat demon with 9 lives or not as able to live as you are. Jifire smiled and looked down at his chest. The large hole in his chest was so shocking that he could see the broken heart still beating. He muttered in his heart, "You don't think about how much stamina I've added. Even though it's a hidden attribute and you can't see the exact value. But if it's inside the game, my blood bar right now is probably all red and black. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who put the curse on me was really raw, suppressing his injuries and cultivation, my heart would have grown back by now. In a sense, I really don't count as human anymore. Mr. G just has a physique that is different from the norm." Jihua smiled back. Then his gaze fell on his lower body, blinking at his 2 naked thighs and, this is? Oh. Xianingshang returned with an expressionless face. "When I brought you out, they were all aiming at you, so they busted your pants. Your reason is also too perfunctory to make up." Jihua weakly laughed. "Many thanks to Miss Xia for saving my life. I am unable to repay you." Xianingshang stared at his face and suddenly asked, "You blocked the attack for me before on purpose, didn't you? Did you realize I was hiding there long ago and lured them there? You were awake the whole time afterward, weren't you?" Jihua shook his head and said, "It is true that Mr. G did not find you." Xianingshang looked deeply at him and suddenly laughed. "I suppose so. If you found out I was there and bet your life on me saving you, you'd be crazy. A crazy person who didn't value your life at all." Jihua shook his head and laughed, his face filled with weakness. In fact, he really didn't realize that Xianingshang was there. At that time, he just randomly chose a road to run. How did he have time to discover the other party? It was only when he saw Xianingshang that he was afraid that she would run away. So he blocked that blow for her. Jihua expected that Xianingshang's nature would most likely make a move to save him. And if this girl didn't make a move, he could also rely on his monster-like hidden attributes to pull himself up and escape with serious injuries again. Even later, when Xianingshang fled on his back, he actually retained a trace of his mind, including the other party tearing his pants, which he actually knew about. It was only later that he couldn't withstand the injuries and really fell into a coma. Xianingshang was right about one thing. He was crazy. Life is a big gamble. Wouldn't it be boring if it wasn't a little crazy? "Where is this place? How long have I been out?" Jifire asked. Xianingshang lightly hummed. "Deep in the Tianjia mountain. There were too many pursuers before, so I took you to jump into the river and swam all the way here. You were out for a day and a night. No wonder I am wet." Jihua nodded and forced himself to sit up, and this action made him hurt, and his face was full of cold sweat. Xianingshang continued, "There's a monster out there, and I can't fight it, so I thought I'd find a place to hide until you woke up and then we'd talk about it in the long run." "What monster?" Jifire asked. "Half-step sect master, or a madman with a sword. My injuries are from him." Xianingshang stroked the injury on her waist and said with palpitations, "A half-step sect master? A madman with a sword?" Jihua frowned and thought, "What does he look like? With a dirty braid and 5 swords on his back, but he strikes with a sword finger. And his sword chi is on the evil side and extremely fast." Xianingshang explained. Jihua said in a deep voice. It's Sword Idiot, the top swordsman of Liang Kingdom. This person regards the sword as his life. His life is good to collect all kinds of famous swords. The 5 famous swords behind him are even more. He killed the Jianghu experts to seize them. His swordsmanship is ruthless and vicious, and his red vein sword finger is invincible. He is addicted to killing, likes to kill innocents indiscriminately, and especially likes to kill swordsmen. This man Sword Saint had mentioned before, had challenged Sword Saint earlier in the year and was beaten back. The Sword Saint had said that the Tao of the Sword Idiot was extremely broken, and if it was discovered, it would be extremely easy to lose one's life, and ultimately it would not go far. It was then that Jihua asked, if I were to encounter this person, how should I respond? So Kensei told him a little trick. Sword Fiend? I saw him strike and use finger techniques. Could it be that his swordsmanship is even more outstanding? Xianing Shang asked. That's not true. What Sword Idiot learns is sword finger. And it's learned. He actually won't use sword technique. It's just a simple collecting fetish. Before that it was even snickered at because of the name Sword Idiot who can't use sword technique. So it's an obsession in his heart. Jihua's eyes were slightly lowered. His tone gradually weakened. His injuries had been somewhat suppressed, and the curse struck again. But the path he takes should be to enter the path with obsession. To be obsessed with the sword. The more obsessed he is, the longer he will go. Half-step sect master. With demented into the Tao. Xianingshang seemed to have caught something, carefully pondered, but could not comprehend it. She nagged. Can a demented person also enter the way? No one responded. When she looked over, she saw Jihua's eyes closed tightly, his face pale, his breathing heavy, and he had already passed out again. Xianingshang was silent for 2 seconds. Her eyes fell on Jihua's face, flickering, and it was only after a moment that her eyes slightly lowered and she softly chanted, Are you a nerd, or are you just crazy? Outside the cave entrance, the thunder continued, and vaguely it seemed that someone could be heard whispering a curse. Annoying. Chapter 87, The Elemental Atlas Gourd. The rain did not abate at all during the late night hours. Xianingshang sat cross-legged next to the fire and ran her energy to heal her injuries. She had killed quite a few people, and after the magic dragon lance had fed back she was actually in a better state than before. And if she hadn't been struck with a sword finger by Sword Idiot, she would probably be able to charge out right now. It is a pity that in the Tianjia mountain delayed for so many days. Afraid of rushing out of the Tianjia mountain road are blocked by these people in the Jianghu. No matter where to go are inevitably to face the people in the Jianghu. There may be that the sword obsessed to guard on the road. If he wanted to seek the help of the White Tiger Army, this hurdle of Sword Idiot would have to be broken. But this nerd, his state Xianingshang is somewhat unintelligible. Thinking of this, Xianingshang looked toward the unconscious Jihua. That injury on his chest, he could directly see the heart beating, or a half-damaged heart. It was reasonable to say that the blood had drained out, and the heart was useless to beat anymore, and unable to transport blood. But Jihua just didn't die, and it seemed like the state stabilized after he woke up just now. This kind of terrifying body made Xianingshang really doubt if this guy was human. She'd killed demons before, and even if they were, stabbing them through the heart would make them hiccup. She knows a little bit about medicine. In the Dragon Kingdom encountered G-Fire this situation. If she is the main treatment has informed the family, and even in order to prevent the curse is contagious, will be sent directly to the crematorium. Just outrageous. Xianingshang can't even be sure until now whether Jihua saw her and deliberately pulled her down, or whether it was simply and purely. She was a little divided. Well, as he was staring and staring, Jai-Fire suddenly groaned. Xianingshang shushed her eyes and looked over. This goods. It can't be dreaming of something nasty, right? Then she saw Jai-Fire's eyes close tightly, her face tinged with an abnormal flush, and little moans coming out every now and then. Xianingshang's disdainful look became even more obvious. Her eyes swept, and she suddenly felt that it wasn't quite right. How can he dream of nasty things when his blood is gone? Can't even get engorged. Xianingshang went over, reached out and touched Jihua's forehead, and then he was angry and funny. Oh yes, high fever. A first-rate expert with a high fever? It's embarrassing to talk about it. It is estimated that it is because it was soaked in the river for a while before. Plus it was cursed by the warlock and suffered a serious injury, which led to the decline of the body's functions. Xianingshang pondered in her heart. She twisted her head to look at Kifu's feverish appearance and felt a surge of joy in her heart. She didn't know if Kifu was faking it or not anyway, but it was just great to look at, and she even wanted to laugh. Anyway, it wasn't a worry at all. She hadn't died with a hole in her heart. She didn't believe that a high fever could tart someone up. If that was the case, one could only say that these days the One Piece was a little too fragile, and a fever could kill you. She figured she'd brag about it to her oldest brother for a while when she got back to Dragonland and have fun together. But come to think of it, her brother also had a fever when he was a child. And at that time the siblings were dependent on each other, and it was she who stood by for a day to guard over. After that, her brother was probably burnt out in the head, worrying every day that she was in danger when she went out, and that some white boy was near her. It's annoying as hell. Estimated to see the G-fire fever. Xiaoningshan mood is very good, also lazy to move over, just come together next to the G-fire, leisurely fiddling with the fire. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly I felt a weight on my shoulders. Xiaoningshan, you damn well took advantage of me, didn't you? Xiaoningshan used her hand to push Jihua's head over, unsuccessfully, and blood still flowed out of his mouth and landed on her shirt. Blood and water here means blood, and saliva. Xiaoningshan, pop, another crisp sound. Well, get comfortable. In the early morning, the sunlight came in from outside the cave entrance, illuminating Jihua's eyes a little raw. The softness resting on the back of his head, and the familiar scent at the tip of his nose made him want to sleep a little longer. It was just that the sunlight was so dazzling that Jihua couldn't help but open his eyes. What came into his eyes was a face that was extremely close, with hair that fell slightly as if connecting the two of them. That sleeping, breathing face with the slightest snore, the startling face, with its tiny tip of the nose, seemed to descend a little further to meet Kifu's nose. Jai-fire froze for 30 seconds, his head dangling for a few moments as a nice scent filled his nose. He then averted his eyes and landed on the rising sun, which was bright red like fire, with a bright red light that looked like it was coloring the sky red. The purple breath comes from the east. Biggie. Fortuna. Today I am the most European. For some reason, Jihua just had this feeling in his heart that his luck was now bursting at the seams. With his mind sunk into his head, Jai-fire gleefully tapped towards the long and used turntable in the corner. Rubbing, the golden banner on the turnbuckle fluttered in the wind, with a familiar line in large letters. Children and young people, 100% win. Perhaps it is because he feels that his Ochi has become better. Jihua looked at that flag, and all felt that the flag fluttered a lot faster, and there were even hidden flames burning around it. I want to draw. Jihua clenched his fist and swung it fiercely. This stuff is like pokies. It's easy to get on top. The golden carousel rotated crazily, its speed getting faster and faster. Even the pointer rubbed and jumped non-stop, as if it was going to turn out sparks in the next second. Clang, clang, clang. As the turntable turned slower, it also made a crunching sound, as if it were forcing a jam. Jai-fire finally saw what was written on the dial. The pointer slowly came to a purple area that read, Swallow, Sky, Magic. The more Jihua recited, the more excited he became. His voice was a bit distorted in the back, and his blood pressure was even more insanely high, though in reality his body's blood was drained. Hey, wait, only to see the carousel still slowly rotating, but at the end left that purple area, stopping on a small piece of pitch black area. That little sliver of an area was so tiny that you couldn't even read what the small print on it said. Kai-fire. System. It took several seconds before the system's prompt came ghostly late. Congratulations on drawing the reward, Elemental Atlas Gourd. Item, Elemental Atlas Gourd. Grade, none. Description, 1 copy of Elemental Atlas Dao Rhyme hidden inside. Number of times used, 0/1. Jai-fire opened his mouth slightly, suddenly feeling as if he had drawn the unthinkable. The carousel quickly disappeared and changed into a vermilion gourd that landed in front of Jihua. How is this thing going to work? Jihua pointed the mouth of the gourd at himself, and suddenly a breath body erupted from it, instantly entering Jihua's mind. Ding! Detected the Gongfu Elemental Atlas. Do you study? Warning, this technique exceeds the current world limitations. If forced to learn it, it will easily cause unknown effects. Warning, this technique exceeds the current world limitations. If forced to learn it, it will easily cause unknown effects. Warning, this technique exceeds the current world limitations. If forced to learn it, it will easily cause unknown effects. 3 bright red warnings popped up frantically in a row, causing Jihua's heart to skip a beat and a heartbeat of weakness for no reason. He was silent for 2 seconds. His face suddenly swept out a bright smile. If the little brown sugar is here, looking at this smile, surely we'll be able to stay away from Jihua. This is to commit insanity. In that case, Jihua smiled and looked into the void, as if he was looking into the eyes of the unknowable, unseeable, unviewable, unthinkable being. Then let me face the winds of destiny head-on. Confirm study. Chapter 88 Heavenly Lock Opening. Confirm study. The voice swept through the nothingness, and in an instant, it seemed that countless unknown existences had cast their sights towards this nothingness. The system was silent for a few seconds before the prompt came. Application to study the Elemental Atlas? Is it granted? Jai-fire blinked. What the hell? Didn't I say I was going to learn? Why do I still have to agree? He was about to open his mouth when it suddenly dawned on him that it wasn't a question for him. In the void, Light and shadows crisscrossed and shifted, and there vaguely seemed to be someone letting out a gloating laugh. It took a few more moments for the system alert to come through. Unanimous vote. Now imparting the elemental atlas to the divine ordered. For some reason, Jihua always felt that ever since he drew this thing, the system's prompts all had a bit of a ghostly flavor to them. And this time the system gave a bit too much information about the prompt. Hint, the Gong method elemental atlas has been unlocked. The technique has 8 layers, and it has been determined that learning the first layer requires 2,000,000 cultivation value. Hint, insufficient cultivation value. Unable to cultivate. How much? Why don't you go grab it? Jihua stared wide-eyed and cursed. This thing also costs 2 million points? I didn't have the preconditions for my big brother's one before, and I don't have them for this one either? Hint, the host of this technique possesses sufficient authority, and the cultivation value of this technique has been halved due to the host's undertaking of heaven's mandate. Kai fire. So it takes 4 million layers to cultivate this thing originally? Jihua sucked in a breath. Somewhat dumbfounded. When did cultivation value become so worthless? Nowadays, demons and evil spirits are rampant. We suggest that the host kills more demons to return a clear sky to this place. Jihua looked oddly into the nothingness. He could feel that those prying eyes from before had long since moved away, and now there was only his own system in this nothingness. It just seemed that this system was restricted in some way, unable to give much information and could only give hints like this. That pretty much means, you'd better hurry up and kill the demon. That stuff is worth money. Otherwise you won't be able to afford to practice this technique. Jihua had killed a wolf demon before, and it did earn much more points than killing. Could it be that the system advocated killing demons from the start? It's just that he didn't realize it because he killed less? But demonic rampage? Jihua was a little surprised. Not just a demon in the capital city. The other demons he did not find. What's an evil spirit? I've never heard of this stuff. Is it a reference to PPO? Is that a hint from the system too? Jihua shook his head. No longer thinking about this, he looked towards the more than 1.3 million cultivation value he had saved up again during this period of time, and then looked at the 10 consecutive draws that he had saved up enough to draw many times for his killings, and took advantage of the fact that the current state of the O Huang hadn't passed yet, and viciously said, I want to smoke 10 times, draw 10 times, draw 10 times. A turntable appeared in the void and spun wildly. Congratulations on drawing, cultivation value plus 999, cultivation value plus 98,999, cultivation value plus 988, cultivation value plus 3,988, cultivation value plus 4,988, cultivation value plus 6,988, cultivation value plus 9,988, cultivation value plus 213, cultivation value plus 50, flowers plus 1. Hint, the first level of the Gongfu Elemental Atlas has been learned. Grade, insufficient authority. Description, within the elements. Jihua suddenly opened his eyes, rubbed himself up and sat up, and crossed his legs. This movement startled Xianingshang and she was about to say something, but when she saw Jihua's appearance, she stopped her words. Only Jihua's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was pregnant with an unspeakable aura. Immediately afterward, Xianingshang's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that the wound on Jihua's chest, where he could see the sunlight behind him, was actually rapidly healing at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The flesh at the wound was even forced out of the dark red blood, and just as these bruises appeared, they instantly evaporated, and in a trance some human faces could be seen wailing in pain. Just by transporting energy, he forced out the spell of the warlock. Xianingshang's heart was amazed. At the same time, the blue sky suddenly glowed with a haze. The light as brilliant as the aurora borealis, and like the skirt of a goddess, it caused waves. Then, the skirts broke apart, turning into layers of broken clouds, bright red like blood under the light of the rising sun, as bright red as blood. Excalibur Villa, Back Mountain. The sword saint looked up at the sky in shock and, Skylock, open. The shackles within him that had not been able to take a step closer for a long time suddenly loosened a tiny bit. Capotul. The state master had a stoic face. Similarly looking at the haze in the sky, Li Ji quickly came and asked, Father, this heavenly sign, do you see anything? The state master's lips moved, looking at Li Ji with eyes full of pain and reluctance, shaking his head. I can't see anything. How can? But wherever there is a great change in heaven and earth, as long as there is a prophetic ability of people can more or less find something. Unless, said here, Li Ji suddenly closed his mouth, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning. The state master smiled sagely, waved his robe, and said frankly, unless the end is near and life is short. He looked at the sky and sighed with a low laugh. This magnificent future is finally not going to be with me. Xingui Gong Mansion. Mr. Wen quickly walked over with a look of panic on his face. And just as he entered the small courtyard, he saw Ji Junhong with his hands behind his back, facing the rising sun. The sunlight fell on him with a vague golden sheen and majesty. When Ji Junhong turned back with a smile, the golden dragon in the corner of his eye flickered and disappeared. What's wrong? Mr. Man came back to his senses and hurriedly said, the sky has changed. It's changed. Ji Junhong smiled. I know. The shackles are off. Mr. Wen quickly said, I don't know who has touched the taboo, causing heaven and earth to unlock the shackles, and the world will definitely be in chaos in the future. This, Ji Junhong looked at the sky with an inexplicable odd smile on his face. For some reason, I always feel that it was made by the fire sun. Second sun? Mr. Wen glanced at Ji Junhong, and in his heart, he said, Master, although I know you think highly of your second son, not everything that happens is related to him. Ji Junhong asked, is there any news of Firechild? Mr. Man shook his head. No news yet. You can poke around towards the heavenly Jedi Mountain. Ji Junhong said. The vision of the human emperor's sword from before was also in that direction. Mr. Wen sighed. The heavenly Jade Mountain is too far away from the capital. Even if there is any news from there, it would be difficult for us to receive it first. Mr. Wen asked again. Master, since you can sense the human emperor sword, why didn't you recall it? Ji Junhong blinked and suddenly revealed a light smile. Seeing the smile, Mr. Wen's heart thumped, only to hear Ji Junhong laugh, because I have a feeling that the sword of the human emperor is in the hands of Firechild, and he might need it. Well, as long as anything happens, it's all related to the second prince chanting. Mr. Wen muttered helplessly in his heart. Also in the Zhengui Gongfu, General Fei Xiong stood in front of the window, similarly looking at the sky for a long time. His back appeared hunched over. He knew what the celestial sign meant, he just couldn't feel it. This flying bear general finally retired from that level back then. Chapter 89, The Ground. As the last drop of bruised blood was squeezed out and the chest injury quickly recovered, the aura on Ji Hua's body was rapidly rising before he touched a barrier. The barrier was incredibly hard, and despite how raging his power to impact the barrier was, he just couldn't break through it. After several attempts, Jifire gave up in dismay. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if the whole world had become different. The sunlight, the air, the grass, trees, bamboo and rocks outside, all became more visible. Especially with this land under his ass, there was a sense of intimacy. The first layer of the elemental atlas? The name is only a simple word Earth. Ji Hua felt that he only learned half of this Earth. The second layer is estimated to complete the other half of the Earth. You, Patriarch now? Xianingshang asked doubtfully. She always felt that Ji Hua had become different somewhere, but it wasn't like the aura of a zone master. Ji Hua shook his head. Patriarch is really hard to reach. I just had a breakthrough in my martial arts. Xianingshang said enviously. To be able to directly get rid of a warlock's curse with a breakthrough in martial arts is already surpassing many people in the world. Ji Hua smiled. He was now in full status and had an additional elemental atlas. He just didn't know what this feat actually did. It was inexplicable that there wasn't even an instruction manual or moves in it. He reached out and took out the human emperor's sword from his waist, first glancing at the tightly wrapped cloth, his eyes sweeping towards Xianingshang, who in turn looked at the top of the cave, as if there was something interesting there. Jifire untied the cloth, then grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled upward with all his might. Buzz buzz buzz. The body of the sword trembled and flashed with dazzling golden light, but the hilt was still stuck in the body of the sword. There was not the slightest sign of pulling it out. With a hint of shock on his face, Jifire looked at the ground oddly. The human emperor's sword pulled out not within his expectations. Just what he did not expect is that, with his own force, always feel the ground has a force straight to his body, but also let himself use far more than before the force. Within the element, turns out to mean this, but there's no way for me to break through to Sovereign. I was just infinitely close to being a Zongshur before, and I'm still close to being a Zongshur now. There's a half-step master waiting for me outside. How am I supposed to fight someone who has comprehended the Tao? Asshole. Is this the technique that was exchanged for 2 million cultivation values? Abominable. Refund. Ji Hua's heart was full of resentment. For the sake of this elemental atlas, he could be said to have drained all the points he had accumulated. And it was only with the blessing of Ochi that he had reached exactly 2 million cultivation values and learned the first layer. Now he can be said to be very poor. And there is a kind of social animal that just pays his salary, has a big meal, and then goes to a health club in a hurry and adds bells. And the next day, he is so poor that he can only eat noodles and clear soup. He let go of his hand, and the light of the human emperor's sword instantly dimmed by a few points, presumably because he was tired. Ji Hua blinked, and suddenly quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword again and pulled it out with force. The human emperor's sword glowed again. the sword trembled again, and the scabbard was still stuck dead, unable to be pulled out. Jihua let go of his hand, and the human emperor's sword dimmed once again. Jihua and Double quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword, and Double pulled it out. The human emperor's sword suddenly emitted a more dazzling light, and dead covered the scabbard. Xia Ningxiang. For some reason, she always felt that this nerd was molesting the human emperor's sword. Fine. Jihua was disinterested and threw the human emperor's sword to the ground. The sword fluttered twice. The light was only less than a tenth of what it had been before, and it was lying dead. Miss Xia, how are you recovering from your injuries now? Jihua asked. Xia Ningxiang shook her head. It's better than before. Just if I were to deal with sword idiot, then don't even think about it. Jihua hesitated for 2 seconds and asked tentatively, why don't I try to heal your wounds? Xia Ningxiang looked at him with a smile. Are you sure? That has a lot of meanings. Pretty much you know how I'm hurt. I know you know I'm hurt. You know I'm hurt. Jihua laughed frankly. We are both grasshoppers on the same rope. What else is there to be sure about? He was indeed honest. Anyway, if he went out, Xia Ningxiang could just find a corner to recuperate her injuries. And it wasn't that bad. In that case, you do it then. Xia Ningxiang turned around, her back facing him, and reached out to run her hair in front of her body, revealing her back and long, sleek neck. Jihua sat cross-legged behind her, reaching out to press his hand against her back, and even through his clothes, he could still feel the other woman's warm body heat and soft touch, suppressing the flirtation in his heart. Jihua transported his energy to probe into the other party's body, and at the same time, he once again felt that the power from the earth was entering him from under his buttocks, and then transmitted to Xia Ningxiang's body, rapidly healing the other party's injuries. What kind of martial arts is this elemental atlas? It is simply outrageous. Jihua's heart marveled. Immediately afterward, he felt a trace of resistance. It was the sword intent attached to the wound. The hallowed, majestic, irresistible, unstoppable sword intent. This sword intent traveled along the wounds in the other party's strange meridians and veins, like countless tiny long swords constantly cutting the other party's body and blocking the healing. Is this the great anger strike of the sword saint mantle? It is really terrifying. Jihua was stunned in his heart, and then his line of sight fell on Xia Ningxiang's bare neck. If it is unusual people hit this wound, afraid of every step will be pain incomparable. She actually insisted on so long as nothing, but also back me all kinds of dry fights. Firmness of heart, rare in life. What is Mr. G looking at me for? Xia Ningxiang didn't turn around, just a ghostly voice came out, with a feeling that seemed real. Jihua laughed. I'm just a little impressed that Miss Xia is still able to run around after such a serious injury. If it were me, I would have to lie in bed for half a year to recuperate. Xia Ningxiang smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth. You're simply trying to be lazy and lie flat. The women of our dragon kingdom have always been strong and independent. Unlike the men of your central plains, who can grunt for half a day for even a single whimper. I always feel like you are implying something. Jihua is a little embarrassed and subconsciously asked, what about you dragon kingdom men? Xia Ningxiang was silent for 2 seconds and sullenly returned. The same. It seems to be strong and independent as well. Jifire thought to himself. He collected his mind and integrated his internal energy into the sword saint's sword intent and tried to expel it. But he didn't expect that the sword intent, after sensing Jihua's internal energy, froze for 2 seconds and then retreated of its own accord, easily dissolving away. It's like the sword saint mantle agreed with me to do so. Strange. The sword saint's sword given by Hobaishi before, and the sword saint's sword that I took the jade pendant to hit. I have the feeling that it is the sword saint's consciousness that descended personally. Could it be that all of the sword intent of the sword saint's mantle was connected to his original body? Was it a feature of the heavens will sword technique? Or were all the patriarchs capable of such outrageous things? Jihua wasn't too sure. He just used his inner strength to quickly heal Xia Ningxiang's injuries, and with the help of the earth, the healing speed was amazing even if it wasn't as fast as when he healed. After one day, Xia Ningxiang opened her eyes. A black aura flashed in her eyes. The injuries that she had tossed and turned for a long time were finally healed. Even her strength was completely restored. She tried to feel the barrier. And, well, it was still impenetrable. How could not cross? Jihua withdrew his internal energy, and after a day of running his energy to heal his wounds, he actually didn't get tired at all. Even his internal energy was constantly replenished from the earth. Thank you, Mr. G. Xia Ningxiang got up and stretched comfortably. Her face had returned to normal. Then she smiled brightly at Jihua. Jifire smiled and looked out of the cave. Since Miss Xia has also recovered, let's go to the edge of the heavenly Jedi mountain. The two of us together even if we can't fight against the sword idiot. Running should be no problem. Xia Ningxiang asked. It takes about a day to get from here to the edge of the heavenly Jedi mountain. Before, we had to hide in because we were injured. plus the paths out of the heavenly Jedi Mountain were all rugged and difficult to climb. Now that we have all recovered, we already have the strength to cross the heavenly Jade Mountain range, and if we were to go over the heavenly Jade Mountain, it would only take at most 3 or 4 days, so why do we still need to fight with Sword Idiot? Jihwa looked at her with a smile. For one thing, the Sword Idiot likes to kill innocents indiscriminately, so it would be a good thing to remove them while we have the chance, or else it would be troublesome if we encounter them on the battlefield in the future. Secondly, I also want to see what a half-step sovereign really looks like. Will Miss Xia accompany Mr. Ji on this journey? A hint of wariness also flashed in Xianingshang's eyes as she laughed. In that case, my daughter will lay down her life. Chapter 90, Sir, shall we do him a favor? Great Zhou, the capital city. At the same time as the news of the old emperor's death arrived, there was also the news that the Liang kingdom had sent troops to attack the border, as well as the news that the human emperor's sword had come out of the world and was seized by Jihwa to escape into the heavenly Jade Mountain. And for a time, the courtroom was shaken. When the crown prince announces his succession, the fourth prince immediately launches a palace mutiny to fight for the throne, and the entire capital is thrown into chaos. Ha! Ji Junhong laughed out softly, looking at Mr. Wen flirtatiously. Sir, how is it? Did that human emperor's sword fall into the hands of Fire Sun? Mr. Wen reached out to wipe the non-existent false sweat, and smiled bitterly. My lord has a brilliant mind and is calculated. Mr. Wen admires it. Ji Junhong laughed. I just had this premonition and said it casually. Mr. Wen asked again. Master, now that the court is in chaos and there is even a foreign enemy invasion, what should we do? Ji Junhong leisurely said. The old emperor before he left should be all well arranged. This throne 3 or 5 days should be able to set. By the time father estimated to go on the expedition, not much problem. Mr. Wen was about to open his mouth, when he suddenly listened with his side ear. He looked into the distance. His lips moved slightly as if he was chanting something, and his complexion suddenly became grave. Ji Junhong picked up the tea, flicked the leaves and took a slow sip. After a few moments, Mr. Man recovered and hurriedly said, My lord, the latest information. The Liang Kingdom master made a move to severely injure the second duke. The second duke summoned the Sword Saint's sword intent to decapitate the Liang Kingdom master, and then even decapitated 2 first-grade masters, fell into a coma, and was rescued by a purple-clad woman, and the 2 fled into the depths of the heavens Jade Mountain, and are currently nowhere to be found. Snapping, the teacup made a crunching sound, and the smile on Ji Junhong's face instantly converged. Frowning, shouldn't be. Fire Sun's strength, coupled with the help of the human emperor sword, would never have been in such a sorry state. You are really optimistic about the second prince, that is 2 first grade, Mr. Wen respectfully said. The problem is here. According to the rumors of the rivers and lakes, the second prince did not get the human emperor's sword to recognize the master. That sword, he cannot pull out. After saying that, he looked at his own master with an expectant face, hoping to get an explanation. What was currently happening hadn't happened for many years, and even the records about the human emperor's sword only existed in a handful of solitary ancient books. For the warlocks who wandered on the edge of metaphysics and heavenly chances, this kind of thing now was tantamount to a sense of absurdity where myths appeared in reality. The same warlock whose curiosity killed the cat, Mr. Man, who was experiencing all of this, naturally wanted to understand the inner workings of it more clearly. Even just thinking about it, there was a kind of excitement that he was going to be on the warlock wild history. What are you looking at me for? Ji Junhong innocently said. I haven't seen the human emperor's sword before either, so how could I have guessed that this was the case? Mr. Moon. However, Ji Junhong thought for 2 seconds. Can't you pull out the human emperor's sword? He stood up, the robe on his body reflecting golden lines in the sunlight, vaguely even more golden light flowing. Ji Junhong looked out in the direction of the heavenly Jade Mountain, and several tiny, swimming shadows appeared in his eyes as he opened his right hand and spoke majestically. The sword comes. After a few seconds had passed, a golden line cut a brilliant light across the sky, followed by a flash of light, only to be followed by the sound of a sharp air-breaking sound. Several figures in the capital city looked to the sky, and after noticing nothing, they withdrew their gazes and proceeded to look at the melons that were happening in the palace. When Mr. Wen blinked, he noticed that Ji Junhong had an additional golden sword in his hand, and with his eyesight, he didn't even see when the sword landed in Ji Junhong's hand. Ji Junhong held the sword in his left hand and gently stroked the hilt with his right hand, and the human emperor's sword suddenly trembled, emitting a cheerful buzzing sound. Shine! There was a crunch and a golden light. Just before half a second had passed, the golden light instantly converged again, as if nothing had happened. The human emperor's sword chime was all ready to go, and the sword was inserted back into its sheath, holding its breath for a while. How could it not be sent out? Sword of Man Emperor? Ji Junhong said gently with a smile in his eyes. Go back. That man is my brother, and I grant him the right to use you. You may fight alongside me, or you may kill with him. The human emperor's sword let out a crisp chirp as golden light flowed like water. Ji Junhong then threw himself upwards, and the human emperor's sword circled twice in front of him before disappearing into the distance as a golden thread. Mr. Wen was a bit dumbfounded. This situation was not the same as the records that had been passed down from generation to generation of warlocks. It took a few seconds before na. That's it? Aha. Ji Junhong slowly sat down again and took a sip of tea. Mr. Wen collected his thoughts and asked in a low voice. Master, now that the two dragons are fighting for the emperor, the court is unstable. Plus, once the empire is determined, the lord will inevitably go out to defend against the Liang kingdom's army. Shouldn't we do him a favor? Ji Junhong glanced at Mr. Wen and shook his head and laughed. Sir, let alone the fact that there is still the state master in the court. Even if I can kill the state master and gain the throne, how will I face my raging father in the future? This, Mr. Wen frowned. This is the topic that cannot be bypassed. Ji Junhong shook his head and said, today is indeed a good opportunity, and it is almost ready. It's just that I want to give him a chance. If this new emperor is good to the people and can let them live in peace and work in contentment, I'll be happy to be free. What I am pursuing is nothing more than a peaceful and prosperous world. He paused, and then said calmly, if this new emperor is a tyrant, even if the living souls and corpses are thousands of miles away, a certain person will sit on this sun, unify the world, and return the earth to a clear sky. Mr. Wen brushed his sleeves and bowed deeply to Ji Junhong. Mr. Man has been taught. Mr. Wen then asked, Master, in your opinion, who will be the new emperor this time? Ji Junhong didn't hesitate for a second. Prince. Mr. Wen nodded. This was generally the same as his guess. The fourth prince was far from the crown prince no matter what aspect he was in, and these days he also walks around. Occasionally and the national teacher also have exchanges. Also all think that the throne is bound to fall on the head of the crown prince. He was about to say something else when an underling had already hurried over and respectfully said, Grand Duke, his lordship has returned from the palace. He asks you to go to the study. Ji Junhong and Mr. Wen glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of strangeness in the other's eyes. Isn't it the crucial time for the two dragons to fight for the emperor? Father is not in the palace to guard. Are you really not afraid that the two emperors will start to go crazy and kill all the people cleanly? Ji Junhong didn't think much about it, so he got up and left the small courtyard. And when he came to the study, inside, Ji Xiaoxiong was quickly writing something. One or two generals of the Fei Xiong army had their tokens in their hands, and when they saw Ji Junhong coming over, they shouted hello to the Grand Duke and hurriedly left. When he came into the study, it was only father and son. Ji Junhong sensed a hint of seriousness from his father, and the entire atmosphere of the study was a bit gloomy. Ji Junhong took a breath and mentally prepared himself. He rarely saw this demeanor on his father and had no idea how serious what he was about to say next was. What's it about? There's nothing else that happened recently that would make father rush back without even guarding the palace? Ji Xiaoxiong raised his head, glanced at his eldest son, his eyes carrying complex emotions, his tone a bit ghostly, and asked in a deep voice, didn't you say that Firechild's friend in Western Sichuan introduced him to a big girl and he went back for a blind date? How come he ran away to Tianjia Mountain? I heard that he was still hanging around in the 9 Quarters Gorge before? Ji Junhong blinked. It's not. I'm ready for this, and that's all you have to say? Chapter 91, he's finally gone. This, Ji Junhong paused and now made up. It may be that the blind date was not too ideal, so he turned around in the jungle. Ji Xiaoxiong sat disheveled in his chair, with dishevelment written all over his face, like a black bear lazily basking in the sun. I thought he'd get me a daughter-in-law back this time, but I didn't realize he was out fighting. Well, father's news channel is relatively closed, plus these days have been dealing with the old emperor's affairs. Now should only get the Fire Son robbed the human emperor's sword killed the 4 sides of the news. Still do not know the Fire Son injured by the purple-clothed woman to save the matter. Ji Junhong's words reached his mouth and then retracted. It was better to let nature take its course in this kind of thing. Previously, when I heard that brat fought off many people in the 9 Quarters Gorge, and even made use of the thunder-blazing bare fist, I had always thought that it was just Jianghu rumors that couldn't do the trick. Now it seems that he has indeed learned my mastery. Ji Xiaoxiong's face full of black hairs was covered with a smile, and he smiled a lewd smile. Worthy of being my son, he really has talent. Class me. Ji Junhong was silent for a moment and asked, Father called me here to ask about this? Isn't this big enough? You hide everything from me, and now you're helping your brother hide it from me. You know I've been living with you for more than 10 years. Your brother has only been seen for how long, and now you're helping him cover up. Damn it, my heart as a father hurts so much, Ji Xiaoxiong said. The face is full of heartache expression, but also covered the heart. Ouch ouch ouch, straight call. You have a lot of drama. Ji Junhong's mouth twitched and was silent. The old father of the family reckons that he feels that the dignity and status of being a father is damaged, but unfortunately, Ji Junhong here, has not felt that the old father has any status. One more thing, Kisho Bear said casually, I'm going on a march, this afternoon, and have just told the flying bears to assemble. Ji Junhong froze and asked, so soon? The new emperor has come out? Ji Xiaoxiang paused for 2 seconds and sighed softly. It's out. Just in one morning, out of everyone's expectation. The new emperor has just been confirmed in the morning, and told me to gather my troops and set out in the afternoon. This is presumably the late emperor's last order, and there can be no delay. A trace of doubt flashed in Ji Junhong's eyes. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After 2 seconds, Ji Junhong hesitantly asked, that human emperor sword? Human emperor's sword out of the world is a major matter, no matter which emperor. Once they know that the human emperor's sword out of the world will certainly be with the chicken blood like rushing up, the new emperor is expected to be inevitable. Just what will the new emperor do with this human emperor sword? Father is going on a journey. Do we want the state master to go out and grab it? Ji Xiaoxiang Odin laughed. I heard about it. That brat snatched the human emperor sword, and now he's still making a scene in the Tianjia mountain. And since he's learned my thunder fiery bear fist, he shouldn't have any worries about his life. With that, he then heatedly laughed. Hey, the human emperor's sword was actually snatched away by this kid. Long face. Ji Junhong was silent for 2 seconds and reminded, what is the attitude of the courtside towards the human emperor's sword? Ji Xiaoxiang's face was also a bit odd as he shook his head. The new emperor didn't give any explanation. And even if a minister suggested that someone should go and contact that brat to collect the human emperor's sword, the new emperor didn't agree. Ji Junhong's brows furrowed as that feeling that something was wrong became more and more obvious. In the afternoon, Ji Xiaoxiang wore his armor and sat on the back of a tall, fiery horse, while Ji Junhong stood in front of the house with little brown sugar and watched his old father leave. Oh, Papa Bear, I want to go to war too. I can't bear to part with you. Oh, little brown sugar, 2 tears. Ji Hua raised her for so many years. Our chubby, did not expect to just go to the academy for most of the month, but thin. Originally saw the little brown sugar thin. Ji Xiaoxiang also thought to find the trouble of the school. The results of a hearing? Get it. Mr. Gas fainted 3. There are 2 nights out into the pit to feed the full. And now cannot be normal classes. Then Ji Xiaoxiang did not dare to go. And even the people of the academy to find the door. But also let Ji Junhong top. Just say that they are overworked these days. Dizziness, cold and fever, fell ill. Sugar be good. The battlefield is not a good place. Wait for Papa Bear to come back and then take you to play. You have to be good these days. Study hard and don't be angry with Mr. If you can't read, don't skip class. Sleep on the table. Eat more cafeteria food. We paid silver. We have to earn it back. Ji Xiaoxiang stroked his goddaughter. Compared to the 2 sons, or this little cotton padded no heartache, but also well behaved and lovely. Just not much of a talent for reading, but it's not a big problem. When Ji Xiaoxiang left with the people, little brown sugar turned around at once and looked at her big brother with a burning gaze. Ji Junhong helplessly spoiled. Alright, I'll give you a leave of absence from the academy side. You can go play wherever you want and pay attention to safety. Okay, thanks big brother. Little brown sugar said sweetly, then ran towards the street in a hurry. Ji Junhong laughed and shook his head, rubbing his chin. Whether it's me or Firechild, both seem to be a bit too mature. It's still little brown sugar who's this naive. That's what a normal child should be like. Little brown sugar skillfully ran to a small courtyard. Chen XXX was already waiting there. Seeing little brown sugar come over, he hurriedly took out the prepared snacks and handed them over. Little brown sugar sat prettily in her chair, happily bearing her food, and asked, what is it? Dry 30 roads. There's a town in the East China Sea that seems to be having some problems, and several of our congregants are lost. Little brown sugar asked, hasn't any news come in? The most recent news was last week, when a congregation reported that fishermen had picked up the dead body, which was not quite normal, and after that there was no news. Who is in charge of the East Sea region's Earth Fury group? Have him bring his men there, find out who did this, and then kill his entire family. Little brown sugar waved his hand indifferently, and Chen XXX nodded and was about to leave. Just then, the red paper umbrella suddenly emerged from the void, slowly spinning in circles above little brown sugar. Wait! Little brown sugar called out to Qian 30, her gaze fixed on the red paper umbrella in midair as she tentatively said, let Gone 50 take someone there? The red paper umbrellas were still hovering, faintly flickering with red light, as if they were communicating something. Quinn 30? The red paper umbrella remained unchanged. Quinn 25? Only then did the red paper umbrella flicker twice and disappear into nothingness. Xian 30 are shocked. East China Sea, that remote town is encountered what? Actually, even the red paper umbrella jumped out to show the warning. Only then did Little Brown Sugar say, call Kuan 25. Bring along Kuan 35. Well, add 5 or 6 more members of the Earth Fury group together to deal with it for insurance purposes. Yes, Chen XXX replied respectfully. Little Brown Sugar is so boring. Ji Xiaoxiong riding a high horse, just out of the capital entrance. They saw a lot of people in front of them waiting for their own. The first person is wearing civilian clothes of the new emperor. Ji Xiaoxiong dismounted from his horse and clasped his fists in salute. See, your majesty. The new emperor's pale, haggard face wore a smile that the Duke of Zhen has fought for his country this time, and it is even the first battle since I ascended the throne. So of course I must personally send off the Duke of Zhen. Ji Xiaoxiong respectfully said. Thank you, your majesty. Men, serve the wine. A eunuch brought 2 cups of wine. The new emperor picked up one of the cups. Ji Xiaoxiong picked up the other cup. May Duke Zhen fight to honor our great Zhou and return in triumph. The new emperor said with a smile and drank first. Ji Xiaoxiong similarly drank it all in one go. When Ji Xiaoxiong led his men to the Feixiong military camp, the new emperor kept watching the other party's departing figure, his smile gradually widening and grinning to the back of his ears. He's finally gone, the new emperor whispered to himself, a touch of purple appearing out of the corner of his eyes. The eunuchs behind him looked up, the same purple color appearing out of the corners of their eyes, and stood in an awkward position, displaying the same papery smile as the new emperor, with ghostly gazes. In a trance, it seemed that a flirtatious and seductive light laugh could be heard. Chapter 92 Swordful. A little ahead of time. That being said, Jihuo and Xiaoningshang had rushed for a day and had finally seen the road that led to the outside world in the heavenly Jade Mountain range. Thankfully, there are not many jungle people here. I guess there were more Jianghu people who thought that the 2 seriously injured people would not go from here, so they searched in the mountains. At the end of the road, in addition to the Jianghu people who gathered in 2s and 3s to eat and drink, there was also a person wearing a black power suit with a dirty braid, who was resting with his eyes closed. Behind his back, he carried 5 treasured swords, each one expensive at first glance, probably able to buy several hundred fine longswords used by sword saints. The man also carried these 5 swords spread out on his back, just as fancy as a peacock. Ah, it's true that he's a swordsman. The most flirtatious of the famous swordsmen is him, Ji Huo whispered. Watching indeed. Xiaoningshan looked left and right, her eyes flickering over those Jianghu people. What? Jiefire asked with a smile. Xiaoningshan smiled out of the corner of her eye. I lack a weapon that is handy. Don't you have the remnants of the magic dragon gun? Ji Huo froze, and then understood, laughed. That's good. I will help you fetch it. With that, he charged towards the crowd with great strides. As he ran faster and faster, a little bit of residual shadow appeared behind him. The earth trembled as he ran and stamped, as if echoing his movements. Immediately afterward, lightning flashed on Ji Huo's body, and a huge black bear silhouette appeared, running wildly towards the crowd with all 4 hooves on the ground. In conjunction with the trembling of the ground, it was like a maddened giant bear charging recklessly. It's Jiefire. Jiefire is here. He's healed. Run. When the Jianghu crowd looked at the 10-meter-tall raging black bear, they were all scared less and ran with their legs drawn. Earlier, I had heard that Jihuo had been seriously injured, but now that he was acting like this, where did he look injured? Want to go? It's not that easy. Jihuo laughed and blasted out with a forceful punch, and there was a flash of lightning that instantly drowned out the fleeing Jianghu people. The crowd has been blown away under the violent fist force, but also from time to time lightning strikes from the giant bear's shadow, beating the crowd's skin and flesh. The fine iron lance in the hands of one of the Jianghu people fell. Jihuo's eyes lit up, and with a grab of his star-absorbing hand, the lance instantly fell into his hands, and then he threw it back. Miss Xia, take the gun. Xiaoningshang followed closely behind him, flipping over and leaping up, catching the lance and dancing a beautiful gunflower. Looking at Jihuo with a smile. How did you know I was good with a gun? Jihuo laughed. For a woman like you, making a gun is the only way to show a woman's valor. Xiaoningshang spat lightly and jumped into the crowd, first turning her spear around to block the arching hands of the crowd, then sweeping her long spear across the room. She swept the crowd backwards. Good shot, Jiefire praised. You are the comic relief. Right. Xiaoningshang slightly skimmed her mouth. Really want to say this out. The Jianghu people who surrounded were killed by the 2 men and fled. Not a few moments had cleared the field clean. Sitting at the end of the intersection, Sword Idiot had opened his eyes from the moment Jihuo appeared, his eyes staring greedily and hungrily at Jihuo's loins, the same as an old man who had been locked up in prison for years seeing an alpaca. At Jihuo's waist, even though it was wrapped in a strip of cloth, Jianji still recognized it at a glance. It's the flavor of a sword. The flavor of a famous sword. A truly famous sword. Sword mouth na na na. His eyes flashed with a trace of mesmerization. It's an absolutely unrivaled good sword. The best sword in the world. To get it. His shoulders shook. His body kept shaking like a pendulum. And his hands danced in mid-air with him, shaking his head as if he were epileptic. And, get it. To get it. Gotta have it. As his mouth recited the words, the fingers that were scratching around suddenly shook, and a red light shot out sharply. The red-veined sword points. Jihuo only felt a sense of crisis come over him, and a fist then blasted out. Be careful, Xia Ningxiang hurriedly warned. The red light instantly collided with the fist's astral body, and after only a moment's pause, it drilled a small hole in the fist's astral body and stabbed towards Jihuo's heart. Jihuo was immediately startled and instinctively dodged the blow. The red light instantly shot into his arm, leaving an extremely deep wound. This is not even pierced. This guy's body is really like a monster. Xia Ningxiang's mouth twitched, explaining, his sword finger speed is very fast. Moreover, the power is concentrated in one point. The penetration is extremely strong. The most gripping your kind of wide-open fighting style. I was also injured by him in this way before. Good guy. This play is to break the surface with a point but it is a new idea. Jihuo twisted his neck, and the wounds on his arm quickly healed under the nourishment of the earth. Together, Jihuo immediately rushed over. Good. Xia Ningxiang ran behind Jihuo with her gun, her battle spirit raging. Bear hegemony. Jihuo let out a roar as he slapped his palm towards the front in a fierce downward direction. The giant bear behind him roared at the same time, and his palm fell straight down like a Tarzan. Jianji's body was like a jerk. His hands were dancing, but he was extremely quick to leap into mid-air, and the ground was immediately blown to smithereens by the giant bear's palm power. To sword, the greed in his eyes became more and more obvious, and he raised his hand to point it out, but at that moment, a long spear came out from behind the giant bear and stabbed Jianji's throat. Jianji hastily twisted his head to dodge, the gunpowder spewing from the tip of the gun and out landed in the distance, instantly shattering several trees. Immediately after that, the long spear swept across. However, Sword Idiot had already drifted back, sending out several sword chi in his hands in an instant towards the two men. Xia Ningxiang stepped forward, the long spear in her hand chopped and blocked in succession, but used the unloading of force to bounce these several sword chi away, and the two of them were not hurt at all. Immediately afterward, Jihuo emerged from behind Xia Ningxiang again and blasted over with a punch. The punch looked flat and unimpressive, only to suddenly turn into a huge fist astral in mid-air that was more than 3 meters tall. The body of the Sword Idiot shook. 4 or 5 sword chi in his hand suddenly shot away, but he wanted to strike through the fist deity as he did. However, Xia Ningxiang had long been hidden underneath the fist dipper. She knew in her heart that she didn't have the demon dragon gun, and in terms of destructive power alone she was far from being a match for Jihuo, the human-sized dog bear. So she concentrated on good defense, only to see her speed is extremely fast from the fist gang under the pick flying sword gas. In the sword situation is not good to dodge. Suddenly closed the gun. Speed is extremely fast, continuous stabbing out, completely blocked the retreat around the sword. A punch of boom hit Jianji head on, sending him flying out. Immediately after that, Jihuo swept his left hand, and a few more lightning bolts struck out in succession, all hitting Jianji's body. Jianji fell to the ground, his body trembling. Success! The two men's eyes lit up at the same time, not realizing that this half-step sect master would be defeated so easily. Chapter 93, I Smell a Sword. Jihuo and Xia Ningxiang glanced at each other without the slightest intention of showing any mercy, and the two of them charged in the direction of Sword Idiot again. Ha! Xia Ningxiang let out a dainty cry. The long spear in her hand waved out a gunflower in mid-air. The head of the gun under the operation of the internal force formed a black dragon-shaped chi energy, like a huge dragon that snaked and crawled, and rushed straight towards Jianji. Xia Ningxiang was driven by this move. Her speed was extremely fast and incomparable, but she was maneuvering the lance with one hand, while her other hand grabbed Jihuo's arm and pulled him into the lance as well. The two of them then sped away, driven by the huge dragon formed by the gun's momentum. Jihuo's experience in this gun momentum was very obvious. There was almost no obstruction, but the body would be driven forward by the gun momentum of this chi energy transforming into a dragon. Rather than an attacking move, it was more like a body technique, a divine and devastating shot. It seems that she should have gotten a martial art that goes with the demon dragon gun, and even without using the demon dragon gun, she can still wield this kind of gun momentum, only it is not as strong as the dragon-shaped gun momentum that she saw the other day. Jihuo observed in his heart secretly. The dragon-shaped chi energy flared its teeth and claws towards the sword on the ground, and just at this time, the fallen sword suddenly had a lazy donkey punch, and his eyes were full of madness. Sword! I want the sword. The right hand formed a sword finger and pointed. At first, this sword finger was just a dot of red aura, just like the sword chi he had sent out before. Only after leaving his hand, this red aura instantly expanded, shattering the outer layer of the dragon gun chi in the blink of an eye. The sword finger emitted a red aura and the sharp aura of the lance were separated by half a meter, frozen in midair against each other. The colliding ground immediately flew sand and rocks, and countless gusts of wind blew the surrounding trees to break. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Xianingshang's face was grave. Her left hand maintained the movement of grabbing Jihua's arm, and her right hand exerted force to maintain the movement of stabbing out the spear, maintaining the spear's strength not to dissipate, only that her arm was already trembling, and her face was even showing a little fine sweat. The gun main in the confrontation was even shattered inch by the red sword chi, making a shattering sound like that of glass. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jihua's left hand suddenly probed out and grabbed onto the gun barrel. At once, the dark black gun awning surfaced with dots of lightning, and there was a hidden roar of wild beasts, which managed to stop the momentum of shattering. The two parties were vaguely deadlocked. I want the sword. The best sword in the world. It's mine. Only mine. The sword idiot's mouth kept chanting, his eyes covered with blood, and the red aura in his hand was suddenly a few shades brighter red. Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound came from between the two. That fine gun rod but could not withstand this kind of force. Actually appeared a little crack. Almost instantly, the red aura drowned the two. With the sound of the explosion, Jihua and Xianingshang flew tens of meters backwards before they managed to land. Jihua was holding the human emperor's sword in his hand that was glittering with golden light, and it was him who had used the scabbard to block sword idiot's attack in the nick of time. The cloth that wrapped the human emperor's sword had long been shattered, but the human emperor's sword was unharmed. How did this guy suddenly become fierce? Xianingshang threw away the broken lance in her hand and ran not far away to pick up another lance on the ground. Jihua guessed. He is only a half-step sovereign. His usual power is only the peak of the first grade. As his obsession with the sword deepens, his power is also raised to the half-step sovereign realm with it, and he can already unite heaven and earth in a small degree, reaching the realm of heaven and earth being added to it. Then how can we fight? Fong didn't even put up a fight with our combined efforts. A trace of gravity flashed in Xianingshang's eyes. Don't panic. Even though I can't pull out this human emperor sword, it's still usable as a shield. Jihua held the scabbard and spun around twice. At this time, the sword is another red mango flying. Ji fired directly with the scabbard a shot. Get it? Red mango instantly be shattered. Jai Fire's eyes lit up with excitement. This thing is a lot better than a slate. Xianingshang. Ever since the appearance of the human emperor sword, sword idiot's eyes were instantly completely covered in the color of blood, and his entire person became maniacal, charging straight up. Give me the sword. You do it. Slightly, slightly, slightly. Jihua held up the human emperor's sword and said smugly, "You've been since just now, afraid that no one would not know that you're." Suddenly, the human emperor's sword flew out of Jihua's hand and disappeared into the distance as a golden thread. Kai Fire. Xianingshang. The swordsman. Jihua reached out and grasped at the nothingness, pretending that the human emperor's sword was still in his hand as the smile on his face stiffened and he winked at sword idiot. The blood in sword idiot's eyes quickly receded, and a hint of clarity appeared in his eyes as he said in an unkind tone, "Boy, who did you just call a? Wait, you can talk Ji Fire snapped, "Did I just talk?" "No." Xianingshang silently looked up at the sky, pretending that she didn't recognize this person, but just still subconsciously moved towards Jihua's side, so that if sword idiot Hongwen wanted to beat him up, she could still go up and give him a hand. "Go to hell, you little brat." A sword finger from sword idiot attacked, and Xianingshang instantly rushed over, the lance band instantly bouncing the sword energy away. His sword aura wasn't as heavy as before. Was it because he had regained his sobriety? Xianingshang wondered in her heart. Ji Fire in front of his eyes, the body shape scurried out to bring out a burst of residual shadow, appeared in the sword demented depths of a fist and blasted out. Jianji was not afraid in the slightest. A sword chi shot at him, but Jihua was a fist wind, avoiding this sword chi and punching straight at Jianji's body. The sword energy break hit Jihua's chest and blood flowed out. Swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. What kind of strength is this little monster? Did he grow up eating rice? He was pretty sure that if he were to take another punch from Jihua, he basically wouldn't be able to walk with his legs trembling. Ha 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 ha. Jihua relied on the fact that he had stepped on the earth and recovered from his injuries extremely quickly, and completely bullied people with his injury-for-injury fighting style. He ignored his injuries and grabbed Jianji's shoulders with both hands. Jianji only felt like he was being held down by a monster to death, unable to move. He frantically launched his sword chi to hit Jihua's chest, but all of these sword chi could only hit Jihua's body to the extent that he could only make half an inch of blood holes, and in turn, The pain completely aroused Jihua's ferociousness completely. Jihua had a fierce aura in his eyes, grabbing Sword Idiot's body and smashing it down towards the mountain wall not far away. His eyes swept towards Xiaoningshang in an instant, and Xiaoningshang instantly understood. The gun body turned in mid-air, quickly drawing a mysterious trajectory, and suddenly flew out of his hand in the air, transforming into a black dragon that swooped straight towards the heart of Jianji, who had been stopped dead in his tracks and was unable to move. Jianji only felt death coming head-on, the sense of threat coming from that gun, his martial intuition frantically reminding him that if he was hit by this shot, he would be dead. He struggled frantically, but by this time, he was already being smashed into the mountain wall by Jihua, and the powerful impact caused his body to stiffen for a moment. Roar! The black dragon shot suddenly. Shoo! In the sky, a sudden golden light flashed and flew rapidly. The panic and fear in Sword Idiot's eyes instantly disappeared, instantly covered by epileptic blood filaments, and his entire body transformed into a red light and disappeared. Boom! The black dragon shot down, and the mountain wall was instantly bombarded by the strong force and trembled, and the huge stones turned into smithereens. Sword! My sword! I smell a sword! Give it to me! Give it to me! Not far away, the red mango changed back into the appearance of a Sword Idiot and stood on a rock, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth wide open, and harangues flowing out of his mouth. His hands were spread wide open, madly scurrying everywhere, his body twisting like a hand-rolled dough, reddish sword chi shooting everywhere from his hands. By Ubu ringing endlessly. Chapter 94, Sending Love to the Sword. No! Why is this sword flying back again? Xiaoningshang dodged left and right, dodging Sword Idiot's crazy attacks. Estimated to be the human emperor's sword flew out and flew back again. Under the lost and found, the sword obsessed with the sword degree of obsession with the sword so that he instantly entered the state of half-step Zongshi. Each strike is mixed with the power of heaven and earth. Very fierce. Xiaoningshang in the case of not using the magic dragon gun completely do not dare to hard resistance. Thankfully, the bastard seemed to have lost his sanity again and was now shooting around like a ginseng spirit. How should I know? Jihua stood still and didn't move. The injuries on his body had already healed. It wasn't that he was too big to want to take it hard. Rather, he realized that the human emperor's sword was silently hovering in front of him, gently emitting a sword sound. A feeling welled up in Jihua's heart as he subconsciously grabbed the hilt of the human emperor's sword. Golden streams of light flowed over the scabbard as if it were all one. Jihua suddenly took the scabbard in his left hand and placed it at his waist, while his right hand grabbed the hilt. In a flash, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped. The leaves that had been whirring also suddenly stopped. The intensive attacks disappeared, and Sword Idiot stared at Jihua dead in the face, but stopped moving without realizing it. Xiaoningshang held her breath, watching Jihua's movements without blinking. Shine! A crisp sword sound, first as thin as a trickle of water, then as turbulent as a tsunami. Anon! A heavy and majestic dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. 100-foot-long golden dragon silhouette flew out of the scabbard, tumbling and soaring in the sky, emitting a dragon roar, and people in a radius of dozens of miles could clearly see the golden dragon's illusory figure. Immediately afterward, the golden dragon swooped down steeply and fell into Jihua's hands, transforming into a long sword that shimmered with golden light. Jihua danced a sword flower, the tip of the sword stabbing straight into the sky. A golden pillar of light broke through the clouds and landed on Jihua, bathed in golden light, like a sword fairy descending to earth. Xiaoningshang froze as she looked at the man in the golden pillar of light, and the remnants of the demon dragon gun hidden inside her body emitted a gust of trembling, surging with battle intent and eager to try. It's actually really him. Xiaoningshang recited in her heart. Her eyes are complex, and she doesn't know how she feels. My sword! It's mine! Jianji's pupils shrunk. His blood-red eyes were incomparably red, and several reddish sword chi shot out. Jihua suddenly looked at him, then drew his legs and rushed towards Jianji. In the face of the sword chi, he did not flash and did not avoid it. The Dao sword chi was easily chopped away by the human emperor sword, and his speed did not stagnate in the slightest. The Sword Idiot let out a wah 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 wah. Suddenly his right hand became a sword finger, against the center of his eyebrow, and his reddish eyes actually regained a trace of clarity in this moment. When Jihua saw this scene, his heart thumped. This Sword Idiot was originally a half-step sect master under epilepsy, and as the state of epilepsy deepened, he was constantly moving towards the sect master realm. Now under the stimulation of the human emperor sword, he actually tried to recover his sanity from the epilepsy. Once he managed to find his sanity, he was afraid that it would be the time when he would break the barriers and fully ascend to the rank of sovereign. The sovereign realm. This was a realm that countless martial artists could only dream of. All the people under the sovereign master are all ants, and I don't know how many heroes and great geniuses are stuck at the threshold of the sovereign master. It is said that once one reaches this realm, they no longer belong to the realm of man, but this is a legend and cannot be counted. Anyway, Ji Xiaoxian looked quite normal, and the sword saint looked quite normal, and didn't see where it wasn't human at all. As for the warlock cleric, well, there's no standard for how this stuff is currently judged by the warlocks themselves. Seeing that Sword Idiot was about to enter this legendary realm, Ji Hua held the human emperor's sword and chopped out with a single stroke, and a golden sword she instantly shot out like a long river. However, when he was about to hit Sword Idiot, his body once again turned into red light and appeared at the other end. Transformation of reality and emptiness. The body transforms into shape. Is this the patriarch? Xiaoningshan frowned tightly and muttered. Ji Hua slashed out 2 swords in a row, and each time, Sword Idiot dodged them. There was more and more clarity in the eyes of the sword obsessed, and his mouth had gradually changed from a maniacal yelling of my sword and my sword to becoming obsessed with the sword and sending the sword to become obsessed. Send the sword to become obsessed. Towards the end, a hint of enlightenment flashed in Jianji's eyes, and the aura on his body gradually changed from maniacal to metaphysical, seemingly beginning to connect vaguely with heaven and earth. I am slow. I am loving. I am clinging. I am stupid. As these words were uttered, the infatuation in his eyes faded away as much as possible. It wasn't that he was no longer infatuated, but rather that his infatuation with the sword had turned inward from the surface. Xiaoningshan narrowed her eyes and casually threw away the broken gun in her hand that looked cheap at first glance, ready to pull out the remnants of the magic dragon gun at any time. Ji Hua was even closer to witnessing this change in Sword Idiot, favoring the fact that at the moment he was completely unable to hit his opponent. He reckoned that this was his opponent's instinct for danger when he had a seizure. Seeing that his opponent was about to complete his promotion, Ji Hua could only offer up the small trick given by the sword saint. His face was expressionless as he pulled out his left hand towards swordsman in quick succession. Wonderful hands steal the stars. 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 A piece of several times randomly wonderful hand to steal the star. Ji fire hand a pile of miscellaneous things, he casually threw, and then steal. At this moment, the Sword Idiot also knew that it had reached the critical moment. As a veteran of many years in the jungle, a glance could see that although the moves that Ji Hua was making right now were marvelous and of an extremely high rank, they did not have the slightest lethality. Therefore, he did not care, as soon as possible to complete his promotion, even if the pants were stolen. The wind blew cool, he did not care. The main fight a Mr. Face, barely come and go without attachment. These are all out-of-body things. Jianji closed his eyes. His heart kept suggesting himself, pretending to enter the sage mode, until he felt a lightness behind him. His heart thumped, and he couldn't help but look up to see Ji Hua giggling as he held his sword case, which contained the 5 famous swords he had collected over the years. Those 5 famous swords were the source of his obsession. In an instant, that infatuation instantly transformed into anger. How deep the infatuation is. How deep the hatred is. Aha! Jianji's eyes were once again red and rushed towards Ji Hua. His reason was once again pushed down. At this time, there was no infatuation in his eyes, only red warmth. Ji Hua casually threw the sword case to the ground and raised the sword up in front of him. The golden light emitted from the human emperor's sword reflecting the golden light of his eyes. Killing Heart 1 sword. Golden light flashed, and vaguely a golden dragon passed through Sword Idiot's body. Ji Hua landed behind Sword Idiot and raised the human emperor's sword in his hand. The body of the sword dripped with blood and was covered in gold, with mountains, rivers, grasses and trees carved on one side, and birds, beasts, insects and fish on the other. Good sword, Ji Hua praised, and the human emperor's sword instantly let out a crisp chirp, seemingly cheering in response. Jianji stiffened in place, then collapsed to the ground, his crazy eyes regaining a moment of clarity, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. Send your love to the sword, but the sword you love is always an external object. Ji Hua turned around and calmly said, the deeper the love, the more it hurts when you lose it. These are the original words of the sword saint. The Sword Idiot was stunned for 2 seconds, seemed to have realized something, and then he died of gas. Ji Hua remembered asking before what to do if he met a Sword Idiot, and the sword saint casually said, that's simple. When you do it, don't care about anything, just stare at the sword behind his back. As long as you casually take away a handful of them, he will immediately have his heart broken and let you do whatever you want. Chapter 95, The New Emperor. You're sick. Great Joe. The capital. The state master's mansion. The master of the state had just woken up from his nap when he received the revelation. He was shocked, immediately scanning up and down the whole body, and found that quite good. Eat well, there is no disease. Can a revelation be wrong? The master of the country did not think much. Get up and let the subordinates wait for washing. Just rubbed his face. Heart has received a revelation. Today you should be sick. No, what's wrong with me for a good reason? Blah, 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 the state master said without a good breath, only feeling that this today's revelation was somewhat inexplicable. At this time, the sky outside was still dark, but as a national teacher who clocked in on time every day, he had to get ready to prepare to go to the morning court at this point. So he sat down slowly at the dining room table, ready to dry off a few bowls before he went. Originally, he could not eat at this point, but today was the first day of the new emperor's court, so I guess he had to give a long speech, and if he did not pat his stomach first, he would be sleepy and hungry by then, and he could not yawn. The new emperor, he has to give some face. Don't go. Another revelation suddenly appeared in the back of his mind. Rather than revelation, it is explicit. The state master's brow furrowed. In previous days, even if there was a revelation, it was only a sentence, but today it appeared 3 times in a row, and it was said so bluntly. He realized that this was a revelation for him not to go to court and pretend to be sick and take a leave of absence. Could it be that the new emperor will arrange for him to do some hard work today? The state master recalled the news he had received the day before that the human emperor's sword had come out. Could it be that the new emperor, who had previously appeared to be unconcerned, had in fact already planned for him to collect the human emperor's sword? It was said that the human emperor's sword was in Jihua's hands, and that brat was in a lot of trouble. For insurance purposes, the national master pinched fingers to count their own fortune. Chrysanthemum trend is a great, just seems to be a little unclear, with a little illusory. If one were to count deeper, it would be a mist. In this case, it was either being sheltered by the dragon energy of the country's fortune, or the great powers were actively obscuring the usual such. He is a national teacher. How the things he counts are related to the national fortune. The probability is the first situation, and he is not surprised. If you want to force the fog to count, you can actually do it. It is just estimated that it will be subject to backlash and lie down for 10 days and half a month. There is no need for this. Thinking of this, the state master withdrew his hand, finished his breakfast in peace, changed into his official clothes, and slowly sat on the carriage. The wheels of the carriage rumbled and slowly drove towards the direction of the palace. Inside the court hall, the civil and military officials gathered, waiting for the morning court to begin. The 100 officials looked at the curtains placed above the main hall, blocking the view of the crowd and the new emperor, and could only vaguely rub to see the slim figure of the one sitting on the dragon chair. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what the new emperor's intentions were. Or maybe it's just that every emperor has his own style and has a special hobby? If there is something to report, if there is nothing to report, retire from the court, the eunuch said with a sharp voice. Your Majesty, the human emperor's sword has been released and is currently in the hands of Jihua. The humble minister suggests that Jihua be allowed to hand over the human emperor's sword and bless my great Zhou nation with peace and prosperity. It came. The state master had just closed his eyes and was ready to take a skillful nap when he heard a minister enter. He turned his head slightly sideways, his half-closed eyes opening a slit as he glanced at the minister who had opened his mouth. An old, matured patriarch who didn't look like a dog-trotter for the new emperor. No need to pay attention. The new emperor sat behind the curtains, looking motionless, and his flat voice came from behind the curtains, a reply that was exactly the same as the day before. Your Majesty, it is rumored that the holder of the emperor's sword will be the common lord of the world, so we must not fail to make preparations early. Even if your Majesty has no intention of holding the human emperor's sword, you still need to guard against an enemy country seizing this human emperor's sword, or else you are afraid that it will be a great danger to my great Zhou in the future. That minister added. No need to pay attention. The new emperor's voice came again, equally choppy. In his heart, the state master suddenly felt something strange for some reason. He raised his head slightly and peeked at the drapery, but unfortunately, the drapery blocked his vision, so he could only see the new emperor sitting high in the dragon chair, with his 2 arms positioned on the armrests of the dragon chair, his body sitting straight, and he couldn't see the rest of anything. A country's emperor, himself accompanied by dragon energy. The state master also dare not secretly use magic to spy. This, the minister hesitated for 2 seconds, then shook his head and retreated. Could it be that the new emperor really didn't have any interest in the human emperor's sword? The state master suddenly remembered this morning's revelation and felt a little uneasy. This is one of the worst things about fortune telling. If it is clear that it is okay, the most annoying is the kind of calculation half understood, but also cannot calculate exactly what happened. It makes one's heart itch like a cat scratching. At this time, another young civil official directly stood out and spoke. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of making this curtain cover? It has never been the case since ancient times that kings and ministers do not see each other at court meetings. He actually simply wanted to ask, and in the meantime brush up on the new emperor's favorability. Nothing else. Behind the curtains, The new emperor laughed twice in a low, quiet voice. Since the Minister of Love wants to see me, he may come up and see me. The civil official was overjoyed. What an honor to meet the new emperor in the courtroom. What a great honor. To be developed. The future career is stable. The civil official thanked him again and again, and he went up to the front. He has already thought about how to praise the new emperor in a while. Even if the new emperor has a face full of pimples this day, he will boast that the new emperor is at the age of youth, is the blessing of the great Zhou. The civil and military officials were envious when they saw that civil official come forward. The bird that chirps gets the worm. It seems that this new emperor of ours likes this kind of rashness. The civil official lifted the curtain and headed inside. At the moment of the unveiling, the state master saw the new emperor's toes, the gold-trimmed shoes, which appeared to have dark red blood on them. The state master's heart snapped, but he realized that the young civil official was standing in front of the new emperor, not moving. Just then, the civil official suddenly let out a terrified scream, rolling and crawling to rush out from behind the curtains, falling to the ground, his face pale and his eyes full of fear. The state master flicked out with one hand, and the breeze blew away the curtains, revealing the true face inside. On the dragon chair, the new emperor was as thin as a bone. His flesh and blood had been sucked dry, leaving only skin and bones, and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the crowd. His jaw was completely ripped off in a bloody mess. His tongue fell from dragging long over his chest, and his dragon robe was stained red with blood. The one who looks like this is afraid to be dead for a long time. The group of ministers were so frightened that their lips trembled and they could not walk, and they cried out in alarm. The state master cried out, "Run! Run!" The door of the main hall automatically without wind issued a bam, a loud sound, tightly closed. Miserable screams came out from within the great hall, and the woman's maniacal, flirtatious laughter could be faintly heard. Chapter 96, Swallowing the Dragon. The rushing demonic aura shot out from the Golden Palace, spreading rapidly like a plague, sweeping the entire capital in the twinkling of an eye. Mr. Man looked up suddenly, his eyes flashing. He saw it, and the huge dragon hovering over the capital let out a guttural wail as several fluffy purple tails wagged and wrapped around it in a death grip. Immediately afterward, a hideous demonic beast silhouette appeared and opened its bloody mouth, biting off the neck of the dragon and devouring it. Not good. Hatchetting the magpie's nest. A great demon usurping the throne. Mr. Wen's face changed drastically and he hurriedly ran towards the Zhen Guo mansion. That great demon is going to devour the great Zhou's national fortune, replace the emperor, and use the chi and blood of countless great Zhou people to accomplish the climate. At that time, there will definitely be countless corpses and bones, and the people will be devastated. Damn! By the looks of this, it has succeeded in usurping the throne. It's bound to be in the palace. How the hell did it do that? Something wrong with the new emperor? Mr. Man ran in a hurry, sweating profusely. Suddenly, his vision went into a trance, and the memories of the great demon in his mind were being rapidly modified. The art of charm. It wants to tamper with everyone's memories and turn the capital into a party of demonic domains. The master must be informed. The master must be informed. He's not a warlock. He can't see the truth. Mr. Wen had already rushed into the Zhen Guo mansion, hating the fact that he was on all fours and rushing towards Ji Junhong's small courtyard. I told you that you shouldn't have laid the small yard so inside. Right. It usually takes time to walk until your legs are broken, and it takes time when it matters. Mr. Man only felt the violet color in his eyes grow thicker and thicker, and his memory was already almost impossible to remember. He hurriedly bit his fingertip and wrote the word demon on his sleeve, and the small courtyard was already close at hand. Ji Junhong carried his hands behind his back and frowned at the sky, always feeling that something was not quite right. There was a vague uneasiness in his heart, but he just didn't know where it went wrong. Something seemed to have swept over him just now, and then it was swallowed up by his own gong method without even alerting the other party. Master! Mr. Wen cried out mournfully, and a large amount of snot and tears flowed from his nose. This was the result of running too fast and being too emotional, not being scared to pee. Ji Junhong turned around and asked in surprise, "Mr. Man, did something happen just now?" Mr. Wen was about to open his mouth, but his eyes were completely covered in purple, and then the purple intent merged into the bottom of his eyes, almost invisible. Mr. Man blinked, wiped his face carelessly, and said blankly, "What was I going to say?" Ji Junhong's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked with a serious expression, "Sir can think it over. I just. Mr. Wen scratched his head, puzzled. "I just came to the master because of what? What's this?" Ji Junhong pointed at Mr. Man's clothes, which were blood-stained. Mr. Wen opened it and saw the word demon scrawled in blood. Demon? Mr. Wen frowned, and then looked at his index finger, which was still bleeding. The teeth he was too familiar with. He had bitten it himself. When did I write this? How come I can't remember? Mr. Wen whispered to himself, a trace of bewilderment appearing in his eyes, followed by a purple color emerging from the corners of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, I can't remember. Forget it, I guess it's not something important. Mr. Wen laughed out loud. Ji Junhong again looked deeply at the word demon written in blood, and then looked at the indifferent Mr. Wen, his eyes slightly lowered, and said softly, Mr. Can take a look. How is the chi of this great Zhou? Chi luck? Let's see. Mr. Wen raised his head to the sky, then smiled with a wide-eyed smile. The country's fortunes are flourishing, the dragon's chi is vaguely raising its head, and the chrysanthemums are doing well, which is a sign of the country's prosperity and the people's peace. It seems that this new emperor of ours is very good for miles. I heard that when General Fei Xiong left for battle yesterday, he even gave a farewell drink at the city gates. He's a good emperor. What did you say? Ji Junhong asked as he jerked his head up. Mr. Man froze and said, I said the new emperor is a good emperor. Previous sentence. What's wrong with giving a farewell drink, my lord? Mr. Man asked. Ji Junhong pondered for a few seconds as he looked up into the mid-air again. Although he couldn't see the dragon's chi, he always felt that something wasn't right. It's nothing. Mr. Wen is quite tired these days. First rest a few more moments in your residence. There's no need to come over every day. Ji Junhong glanced at Mr. Wen again and smiled. All right, thank you master. Mr. Wen smiled and bowed, humming a little song as he strolled away. Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly downcast as he sat under the tree in silence for a long time. If the people in the shadows really want to make a move against the capital and Dragon Chi, Father is the hurdle that can't be bypassed. That's why that person would strike after Father left. There should be some changes in this capital. I'm afraid that Mr. Wen can't even believe it. Mr. Wen can't even believe it. I'm afraid that the state master is also. Only, if Father returns, how will that man face it? Unless. Ji Junhong's eyes suddenly widened and he was about to call for help, but suddenly remembered that even Mr. Wen had been hit, so he was afraid that others in the capital were not immune. At this moment, Ji Junhong suddenly realized that he was actually in isolation. He thought for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out and chortled. Sword come. In the sky, a golden line crossed the sky, and as it fell into the capital, a hint of purple barrier seemed to appear over the capital before it was broken through unhindered by the golden line. Purple gas churned, as if someone had noticed it, and after observing for 2 seconds and finding nothing, he puzzled and patched up the barrier. The human emperor's sword landed in Ji Junhong's hands. The sword body shook slightly, a golden light rippled, and a trace of purple gas could be seen being repelled away. Sure enough, there is a problem. Ji Junhong stroked the human emperor's sword, took out a strip of cloth, and lifted the pen to brush and write. Father in danger. After writing it he wrapped the cloth around the hilt of the human emperor's sword and whispered, Go back. This cloth must be delivered. The human emperor's sword let out a crisp sword roar and flew away as a golden light again, walking away and unhindered breaking through the purple barrier over the capital. It was just like a balloon, instantly zapping the air out of the balloon. Vaguely, there seems to be someone who roared again, constantly scanning the capital, just still found nothing, can only withdraw their gaze, and then move the demonic energy to patch up that barrier. I hope it's not too late. Ji Junhong sighed and then planned to go out for a walk to see what the capital had become. Sure enough, even the subordinates of the Zhengui Gongfu, on the surface, they all seemed to be unchanged, with smiling faces, just all gave off a creepy illusion. I've heard Mr. Wen talk about a demon in the capital before. Could it be that the demon is hiding in the palace? At this point in time, I can't act rashly and startle the snakes, so I can only observe in secret. There are still 30,000 forbidden guards stationed in the capital, and the Flying Bear army has also gone to the border. I'm afraid there are still masters hiding among them. Ji Junhong was silently calculating in his heart, and then he saw little brown sugar happily walking back. This girl, even if she was confused, is still smiling this naive, back in other people's skin smile is not at all the same. Ji Junhong face hangs a smile. The heavy mood is also a lot better. What time is it? And little brown sugar is out of school? Little brown sugar smiled proudly and said, Big brother, I don't know if the teachers in the academy are reading stupidly, and no one cares about me even if I skip class in front of them. Well, you can't tell Papa Bear about it. The smile on Ji Junhong's face stalled, and he looked up and down at the little brown sugar in shock. You're not affected? Little brown sugar similarly blinked and looked at Ji Junhong, secretly saying in her heart that it was bad. She thought that her eldest brother had become abnormal as well before she made such a casual remark. Ouch! Little brown sugar suddenly feels dizzy. It's over. Little brown sugar must be sick. The whole person is out of sorts. Little brown sugar suddenly covered her little head, turned around and ran. Ji Junhong didn't have the heart to say, Don't pretend. I found out. Chapter 97, Fighting at the Border. After finishing off Sword Idiot, Jihwa casually put away Sword Idiot's 5 famous swords. This was a good thing that could be given to those little brats of the Qinkuan sect in the future. The realm of the patriarch has indeed become inhuman. Xianingshang walked over and looked at the fallen Sword Idiot on the ground, her heart palpitating and a little envious. I don't know how many grade masters are stuck on the first grade. This sword obsessed with obsession into the road. If not G-Fire at the end of the chaos in his state of mind, I am afraid that it is really going to let him achieve the master. Jihua lamented. I also don't know when I'll be able to reach the sovereign realm. He still felt that the patriarchal barrier was sturdy and incomparable until now. Even though he had learned the elemental atlas now, he had even more of a feeling that if he learned it deeply, as long as I stood on the ground even if the patriarchs couldn't beat me to death. But that barrier of the sovereign master, he had always just been unable to break through. Sword Idiot was only a half-step armchair, yet he could transform into a red aura and roam around at will, which was presumed to be the power of his armchair. To be reasonable, Jai-Fire hadn't even seen how his opponent had changed until now. Sword couldn't even chop the human emperor's sword when it transformed into a red aura. It was just like actually turning into a ray of light. It was simply not martial arts. It was very metaphysical. Jihua suddenly remembered the Sword Saint. That bastard seemed to be able to give sword intent at will, and it seemed that thoughts could descend on sword intent. Could this also be the ability of a sovereign? So what's Pop's power? Turn into a black bear? Pops looks like a black bear then. If he can really turn into a black bear, Jihua has already considered whether to get a robe for Pops to play with. Put. Jihua couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. What are you thinking? Smiling so lewdly, Xianingshang asked with shushed eyes. Nothing, Jai-Fire coughed. Xianingshang slightly skimmed her mouth. And then her gaze also fell on the corpse of Jianji. She was similarly stuck on the threshold of the sect master, and to this day, she was similarly unable to break through. That said, Lao has also been stuck at this threshold for quite a while, but he swore when he went back that he had somewhat touched it, as if he had fought with the Sword Saint, and had been hit hard by him, and had some epiphanies. Damn it, I was seriously injured by the Sword Saint, too. Why didn't I feel anything? Could it be because I just ran and didn't block the Sword Saint's blow head-on? And Lao was the one who took the move head-on before running? Thinking about this, Xianingshang became a little depressed. The two of them packed up for a while and headed for the edge of the Sky Jedi Mountain. At the sight of the White Tiger Army generals guarding the border, both of them relaxed. Originally, I was just eating a melon, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. After speaking briefly with the White Tiger Army, the two of them went to an inn near the town to rest. Early the next morning, the general of the White Tiger Army approached him. Second Prince is not going to the border to take a look? That general first swept his eyes at Xianingshang, who was sitting next to him, wiggling her little feet, with a face of nothing to do, and seeing that Jihua didn't react, he then asked suspiciously. Jihua raised an eyebrow and asked, "The Liang Kingdom's army is pressing in?" "That is the case," the general said. "The capital side should have gotten the news as well, just waiting for the new emperor to be elected. General Fei Xiong should be leading the troops." Sure enough, just as the old emperor had guessed, the situation would probably go his way as well. However, the new emperor is estimated to be elected to a few days, and even if elected, this Tianjia mountain is extremely far from the capital. The news conveyance is estimated to have to 3 or 5 days, and so get the news. This melon are finished. By the way, what is the White Tiger Army's attitude towards the human emperor sword? Jihua asked again. He didn't believe that he would not receive a bit of news from the White Tiger Army when he was killing around with the human emperor sword in the Heavenly Jedi Mountain. The White Tiger Army has an ambiguous attitude towards him, so it is possible to ask if it was someone from the courtside, unless it was Pops himself coming over. Jihua was to see one and kill one. The general swept the room twice, with eyes that said, "I don't know. Human emperor sword? What human emperor sword?" Before the words fell, only a swoosh could be heard as a golden sword flew out of the bed and disappeared into the sky as a golden thread. General, Kai-Fire, Xianingshang. The atmosphere in the room was a bit odd, and after a few seconds of silence, the general's black face was suffocated in red before he finally laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, we told you, there's no such thing as the human emperor's sword." "Nothing, ha 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 ha, the second prince is so funny." Jihua also rubbed his nose awkwardly and laughed. "Yes, that's right, there is no human emperor's sword. It's all just Jianghu rumors." That's right. Jungle rumors." That general nodded his head equally vigorously. Jihua asked again, "Who is in command of the Liang Kingdom this time? Fei Lian?" If it was General Fei Lian, who was also one of the 4 great generals, then the battle would be difficult to fight, and coupled with the injuries on his old father's body, it was estimated that Jihua would still have to go to the battlefield to take a look. No, it's Du Lifu, always guarding the border. 1st grade strength. In comparison, It's not as difficult as General Fei Lian, but it's also a veteran general with courage and resourcefulness, that general said. Ji Hua nodded. Divided into the Great Zhou, Du Lifu was pretty much like a legion leader of the 4 major legions. As long as it's not Flynn, then it's not a big problem. Apparently this White Tiger Army general also felt that there was no problem, so he thought of letting Ji Hua to participate in the battle, so that he could practice and prepare in advance for receiving the Fei Xiong army in the future. Well, in the eyes of these generals, the Flying Bear army has already been inherited by Ji Hua by default. After all, he is the second person in the world who can use the Thundering Bear Fist. That general laughed and was about to open his mouth again, when suddenly another golden thread flew from the window and changed back into a golden shining sword that was off the charts at first glance. This time, the human emperor's sword didn't go into the quilt anymore. It was straight across in front of Ji Hua, and it kept shaking the hilt, as if it was showing off something. General, he was silent for 2 seconds, turned his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself, I guess I have been practicing too much lately. My body is tired, and I have some blurred eyes. How come there are mosquitoes flying all over in front of my eyes? Ji Hua looked at the cloth on the human emperor's sword and oddly untied it, and after just a couple of sweeps, his pupils instantly shrank as he recognized that it was his eldest brother's handwriting. Second Prince, is something wrong? The general asked. Ji Hua smiled and said, Please, General, prepare 2 fast horses for me, as soon as possible. The general took one look and understood, arching his hand and saying, Don't worry, Second Duke. The horse will be delivered soon. With that, he took his leave. Ji Hua looked toward Xia Ningxiang, who had nothing to do on the side, and asked, What is Miss Xia's next plan? Me? Xia Ningxiang blinked and thought about it, guessing that it was to go to the capital to look for the remnants of the demonic soldiers. But this matter is not reliable in any way. After all, the capital is guarded by the Dragon Chi of the Great Zhou, and she is not really sure that she can enter it. Actually, I don't have anything. Xia Ningxiang shrugged. Why don't you join me for some fun then? Ji Hua laughed. In his opinion, Xia Ningxiang's probability was also a first grade, and she was also holding the remnants of a demon armament, so she was a super fighter any way he looked at it. Yeah, where are you going? Xia Ningxiang casually answered. The capital wasn't necessarily accessible anyway, and now that her injuries were better, it was nice to wander around. Border fights. Jai Fire laughed. Chapter 98. Once a great demon swallowed the dragon's breath. Regarding why the human emperor's sword had sent a letter from his eldest brother, although it was unexpected, Ji Hua was not much surprised. Perhaps he had a vague premonition in his heart when he realized that the human emperor's sword suddenly flew out and came back to be pulled out by himself. It's just that eldest brother suddenly flew over with a sword. Did he discover something? Or is there some kind of change in the capital? The most recent event is probably the 2 dragons fighting for the emperor. Has the emperor already been elected? It's just that no matter how one chooses, there should be no mistake about Pops going to the border. And with eldest brother giving himself only a few words like that, odds are he wants to go to the border to meet up with Pops. In fact, Ji Hua didn't quite understand that his old man was a Zongshi, and with the contact with the sword saint these days, as well as the contact with the half-step Zongshi, Ji Hua had already understood how terrifying a Zongshi was a terrifying contraption. With a pop like that, what danger could there be? With such misgivings, after resting for a day, the 2 of them hurried towards the border between Great Zhou and Liang. In fact, it's the 2 countries' border. The border more to go, such as the Tianjia mountain even border. But the normal 2 countries' dry fight are in the vicinity of the river plain. That is the 2 countries' key road. Is a good place to dry fight robbery? At first, the 2 countries also thought of occupying this place, and then realized that even if they occupy it, it is useless. As long as they can't go deeper and occupy more places, this river plain will be easily beaten back, and it is easy to be robbed by all kinds of robberies. Later, I don't know what happened. The 2 countries used to take this place as a fighting point. Usually, I bring troops to invade. All kinds of robbery. You bring people. We fight, win and then rob. Not when the big deal is to return home. The people living here are also used to it, because no matter which country is occupied by the people, they will only rob the hoarded official food. To the people are surprisingly friendly, coupled with the fact that the climate of this place is actually a good thing. There are a lot of people living in the vicinity, so the soldiers of the 2 countries will not be able to do bullying the people's behavior. There's even a lot of intermarriage here between people from both countries. In a sense, it counts as a buffer zone. When Ji Hua knew such a place, all feel a little speechless. Theoretically the buffer zone are out. The 2 countries in fact should not be much hatred is. However, when you think about the old emperors of the 2 countries who had to drag each other along with them until their deaths, it is assumed that it is a grudge from the previous generation. So there is no judgment. Wait, Something's wrong. Xianingshang suddenly opened her mouth, and with a pull on the reins, the fiery horse stopped at once. Jiefire sniffed and likewise stopped, asking, "What's wrong?" Xianingshang rolled over and dismounted, reaching out to touch the weeds along the roadside and look at the river in the distance, pointing at the scenery and asking, "I don't really understand your climate in the Middle Kingdom, but is this normal?" Jihua dismounted and looked at the weeds, not seeing anything wrong at first, but only vaguely seeing some later. The weeds are withered. The mountains and rivers are starting to dry up. Is it all like this in the summer here in your area? Xianingshang was surprised. If you start wintering in the summer, I even suspect that the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom are making up the prosperity of the Central Plains for us in order to keep my people of the Dragon Kingdom from losing their spirit of resistance, and that this is a scam. Woman, you brainstorm a lot. Jihua did not answer, but looked at these mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, and he did feel it, like the grasses and trees were gradually dying, and even the rivers broke off. The two of them walked to the river and saw the fish lazily in the river, not looking energetic in any way. The situation seems like I've seen it in some book. Xianingshang blushed oddly and said, "It seems like it has moved the fundamentals of the country. A problem with the dragon vein?" Jihua's face was calm as he reached out and gently caressed the human emperor sword, which was lightly entwined and emitted a crisp chirping sound as if it was saying something to Jihua. However, Jihua didn't understand foreign languages, and even though the human emperor's sword was screaming and squeaking, he just didn't understand it. It shouldn't be a dragon vein. Jihua shook his head. Where the dragon vein of the Great Zhou was not to mention him, probably even the old emperor who had already hiccuped did not know. The foundation of the country, or perhaps the dragon's energy is out of whack. Previously heard the state master said, that period of time as if the capital is haunted by demons, as long as the warlock is on the street to smell the demonic aura to come. When Xianingshang heard this, she immediately snorted and laughed out. How is it possible? The dragon chi of the great country is set in the royal family, and even more so in the emperor alone 90% of the body, which can break the break and drive away the evil spirits, and 100 evils will not be invaded. How can something go wrong? She said with amusement. I've read in an ancient book before. In the past, there were demons that also wanted to hit the idea of dragon chi, only that dragon chi is inherently restraining everything, and demons can't get close to it at all. Unless what? Jihua asked curiously. He had never heard of these secret stories. Xianingshang pondered for 2 seconds and casually said, in the past, a demon thought of a way. It first charmed a prince through a secret method and made the prince a puppet, which then infiltrated the dragon's chi in a small way, and his cultivation could skyrocket by 1. Later on, that demon wanted to bring the prince to the throne through means, and if that prince succeeded in ascending to the throne, he could take his place and dove into the nest, using the dragon energy of a country to nourish the demon's body. He would achieve a supreme demon. Jaifire's heart fluttered. What happened then? That demon succeeded? How is that possible? Do you think that all my Dragon Kingdom emperors are vegetarians? Xianingshang didn't have the good sense to say. That demon had just turned the prince into an erosion when the great sorcerer priest of that generation noticed the dragon's chi moving in a different way by observing the sky at night, that the big witch priest first owned looking for a month, did not find, and then called 1,000 priests house-to-house search for 2 months, or not found, and finally really cannot do. Can only spend a large price to the secret method of asking the gods, and finally found that the prince married 18 ants. At that time the demon had already swallowed 3 months worth of minuscule dragon chi, and its Tao had soared, becoming a bit of a climate, and it came with its own law-breaking and devil-breaking, so ordinary people were no match at all, and the great witch priest cried when he was beaten. In the end, it was only when the dragon emperor heard about this and threw a shot from the royal court in a fit of rage that he stabbed the demon to death. Later on, it was also because I felt that this demon had a good idea and was thinking clearly that it was recorded by the historian as an anecdote. Jihua scared at the sound of it, only amused, and asked, that doesn't sound too hard. It's hard. Xianingshang explained seriously. A country's dragon chi is set in the emperor, unless it is directly sucked into the emperor's dragon chi. Otherwise any further sucking of the imperial family's dragon chi will be restrained by the emperor. Once the emperor strikes, he will be dead. And the emperor himself is invulnerable to all evil, so demons and devils can't get close at all. As for letting the prince succeed the throne, successive emperors are all martial arts experts and can live for many years. It's only a matter of time before an ordinary demon can even wait for the emperor to die. Even if it's even later, it should be found by the stream of warlocks in a year or 2. Then why not a smaller country? Jaifire asked again. You nerd. Xianingshang rolled her eyes in dismay. Those who dare to spy on the dragon's chi are all great demonic covers. Can they look at the tiny bit of dragon's chi of a small country? Jihua was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly asked, So it is only possible to directly infiltrate the Imperial Dragon Chi by allowing this successor to ascend to the throne within a few months after infiltrating the Imperial Dragon Chi? Otherwise, it would be easy to be discovered. That's for sure. It's just that who dares to count the lifespan of an emperor? Whoever counts will die. You can't make a game in advance and kill a country's emperor. It's as difficult as reaching the sky. And what if? Jihua asked again. We let this demon succeed in becoming the emperor? What would happen? Xianingshang's face was grave and serious. My advice is to run as far away as you can. No demon has ever made it in history. And no one knows how strong a great demon is when it gets a country's dragon energy. Chapter 99, Mr. G is a good citizen. Another thread of gold flew from the sky, and Jihua, who was riding along, casually picked up the human emperor's sword, which carried a letter. He removed the letter and let the blazing horse gallop quickly down the road, looking quickly at its contents. Oh, yeah, the whole capital is bewitched by a demon? So exciting. The others are quite normal on the surface and still manage to maintain a normal life. That is, full of praises for the emperor's goodness. Oh wow. Interesting. Right now, only eldest brother and little brown sugar were not mesmerized. Well, that's right. Since eldest brother could drive the human emperor sword, it's normal for him not to be mesmerized. As for little brown sugar, the red paper umbrella in her hand was produced by the system and its quality was guaranteed. Jihua suspected that he wouldn't necessarily be able to cut it with the human emperor sword. Jihua collected the letter, and this melon was eaten with great interest. According to his guess, the probability is that the new emperor in the capital has been topped by a demon. Although eldest brother has yet to observe just how different those who have been charmed have become, but eldest brother has even gotten up a flying sword to send a message to Pops, so I guess there's something really wrong in the capital. TSK, a great demon that swallowed the dragon's energy. How fierce must this be? Xianingshang asked curiously. Did something happen? Jihua laughed. Nothing, Great Joe is finished. Xianingshang also questioningly asked. I see you smiling happily. Ha, is it that obvious? Jiefire laughed. Xianingshang curiously said. Aren't you the son of General Fei Xiong? Why do you seem so happy that Great Joe is finished? Jiefire smiled, a hint of coldness in his eyes. And, I grew up living on the rivers and lakes. How the government is, and how the Great Joe is, I am naturally clear about it. I have seen many wandering beggars and have rescued many. Only I also know that there are more orphans without my help, starving, freezing, and being trafficked. I've seen too many things like this in my early years when I was walking the rivers and lakes. Then when I entered the capital, I wandered around a few times and realized that the capital was also like this. And so I came to know that in fact the whole of the Great Week was like this. How can I like such a great week? Xianingshang froze slightly and looked sideways at Jihua, who was sitting on a high horse. His gaze was slightly cold, and there was a certain compassion in his eyes, as if he had seen through many things of the earthly world and returned to plainness. It was the first time Xianingshang had seen Jihua speak so many words, and it was also rare to hear the other party speak like this. So, Mr. G, what you want is a peaceful world? Xianingshang asked again. Jihua shook his head and said flatly. I don't have such ambitions. I'm just an ordinary citizen. He paused for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. What remember Mao pursues is nothing more than to come and walk the streets in his leisure time, to be able to see everyone with a smile on their face, children playing in the streets, a laboring husband coming home when his wife has already prepared a good meal, and ordinary people having a reunion dinner at home. Xianingshang held her breath slightly, a certain longing in her eyes. Jihua laughed. If Mr. G were walking in the Jianghu, and all could see this kind of scenery, he would have found a stall to sit down, ordered a few skewers of barbecue, and floated a big white. Such a sight. I would like to see it. Xianingshang sighed softly, let alone the Central Plains. Even their dragon kingdom was in a mess right now, and this kind of people living in peace and happiness was something she had never seen before anyway. Jihua smiled and said, speaking of which, I'm not afraid to laugh at Miss Xia. If I hadn't suddenly been pulled to the capital, I'm afraid that in a few years I wouldn't have been able to stay up long enough to want to rise up and turn against this Great Joe. Xianingshang gave Jihua an odd look, her eyes containing a smile. That's not a good thing to say. Ha 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 ha. It's just a matter of believing it now. It can't be counted. I've never thought of revolting. Jihua laughed, then asked again. And what is it that Miss Xia is pursuing? Xianingshang reached out and pulled back her hair, smiling. If I say that what I am pursuing is the same as what Mr. G is pursuing, would Mr. G believe me? Believe? How can Mr. G not believe? Jihua laughed and galloped his horse forward. Xianingshang also swung her horsewhip, smiled and chased after her, asking flirtatiously, if Mr. G rises up, what slogan do you plan to use? It's simple. Jiefire laughed out loud. The Cthulhu sky is dead. the yellow sky is in power, the year is in the first year, and the world is blessed. Even coming up with a slogan doesn't seem like a throwaway comment. Cough. Miss Xia, don't slander Mr. G. Mr. G is a good citizen and has never thought about rebellion. When they had just arrived at the river plain, they could hear shouting and killing from afar. Jinhua glanced at the generals of the Flying Bear Army who were at the front of the group, performing chi power transformation to manifest 2 or 3 meter tall giant bears to act as meat shields, while behind them were various archers and spearmen yelling. If the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army who were at the front couldn't hold on, they would retreat and replace them with other soldiers who would change their chi energy to take their place. This kind of alternating fighting method can effectively reduce battle losses, and the Flying Bear's chi energy can protect the soldiers in front of them from being hurt. Theoretically speaking, the fighting strength of the Fei Xiong army is old and fierce. Plus the one facing is not the Tsang Wolf army commanded by General Fei Lian. It should not be too much of a problem to beat these Lianghua armies. However, at this time, the Flying Bear army is in a state of rout. On the side of Liang's army, the soldiers with the same rank are resisting the generals of the Flying Bear army. Although the one-on-one confrontation is no match for the Flying Bear army, they are also cooperating with each other, and it should not be too much of a problem for a short period of time to resist them head-on. Worse still, a Liang army is charging into the hinterland of the Flying Bear army, led by a prim and valiant general with a dirty braid on his head, 2 mustaches on his face, and a tiger's head bright silver spear, which should have the strength of a first ranking, and is presumed to be this time's great Liang Marshal Du Lifu. It was also this first great expert who charged with a group of people, and for a while, there was actually no one to stop him. There were constantly experts in the Flying Bear army who were desperately charging up, but they were all blocked away by Du Lifu. This goods simply do not love the battle, also do not want to kill the enemy as much as possible. Just to the crowd of deep rushing, angry Fei Xiong army generals hate to gnash their teeth, but the first grade masters are really rare. If you want to run, no one in the Fei Xiong army can stay down, and Durif's target, as Jaifire also saw, was none other than his own old man, Pops. Somehow, looks like he's fallen into a coma and is being carried and run by several of his own soldiers with round waists and fat bodies. On the contrary, Pop's size also appeared to be extraordinarily obvious in the Flying Bear army, and even if thrown into the crowd, he was instantly recognized. So even though the battlefield was chaotic, Dilif was still able to keep a dead eye on Pops, and could not get rid of him at all. Not quite right. The Flying Bear army that is famous on the continent shouldn't look like this. Jinhua merely swept 2 glances and realized that the strength of the Flying Bear army was completely unplayable. Xia Ningxiang mused, is it possible that the strength of the Flying Bear army is tied to the power of the commander-in-chief, such as your father's thundering fiery bear fist? And now that your father is in a coma, it will cause the power of the Flying Bear army to drop as well? Jinhua remembered that when he first met Lu Shuai, he seemed to have said something similar, that it seemed that only those who knew the thunder-blazing bear fist could really be in charge of the Fei Xiong army. Quite possibly, Jaifire agreed. Just try it. Xia Ningxiang looked at the distant Liang general Du Lifu, who was charging through the army, and grabbed Jihua's arm with one hand, while the other drew her fine lance and waved it in a subtle pattern. Let's go over there. Chapter 100, Where is the Flying Bear army? On the plains of the River Li, no matter how much the Flying Bear army blocked them, they could not stop Turif's attack. Originally, there were few first-grade experts, and it wasn't like there weren't any in Great Zhou, but the normal ones at this level were the leaders of the 4 major legions. Originally, the Flying Bear army had Ji Xiaoxiong, a patriarch, in attendance, and was not afraid of a strong attack by experts, but now I did not expect that it was the strongest link that had gone wrong. Seeing the Du Lifu holding a tiger head bright silver gun with like into no one's territory, all the generals who blocked him were picked off by his gun. There is no round of enemy. His eyes were on the verge of sparking as they stared at Ji Xiaoxiong's unconscious body, and once he got close, he might do something. What an honor it must be to defeat one of the 4 great generals on the battlefield. And no soldier could withstand the temptation anyway. Damn it, really can't I go up and have a couple moves with him? First grade is great. Lu Shuai was so anxious that cold sweat came out, rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the hilt of the knife at his waist to rush up. Old Lu, don't be impulsive. Hurry up and run. The general is important. A few others advised in succession. That's right, a few of us are still here. If we want to rush up, we should be the first ones to rush up. What's the matter with you warlocks going up? Asterisk 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 you. I forgot all about the warlock bit a long time ago. Lu Shuai cursed. It's you who forgot all about it, and now the general doesn't even see how he got hit. So what's the use of having you? Lu Shuai was about to retort, when he suddenly let out a muffled cry and said in a low voice, as a strategist come magician, it is indeed my mistake. If the general is safe this time, I'll just thank you with my death. Don't die yet. What do you guys see there? Why do I see a dragon? Bull asterisk 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 you. You're hallucinating. I didn't realize you had so little guts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It seems like a real dragon. A black dragon. Look, there's a dragon. It's chi energy transformation. A super expert. Wait, the dragon is flying towards us. In the distance, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds converged, and thunder flashed. In the midst of that dark cloud, a black dragon suddenly flew out, and as it circled in mid-air, it rushed towards the direction of the flying bear army at an extremely fast speed. Dulif merely glanced at it, suddenly remembering the information he had received earlier. His heart snapped and he shouted, "Retreat!" After saying that, he no longer even cared about this surging cavalry behind him. His body surged and quickly swept away like a meteor in the direction of the Liang army behind him. Roar! The black dragon in the distance suddenly swooped down, charging straight at this army of the Liang kingdom that was like a spike plunging straight into the flying bear army. The black dragon rushed out dozens of meters in a row before being dispersed, and the momentum of this Liang country's army rushing to kill was completely blocked by this black dragon chi. Immediately afterward, dozens of cold lights suddenly shot out from the collapsing dragon chi, but they were dots of gunshots that pierced through a dozen or so cavalrymen in a row. Looking closely, it was a shapely woman dressed in purple with a veil on her face who held a lance in both hands, and was actually charging up against this cavalry all by herself. This woman's gun method is wide open. The gun force is biting. Each swing can see a tiny dragon gun strength flying out, randomly sweeping a gun. Will be several people even with a horse directly attacked and killed. She kept her feet on the ground, charging and killing her way through, and the Liang cavalrymen who blocked her along the way were stabbed to death in almost a single glance. For a while she walked through at a fast pace, with 3 or 5 Lianghua cavalrymen dying under her guns at almost every step, at a speed comparable to mowing the lawn. Compared to the one-piece Du Lifu rush of the party, this woman's speed was not slow at all, and even vaguely pressed ahead. What a feisty woman! What exquisite marksmanship! Her marksmanship seems to be made for the battlefield. Hey guys, stop looking at that girl doll. There's a boy paper over there gawking. As one of the generals pointed it out, it was only then that the others looked at the slim black-clad man who had landed on the ground at the same time as the woman, dressed in fancy clothes. From the beginning of the party, the crowd's eyes fell on the purple-clothed woman who had killed her all the way backward, and actually didn't pay attention to the man who had fallen down with her and was standing motionless in place. That one is? Lu Shui's eyes widened. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes, and there was even a hint of trembling. Who is it? He is. Lu Shui's mouth trembled. Tell me who it is. You're trying to rush me. Yes. Lu Shui pointed at the stupidly frozen boy paper back, his fingers trembling, so excited that he said half a day. Damn it! Where's my sword? Don't stop me. I can't stand this. Right at this moment, the thunderbolts bred in the sky finally reached their limit. In the eyes of countless people, a green-colored lightning bolt suddenly fell, splitting straight onto the man. The heavens and the earth are white. That greenish-colored lightning was a continuous stream, and several lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, like a long, sinuous dragon falling straight down from the sky. Countless electric lights suddenly erupted from the man's body, rapidly expanding and intertwining and changing, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder bear. Roar! That giant bear roared up to the sky, revealing its hideous bloody mouth, both palms raised high. Lightning flashed in the huge bear's palm, just like a thunder god descending. For a moment, in this chaotic battlefield, the sudden appearance of this dozen-meter-tall thunder bear instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yes. Seeing this scene, Lu Shui became even more excited, and the rest of his words just couldn't be held back. It's the second prince! The second prince is here! The other generals had shouted out the rest of their words in excitement. In the distance, Durif, who had just run back into his own army, looked back and instantly shouted without hesitation. Sound the retreat! Sound the retreat! Run! As the crowd watched, Jihuo only felt a marvelous connection between the generals of the Flying Bear army and himself. It was like a kind of complementarity. In this army he could get the military aura boost, and the Flying Bear army could also get the same boost under his Thunder Bear fist, especially after he unfolded the Flying Bear illusion. He could clearly feel that the aura of the thousands of chi-power giant bears that were fighting suddenly rose, completely unlike the previous breathless appearance. Is this the bond between the Thundering Bear fist and the Flying Bear army? Jihuo's heart sighed with emotion, and his solemn voice said, "Where are the Flying Bears?" Violent roars like growls rolled and raged across the battlefield, completely suppressing all the noisy clamor. In. 30,000 generals of the Flying Bear army roared in unison. Chi energy transforms into form. Jihuo ordered solemnly. The more than 20,000 generals who had not yet transformed roared in unison. and blood-red chi energy instantly surfaced around them, rapidly changing into a 2 or 3 meter tall giant bear. These 30,000 giant bears were clustered around the 10 meter tall thunder bear in the center, looking as spectacular as a herd of beasts on the rampage. Even those few generals didn't hesitate to release their chi to transform on the spot, and for a while, the surroundings were full of blood-red tall bears, and only Lu Shuwei was awkwardly pestled in the center of the crowd, looking left and right, very out of place. Kill, Ji Hua ordered coldly. The thunder bears immediately let out a roar, and countless blood-red giant bears instantly charged towards the black-packed Liang Kingdom army. Chapter 101, Everything is in the plan. The battle ended in a rout for the Liang soldiers, and Ji Hua, worried about his old man's injuries, ordered the troops to withdraw without too much pursuit. Marshal, they've withdrawn, a general reported towards Turif. Turif nodded, looking out over the distant plains of the River Li, not caring in the least whether he won or lost this battle, and sighed softly. It is said that this second son of the Ji family has been able to make the thunder-blazing bear fist perfect, and he himself is even at the peak of the first grade, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. The other generals looked at each other with a hint of surprise and worry in their eyes. What should we do then? A flying bear general is hard enough to deal with, and now there's another peak first grade, who can also use the thunder-blazing bear fist. But Ji Hua, who is in charge of the flying bear army, is he not a formidable enemy of my Liang kingdom? There's not much of a problem, as long as Ji Hua hasn't become a sovereign. He is no match for Fei Lian. Du Lifu shook his head and said, even if he goes up against an enemy in the future, that's something Fei Lian should have a headache with. Several generals look at each other face to face. Come on. Although I know that Marshal you are not willing to be Fei Lian, general pressed below, but you, this paddling is also too obvious. It. Alright, withdraw the army. Let's go back to the Liang kingdom, Tolif said casually. Marshal, now that General Fei Xiong is seriously injured, it is a great opportunity to decapitate him. It is just a district of Ji Hua, and then withdraw the army. This is really, a general couldn't help but say. I almost said, even though you're here to touch the fish, you're touching the fish so obviously that I can't stand to watch. Du Lifu squinted at him and said with a straight face, currently Ji Hua's battle record in Tenjia Mountain is, one person pressed 6 first grade to fight, and also used the Sword Saint's sword intent to take out the state master, and after that, he even personally beheaded 2 first grades, and that's not counting all those. You've been able to beat him for all those times that he's been causing trouble in the Jianghu. Anyway, I can't beat it. The crowd was dumbfounded. Indeed, after these results of Ji Hua's battles spread out, the Jianghu had already categorized him as the number 1 person of the younger generation, and some people even still thought that he was already a heaven-defying demon who was invincible to him under the first grade, and a 1-for-1 change above the first grade. If the patriarch doesn't come out, who will compete? They couldn't do it anyway. If the state master of the Liang kingdom did not wave himself to death, he could still sneak around and eat Ji Hua a hand. If the emperor of the Liang kingdom didn't die, he could also do it himself. Nowadays, the Liang kingdom is left with General Fei Lian as a zongsher. Only that he is still dealing with matters in the west nowadays and can't get out of the way. So we're just going to let General Flying Bear back in? It was so hard to get him seriously injured. Someone lamented. Dulif said flatly, there is no harm in it. The late emperor had said that it would be best if he could kill General Fei Xiong in this battle. And if he couldn't, he would be allowed to go back. Everyone was stunned. And before they could say anything, Du Lifu had already stopped them. This is the late emperor's plan. Even I don't know it clearly. Just follow the plan. Yes, the crowd saluted in unison. Speaking of Ji Hua's side, after the troops were collected, he brought Xianingshang to the barracks in a hurry, and those generals looked at Ji Hua's eyes one by one, almost as if they had jumped up and hugged and kissed each other, being looked at by so many round-faced, 8-bearded, wide-waisted, fat generals with such tearful eyes. Ji Hua only felt a localized tightening, almost thinking that he had entered some strange and weird place. Second prince, the generals bowed in unison and shouted in unison. Ji Hua arched his hand and said, Generals, just now the matter right from the emergency. Ji Hua can only take over the command of the Flying Bear Army. I hope you all bear with me. The second prince is joking. You have learned the Thunder Blazing Bear Fist is the commander of the Flying Bear Army. The marshal is not there, you are the biggest. There is no such thing as the right to do things from the urgent. Who dares to object? I, old Lu, will be the first to say no. A big man with a full beard said with a smile. This is the second in command of the Flying Bear Army. Lu Deshui, who fought with Ji Xiaoxiong in the past, is Ji Xiaoxiong's hardcore brother. Lu Deshui talent is not high. By Ji Xiaoxiong all kinds of small stove open the back door plus a bunch of medicine to pour down. Only to the second grade strength, is considered to be the highest strength in the Flying Bear Army in addition to Ji Xiaoxiong. Unfortunately, Just now was all Li Fu shot flying, now waste or still seeping blood. When he spoke so, he set the matter in motion. That's just it. It's only right for the second prince to inherit the flying bear army. If it wasn't for the second prince and this girl just now, I'm afraid we would all have to account for ourselves there. Thank you, second prince, for saving my life. The other generals spoke in tongues, looking at Jihua with hot eyes, fearing that as long as Jihua nodded, they would carry him to the marshal's seat and sit down. Jihua arched his hand. Gentlemen, time is short. I'll go see what's wrong with my old man first. Ah yes, yes, yes. So excited to see the second prince. This way, second prince. Jihua and Xianingshang were flanked towards the marshal's tent camp. For Xianingshang, these generals didn't even look at her for more than a few moments. Instead their eyes glanced back and forth at Jihua, and their mouths made tsk sounds. Kai fire. Xianingshang sized up the flying bear army rather curiously. She had long heard of this army, and didn't think that this time, when she came to the Central Plains, she would have the opportunity to wander inside. As he was watching, a thin, mosquito-fly voice suddenly came from his ear. Do you have a feeling that the flying bear army isn't quite right? She glanced at Jifire in surprise. The nerd was still all smiles and chatting with the generals. She could just tell that his forehead was breaking out in a cold sweat. I feel quite good. Xianingshang similarly used her inner strength to condense her voice into a thread and set it in a voice transmission. But why do I feel like there are dangerous bases everywhere here? Nori Fire's voice came quickly. Oh, yeah? Xianingshang raised her good-looking eyebrows. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise as she gloated. If any accidents do occur, Mr. G will definitely ask me to come over to have a good look around and gain some insight. Kai Fire. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he asked, by the way, General Liu, isn't the Flying Bear Army 100,000 men? Why did only 30,000 go out in the party and the remaining 70,000 stayed behind? Lu Desui laughed bitterly, because the marshal felt that he didn't need so many flying bear troops to fight second-rate goods like Dulife. So he brought 30,000 people to charge up. I didn't expect that when people set up their formation, the marshal suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious straight away, and I couldn't find out why at all. It's the 30,000 of us diving headlong into someone else's encirclement that has created this situation. Jihua was shocked at that moment. No, is this how my old man usually fights? Lu Shuwei explained in a muffled voice. Second Prince, I used to think like this, but then I realized that the Fei Xiong army is just too fierce. There is no need for any schemes. Just charge up and do it. For so many years, I haven't suffered a single loss. They just saw your brainless reckless style, so they just set up a formation and waited for you to drill. I've seen Liang's formation, and there wasn't even a little bit of intrigue. It was just a bet that you'd charge up head-on. When Jihua saw Lu Shuwei's expression of having eaten, his heart moved and he understood and laughed. General Lu, we have already guessed about my old father's coma, and we came here for that reason. The other party made a hidden move and it happened suddenly, so there is no one to blame, so there is no need to blame yourself. The surface of LV's water showed shame as he arched his hand and said, Thank you, Second Duke. Mr. LV understands. The several generals next to him cheekily hooked their arms around Lu Shuwei's neck and laughed. Alright, little Sheetsy, there's no need to be so squirmy, since the second prince has spoken. Don't get hung up on it. Chapter 102, Miss Xia, what do you think of our muscles? The people came to the big tent. Inside there were already military doctors examining. Just look at their frowning appearance, guessing that they couldn't find out anything. If Jihua hadn't come, it was estimated that Pop's name would still be recorded in medical books and recorded as a difficult case. Jihua first looked at the appearance of his old dad. His eyes were tightly closed and his brows were furrowed, as if he was holding back something, but it was not to say that his breath was weakened. He just stayed asleep. Jihua reached out and pressed his hand on his father's hand. The elemental atlas Shen Gong was activated and probed into his father's body, and his face was suddenly shocked. There was originally a dark wound in the old man's body, and that force would hinder the internal force from operating, but the degree of hindrance was not much on weekdays, so it was no harm to just go through the years as if nothing was wrong. But now Jihua probed out that the force in Pop's body was almost blocking all the meridians, just like playing chicken blood in the meridians to swim quickly, completely disrupting Pop's original internal force operation. Even because in the body to raise for many years, the power of this dark injury is very familiar with Pop's internal force, and now it is a state of complete suppression. Even Pop's brain was eroded by this power, which caused delirium and passing out. This dark wound was caused when Pops and the others killed the big demon back then. Could it be that the one in the capital now has some connection with the big demon back then? That's what it takes to accurately detonate this demonic power inside Pops? Jihua tried to use the elemental atlas internal force to get rid of the demonic force. The effect is obvious. The internal force is very easy to get rid of the demonic force, but just after getting rid of it, there is a new demonic force brewing again. Just like getting rid of it is not finished. Jihwa tried to dispel it 2 more times and found it completely useless. Each time, just after getting rid of it, new demonic power would be born. Mr. G, do you want me to take a look? Xiaoningshan couldn't help but ask when she saw Jihwa touching it back and forth several times. His face was just like a compulsive person who brushes the toilet for half a day but just doesn't get it clean. It was then that Jihwa remembered that Xiaoningshan's medical skills seemed to be quite good, so he gave way. Xiaoningshan similarly reached into her old man's body, and in just a moment, she realized why Jihwa's face looked like that. Miss Xia, what do you think? Jihwa asked. Xiaoningshan frowned, reached out and pressed at all of Ji Xiaoxiong's internal organs, her mouth uncertain. Your father looks like he's been hit with a seed. Seeds? Jihwa understood the other party's meaning as soon as he heard it and interjected. Are you saying that there's a source inside Pops? So no matter how I get rid of the demonic chi, as long as this kind of child isn't uprooted, there will be a constant stream of demonic chi that will arise again? That should be it. Xiaoningshan reached out and proceeded to press on Ji Xiaoxiong. Guessing. I estimate that this kind of seed should have been latent for a long time, completely fused with the flesh and blood, and only suddenly erupted after being stimulated this time. And because this kind of seed is fused with the flesh and blood, it is extremely latent. So even your father was unable to find out where the seed was, and only thought that it was a dark wound that was difficult to heal. The other generals listened and scratched their ears with a feeling of uncertainty. Only Lu Shuwei listened thoughtfully and attentively. Jai Fire mused. In that case, what should be done about it? Xiaoningshan glanced at him and said, open up the abdomen and take out the seeds. The crowd was then astonished, and one of the generals asked at once, doesn't a man die when he opens his mouth? Not necessarily, General. With this physique, opening a belly shouldn't be too much of a problem. There's just never been a precedent for this kind of open heart treatment. Isn't it just surgery? Jihwa said. I have heard of this kind of means, just that I have no experience. If we're talking about experience in killing people and breaking their stomachs, he's actually quite experienced. Or those kids from the Earth Fury group seem to have a lot of experience in forcing confessions on a daily basis. So why don't we develop them as surgeons for a bit in the future? Xiaoningshan hesitated. I've done it before. In this instant, Jihwa suddenly understood why Xiaoningshan hesitated. The relationship between the two seemed to be like a friend or an enemy. Ambiguous. And now they were all just short of piercing a layer of window paper. Let her operate on Pops? What if she does it and takes a direct stab at Pop's heart? Jihwa's eyes flickered twice, sensing that his old man's aura had gradually weakened under the erosion of the demonic aura, and he was afraid that he couldn't be delayed. In that case, I will trouble Miss Xia. Jihwa smiled and arched his hand. Xiaoningshan looked deeply at Jihwa, her eyes flickering slightly before she nodded her head and said seriously, I'll do my best, and I'll trouble Lord Ji to use his inner strength to maintain General Fei Xiong's life. Good. To say that this Jihwa can be no problem at all. He just need to step on the ground. The power of the earth will be a constant influx of power into his body, channeling power into the body of the old man, so that he can survive easily. Thinking about the fact that Pops is at least his owner, there shouldn't be any fungal infections or anything like that, so as long as he gets the seeds out and relies on his body, he'll be able to recover. So without much preparation, Xiaoningshan took out a sharp knife and aimed it at her old man's belly and cut down. The knife made a cackling sound, like it was slicing through thick leather, but there wasn't even a mark. Xiaoningshan made another slight effort, this time cutting out a white mark. She pushed again and again, and then the knife clanged with a crunch and went straight to the damage alarm. Xiaoningshan. Inside the tent, the people looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Xiaoningshan's little face rose a little red, and even with the veil on, it was still possible to see that her ears instantly reddened. Lu Shuwei coughed and said, the marshal is already a patriarch and his body is as solid as a rock. Why don't we change to a sharper weapon? As soon as this was said, several other generals came to their feet. One of them dabbed and drew the large knife at his waist. Miss Xia, do you want to try with this knife? It's made of fine iron. It's incredibly sharp and guaranteed to stab the marshal through the head with a single stroke. No, another general said. That sword of yours is rusty. It's been used for years. The blade is curled. Every time you cut someone I feel like you're hitting them with an iron bar. Come man, fetch my sword. I think it's because Miss Xia's strength is too small. Another general gestured his own muscles and said with gusto, Miss Xia, how about you see me carry the sword for you? I'm old and strong. When these words were spoken, the eyes of the other generals lit up, and they hastily crowded forward and, Miss Xia, I can hold the sword for you. Miss Xia, I usually eat 8 bowls for dinner. Look at our muscles. This strength. We can cut open the general's stomach with one cut. Get out of the way. All of you. This is an important matter that should be left to me. Who is the most experienced? In terms of seniority and experience, who among you can compare to me? Relying on his second-grade strength, Lu Desui directly pulled the other generals behind him and stood at the front. Lu, your excited eyes can betray you. Lu, could you stop shaking your hands so much in your excitement? The other generals were instantly angry and wowed. As a staff officer in the army, Lu Shui's height and waistline was not at all below that of several other generals. It was just that as a warlock, he had long been squeezed to the end by these military generals. A hard ass in front of the top. Not to mention him, even a male mosquito cannot squeeze in, can only look enviously at the colleagues. Once again feel the discrimination in the Flying Bear army as a strategist. The corners of Ji Hua's mouth twitched. How come these guys were all excited like this when they heard that they had a chance to stab Pops in the back? Chapter 103, I'm not a vicious person either. Enough! Jai-Fire chortled in a deep voice. The generals shivered and stood straight up, no one daring to speak again. They looked at each other. How come when the second prince opened his mouth, he felt more intimidating than a marshal? Miss Xia. Ji Hua's eyes turned and landed on Xianingshang's face, about to say something. I didn't expect Xianingshang to give him an expressionless glare, as if to say if you grab the knife like them, I'll stab you to death. Jai-Fire scowled with a dry smile and didn't say another word. Xianingshang pondered for a moment and took out a dagger with a sheath from her bosom, and when she drew it out, it was a pitch black, lightless, black dagger that didn't look like it had been carved much. Ji Hua raised an eyebrow. He had touched the remnants of the demonic dragon gun before, and somehow, when he saw this dagger, he actually had the feeling that this dagger and the demonic dragon gun were made of the same material. Xianingshang was holding the dagger in her hand, aiming at the position she had found earlier, and with a serious expression, she plunged it down towards Ji Xiaoxiong's belly. Only a crunching sound could be heard as the dagger easily pierced through Ji Xiaoxiong's belly, followed by a pull of the dagger as blood gushed out. She drew her dagger and peeled it twice to see the flesh and organs inside. Then her brow furrowed as she quickly grabbed a long-prepared herb to put on it, and quickly wrapped a bandage around it. Ji Hua, on the other hand, operated his Shin Gong and quickly helped his old man recover from his injuries. Now that Pop's internal power was completely suppressed by demonic power, he could only rely on his own functions to heal, and was far behind Ji Hua's speed of the Shin Gong in terms of speed. Then Xianingshan was shocked to find that the wound had already scabbed over before she even tied the bandage. What a fast healing speed! He seems to be stronger than the other day. Xianingshan was shocked in her heart, so she didn't bother to tie the bandage again. And looking at the next position on Ji Xiaoxiong's body, she stabbed down with another dagger. This dagger went down, and again no seed was found, so the dagger was withdrawn, and the wound was merely pressed, and it did not take long for the wound to stop bleeding. Next she stabbed a few more times. Ji Hua could see that these knives were very precise, without the slightest injury to the internal organs, and chose the location of the party she felt on the old man's body, guessing that it was thought that the seed is the most likely place. After a few cuts, Xianingshang was already sweating. Such a delicate and nerve-wracking operation was extremely loaded for her, not to mention using this pitch-black dagger. It was just a little demoralizing to come down with a few slashes in a row and not find any seeds. None of these places were found, so it could only be in one place. Xianingshang's eyes were a little hesitant as she looked at Ji Hua and realized that Ji Hua was looking at her with a smile. She took a deep breath. Her slightly trembling hand grasped the dagger and stabbed it a little towards Ji Xiaoxiong's heart. This action startled everyone, and Lu Shuwei was about to let out a fierce scream. But in an instant, Lu Desui covered his mouth with a big hand full of black hair. Not long after the dagger was stabbed in, suddenly a sharp cry could be heard coming from Ji Xiaoxiong's heart. The sound was piercing, stimulating the eardrums of the crowd to slightly ache. Xianingshan's eyes lit up, and she no longer plunged down, but pulled down hard, cutting a thin wound. Then she peeled it off with force. Only then did the crowd see that above Ji Xiaoxiong's powerfully beating heart, but a tiny fox face had grown. This face stared at the crowd with spite, and every now and then let out a piercing scream. It's a demonic fetus. Xianingshan's face was pale and her eyes were full of exhaustion as she spoke in a serious tone to Ji Hua. I'm afraid that your father was planted with this demonic fetus many years ago, and now that the demonic fetus has been activated, if we allow it to absorb your father's essence again, I'm afraid that in a few more days, it will break through and come out. Ji Hua's eyes were slightly downcast as he asked, at this position in the heart, can it still be excised? Xianingshan frowned and scrutinized the demonic fetus, her complexion becoming more and more grave, and finally said with uncertainty, as I recall, you had a large portion of your heart pierced through before and still acted as if you were fine. Perhaps, your family's bloodline is different from the norm? Different from the norm a ghost? Oh, that is a system to lock the blood. Jihua unwillingly asked. If it is only a part of the excision? If the demonic fetus was only a little above the surface of the heart, there was still hope that he could grow Pop's heart back after removal. Xianingshang moved closer to observe, and when the demon's face saw her approaching, its mouth suddenly opened, revealing tiny, sharp teeth and grimacing at her. She had just moved up, and the face couldn't help but move forward, almost detaching itself from her heart and biting her hard on the cheek. Xianingshang hurriedly retracted her head before the demon face retracted back onto her heart with a smug look on her face. Xianingshang's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this demon face is full of writing, have the ability to you come up see I do not bite you to death. Pouncing Pop. Fox Xianingshang's eyes narrowed even smaller, just like a slit. For some reason, Jihua suddenly felt the human emperor's sword at his waist tremble gently. Go find a big rooster. Xianingshang spoke quietly. The other few generals were all stunned and were about to ask questions. Then they saw Xianingshang smiling at them, a leathery expression on her good-looking face. Why don't you go? Yes. Those few generals hurriedly nodded their heads, not daring to say anything else. Look at your little bit of interest. Jihua silently shook his head in his heart. It didn't take long for a large rooster with bright feathers to be captured, and in the meantime Pop's wounds healed twice, both times being sliced open again by Xianingshang. As soon as Xianingshang grabbed the rooster, she first used her dagger to carve an unintelligible charm on the chicken's stomach, and then wiped it on the rooster's neck. The rooster immediately let out a scream, and only then did Xianingshang let go of her hand, allowing the rooster to keep bleeding and running around in the tent. Immediately afterward, Xianingshang sat back down next to Ji Xiaoxiong, her dagger gently tapping on the edge of the bed and couch, making a crisp sound, and a raw sound coming out of her mouth, like she was murmuring softly, or like some kind of mysterious incantation. As the pounding and incantation sounds gradually accelerated, the rooster ran faster and faster, spilling rooster blood all over the tent. Jihua's nose twitched, suddenly realizing that the smell of this rooster's blood seemed to have become more than 10 times stronger. The face of the demon at Ji Xiaoxiong's heart also appeared to be struggling, and before long, it actually probed slightly, and a tiny purple fox face slowly lifted up from the heart, and its sharp nose sniffed, and its eyes were full of the color of longing. Finally, under the stimulation of the rooster's blood, the fox face kept moving out from the heart, and most of its illusory head poked out, its mouth squeaking. It was also at this moment that Xianingshang was quick on her feet, brewing black qi energy in her left hand, covering her left hand, grabbing the fox's head and forcefully ripping it from her heart. Because it was torn too quickly, the heart suddenly shrunk, and a number of torn wounds appeared on the surface, and blood flowed out. Jihua hurriedly operated his Xian Gong and quickly healed the heart. Squeak squeak squeak, that little fox kept struggling, and tried to bite Xianingshang's palm with its teeth, but the palm was attached to internal force, so its teeth couldn't bite. Xianingshang simply pulled out her black dagger and stabbed the little fox with 18 knives. The knives were fatal. Only after that was she contentedly withdrew her knife and threw the bloodied fox corpse to the ground, her eyes like water and her voice gentle. I'm not a vicious person either. Chapter 104, Growing Bigger and Stronger. What are you guys doing so far away? Xianingshang looked back at the several generals who were watching, her eyes narrowing slightly, a nice smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. These long-experienced strong men each stammered and snorted. It's nothing. I'm afraid of delaying Miss Xia's treatment. Miss Xia is a good healer. I'm impressed. Ha. This day the apocalypse needle doesn't poke haha. Old me can't help but want to recite a poem. Jihua didn't dare to look at her, and quickly restored the wound in his old man's heart, and then urged his inner strength to get rid of those demonic powers in his body. And this time after pulling out the demonic powers, finally no more demonic powers were born in his body. Even the large and small wounds on his body were rapidly healing under the physique of the patriarch. Jihua gently exhaled, withdrew his hand, wiped the non-existent sweat, and looked at Xianingshang and smiled. The latter was equally relieved, and the smile on his face turned softer as his taut nerves slackened and his already pale face went even whiter. She was actually the most tired this time, but the last few stabs had been a real blast, so she seemed to be in good spirits, and was even able to stab a few more people. Arrange a tent for Miss Xia, Jihua commanded. Yes. Miss Xia, this way please. Seeing the old man's color turn for the better, these several generals were on the verge of crying with excitement, thanking Xianingshang again and again, and Lu Desui even personally took her to rest. Second prince, what about this rooster? Lu Shuwei pointed at the rooster that was already dying on the ground. Jihua swept a glance and calmly said, find a place to bury it. Yes. Lu Shuwei held the rooster in both hands and walked out. Jihua observed another bout, saw that the old man's color was much better, and estimated that there was no big deal, so he also let the other people arrange a tent for himself. and went in to rest for a moment. Along the way, he encountered quite a few soldiers of the Flying Bear army, all of them looking at him with reverence, their eyes almost drawn. I don't know whether it was because he learned the Thunder Bear Fist or simply because he saved his father on the battlefield. However, Jihua swept his eyes and found that these Flying Bear troops were all very good in temperament, and did not seem to be affected in the slightest by the Great Demon usurping the throne and absorbing the essence of the Great Zhou's living spirit. He had also seen many of the people of Great Zhou on his way here, all of them more or less affected, their essence weakening. If we let that demon suck it down again, in less than half a year, I'm afraid that all the people of Great Zhou will be sucked clean, and Great Zhou will be completely turned into a dead country. Thinking of this, Jihua's eyes slightly drooped. This time after rescuing his old man, the capital city, he will have to go back to a trip, coupled with his old man as a patriarch. It is estimated that a fight to absorb the dragon's energy of the great demon should be enough. At least the demon was afraid of Pops before, or he wouldn't have waited until Pops left to usurp the throne. After resting in the tent for a long time, when he woke up again the sky was already dark. Jihua walked out of the tent and coincidentally saw Xiaoningshan drilling out from the tent next to him. The two looked at each other, both showing a hint of surprise. How dare you, Ludwig, give two people a tent right next door? After sleeping for the afternoon, Xiaoningshan looked a lot better, and she raised her good-looking eyebrows towards Jihua. In the setting sun, her eyes were slightly curved, reflecting dark light. Her eyes seemed to be smiling, seemingly real. Look at what I do, and it's not like I deliberately arranged. Jihua muttered in his heart and smiled at Xiaoningshan's arch. Good morning, Miss Xia. It's early evening. It's still early. Xiaoningshan laughed lightly. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder towards the camp, and on the way, Xiaoningshan curiously asked, "Isn't Mr. Ji afraid that I'll stab your father to death if I'm not careful at that time?" Jifire was silent for 2 seconds, then confessed, "To be honest, I thought about that too, but it was an emergency situation and I had no experience in the field, so I had to take a gamble. Thankfully, I took the right gamble." Ji Gongzi, this answer is not pretty enough yet. If you compliment me twice, I should be very joyful. Xiaoningshan smiled and said, "With this first grade of strength and excellent control of power, Duke Ji can actually strike out on his own." Jihua shook his head. "Killing people is something I'm good at. Saving people is even better. That skill of yours in finding the seeds, as well as luring the demonic fetus out in the end, I can't learn how to do it." Xiaoningshan hummed softly, the corner of her mouth hooked up slightly, and didn't say anything. Jihua continued, "There are specialties in the arts, and the specialized things should be left to the professionals. It's like," he paused and smiled, "it's like Miss Xia's cooking." Xiaoningshan stopped laughing, as if she had remembered something bad, and spoke with deep emotion, "Eat more than you make yourself, and it really feels like there's nothing left in life to live for." The two of them had just walked to the camp when they heard Ji Xiaoxiong's magnificent ha-ha coming from inside, as well as the voices of those few generals yelling, "What are you guys doing? I'm not dead yet. Give me a smile." When I walked into the camp, I saw Ji Xiaoxiong sitting on a tiger skin chair with his toes shaking like ADHD, and next to him were several generals who were equally tall and strong but obviously a head shorter. How do you look at it is like mistakenly entering the Black Bear Spirit's lair and seeing a bunch of goblins hosting a celebratory feast. "Hi, Pops." Jifire waved a greeting of sorts. Xiaoningshan, on the other hand, used Great Zhou's etiquette and put on a raw, ladylike gesture as she saluted. "Greetings, General Fei Xiong." Ji Xiaoxiong didn't even look at Jihua, his copper bell eyes staring at Xiaoningshan, the smile on his face blooming like the chrysanthemums on the mountain. "Miss Xia is it?" I heard them say. This time, thanks to Miss Xia for her help. Canine Sun is coarse and vulgar. It should be hard to get along with. I hope that Miss Xia will have more tolerance. And in the future, I also hope to take care of more. Where am I vulgar? Also, where did you learn this literary word? It should have been memorized for a long time. Jihua's eyes swept Lu Shuai, who was sitting in the side seat, and the latter instantly proudly stood up his chest, and the big white teeth on his blackball face were bright and sparkling. Xiaoningshan glanced at Jihua with a wry smile and nodded her head in agreement. "General is right. Mr. Ji is a bit coarse." Ji Xiaoxiong laughed loudly. "It doesn't matter. If you don't listen and beat up, you'll be fine." "How should I fight?" Xiaoningshan's eyes lit up slightly, quite interested. "Poisonous beating." Ji Xiaoxiong returned without thinking. "Heh." Jihua rushed forward and interrupted these two unreliable conversations. "After all, so many people are watching," he asked. "Pops, do you remember how you were poisoned by the demon?" Ji Xiaoxiong replied back. "It should be a dark injury from many years ago, coupled with the fact that the traitorous thief of the Liang Kingdom, Du Lifu, stimulated it with a secret method on the battlefield, which led to the outbreak of my dark injury." Jifire followed his lead. Could it be something you ate or drank earlier? Ji Xiaoxiong thought for a moment and said doubtfully, I don't think so. Before Ji Hua's next sentence could be uttered, he heard Ji Xiaoxiong add a loud laugh. Speaking of which, before we left, the new emperor even came to see us off and gave us a cup of wine. The new emperor is good. He's a good emperor who serves the country and the people. Ji Hua and Xia Ningxiang's body shook at the same time, and the two of them glanced at each other, both able to see a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Pops, is the new emperor nice? Jai Fire asked tentatively. Of course. Ji Xiaoxiong nodded his head without hesitation, his eyes full of admiration. The new emperor is a man of civilization and virtue, sympathetic to the people, a once-in-a-lifetime emperor that is rare to see in hundreds of years. Under his leadership, Great Zhou will definitely grow bigger and stronger. Recreate splendor. Chapter 105, is Miss Xia serious? Amidst the laughter and curses of the crowd, Ji Hua and Xia Ningxiang exited the tent and came to the other side of the flying bear army. After ensuring that this distance Ji Xiaoxiong could not hear, Xia Ningxiang still felt that it was not safe enough, and wrapped both of them with her inner strength to isolate the sound. Before asking, why don't I give your father a drug test? Ji Hua shook his head and sighed softly. There's no need. I've already understood the other party's tactics. He explained. That great demon first took the opportunity to blend into the palace, then used a means to make the emperor of the Liang kingdom and the old emperor of the Great Zhou fight to the death, and took the opportunity to support the fourth prince to the throne. After that, he made the Liang kingdom's army invade and lured old father out to battle, feeding him wine on his way out. When Pops leaves, he will usurp the throne in one fell swoop and suck the dragon's energy to achieve the climate, and Pops will be corrupted by the demon fetus on the battlefield, and it won't hurt for Liang to kill them if they can, and it won't hurt if they can't, and that's why Liang's army went so dry. As for Pops, if no one comes to his rescue and the demonic fetus breaks out of his body, he will be given a demon nourished with the essence blood of a patriarch, with infinite potential. If the demonic fetus fails, Pops will also be compelled by the nourished demonic aura and become that great demon sect master's minions. It's not a loss by any reckoning. Ji Hua let out a long sigh. This scheme is interlocked and cannot be defended against. During this period, the cooperation of the Liang kingdom is indispensable, and it is estimated that the old emperor of the Liang kingdom has cooperated with this demon before. When he thought of this, Ji Hua remembered that the old emperor had told him before he hiccuped that the emperor of the Liang kingdom was an old coin, and now it seemed to be true. Damn it, look at the other Liang emperor, and then look at the old emperor. Disgraceful, leaving a mess for people to clean up, not even knowing that his own son was mesmerized. Originally thought of hurrying to come to save Pops. If he could be saved, he could still have more than one Zongshire level expert to fight the demons together, but I didn't expect to save is to save it, but to become someone else's Zongshire expert. Xia Ningxiang listened quietly. She had heard Ji Hua talk about the capital possibly being usurped by a great demon before. At this time she asked seriously, are you really planning to deal with that great demon? That's a demon that sucked a country's dragon energy. Ji Hua's eyes slightly drooped as he slowly said, you've seen it on our way here. Those people are already showing signs of having their essence sucked out by demons. The grass and trees are withering, the mountains and rivers are barren, and it won't be long before I'm afraid the whole of the Great Zhou will become a dead zone. There are things that a certain person has to do. Xia Ningxiang was silent. Ji Hua looked at her and said seriously, Miss Xia, this trip is dangerous. 9 deaths in 1 life. Would you like to leave us here? Xia Ningxiang looked at Ji Hua's eyes. The other party's eyes were as clear as water, and the bottom of his eyes were dark and wave-free. For a moment he couldn't tell if what he said was true, or if he had some other plans. From the time of the encounter to the present, she was also a bit confused as to whether the man in front of her was sincere or urban. Just as she was, her eyes flickered as she thought, and finally laughed softly. Mr. G is joking. I naturally want to participate in such an interesting matter. That great demon that swallowed the dragon's chi and became a climate. I also want to see it. Ji Hua gave her a deep look and asked, is Miss Xia serious? Xia Ningxiang reached out to pull back her hair, looked squarely into the other's eyes, and softly said, Eunuch Ji also said that if we let that great demon come to fruition, millions of people in this central plains will die out. And naturally, I am unwilling to see this scene. But you're from the Dragon Kingdom, Jai Fire reminded. But I like this central plains. I like this Jianghu. Xia Ningxiang calmly locked eyes with him and said word for word. Ji Hua's eyes lowered slightly. So, it's worth it? Xia Ningxiang laughed softly. Eunuch Ji, no one can destroy what I, Xia Ningxiang, like, even if it has to be destroyed. It can only be done by my own hands. If one day, my Dragon Kingdom generals make a big push into the Central Plains, I will also make sure that they will not kill innocents indiscriminately, slaughter cities and exterminate clans, or make a move against women and children. It's only because I like this Central Plains and this Jianghu. This kind of overbearing speech was spoken frankly and openly, displaying his ambitions completely in front of Jihua. Jihua gazed deeply at Xianingshang. He suddenly felt that what he should do the most right now was to pull out the human emperor's sword at his waist and directly stab the other party's waist, to get rid of this demoness for the Central Plains martial arts forest. In that case, I'd like to thank Miss Xia for accompanying Mr. Ji on the Mountain of Swords and into the Sea of Fire this time. Jihua smiled, arched his hand in a deep salute, and turned to speak. However, if the Dragon Kingdom's army advances into the Central Plains, Mr. Ji will be your biggest obstacle. Xianingshang blinked, her eyes slightly curved, wariness surging in her eyes. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? That's it. This is how life should be fun. Jihua clapped his hands and laughed. The two men discussed the matter before making a hasty goodbye. Jihua first returned to his tent and quickly wrote a letter, writing down the situation of his old father, as well as the incident of the great demon devouring the dragon she recorded by the Dragon Kingdom, as well as Xianingshang's speculations. Finally added, if Pops really becomes a demon lapdog, I have a way to deal with it. It's just that in this case, the person who deals with the great demon will have one less patriarch, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with the great demon when it has the great Zhou's chi fortune to add to it. After writing the letter, he tied the letter paper to the human emperor's sword, patted the sword, and shouted, "Go!" The human emperor's sword let out a crisp sword roar and turned into a golden thread that shot straight up into the sky. Jihua then leisurely sat inside the tent and sipped his tea, and in less than a tea's worth of work, the human emperor's sword flew back again, with a bamboo tube dangling from its scabbard with a nice-looking golden bundle, just like a carrier pigeon. Yo, it seems that Big Brother these days are not bad. Have the heart to give the human emperor's sword do letterbox, or one day try to make a bamboo basket. Let the human emperor's sword as a courier try. G fire heart of the chant, then unwrap the bamboo tube, unfold the letter paper inside, quickly swept a few eyes, inside Ji Junhong back. In that case, father will leave it to second brother. As for the matter of the great demon having a country's luck and being difficult to deal with, I'll handle it and it won't be much of a problem. It's just that it will take some time. So it's best for second brother to put off father for a while before returning to the capital. In other words, the big brother so reliable well, and my gang of boys completely different. This is the first time the brothers worked together. I did not expect to actually smooth very much. G fire to burn the letter, and then the human emperor's sword tied to the waist, not to mention, the hilt of the sword hanging on a bamboo tube, walking up and down, quite a feeling. Then the hilt of the sword tied to the jade pendant or something with a lot of feeling. Some elegance. Hey, Chapter 106 Layout. Although Pop's injuries had been cured and he emphasized that he wasn't sick, Ji still used the fact that he had just recovered from his serious injuries as a reason to insist that all of the Flying Bear army be dragged to stay in place for 3 days here in the river plain. Although the old dad is out of his mind, full of the new emperor is good but the rest of the sanity is still there. Pointing at Ji's nose to scold. Do you brats know how much food it takes for 100,000 troops to stay over here for a day? How much national silver will it cost? Saying it out loud can scare the piss out of you. Jihua just won't listen. Just put up the I am filial. You are just not well. If you have the ability to beat me to death on the grounds that have to force the army to hold back. The other generals stood in the center. You looked at me. I looked at you. One was the current marshal. The other was the future marshal. They didn't know which side to stand on. Only Lu Shui vaguely noticed something strange, but couldn't tell what was strange. At times like this, it was always right to follow the second prince. Lu Shui coughed and said, Marshal, what the second prince said is not unreasonable. Why don't we just rest in place for 3 days? A few other generals look at. Let's go. Lu Shui is considered a rare brain among them. He is so open. It is always right to follow him. So Lu Desui followed suit and said helpfully, Marshal, this battle was not long, but it can be said to have been a close call, and the generals need to rest and recuperate. Several other generals also spoke up to advise. This, Ji Xiaoxiong looked at a few of them. Some puzzled. He but looked at the generals outside or good end it, where the need to rest. What's wrong with these guys? How long has he been asleep and how does he feel like he's wearing the same pants as this brat? So many people were persuaded, and the reasons made so much sense. If he rests for 3 days, won't he waste a lot of Great Zhou grain and grass again? And he also wants to go back to meet the new emperor as soon as possible, telling the new emperor that as long as he has his old bear, the Great Zhou River and mountain will be like a copper wall and an iron wall, which is impregnable. Just as Ji Xiaoxiong hesitated, Xia Ningshang, who had nothing to do on the side and was silently eating fruits, blinked and silently got up, her body shaking as if she was going to fall down in the next second. Jihua's eyes lit up and he instantly appeared beside Xia Ningshang, holding her arm and roaring with a rough voice of concern. Miss Xia, what's wrong with you? His voice was so loud that it instantly overpowered the brown old men who were croaking and talking. Mr. G, my concubine is fine. Xia Ningxiang reached out and gently caressed her forehead, her voice soft and breathless. It's probably because I hurt my vital energy a little bit before to save Marshal G. It's not in the way, and it won't delay the army's journey. My concubine just needs to rest for a few moments. Ji Hui instantly looked angrily at his old man without saying a word. His eyes filled with a mix of emotions such as heartache, anger, and guilt. Ji Xiaoxian's neck shrank as if he had done something wrong. His eyes flickered and he coughed heartily. In that case, Miss Xia should go back to her tent and rest. Pass the order down. The army will rest and reorganize for 5 days, and daily drills will be conducted on time, so don't slack off. Yes. The generals arched their hands in unison. That night, Ji Hui slipped out of the Flying Bear army camp. Boss! Qian Sanwei shouted with gusto. I've missed you so much. Ji Hui sized up 35. This kid still looks very young. And 36 is considered to be the youngest in the Big Dipper group. And his strength is also very poor. And that's why in the first place, Ji Hui just let him find a random place to develop his intelligence work. This away from the river plains. Although the war, but for the people is not really a dangerous place. This kid is staring at this place over a few years. Do not see also tons of solid a lot. Can be a lot of Big Dipper group envy bad. Ji Hui smiled and patted his shoulder, saying seriously, I'll give you something important. What do you say, boss? Murder and fire, or poisoning and drugging? I've gotten a lot of good stuff these past few years, so I guarantee that people won't be able to find out. Qian 35 said excitedly. Jai Fire coughed and pretended not to hear him instead. You go to the Divine Sword Villa, enter through the back door, and ask Senior Sword Saint to make a trip to the capital. Qian 35 was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Boss, the Sword Saint has long been in seclusion. How could I have the face to be able to meet him? You can start by looking for the Sword Saint's eldest disciple, Ho Baishi, and say that I asked you to go. Ji Hui added, but even if I can meet the Sword Saint, his old man won't necessarily come out. Qian Sanwei cried out, feeling that this mission was a little too difficult. Knowing that the Sword Saint hadn't stepped out of the Divine Sword Villa for 10 years in order to seek a breakthrough. Could it be that the Sword Saint would come out of the mountain with a word from the boss? This face is too good to be true. Ji Hui said with certainty, as long as you can meet the Sword Saint and carry a message for me, he will definitely come. What words? Qian 35 was curious. Jai Fire said quietly, there's a chance to beat up my old man in the open. Want to come? Dra 35 blinked. This will work? It will definitely work. And the Sword Saint will definitely head to the capital without saying a word. Big brother. That Mr. Wen handed the letter to a soldier. That soldier sent the letter out of the city, during which no one has opened the letter. Little Brown Sugar saw it with their own eyes. Oh, Little Brown Sugar bounced over to me, milking her voice. Ji Junhong nodded and pondered. It seems that it is just being confused and its daily behavior will not be affected. Perhaps this is due to the fact that Mr. Wen is not an ordinary person. Perhaps there are times when he backfires. It's just that before that demon gives his orders, there should be no overreaction. In that case, it's much easier. Ji Junhong pulled out 20 to 30 letters from under the table and handed them to Little Brown Sugar. Little Brown Sugar, good boy. Let Mr. Wen send these out, just to be on the safe side. You sneakily follow him to see if he has peeked at them, and make sure that all of these letters can be sent out of the capital. If this matter is accomplished, you cannot go to the academy until father returns. Really, Da? Little Brown Sugar's eyes lit up. Aha! Ji Junhong smiled and nodded. Little Brown Sugar threw down a line as he picked up the letter and ran out the door on his ass. Just leave it to the Little Brown Sugar. Ji Junhong laughed. It's still good for children to be coaxed. He stood up and walked slowly toward the street. In just a few days' work, the capital seemed to have changed. The people were all as thin as skin and bones, their faces blackened and their eyes dull, staggering dully about the streets, either repeating mechanical movements as if they were mesmerized. Ji Junhong saw a butcher cutting meat, cutting a knife to cut down the fingers. The butcher did not realize that the hands of the butcher knife is still tons and tons of cutting. Even a few knives down, the entire palm was cut down. Such a scene, however, did not attract the attention of pedestrians, as if they did not notice. Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly downcast. He had been observing the streets every day these days, and had also stepped in to save a child who had been thrown into the river to be scrubbed while washing clothes. Only he realized that even after saving the person, both the boy and the woman were unresponsive. So Ji Junhong gave up. Hello again, Grand Duke. A dry voice came from behind him. Ji Junhong looked back and saw the State Master standing behind him. The State Master's face was pale and his eyes contained purple. At his neck, there was a pus-filled claw mark, and there were maggots writhing around in the rotting flesh. Ji Junhong smiled gently. The State Master has come out to sneak around again? The State Master smiled and arched his hand. Walk 100 steps after meals and live to be 99. Ji Junhong pointed to a scene on the street and asked, what does the State Master think of the capital today? The Great Emergence, the State Master said without even looking. Ji Junhong smiled and nodded. Mr. Ji thinks so too. Chapter 107, he's in the center of all those people. The capital. In the courtroom. Your Majesty. A great victory at the border. Jihua commanded the Flying Bear army in the midst of battle with his thunder-blazing bear fist and defeated the Liang Kingdom's Dulafu, and the Liang Kingdom's army has retreated. Jihua has already saved General Fei Xiong with the help of a high-ranking person, and the army will be able to return to the capital in a few days. The court was in an uproar, and the ministers celebrated by popping their heads, and when they couldn't get their heads off, they casually threw their arms in the air to celebrate. The State Master nodded with a smile, arching his hand. Your Majesty. When the late emperor was still alive, he had asked my humble servant to tell a fortune, that Jihua is a rare general, and in the future, he will surely open up new territories and make unparalleled achievements, which is indeed a fortunate event for my great Zhou. Upon hearing this, another furor rose in the courtroom. The civil and military officials have celebrated. Some said that at a glance they can see that Jihua is not a fool, and others said that when Jihua comes back to arrange a blind date for him, 10 at a time. Lying lazily on the dragon chair was a beautiful woman in a revealing dress, knocking on her bloody knuckles in a rather bored manner. The dragon chair was covered with a human skin, its golden glow dulled by the dark black blood that had dried. In that case, when the Flying Bear army returns, I will be sure to reward him properly. The beautiful woman lazily rolled over, revealing a sexy body that was so tantalizing that it would make people explode just by looking at it, and her slender and elastic thighs were so evocative that she vaguely returned. Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials all arched their hands and said in unison. The beautiful woman sighed despondently. In order to ensure that there would be a constant stream of national dragon energy converging during this time, she could only play the role of an emperor to maintain the normal functioning of the Great Zhou. And then she saw that being an emperor was really not an easy thing to do. Every day this group of human beings bickering and bickering, cockamamie cursing for an hour, but also sentence without repetition. Really, you're still in such good spirits even after you're dead. She could hear it. But a good deal of the time they were actually just arguing simply for the sake of arguing, like they were trying to behave themselves. Several times she wanted to slap these people to pieces, then finally forced herself to hold back. It's so hard to be human. The beautiful woman plopped down on the dragon chair and sighed despondently, like a salted fish that had been basking in the sea for 3 months. Several furry vapors emerged from her eyes, and those vapors had a brilliant golden edge to them. It's close, just close. The beauty of the woman is written all over her face. And she silently cheers herself up, like a cow or a horse that has secretly resolved once and for all to quit her job and not screw in the next month. After 5 days of rest and reorganization, the Flying Bear army will return to their home. Jihua got up early in the morning, and then saw Lu Desui sneaking over, with a few soldiers behind him carrying a set of lot character chained silver dragon armor. It is? Jifire wondered. Lu Desui hemmed and hawed. Second Prince. It's getting cold. Time to add some clothes. You damn it, it's still summer. With a big sun on top, Jifire booed his eyes and said, Old Lu, I don't have an official position. It's not appropriate, is it? What's so inappropriate? This is my private collection. I think the second prince has a great body. I specially dedicate it to the second prince. Lu Desui patted his chest and said, I dare say, if second prince wears this out, no one will say more than a word. It seems that the law of Great Zhou is to kill the head regardless of whether the armor is hidden or given away. Jihua looked at Lu Desui's complacent expression, and the commission did not have the good sense to say this out. Second Prince, be quick, the generals are waiting, Lu Desui urged. Okay. Jifire nodded helplessly. When he changed into the silver armor and arrived at the assembly site, he found that the Flying Bear army had long since been reorganized, and all of them were looking at him with burning eyes. Standing at the front with their heads held high were the generals led by Lu Desui and Lu Shuai, followed by 10,000 commanders and 1,000 commanders, and after that, there was the blackened 100,000 Fei Xiong army. Please, Major, mount your horse. A veteran general leading a white horse shouted out in a loud voice, with such a godly expression that he was almost rubbing his hands together in excitement. It was also his luck that he had cast lots for this position. Lu Desui and the others sought his appearance out of the corner of their eyes and clenched their teeth in anger. How many 100,000 people were there exactly? Jihua didn't really have much of an idea, let alone the fact that apart from the 100,000 people, there were also grain and grass armies, cooks, medics, and so on. Now, The gazes of this black-packed army were all focused on him, the heat and reverence in their eyes clearly visible. The invincible flying bear army. The killing flying bear army. The flying bear army of the world. My flying bear army. Zhen Guo was in a trance, always feeling that something was wrong. The process is wrong. The scene is wrong. There's no court appointment. There's no official handover or anything. So how did it get so confusing? What's this brat dawdling for? Ji Xiaoxiong grunted in dissatisfaction as he sat on his high horse at the back of the crowd. Xiaoningshan likewise rode beside him and asked with a smile, General Ji, just handing over the flying bear army like this? Ji Xiaoxiong said indifferently, these days, I have heard about him from time to time. In terms of strength, this brat is already at the peak of the first grade. Who will compete with the patriarch if he doesn't come out? Quite like me back then. Plus he's not too bad in the head. Quite like me back in the day. In the end, although this brat is stubborn and unruly, it seems that there is still a little bit of the flavor of a chivalrous man. And there is one point of my posture back then. Speaking of this, Ji Xiaoxiong's face carried some pride, and the corners of his mouth also carried a hint of pride, his eyes full of relief. For this wandering son, he was more guilty, and had thought that if he really had nothing to show for it, there was no harm in raising him for the rest of his life. As long as it wasn't some kind of treasonous fault, he would have scolded him and be done with it. It's just that this youngest son's current accomplishments are really far beyond his expectations. As much as I hate to admit it, this brat really didn't disgrace me, Ji Xiaoxiong whispered. As for court appointments and the like, I believe the new emperor is enlightened and generous and will not object. As long as the Fei Xiong army is loyal to the imperial family and to Great Zhou, it's fine for anyone to be the marshal. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled and laughed with a little twinkle in his eyes and said softly, in that case, I can retire too. Hearing this, Xiaoningshan's eyes slightly lowered, her eyes falling on this Fei Xiong general, one of the 4 great generals in front of her, only to feel that in these few short breaths, he had lost that aura of being a world beater, and had become twilight. In this instant, Xiaoningshan understood that she would not encounter this Fei Xiong general on the battlefield in the future, and in his place would be a younger, more frightening, and more energetic Fei Xiong general. When she was a child, she had heard the legend of this famous general, and when she was naughty, she was even scared by her brother. If you don't behave, beware of General Fei Xiong coming to beat you up, the kind that grows hair all over its body. It had been said so many times that she had fantasized about one day competing with this famous general on the battlefield. I just didn't expect it to be like this when I saw it. She sighed softly, and couldn't tell herself if she was lamenting the late death of her heroes or the fact that her childhood shadows had finally disappeared. Miss Xia, Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly spoke. Nah, Xiaoningshan was a bit distracted, and at this moment, she subconsciously said back, while twisting her head to look, only to see Ji Xiaoxiong clasping his hands, solemnly saluting towards Xiaoningshan and smiling. In the future, this brat of my family, I'll trouble you to take more care of him. Ha, ha, Xiaoningshan blinked and suddenly reacted, twisting her head away, her eyes subconsciously looking at the clouds rolling in the sky, her mouth slurred. I can't understand what the general is saying. Ji Xiaoxiong grinned, suddenly remembering that many years ago, the child's mother also seemed to be in this posture. Old bear, I am very sick, delirious, said some nonsense. Miss Xia, pretend not to hear it is good. Ji Xiaoxiong laughed out loud, and even the surrounding generals couldn't help but laugh. You have said, how else can I pretend? Xiaoningshan decisively pretended not to see. Fortunately, the veil covered her face, and other people should not be able to see her demeanor. Her eyes wandered, and finally her sight settled on the young general standing in the center of 10,000 people in front of her, seemingly radiating 1,000 lights all over his body. Fire rolled onto his horse, eyes flashing with light, and spoke in a high voice. The whole army listens to the order. Depart. Here. The sound shook the sky. Chapter 108, spend it sparingly. The army traveled day and night, and finally stopped and camped 5 miles outside the capital. Ji Xiaoxiong asked suspiciously, why are you so close? In the past, the Flying Bear army had camped 10 or 20 miles outside the capital, which was convenient for both defense and mobilization. This distance is beyond the safe distance of the capital. Xiaoningshan laughed dryly twice, understanding in her heart what was going on, and played a sloppy game. It's probably because it's Duke Ji's first time in charge of the army and he doesn't quite understand all this. Ji Xiaoxiong grunted and spoke in dissatisfaction. This brat has quite a lot to learn. Ji Will only rode back to the capital with Ji Xiaoxiong and Xiaoningshan on a fast horse. He didn't bring any of the others. Although Ji Xiaoxiong was a bit dissatisfied, he nevertheless didn't say anything, at least not in front of the general. Only when Pops and Xiaoningshan rode their fast horses one step ahead did Ji Will lightly address the uncertain generals. The entire army is at war. Lu Deshui, Lu Shui and other generals were all stunned. 5 miles outside the capital city in battle preparation? Who else could this target be? Jihuo originally wanted to vaguely explain a couple sentences, but he didn't realize that the group was already full of excitement and arched their hands. My lord will take orders. Jihuo opened his mouth slightly and was about to open his mouth again when Lu Shui had already preempted him. Please rest assured, young marshal, not a single person in the entire Flying Bear army will leak the news. Jihuo pursed his lips and opened them slightly to say something more, while Lu Desui spoke. Please rest assured, Major, the marshal will definitely not know about this. Jaifire shut up again and thought about adding another sentence, not realizing that the other general was in a hurry. Please don't worry, Major, we have practiced many times in private. There won't be any mistakes. Jihuo silently shut his mouth, always feeling not too proud of himself, and finally could only throw down a sentence of be careful and left. Is that the capital? It looks very old. Xianingshang reached out to pull back her hair, and from afar, she saw the huge city that looked majestic at first glance, her eyes carrying a certain kind of divine splendor. Those wall tiles are made to look old. That's what it's meant to feel like, and it actually didn't take long to refurbish them. Jihuo explained with a smile as he remembered the conversation he had when he first came to the capital. Xianingshang looked at the capital city, her eyes narrowed slightly. Even if she didn't have that means of the warlock, she could still feel that the city of the capital wasn't quite right. It was like the entire city had fallen into dead silence, without the slightest bit of life. She silently twisted her head and touched her eyes with Jihuo's, and then both of them secretly nodded, seeing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. Ha 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 ha, Miss Xia, the capital's prosperity is far more than what's right in front of you. When you move over and live here in the future, you'll naturally know how lively and interesting this capital is. Pop smiled and said, in the future, you can let this brat show you around more. You should like it here. No, I don't like this place at all, how it looks like a ghost town. If it's not this nerd who has to come, I have long run as far away as I can. Xianingshang knew in her heart that what she saw in Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes was not the same as what they saw in their eyes, and she smiled and said, if there is an opportunity, naturally, I want to take a good look at it. Jihuo deflated his mouth and looked in the direction of the capital city. His eyes were full of gravity. Even the human emperor's sword at his waist emitted a subtle sword sound and trembled, as if he had felt something and was hungry and thirsty. Originally, Xianingshang was worried that she would be prevented from entering the capital by the dragon's chi, but when she saw the appearance of this capital, her heart secretly sighed in relief. At the same time, she felt the remnants of the demonic dragon lance hidden inside her body trembling gently, as if something was calling her over. Entering the capital, as if passing through some unseen barrier, a rotten smell instantly filled the tips of the two men's noses, causing them to stifle their nausea. The pedestrians on the street were all like walking corpses, and many of them had necrotic spots on their bodies, but they were still moving around as if they were alive, completely unaware of what was happening to them. Well, it's good. That's the flavor, the fragrant scent of a great nation. Ji Xiaoxiong took a few intoxicating deep breaths, and the purple color under his eyes emerged vaguely and dissipated quickly. Xianingshang saw Jihuo entered the capital. His eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. His eyes kept sweeping to the surrounding people, and knew that he was worried about the people in the city, so he reached out to hold Jihuo's arm, and smiled sweetly towards Ji Xiaoxiong. Uncle, I want this nerd to accompany me around. Why don't you go back first? Pops immediately smiled like a wild chrysanthemum on a mountain, and said with his mouth agape, yes, yes, yes. Said from the bosom touched half a day to feel out a crumpled also do not know treasured for a long time silver ticket, stuffed into Jihuo's arms, glaring, you kid put smart, if Miss Xia has anything she likes, just buy it. With that, he walked alone towards the Jingui Gong mansion, and just after a few steps, he turned back and said heartily, save your money. Taking a few more steps, he turned back again, as if he had thought of a solution, and said excitedly, no need to be heartbroken, I'll find Jun Hong to walk away from the bill. He said, before running off into the distance with gusto. The corners of Jihuo's mouth twitched, only to feel his face rolling a little, and he said in embarrassment, my old man was just mesmerized by a demon. He's not usually like this. Xianingshang laughed. It is precisely when one has lost one's mind that it is easier to see one's heart. The two of them walked through the streets, originally in a flirtatious mood after seeing the dead corpses roaming all over the streets. They lost the mood to laugh anymore. They, by and large, cannot be saved. Xianingshang sighed softly. She had just watched a 5 or 6-year-old girl with bloody holes in her eyes and a demented look on her face as if she was eating something in her mouth. Another woman whose body was green and covered with corpse spots ran out with a rolling pin and scolded, you little brat stole my family's dates again. Jihuo nodded, keeping his face taut, and said in a deep voice, once they know they are dead, they will truly die. Even if we don't wake them up, when that great demon completes its final step, they will die instantly. Xianingshang's grip on Jihua's arm tightened slightly, her nails seeming to sink into her flesh. She pondered for a moment before she loosened some of her strength. The capital is the outbreak point of this great demon swallowing the dragon, and that demon used a boundary to lock the yin and yang, used to conceal it from the sky and the sea, and only then did it cause such a tragic situation. The people in other parts of the Great Zhou, no matter if they are being sucked of their essence or their life force, there should not be this imbalance of life and death, and there will not be this widespread death in a short period of time. Jihua nodded, his eyes scanning over a few Jianghu people who looked quite normal, just in poorer spirits. If they are in cultivation, they can withstand their essence being absorbed and won't be able to die for a while. If they can be woken up, they might become a helping hand. It's just a pity that I don't know how to do it either. Xianingshang also shook her head and said, I don't know about this method either. Besides, there are too many people in the entire capital to do anything about it. As the two of them walked, Xianingshang suddenly felt something in her heart and asked, pointing to a large mansion not far away, where is that? Jiefire swept his eyes. The state master's mansion. Xianingshang let out an "Oh, come what may. Let's go inside." Jihua sighed in his heart and said softly, the state master and I are also considered to have a few faces. Before I heard my eldest brother say that the civil and military officials have all been hit. The state master is also the same. I have not seen the last side of his life. After his death to see a glance, chatting and so on, it is also considered to draw an end. Xianingshang nodded. So the two of them paid a visit to the state master's residence. Chapter 109, The Last Afternoon. Waiting at home. Originally, this point of the state master should have long been on the street when the street slipped, but somehow, a revelation suddenly appeared in his heart, so he patiently waited in the mansion. For some reason, he hadn't received an apocalypse since the last time he had 3 in a row in one day. He even wondered if he had spent all his strength 3 times a day. On the contrary, that time he went to the palace and nothing happened. Even the new emperor didn't bother him, but he was also used to it. Although it was an ability he got only by promoting to the rank of sovereign warlock, it was also really unreliable to be unreliable. Just like his divination, the final interpretation belonged to him. It was not until today that the apocalypse was received again. There's still a difference between coming in once every few days and coming in every day. And the occasional quickie is always a treat. So the master of the kingdom waited a long time to see what the revelation meant. Master, the second son of the Ji family pays a visit. The body of the subordinate with a blue face stiffened as he walked in, bowing low to report. With just such an action, the broken flesh on his body fell off. Oh, the state master's face was filled with smiles. This brat just came back, didn't he? Visiting me as soon as he came back. Not bad, not bad. Invite him in. When Jihua brought Xianingshang in, he saw that the state master was pouting and rummaging for something under the table. What's this about the state master? Jihua asked curiously. Could it be that the state master had gained any special hobbies after hiccuping? When he came to see clearly, this state master's residence cannot live in people. The whole of demonic ghosts and monsters are dancing. Kid you wait I hid good tea leaves at the bottom of this table. I was afraid of being smelled by your father before, so I purposely hid it in such a place. The state master flipped out an incense burner from under the table, which was covered with incense ash, and with a shake of his hand, the ban on the burner was unlocked, and a small packet of tea flew out from it. Somehow I'm just happy to see you today, so I'm looking for a way to get this tea out and drink it. The state master baby picked up the tea, and only then did he look at Jihua, and then he saw the woman standing next to Jihua, dressed in purple with a veil on her face, who was curiously sizing herself up. The rough hand of the state master trembled. He suddenly had a realization, and his mouth nagged. So this is the way. God's will is so. What's wrong with you, Kunzite? Jiefire waved his hand, somewhat puzzled. Ha. Nothing. The state master suddenly laughed out loud, took out the tea leaves, set up 3 more teacups, and added a lot of tea leaves to them as if they didn't need any money. Isn't this your favorite tea? Just like this? Jiefire look at the heart is a little pain. This tea he just smelled to feel the fragrance of the nose. Derona when the godfather smell did not smell out what tea. Then it is obviously treasures. It could also be that you were so used to being poor that you are drinking at too low a level. It's okay, happy today. Drink more. The state master smilingly made tea himself and then served it up for the two. The two men looked at each other in disbelief, took their teacups and placed them on the table, glancing at each other. You don't say. Even the late emperor didn't drink much of the tea I personally brewed. You two are considered blessed, the state master said smilingly, then looked at Xianingshang and asked, and this is? My little daughter Xianingshang, is, Xianingshang said, and then she did not know what to say. Jihua hurriedly picked up, Miss Xia is a good friend of the kid. Oh, what a good friend. So friendly. The state master smiled and opened his mouth. This smile, on the contrary, made both Jihua and Xianingshan whole. Jihua coughed and silently picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip. Surprised. Sure is good tea. Xianingshan sniffed, so she also took a sip, and her eyes immediately lit up. Yeah, well at least it's been treasured for a long time. The state master proudly craned his neck, then felt a slight itch on his body and reached out to scratch it. In the sight of the two men, they could see the state master scratching the wound on his neck, the rotting white rotten flesh inside with pus and milky maggots being scratched all over the table, and a lot of them spilling into the teacups. Those maggots tumbled around in the tea leaves, and then they were lifted up by the state master to take a sip from his teacup. The two men held their breath, only to feel their scalps tingle. Jai-Fire inhaled and subconsciously asked, "How does it taste?" The state master slammed his mouth, and could still see a worm rolling around in his mouth as he frowned in dissatisfaction. The flavor is a little astringent, so I guess it's damp. Jihua laughed dryly. There's been a lot of rain lately, and it's normal to get damp. That's also true. The state master was silent for 2 seconds, looked at the tea bag in his hand, and suddenly threw it to Jihua. "Boy, it's for you." This, Kai-Fire clasped his hands around his tea bag, slightly dismayed. The state master waved his hand and laughed. "Take it at ease. I am happy to see you this day. 1,000 gold can't buy me happiness. Ha 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 ha." Jihua looked deeply at the state master, and then he and Xianingshan looked at each other, both seeing a hint of speculation in the other's eyes. "Boy, the old man has heard your stories in the Jianghu from time to time in the capital. Tell the old man about it," the state master said smilingly. "You've heard it all before, haven't you?" Jai-Fire asked, shushing his eyes. "Hearing it is always a bit false. Old me just wants to hear it from your own mouth." The state master glared at him. "The old man is so old, and you still don't fulfill the old man's wish? Don't you know how to sympathize with your elders? You old man, why do you still rely on your old age even though you're dead?" Okay. Jihua took a sip of tea and slowly opened his mouth, talking about not only what happened in his trip to the Jianghu this time, but also those people and things he encountered in the Jianghu when he started his business in the earlier years. "That said, my years of breaking into the world, a pile, a piece." The tone is also bland, not much passion, but like a picture scroll slowly unfolded. "Is the Jianghu dashing night rain?" Xianingshan sipped her tea, her little feet wobbling and swaying, and at some point she put down her tea, resting her cheek with one hand, quietly listening to Jihua tell the story of those years. The master of the country has long gotten an old man's chair, sitting in the chair shaking and shaking, half squinting, the corners of his mouth have been curled, and did not open his mouth, with a hint of contented smile in his eyes. Speaking later, Jihua didn't know if the state master was asleep or not. He had kept this position for a long time, and the frequency of the rocking chair's swinging seemed to remain unchanged. Jihua didn't care, so he just talked and talked for a long time, and then the sun set over the mountains. "Alright, it's getting late. You guys go back." The state master suddenly spoke, opening his eyes cloudy and his voice hoarse. The two men rose to take their leave, and as they were leaving, the master of the state suddenly called to him again and, "Boy." Jihua looked back, only to see the state master with a smooth smile on his face as he slowly said, "It's been a happy afternoon for the old man, and it's been decades since I've been this happy." Jihua's eyes were slightly lowered, and suddenly he clasped his hands in a deep salute. So be it. The two of them bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun and drifted away. The state master stood in the shadows of the lobby, unreadable, like a forlorn and dilapidated statue, quietly watching them leave. A soft sigh swept through the darkness. Chapter 110, Don't blame her. Stop her. After an unknown amount of time, the state master summoned Li Ji and handed over an ancient bronze object from his arms. The object was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with dense runes, and if one looked closely, one could see that each rune was a tiny ancient script. "Looks like a dox." "Father, what is this?" Li Ji took the object, puzzled. He was in a much better state than the state master, only his complexion was a bit shriveled and he had dark circles in his eyes. The state master said softly, "This is a gadget that I obtained from an ancient secret realm. With it, no matter if you are casting a spell or comprehending the heavenly will, it will be much faster." "What does it say?" Li Ji asked curiously as he played with the dox in his hand. "I don't know. It should be some kind of ancient writing. If you look at it more, it should help you." The state master coughed, his eyes slightly drooping, and said softly, "Your qualifications can only be considered fair, not a wizard in practicing Xianmen wonders, and my father can see that your mind is not on this." "Father," Li Ji wanted to say, "take this trinket for now. If anyone recognizes the writing on it later, it should be the one who is its true owner." The state master had a bitter smile in his eyes. Speaking of which, my father was also a bit selfish. This thing should have been given to that G kid. But Fang suddenly thought to my father that if you were to be handed over to him, he would take more care of you as well. Li Ji immediately felt that something was wrong, and his face changed as he asked, "Father, what exactly happened? Or have you calculated something?" The state master shook his head, with a confused look on his face. Like a rotting dead tree, he looked up at the sky and nagged, "I can't see. I really can't even see. What's supposed to be happening? But I can't see it." Li Ji's eyes instantly surfaced with hot tears, and before he could cry out he was interrupted by the state master. "What are you crying for? Men don't cry lightly." "Yes, many thanks for father's teachings." Li Ji hastily collected his tears and clutched Duo tightly. "In the future, if anything happens, you will follow the Ji family boy." The state master sighed softly. "No matter what happens, following him is ultimately right." "What exactly is so special about that Aeroflame?" Li Ji couldn't help but ask. The state master smiled with a hint of mystery in his eyes and whispered, "I just felt that this kid was a bit special before, and it wasn't until I heard him say that that old kid, the Sword Saint, gave him a jade pendant for no reason that I suddenly reacted. That stingy airman of the Sword Saint is so afraid of death that he has never been anything but obedient to the way of heaven. And in a sense, I'm even worse than him, so I'm guessing that Nori fire." Vaguely, there seemed to be thunder flashes and low cries in the sky above the capital. The state master looked up at the sky. In his eyes, the sky light is bright. The capital city above the auspicious clouds. This whole a big country rising weather. Just a hint of danger he sensed. Meh, it's not like being struck by lightning once or twice. And it's embarrassing to say you're a warlock if you don't get struck. And somehow, theoretically, this kind of secret heavenly punishment should be able to split oneself lying down for half a year with just one stroke. But in his perception, the thunder was not very strong, and it seemed to be only a warning. The state master smiled contemptuously, withdrew his gaze, and continued in a low voice. "He has taken the mandate of heaven." Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. As it landed in the sky above the capital, a purple barrier appeared steeply, blocking the lightning and provoking the barrier to ripple. Ah! Deep within the palace, a mournful scream was heard. The state master looks up at the sky, and hey, there's no thunder, no fun. So he went on to speak. From birth, Jai-Fire came with a mission, bearing the mandate of heaven, to obey heaven's actions. Everything he did was to fulfill the mission. In a sense, he is the earthly surrogate of heaven's will. Rumble! Another thunder struck down, a few points thicker than the previous one, striking the barrier and causing it to tremble. In the palace, the screams continue. Vaguely a golden light flashes, with a ferocious gas. Seems to be fried hair in general. This kind of situation, if the thunder splits down again, I'm afraid to rush up to the sky to fight for their lives. You passed. In the back of his mind, those three words suddenly flooded his mind before the state master skimmed his lips. Li Ji's heart has long been shocked waves. He naturally knows what these words represent the meaning of, but also know that said this kind of words father will face what? "Father, you need to stop." Before he could finish his words, the state master reached out to stop him and whispered, "These words are enough for you to know, and must not be spoken." "Yes." Li Ji nodded seriously. "All right, you go down." The state master waved his hand wearily. Li Ji sniffed and was about to retreat. "Stop the child." The state master spoke again. Li Ji turned and looked at his father. What else does father want? There was some confusion in the state master's eyes. His thoughts no longer quite clear, and it was only after a moment that he spoke. "I don't know why, but you must remember." "What?" Li Ji asked. The state master looked at Li Ji, his eyes full of pain and reluctance, his tone hoarse, as if coaxing a child to softly comfort him. "Don't blame her. Don't blame her for." Li Ji slightly held his breath, suddenly bowed, suppressed his choking and whispered, "Yes, father, my child remembers." When Li Ji left, the state master looked up at the sky again and muttered strangely to himself. "Strange. I originally thought that resisting a few thunderbolts in this last hour would be finished. How come one didn't come down? And it was even a bit of a free-for-all." That state master, Xianing Shang wanted to say. Ji Hua hugged the teabag, eyes slightly downcast, and said softly, "Probably guessed something. We can't wake him up." Xianing Shang said, "If you can't wake him up, he would have died long ago, and once you wake him up, I'm afraid that he would really be dead." Ji Hua's eyes were calm as he looked at the living dead coming and going, and said softly. Xianing Shang fell silent, her gaze similarly falling on the people of this capital city, and suddenly asked, "How many people are there in the capital?" "Probably 600,000, Jai-Fire said. Xianing Shang said, "If we attack the city, do you think the 600,000 people will?" "That's right," said Jai-Fire, his eyes devoid of any trace of emotion, as calm as stagnant water. Once the great demon senses something, at that time, the Flying Bear army will face more than just the 30,000 defenders of the city, but also these 600,000 people who have been demonized. Even if we end up killing the great demon, these 600,000 people won't survive because they died long ago. Xia Ningxiang's small hand clenched slightly as she softly said, "It's a bit brutal." As the two of them walked down the street, Ji Hua's gaze suddenly landed on a vendor selling snacks. He remembered this person. He had bought food here before. Ji Hua walked up and bought 2 bunches of sugar gourds and a bag of snacks. This hawker also died a long time ago. Just the snacks he made actually looked very fresh and exquisite. Was made with care. Here, Jiefire handed over a bunch of candy canes. Xia Ningxiang froze, took it in dismay, and asked, "What are you? If you feel your mouth is bitter, eating something sweet will be better." Ji Hua bit down on a sugar gourd and said vaguely. Xia Ningxiang's eyes fell on the red, syrupy sugar-covered sugar gourd, lifted the veil, and gently took a bite. "How does it taste?" "Pretty sweet." Chapter 111 Plans. When he arrived at the Jinguigong mansion, his eldest brother had already been waiting at the gate. It was the same as when we first met, with the appearance of a pretty gentleman in white. It's like he was never here, never left. It's like he's been connected to the sky and the earth for a long time. Ji Hua had a feeling like he was seeing the Sword Saint mantle just by looking at it. "Second brother, you're here," Ji Junhong said gently with a smile in his eyes. Maybe it's because after shopping around and seeing all the living dead, it's a little hard to get used to seeing a big brother who's alive and kicking. I have to say, big brother has always liked to cough. His body is so skinny that it falls over in the wind, and he can cry for a long time with one punch. Although there are many matchmakers in the capital, there are really fewer who dare to come to the eldest brother, mainly because they are afraid that he will hiccup one day if he is not careful. It didn't occur to me that the person who everyone originally thought would die suddenly would be the most resilient person in the capital. "Well, hello big brother." Ji Hua smiled, then pointed at the somewhat constricted Xia Ningxiang beside him and said, "This is?" Ji Junhong smiled and said, "Is Miss Xia? Father has been dragging me around all afternoon talking about Miss Xia." Jiefire, Xia Ningxiang. Ji Junhong led the way towards the mansion, and his mouth continued. "The matter of you holding a sword in the 9/4 gorge and cooking tea for one person to block the Central Plains group has also long been rumored in the Jianghu, and my brother has coincidentally heard about it." Jiefire, Xia Ningxiang. Ji Junhong also said, "Second brother, you were Liang Weiguo master hit hard unconscious. Also is the summer girl on your back a road while killing and escaping. In the Tenjie mountain range depend on each other in the matter in the Jianghu is also a piece of beautiful talk. My brother coincidentally also heard about it." Jiefire, Xia Ningxiang. "Oh, yes." Ji Junhong laughed. "Father and I shared what you did in the Flying Bear army during the afternoon, and on a whim, I also informed father of all these Jianghu rumors. He expressed great satisfaction and has already gone off to steal wine and drink it with gusto." Jiefire, Xia Ningxiang. When the 3 of them arrived at Ji Junhong's small courtyard, Ji Hua finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "Eldest brother, I am in pure friendship with Miss Xia." Right. Xia Ningxiang also took up the defense. "We're just like-minded." Ji Junhong had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was rare for him to smile like this these days. "There's no need to say much, for my brother understands everything." The 3 sat down and their expressions became serious. Ji Junhong first glanced at Xia Ningxiang. Seeing that Ji Hua did not have much to say, he knew that this girl should want to walk with them on the same path, so he nodded with even more satisfaction, and his gaze towards her softened quite a bit. "Then we'll get down to business." Ji Junhong spoke. "That great demon has sucked in the dragon's qi. It won't be long before he can completely devour the great Zhou's qi and achieve the supreme realm. For today's solution, then we can only kill that great demon. It's just that everyone in the capital is mesmerized by that great demon. And once it's done, all the people in the capital will be the minions of the great demon, including father and the state master." "So," Ji Junhong said, "Second brother, I need you to slip out of the city tonight and lead the Flying Bear army to attack the city, drawing father and the 30,000 defenders there. What you are facing may not only be 30,000 people, but also the countless living dead in the capital." Ji Hua froze and asked, "Tonight? In such a hurry?" Ji Junhong sighed. "You returned from a great victory. Tomorrow morning the demon will surely call you to go to the Golden Palace, where the state master was tricked." Ji Hua nodded. "Good, I will attack the city tonight. Before you attack the city, there's one more person you have to settle. State Master Li Hua." Ji Junhong's face sank like water as he said seriously, "Once cleric warlocks go into battle, as long as they are given the time to cast their spells, the destructive power they cause is far more terrifying than imagined." Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly lowered. and Jihwa similarly did not open his mouth. They were all well aware that if they attacked the city, the great demon would inevitably catalyze the defense of all those who had been compelled, and even the state master would not be spared. Although they know that the state master is dead, but the two brothers have had dealings with the state master on weekdays, and it is always a bit hard to make a move against him. Ji Junhong took a breath and smiled. The state master will be me. I'll go. Xianingshang suddenly spoke. Ji Junhong froze and looked at Xianingshang, frowning. Miss Xia, the state master is a Zongshi level warlock. You, I'm sure. Xianingshang opened her mouth. Ji Junhong looked at Jihwa, while Jihwa looked deeply at Xianingshang, his thoughts flowing, remembering that in the afternoon Xianingshang had recognized the location of the state master's mansion at a glance. Jiefire nodded. Be more careful. Aha, Xianingshang answered softly. The corners of Ji Junhong's mouth rose slightly. Even as he spoke he couldn't suppress it. Then the state master will be handed over to Miss Xia. He paused and added. This is the plan. Miss Xia will go first to kill the state master, while Firechild will lead the Flying Bear army to attack the city. And when Father and the guarding generals are all attracted to the city, I will make my move and go into the palace to kill the demon. The plan was so simple and crude that it made Jiefire feel a bit unimpressed. Chapter 112, A Simple Dinner. Ji's brow furrowed. Eldest brother, when the city is in chaos, there will surely be quite a few more people who will stop you after being mesmerized. Can you fight alone? Ji Junhong's eyes were calm. It's nothing more than killing more people. Where are your men? Jiefire asked with squinted eyes. He couldn't believe that his big brother didn't have anyone else under his hand. The situation in the capital was chaotic, and the men I originally hid in the capital were all compelled. And then the capital was too dangerous. So I didn't call anyone over again. Where's Mr. Man? Jiefire asked. Ji Junhong said with an expressionless face. I was worried that he would spoil things if he was mesmerized, so I knocked him out and tied him up. Otherwise if he really fought, it would be quite troublesome if he helped that demon. Jiefire, 6. He laughed dryly and said, luckily, I have prepared manpower, so when the time comes, I'll let them help you drag on. It won't be much of a problem. You mean little brown sugar? Ji Junhong asked. Well, by the way, where is she? Why haven't I seen it? Jiefire looked around. The martial arts that Manhwa practiced in conjunction with the red paper umbrella would not be much of a problem as long as she did not encounter a particularly fierce expert. After she finished what I explained the day before yesterday, she left the city in a hurry, saying that she was going to the east. Ji Junhong said expressionlessly. Oh, she also took away several people from the Qianduo Duo money bank. Those should all be your people. Jiefire froze. It's my people all right, but those people from Chandos weren't mesmerized? Little brown sugar woke them all up a long time ago, and they're all fine. Ji Junhong returned. Woohoo! Jihwa heart is very relieved. I did not expect this baby key time is quite reliable. Otherwise, when he led the Earth Fury group to slaughter the city, if he encountered these few cubs, then the soldiers were in chaos, but also to spare energy to knock them out, it would be very troublesome. How did little brown sugar do it? Why didn't Big Brother use the same method to awaken your people, like Mr. Man? Jiefire asked curiously. Ji Junhong said expressionlessly. I asked little brown sugar. She said she just slapped those people a few times and they woke up. I then wondered if a strong stimulus could wake these people up. So I smoked Mr. Man a few times as well and found it useless. The corners of Jiefire's mouth twitched as he realized what was going on. Theoretically Big Brother, this guess is right. But strong stimulation refers to these few slaps. But the Big Dipper group from childhood are small brown sugar pumped I don't know how many times. This kind of fear has long been engraved in the bones of all. So a few slaps will remind them of their deepest fears. But if little brown sugar isn't there, it's just that these people he's bringing with him, it might not be quite enough. And the danger is great. After all, 600,000 living dead. And I don't know how long they can be held back. Jihwa showed a melancholic look, and Ji Junhong smiled and comforted him. There's no need to worry. There's no such thing as complete certainty in the world. And it's rare that we still have a chance to turn the tables on this incident. He stood up with his hands behind his back, looking at the capital city that was shrouded in demonic aura, and said indifferently, life would be a little too boring if everything was well planned and there wasn't an interesting variable. Jihwa froze, then laughed. That's it. Xianingshang listened quietly, always feeling that similar words seemed to have been said by Jihwa. She shook her head, just thinking that neither of the brothers seemed quite right. Jiefire asked again, are there any hourly requirements? Ji Junhong said, late at night, I'll prepare the means to deal with that great demon in the morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines on the earth, that's when it will end everything. So before then, you need to accomplish the two things of killing the State Master and the Flying Bear army attacking the city to draw all the experts over. Both of them nodded at the same time. Neither of them knew what tactics their big brother had prepared to take care of the demon that was terrifying in any way, but both of them chose to trust the other. After the plan was finalized, and looking at the time still early, Ji Junhong smiled and took out 3 bottles of white porcelain children's wine and a few small dishes from the room. I didn't even have time to properly entertain you guys when you first came back. And the food cooked by the underlings in the mansion isn't safe right now. This is something my brother made by hand in the kitchen this afternoon. It's a little simpler, so we'll have a nice drink when it's all over. It's just some home cooking. Mapo tofu, braised pork with sauerkraut, sautéed bacon with folded ears and cabbage and tofu soup. Jihua was slightly stunned. These were all dishes that favored the flavors of Western Sichuan, not the tastes of the capital. Especially the folded earrings. Not many people can eat this stuff and not many have heard of this, especially in the capital. I guess Big Brother had learned these dishes especially for him. How does it taste? Big Brother asked with a smile. Quite tasty. Jihua's eyes were slightly lowered as she smiled back. Xiaoningshan glanced at Jihua, always feeling that he had some ups and downs in his emotions, an emotion that had never appeared in Jihua before, and she was unable to recognize what it was. She picked up a couple of folded earrings and ate them before Jiefire could remind her. How does it taste? Big Brother asked with the same smile. The flavor is a bit strange, but it's quite delicious, eh? Xiaoningshan was surprised. Eldest brother smiled even more and nodded. That's good. Jihua estimated that Xiaoningshan should have cooked for a period of time by herself. And from then on, as long as it is better than what she did, she can eat well. Before, no matter which restaurant or small stall to go to order meals, some of those meals Jihua ate with a straight frown. In his opinion, really just able to eat. However, Xiaoningshan was able to eat them all happily. The main one being good for sustenance. I don't know if it was her experiences as a child, or the fact that cooking was not well developed on the dragon side that starved the child. Xiaoningshan suddenly turned her head sideways and looked at him suspiciously. Were you just thinking about me? Chapter 113, You're a good judge of character. Nope. How? Jihua hastily shook his head and denied it. Xiaoningshan narrowed her eyes. But for some reason, I always feel that you're thinking about me. Or the unkind kind. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're slandering. Rumor. Jihua said hastily. Then what's your hurry? I'm not. The two of them were talking and joking, and the meal suddenly became lively as they ate. Ji Junhong smiled and took a sip of the white porcelain children's wine. The more he looked at it, the better he felt. This summer night, the stars are dense, and the crickets chirp in the flowers. The summer wind blew, cool, giving people a sense of pleasure, so that people subconsciously forget the grudges and feuds, the righteousness of the family and the country, and even the upcoming killings. The three of them joked and chatted about quite a few things. Mostly Xiaoningshan and Jihua were disliking each other, while Ji Junhong was smiling and sipping his wine on the side, sometimes pulling the strings and fanning the flames. After drinking to his heart's content, Ji Junhong took out a dozen bottles of white porcelain children's wine from his room, and this stuff was all scavenged by him from his old dad's study. It was only when it was late at night that the three put away the smiles on their faces. Xiaoningshan looked somewhat fondly at this small courtyard, this tabletop bottle of wine. She arched her hand toward the two men and said, "The hour has come. I will go first. Be careful," Ji Junhong instructed. "If you are not defeated, just come back." Ji Hua, on the other hand, simply said, "Give the state master the decency to do so." He wasn't worried in the slightest that Xiaoningshan couldn't beat the state master, and the lord fought with an unrivaled trust. Xiaoningshan rolled her playful white eyes and turned her body into a black dragon that shot straight up into the sky, circling for a while before flying towards the state master's residence. Ji Junhong's brows suddenly furrowed as he looked at Jihua. The Great Summer Dragon Clan? Oh, what? Jiefire was unsure. Ji Junhong asked again. Miss Xia is from the Dragon Kingdom? Aha, Jiefire asked. The Great Summer Dragon Clan is? Ji Junhong collected his thoughts, stretched his brows, and returned with a smile. My brother has seen the words in a certain wild history before, so there is not much of a problem. No, what kind of wild history have you read? Ji was slandered in his heart, and then took down the human emperor's sword on his waist and handed it over. Big brother, be careful. Good. Ji Junhong took the human emperor's sword and smiled. I also want to see what a demon that dares to swallow the luck of the nation looks like. Ji Hua arched his hand, and his body was like a goose as he swept away towards the distance. The state master's mansion. At this time, the lights were all gone and it was pitch black. The heavy vermilion door was open. The state master sat quietly in the lobby, his back straight, facing the door like a statue. Not much later, a purple silhouette appeared at the gate. She thought for a moment, removed the veil from her face, and sauntered in. You're here, the state master's hoarse voice squeezed out of his throat. You knew I was coming? Xiaoningshan asked. The state master sighed softly and returned. I knew that I would die by your hand when Kid G brought you in during the day. Xiaoningshang thought for 2 seconds, cupped her fists and saluted. The young lady came, one for public and one for private. What is the private matter? The State Master asked curiously. I want to take an object from the State Master. Xiaoningshang calmly said. What is it? The remnants of the magic dragon lance. The State Master froze, suddenly remembering the demon soldier incident that was making a lot of noise in the Jianghu some days ago. He narrowed his eyes and asked, did you make the pieces of the demon dragon gun that appeared in the jungle? Yes, Xiaoningshang returned frankly. The State Master was silent for a few seconds before he suddenly asked, Kid G knows? Xiaoningshang nodded slightly, then nodded. He should have guessed. The State Master asked again. You came here to get the remnants of the demon dragon lance, and he agreed? He acquiesced. Xiaoningshang asked again. The State Master nodded and beckoned with his right hand, and another incense burner flew out from under the table where he had pulled out the tea bags during the day, only to see the incense burner shaking twice. The prohibition was lifted, and a pitch-black gun head flew out from the incense burner. Take it. The State Master casually threw it, and the head of the gun fell into Xiaoningshang's hands. The head of the gun let out a crisp chirp, like it was cheering, only before the demonic aura on its body could come out. It was gently stroked by Xiaoningshang and instantly collected into the head of the gun again. Is it your official duty to kill me? The State Master asked again. Yes. Can you tell me why? The State Master's eyes were filled with puzzlement and confusion. Something should have happened. Something should have happened. But I just can't see it. I can't see it. Xiaoningshang's eyes were slightly downcast, and another pitch-black short stick appeared in her hand, which condensed pitch-black chi energy and connected with the head of the gun. This 2/3 of the demonic dragon lance had already appeared in her hands, and if she added that 1/3 in her brother's hands, the complete collection of the absolute demonic armament was finally complete. If you eat my shot, you should know, Xiaoningshang said seriously. The State Master laughed. The one in your hand is a demonic dragon gun. I'm a warlock, and I'm bound to die if I take a shot from it. A fish on an anvil will still struggle twice. Do you think I'm someone who will let you stab me with a shot? Xiaoningshang fell silent. Her grip on the demon dragon gun tightened, already ready to fight. The State Master smiled sparingly and spread his hands out without defense. You're a good judge of character. I really am. Chapter 114 Raising an army to press down on the imperial city. The State Counselor invites heaven to listen to him. State Master. You? Xiaoningshang was a little hesitant. The State Master laughed. Since you said you want me to see the truth, what's the harm in being stabbed by you? Curiosity is a warlock's Achilles heel, but a warlock without curiosity is not a good State Master. In that case, Xiaoningshang's eyes were slightly downcast, her right hand was raised, and the demonic dragon lance rotated in her palm, waving it in a circle. Then I will show you the truth. Before the words left his mouth, he only heard a pft sound, and the magic dragon gun was already stuck on the waist of the State Master. So fast. The State Master's eyes widened, suddenly feeling that at such a close distance, he wouldn't be able to block a shot from the other side even if he defended. Warlock really can't get close enough. Before the State Master could say anything, the monstrous demonic chi of the demonic dragon gun rushed into the State Master's body, and the purple color under his eyes was instantly swallowed up by black. The State Master went down for a few seconds, and the tampered memories were instantly corrected, and the stakes of those days flooded into his mind. His face instantly changed drastically, followed by old tears. However, his body had long since run out of moisture. How could he not cry out? He could only wail there. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Blame me for not finding the demon in time. Shame on the late emperor. Shame on the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital. He howled dryly and beat his chest. Xiaoningshang waited for him to howl for a while, then drew back the magic dragon gun. The stabbing pain on his waist calmed down the State Master. His face was pale. He felt that because he woke up, the balance of life and death suppressed by the demonic power had been broken, and his life force was rapidly draining away. And it was only because of the demonic chi entering his body and the stabbing of his waist that he was able to hold on for a little while longer. He asked, "This is what you and Kid Ki are going to do?" "Aha." Xiaoningshang nodded. Good. The State Master suddenly laughed out loud. It really is the will of heaven. Divine will. Old me didn't look at the wrong person. Kid Ji is very good. Old me is very happy. He looked towards Xiaoningshang, his eyes soft, with a smile. Girl, you are also very good. This matter has 9 deaths. That demon is afraid that there is no one left to fight. Even so, you are willing to stand by his side. Xiaoningshang sidestepped her face, looked to the side, and whispered, I have a selfish motive. The State Master, who was old and cunning, for the old and unashamed, and old and greasy, laughed and said, Yes, you are here for the demonic dragon gun. I know, Well, the old man sees that you're a good girl, and with the magic dragon gun given to you, there won't be a lot of life and death, he asked after a moment, touching the wound on his lower back again, sensing that he could hold out a little longer. Girl, could you do old man a favor? What? Xianingshang asked. Help the old man to the backyard. The state master laughed miserably. I've made a big mistake, so I can still help you guys out while I'm not dead through. Good. Once Xianingshang heard this, she assisted the state master in the direction of the backyard. As he walked, the state master suddenly asked, why are you stabbing the loins? Oh, Xianingshang came back casually. He said he wanted you to go with honor. The state master was silent for 2 seconds and returned. Next time don't poke here. It's not very decent either. Good. And no, it's not my turn next time either. Never mind. You might as well stab it all you want. Good. G-fire all the way to the Fei Xiong army camp on light power soaring. Theoretically this kind of speed is very burn internal energy, but as long as his feet step on the earth, it is the same as the infinite blue bar unlimited stamina, and so on running to the destination. The face is not red, not gasping for breath, and even did not feel some consumption. The elemental atlas? That's how outrageous it is. This is still only the first layer of the elemental atlas. These days he rubs Xianingshang's OU Chi every day. Daily draw 99999 cultivation value. I believe that it won't take long to brush up to the second layer, and I don't know what kind of light it will be at that time. In the Fei Xiong army camp, at this time, the lights were brightly lit, and the black pack generals of the Fei Xiong army were fully loaded and ready to go, clad in armor, with a high intention to fight. The few generals at the forefront waited with bated breath, and finally, under their expectant gazes, Ji Hua's figure appeared in front of the barracks. This time it was Lu Desui who stood at the forefront, still holding a blazing horse, looking at the crowd with a godly air. No, did you guys expect me to come tonight? Or are you always ready to plot against me? Without saying a word, Ji Hua mounted his fiery horse, pulled the reins, and walked to the front of the army, looking towards the 100,000 Fei Xiong army that was standing by in strict formation, and all troops were in solemnity. Running his inner strength, his voice rolled and pressed over like thunder. Gentlemen, the new emperor has been victimized by a demon. The capital has fallen into a demonic domain. 600,000 people have been transformed into the living dead, and Great Zhou will become a dead domain in a matter of days. What should we do? Kill, kill, kill. The flying bear army's murderous aura shook like thunder. In this battle, we face our once beloved family and friends, our brothers in arms, and my father. Will you all? The flying bears were silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly they all dropped to one knee in unison and reached out to pound their chests. We are willing to go through fire and water for the marshal. Where the marshal's blade points, our iron hooves tread. A hint of bravado surfaced on Ji Hua's face as he laughed out loud. In that case, let's kill him and turn the world upside down. Flying bear army, listen to me. He spurred his horse around and looked out into the pitch-black darkness where countless demons and devils and spirits seemed to be waiting for him. Ji Hua heckled with a big wave of his hand. All troops out. Target, Great Zhou Imperial City. Here. Xianingshang supported the state master to the backyard. The state master's face was pale. His breath was, if anything, his eyes were covered by demonic chi, but those eyes were bright and scary. He should have died a long time ago, and at this point he was just holding on by willpower and a warlock's power to delay his death. The backyard was quiet, with nothing but a lone 7-star platform in the center. Seeing the slight doubt in Xianingshang's eyes, the state master smiled and explained, I estimated that there is something strange today, so I dispersed my subordinates in advance. Even my son was knocked out and thrown to the woodshed. Now it seems that it should be my spiritual intuition that can avoid being detected by that demon in advance. Xianingshang nodded and helped the state master onto the 7-star platform, then retreated to the edge and quietly looked at the state master. The state master took a deep breath, faced the dark night sky, and knelt on the 7-star platform. An arcane aura emerged from his body, ancient, mysterious, and this aura seemed to communicate with heaven and earth, easily passing through the boundary of demonic power that enveloped the entire imperial city. The state master bent over and bowed, his forehead smashing heavily on the 7-star platform. Dang! A dull sound fell, and the surroundings fell silent, as if all sound had disappeared here. Over the imperial city boundary, some kind of will seemed to wake up. Dang! There was another muffled sound. This one was even clearer than before, and seemed to travel to a more distant, more subtle place. At this moment, Xianingshang realized that her body was experiencing a brief tremor, as if something had converged over. Dang! The state master slammed it hard at the end. His head was broken and blood flowed from his forehead over the bridge of his nose and landed on the 7-star platform. Li Hua bows to the heavens. Please heaven listen. At this instant, Xiaoningshang sensed that some kind of sight that did not contain the slightest emotion gently swept over herself, making herself invisible. The devil dragon gun was even shrinking inside herself, constantly squeezing inward and shivering. This line of sight then landed on the old man on the 7-star stage who had a head full of white hair and was about to die. Chapter 115. Rain falls on the capital city and thunder lights appear. The state master was panting heavily, his breath falling rapidly. This was not only because he was in poor condition, but also because he had forcibly performed the praying to heaven technique, and it was difficult for him to maintain all of his mana. He grasped the quick way. Heaven is clear. Now the demons have usurped the throne and plagued the earth. I pray to heaven with my blood, to send down heavenly thunder, to give clear dew, and to break down the delusion. Give enlightenment to the confused. Let them see the truth. See the truth. At the end of his words, the master of the state again bowed heavily and cried out in a loud voice, "Please, God, answer." The invisible sight dissipated. Immediately afterward, the night sky dark clouds converge, just like boiling water gurgled and rolled non-stop. Vaguely thunder flashes constantly, and then large rain fell. The barrier of the demon domain responded to the stimulus, only blocking the rain for a few moments before a bolt of green lightning suddenly struck down. There was a crunching sound, and the barrier shattered. Roar! In the imperial city, an exasperated roar suddenly came out, followed by flashes of thunder that vaguely converged towards that spot. The roar was instantly curtailed. Countless large pellets of rain poured down, washing the entire capital. And the thunderclouds in the sky didn't dissipate at all. Instead, they were constantly attracting the surrounding dark clouds, showing an increasing trend. The state master's breath was already dissipating fast, and he collapsed on the ground. His hair and clothes already wet from the rain, and the putrid smell of his body was washed away by the rain. He laughed freely. Demon, didn't expect it. Only disgusting you before I die. It's worth it. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. Xiaoningshang hurried up and was about to help the state master up, but he refused. Go do what you have to do, child. He needs you. The state master smiled happily, his eyes full of kindness. Xiaoningshang looked deeply at the state master, and then nodded her head, earnestly making a deep salute towards the state master. And then her body transformed into a black dragon, hovering and flying in the direction of the outside of the city. Master of the country lying on the ground, let the rain drench the whole body. The eyes of the smoothness is not reduced at all. The eyes seem to be reminiscent of, seem to be sad, but also seem to be remembering the past, and later on cannot be distinguished from the rain or what slipped from the corners of the eyes. The late emperor, the state master Na raved. The old minister, who has the face to come to you? As soon as the words left his mouth, he closed his eyes, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. His body also rapidly decayed and turned into charred black. Boom! The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and Ji Junhong, who was sitting in the small courtyard, raised his head and seemed to understand something. He hid under a tree and gave a respectful salute towards the sky. Greetings to the Grand Master of Zhou. Mournful lightning cut through the sky, and the sound of thunder continued. At this moment, countless people in the capital raised their heads and looked at the sky. There was a flash of disbelief in the eyes of those who had died, unsure of what was happening, and the Jianghu people who had cultivation in their bodies and were struggling to hold on at the edge of life and death after hearing the thunder. It was like that thunder suddenly appeared to ring in their heads and exploded openly. Countless purple demonic chi were all shattered and disappeared by the thunder of the Supreme Yang. Suddenly, countless memories appeared in their minds, and the stakes of this period of time floated before their eyes like a walking lantern. Their faces suddenly changed and they were in a state of confusion, rushing out of the room in a panic, wanting to leave this hell on earth in the capital. It was also at this moment that the one in the imperial city suddenly let out a long roar. The roar spread far and wide, sweeping across the city like a signal. The hundreds of thousands of living dead that still existed in the capital city had purple intent lit up in their eyes, and their faces were hideous. And one by one, they walked out of their houses with drool dripping from their mouths, rushing into the rainfall like walking corpses, and rushing up to tear at those who were sane once they saw them. Many Jianghu people were already malnourished these days. Their hands and feet were weak. It was normal to kill a dozen or so zombies, but once they revealed their flaws, they would be swarmed by the zombies, and they would die in the twinkling of an eye by parting with them. One by one, the living corpses, covered in broken flesh, swept through the entire capital like a dark-colored torrent, trying to completely remove all the disturbing elements. For a time, the entire capital city was thrown into chaos, and everywhere was filled with the terrified roars of Jianghu people, the sounds of fighting and arson, and the hissing of countless living dead wailing and howling in the streets. Zhengbui Gongfu, Ji Xiaoxiong's bedroom. Originally during the day in and Ji Junhong chatting all afternoon Ji-fire gossip. This melon eat very cool, and then secretly drink a lot of wine. At this time is sleeping soundly. until the pale roar came from the palace. Ji Xiaoxiang's eyes suddenly opened, and purple intent emerged in his eyes. He looked up at the sky as lightning flashed and rain poured down. There's something odd about this rain. Kisho Bear stood up, like dark mountains pressing into the sky, and covered the window tightly. No matter how much the thunder in the sky roared, the purple color in his eyes did not fade in the slightest. Ji Xiaoxiang stared at the sky, his brows furrowed, his eyes fell on the window, the constant dripping rain shivering softly in a regular pattern. The regularity of this trembling gave him a whiff of war. It gave him a familiar scent, the smell of a fast-marching flying bear army. Rebel son! Ji Xiaoxiang turned around openly, his face full of anger, his body flashed with lightning, and the purple intent in his eyes completely obscured his vision. The monstrous fury instantly shattered the entire house into dust, which was then washed away and drowned by the rain. Boom! The thunderous sound that resounded through the sky traveled out from the Zhenguigong mansion and spread throughout the entire capital. Both the Jianghu people who were still in the middle of the fight and the unconscious living corpses who were slinking down the street in the street looked up. They saw a bright and dazzling thunderbolt shoot out from the Zhenguigong mansion, piercing through the darkness of the night and spanning across the pale sky, dragging out a long green tail and landing on the walls of the capital city. As if receiving a signal, the 30,000 forbidden guards ascended the capital city walls in a steady stream and stood in wait. Purple color filled their eyes, and the skin on their body surface appeared a light stiff purple color. And they had long been converted into demon soldiers by the great demon during this period of time. Boom! The lightning fell and transformed into Ji Xiaoxiang's huge body that was as oppressive as a small mountain. His aura was overwhelming. His body was like a savage rage that could not be suppressed and radiated around. The demon soldiers that were close by could not even withstand this aura and retreated. The garrison is at your service. Ji Xiaoxiang stared into the distant darkness, those eyes of purple and thunder interlaced like night vultures piercing through the blackness of the night, and commanded with a sense of oppression. All troops on alert. Here! The 30,000 violet-eyed forbidden demon soldiers responded in unison. Behind the city wall, there were even black countless living dead converging from within the city guided by the voice filled with phantom spirits. The living dead stood scattered behind the city gates, and at a glance, stretched endlessly into the depths of darkness. Their bodies shook as if they had ADHD, letting the rain clatter and drench their bodies. Once you open the gates, you will be confronted by this endless stream of living dead. They were old men, women and children, as well as young and strong, most of them dismembered and left in stumps, their whole bodies reeking of decay and death. Cluck cluck cluck, cluck cluck cluck, cluck cluck cluck. I don't know who started it, but a sound like a thick phlegm caught in the knot of the throat came out of his mouth. The other walkers looked up and opened their mouths, the corners of their mouths torn even to the base of their ears from the sheer force of it, cackling from their throats. For a moment, the entire wall was enveloped in these cackling sounds. Ji Xiaoxiang glanced back and praised as a fluctuation appeared in his eyes filled with anger and purple. The people of the capital really do love Great Zhou deeply. So late at night they can still come spontaneously to help defend the city. And they are still in such high spirits. Like night owls. Not a bit better than that rebellious sun. It's just that the song is a little harder to hear. And it's not as good as the old bears I can sing. Chapter 116, I am Marshal Jihuo of the Flying Bear Army. Jiefire was still on his way on horseback with the Flying Bear Army. Lu Desui reminded as he watched from afar the lightning and thundering look of that part of the capital. Marshal, the sky over the capital is covered with dark clouds, flashes of thunder, and raging storms. Not good weather for a battle. Jiefire laughed. Then we'll kill until the sky turns clear. In the black clouds, suddenly a little black dot rapidly enlarged, but it was a black dragon rolling in the dark clouds, swimming towards this side. Lu Desui took a look, and with a stomp of his legs, he flew up from his own horse and landed on Lu Shui's horse next to him, his hands subconsciously wrapping around Lu Shui's waist. These two were both big, burly men, 8 feet tall and 8 feet around the waist, and when they rode together like this, they were instantly crowded. You're on top of me, Lu Shui said calmly. Don't dawdle, ride fast, Lu Desui urged. The black dragon descended from the sky and landed on the back of the vacated horse, changing into Xiaoningshang's appearance and catching up with Ji Hua's fast horse, the two riding side by side. She quickly said. The state master regained his sanity before he died and unleashed his Xin technique to communicate with heaven and earth, causing heavy rain to fall on the capital. Now that everyone still alive in the capital has come to their senses, the capital is in chaos. She thought for a moment and then added, but your father probably didn't wake up. He was planted as a demon fetus by a great demon himself, and was infected to a different degree. He won't recover so easily. Ji Hua was slightly dumbfounded, then lamented. The ones who are still alive in the capital are basically all somewhat capable. Having them to hold back the army of the living dead, or at least keep them in disarray, would be a great help to us. As for my old man, there's no hope of him waking up. I've wanted to fight him for a long time now. Haven't had a proper fight with a clan master yet. Xia Ningxiang advised. I know you're strong, and now you're even stronger by a lot. But your father is a long-established zongsher, not a half-step zongsher like sword idiot, so don't be arrogant. Jaifire looked at her and smiled. It's not that there's still you. Xia Ningxiang skimmed her head and said carelessly. I didn't say I wanted to accompany you to your death. That said, not far from the Zhen Guo mansion there was an exquisite small courtyard. The small courtyard looks simple and elegant. The surrounding people are also less. A look is the kind of very pushy. How to reveal the great hidden in the city of the high people style. At this time, the owner of this very hermit-like small courtyard was being locked in the woodshed, being tied up securely with the legendary tortoise armor binding method, and there was a slap mark on his face, and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of rags that he didn't know where to get from. When the thunder rang in the sky, Mr. Win's head roared, then he opened his eyes, and the purple intent in his eyes quickly dissipated. After a brief moment of disorientation, he was fully awake, and after emotions such as shock, fear, and afterthought flashed in his eyes, he was already calm. Woohoo! Mr. Man let out a whimper from his mouth and tried to undo the bonds, but couldn't do it in any way. The binding Ji Junhong used to prevent him from waking up and running away was obviously very professional. Woohoo! Now the Lord must be fighting for the people of the world. Now he's definitely on his own, without even a helper at his side. Only my poor Lord carried it all by himself. My Lord! I'm crying. Woo 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 woo. I must go out and help the master, even if it means cheering at his side. After several fruitless attempts, Mr. Man could only slowly wriggle like a maggot to the doorway, banging his head against the wall in the hope that someone passing by would hear the commotion and get him out. Then Mr. Man suddenly remembered why he didn't turn around and hit it with his foot, so he was about to do a 180-degree flip with his but pads on the floor. Even if Mr. Man had enough meat on his ass and was quite chiseled, a flip on this kind of ground hurt him enough to make him grimace. Just as he was about to kick with his foot, suddenly he heard a rustle of footsteps. Whoa! Mr. Man's eyes widened instantly, a light of hope flashing in his eyes, and then he kicked the wooden door with his foot, hoping to get the attention of the people outside. Sure enough, the sound of footsteps outside gradually approached. Whoa, I'm here. Help! Mr. Man let out a whimper and kicked with more excitement. Then he heard footsteps stop at the door. Why isn't it moving? Mr. Man is going to kick it up a notch again. The wooden door suddenly creaked and was pushed open a crack. The crack in the door revealed a face covered in rotting flesh, one eyeball dangling by a thread of flesh. Mr. Man's heart thumped. His feet thumped several times in a row, and he shrank back a good distance, his heart puffing. The only remaining eye of that living dead man swept through the crack of the door and then landed on Mr. One. A trace of excitement appeared in his eyes, and then he violently pushed the wooden door. The wooden door made a clattering sound of chains. One person and one corpse's eyes fell on the doorway at the same time, and it was only then that they noticed that the wooden door had actually been wrapped with a chain, and there was a palm-sized lock on it. The master actually thoughtfully locked the door. I cried to death. The living dead man pushed again, and realizing that he couldn't get the wooden door open, he reached out his pustule-covered hand to the crack and scratched a few times. Not enough. He growled unwillingly and kept clawing at it again with his hands, but his claws were just too short to reach. Mr. Man's heart, which was about to jump into his throat, gradually calmed down, and with a sigh of relief and a look of false alarm on his face, he came close to laughing out loud in contempt, and then his smile froze. Another head full of rotting flesh protruded from the doorway. 2, 3, 4, the capital. At the city walls, the sound of neatly organized trampling came from a distance, and even from a distance you could hear the sound and feel the earth tremble. Ji Xiaoxiong's face sank like water. The thunder in his eyes seemed to be dripping out. The thunder in the sky seems to be attracted by him, vaguely converging towards this place, gradually forming a vortex, and the sound of thunder is even more continuous. Finally, in the midst of intertwining lightning, a fierce army appeared out of the depths of the darkness, breaking through the curtain of pouring rain and appearing in the field of view of the 30,000 demon soldiers. In the two people at the forefront of this army, one person was wearing a black fancy dress, sword brows and starry eyes, with a head full of black hair casually spread out, looking rather untamed. The other person was a woman, wearing a purple dress, with a delicate and charming face. Although she was a woman, her horseback riding movements were not slower than the man in black on her side. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes drooped slightly, even though he had long predicted it. When he really saw Ji Hua leading the Flying Bear army to the city, there was still a feeling of loss in his heart. Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly raised his leg and stood on the city wall, his feet stepping, the force traveling from the wall to the ground. The entire ground suddenly trembled. Who is the visitor? Ji Xiaoxiong shouted. Ji Hua pulled the reins and stopped not far from the city wall. The Flying Bear army behind him stopped at the same time. their backs straight, motionless and silent. The rain hit their armor like it was hitting a tough reef with a splash. Marshal of the Flying Bear Army, Jifire. Jihwa looked at the looming figure on the city wall that was so oppressive that it caused people to tremble, and said in a loud voice without showing any weakness, Chapter 117, Good Shooting. Adverse Son, are you aware of what you are doing? Ji Xiaoxiong said angrily. Pops, I'm clear. Jifire shook his head. Then what is the reason for your soldiers to come to the city? Ji Xiaoxiong asked again. Jihwa's eyes were slightly lowered, and he suddenly laughed. Why else? Attack the capital, slaughter the capital, and finally kill that dog emperor. Xiaoningshan slightly side-eye, hush eyes to Jifire. Although this nerd said the big truth. But listen to how this is not the right taste. Just like the rebels. Damn it! Lu Desui whispered as his eyes filled with little stars. The marshal is so handsome. Says everything I've always wanted to say but was afraid to. Lu Shuwei turned his head sideways and looked at Lu Desui, who was resting on his shoulder in disgust. If you say so, don't hug me so tightly. The forbidden guards are watching. It's fine. Look at their eyes that are purple and glowing. They are not going to pay attention to us. Lu Desui whispered. Actually, in such a tense situation, Jihwa really didn't want to look behind him, but there was something about these two's conversation that was so out of the ordinary that he couldn't help but look back. Even Xiaoningshan's gaze began to glance behind her, and even her gaze at him, the marshal, began to be meaningful. No, why are you looking at me? Jihwa didn't dare to look at Xiaoningshan, but instead looked with a stern face at the old man frozen in place on the city wall. Pops hadn't spoken since he'd said that, his whole face hidden in the shadows. His burly body unmoving and his aura rapidly collecting. General Fei Xiong, the ambition of the Jihwa thieves has been revealed. The thieves are treasonous and attempting to subvert my great Zhou dynasty. So please, General, take action immediately. Kill this fawn. The commander of the forbidden guards on the side suddenly arched his hand towards Ji Xiaoxiong and shouted. Ji Xiaoxiong stiffened and twisted his head to look at this commander-in-chief. The man seemed to be named Zhu Pei, and he couldn't remember when he became commander-in-chief. You want me to kill him? Ji Xiaoxiong asked woodenly, his lips dry. General, Zhu Pei's eyes were clear, his voice stale and pleading as he exclaimed. This Jihwa is the son of a rebel. For the sake of national justice, he must be killed. National righteousness, national righteousness. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes are full of pain, and the purple color in the depths of his eyes is hidden. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Xiaoningshan, and asked, Miss Xia, are you going to fool around with this brat too? Xiaoningshan's clothes had long been dampened by the rain, and her hair clung to her fair cheeks. She guffawed and moved closer to Jifire, standing side by side, her eyes flowing as she spoke softly. Uncle, even if he is fooling around, I'm willing. Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes were a bit odd, and the eyes of the 30,000 demon soldiers on the city wall were also a bit odd. Even Zhu Pei on his side couldn't help but look sideways at this woman. He didn't really understand this kind of emotion, but he always felt that he shouldn't say this kind of words in this kind of tense moment, right? Even the 100,000 murderous flying bear army behind them, that monstrous killing aura appeared to freeze briefly. Jihwa held back and didn't look at the woman beside him. However, he felt that the eyes of the 100,000 man army behind him, and the 30,000 demon soldiers on the city wall all fell on him, their gazes ghostly, as if they were on his back. Ji Xiaoxiong coughed, his emotions once again pulling full force as he glared angrily at the flying bear army and chided. What about you guys? Are you guys going to fool around with him too? The flying bear army was silent and speechless, and the few generals who were swept by Ji Xiaoxiong's gaze even shrunk their necks. Although they listened to Jihua's explanation and came down to the capital to take a look at the city full of inhuman-looking forbidden guards, there was something wrong with how they looked at it. However, in the face of Ji Xiaoxiong's questioning, his heart was still a little weak. Lu Desui was about to open his mouth, wanting to say I am also willing like Miss Xia, but before he could say it, he was pinched hard by Lu Shuwei, and only then did he shrink his words back. Jifire exclaimed, Pops, since you handed over the Flying Bear Army to me, I am the Supreme Commander of the Flying Bear Army. I will be responsible for all actions of the Flying Bear Army. Well. Ji Xiaoxiong looked at him angrily, his eyes full of pain, his tone full of sadness. You are responsible for everything. You are responsible for everything. His voice grew louder and louder, and the flashes of thunder in the sky grew more and more violent. Jihua was in a hurry. The only way for Big Brother to carry out his next move was to get Pops to fight him, and if he missed the timing of the pandemonium in the city, he was afraid it would be too late. Only Jihua exclaimed as he wiped the rainwater from his face. Pops, things have come to this, I no longer care to explain. Do it! Ji Xiaoxiong immediately glared with his eyes rounded, his right hand raised, and he roared. then I'll beat you to death. You little brat. He blasted out with a single punch, and the thunder in the sky instantly fell, forming a huge fist woven with lightning in the wind of his fist, blasting across a distance of nearly 50 meters. Ji Hua's eyes danced wildly. He only felt that the space around him was completely sealed by this punch. There was no way to avoid it. No matter where he dodged, he would be hit by this punch. He didn't dare to be careless, and directly leapt off the horse's back, his feet stepping on the earth, and a steady stream of power surged into his entire body from the ground. Ji Hua first grabbed at the sky with his left hand and drew down a thunderbolt to infuse his entire body. Then he let out a low shout and blasted out with the same punch. Compared to Ji Xiaoxian's immense fist, Ji Hua's thunderous fist was a bit smaller. The two thunderous fists suddenly collided in midair. The expected picture of a touch and go didn't appear, but rather a mutual stalemate. At the collision of the fist dangles, countless lightning bolts streaked around, flashing brilliantly, and an arc of electricity snaked out from the explosion, striking the ground with scorched blackness everywhere. If one were to look closely, one could see the smaller one's thunderous fist deity constantly shattering and being repaired, blocking the punch hard. Ji Hua clenched his teeth tightly, his internal energy outputting frantically to replenish the depletion of the punch. It was also fortunate that the power of the earth had been channeled all the way through, so he was able to block the punch head-on. But even so, it wasn't easy for him. On the contrary, Pops, expressionless, seemed to just make the gesture of raising his hand with ease. Xia Ningxiang saw that the ground that Ji Hua stepped on was cracked, and even more fine sweat appeared on her forehead. She frowned and suddenly flew up from her horse. Regardless, a pitch-black lance suddenly appeared in her hand and stabbed out. The tip of the gun erupted with a pitch-black aura, vaguely taking on the shape of a dragon, and zapping towards Ji Xiaoxiang with its teeth and claws. Ji Xiaoxiang blocked with his left hand, and immediately his face flushed a bright red, and the fist dangles of his right hand were suddenly interrupted, and he fell back 3 steps in a row, and praised with a grave expression. Good marksmanship, even I almost couldn't catch it. Xia Ningxiang, who had prepared a small set of moves and was about to use them. Oh, Chapter 118, this one. A steady batch of explosions. Xia Ningxiang fell from the sky, holding the magic dragon gun. At this time the small face read to attack nor defense, and finally can only helplessly glared at Ji Hua. You see to it, I am embarrassed to fight again. The two armies were silent. Anyway, those demon soldiers on the city wall were all mind-controlled and did not have much expression in the first place. Xu Pei hadn't seen Ji Xiaoxiang actually fight, and just assumed that the woman on the other side was really powerful, able to beat even a patriarch back a few steps. The flying bear army stared wide-eyed. No one dared to make a sound. Their expressions were odd. Ji Hua touched his nose, anxious in his heart, and could only shout out stiffly, Pops, if you are still a father and son, get out of here and let us attack the city. Ji Xiaoxiang looked at his youngest son with a ghostly gaze as he spoke in a deep voice. Brat, what do you think is behind me? He suddenly raised his voice in anger. Behind me, it's Great Zhou, and I, the Xinguo Gong of Great Zhou. It's Great Zhou's flying bear general, Ji Xiaoxiang. The voice rolled like thunder, overpowering the thunder in the sky, overpowering the cascading rain that fell mournfully, overpowering the two armies in the confrontation, and resounding throughout the capital. Ji Junhong, who was leisurely sipping tea in the small courtyard and waiting, had a slight movement, and his teacup splashed with a circle of ripples. His eyes drooped and he sighed softly. Ji Hua's body stiffened, clenching his hands tightly as he and Pop stared at each other from a distance of 100 meters. Mutual disinterest. Pop's eyes were as wide as brass bells, his pupils trembling, and inside they seemed to contain infinite thunder and monstrous anger. Behind that anger, there seemed to be something hidden. Ji Hua's eyes were slightly lowered, avoiding his old dad's line of sight, and then he arched his hand in obeisance. In that case, Pops, don't blame the child for not being polite. Today this capital, the child must take it. Ha 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 ha. Ji Xiaoxiang wiped a handful of rainwater from his face and laughed heartily. Then use your means. Otherwise, just you and girl Xia can't beat old me. As long as I'm around, no one can break through this capital. With one foot on the wall stack, his aura rose higher and higher as he proudly said, Old me is an invincible army, killing and dominating. Ji Hua sighed in his heart and suddenly turned towards the sky. Elder, I'll leave it to you next. As soon as the words fell, the thunder in the sky here at the Flying Bear army looked like it had been forcibly separated, and the rain clouds dispersed. Cold light blossomed from that cloud, eye-catching and incomparable. Everyone felt a vast sword intent sweeping over them as if it was endless, as if they were facing the vastness of the sky and the dome. Many of the Jianghu people in the capital who were still fighting with the living corpses raised their heads and looked in the direction of the city walls. In their intuition, there seemed to be a sword hidden in that dark cloud a sword that represents heaven and earth. So second brother invited him here. No wonder second brother is so sure that he can stall father. Ji Junhong looked at the sky there. An odd color flashed in his eyes. Then he sighed and, it's a pity that this kind of interesting great battle a certain person is unable to have a chance to watch. The human emperor's sword on the table emitted a slight tremor and a burst of sword sounds. Seeing this, Ji Junhong laughed. You are also thirsting for such a battle? Don't worry. Soon it will be our stage. Roar! On the city wall, Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly erupted countless electric lights around him, and the thunder in the sky instantly descended on him of its own accord. A nearly 50-meter-tall thunder giant bear suddenly appeared in the sky above the city wall, raising its hideous and huge head to roar towards the haze of sword energy. The two sides face each other from a distance. With Ji Xiaoxiong's transformation, the dark clouds and thunder in the sky at this part of the city wall stopped dissipating and converged, becoming as deep as ink, forming two extremes with the light on the flying bear army side. You're here, Ji Xiaoxiong murmured in a low voice. The 10,000 feet of haze light converged into a human form, which was the sword saint in white clothes, with his hands behind his back, standing proudly high in the sky. The sword saint's eyes landed on the immense and incomparable giant bear, his eyes sad and compassionate as he slowly opened his mouth. I'm coming. It could be seen that the sword saint had carefully prepared for this battle, and this body of white clothes was obviously not the one he usually wore to be struck by lightning every day. It was a brand new robe. Even his hair was neatly combed and unruffled. Jihua expressionless looking at the heavenly high-man-style sword saint. That 30 taels worth of white clothes is very conspicuous, at least under the sword saint's white sword chi. It is really a little bit of immortal feeling. Why did Jihua know that this white coat was worth 30 taels? Because he provided it. Even before he came, the sword saint had purposely transmitted his voice to Jihua, asking for a forced appearance. You shouldn't have come. A hint of teasing and elusiveness flashed in Ji Xiaoxiong's eyes. Sword saint laughed. But I'm still here. No, you two are just playing lines here? Jihua secretly transmitted his voice. Sword Saint Bull, are you sure about this? My old man is fierce. The Sword Saint quickly transmitted his voice back with a vague excitement in his tone. Blah blah blah. Don't worry. 10 years ago your father and I were 4-6. I was 4 and he was 6. It's just that later on, he suffered a secret injury, and it was a fluke that his realm didn't fall. I'm a different story. I've long since reached the edge of the master's realm. This one. A steady batch of explosions. In a moment, I'll pull your old man out of the battlefield, so you can attack the city in peace. Dark injury? Ji was heart-thumped, and before he had time to speak, Pops had already shouted from the other end of the city wall. Both to fight. The Sword Saint immediately returned. Then fight. With that said, the Sword Saint swooped down with his hand on his back. His body was enveloped in a stream of sword light, like a sharp sword piercing through heaven and earth. That thunder giant bear roared with rage as its right palm swung out violently, slapping the sword light directly into pieces. The shattered sword chi suddenly scattered in all directions, filling the entire battlefield and kicking up a gale that made the people on both sides of the battlefield unsteady on their feet. Immediately afterward, those sword chi transformed into a figure dressed in white, surrounding the giant bear on all sides, and it was clearly the Sword Saint. Each of the Sword Saints looked just like a real person, and it was impossible to tell who was actually real from the naked eye. These several Sword Saints simultaneously stretched out their fingers and flicked them towards the giant bear. Suddenly, countless sword lights pierced through the huge body of the giant bear. Feng Tian little beast. Several Sword Saints opened their mouths at the same time, their voices dignified and solemn. As the words fell, a brilliant white light lit up on the Sword Saint and the massive giant bear at the same time, and then turned into a clear wind and flew swiftly towards the distance. The battlefield quieted down, and at this moment, both the giant bear that was like a hill and the sword chi that spanned the night sky disappeared without a trace. Jihua opened his mouth slightly. His lips moved soundlessly twice. The words never came out. Never mind. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jaifire waved his hand in a loud voice. The flying bear army is under orders. Attack the city. Nah. Chapter 119. A certain person comes to your aid. The clear wind whisked through the mountains and rivers and came to a plain, transforming into the white-clothed Sword Saint and the low-hanging head of Ji Xiaoxiong. The Sword Saint smiled proudly. You really have not recovered from your dark injury, or else you would not have been pulled here by me so easily. Ji Xiaoxiong said quietly. Is that so? The Sword Saint rubbed his hands together excitedly. In the past, it was always you who beat me up, and now I've finally caught a chance. Don't worry, I won't hit you very hard, just let you lie down for half a year. This way. Ji Xiaoxiong glanced in the direction of the capital. Purple intent emerged in his eyes. Hinana self, it seems like I can't go back. I can only fight with you. In his eyes, purple intent flickered in exasperation, then faded. Then come and fight. My great sword has long been hungry and thirsty. The Sword Saint laughed. Ji Xiaoxiong turned back openly. rubbed his sandbag-sized fists, and showed his teeth with a leathery smile. That's just as well. I'm in a really bad mood right now. Don't worry, I won't hit you very hard, just let you lie down for half a year. At this point, Mr. Man was still whimpering in the woodshed, but the ropes tied around his body were just too tight, and he just couldn't untie them. The living dead outside the wooden door had multiplied to a dozen. One pus-filled hand squeezing through the crack, trying to grab him. This short time Mr. One has almost cried out. He did not expect his life dog Sneaky all kinds of disaster avoidance, and finally actually by his own master pit. Fortunately, the chain was strong, and he saw several of the living dead stick out their teeth to bite the chain, none of which broke, but instead popped off several teeth. Unfortunately, he could already hear the wooden door creaking and squeaking, and feared that it wouldn't last much longer. Just as he was despairing, the living dead at the door, as if they had realized what was going on, wailed and rushed off into the distance, and before long they were all gone. Then there was the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh and blood. Mr. Man, are you in there? At the crack of the door, suddenly there was one more face. It was Li Ji. Wha? Mr. Man called out hastily. Li Ji's eyes lit up, only to hear the sound of metal clashing, and the chains were instantly chopped away from him. He also appeared to have a lot of dirty blood on his body, but his spirit was okay, and he was carrying a large sword in his hand. Mr. One, why are you here? Li Ji quickly removed the rags from Mr. Wen's mouth and then untied the rope on him. Forget it, what's the situation out there now? Mr. Man quickly asked. My father has gone, and after I regained my memory I realized that the living dead are all crazy and biting people everywhere. I didn't know what to do and thought that Mr. One was my father's close friend, so I wanted to come and ask Mr. One, Li Ji explained. Mr. Wen's complexion darkened. His heart had already expected that the only person who could unleash this level of prayer for heaven was the state master. You help me untie it first. Mr. Man was thinking, his mouth still chattering. This is a tortoise shell binding. It's hard to untie it without a professional technique. Why don't you just cut it with a knife? Before the words were out of his mouth, all the ropes on his body had been removed. Mr. Moon. Li Ji scratched his head and said in embarrassment. The solution to the tortoise armor binding was mentioned in a workshop talkbook, and I accidentally wrote it down. You are not skilled in this technique like Mr. One's eyes are strange, and he muttered in his heart. Ji Junhong watched the clear wind fly away, then silently got up and grabbed the human emperor's sword and walked towards the street. He strolled through the streets full of living corpses as if he were walking idly, his robes faintly emanating golden light, and the human emperor's sword similarly emanating golden light and faintly emitting excited chirps. The sky sends out a killing blow and moves the stars. Ji Junhong murmured in a low voice as the dark clouds above him spread out, revealing brilliant starlight that seemed to flicker and change as he moved. The earth sends out killing machines, and dragons and snakes rise up from the land. In the imperial palace, Golden Eyes suddenly opened, and his line of sight passed through countless obstacles and landed on Ji Junhong, who was holding the human emperor's sword. Immediately after that, a pale roar came out from the palace. The living dead who heard the cry raised their heads and charged in Ji Junhong's direction regardless. Ji Junhong smiled out of the corner of his eyes. His footsteps were unceasing, and channels of tiny golden chi energy emerged from his body. If you looked closely, you could see that it was a tiny golden dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon. The black pressurized zombies rushing over would all be killed cleanly by these golden dragons, and they couldn't even come close to Ji Junhong's circumference of 3 feet. Without hurrying his steps, he slowly chanted the third line. When a man sends out a murderous spirit, the heavens and the earth are turned upside down. At the city wall, countless flying bear troops transformed into blood-colored bears, carrying stout engineering hammers that continuously bombarded the gate. The flying bear soldiers of high rank didn't even use siege ladders, relying on their force to smash a huge hole in the city wall, and stepping on these holes, they climbed up the city wall. If they were unfortunate enough to fall from mid-air, other soldiers would step on the holes left by the previous ones and proceed to smash and climb. It looked like countless ferocious and bloodthirsty magical beasts were scaling the precarious human walls. The main one is savage and wild. The demon soldiers shot a stream of sharp arrows, and even held up a heavy falling stone to throw it down. The whole battlefield is savage and bloody. As the last sentence was recited, the aura on Ji Junhong's body suddenly rose, passing through the barrier without any hindrance and reaching the metaphysical realm. The first person to reach this realm didn't know the name of the realm, only that it existed, that it had always existed, that it was there. Thus, this realm was called the Patriarch, the unity of heaven and man. Endless living dead surged towards Ji Junhong, and the streets were full of living dead that could not be seen at the end of a glance. Ji Junhong extended his right hand and was about to pull out the human emperor's sword. Bear! On one side of the eaves, suddenly shot out bright red sword energy. A sword chopped out, is 100 paces away. Along the way, The living dead have fallen to the ground, bodies separated. Dozens of silhouettes dressed in black flew down from the rooftops and landed around Ji Junhong, killing towards the living dead. The tall and thin man at the head of the group held a bright red longsword and bowed. Koan heir of the Qiankuan sect's Ground Fury group, by order of the sect master to help the Grand Duke. His voice was icy cold, and every word felt like it was soaked in blood. Ji Junhong withdrew his hand. His eyes flashed as if he understood something, and nodded with a smile. In that case, I will trouble you. It's no trouble, Koan heir replied back. Then he turned towards the living dead to kill them, waving his long sword. Each sword could bring out a sword chi like a sea of blood. Killing heart sword technique? Ji Junhong recognized the sword technique used by the other party, and then swept his eyes over the black-clothed men and found that each of them used the killing heart sword technique. Finally his eyes fell back to Koan heir. The young man didn't care about anything. He buried his head and killed, with a crisp and clean maneuver, without looking back. It seems to be a shy and introverted young man. Ji Junhong read in his heart. Ha 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 ha, I've come to help the Grand Duke as well. In the darkness, a big bald man suddenly sprang out, holding a long stick, and every time the stick fell, it was able to beat the skin of the living dead. And a certain person has also come to your aid. How can such a great event be without Mao? We were just curious to follow the living dead here, but we didn't expect to encounter this. A single figure came from all directions, all of them junglers with wrinkles or bruises all over their bodies. Obviously getting here has been a bit of a struggle. The corner of Ji Junhong's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with golden light as he softly chanted, "Little demon guy. See, this is the human race." Chapter 120, The Great White Sky of Heaven and Earth. Sir, I'm a bit puzzled. Even if it's a tortoise armor binding, you shouldn't be able to open it, Li Ji asked curiously. Mr. Man laughed bitterly. That rope was soaked in filthy blood. Tinker Warlock. Li Ji nodded. It was no wonder. When the two of them came out of the firewood room, Mr. Wen instantly recognized the 7 or 8 corpses of the living dead lying in the courtyard, each one of them incomplete, and their hands were extremely ruthless. Before Mr. Man could say anything, there were already a dozen or so living dead roaming the streets that spotted the two and rushed over again. Mr. Wen raised his right hand and was about to strike, but he didn't expect Li Ji to already charge up without hesitation. He pulled out his greatsword from behind him, and without saying a word, he swept his sword across the living dead in the face of the wailing and rushing up. Several heads flew up in an instant, and the bruised blood soared like a fountain. Immediately after that, Li Ji rushed into the group of living dead with great strides. His hand rose up and fell down with his sword, one knife at a time, just like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. His eyes were not dry. In the twinkling of an eye these living dead were killed cleanly by Li Ji. Mr. Man asked hesitantly, "Aren't you a warlock?" Li Ji smiled shyly, raising the blood-stained machete with one hand and explaining, "I actually prefer a wilder style of fighting." Mr. Man's face was full of numbness and dullness. "But isn't your father the state master? The sovereign warlock?" "Yeah," Li Ji nodded, innocently saying, "If my father wasn't a Zhongsher warlock and I couldn't beat him, I would have reported to the Flying Bear Army a long time ago." "Mr. Moon." Li Ji shook off the blood on the machete, and his svelte face was filled with excitement. "Sir, this thing can work much better than jutsu. Do you want to try it?" Mr. Wen opened his mouth slightly, always feeling as if he had heard similar words somewhere. He had the intention to argue, only in the end he didn't say anything, just shook his head and whispered, "I am alone in my ways." Li Ji smiled awkwardly and asked, "Mr. Wen, what should we do next?" Mr. Man looked up at the night sky, lightning and thunder, dark clouds, and a constant noise all around. He whispered to himself, "If it is the master, he will inevitably choose to go to the palace to behead that big demon. He previously knocked me out because he was worried that I would be controlled to deal with him. In turn, so the probability is that the master is now on the way to the palace. That great demon is estimated to have already known of the master's existence. The living dead in the capital will definitely move in the direction of the master, and at that time, the master will be isolated and helpless." He frowned tightly. "No, there are quite a few powerful Jianghu experts in the capital right now, but they are all fighting on their own. We need to gather them all together to resist the living dead." Mr. Wen looked at Li Ji. "Did the state master leave anything behind before he left?" Li Ji took out the bronze-colored door from his bosom and handed it over. "This is what my father wanted me to give to Duke Jihua. Does sir know what this is?" Mr. Wen took the bronze doxa, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. "I wouldn't recognize what's written on it, but..." His sudden frown unfolded and he laughed. "This thing has the flavor of age and the human race on it, just enough to be used to solve the problem in front of us." The state master was unintentionally a great help. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Li Ji's face, with a faint remembrance in his eyes. "It's best if it can be resolved. My father in heaven." If he can see this scene, I'm afraid that he will also be very happy. Mr. Wen laughed and patted Li Ji's shoulder, a hint of a bad smile on his face. Kid, do you want to play something exciting with the old man? Li Ji froze, then looked serious and arched his hand. Mr. Wen, feel free to command. Mr. Wen wrote a series of symbols in the air on the bronze doxa, and as the last stroke fell, dots of light appeared on the surface of the bronze doxa. Mr. Man held the bronze doxa in both hands and bowed respectfully. Mr. Wen invites a ray of light from the human race's salary flame to descend and enlighten the direction of the human race. As soon as the words fell, the light on the bronze doxa expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing straight through the dense dark clouds. This pillar of light was so bright and dazzling that it could be seen by the entire capital. Even the flying bear army, who were fighting at the city gates, saw the brightness. The moment they saw the light, it seemed as if the blood chi in their bodies was ignited, and one by one, they wailed and killed even more fiercely. The Jianghu people scattered in the large and small corners of the capital looked up at the light that suddenly appeared. Originally in the darkness of the endless army of living dead and tired to fight, they have long been physically and mentally exhausted, only to feel like a lonely island in the waves, do not know when they will be drowned by the living dead. It was just that when they saw that light, a sudden urge to go there came over them, and that's where they should go. It was the only light in the darkness. It was a call from the blood. With little hesitation, the humans struggling in all corners of the capital raised their weapons and fought their way to converge towards that bright and shining place. What's that? Xianingshang gazed at the light. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why would I have the urge to protect that light? Ji was similarly gazed at the pillar of light. A sudden glimmer of realization arose in his heart, and he solemnly said, "That's the payload. The light of the payload. Salary fire? Is it from your central planes?" Xianingshang was puzzled. Why would someone from my dragon kingdom also sense it? Jihua smiled and shook his head, lamenting, "That's not the payload of any country or region. It's the payload of the human race. The human race." Xianingshang repeated the word in her mouth, a trace of confusion appearing in her eyes. Jihua smiled. The human race's pay flame is passed down and never extinguished. No matter how far away one is, as long as one is of the human race, one can be guided by the salary flame. Xianingshang stared blankly at the light, silent. Mr. Man looked at the almost blindingly bright pillar of light in his hand in surprise. This jutsu would emit a more intense light if the older the thing was and the more human aura it carried. But it was the first time he had ever seen a light like this one that almost lit up the sky. At this moment, as if there was a sense, many living dead were rushing towards the two of them. Or rather, that light. Boy, hold up the light. It's our hope. As soon as Mr. Wen shoved the shining bronze door into Li Ji's hand, he then plucked a leaf and blew hard. The leaf changed into a length of more than 2 meters and floated half an inch on the ground. As soon as he pulled Li Ji up onto the leaves, he then waved his sleeve in a serious manner. "Give me a breeze." A wisp of wind flew in, dragging up the leaves and quickly heading towards the palace. Li Ji raised the bronze duo high, only to feel that this light in his hand was very heavy. The pressure was so great that he had to hold it with both hands, and he was unable to make any other movements. "Mr. Wen, why don't you take this light? Or else I won't be able to spare my hands and feet if an enemy comes," Li Ji hurriedly said. "Ha ha 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 ha, no harm done. You just hold up the payload. Leave the rest to the old man." Seemingly spurred on by the Kakushi's feat of inviting the heavens with his body, Mr. Man, with a high blush on his face, piloted the leaves through the living dead in a quick, "Kid, stand firm. I'm going to warm up my blood today." Many of the living dead hadn't even reacted before they saw a residual shadow fly past them, carrying dust and gusts of wind that toppled them to the ground. Chapter 121, in front of the Imperial Palace. "Sir, why don't we slow down?" Li Ji looked shocked. He was not afraid of rushing down to fight with this gang of living dead, but worried about being overturned out. "Don't worry, old me has driven a chariot before. I'm a solid driver." Mr. Man laughed out loud, and suddenly one hand grabbed the tip of a leaf and turned to the side. All of a sudden the leaf came straight into a 90-degree drift, the movement silky smooth and without stopping. Li Ji asked in a loud voice as he ducked down to avoid a clawed hand coming towards him, the payload of light in his hand barely holding steady. "Why don't we fly to the sky?" "Because old man is afraid of heights," Mr. Man justified back. Right at this moment, several black shadows suddenly sprang out from the corner and lunged straight towards the two. "It's a demon." Mr. Wen's eyes glazed over. I didn't think that there had been a lot of them mixed in the capital a long time ago. Though he was shocked, he maneuvered the leaves left and right with his left hand, just like a wild race car that kept overtaking on the highway. A cat demon pounced, and there was really no way to avoid it, so he maneuvered the leaves to fly directly against the wall, and did a side flip every now and then. "Ah ah 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 ah." Li Ji had already screamed out. If it wasn't for an invisible force holding him up, I'm afraid he would have fallen down. Even so, the pillar of light he held up had been gripped tightly in his hand, and even with the flip he had just done, he had kept it pointed in the direction of the night sky to make sure the others could see it. Only after the two of them had passed through these demonic monsters surrounding them did Mr. Wen turn around to take a last look, and with a wave of his hand, a clear wind whisked by, exterminating these demons in an instant. Why didn't Fawn just strike? Li Ji was stunned, holding back his thumping heart as he asked aloud. The car was going too fast. I couldn't make it. Mr. Man laughed out loud. The corners of Li Ji's mouth twitched, somewhat understanding why his father had told him before that Mr. Wen was good at everything. That is, when he was steady, and when he was crazy he was really crazy. Great nephew, how is old man's car skills? Mr. Wen asked with another smile. Li Ji gave a thumbs up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and commented pertinently, exciting. Why is that light flickering? Probably engaging the living dead. They're fast, and they're also heading towards the palace, presumably intending to gather all the people around them. I don't know which one's handiwork it is. If we can really gather all the living people in the capital together, our pressure will definitely be much less, and it will also be more convenient for the Grand Duke to act. On Ji Juanhong's side, in addition to him and the dozens of people from the Earth Fury group, hundreds of people had already gathered around him. At this time, the crowd was not far from the palace, but the pressure was far greater than before, and the one in the palace had saved his mind to let the countless living dead to consume their physical strength, and even consume Ji Juanhong's physical strength. Ji Junhong was in the center of the crowd, twisting his head to look at the pillar of light that was rapidly arriving from the other direction. The column of light flashed twice now and then, and wobbled around again, just like a flashing light, and it was exciting any way you looked at it. Ji Junhong smiled. Look at that light jumping up and down. The person holding the payload should be quite happy. Far away, can already see the outline of the palace. However, at this time has long been gathered cannot see the end of the living dead. Just to kill do not know how long to kill. The Jianghu people who had killed all the way here had long been exhausted and panting, and when they saw this black crowd, their hands were a bit weak. Koan Air stood at the front with all the people from the Earth Fury group, and after killing so many people with the killing heartsword technique, he was not afraid at all now that his sword intent was gradually rising. Koan Air was about to strike his sword, but dozens of chi energy suddenly burst out from the side, blowing the living dead out of the sky. If the Grand Duke is doing such a great thing, how can he do without our Department 6 helping hand? Dozens of constables appeared in the darkness, and the leaders were the four famous constables. Iron Eagle shouted, "Little ones, get in the spirit. Don't let the men of the Jianghu underestimate you." Here, in the other direction, also suddenly appeared dozens of tall martial artists dressed in black official uniforms, and the person leading them shouted aloud, "Count us in as well, Delizy." Upon hearing this, that tall martial artist and the four famous arresters' gazes met in mid-air, and they cursed in their hearts at the same time. This old man has indeed come as well. In fact, these two groups of people have long been squatting at the entrance to the palace. They are busy because of their official duties. Most of them are 007, and on weekdays many of them live directly in the place where they work. After being awakened by the thunder, it was also the fastest to gather, and because they were all experts, there weren't many living dead, whether it was within Department 6 or the Delizy. In the event of such a big event, the first thing the two gangs thought of was to come to the palace, which was obviously a problem with the emperor. However, with their own strength how to see is to the palace that add dishes, so coincidentally chose to squat at the entrance to the palace, to see if they can come to a big hand. Theoretically Department 6 and the Delizy are considered brother departments, although one is in charge and the other is in charge of the trial. However, on weekdays, Department 6 captured people really lazy to go through the process, because most of the prisoners are Jiangyang Daobao. Looking for evidence is really troublesome, so they can solve the case. Simple cases thrown into the sky prison. The complexity of the evidence to be directly on the ground cannot solve the case on the solution of the defendant. Then the Delizy quit. You're not robbing our performance. We also need KPI. So they robbed the department of 6 cases. Arrest and trial of a set of dragon service. Over time, people cannot tell who to look for the case. Anyway, can be picked up. What is the saying in the Delizy? We can manage what Department 6 can manage, and we can manage what Department 6 can't manage. Department 6's tagline is as simple as it gets, don't dawdle do it. I have to say, after this incident, people on both sides have thought of one thing, and even guessed that the other side's men were squatting in the corner. So people on both sides crouched and just didn't show their heads. It wasn't until Ji Junhong brought someone over that he showed up. As for what Ji Junhong was going to do, they all vaguely guessed, but none of them asked much. After all, unspeakable. As the people on both sides killed their way in, they soon killed through these living dead, and the three parties converged in one place, working together towards the palace. That guy was? Iron Eagle was worthy of being Iron Eagle. His eyes were just good, and with one glance, he saw Koan Air standing at the very front, holding a bright red long sword. Koan Air is not like the other people in the other Groundhogs group. He has his own pride. This day is thinking about the fact that all he does is kill and set fire to people on a regular basis, so he masks his face every day. It was a rare day when I did a proper good deed, so I didn't hide it. Even the sword in my hand was the same one as on weekdays. Seeing someone looking at him, Koan Air glanced back, a warm smile on his young face, and then with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the living dead that blocked his way into two halves, yellow and red, white and all. Iron Eagle was about to open his mouth, when suddenly he was slapped to death by one of the other famous arresters. Woo, you didn't see anything. Stop screaming. Don't you see that the people from the Delisi have already found him? People didn't even squeak. Chapter 122 Isolation. With the combined efforts of all the people, they finally killed their way to the entrance of the palace. Looking at the Vermilion Palace gate, everyone was staring at their hearts, and they couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Jianghu people are feeling the tension from the party to now have not been resisted from within the palace. This is not normal in any way. Coupled with a martial artist's intuition, how could one feel that there was a great terror hidden behind this tightly closed vermilion door? As for the people from the Delisi and Department 6, for some reason, there was a vague excitement on their faces at this time. I don't know if it is too much pressure from work. Long ago I wanted to set my own unit on fire. Now I can see their hands holding up the knife are trembling. If it is not now that this atmosphere is too tense, I am afraid that they all want to raise their knives to go up and cut 2 times. If you can leave a trace, you can probably get it into the wild. Even later go out to brag. Can also say on a master that you're also had a knife cut through the palace gate. It's a thief's honor any way you think of it. At the thought of this, Department 6 and the Delisi's people breathed even more sharply, all vaguely unable to hold down their hands with knives. Ji Junhong turned his back to the door and one by one, he swept over the faces of the people clustered around him. Jianghu heroes, Qiankuan sect, people from the imperial court. His vision peered into the distance, a non-stop rush of people from the capital. As his sight swept across the entire capital, what he saw was the murderous aura and thunderous intertwining in the direction of the city walls, the flying bear army that was constantly engaged in battle. His eyes were deep, seemed to have crossed the capital and extended into the infinite distance, seemed to see the whole of the Great Zhou, saw the 4 great legions that guarded the 4 directions, the 23 chief ministers. As his eyes fluttered, the luster of the human emperor's sword in his hand grew brighter and brighter, and after that light reached a certain level, it quickly converged inward, crystal clear and flowing. Ji Junhong held the human emperor's sword and bowed towards the crowd. The crowd returned the salute with a respectful bow. Ji Junhong made another distant bow towards the flying bear army fighting in the direction of the city wall. In the end, it was to bow to this heaven and earth, to the entire Great Zhou garrison, all of Great Zhou's boundaries. This worship seemed to be a response from heaven and earth, or a metaphysical aura was converging towards him. Ji Junhong straightened up and was about to push open the vermilion door. The brilliant pillar of light in the distance, however, was rapidly approaching, and Mr. One could vaguely be heard shouting excitedly, "Here comes the little speeder." It was interspersed with the exasperated hissing of the living dead and the vaguely ah-ah screams of the slugger. When the crowd looked, they saw 2 people at the street stepping on wide leaves and skidding so fast that the living dead along the way couldn't even touch them before they were flashed past. Along the way this leaf even slipped, and the scribe in the green shirt on top had his hair and beard blown about, full of exuberance. There seemed to be another person behind him, just couldn't see his face, but the pillar of light held high in his hand seemed to be the only source of light in the darkness, emitting a soft but not blinding light in this darkness. Behind the 2 of them, there was also a large group of living dead chasing after them in the black. Originally, these living dead should have no sanity, just also do not know what they actually experienced. Now actually can see from the confused eyes a little furious. Formation. Defense. Iron Eagle's face immediately changed as he shouted. Originally killed here. The periphery is a handful of people who are still defending, and now suddenly came such a group, afraid that it will be shocked. As soon as the words fell, Koan Air had already walked up with great strides. The blood-red sword in his hand quickly chopped out in mid-air. A series of blood-red sword chi flew out as if it didn't need any money, continuous and uninterrupted, easily avoiding the small flying car that came over quickly, drowning that group of living dead. The crowd only saw a blood-red sword chi sweeping through the living dead like ripples, and the swarm of living dead kept falling to the ground like leaks. There are many living dead, but this sword energy is even more, until the last living dead man's head fell to the ground. and the blood-red sword she was just about exhausted. The grasp of the battle situation and the control between the nuances had already reached the level of pure perfection. After this batch of people were killed, Koanair calmly inserted the even brighter red blood sword back into its scabbard and walked back to the crowd as if he had done something insignificant. The crowd was silent, and the people from Department 6 and the Delisi silently shrank back, unable to mess with them. Ha 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 ha. The leaves fell in front of the crowd, and Mr. Man was the first to jump down from the leaves, with no trace of fatigue on his face, and a sort of excited blush. And, my lord, how can such a great event be without Mr. One? Mr. Man has worked hard. Ji Junhong nodded, his eyes smiling, suddenly feeling that Mr. One somehow actually had an air of youth. Li Ji's legs were weak. His face was pale as he stepped down from the leaves. His face was pale. I guess it was a bit dizzy leaves. Even so, he still clutched the pillar of light steadily in his hand. He trembled as he walked towards Ji Junhong, holding the bronze door in both hands. All the people's eyes fell on that radiant light, and their faces became solemn, and some even bowed their heads in salute. Ji Junhong put away his smile, puffed out his chest, straightened his back, and stood still, quietly gazing at the artifact that emitted infinite light. Li Ji panted and handed over the bronze doxa with both hands, looking tired, but there was an indescribable heaviness and depth in his tone. The Grand Duke. Fortunately, Ji Junhong looked serious as he took it with both hands and nodded softly. Many thanks. He looked at the radiant light in his hand, and could feel the human emperor's sword at his waist trembling gently as his eyes gradually softened. It's the first time I've really felt the power of the human payload. Ji Junhong spoke softly, reaching out and gently caressing the nothingness as if he were caressing this light source. With his fingers flicked, this light seems to feel something, beating more and more obvious, and then rapidly expand, more bright dazzling, like the only light in this deep darkness. The light can be seen even from a distance. Ji Junhong took a deep breath and gently loosened his hands. The bronze door was suspended in mid-air, emitting light that fell on everyone's face, and the crowd subconsciously clustered around it, as if they were clustering around the only hope. Ji Junhong smiled, striding up to this 35-meter-tall vermilion door and pushing it open with one hand. The gate creaked open, and through the cracks in the door could be seen the Kingsguard standing quietly inside. It was so dark that it was impossible to count just how many people were there. Everyone's heart sank. These Imperial Guards are not the living dead outside. They are serious martial artists, and they are afraid that they are close to the demons and have long been demonized. Ji Junhong walked through the gate, turned to look at the crowd with a smile, and laughed. Everyone, I'll leave this place to you. Mr. Ji will go and return. With that, he reached out and closed the door, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Chapter 123 Yellow Sand. The crowd was silent as they looked at the closed door. All right, gentlemen, before the Grand Duke comes out, we have to guard this place and not let the living dead from the outside world go in and disturb the Grand Duke. Mr. Wen shouted loudly. Here. The crowd responded in a low voice. They gathered around the light of the salary, with their backs against the Vermilion Palace wall, using it as a stronghold to defend against the continuous army of the living dead. Under the influence of the demon, there was a constant gathering of the living dead, but there were also Jianghu people who were rapidly arriving. It was destined to be a fierce battle with no end in sight. They were facing an army of 600,000 living dead inside the capital. At the city wall, many of the Flying Bear army had already climbed up the wall by now. After all, in front of these transformed Flying Bear army, there was no concept of siege ladders at all, and they could climb up just like geckos. In front of these ferocious Flying Bear army, 30,000 city guarding demon soldiers are completely no match. In the same state, 2 or 3 meters high blood red flying bears usually punch a little friend. If the demon soldier hadn't been controlled and had no thoughts, at this point, he was afraid that he would have escaped long ago. At this point in time, Zhu Pei was the only obstacle to the Flying Bear army on the city wall, and his greatsword flipped and fluttered, occasionally kicking the Flying Bear army that climbed up the wall down. By now there were already quite a number of Flying Bear troops being kicked down by him, but this instead stirred up the ferocity of the Flying Bear troops. So there were more and more Flying Bear troops charging towards the city wall. It doesn't seem right. Xiaoningshan looked at Zhu Pei on the city wall and came over to Jihua, wondering. That commander-in-chief struck me as odd. He didn't move like he was being controlled. His defending behavior is just right, and he tends to stop the Flying Bear army's footsteps to the greatest extent possible. You know that commander-in-chief? Jihua was likewise observing that Zhu Pei, and he could clearly see the other party's eyes. Calm, cold, without the slightest fluctuation. And like, winning. I've come to the capital for too short a time to recognize him. Jaifire turned around and asked, do you know the commander-in-chief? Lu Desui and Lu Shuai were still huddled on that horse, and they didn't participate in the siege either. Both of them stared at Zhu Pei for a while, and both of them showed their astonishment. Ha! Strange. The previous commander of the city guard is not this person. Never seen it. Jihua's eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth. Call them all back. Yes. The other generals responded without hesitation. Xianingshang reacted and asked, do you suspect that he's deliberately luring the flying bear army up there before using a killing move? Yes. Jihua is about to fly and rush to the city wall. At this time he can only rush up and strike if he can kill Zhu Pei in one blow is the best. If not, then interfere with him, so that he does not have time to put out killing moves. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, the sound of a dragon's roar sounded at his side, and Xianingshan pulled him into the black dragon gunpowder, and the two of them transformed into black dragons and quickly flew towards the city wall. Roar! The dragon's roar continued, and a black dragon over 10 meters long had flown up from the flying bear army. Zhu Pei, who was in the middle of a great killing spree, suddenly turned back, and the large sword in his hand suddenly changed into a black and large wolf-tooth stick, and then he violently struck the stick towards the black dragon. Boom! The black dragon suddenly shattered, and the air force lifted the surrounding demon soldiers to stand unsteadily, and many of the flying bear army even fell off the city wall. At this time, the flying bear army had already sent out the horn sound of withdrawal, killing the red-eyed flying bear army for a moment, then relying on their transformation into blood-red giant bears with amazing defense. They did not hesitate to jump down from the city wall. For a moment it was like a dumpling, a gurgling flurry of red tomatoes all falling from the walls. Zhu Pei's face changed, and he was about to retract the wolf toothstick, but he realized that Jihua had already grasped the wolf toothstick to death, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not retract it. How much strength did this human have? Zhu Pei was shocked in his heart. Xianingshan's figure sprang out behind Jihua, and with a shake of the demon dragon gun, he stabbed straight ahead. Zhu Pei was shocked in his heart. He could feel a terrifying devouring power from the demonic dragon gun. If he was stabbed by this thing, he was afraid that even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He slightly sidestepped his head, dodging the tip of the gun. However, the gun suddenly transformed into a black dragon, twisting its head and biting viciously towards his neck. Boom! The powerful gun directly blasted Zhu Pei out and crashed into the stone pier. Jihua's eyes lit up as he casually threw his wolf's tooth rod, and with the heavenly thunder, the thunder-blazing bear fist suddenly blasted away. As the smoke filled the air, Zhu Pei's screams continued. Immediately after that, two red pupils suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust, and the ferocious aura instantly radiated out. A huge black shadow suddenly shot out from it, aiming precisely at Xianingshang. Boom! That black shadow blasted out with a punch, and Jihua immediately blocked in front of Xianingshang and blasted out with the same punch. Berserk chi energy swept in all directions, and wild winds whistled. A flash of horror flashed in that black shadow's eyes. No, how strong are you? Are you really human? Jihua did not take a step back. His body did not move at all, and grinned. I said why the scent is somewhat familiar. So it's you. You've seen me? Zhu Pei asked vaguely as his crimson eyes stared at the short human in front of him. Two thick fangs sprouted from its mouth, making it spit a little when it spoke. At this time, Zhu Pei has long been the image of a big change. The height of the body pulled to more than 5 meters. The whole body of hard black hair, cage-like muscles, huge fists. Feet are turned into a ladder shape. This was clearly a boar demon. When I came to the capital I had encountered a large demon traveling in the direction of the capital, and only now did I realize that it was your scent. Jihua laughed coldly. You guys want to scamper, the dragons really did have a premeditated plan. I just don't know when the demons actually cooperated. Zhu Pei coldly grunted. There's a lot you don't know. It was about to strike. Xianingshang was already attacking from the side, and the two men and one demon immediately killed each other. Being delayed like this, there were already quite a few generals of the flying bear army retreating from the city wall. Zhu Pei's heart was anxious. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he took a step back at once. It opened its mouth wide, and a ray of yellow light immediately appeared in its mouth, and as it spewed out with force, a yellow sand shot out of its mouth. The yellow sand seems to have a spirit. At first just a wisp, but later it is turned into countless yellow phoenix sand and dust, lifting the sandstorm immediately to the city wall of the flying bear army to fly out. Falling into the yellow sand in mid-air, they were instantly twisted into mincemeat by the yellow sand. Fortunately, most of the flying bears had withdrawn and there were few dead or wounded. When Jihua saw the yellow sand flying, he immediately threw out a punch, and the violent fist force blasted out a huge opening. However, the next second, the yellow sand blocked the gap. The yellow sand hit Jihua's body with a vague pain, and as time passed, this pain became stronger and stronger. Look out! Xianingshan was merely cut by the yellow sand and a small cut appeared on her body. Her face changed, She grabbed Jihuo and the two of them instantly transformed into black dragons and flew towards the direction of the flying bear army. The violent sand and dust swept into a storm, but the black dragon was blown to the left and right in it, making it difficult to maintain. Seeing this, Jihuo threw a series of punches to break up the sand and dust, and the black dragon took advantage of this gap before he managed to land back at the flying bear army outside the city. Looking back again, the flying bear army that didn't escape back just now had long been swallowed up by the yellow sand, and it was difficult to block the erosion of this yellow sand even if they were chi energy transformed. At this time, the walls outside the capital city, the sand and dust formed a tornado, forming 5 dust storms that covered the sky, firmly shielding the capital city. Jihuo, even if you have superior force, it's still hard to break through my yellow sand formation. Zhu Pei stood on the stone pier, holding a wolf tooth stick, his huge demon body emitting a compelling demonic aura as he laughed continuously. Chapter 124, I thought you'd have discovered it by now. Gusty winds fly and sandstorms swirl dust. At this moment, the sky was still raining heavily, the rain mixed with sand and dust, all in the air of a water tornado, favorably added so much rain. That storm and the sandstorm is still clearly visible. Fine gravel just scraping all make people raw pain incomparable. This world is getting more and more unscientific. Jihuo nagged. Xiaoningshan blankly glanced at him without any good humor. The demons are out. What nonsense are you talking about? What should we do now? Jihuo said in a deep voice. I am able to rush into the sandstorm. These gravels can't break my defense. I know you have thick skin, but how are you going to fight when you charge in alone against the guarding army? Not to mention there's a big demon. Xiaoningshan frowned. Jihuo also frowned. He had a hunch that if his elemental atlas cultivation to the second layer, the earth stage to complete, may be able to control these gravel, but now his cultivation points compact and slow, still a little short. If there is a patriarch at this time, maybe also can break through the sandstorm. Just now the sword Saint Mantle is estimated to be still being old dad wildly beaten. A moment should not be able to return. Damn it, if only the great witch priest was there. He's the best at dealing with this kind of demonic magic. Xiaoningshan reached out and pulled her hair back, muttering softly. Now, not to mention the Great Witch Festival. As soon as she went back to shaking people, she might be caught by her sister-controlling brother and come over to trouble Jihuo with his magic dragon gun. Jihuo thought about it and suddenly murmured in his heart. System, is there any way? Inside his head, the system looked like it had fallen into silence, not responding in the slightest. This was normal. Jihuo had communicated with the system for so many years that it felt like it was just a draw machine for Mordor's feelings. It wasn't until the last time he drew the elemental atlas that Jihuo vaguely realized that the system had broken down, and even vaguely guessed some of the heels of this system. So just try to communicate. Jihuo coughed, and in his heart he mumbled again. System, you don't want us to be unable to attack the capital, do you? If we delay the hour, the 600,000 living dead in the capital have no one to solve the problem, and it might hinder Big Brother from beheading the demons. System, Jihuo then said slowly. If Big Brother fails, the entire Great Zhou will die out, and there will be one more climate demon, and then the earth will be all finished. All finished. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ding. Trigger side quest, break the yellow sand formation with a gourd. In his mind, there was suddenly an additional quest message. Jihuo raised an eyebrow, his mouth all slightly puckered, and his face was full of a treacherous expression. Gourd? What gourd? Jihuo felt around his body and suddenly remembered, and immediately took out a small vermilion red gourd from his spatial backpack. This thing was used to hold the elemental atlas Dao Rhyme in the first place, and he casually threw it in the corner of his backpack after using it up. How is this thing going to work? Jihuo tried to point the mouth of the gourd at the yellow sand and subconsciously shouted up. Collect! On the city wall. Zhu Pei laughed out loud. Although the sky full of yellow sand made him unable to see the army below the city, but he could also think of the other side's expression scratching their ears at this moment. The Jiefire? Is there no way out? Ha 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 ha. You come over here. Come over here if you're capable. Come over and hit me. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words fell, the 5 huge sandstorm wind pillars in front of them appeared to move differently, rapidly shrinking and converging. The flying bear army that was originally covered up and completely invisible was now once again exposed to Zhu Pei's field of vision. There was also Jihuo, who stood at the very front, and a small vermilion red gourd he held in his hand. All the yellow sand was completely sucked into the zucchini, and the zucchini didn't even change at all. The smile on Zhu Pei's face stiffened. The flying bear army looked at him expressionlessly, and the demon soldiers on the city wall couldn't help but look sideways at their own commander-in-chief. Jiefire hung the zucchini on his waist and sneered. I've never heard such an unreasonable request. The flying bear army is at your service. Attack the city. Beat the out of him. Yes, the flying bear army was suddenly elated and battle-hardened. This time, even Lu Desui racked up the force and drove his fiery horse forward, yelling, "Charge the ducks! Them! No! I'm a warlock! It's the warlock! Don't you rush with me!" Lu Shuwei shouted hurriedly. Zhu Pei was instantly startled, and immediately took a step backwards. Taking a deep breath, his chest cavity instantly expanded, and a flash of yellow light once again appeared in his mouth, which was then sprayed out with force. This time, Jihua had prepared long ago, and before that yellow light even had a chance to form a sandstorm, he touched the zucchini and shouted in his old mind, "Collect!" All the yellow sand flew into the mouth of the gourd. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Xu Pei's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Ha 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 ha, good baby! What a good treasure! Jihua touched the zucchini lovingly. The corners of Xianingshan's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling as if this nerd had discovered some new toy. Side quest completed. 1 point rewarded. The system's prompt came slowly, giving a symbolic number of points. System, why didn't you say earlier that there was such a good thing? Jihua murmured in his heart. It took a few seconds before the system's grumbling alert could be heard. I thought that you had already found out. Kai fire. Xianingshan saw Jihua's color change and was unsure, so she went forward and grabbed his shoulders and said, "Don't froth, nerd. It's too late if you don't get on." Jai Fire's emotions collected and he nodded at her. "Okay, let's end this fight together." Xianingshan rolled her eyes and grabbed his shoulders with force, and the two of them instantly transformed into a black dragon rushing up into the sky. The black dragon whistled in the sky, and no matter how many arrows the demon soldiers fired, they just couldn't pierce through the black dragon's aura, until the black dragon rushed straight towards Xu Pei. Xu Pei's mind had collapsed at this point. Roaring angrily, he grabbed the wolf toothstick and swept it. In this instant, the light in Xianingshan's eyes flashed, and the demon dragon gun in her hand suddenly changed its stance, dancing out a playful gunflower, followed by a straight thrust. The berserk and raging demonic chi instantly swept through, and the tip of the gun instantly struck the wolf-tooth rod, and a roar faintly emanated from the demonic dragon gun, and the wolf-tooth rod shattered in response. This gun! Xu Pei's pupils shrank, and before he could react from his shock, Jihua had already manifested a giant bear silhouette that was more than 2 meters tall, and his arms tightly grasped Xu Pei's shoulders, and the giant bear silhouette behind him similarly tightly grasped Xu Pei, so that he couldn't move. "Hey!" Jihua had a sardonic smile on his face. "I'm coming to beat you up." Saying that, he took a stride over the shoulder and threw Xu Pei directly off the city wall. Jihua clung onto Xu Pei's massive body in midair, looking like two giant piles of beasts falling from a great height. Boom! The ground was instantly blasted out into a huge deep crater, dirt mixed with rainwater splashing up everywhere. At the same time, Xianingshan leapt down from the city wall. The demon dragon gun in her hand danced in midair in a circle and spun around, and a dragon-shaped chi energy was vaguely seen circling around her. Finally, Xianingshan raised her demonic dragon gun upside down and stabbed straight down. Roar! The black dragon swooped down from high above. Jihua violently let go of his hand to avoid it, and the demonic dragon lance pierced straight into Xu Pei's chest. The circling black dragon fell straight down, its sinuous and slender body piercing through the opponent's body in succession. Even the ground blasted out a deep pit. Xu Pei's eyes were crimson, glaring as big as copper bells, and in the end, he hung his head powerlessly, his body becoming a huge pig demon. Xianingshan panted as she drew back her magic dragon gun. Seeing the surrounding flying bear army that was originally attacking the city froze and looked at her, suddenly frowning, and majestically said, "What are you froze for? Attack! Oh-hoo! Attack! Kill the duck! Punch the duck!" A blood-red flying bear croaked and rushed up the city wall, without a commander. This demon soldier was no match for the flying bear, and soon the battle flames ignited all over the city wall. Rumble! 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 It was unknown who took the lead in pulling open the gates of the city wall, followed by the countless Fei Xiong army pouring into the capital. Marshal, Lu Shuwei had been groping for fish until now, and finally came to the opportunity, hastily leading a fast horse and rushed over. Jihua mounted the fast horse and reached out to pull, and Xianingshan was pulled up and fell into his arms. The flying bear army is under orders. Kill in the capital. Kill the living dead on sight. Leave no one behind. Jihua ordered in a loud voice, and the two of them rode their fast horses straight towards the capital, and the living dead along the way were killed off, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Chapter 125, You've been hit with a stick. Ji Junhong closed the vermilion red door, then slowly walked inside. As he moved, the individual imperial guards raised their heads, their green faces covered in fangs, their eyes crimson as they stared coldly at the moving figure. At this moment, the entire palace was quiet and silent. Only Ji Junhong was walking in the direction of the main hall. Great demons can convert living people into demon soldiers? Ji Junhong scanned these half-human, half-demons, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Or is it just infested with demonic energy? Historically, if it has happened at all, it's only rarely, if ever, on such a large scale. He observed for a while, the doubt in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. Unlike the living dead outside the city, they seem to have been eroded by demonic chi while they were still alive, turning into half-human, half-demons. Then was their consciousness tampered with, or were they directly controlled by that great demon, like manipulating puppets? Ji Junhong's mouth softly chanted. This great demon came unannounced, and almost everyone didn't react to it before it caused this kind of trouble. She seems to be involved with the Liang Kingdom, so it seems like the Liang Kingdom will have to make a trip when this is over. It always feels as if something is happening. He walked as if nothing had happened, walking on the ancient lapis lazuli of the palace that had been built for an unknown number of years. It wasn't until he walked to the center of the imperial army that a demon soldier suddenly looked up and shouted angrily, "Kill!" Countless imperial guards had drawn their long swords and were gulping demonic chi from their mouths as they rushed towards him. There were even countless sword chi and sword daggers flying straight towards Ji Junhong. These chi all carried a hint of purple demonic power. Obviously, after demonization, the strength of these imperial guards was not weakened. Instead, the demonic power and internal power complemented each other and improved. Ji Junhong's mouth smiled as his body suddenly lit up with golden light, and several golden dragon chi scurried out from his body and quickly traveled. The golden dragon blocked these attacks and charged off again with a roar. Compared to the golden dragon chi from before when he was still at the peak of the first grade, at this time Ji Junhong was already a Zongmaster, and each of these golden dragon chi was 100 meters long, and often with a single shake of his head, he could topple countless imperial guards. Ji Junhong took it easy, without the slightest appearance of effort, until he walked to the front of the golden palace. There was absolutely no light to be seen in that darkened hall. Just vaguely, there seemed to be an ethereal fragrance coming out of the great hall, refreshing one's heart, as if evoking the deepest desires. Ji Junhong calmly looked at the main hall. His sight could not pass through this darkness, and this was the only place in this palace that he could not see. "Come out," he spoke calmly. "Ha ha ha ha." In the darkness, a woman's flirty and sexy voice came out. "Teenage boy, why don't you come in and check on people?" The corners of Ji Junhong's mouth curled up slightly, and golden light flickered in his eyes. "If I go in, won't I be eaten by you in one bite? Ha 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 ha. You are in possession of the 9 Dragons' true technique, and you have even obtained the human emperor's sword to recognize your master. And you are the current human emperor, so you are still afraid of my slave?" In the darkness, the woman's voice was delicate and more than a little sultry. "Slave just found a random country to try to be a nest. I didn't expect to meet the human emperor. It's really aggravating." Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly cold. Then he smiled, the human emperor's sword in his hand glowing slightly as he nodded. "All right, I'll go in." After saying that, he took large strides towards the large hall. The moment he stepped in, the great hall was brightly lit, with green candle flames illuminating everything. Above the great hall, all the civil and military officials of the dynasty had their stomachs plowed open and their intestines used as ropes, hanging from the beams of the room. The body had long since become dry, and the dark red blood stained the ground bright red. The walls, the windows, were covered in dark red blood and severed limbs. There were also several corpses and heads on the floor that had been gnawed down to the bones. At this time the wind was howling. The wind blew into the great hall. The body hanging on the beams of the room suddenly swayed, and the feet swung regularly. Click, click, click. The withered bones had lowered their heads and gazed at Ji Junhong, who had walked into the great hall. "Well, Lord Human Emperor, Slave's masterpiece is not bad, right?" The flirty voice came from above, only to see a golden-colored dragon chair lazily leaning against a beautiful woman in a revealing dress. She was wearing a golden-colored dragon robe, and the wide dragon robe was completely unable to hide the curvaceousness of her figure. She exposed her thighs in a way that made the blood swell and float just by looking at her. Her looks are very charming. Can't say how good looking, just at the first sight. It makes people think that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Those who like young women see her and think she's the hottest young woman around. The ones who like imperials see her and think she's the most saved imperial of them all. If you like Lolita, you can see that trace of innocence in her face, in her body, the kind that evokes memories. If you like them all, congratulations, you have all the images she wants. The beautiful woman was smiling and holding her cheeks. Charming and charming, with a gentle voice. The first thing the slave did after realizing your actions was to kill all these people who just know how to nag in the slaves are all day long. Oh, slave has been enduring this for so many days, so it's finally time to let off some steam. Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly downcast as he slowly spat out. "Thousand-faced demon fox, I. Worthy of being a human emperor, You can tell the root of my slave with a single glance. Only, is there anything else that Lord Human Emperor would like to see? The beautiful woman covered her mouth and laughed softly as her body floated slightly downward, revealing her majestic sins. Ji Junhong shook his head, the golden light in his eyes growing brighter as he calmly said, "Didn't want to see it. Ha ha ha. Doesn't Lord Human Emperor like this body of my slave?" The beautiful woman laughed. "So far no man has been able to resist the temptation of my slave." Ji Junhong cocked his head and suddenly asked, "Really? I heard that you were hit with a stick." The smile on the beautiful woman's face stalled, and she only felt a vague pain in her forehead. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and was about to open her mouth when, in the next moment, golden light burst forth. Boom! The rubble over the golden palace suddenly shattered, and several golden dragons flew out from it, straight into the ninth heaven. Chapter 126, The Imperial City Defense Battle. At this time from Ji Junhong into the palace has been a small half an hour. The palace is quiet and silent. The door is closed. Strange. Why can't we see anything inside? And I wonder what happened to the Grand Duke. There is a strong man lying on the vermilion door, pouting buttocks, walnut eyes straight from the doorway to look inside, but also keep twisting body. Below him, there were 2 or 3 other hombres similarly pouting their butts off, as well as sticking their ears in to listen inside. Don't say you can't see it. You can't even hear it. Not a sound. When someone was killing fiercely, he shouted, "Stop looking at each other and hurry over to help. There are living dead coming again." Okay, where's my knife? Ever since Ji Junhong had entered the palace, the living dead that came to attack had been as uninterrupted as chicken blood. If the number of people is not small, okay, these living dead are the people of the capital city, and not a demon soldier. That is, they will scratch and bite and also small fists only. The ordinary Jianghu people encountered, but also can fight several one-on-one. Just cannot hold the crowd off. If 3 can't take a jungle man, then 30, 300, 3,000. The current army of the living dead was thoroughly carrying out this combat policy, and they weren't expected to have much lethality. Just by piling up people, they could exhaust these Jianghu people to death. Fortunately, after the light of the salary flame was raised, there was an equally steady stream of Jianghu people making their way here from all parts of the capital. None of the Jianghu people who rushed over needed any other person to explain. Just the impulse in their blood would make them instinctively want to guard the light of the payload that was surrounded by the crowd. It is also with these rushing Jianghu people. The crowd guarding this place can barely maintain the balance with the army of the living dead who can't see the end. They had killed batch after batch, and the corpses piled up around them were accumulating to more than a person's height, and still they could not see the end of the living dead. There is a machete, the most like to cut people's heads of the jungle man to cut the knife or rolled, to the end of the exhaustion collapse to be rescued. His eyes are silent, foaming at the mouth, and has been non-stop chanting, "I'll never cut my head off again." By the end of the day, Mr. Man had to step in because the corpses had piled up too much and were difficult to defend, only to see him squatting on the ground, using the blood of the living dead to draw a series of arcane runes, and finally a dashing wave of his sleeve. There was a fierce wind. The wind whistled from the human side, just like a haunting 18-stage typhoon, and easily swept away all the corpses, and even a lot of the living dead, giving the crowd quite a bit of time to rest. Li Ji looked at it twice and suddenly asked, "Does Mr. Wen only call out the wind?" Mr. Wen waved his sleeve, pride written all over his face. Joke. Mr. Wen is the #1 magician in the Central Plains. How can he only call out the wind? Originally, there hadn't been many warlocks similar to him, and then the Liang Kingdom Master was seconded by Jihua, and the Great Zhou Kingdom Master sacrificed himself to the heavens, and Mr. Wen suddenly realized that he found that he had somehow become the top handful of warlocks. Looking at this part of the Central Plains, it wasn't impossible for him to say that he was the #1 warlock. Got such an honor. Mr. Wen mood is very complex. Say happy, it is also happy. After all, to his realm, suddenly became the head of the said not happy is a lie. But, barring that, it was also a bit odd. After all, he was the first warlock whose turn came when everyone better than him somehow hiccuped. Li Ji looked at Mr. Wen's stinky baggy look, wanting to say something, stopping and then wanting to say something. Mr. Wen didn't have the good sense to say, "Just say what you want to say. This dilly-dallying is unseemly." It was only then that Li Ji said quietly, "I do think that if Sir conjures up a flood to rush through here, the effect might be better than a gale, especially now that it is still raining." Mr. Wen opened his mouth slightly and then burst out laughing. "Not bad. It is indeed so. It was a mistake on my part." Li Ji froze and asked, "Sir is not angry?" Mr. Wen smiled frankly. "Why should I be angry? Right is right and wrong is wrong. How can I understand the truth if I think about all that nonsense every day?" Li Ji arched his hand and saluted. "Mr. True Nature, the late generation has been taught. Other silent eavesdropping melon eaters Jianghu people. Look at Mr. Wen's eyes are also a little different. Jianghu people are the most important face. If you are set up, I'm afraid that on the surface will be playing haha to fool the past, and then turn their heads to give this junior a bogey. Stop talking. The living dead are coming again. Seeing that the crowd was almost done chatting, Iron Eagle hurried over from the front row and saluted Mr. Wen. Please, sir, flush out the corpses in the other directions as well. It's hard to resist now. Mr. Wen similarly arched his hand and saluted. Well said. He stood in front of him and wrote down completely different arcane runes, then waved his sleeve, and all of a sudden the rain from the sky fell down, gathering more and more, turning into a monstrous flood, washing away the corpses along with the living dead. Strange. Mr. Wen frowned slightly. I don't know what is going on. I always feel that my arts have become much stronger than before. Is it because I accidentally became the #1 person in the Central Plains, and also had my fortune added, and my state of mind was reflected in my spells, that I have this power? Or, Mr. Wen looked up at the bronze doxa that was surrounded by the crowd, and the brilliant light that emanated from it was so soft that it was like a spring breeze, gentle and soothing. Good boy Lu, what kind of thing did I conjure up? Mr. Wen muttered in his heart and decided that when this matter was over, he would hurry to throw this thing to Jihua and let him study it by himself. As time passed, more and more living dead came towards the crowd to kill them, and the defense circle defending the outermost perimeter kept shrinking, and the crowd was already exhausted. In fact, there were already quite a number of Jianghu Zhenghua people gathered here, amounting to thousands, and there were even a few experts of the upper third grade. But these living dead are just like endless killing. These experts tend to have a sword chi streak out, just finished killing people. Only after a few seconds, they will be surrounded by living dead again. Even if the people form a defense circle, they are also very exhausted. Only the dozens of people in the Earth's Fury group practiced the killing heartsword technique, and were able to raise their sword chi to feed back. And their swords were a bit curled by now, but they were still holding on to the fight. The others who killed with them have all changed for 2 rounds. Second brother, I've killed 300 of them. How come you're still acting like nothing happened? Any secrets? A member of the Earthshaker group asked in a low voice with crimson eyes and deep breaths. Because of killing too many people one after another, he was somewhat unable to control his killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed quite a few people over the years, like this continuous killing, he was afraid that he would have been eroded by the killing intent and fallen into the devil's path. Koan Air was still as he was at the beginning, sweeping the living dead on the street with one sword after another. From beginning to end, there was not a single superfluous movement. Not to mention that the Delisi and Department 6 were looking at him with trembling eyes. Even Mr. Wen and these people could see how terrifying he was. This person really didn't miss a beat from the fight until now. Each movement was controlled in a subtle way to save physical strength and maximize the killing of the enemy. If Koan Air hadn't been at the forefront, I'm afraid that the crowd would have been dispersed by the living dead. Kunji glanced at this member, still mechanically wielding the blood-red sword energy in his hand, splitting several living dead in half from afar. He said in a quiet tone, "Don't ask me. I'm just a ruthless lawn mowing machine." That earthbending group member's eyes glared, suddenly understanding, remembering what the bosses had said in the past. He screamed, "You're self-suggesting? You hypnotized yourself, didn't you?" He looked over at Kunsight and realized that the other man's eyes were indeed as empty as a machine and appeared dull. Ergo is so scary, even lying to himself. The member whispered then, "Learning to learn." Chapter 127. That's the female giver. This brother, Iron Eagle walked up stiffly and asked, clasping his fists, "Are you the second prince's men?" His tone was tired, with dark circles under his eyes. He had charged and killed several waves in a row, and now he had long been unable to straighten his back with his legs trembling, but he was still pushed up to face this killing embryo. The point is, he was pushed even by the other famous arresters and fellow officers with tearful eyes, and the gang from the Delisi was also beside themselves, saying that he was the last hope of the imperial court. Is what the hell? Damn it! Why don't you send someone from the Delisi? Kunsight looked back and nodded his head dryly. That's right. Something? Iron Eagle saw Koan Air is still quite normal. Unlike the rumors that crazy, a hanging heart finally put down some. Asked, "Since it's the handiwork arranged by the second prince, can there be a backhand? I'm afraid it'll be hard for our gang to hold back for too long." He smiled bitterly as he looked towards the encircling crowd. At the moment the shouts and killings were constant, but it was only the outermost Jianghu people who were resisting the living dead. In the middle of the crowd were sitting on the ground in exhaustion, meditating and resting. Mr. Wen performed many spells in a row, using many floods to wash away the living dead, and now he fell straight to the ground, his whole body twitching, his mouth still slurring and yelling, "Help me up, I can still charge." Only that young man called Li Ji, I do not know how, holding a long knife, from the beginning to the end of the kill, do not feel the slightest fatigue, but more and more excited, and now from time to time issued low laughter. This young man Iron Eagle has seen before. The son of the state master. His main profession is a warlock, but now Iron Eagle suspects that his secondary profession is a pig killer. At this moment, the crowd had been killing for a long time in a row, and were close to entering the last darkness before dawn, but now the crowd was all out of strength, relying on their perseverance to support them, and the Grand Duke entered the palace and then did not move again. I do not know how the situation inside actually. Many people were now a little weak in their hearts, fearing that if they were not careful, they would come to the rhythm of a reunion. Koan Air glanced at him and calmly said, "Right now, my boss is leading the Flying Bear army to attack the city, killing the living dead along the way, and the 100,000 Flying Bear army is the last resort to deal with these living dead." Iron Eagle nodded. His heart was slightly relieved. At least he would not let these living dead go out. It would be best if he could dispose of all of them. As for what you're worried about at the moment, whether we'll hold up before the Flying Bears arrive. Koan Air paused and looked at Iron Eagle with a smile that made Iron Eagle's heart stutter. Only Koan Air was heard smiling back. "I received word before tonight's operation that we would still have reinforcements, and they should be arriving soon now." "Reinforcements? How many?" The surrounding crowd who were listening with their ears perked up asked as their eyes lit up and their spirits lifted at the same time. Koan Air was about to open his mouth when the corner of his eye swept over to the corner, and his original leathery expression instantly loosened up, and for the first time a soft smile appeared in his eyes as he nodded his head. "It's not coming." At the dark streets, originally crowded with the figures of the living dead, there were no lights in the surrounding houses, and only ghastly white figures could be seen under the lightning and thunder. At this moment, a ray of red aura appeared abruptly, in the depths of the darkness, like a red light flickering. If you look fixedly, you can see that it is a simple and ancient constantly rotating bright red paper umbrella. The paper umbrella seemed to have been dipped in blood, so red that it shone brightly. The whole body was bright red like a hole. Even the umbrella bones were bright red like jade. The red paper umbrella hovered and kept emitting red light. A tiny little red reaches out of the darkness and gently grips the umbrella handle. It was a little girl in pink, wearing a bright red dress and bare feet. Her skin was as white as a porcelain doll, and her cheeks were bulging, just like baby fat. She looked adorable anyway with two little crochets tied in a red fascinator on her head. It's just that the ground is full of wailing living dead, and this waif is dressed like this, suspended in mid-air. How to look at it is like a villain appearance. As soon as this female child appeared on the scene, her figure flew quickly in the direction of the crowd like a ghost. She was suspended in mid-air and seemed to not need to borrow any strength at all, just like the legendary void steps in the air. As she moved quickly, the red paper umbrella emitted a bizarre red light, and where the red light shone, the living dead on the ground were drained of their essence and blood and fell to the ground. Just by her flying through this street along the way, an entire street of living dead died without even humming. Red, 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 red. Seeing such a bizarre scene, a Department 6 constable recognized it, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the small brown sugar that was speedily approaching, his mouth shivering as he shouted something. He was then covered by several other constables, and Iron Eagle even whispered this time, "Red, what red? This is the lady who saves suffering." Yeah, that's right. Little brown sugar soon flew through the crowd and landed on the ground. She didn't even bother pretending now. Her two little feet were suspended half an inch above the ground, not lending the slightest bit of strength, just like floating. Such a weird figure to see. The crowd's heart is a wild jump. Many Jianghu people are already guessed her identity, but just no one squealed. Everyone pretends not to recognize the same, and even the heart is still slightly relaxed. Sister Brown Sugar. The other members of the Earth Fury group immediately bowed their heads and respectfully shouted. They were all later new members, many of whom were not the original 72, and for this 10-year-old girl, they all had to respectfully call out to her as sister. Little Brown Sugar's face was cold as she scanned the crowd, finally landing on Koan Air. What's taking Little Brown Sugar so long to get here now? A smile surfaced on Koan Air's face. Little Brown Sugar also looked a little tired out of the corner of her eye and shook her head. Something has delayed it. She swept over the nearly 1,000 people present, and finally her gaze landed on the light pillar surrounded by the crowd. Already understanding the current situation, she only saw her conjure up the red paper umbrella and casually tossed it high into the air, while simultaneously pinching her hands together. The red paper umbrella suddenly hung high above. Little Brown Sugar's hands surged with bright red chi energy, and with a strong push, the chi energy suddenly hit the red paper umbrella. The bright red barrier. A red chi energy emerged from the red paper umbrella, enveloping the crowd and even the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. and the living dead that passed along the way were drained of their essence blood. In the blink of an eye, a bright red boundary of chi energy firmly enveloped above the crowd, completely blocking the living dead from the boundary. This boundary and the light of the salary flame echoed each other, but did not interfere in the slightest. Chapter 128, The Gathering. In the distance, Jihuo and Xianingshang charged furiously all the way, killing anyone they saw, and behind them, the flying bear army drove in, quickly clearing out the living dead like wild beasts. Jihuo looked up in the direction of the imperial city, where a curtain of red light covered the sky, clearly visible even under the torrential rain. Little brown sugar is back? Jihuo's heart fluttered, and he immediately shouted, "Flying bear army, listen to the order. Seal off the 4 gates of the capital and purge from the outside in. Make sure not to let any of them go. Here, General Lu, the flying bear army is under your command next." Jihuo then said, "I will lead the way." Lu Desui immediately saluted and immediately arranged for the generals to rush towards the 4 gates of the capital. "We don't need to rush to the palace first?" Xianingshang asked. Jiefire explained, "Now that the palace side can't be breached for a while, just let the flying bear army slowly clear it out. Let's go help Big Brother kill the great demon." Xianingshang nodded. "Then we'll fly there?" Jiefire grinned. "Okay." Xianingshang grabbed his hand and was about to transform into a dragon and fly away when she suddenly asked suspiciously, "Wait, it's the same peak first grade. Why don't you have a fast-moving stance?" Jiefire said innocently, "I really didn't." He did have quite a few light skills with various speed bonuses, but in terms of speed, it really wasn't as fast as Xianingshang's, and he couldn't do the same as little brown sugar and float around in the sky without borrowing any force at all. Unless one reached the realm of a patriarch, one could not truly fly in the sky, and that was because patriarchs were already united with the heavens and were recognized by the heavens and the earth, which gave them the ability to fly. Actually, right, most of the Jianghu people's light skills, which look like they are flying around in the sky, are actually long jumps. The difference is just whether you jump dozens or hundreds of meters at a time, looking like you're flying through the sky, but actually dropping to the ground and stomping around every so often. However, if you have a good posture, you will also look a little more sensational. For example, with your hands stretched out flat, people will feel that the stance is as gentle and steady as a goose. In fact, anyway, are in mid-air, but also can lie down. Said we this light power, lying flying can be, as long as the landing before the feet on the ground will be fine. 2 years ago there was a Jianghu people suddenly whimsical, in a shoe glued to a long sword. After the performance of lightweight 2 feet on the sword body, hands behind the back, white clothes flying, long hair, the people on the ground have exclaimed, "Wow, sword immortal." It's all about the feeling. After this matter spread out, many Jianghu people followed suit. It is said that some people from overseas came over, saw the sky full of sword fairies flying by, and were so scared that they went back to their country the next day. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to do so, though, and it's easy to trip over your sword when you land, especially if the landing point is on a tree branch, and the sword can easily get caught in the tree's branches, and then the Kenshin will fall on his ass. If you're less lucky, you'll get stuck hanging upside down from a tree and won't be able to free yourself for half a day. Occasionally, when a passing woodchopper sees us, we have to pretend that we are not stuck, but we just have a special hobby of practicing kung fu while hanging upside down. Xianingshang shushed her eyes at him and asked with contempt, "You don't have this kind of move, but you're just too lazy to use it, and you're storing up to make me fly with you, do you? Ha 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 ha, how is that possible?" Jiefire laughed dryly. "The main thing is that this is really fast flying for you. Back to my father to ask to learn the thunder blazing bear fist. There is no way to move quickly. Anyway, the secret book given to him is not." Jihuo thought in his heart. Xianingshang grabbed his hand and muttered, "For some reason, I always feel like you're used to letting me fly with you now. Ha ha, that won't happen." I silently thank Miss Xia several times in my heart every time. Jihuo smiled and rubbed his nose. "When this is over, I'll make you a few days of delicious treats." "That's what you said. I didn't force you. I don't really want to eat what you made either," Xianingshang said with a stern face. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, and she couldn't suppress it. She happily grabbed Jihuo's arm, and the two of them instantly transformed into a black dragon and quickly flew in the direction of the palace. The black dragon quickly swam in mid-air, and when it saw the red light there, it quickly swooped down. Little brown sugar was explaining something, and a bunch of earth fiend groups killing embryos surrounded this little girl who was only as tall as her own waist and nodded their heads. No one dared to utter a single breath. Even Koan Air, who had cut down thousands of people without his eyes drying up, listened carefully with his head bowed in the face of little brown sugar ordering things. Right at this moment, little brown sugar suddenly looked back and saw the black dragon whistling in the air. Her eyes narrowed and she was about to raise her hand when the red paper umbrella in the sky suddenly emitted a burst of red light. That's Miss Summer. It's a friendly army, Li Ji hurriedly spoke. Only after hearing this, Little Brown Sugar withdrew her hand. And with a thought, the red light curtain boundary in the sky immediately broke open, and the black dragon fell down smoothly, changing into the figures of Jihuo and Xianingshang. Yo, everyone's here. Jihuo swept his eyes over the crowd, then spoke with a smile. Boss. The people of the Earth Fury group spoke in unison. Greetings, Second Prince. Greetings, Second Prince. The Second Prince's great name has long been heard of, and today, when I see it, it is indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. The crowd arched their hands. They all already knew that it was this one who had brought a large army to kill. At this moment, since the Second Prince had already appeared here, it meant that the capital had already fallen. You know, in their news, General Fei Xiong also participated in the war, and it is the guarding army. Ji was similarly arched his hand in return. Then his gaze fell on Little Brown Sugar's face and smiled. After not seeing him for many days, Little Brown Sugar has grown quite a bit sturdier. Little Brown Sugar first swept her eyes at Xianingshang, who was indifferently surveying the surroundings. The latter looked over after noticing her line of sight, and a gentle smile appeared on her face when she saw that it was a cute little doll. At this time, Xianingshang is not wearing a veil. She smiled up to kill how big. Anyway, Jihua did not see. Can only see the Little Brown Sugar brush on the side of the face. A small voice then said, as soon as asshole brother goes out, he hooks up with a foxy girl, and when he comes back and sees Little Brown Sugar, he still says that Little Brown Sugar has gained weight, and that's a man. The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched as he walked over and reached over to rub Little Brown Sugar's head, messing up her hair, and said in no uncertain terms, what are you talking about? Your baby fat, not fat. Then towards the crowd, he introduced, this is Miss Xia. I was able to break through the capital so quickly thanks to her help. Hello, Miss Xia. The people of the Earth Fury group spoke in unison. Each one as honest as an elementary school student with their hands behind their backs shouting hello to their teacher. Xianingshang walked over and squatted down to look at Little Brown Sugar, then reached out to poke the dimples on her plump little face and said with a smile, what a cute little doll. Is this your sister? Aha, Jifire nodded. Poof, Little Brown Sugar pouted slightly, shaking her head continuously, shaking off Jihua's hand, and at the end of the day, after thinking about it, she took the initiative to put her face onto Xianingshang's fingers again. Xianingshang snorted out a laugh, and instantly pulled Little Brown Sugar in front of her, giving her a chance to fix the hair that Jihua had messed up just now. No, you're also too generous. Right, is the face value as justice? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a sense of crisis that his status had been reduced by one. You know that, Miss Xia? Mr. Wen looked at Li Ji and asked in a low voice. Chapter 129. In that case, I will withdraw. Li Ji had some frustration in his eyes and said softly, my father's business was done by Miss Xia. A black dragon passed by when she came and I happened to see it. Mr. Wen hissed and sucked in a breath of cool air, and asked in surprise, the state master was under the hand of Miss Xia? Then you don't hate Miss Xia? Before Li Ji opened his mouth, suddenly his whole body had a jolt, only to feel a cold shiver all over his body. Even Mr. Wen's whole body shivered. The two of them twisted their heads to look over, and they saw Xianingshang and Little Brown Sugar stop chatting at some point, twisting their heads and staring over with ghostly gazes. Even Jihua, who was talking to Koan Air, slightly side-eyed them. Sister, you don't do it well, Little Brown Sugar asked in a small voice. Kill or not? No, we are so far away, how can you all hear it? Mr. Wen's mouth twitched slightly. Li Ji, on the other hand, shook his head and explained. My father gave me the word before he left that he doesn't blame Miss Xia, and I understand my father's meaning at this moment, so naturally I don't blame Miss Xia either. Mr. Wen froze slightly, then nodded his head, and looked at Li Ji with a much relieved look, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. And, it is best if you think so. After saying that, the remaining light from the corner of Mr. Wen's eyes glanced frantically to the side, and he saw Xianingshang and Little Brown Sugar, a big and a small girl, retracting their eyes and fiddling with their hair again as if nothing had happened, giggling a few times from time to time. No, why do I feel that these two girls are so scary? Mr. Wen couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Jihua knew everything from Koan Air's side, and only then did he nod his head, and then he whirled to look at Xianingshang. The latter was originally chatting happily, and when he felt the line of sight, he reached out and stroked Little Brown Sugar's head, then stood up and walked over. Jihua laughed. Is Miss Xia going to accompany Ji into the Imperial City? Xianingshang reached out and pulled her hair, her eyes slightly raised, looking at the gloomy sky, and said carelessly, we're here, we've got to see it, right? Jihua smiled and nodded, then looked at the crowd, as his line of sight swept past, no matter whether it was the Jianghu heroes, Department 6, Delisi, or even the fish and dragons of a bunch of hidden people. They all raised their heads to look at him, and quite a few of them even forcefully stood up their tired bodies and quietly waited for him to open his mouth. Originally, under this red light and salary fire illumination, the already noisy safety area suddenly fell into silence. Jai-Fire thought for a moment and spoke. Everyone, Mr. G will enter the palace in a moment, and I'm afraid that the scope of the next battle will be extremely large, so I'll trouble you all to leave here as soon as possible. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and someone spoke up and asked, but what if we leave and some living dead rush in to interfere with your battle? Jai-Fire explained. After the Flying Bear army broke through the city, the movements of the living dead have changed and are no longer converging towards here. Presumably there is a change within the Imperial City. There aren't many living dead gathering this way anymore, and even if there are still a few, with Miss Xia and I here, we'll be able to hold them off. Just now, I guess that my elder brother should have gone inside the boundary, and that the palace and this place are not in the same area, so there is no change in the palace as we look at it from the outside. When Miss Xia and I go in, we'll find a way to break this boundary, and the power of the battle will increase drastically at that time, and we won't be able to take it into account. He smiled and explained. You are considered the last survivors out of the 600,000 people in the capital. If you were to be affected by the aftermath of this final battle, it would be a waste of so much of our energy. Hearing these words, all of them looked at each other, and a trace of gratitude and fear could not help but appear on their faces. Since this is the case, let's also be greedy and fearful of death, and leave this place to Mr. G and Miss Xia. A bald, burly man immediately arched his hand and simply turned around to leave the range of the red light, disappearing towards the darkness. Then we will leave first as well. Mr. G, we'll come back to visit again if we have the chance in the future. Thank you for your great kindness, Mr. G. Sprinkles will go. One by one, the Jianghu people went towards the darkness in a hurry, and disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye, and in no time at all, these nearly 1,000 people ran away. Jihua opened his mouth slightly. His face was odd. In fact, he wanted to say that he would let little brown sugar take them to transfer. After all, with the red paper umbrella in place, there was no problem at all in preventing these living dead. He didn't expect that they would run so fast. The people from Department 6 and the Delisi also took their leave. Even Mr. Wen took Li Ji and left quickly, not forgetting to remove the bronze doors on his way out, seemingly completing its mission. The bronze doxa flickered a few times, and the light disappeared without a trace. Mr. Wen, this bronze door is left by my father to the second son, Li Ji said quickly on the road as he was dragged. There's no rush. I'll study it and then you can hand it over to the second prince in person when the time comes. Mr. Man took his hand and with a casual wave of his hand, emptying the few remaining living dead, he walked quickly towards the darkness. Then what's the point of walking so fast? Li Ji asked suspiciously. Mr. Man said rightfully, take your place. Ha! Mr. Wen led him for nearly another 100 meters, then picked a roof that looked quite pleasant, and with a wave of his sleeve, the two of them soared up. Then with one foot he stepped on a human leg. An Ironhawk sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out. No, it's crowded enough as it is. What are you guys doing up here? After all, it's a friendship of having fought together now. Mr. Man heatedly laughed. I saw you guys running in this direction just now. Damn it, if I had known, I would have run farther away. The ones from the Delisi, you guys move to the side and make some room for Mr. Wen and Mr. Li. Tai Ying cursed. Got it. Is there any room left? Squeeze? I can't squeeze it out at all. Li Ji was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, what's going on here? This is a rare event. Wouldn't it be a great regret in life if I didn't take a look at it? The sound was from the roof next to him. Li Ji looked up and saw a naked head probing and looking this way. Li Ji recognized that this person was the first bald big man who ran just now. It was also because he had been the first to run, and now snagged a seat with an excellent view. He even had time to get a mattress from somewhere to pad out on the rubble of the roof, which was wet from the rain, but much better than the others. That's right. We don't have the strength to participate in the battle, but it's always okay to watch. Voices also came from another rooftop. When this is over, I'll brag to everyone about how great I was back then, and how I can still brag about it to my grandchildren when I'm 70 or 80 years old. I guess that great demon is at least at the peak of the sovereign. So is the Grand Duke. So we mustn't take a look at this great battle? Even if you are unlucky enough to die, it's still worth it. Li Ji slightly opened his mouth. He had grown up in the state master's mansion since he was a child, and had less contact with people, so he somewhat didn't understand what these people were thinking. It wasn't until Mr. Wen laughingly pulled him to his side and plopped down as well that he heard Mr. Wen laugh. This is the Jianghu man. The four big names lying in a row next to each other have laughed. That's the way the jungle has always been. The man from the Delisi even next to him looked up and said in a bad mood, You imperial court lapdogs. What kind of Jianghu people are you? Alas, we're not convinced when you say that. We deal with Jianghu people on a regular basis. Why aren't we considered Jianghu people? Iron Eagle immediately retorted. You're the dog's leg. Your whole family is a lapdog. The other famous arresters also yelled. Watch your mouth. We're hawks and dogs. Delizy's people main trial of the case. Speak that is called a dark poke. Cold snort, the remnants of the previous dynasty. Holy, where's my knife? Great Joe isn't finished yet. And your ex-dynasty. You Joe traitor. People on both sides of the fence quickly bickered, connecting themselves to each other's relatives. As Li Ji listened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, his eyes glowing as he whispered, This jungle, it sounds interesting. Chapter 130, Inside the Boundary. Stop it you guys, you can't die like that. The noise of the quarrel between Department 6 and the Delizy grew louder and louder, and the other Jianghu people could not stand to watch. Ha! They went in. Inside. Someone shouted from the next rooftop next door, so everyone was looking in the direction of the palace. After Ji Huo and Kuan Air had finished explaining to them, he told them and Little Brown Sugar to leave. Before leaving, Little Brown Sugar remembered something and said, Foolish brother, there's something going on over in the East Sea, so you'll probably have to make a trip when this is over. Jai Fire froze, then nodded. Good. When everyone left, Ji Huo looked toward Xia Ningxiang, who stood quietly waiting, and smiled. Let's go inside. Xia Ningxiang nodded, and the demonic dragon gun appeared in her hand, waving out a gunflower. Although the demonic dragon gun was still 1/3 short, and Xia Ningxiang had actually been able to recall the remaining 1/3 of the remnant, that remnant was currently in her brother's hands, and had also already recognized its owner. If gathered together, the power of the divine soldier in its full form would be strengthened substantially, just not to mention that her brother is still busy with other things right now, and if Xia Ningxiang forces a recall, maybe her brother will think that she's met some strong enemy, and then he'll kill her all the way from the Dragon Kingdom through the Zhao Kingdom, probably with a bunch of people. It's a horrible image any way you look at it. When she thought of this, Xia Ningxiang only felt a pain in her brain. The two men came to the gate of the palace and stood side by side, reaching out at the same time to push open the gate, only to see that it was pitch black and nothing could be seen inside. Both of them then stepped forward at the same time and disappeared into the darkness. How come you can't see? People are suddenly gone? Sure enough, we're inside the boundary, so we can't see any movement outside? That's finished. If they can't break the boundary, won't we be waiting here for nothing? Geneva. Refund. Ji Hua and Xia Ningxiang only felt a blur before their eyes, and when they entered their eyes, they saw corpses all over the ground. All of them were demonized Imperial Army corpses, and looking at this appearance, they were afraid that they were all killed by Ji Junhong. The night sky in this boundary is without lightning and thunder, and at this time, the diaphanous dome is hanging high with a full moon. High in the sky, a huge nine-tailed devil fox was attacking frantically. Every time the 9 white tails danced, they carried the power to destroy everything, raising gusts of wind and even the rubble on the ground being lifted up. The one fighting against it was none other than Ji Junhong, who stood high in the sky holding the human emperor sword. Ji Junhong didn't look like he had changed much, and every time he wielded the human emperor sword, he would bring out a golden yellow sword chi while golden dragon shadows flew around. There were even 9 seemingly real and phantom dragon-shaped shadows flying around him nonstop. No matter how the devil fox's tail attacked, it would be entangled by these dragon-shaped chi and constantly tearing it. The battle between one person and one demon set off an exaggerated storm. A casual wave and dance could set off a hurricane, and a sword chopping down was dozens of houses being chopped off. Even though they were fighting in the sky, the ground had long since been smoldering with the aftermath, just like various earthquakes. Good lord, is this a Grandmaster level fight? Ji Hua watched with a huge shock in his heart. Although Big Brother looked like he was only the size of the demon fox's palm, he actually fought back and forth, and every time he made a move, he was able to cleave the demon fox back. After observing for a while, Xia Ningxiang suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, It seems like neither of these two can do anything about their fight. Look carefully. Big Brother's human emperor sword can't even break through the big demon's defense. Ji Hua observed for a while, and indeed found that no matter how fierce the sword chi of the human emperor sword was, when it landed on the demon fox's body, the demon fox's body surface would emerge with a touch of golden light to block the sword chi, and later on, it would only be pure sword chi, which was no longer harmless when chopped on the body. As for the devil fox, get it? It also cannot break Ji Junhong's defense, no matter how it scratches how to scratch. Around Ji Junhong's body of the 9 dragon-shaped true chi will be dead to prevent. These 9 golden dragon energies were each nearly 20 meters long, hovering in midair just like 9 real dragons, not only defending, but also matching Ji Junhong's attacks. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon fox also contained golden chi energy, he was afraid that he would have been held down and rubbed on the ground by Ji Junhong. Manhwa said in a deep voice, "What is on that great demon should be the great Zhou dragon chi, which has fused with the demon fox. When the human emperor's sword cuts down, it will be like cutting down on an earthly emperor. It will be blocked by the dragon chi and its power will be greatly reduced." Xiaoningshang shook her head and said, "As of now, it is estimated that they can't tell the winner from the winner for 3 days and 3 nights, so it's no wonder that we can't hear the commotion outside." Manhwa's brow furrowed. Now they both didn't know what to do. The key was that both of them were fighting in the sky. He couldn't fly. Xiaoningshang was able to transform into a dragon and fly up, but once she exited her dragon form, she would fall down from the sky. Do you want Xiaoningshang to jump up and take a shot and fall down, then jump up again and take a shot? Like Tigger? Put. Jaifire couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoningshang instantly shushed her eyes and asked, "What rude thing are you thinking about?" "No, really," Manhwa hurriedly said. "You're slandering. Let me tell you." Xiaoningshang looked at him contemptuously. "I don't know what's going on these days. I can always feel you thinking about me, and it's still the kind of thing that you think about badly," she said quietly. "I sometimes wonder what the hell you were thinking." "Ahem, really didn't think about it." Jaifire had a moment of weakness. Xiaoningshang coldly grunted. "Skipping this topic. There will be something time to slowly force the issue later," she asked. "Then what should we do now?" Jaifire reached out and scratched his head, looking at the sky as he fought an exciting battle with all sorts of explosions. At this time he didn't even know whether to break this side of the boundary. Theoretically, after breaking the boundary, it would not be considered the main field of the devil fox. In the outside world, lightning and thunder kind of thing, he can also control the thunder and lightning to split it. However, this boundary was made by the demon fox, which presumably wanted to completely absorb the dragon chi here for nirvana advancement. There was a high probability that this boundary would shield the great Zhou chi from being linked to it. After all, the big week has been thinning. If it is promoted and the big week tied together, let's go. That's the end of the calf. Once the big week died, it also have to cultivation fell greatly. It was just that once it left the boundary and landed in the capital, it would be completely linked to the great Zhou's national fortune. And even if it didn't have a realm, it had not only the dragon's chi in it, but also the great Zhou's national fortune, a country's chi. At that time, they were facing an earthly emperor, a great climate demon who possessed both dragon energy and the shelter of national fortune. That's even more of a chop. Just as Manhwa hesitated, he suddenly heard his eldest brother's voice coming down. "Firechild, break the boundary." Manhwa froze and immediately looked at Xiaoningshang, and then he saw her nodding her head as well, her eyes looking over. "No, big brother sent you a message too?" Jaifire opened his mouth slightly, then shrugged. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously activated their Xiangong, preparing to break the boundary. Chapter 131, You Can't Kill Me. Manhwa took a deep breath. Thunder light flashed in his eyes, and a thunder giant bear aura more than 10 meters tall instantly emerged behind him. At this moment, his feet stepped on the earth, and the power of the ground continuously surged into his body, and the giant bear's body surface was gradually rendered in an earthy yellow color, and it looked like it was turning from a thunder bear into a brown bear. As he continued to activate his Shin Gong, the brownish yellow color of the giant bear's body became more and more obvious, and its aura shifted from the rigid invulnerability of thunder to a thick, mountain-like thickness. Seeing this, Xiaoningshang similarly took a deep breath, and the demonic dragon gun in her hand instantly emitted rolling black smoke, the demonic chi being fully activated by her. Her eyes were completely covered in black chi, and black smoke rolled over her body, which rapidly expanded and transformed into a nearly 20-meter-long black dragon. As she swung the demon dragon lance in her hand, the black dragon kept circling around her side, and from time to time, it even whispered around the giant bear. The aura of the two instantly reached its peak. A black and a yellow aura entangled with each other, and the surrounding space instantly trembled. High up in the sky, the demon fox who was in the middle of the fight glanced down, then ignored it and proceeded to with the little dwarf who was holding the human emperor's sword. Manhwa and Xiaoningshang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The huge brown bear suddenly roared. His mouth brewed a huge ball of energy that flashed with lightning and earthy yellow light. The giant bear raised his head high and fiercely took a mouthful of that ball of energy, like spitting towards the vermilion red door of the palace that was more than 30 meters high, and blasted it away. The demonic aura in Xiaoningshang's eyes rose, and with a forceful thrust of her lance, the circling black dragon suddenly whistled and charged straight ahead, and the energy projectile spat out by the giant bear, but it hit the gate at the same time. Boom! Between the rolling of smoke and dust, a sudden sound like glass breaking resounded throughout the space. Why aren't they out yet? Are we really going to lie here all night? The point is, it's still raining. Maybe the time inside and outside the boundary doesn't match. After waiting for a while, Did not see any movement? Melon eating and watching the crowd are beginning to scratch their ears, mainly because it is a little bored, and the great battle for a night, now cold and hungry, and even a little sleepy, and I don't know who said, "I'd like a drink," so the crowd fell silent, and then, I don't know who touched a few jars of wine from a nearby inn, so the picture got even stranger. Since I touched all the wine, I touched some umbrellas, tents and so on, so a big red tent was set up on the roof, and then again, and then again. And then I don't know who got a fireplace over. It's a good one. And after a night of rain, it makes sense to bake it over charcoal, right? And then. Charcoal, tents, and it's pouring rain outside, and the atmosphere is here, and you have to make a few barbecues? So Li Ji grasped the lamb skewer in his hand and fell into contemplation. The rich flavor of lamb on it, and the flavor of cumin and chili pepper increased his appetite. Only, he twisted his head to look at the roof of all kinds of fireworks. Large and small there are dozens of, just distributed around the palace, and the Jianghu people yell loudly, drinking stance. The commission did not think through the picture style how to become this. Don't just stand there. Eat, eat, eat. Mr. Man grabbed a barbecued chicken wing with great interest and stuffed it into his mouth. Mr. Li is afraid that he has rarely seen such a scene. Iron Eagle smiled as he skillfully smeared butter on a brush and brushed it on the roasted meat, then dipped it in chili pepper and brushed it on again. Going back and forth like this for several times, the aroma of this roasted meat became even more intense. Extremely rare indeed. Li Ji smiled awkwardly. He seldom ate barbecue on weekdays, let alone now or on the roof rubble. Jacking up his clothes and pants and just sitting and strutting and eating, not at all in line with his usual image. Iron Eagle explained, walking in the Jianghu sometimes will not have time to eat, so they are accustomed to take time out to eat some. The sky and the earth to eat the biggest. No matter what time to fill the stomach is the most important. And for that reason, the Jianghu people are more or less good at cooking, and they're even better at barbecuing and stuff. Li Ji nodded, and then looked at Iron Eagle's skillful movements. Not only him, even Department 6 barbecue techniques were skillful and obviously often done. Li Ji has also read a lot of the neighborhood books. The Jianghu also have a hidden vision. Just look at a variety of tents. Shouting Jianghu people, feeling in the roadside stalls and jerking string is not much difference. Forget it, don't want to. Li Ji shook his head, really worried that if he looked further, his fantasy of the Jianghu would be shattered. Is it me or this jungle that's not normal? Then he fiercely bit into the leg of lamb skewer, and his eyes lit up. This lamb is very fat. A bite down. The sheep oil is along in the mouth nourished, and there is the unique chili, cumin flavor, and even more charcoal flavor. It's very good. Coupled with the fact that all the rain from the sky kept falling on the red tent and thumping it, it actually had a different flavor. Ka-ching! In the direction of the palace in the distance, there was suddenly a shattering sound. Ow! As the fox's chirping came, the crowd looked up to see a behemoth rushing out of the palace and flying towards the sky. That big demon's body was extremely large, and its slender and white body gave it a beauty like moonlight. Although he didn't want to admit it, at this moment, many Jianghu people actually felt that this demon fox was quite clear-eyed and even enchanting and charming. I must be drunk, a Jiaonan said naively, bowing slightly and then sitting down. The demon fox quickly flew towards the sky, its forepaws stepping on white clouds, and as its body scurried out from the palace, immediately after, its tail, that tail was actually continuous, like a snake constantly scurried out from the palace. As the entire demon fox stood in the sky stepping on the dark clouds, its 9 tails longer than its body swayed, and the dark clouds and thunderstorms in the night sky seemed to be completely covered by these tails. Woo! The demon fox let out a long whine towards the sky, a pale sound that traveled 100 miles away. Immediately afterward, an unseen aura quickly converged around the area and landed on the great demon, entangling with it. The white tail behind it was even a hint of a faint golden halo. The metaphysical aura on the demon fox's body quickly changed from mere pressure to majesty, heaviness, and solemnity, and at this time, it was like an emperor on earth. The crowd had the urge to kneel down just by looking at it, and couldn't help but feel a sense of trembling in their hearts. Roar! Several golden dragons rushed out from the palace, circling and converging in mid-air, and finally turning into Ji Junhong, who was holding a large golden-colored sword and whose eyes were glittering with golden light. He held his sword in one hand and faced the demon fox that covered the sky without the slightest fear. Human Emperor, you can't kill me. At this time, I am connected to the Great Zhou's national fortune, connected to the Great Zhou's territory, and I am the Great Zhou Emperor. Even if you wield the Human Emperor's sword, you can't decapitate an earthly emperor who sits on 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The demon fox roared in a low voice. Chapter 132, Beat It. Ji Junhong didn't reply. He just glanced to the east. And even though the sky had been thundering and flashing right now, he still saw the color of the sky at a glance. Can't kill you? Ji Juanhan's eyes smiled as he whispered. A certain person doesn't believe that. With that said, he rushed up with his sword and slashed. Hey, you don't listen to anything my mom says, do you? The great demon roared lowly, like a pissed-off madman, and rushed up to scratch. One person and one fox hacked and slashed at the sky again, and the dark clouds and torrential rain in the sky were all torn apart by the furious chi energy. Ah! The crowd of onlookers from afar originally thought that they had run far enough away, but they didn't realize that the power of the aftermath was too great, and in the blink of an eye, the tent was lifted out, and the rain immediately hit the charcoal fire, drenching the barbecue and the charcoal all over. Some of the Jianghu people with poor strength were even blown by the wind and rolled several times in the sky, falling to the ground. Ah! My chicken breast! In the midst of the crowd's exclamations of surprise, a little girl's exasperated voice was especially abrupt. Mr. Wen suspiciously looked towards the back, and saw little brown sugar tearfully looking at the roasted meat that had been wetted by the rain. She was so angry that she was trembling and could not cry. Suddenly she grabbed the red paper umbrella and was about to rush up to fight for her life. Then she was caught by Koan Air in a death grip. Can't make it. No way. That's right. Let's get out of the way and I'll grill it for you. Sister Brown Sugar, calm down. Be calm. It seems that the people on the second princess side of the picture are also quite abnormal. Mr. Wen muttered in his heart. Jihuo and Xiaoningshang rushed out from the boundary and looked up to see the battle that was being fought in the sky. Wow. After observing for a while, Xiaoningshang spoke. It's true. Once this great demon leaves the boundary, it will be linked to the entire Great Zhou's qi, and with the power of the nation added to it, killing it will be just as difficult as killing an emperor. Ji Huan nodded. But since Big Brother asked for this, I'm afraid that he has already prepared for it. What he probably wants is to connect the great demon with the Great Zhou's national fortune. Xiaoningshang suspiciously observed for a while longer and blushed oddly. Have you noticed that since leaving the boundary, Big Brother's fighting style, although it looks fierce, is kind of like out of work? Aha! Ji Hua observed again for a while, and really found that the Big Brother is now fighting more and pulling. Anyway, the big demon can't hurt him, and he can't hurt the big demon. Paddling is good. Like the old oil man who goes to work every day to mix the salary paddling to feel the fish. Seems to be true. Jaifire rubbed his chin as he noticed that his eldest brother Fawn had looked to the east several times in a row. East? Jaifire looked to the east. There were no dark clouds and storms in that direction. It was just that it was the deepest darkness and nothing could be seen. Is it dawn? Ji Hua was somewhat enlightened, and his gaze whirled to the huge fox in the sky, and with a he smile, he then raised his hands high, and lightning flashed in his hands all of a sudden. As he performed his Xian Gong, the thunder in the sky immediately followed and converged. Boom! A bolt of lightning instantly struck the great demon, not so much as to injure it, but it still caused it to sting. Followed by a second. Third. A bolt of lightning crazily bombarded the great demon's body, hurting it so much that it rebuked angrily and was about to rush down. Big Brother's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Ji Hua's mind, and the 9 dragons' true strength on his body operated, blocking the big demon's body, and entangling it in the sky again. On the contrary, Big Brother was not in a hurry at this time, waving his hand and swinging out a golden-colored sword chi, having a blast on the big demon's body. You are? Xiaoningshang expressed that she didn't quite understand. Jaifire grinned. Stall for time. Play it any way you want. Xiaoningshang. Ji Hua laughed again. Why don't you try it too? It feels good to have a big demon for you to practice on. You're talking about this. Xiaoningshang hesitated. Ji Hua smiled and said, don't worry, even if it rushes down, I will still protect you. My current body, I don't even know how strong it is. Then I'm welcome, huh? Xiaoningshang's eyes were instantly filled with excitement as she pulled out her magic dragon gun and began to take aim, her body's aura quickly converging. Ji Hua was close enough to feel a steady stream of demonic chi from the demonic dragon gun integrating into her body and finally returning to the gun, while the piercing aura at the head of the gun was rapidly converging and gathering at a single point. The terror of that bit of the gun's head made Ji Hua's scalp go a little numb. He had no doubt that this shot could give a stab through his waist if he stabbed it. At that time, he must fall on the ground and pretend to be seriously injured, lie down for half a year, and then let Xiaoningshang feel guilty inside and serve him well for a period of time, serving tea and water to soak his feet and so on. Xiaoningshang suddenly turned her head and said expressionlessly, you're thinking of something very rude again. Her tone on the word very was quite heavy. Kai fire. No. I was just thinking about it. You can find that out? Xiaoningshang withdrew her mind. Her eyes focused on the fox in the sky, suddenly striking the green dragon probing its claws. The magic dragon gun in her hand suddenly flew out, so fast that even Ji Hua almost didn't see it. This gun was only a little bit of black aura at the beginning, but only in a few moments the power was rapidly enlarged, and the little bit of cold aura at the head of the gun was already vaguely piercing through the ripples of space. By the time that great demon realized it, it was already shot, and it didn't even have time to look down for the last time before its belly was penetrated by the demonic dragon gun. Roar! Only to see the gun transform into a black dragon, quickly penetrating through the large demon's small abdomen. Blood suddenly sprayed like rain, and the demon fox's miserable cries resounded through the 4 fields. Pores of blood fell from the sky, like the entire night sky was raining blood. Good marksmanship. Ji Juanhong's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling as if it was time for him to show some real skill. After he said that, he held his sword with both hands, and the human emperor's sword lit up at once. That great demon stretched out its claws to cover its wounds, its injuries recovering quickly under the blessing of the national fortune. But it could feel a crazy and ominous force inside its body that was crazily eroding its body. The great demon stared angrily at the pale Xiaoningshan on the ground, who had already called back the demonic dragon gun, and suddenly rushed down in spite of everything, roaring, "You little zapper who sneaks up in the dark, here, it's your turn to protect me." Xiaoningshan propped up the ground with her magic dragon gun and shook herself. "No, you don't have the strength for one shot?" Fire didn't have the heart to say. "One shot can put it through. What more do you want from me?" Xiaoningshan licked the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were full of pain. "But it's still the first time a demon can take the shot from me and still not die. It's worth it." Jihua shrugged his shoulders and quickly ran towards the distance, and before the large demon was about to rush down, he suddenly stood up straight and yelled towards the demon fox, "Magic cloak!" The swooping demon fox stopped abruptly, twisted its head to look at Jihua, and asked in a calm tone, "You speak mumble?" Jihua's taunt value was pulled straight up and he shouted, "Summon! Magic cloak! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds." The demon fox's eyes instantly turned red, and both heaven and earth resounded with the sound of its exasperated defense breaking. "Go to hell, kid!" With that, he charged towards Jihua without hesitation. Chapter 133, May the Human Race Prosper. Ji Juanhong's sword stance had long since been stored at full power, and he just watched with interest as Jihua pulled in the hate. At this moment, when he saw the demon fox rushing over, he then raised the human emperor's sword with both hands, and golden light surged in his eyes. The next moment, like a breeze, his figure disappeared into the air. Immediately afterward, a heart-stoppingly brilliant heavenly might appeared in the heavens and earth. The demon fox's heart condensed and she suddenly looked up, but she found a huge golden longsword falling from the sky. The demon fox tried to struggle, but realized that no matter which direction it ran, it would not be able to block the sword's attack. Inevitable hits, inevitable punctures. Roar! It suddenly let out a furious roar towards this golden yellow sword, and then its chest was viciously pierced through, directly sticking to the ground. Boom! The golden light's chi was mixed with shockwaves, completely dispersing the surrounding rainwater, and even the dark clouds in the sky were washed away by the airflow that flew upwards backwards, revealing a sky full of stars. The golden yellow sword chi disappeared, and Ji Juanhong's figure reappeared high in the sky, his breathing not the slightest bit rapid, his eyes calm and wave-free. "Ha ha 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 ha, you still can't kill me, just can't kill me, human emperor." The great demon laughed out loud, the injuries on his chest recovering just as fast, the 9 tails on his body radiating a golden glow. It had long since stopped its pace of advancing into the climate great demon, and at this point, as long as it was in the realm of the great Zhou, it would be able to receive a steady stream of national luck to replenish it. Before the big demon's words fell, it saw that annoying brat from earlier silently walk up to it. This instantly reminded the great demon of the party and slapped him down. Roar! A huge brown bear silhouette immediately appeared behind Jihua, and this brown bear grabbed the arm of the great demon, but made it unable to move. Immediately after that, Jihua made a falling motion, and the brown bear shadow behind him had a flash of golden light in its eyes as it grabbed the big demon's arm and did a direct over-the-shoulder slam. Boom! The demon fox landed directly on his head, dizzy, and shouted angrily, "Stop, little ghost, I am the emperor." Boom 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 boom. The brown bear grabbed its arm and smashed it several times in a row, and finally threw it casually, throwing the huge demon fox's body dozens of meters, crashing through several roofs in a row. What a weak emperor, Fire deflated. He just wanted to test his chi, but he didn't expect it to progress so quickly. It seemed that after sparring with Pops, both his understanding of the thunder-blazing bear fist and the elemental atlas had further improved. Theoretically, with the experience infused by the system, the proficiency should be all brushed up, but he just felt as if something was different. Roar! The enraged demon fox let out a low roar, and the 9 tails behind him quickly danced, causing a fierce wind to blow and a demonic aura to fill the air. Then 9 golden dragons fell from the sky, deadening the demon fox's tail. Jihua and Xiaoningshan looked at the big brother in the sky at the same time, a hint of doubt showing in their eyes. Ji Junhong explained. I've read about the thousand-faced demon foxes in a wild history some years ago. Their tails are the source of demonic arts. As long as you control the tails so they can't perform demonic arts, they'll be nothing more than a beast that knows how to fight physically at best. You fart. Old me is not a beast. The demon fox roared angrily and kept struggling, but the 9 golden dragons just wrapped around its tail with death, and the dragon's claws were still gripping the ground with death, making it unable to move. In the end, the demon fox was so angry that she spat at Ji Junhong before being dodged by Ji Junhong in disgust. The spit landed a short distance away, followed by the screams and curses of several jungle people who reckoned the flavor was fresh. Jihua's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward, changing into a huge brown bear chakra, and slapped the demon fox in the face. Demon fox. Little sill. Pop. You smoke again. You can't beat me. Pop. The old lady just dies. Snap. On the rooftop in the distance, the crowd saw that the great usurping demon that had almost wiped out the entire capital was nailed to the ground, allowing a huge brown bear to slap it ear to ear, and they always felt that there was something wrong with the picture. Xiaoningshan silently came over and gently kicked him in the ass. Hey, come on. The corners of your mouth are splitting to the base of your ears. You're smiling so sickly. Jihua coughed and said excitedly, why don't you give it a try? Slapping a great demon of the sovereign realm, how honorable to say it. Xiaoningshan originally wanted to try, but just seeing this perverted smile of his, she silently gave up this intention. No, what do you mean you're so far away? I'm not far away. I can see you backing up. That's where you're looking at it wrong. You took 2 more steps back. Is it embarrassing to stand with me? Just so you know. Ji Junhong stood in the sky, looking at the 2 people fighting there underneath, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He looked to the east. At this time the sky was slightly white belly. His face showed a rare look of distress. This great demon is weaker than I imagined. Thanks to the fact that I have prepared for so long, it feels like a loss. By now the dark clouds had long since been dispersed, and only the faintest hint of dawn's morning light loomed. Ji Junhong let out a long sigh and looked down at the devastated capital. In the distance, there was still the flying bear army clearing out the living dead, and it had already reached the finishing stage. That's just it. In that case, I'll be the one to clean up this mess. I won't be able to get a clean slate in the future. Ji Junhong faced the east as the first rays of the sunrise passed through the clouds and fell on him. At the same time a purple light flashed out of the sky, as if in echo, accompanied by a rapid surge of sunlight that swarmed toward him. The sunlight and purple aura dotted Ji Junhong's entire body, causing his hair and clothes to be tinted with a golden edge. On the ground, the demon fox, who had been punched to the point of dizziness, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with horror. Impossible. How could you? Jihua and Xiaoningshan also raised their heads at the same time, looking at Big Brother in the sky in surprise. Jihua's eyes flashed with a hint of realization, and he whispered, so this is Big Brother's bottom card. Good tactics. Purple breath comes from the east. It's the purple breath. The Jianghu people looked at the upright silhouette in the sky and shrieked out in shock. South. White Tiger Army Camp. The White Tiger Army that waited all night held their weapons and waited quietly all night until that hint of the morning sun appeared. And only then did the marshal of the White Tiger Army take a deep breath, and without hesitation knelt down on one knee with his face facing the sunrise. The imperial court is now in a state of mediocrity, causing demons to run rampant and the people to suffer. All of my White Tiger Army is willing to follow Prince Ji Junhong to unify the 9 states and start a new dynasty. I only wish for the prosperity of the human race, peace for all ages. The White Tiger Army had knelt down and whispered, I only wish for the prosperity of the human race, peace for all ages. At the same time, in the camps of the Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu armies that guarded the 4 directions of the Great Zhou, the same armies that had been waiting for the whole night were kneeling down, facing the morning sun, and whispering in a low voice, I wish to follow His Majesty Ji Junhong to unify the 9 states and create a new dynasty. I only wish for the prosperity of the human race, peace for all ages. Great Zhou territory, large and small state and county capitals, similarly sleepless all night, torches lit all night, like a salary fire lit in the dark earth, burning, never extinguished. If someone were to look from a very high place, they would be able to see that this little bit of salary fire encompassed almost the entire Great Zhou in a single piece. I only wish for the prosperity of the human race, peace for all ages. Under the first rays of the morning sun, the words resounded from all corners of the Great Zhou, the orange flame on the torch, burning and never going out. Chapter 134, Don't Talk, Kiss Me. Ji Junhong was bathed in the morning sunlight, surrounded by a purple aura, being. The national fortune coming from the Great Zhou territory surged madly towards Ji Junhong, causing his aura to rise madly. vaguely connecting him to this land. Ji Junhong looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to pass through the distant 10,000 miles, seeing the 4 major legions that were on the ground with offering tables and kneeling on one knee towards him, and seeing tens of states and counties, large and small, all rising up to become under his command. There are also states and counties that have taken out their long-prepared banners, which are now ringing in the sunrise, with the word Ji written on them. If he hadn't sent them a letter long ago, and had set up all this in advance, and agreed that when the morning sun came down it would be the time to unveil the pole, I'm afraid he would have been baffled as to how he suddenly became the anti-king. Mr. Man's eyes glittered with a faint light as he kept staring at the sky above the capital. In that high above the sky, in the chi that was invisible to the naked eye, the great demon chi that had already covered the sky suddenly declined and shriveled, and beside that purple great demon's chi fortune, a golden light quickly appeared, which absorbed the national fortune coming from all directions. Even the national fortune on the great demon was also absorbing madly and growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye this golden light turned into a huge, vibrant golden 5-clawed golden dragon. Ow! The great demon roared in anger with its chi luck and lunged straight at this golden dragon. However, this golden dragon, which was already even more gigantic than it was, twisted its body and tightly wrapped itself around the great demon, swallowing its head with a single bite. Pooh! On the ground, the demon fox that was nailed to death suddenly spat out blood, and the golden light on its body quickly dissipated. Oh, no! The country's luck has broken. Ji Huo was pumped up and gleefully whistled over with another slap. It was obvious to him that the slap felt like it hit home, and the blockage was completely gone. Ji Junhong withdrew his sight. He clenched his palms. He could feel the abundant strength coming from his body, vaguely linked to this territory. He even had the feeling that he was invincible as long as he was within the boundaries of this new country. Is this the power of an earthly emperor? Ji Junhong's eyes scanned the demonic fox on the ground and laughed. Little demon guy, right now in this country, only the capital city underneath this foot still belongs to your homeland, and there is not a single subject in your homeland. He paused and then said, you are the last one. I will call you, for the time being, the king of the fallen country. You fart. The demon fox scolded angrily. There's no such thing as you. The entire Great Zhou has become your land in a matter of moments. You clearly had treasonous intentions long ago. You rebel. A rebel and a traitor, born with a rebel bone. Ji Junhong shook his head, and said in a good-natured manner, if you weren't going to perish this country, I wouldn't bother to become the emperor. What a hassle. You fart. Who of you who are humans don't want to be an emperor? The demon fox scolded again. Ji Junhong shook his head, reached out and raised the human emperor sword high, and said faintly under his breath, stubborn. Saying that, a sword chopped down. The golden sword light flickered with a golden light. The light instantly covered the entire imperial city, and the imperial city, swept away by the war and filled with filth, was suddenly enveloped under this hallowed golden light. All filth instantly dissolved, and the darkness, filth, gloom, distortions, and even demonic aura were banished by the golden light. The living dead still remaining wailed, and as they were struck by the golden light, a hint of clarity appeared in their eyes, and the hideous expressions on their faces suddenly became calm. Some eyes were filled with regret, some cried, and in the end, they all knelt down towards the silhouette in the sky that shimmered with golden light, and their bodies quickly melted away. One man's eyes looked around in panic as he regained consciousness before his pants leg was tugged slightly and a little girl with only half a head looked up at him accusingly. My yeah. The man squatted down and hugged his daughter, crying bitterly. It's father who is useless. It's me who is useless. The little girl's face was coated with blood from the man's body, and she reached out her little hand and kept wiping the corner of the man's eye. Finally, the two embraced and dissipated in a golden light. A similar scene took place in various parts of the capital, with many people coming to their senses and taking advantage of the dissipation before they were all searching for their families like crazy. If they find it, they will take advantage of their last moments to embrace each other and face death together in the afterlife. Even at the moment of death, the family is together. At least it's satisfying and fulfilling to be able to hold one's wife and children at the end of the day. More people, however, could find nothing. In the end, they just had to face the golden light and disappear into thin air in the face of helplessness. Ah wah! Ah wah! There was a crippled youth limping through the crowd, looking panicked, forcing himself to wander through the pain, and finally, somehow, coming under a familiar roof. And at this moment, a young girl covered in blood and missing an arm also quickly ran over from that end of the crowd. The young man's footsteps lurched, and then he quickly ran over. The young girl also saw him at a glance in the crowd. Originally some shyness on her face, but in a moment it disappeared, and quickly trotted over. The two stood under a familiar roof. Ah Hua, I have something to say to you. The youth had already dissolved under the golden light. Only this golden light seemed to sense something, gently caressing and slowing down quite a bit. The other living dead had looked at the pair with smiles on their faces, their eyes either filled with relief, remembrance, or light sighs. Aha, the young girl whispered as she nervously gripped the corner of her coat with her hand. That young man opened his mouth slightly. All sorts of emotions repeated in his mind. His expression changed, and finally unconsciously popped out a line from a certain very famous workshop book. At the end of this life, I want to say that nothing is real. There is only one truth, and that is that we are together. He blah blah blah. And the maiden's hand, clutching the corner of her coat, tightened, and suddenly stepped forward, and, pulling the youth by the collar, pushed him into the corner of the wall, and, don't talk, kiss me. The girl's strength was a bit too strong, and she hit the back of the youth's head with a loud bang, causing him to bleed. The youth tingled for a moment, and before he could react, he suddenly realized that his mouth was gagged with a gentle, soft, fresh scent. Whoa, quack 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 for you guys. Kissed it up. She's kissing up. People around them applauded, smiling and wishing the couple well even in the face of death. Just someone laughing and smiling, suddenly looking at their lone self and cursing in a low voice. Plants. I'll never be a human being again in my next life. The golden light appeared, and the embracing man and woman, the people on the sidelines, and the widowed and orphaned bachelors who murmured and complained, all melted away under the gentle clustering of the golden light. Golden light sprinkled the entire capital like a golden rain, dispersing all the gloom and misfortune. A brand new, morning-bathed, fire-bathed city appeared to the survivors. This city of hope. Chapter 135, Serving Wine. It's finally over. The Jianghu people in the distance looked up. Only the palace that had been broken into pieces remained. The huge fox demon had disappeared, and there was only a deep sword mark on the ground. Above the sky, that newborn earthly emperor retrieved the human emperor's sword and was watching the events that were happening in the capital city. Both big and small, dark clouds have long since dissipated. The sky cleared, the sun rise in the distance like fire, the sky of fragmented clouds like fire clouds, and like colorful ribbons, the whole a big red weather. Ha 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 ha, what an incredible battle! A big man laughed. That's right, it wasn't in vain that I fought all night and got caught in the rain. Ha 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 ha, wonderful! The crowd of Jianghu people playfully smiled. Even if their backs ached now, they did not take it seriously. Li stopped sighing and Mr. Man asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, great nephew?" Li Ji smiled and scratched his head, suddenly realized that the machete was still in his hand, and was about to casually throw it away. But after thinking about it, he carefully retrieved the sheath and put it behind his back. He said with some embarrassment, "It's quite embarrassing to say. I usually drink very little. I just want to have a small drink now for some reason." The originally rowdy Jianghu people all quieted down. Iron Eagle wrapped his arms around Li Ji's neck and laughed. "Your kid is really interesting. I can tell at a glance that you are a Jianghu person. Come, come, come. I'll drink with you." The man from the Delizy on the side pulled Iron Eagle off in a bad mood and reprimanded. "What are you talking about? Mr. Li has a destiny with my Delizy and is a pillar of my new dynasty. If you want a drink it's also with us." People on both sides bickered again. The crowd of Jianghu laughed loudly, and a magnificent warrior arched his hand and said, "In that case, why don't we all go and have a whole couple of cups? Gotta have it. Such a fortunate thing, when it floats." With that said, the rowdy jungle people opened up to go scavenging for drinks from various restaurants. In front of the palace, Jihua exhaled and subconsciously looked at Xianingshang, who also looked over unanimously. The two men smiled at each other. "How does Miss Xia feel?" Jihua asked. Xianingshang put away her demonic dragon gun and reached out to pull up her hair. The sunlight fell on her hair and dyed it a golden color. "Rather." Xianingshang smiled, her eyes falling on Jihua's face. "Rather interesting." Jihua nodded with the same smile. "A certain person thinks so as well. That great demon counted 1,000 ways. Ring and ring. Did not think that in the end it was inexplicably defeated in you two brothers." Xianingshang lamented and said softly. Jihua laughed. "It was not defeated at the hands of our brothers. It was defeated at the backlash of the Great Zhou, at the hands of countless sons and daughters, the people." Xianingshang nodded her head slightly, then smiled and said, "What Mr. Ji mentioned is true. The young lady has been taught." Jihua smiled and was about to say something else, but I didn't realize that Xianingshang suddenly smiled and said, "Just when will Mr. Ji fulfill his promise?" Jihua opened his mouth slightly, then smiled broadly and clapped his hands. "That's a good point. I'll cook a few tables of dishes for you properly in the next few days. I want meat." "No problem. It's a lot of food. I make the best braised pork." Ji Junhong raised his head to gaze at the sky, maintaining the posture of the king's reign for some time now. In fact, he could have come down a long time ago, and there was nothing to see in the sky, but seeing that the two on the ground were still chatting, he could only maintain this position. It was just that all the Jianghu people in the distance started to look for wine altars and move tables to set up a flowing banquet, ready to start drinking. These two are chatting. In the distance, the Flying Bear army that had already finished clearing out the living dead and occupying various places took over various parts of the capital under the leadership of Lu Desui, while the excess soldiers returned to the Flying Bear army's main camp. These two are still talking. He could sense that military officials from all sides of the Great Zhou had already sent people towards the capital, and even more people who had long been hiding around had already come towards the capital. These two are still talking. Ji Junhong raised his head to gaze at the sky and twisted his somewhat stiff neck. At this moment, he somewhat understood the emperor's high spirits. Loneliness. You can't bow your head. The crown will fall off. Ahem. Ji Junhong waited for a long time and couldn't bear it anymore, so he dropped down from the sky and laughed. The two of you are still talking. Xianingshan was a bit rushed, her eyes wandered, and she awkwardly called out, "Good day, Grand Duke." Ji Junhong smiled and said, "You are the same age as Firechild. If you don't mind, it would be good to call me elder brother. And it's not like I didn't hear it. I heard it clearly when I was fighting." Xianingshan opened her mouth slightly, then hesitantly called out in a low voice, "Eldest brother." Ji Junhong instantly smiled with a frown, while Ji Hua said in an unfavorable manner, "Big brother, what's wrong? You weren't blowing in the sky quite well." Ji Junhong innocently shrugged. "Actually, I could have just flown back to the Jinghua Gongfu. But, second brother, there's something you need to know." "What is it?" Jai Fire queried. Ji Junhong pointed in a certain direction. 100 miles away. Father is still fighting the Sword Saint. Ji Hua opened his mouth slightly and said in confusion, "The great demon is dead. Shouldn't Pop's spell be lifted? Why are we still fighting?" Ji Junhong carried a hint of a smile in the corner of his eye and shrugged. "I guess it's a fight out of the fire. It's kinda possible." Pops woke up and suddenly realized that he had become a remnant of the former dynasty. His mentality is probably collapsed, and he is depressed. Plus the Sword Saint mantle is still provoking non-stop, so I guess his temper will come up. "Will you take care of it or should I?" Ji Junhong asked. "I'll go. There's probably a lot going on with you right now, big brother. I'll basically just be idle," Ji Hua said, suddenly smiling and arching his hand. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully destroying the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom, achieving the Supreme Empire." Ji Junhong did not have the good taste to laugh and scolded. "You get lost. I give you a good deal. This country can't be dealt with by me alone. This country can't be separated from you. You don't want to throw away your burden and go away. Ha ha, I can't say for sure. We're used to being lazy, and we're also suffering from the disease that makes us feel sick once we enter the official world. So we can't bear this. I'll stop now. Big brother, just thinking about this makes me dizzy," Ji Hua said with a smile, then took Xianingshan's hand with a tug. Xianingshan tacitly transformed into a dragon directly, and the two of them flew towards the far side. Ji Junhong shook his head and laughed as he opened his mouth slightly and watched the black dragon rapidly moving away, vaguely hearing the two men's jokes and laughter. He swept his eyes and muttered to himself in confusion. "Strange, where did Mr. Man go? This is the time to use him." As his eyes swept across, as if through countless emptiness and layers of obstacles, he easily found Mr. Man. "Ha ha 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 ha, old man, is it still okay?" A couple of round-faced, bare-chested burly guys with beards hooked up with Mr. Man and drank a couple of dimes. Mr. One was full of alcohol and his face was all red. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a large altar of wine and drunkenly said, "What words? The old man wakes up every morning with a good line. Today I'll let you guys see it for yourselves." When he said that, Mr. Man was about to blow on the altar. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt something, and his eyes looked into the high sky, as if he had seen something invisible to the naked eye. His body shook, a trace of relief and remembrance appeared in his eyes, and his gaze went to Li Ji, who had long been drinking with the Jianghu people next to him, completely unlike the literati. Mr. Wen smiled, his eyes regaining a trace of clarity, and pointed the wine altar in the direction of that part of the sky, nodding 3 times on the ground, then picked up the wine altar and gulped it down. The liquor was poured into his mouth in great gulps, and much of it wet his beard and lapel. At last Mr. Man brusquely flung the wine jar hard to the floor, stamped one foot on a chair, and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, when floating a great white. Old man, you're raising fish. I can't stand this. Another one. Serve the wine." Chapter 136, Comparable Rivals. After Xianingshan had flown for a long time with Ji Hua, she saw thunder flashes and dark clouds in the distance. The dark clouds in that part of the sky were continuous, covering an area far beyond even the capital, and the lightning there is just like crazy to make hard to the ground. Big and small lightning splits everywhere. The ground is all scorched black. It is also the Sword Saint has long anticipated this destructive force, only to choose in this kind of sparsely populated wilderness. Otherwise two masters of the battle have to around don't think there are ordinary people can live. At that dark cloud, from time to time, several sword lights sprang out, poking big holes in the dark cloud, and the sunlight shot down from the dark cloud, looking gorgeous. Looks like these two are fighting it out. As Xiaoningshang flew, she had to fly low. It was really because the thunder in the sky was too dense. Flying in such an environment, it was easy to be mistakenly injured by the lightning that fell indiscriminately. By the end it was flying close to the ground, just like a swimming snake. A trace of fine sweat even appeared on her face, and her face was quite grave. Seeing Jihua's puzzled gaze looking over, Xiaoningshang explained, "The lightning that your father moves is too rigid in yang, and the technique I cultivate will be restrained." It dawned on Jihua that Xiaoningshang was probably practicing a martial art that matched the demonic dragon gun, and the demonic dragon gun was inherently evil and would be naturally restrained by this kind of thunder. Of course, it was more likely that this was rank suppression. Anyway, when Jihua summoned thunder, he realized that Xiaoningshang didn't carry the slightest bit of fear. However, Jihua stroked his chin and wondered if there was such a thing as resistance in this world. If Jihua used lightning to chop Xiaoningshang every day for fun, wouldn't she grow some resistance to lightning? "What are you thinking about again?" Xiaoningshang gave him a light glance. "Ha ha, it's nothing." Jifire laughed dryly. Not far from where the two sides were fighting, Jihua suddenly saw a familiar figure and hurriedly pointed in that direction. "Go over there first," the black dragon murmured in a low voice, and its body suddenly turned, quickly reversing its direction and flying towards that low altitude. The figure was watching nervously from the edge of one of the cliffs, and dared not approach. At that moment, when he heard the dragon's roar, he turned around and looked surprised. The black dragon quickly landed in front of her and changed back into Jihua and Xiaoningshang's appearance. "Anti-white," Jihua cried out sweetly, her tone so well behaved that Xiaoningshang, who had just landed, almost failed to stand on her feet. Biro laughed indistinctly. "It's you, little flame." Xiaoningshang slightly opened her mouth, then set up a Chinese woman's etiquette and softly said, "Hello auntie, my name is Xiaoningshang." Biro froze, and then she looked the other party up and down, her eyes smiling. "What a beautiful girl." Xiaoningshang smiled and obediently said, "Which is not true. Auntie is the one who is so beautiful." Jihua coughed and asked, "Auntie Bai, how did the mantle and my father fight?" With that, he looked off into the distance. This angle already allows you to see both sides of the engagement. Biro pondered for 2 seconds and deliberated. 50-50. In the distance, the sword saint with charred black clothes and an exploding head was frantically firing his sword chi to bombard the 50-meter-tall thunder giant bear that stood on top of the sky, shattering the body of that giant bear into pieces and pitting it everywhere. However, the thunder in the sky struck down from time to time, landing on the giant bear and continuously replenishing the bear's injuries. Suddenly, another green-colored lightning bolt landed on the giant bear, and the sky and earth suddenly turned white, piercing the eyes of the crowd. However, Jihua also practiced the thunder-blazing bear fist, and he vaguely sensed that something seemed to have happened when the lightning fell. Roar! The giant bear opened its huge paw and grabbed towards Sword Saint in the sky, which was deftly dodged by Sword Saint. When the Sword Saint was proudly comparing his sword fingers and about to fling his sword energy again, a lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck right behind him. As a Sword Saint who had been struck by lightning on a daily basis during this time, he had long since disregarded this level of lightning. Just look at his clothes. You can tell that he is hard to carry the lightning. His face is almost written on the face of the thunder and lightning pharaohs do not have enough power. Is not old and useless. Anyway, no one could see his image at this time, and it was not to mention how great it was to be able to maximize the mockery of Ji Xiaoxiong, his love rival and little yellow hair. However, after this lightning fell, the arc of electricity suddenly changed and transformed into Ji Xiaoxiong's tall and strong body, just like a small mountain. That compelling aura instantly came. Although the body is tall, but in front of more than 2 meters tall Ji Xiaoxiong is as petite as a wonderful girl. Or do not do the defense of the back to the other side. Terrible pressure came from behind him, as if there was a gorilla standing behind him with its bloody mouth open. Sword Saint suddenly turned around and tried to pull away. However, it was too late. Ji Xiaoxiong grabbed his shoulders with both hands and first sprayed 2 lightning bolts from his nostrils, blasting them directly onto his head. The Sword Saint's hair instantly blew up even more, and there was still a vague green smoke, and he appeared dazed for a moment. Gotcha! Ji Xiaoxiong laughed hideously, his entire body shrouded in electric light as he hugged the Sword Saint and slammed it straight into the ground. Boom! Just like a meteor trailing a long tail, it flashed a brilliant blue light under the dark clouds. If a shooting star is the splendor of romance, at this time the two men are using their lives to interpret the romance of men together. The Sword Saint wanted to turn into Sword Chi to escape, but his shoulders were held in a death grip, and that thunder chi wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to drill out. He could only watch as Ji Xiaoxiong hugged him and slammed him into the ground, and disgustingly pressed his face underneath, making sure to make his handsome face come into contact with the ground in the first place. In midair, Ji Xiaoxiong let out a maniacal laugh, just as if he had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Rather like the pleasure of dragging his enemies to die with him. Small mushroom clouds rose from the ground, and between the smoke and dust, a ring of lightning ran back and forth through the explosions like a blooming lotus flower. A dragon of electricity intertwined with a crackling sound, splitting everything around the grass and trees to a charred black. Well, Xiaoningshang touched her chin. For some reason, she always felt that this trick was very familiar. Ah, stop it. The sword saint was held down on the ground and tried to escape. However, he was held down by Ji Xiaoxiong with one hand, and the sandbag-sized fist of the other hand went straight to his face. Don't punch me in the face. Ah, you just see me as more handsome than you. Aha. After several old punches in a row, the sword saint finally held up his sword intent and disappeared as a sword light. Come back. Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly grabbed with his left hand, and his arm transformed into a thunderous beast, and he hard grabbed that sword light in his hand again. Immediately after, his body turned into thunder, quickly appeared above this sword light, a crow sitting on an airplane, and held the sword light down on the ground and then beat it. Ah, stop it. The sword saint's miserable screams and Ji Xiaoxiong's jia treacherous laughter rang out. The three of them hid in the distance and stared at each other. Bai Rou wanted to say something, but in the end, she helplessly covered her face. Jai Fire coughed and said, Flagrant rivalry. Chapter 137, Go to hell. Scum, Shiro said in a good-natured and amused manner. You stinking brat. You're the one who swindled my brother into coming to beat up Brother Tsunami Bear. And you haven't told him about Brother Tsunami Bear's recovery from his injuries. Let's see what we can do about this. Shall we? If you don't end it properly, I won't be able to stop my brother from beating you up when the time comes. Jihua scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't think so much about it at first, and thought that the Sword Saint Bull was a sure win. Bai Rou's eyes carried gentleness and a hint of reminiscence. When we used to travel the Jianghu together, my brother fought Brother Cao Xiong from time to time and didn't even win. Jihua pondered for a moment, feeling that it wasn't a good idea for the Sword Saint to keep getting beaten up like this. The Sword Saint in the distance finally broke free, already furiously pointing one finger to the sky and the other to the ground in a big way. However, Pops just laughed out loud and pulled left and right, and two lightning bolts crossed the sky, blasting the sword chi apart in the blink of an eye. It always feels that Pop is now in the anger, in the venting stage. If he does not let him have a good fight over the addiction, I am afraid that he will turn around and beat me too. And then the Sword Saint Mantle would probably turn around and beat me up anyway if he didn't get a good fight. Gotta let them all out to get it out. Jihua thought for a moment and took a closer look at the Sword Saint's sword stance. He always felt that there was something missing from his sword stance. Not to mention Pops, Jihua felt that he himself could follow it. So he looked to Xiaoningshang, who was watching from the side, and asked, Miss Xia, what do you think of the Sword Saint Bull's attack? Xiaoningshang froze, gave him an odd look, and casually said, average. Understood. Jihua understood. The original is not his own perception error. When a sword can beat Xiaoningshang to recuperate for a long time Sword Saint Mantle, and now obviously not a state. And Bai, you are like this. Jihua came over and whispered a few words in Bai Rou's ear. Bai Rou's face became odd as she listened and looked Jihua up and down. You little brat. You have quite a lot of heart. How could Brother Xiaoxiong, such an upright person, give birth to a son like you? That's because you haven't seen my big brother. His hard eyes are not less than mine. Jihua touched his nose. The two people in the distance were still bombarding each other, and at this time, Ji Xiaoxiong didn't pretend anymore, and casually summoned a giant bear's shadow, and then the shadow and the main body were completely separated, forming a situation of 2 against 1. Even Ji Xiaoxiong's body at this time transformed into lightning, all kinds of scurrying, always sneaking up when the Sword Saint was tired of facing the giant bear illusion. If he was accidentally caught, it was a fat beating. The Sword Saint's body transformed into millions. As long as there was sword chi present, he could instantly move past it. False and true, completely indistinguishable. Maybe every one of them is true. Just Ji Xiaoxiong didn't care at all. He was in charge of the celestial phenomenon. Thunder and lightning bombarded downwards crazily, constantly bombarding the body of the Sword Saint. The dense body was always bombarded to only one left not long after it appeared, and then caught and beaten again. Brother Tsunami Bear, you guys stop fighting. Shiro quickly ran towards the two, shouting at the top of her lungs as she did so. Naturally, the two men had spotted her long ago, but neither one was listening, and at this point they were both fighting on top of each other. Right at this moment, a subtle lightning bolt in the sky coincidentally fell from the sky, splitting right on Bai Rou. Ah! The The screams came out harshly. It was as if he had been seriously injured in an instant. The bodies of the two people who were fighting fiercely shook at the same time and looked over incredulously, only to see Bai Rou fall to the ground motionless, alive or dead. Ji Xiaoxiong's mouth opened slightly. His eyes widened and his face was filled with dismay. He immediately reacted and roared, "Where are the rats?" Before Ji Xiaoxiong could make a move, a roar could be heard coming from him. "You!" The sword saint's eyes, which had been rippling from the battle until now, instantly turned red, and his anger went up, red warming on the spot. "Don't you dare hit my sister." I'm not. Ji Xiaoxiong hurriedly explained. However, the sword saint's sanity directly collapsed, only to see his left hand behind his back, his right hand into a sword finger erected in the center of the eyebrow, his eyes staring dead in front of him at this love rival plus the little yellow hair who beat up his sister, full of anger into a sentence. "I wish to behead this Fong." In the corner, a sword saint wearing a long robe and holding 5 or 2 fine long swords suddenly emerged, only to see him shouting, "Fellow Daoist, a certain person has come to assist you." In another corner, a teenage-looking sword saint jumped out with a famous longsword and smiled. "Fellow Daoist, a certain person has come to assist you." In the sky, a figure appeared, a young sword saint, a toddler sword saint, a middle-aged sword saint, a sword saint in tattered clothes, a sword saint scorched by lightning. It's the Kensei who laughs, the Kensei who gets angry, the Kensei who huffs and puffs, the Kensei who falls in love for the first time, the Kensei who gets dumped, the Kensei who comes to his senses. It's the supreme swordsman, the first person of today's sword Dao, the earthly sword saint. In the sky, these dozens of sword saints raised their longswords at the same time and spoke in unison. "Fellow Daoist, a certain person has come to assist you." Ji Xiaoxiong was full of gravity, and the tens of meters high giant bear illusion behind him quickly shrunk, converging to his equal height in general. And then that giant bear took a step forward, sticking to Ji Xiaoxiong, as if it was completely hidden and as if it had always existed. Just see Ji Xiaoxiong 2 legs set out 4 flat horse stance posture, right fist backward. Instantly all the wind and thunder completely sucked into this fist. Sandbag big fist on the lightning flashes, crackling, as the lightning arcs flickered faster and faster. Suddenly a blue arcing flame appeared on the surface of the fist. The flame was very tiny, but when it appeared, the sky there lit up. The original booming thunder completely disappeared, with only hidden arcs of electricity flickering in the dark clouds. They have now utilized the power of the sovereign to the extreme. You two look carefully. This will be of great benefit to you in the future when you impact the sovereign realm. Ji Huo and Xia Ningxiang, who were originally staring carefully, heard the 1,000-mile transmission of Bai Rou, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, in their ears. Ji Huo stared intently at his father. He had always felt that the Thunder Bear Fist had never been about harnessing thunder, but he always felt that there was something missing. At least the blue arc fire that appeared in Pop's hand right now didn't appear in the Thunder Blazing Bear Fist's secret book. Xia Ningxiang, on the other hand, was staring at the sword saint's movements, guessing that she had a residual feeling in her heart for this person who had seriously injured her for months with a single sword slash. As she looked on, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes, and then some clarity, as if she understood something. "Go to hell, you scum who plays with women's feelings." The sword saint let out a roar of great fury as his sword finger chopped down. Countless sword saints roared in unison, all kinds of long swords blasting down, their voices hysterical, all vaguely carrying a crying tone. "Go to hell, scumbag!" Ji Xiaoxiong's right fist blasted out, and blue flames swept out, coloring the sky and earth blue. "Slag your ass, a twisted man." Chapter 138, We're a girl of the Jianghu. We don't care about small things. The roars of the two old men resounded between heaven and earth, and the sword saint's grief, irritation, unwillingness, powerlessness, and years of resentment were all chopped out in this sword, especially since the voice was trembling, all with a vague sobbing tone. Pops also do not know what happened. Suddenly followed the roar, rough voice, but also vaguely with anger, remorse, uncertainty, reminiscence, tenderness, helplessness, etc., etc., etc. G-Fire listening to listen. Somehow feel very burning. A bit of middle-aged unemployed old man facing life's aggravation. Had to re-employment. Rise to the occasion. The face of the leadership of the harshness. The competition of the young juniors. The decline of the body and memory. And the wife's dislike of the child's upbringing and so on and so forth under the pressure of the middle-aged hot-blooded story of the brave to face the blistering winds. Why are you crying? Xia Ningxiang asked in shock. Jai-Fire wiped the corners of his eyes, putting the unpleasant past behind him with emotion. Their shouts touched me and brought back happy memories. Xia Ningxiang? The blue flames and the roiling sword chi suddenly collided. The two forces stalemated, and almost in an instant, space was distorted. The dazzling light and terrifying destructive power formed a deathstorm around the two, and Bai Rou had to sneak up from the ground and run towards the distance. Ah! I don't know who screamed first, and then the other one followed suit, as if they were competing to see who had the loudest voice. As they shouted higher and higher, the power continued to pour in, and the thunder flames and sword chi in the confrontation became more and more unstable. Zip! A tiny arc of light swept across the ground, and without even making an explosion, a deep, bottomless gash appeared in the ground, as if it were dissolving in an instant. Bai Rou's heart skipped a beat and she didn't even bother to pretend, pulling out her legs and running straight to where the two Jihua people were hiding before stopping. Zip! 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 An arc of light spread quickly, destroying everything around it. This power was getting more and more massive. The aura of destruction had descended, and the sky was vaguely darkening. Xiaoningshan's brows furrowed as she gently grabbed Jihua's shoulders. She could already see that if this power exploded, even if they stood so far away they would be affected. She even felt that this power was even more terrifying than the sword that the Sword Saint had slashed her with in his great anger. Confrontation in the eyes of the two men, in the eyes of 10,000 emotions flashing constantly. Just like the slideshow, the eyes from obsession to hot, to anger, to obsession, to uncertainty, to confusion. By the end of the day, both of them came to their senses at the same time. Their eyes clearing, these two glanced at each other, let out a low cry in unison, and with unparalleled tacit understanding, they simultaneously thrust their strength upwards in a fraction of a second. Originally, as long as the power of any of the two sides facing each other was suddenly either stronger or weaker, breaking the balance, an explosion would easily occur, and everything around them would be destroyed by this massive force. However, both the Sword Saint and Pops easily managed to draw the power away towards the high altitude without the slightest deviation in power regulation, even in the smallest detail. As this sword Qi Lei Yan was sent to high altitude, it almost reached the place where it was invisible to the naked eye, before it exploded openly, only to see that first the sound suddenly disappeared, only to be followed by a horrifying power madly declared. The gale falling from the heights, blowing the ground crowd as if there was a large hairdryer on top of their heads. The combined strike of the two peak sect masters finally broke the sect master barrier and evolved the power of the next realm. Sword Saint and Pops gazed up as the blue sky was now colorful and changing. At least in Jihua and Xiaoningshan's eyes, the sky was like the aurora borealis, like the goddess's skirt swaying, but other than that, nothing could be seen. The Sword Saint stared tightly at the splendor of the sky and seemed to see something incredible. His pupils dilated and his eyes flickered before his brows finally stretched and he slowly opened his mouth. Did you see that? Pop similarly stared at the sky for a long time. The confusion in the bottom of his eyes was gone. His broad, tense shoulders relaxed, his face with some relief, before he finally sighed softly. Saw it. See what? Sword Saint asked again, reluctantly. He originally thought that Ji Xiuxiong had suffered a dark injury and deserted these 10 years or so. His power would retreat instead of advancing, but he didn't expect him to be a great coincidence, and his suppressed talent came up quickly after recovering from his injury. And surprisingly, he had already reached the end of the Zhongsher in a short period of time. Pops grinned. Know the turbidity and keep it clear. The Sword Saint fell silent and slowly took over. Clear and quiet, the world is right. Above the sky, the nexus-like light brightened up, and then transformed into a massive force that blasted straight down, splitting straight onto the two. Boom! Berserk waves of energy swept over everything. Jihua's face changed and he blocked in front of Xiaoningshan and Bai Rou. His Xin Gong was activated, and a bright yellow chi shield immediately appeared on his body surface, blocking this deadly energy gale to the death. The power mixed in this wind included sword chi, thunder, as well as scorching heat and masculinity, annihilating everything, which was beyond Jihua's understanding. He felt as if his entire body was in pain, like it was being torn apart just by holding on to this wind. If it wasn't for the power of the earth constantly pouring in, and even actively turning into an adsorption force to firmly grab his body, he was afraid that Jihua would have been blown out. Even Xiaoningshan and Bai Rou, who were standing behind them, felt breathless, and their eyes couldn't be opened, as if they were plunged into sticky lava, because the wind is too strong. The two women do not have the ability to be actively caught by the earth Jihua. The footsteps are unsteady, has to be blown out of the trend. Bai Rou subconsciously wrapped her arms around Xiaoningshan's thin waist, and then she whirled around, not knowing whether it was a reminder or a mischievous pinch. Xiaoningshan's body shook. She knew what Bai Rou meant even with her eyes tightly closed. It was only after 0.5 seconds that Xiaoningshan stretched out her trembling fingertips and fumbled to hug the waist of the man who stood in front to block the wind and sand for her. Her body pressed tightly against his back. Almost the instant she touched it, she felt the waistband she was holding tighten violently, and through her clothes she could feel the 8-pack abs suddenly protruding, even the muscles in her back swelling into a single block, like the cat that blew up. What are you nervous about? I want to do anything to you. Xiaoningshang closed her eyes tightly, and her forehead was tightly pressed against the other party's back, feeling the other party's heart beating wildly. It's like the apple was attracted by gravity and crashed to the ground. Subconsciously, Xiaoningshang simply broke down and directly leaned her head up, equals against the back of the other party's neck. And then the plop, plop, plop sound got even more urgent. The earth also did not know what stimulation. The power madly surged into Ji Hua's body, and later on the power surging in was so much that it directly formed a brightly shining body shield on his body surface, shrouding all three of them in. In the midst of this violent storm of power, this brightly shining light shield was like a lonely island in the endless Dead Sea, blocking the endless waves to death. Matters right from the urgent. Xiaoningshang's slightly stuttering voice rang out from behind her. We children of the Jianghu. Not to stick to small details, after a few seconds, without turning around, Jiafire returned a low, aha, not far away. Several golden dragon silhouettes circled down from nothingness, quickly outlining the appearance of the big brother. He sensed the appearance of a powerful force here and came over to take a look for fear of any accidents. Big brother first swept his eyes at Pops and Sword Saint, who were at the center of the power, before his gaze fell on the bright yellow island in the middle of the raging ocean. Wow, he exclaimed, blushing oddly as he muttered to himself, looks like I've come at a bad time again. After saying that, several golden dragon silhouettes emerged from beneath his feet and circled around. Wherever the golden dragon circled, his figure disappeared into nothingness as if it had been erased by a rubber. Chapter 139, Pops, you're going to be the Supreme Emperor. The violent storm of power dissipated, and when Bai Rou looked up, her surroundings had long since become barren. The ground is full of fine powder. At a glance, it is like being in the desert. No one would have thought that just yesterday. This is still a piece of weeds and trees interlaced with the wilderness. Bai Rou poked her head to take a look and realized that the two in front of her were still holding their postures still, and whoever it was had their bodies taut and stiff. A trace of a treacherous expression surfaced on Bai Rou's gentle face and she coughed. Whoa, what a wind! The two men's bodies jolted, and Xiaoningshang hastily loosened her hands, her eyes fluttering from side to side. Ji Hua's shoulders, which were penciled in somewhat stiffly, slackened, and he looked left and right, but he just didn't dare to look to the side. The wind is strong. That's right. It's barely standing. Bai Rou simply smiled, then quickly ran towards the center of the battlefield. Brother Tsunami Bear, how are you doing? Ji Xiaoxiong lying flat in the yellow sand. His body is full of wounds. It looks like the injury is quite heavy, but the spirit is extremely good. Not bad. Can't die. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled and coughed twice, then looked at Bai Rou and laughed. Sister, why are you here? Ji Hua, who had just rushed over, thumped in his heart and his face became odd. I heard my brother say he was going to fight you, so I followed him over after being a bit worried. Bai Rou anxiously helped Ji Xiaoxiong up, and after sensing it with her inner strength, her face changed drastically. I can't believe I'm so heavily injured. It doesn't matter. It's not a big problem. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled quite happily, his eyes clear. Jiafire approached silently, scrunched his head and called out, Yo, Pops. As soon as Ji Xiaoxiong saw him, his face immediately sank, and he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he hesitated for a long time or held it back. His mesmerized mind had long since cleared and he knew what was happening. Fong was playing sandbags, the heart of the new emperor. The remorse for his inability to hit the trick, and the brokenness of the Great Zhou has long since evaporated. He was originally an open-minded person, so if Great Zhou was gone, it was gone, and anyway, the late emperor and the state master he was familiar with were gone. Just, this rebellious son, he himself just handed over the Flying Bear Army to him, and he brought the Flying Bear Army to fight the capital at night. It simply slapped him in the face. After being angry for a long time, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally he couldn't get any more angry, and his face sank. Seeing this, Xiaoningshang hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded, Uncle, this is something that he and I made a mess of together. If you want to be blamed, then you can even scold me together. Ji Xiaoxiong's face then eased a bit, opened his mouth and finally sighed helplessly. Seeing Ji Hua's innocent expression, his voice eased and asked, The demon is dead? Aha, Jiafire nodded. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled and sighed, Worthy of being my son, I am proud of you. Jiafire shrugged. Even though this was a cheap old man who hadn't grown up around him, there was still something in his heart when he heard that. You became the emperor? Ji Xiaoxiong suddenly asked with a straight line. Oh, no, Jiefire replied honestly. Ji Xiaoxiong's surprise was tinged with doubt. You've brought down the capital and killed that great demon. Why don't you become emperor? Ji Hua casually replied. Being an emperor is no fun. All day long there are a lot of things, but also listen to those officials quarrel every day. You work hard. It is easy to die early. Do not work hard. It will be scolded by the civil officials as a fainting monarch. And history when the emperor's death rate is very high. The whole of a high-risk occupation. I'm not going to do it. The old man's eyes were pleasantly surprised. Then he laughed out loud, laughing too loudly, and ended up pulling on his wound and coughing non-stop again. Good boy. My father really didn't misjudge you. Pops coughed as he laughed. This is good. At least my G family won't fall into the name of a criminal. But Big Brother became emperor. Jiefire rested his head on his hands indifferently again. Pops, congratulations. You've been promoted from the remnants of the former dynasty to the supreme emperor. The smile on Pop's face froze. Ji Hua added. By the way, you don't expect to beat him up. Eldest brother got the human emperor's sword to recognize his master and achieved a patriarch. And now he is the emperor of this country. And is connected to the national dragon's energy. Anyway, you can't beat him in this great Zhou's land. Ji Hua stroked his chin and muttered to himself. But what the new country is called? Eldest brother didn't say. So I guess he didn't think of it himself in the rush of time. Ji Xiaoxiong opened his mouth without much surprise on his face. And in the end, he just sighed slightly. And his entire aura was somewhat disinterested. Pops, let's not get into all that. Let's talk about it after I've cured you. And then there's a bunch of things to do afterward when you're the emperor. Ji Hua rolled up his sleeves and was about to treat his old man's injuries, but he didn't realize that his old man was waving his hand, stopping him, and didn't have the good sense to say, no need. It's been a long time since I've been injured. Let's take our time to recuperate and think of it as reminiscing about our youth. You've been injured for more than 10 years. Are you still not strong enough without some injuries? Had some strange attribute been awakened? Jiefire shrugged. Since Pops didn't take it seriously, he didn't bother, because the old man was injured. Biro helped him walk in the direction of the capital. At this speed, I don't know how long it will take for the two of them to walk to the capital. Brother Tsunami Bear, are you really okay? Sis, it's nothing, you know our bodies. That's good. How have you been all these years? Didn't even come to see brother me. It's still the same. My brother doesn't come to see me either? Ha 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 ha. I actually wanted to come see you guys a long time ago, but I thought that your brother would definitely find an excuse to fight with me once I came. So I just stayed away. Ha 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 ha, just to piss him off. The two of them walked away from each other, rambling all the way, but not the slightest bit of rawness. Ji Huaya's face is getting more and more odd. Xiaoningshang silently approached, poked his waist, and asked, Uncle both of them. Ah. Jaifire's voice trailed off before he sighed and summarized. Purple rhymes. Hey, can you two come over here and give me a hand? Does anyone sympathize with the elderly? Not far away. There was a lazy voice. Aha! G-Fire. Two people rushed over. They saw the sword saint lying straight on the ground. Look at the injury, and the old man is almost the same. Only 32 robes are also torn. The hair is also fried. It looks miserable quite a lot. Sword Saint Mantle, are you so badly injured? Ji-Hua went up to pick him up and was about to run his energy to heal his injuries. The Sword Saint glanced at him and said quietly, Actually, I could have gotten up a long time ago. I just thought I'd see if anyone could take the initiative to help me up. Now it looks like, meh, it really doesn't. Kai Fire. Chapter 140, you don't want a Pixongsher to hunt you down either, right? Ha 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 ha. Joey, you're joking. Come, I'll heal you. Ji-Hua laughed awkwardly. Unexpectedly, Sword Saint also waved his hand and refused. No need. I think this is fine. Ji-Hua froze. He shushed his eyes and said, Mental. Think clearly, ha. Your physique is not the same as my old man's. My old man is injured this badly. At most he will lie down for a few months. You will be at least half a year. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I only need a few months too. Sword Saint cursed. When Ji-Hua saw his appearance, and then thought about the fact that Pops also refused his treatment, he suddenly understood. This injury was the result of their combined strike diffusing a power backlash above the sovereign. It was equivalent to someone above the sovereign punching them, leaving their injuries on their bodies. They were able to fine-tune their comprehension and feel the power above the sovereign, which would greatly improve their cultivation in the future. That's fine, Ji-Hua said indifferently. Why don't we go to the capital for a few days? Now that hundreds of thousands of people have died in the capital, there are more than enough empty houses. Sword Saint stood up and patted his dirty clothes, but they were scorched black, so no amount of patting would help. Just look at the Sword Saint carefully shot. G-Fire estimated that the Sword Saint mantle is in the thinking that this clothes washing can still wear. After all, is 32 silver it? Or the kind of white pickup? It wasn't just him who could see it. Xiaoningshan guessed that she could see it too, but she just didn't have the heart to ask. There's no need. I've had an epiphany. So I'm just going to take my time slipping around the jungle, and there's no rush to go back. The Sword Saint guessed that he could see that the clothes were still saved, and his face opened up with a smile, and he spoke with a laugh, and then patted Jihuo on the shoulder. And, kid, remember to call me next time if you get another chance to beat up your old man. He then cursed and said, this time it was my mistake. After so many years, your old man is still as naive as before, but he actually has a lot of heart. He secretly cured his injuries a long time ago, and then has been pretending that he has not yet recovered from his serious injuries. He's just fishing. Damn it. G-Fire rubbed his nose in embarrassment, not daring to say anything, but this time, it's pretty cool to at least seriously injure him. Ha 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 ha. Sword Saint laughed. I don't know why. I always feel that after the Sword Saint mantle was struck by lightning, the spirit seems to be not quite normal. Jihuo muttered in his heart. The Sword Saint laughed for a while, then added, my sister is in your hands, and great things must come to pass, said the man, who kept squeezing his eyebrows in a suggestive manner. Speaking of this, Jihuo could not be sleepy and hurriedly asked, Mantle, is this how Auntie Bai and my old man have always gotten along? Yes, this is how it used to be. Now that many years have passed, they are still like this, not the slightest bit raw, showing that the friendship is still there. I think it's very promising, Sword Saint said with certainty. I don't think there's any mess at all. G-Fire smiled awkwardly. I'll try my best. The Sword Saint slowly said, kid, you don't want a Peak Zongshire master chasing after you, do you? Jihuo immediately straightened his back, promised to complete the mission. The Sword Saint then nodded in satisfaction. He whirled around to look at Xiaoningshan, who was quietly standing by the side, and when his line of sight landed on the other party, Xiaoningshan's body abruptly tightened up. The Sword Saint smiled kindly at her. It was just a messy exploding head, a dark face, a mouth full of reflective, large white teeth, and dirty, dusty, scorched clothes. How it looks like the murderer Koriko from some Shinigami Elementary anime. Xiaoningshan silently leaned toward Jihuo. Can say. He deflated and turned to limp away towards the distance, waving his hand casually. Let's go. The two looked at each other, and G-Fire shrugged. Xiaoningshan, on the other hand, was relieved in her heart, and it seemed that this Sword Saint had sort of let go of the matter of her stealing the demon dragon gun. Jihuo smiled, naturally knowing what she was worried about, but he didn't say anything about it. As a matter of fact, when he discovered that the Sword Saint's sword chi had actively backed down when he was treating Xiaoningshan's injuries, he knew that the Sword Saint should have tacitly approved of this matter, which was why he took the initiative to bring Xiaoningshan over. However, the Sword Saint's heavenly intense sword technique was able to transform into thousands of bodies, with each sword intent being equivalent to his bilocation, and this technique was already inhuman. In these next few days, Jihuo and Xiaoningshan went back to the original Zhenguo Gongfu to live in Jihuo's original small courtyard. There were still empty rooms in the small courtyard, so Xiaoningshan stayed in the guest room. Many of the subordinates in the mansion had died because of this, and it was natural that there was no way to find any more subordinates at this critical moment. So only Jihuo himself cooked, and the two of them were able to get by on their own. To the later every time to go to the kitchen of the Zhenguo Gongfu is too far, the two built a stove in the small courtyard. Weekdays in addition to buying food, but also even lazy out of the small courtyard. These days Jihuo also really honestly cooking meals. Eat Xiaoningshan very happy. Every meal are pickled 3 big bowls of rice. The outside world was noisy, but Jihuo was too lazy to go out and toss it around, relying on his eldest brother to single-handedly take care of it. In a sense, eldest brother was sort of a bare-bones emperor, and his manpower in the capital was pretty much dead, so he had to bring in people from all over the place. Luckily, there were people from Department 6 and the Delizy during this time, plus the Flying Bear Army and the Qian Koan sect to help maintain law and order, so that they could keep busy. Usually busy until late at night. Anyway, once Jihuo wandered in the mansion, encountered the big brother and Mr. One hurriedly out of the door. These two are topped with dark circles under the eyes. Presumably a few days have not slept well. If it wasn't for the fact that his eldest brother was already a patriarch, Jihuo was really worried that he would die suddenly after only a few days as emperor. Jihuo's leisurely appearance of leisurely grabbing a pigeon and returning to the small courtyard was in stark contrast to the appearance of his eldest brother, Mr. One, who had red eyes and was just like 996 at work, his entire body emanating the aura of a resentful social animal. When they met at the fork in the road, G-Fire's side was refreshed, and Big Brother's side was dripping with gloom. Same brothers, totally different lives. That's why I said it. When the emperor dies suddenly, he dies early. The two exchanged greetings and parted ways, Jaifire muttering in a low voice. Eldest brother and Mr. Man walked around for a while, and the more Mr. Man thought about it, the less he could do about it, and finally burst out in surprise. That's not right, my lord. Why is it that we're all dying of busyness, but the second prince can live such a leisurely life? Ji Junhong smiled and said, second brother has always disliked the imperial court and these troubles. Besides, didn't he take out the Chenkuan sect to help us? Mr. Wen scratched his head and said, but even Miss Brown Sugar has taken the initiative to take on the current law and order problem in the capital. Miss Brown Sugar, although extremely strong, but after all, she is young, and is definitely not fond of all this fighting and killing, and just like that she also arrests a bunch of rowdy Jianghu people back to the dungeon every day, and the psychological pressure is surely extremely great. But the second prince here, Ji Junhong thought about how cute little Brown Sugar was, and how he still patrolled around with people every day, and his heart ached, and several times he wanted someone to take the initiative to take over this matter, but every time was little Brown Sugar refused. A sentence, I also want to help big brother well, said the people are touched, almost holding this little doll to chew. Ji Junhong glanced at Mr. Wen and laughed, then you're looking for something for second brother to do? If you can call him, I have no opinion whatsoever. Mr. Man opened his mouth and finally said nothing. Ji, the marshal of the Flying Bear Army has always been Jihua. Only he can be in charge of this army. If Jihua is angry, he directly withdraws the Flying Bear Army. Who will deal with the affairs of the city at that time? Chapter 141, Yo, they're all eating. When Jihua returned to the small courtyard, he saw Xianingshang sitting under a tree, holding a workshop talk book in her hand, reading it intently, and occasionally letting out a ha, 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 little feet wobbling, looking very laid back, and outside every day came in a lot of people, everywhere open, feverish reboot of the capital. This small courtyard is like a paradise. These days were kind of relaxing times for her. Seeing Jihua come in, Xianingshang hurriedly closed the book, and the smile on her face was also converged, and she coughed in a dignified manner. You're back. Even though she hid it well, Jihua still recognized the talking book at a glance. There was no way around it. The cover was still painted by the artist he had found, and it cost him 2 taels of silver. Aha, Jaifire smiled back. You seem to be very happy. What did you encounter? Xianingshang asked. Jihua walked into the kitchen and skillfully handled the pigeons. Smilingly returned. I just met Big Brother and Mr. Wen. They both look like they hadn't slept for days, and it looks like they are very busy these days. Xianingshang's long dragged sound, smiled and said, after all, the capital out of such a big thing, and also busy with the establishment of the new country. Certainly a bunch of things, but fortunately, there should be quite a lot of manpower around Big Brother. Speaking of this, Xianingshang was a bit weak. She remembered her own brother. According to their plan, the probability was that her brother was also busy right now. Well, it's a good thing she ran out, or she'd have to be taken for a ride by now too. It's fine. Big Brother doesn't come to bother me as long as I can hide, Jihua said smilingly. Xianingshang covered her mouth and laughed, only feeling that Jihua, the man who was now lazy, was amusing. She watched Jihua's back as he handled the ingredients, and as she watched, she became a bit mesmerized. Then she caught a glimpse of Jaifire casually plucking off a pile of pigeon feathers, and something about the lines between the hairs seemed familiar. Xianingshang's heart thumped as she quickly approached and turned over the plucked feathers, the corner of her mouth twitching. Where did you get this pigeon? I came across it while shopping. I looked quite fat, so I caught it for you to make up for it, Jihua said indifferently. I've seen it. The pigeon doesn't have a letterbox on its legs. It shouldn't be a carrier pigeon raised by any family. Xianingshang pieced together the feathers of the pigeon. Spelled half a day but nothing can be spelled out. Hush eyes to G-Fire. Ghostly. This is the carrier pigeon of my dragon kingdom. The message is written on the feathers. Written by the priests in the witch language. Only very few people can read it. The pigeon you caught is the one that came to me. Jaifire blinked. Xianingshang blinked back. Jaifire suddenly asked, is the soup good these days? Quite good. Xianingshang subconsciously returned. Jaifire pointed to the pigeons, which had been mostly disposed of. Stewed with this same pigeon. This is the 5th. Xianingshang said in a good-natured and amused manner. So that's how you've gotten all your ingredients these past few days? Jihua shrugged. It's hard to find food in the capital nowadays unless you go several miles away. I just went out and happened to come across it. So I grabbed it. Xianingshang smiled a bit speechlessly, and tried to put it together for a while, and found that she could only see a few scattered pieces of information, such as wind, Who? And so on. Strange. What is the great witch priest saying here? Why does it smell like the Middle Kingdom hijacking? Jaifire came over. Can you see anything else? No? Can't see it anymore? This kind of witch text can only be read by a specific arrangement. Once there is a big mess, the information will be disorganized. It's kind of a precautionary measure to prevent being caught by the enemy. Xianingshan thought about it, and felt that recently there was no big deal in the Dragon Kingdom. At most her brother was too busy and wanted her to go back to help. She was not going back. She shook her head. It shouldn't be a big deal. Jaifire pointed to the pigeon on the cutting board and asked, "And this one?" "Red roasted," Xianingshan simply said. "Okay." Later in the evening, the meal was ready. Only the two of them hadn't even eaten yet, when Pops and Biro rushed over at the smell. "Yo, it's getting eaten. Looks like we've come at a good time," Pops said with a smile. Jihua said expressionlessly, "Pops, you guys come quite coincidentally every time." Xianingshan had already skillfully gone to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks to serve the meal. Pops and Shiro sat down on the prepared empty chairs in a big prickly manner, and Pops shook his legs and grinned. "We're not here to dine with you. We're just strolling through the garden with Sister Zoe, and we just happened to wander into your place. So we came to take a look, and it's not just a coincidence." Xianingshan came over with 2 bowls of rice, one of which was of the oversized kind. The rice was filled to the brim, and placed it in front of Ji Xiaoxiong, smiling. "Let's eat together since we're here. The guy cooks quite a lot anyway. Enough to eat. Ha ha ha, or Xia is a good boy." Ji Xiaoxiong smiled as he held his rice bowl and said without any politeness at all, "Don't be polite. Just treat it as if it's your own home. Come, 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 eat and drink. Xiaoxia want to eat what they do is. Really can't let this kid for you to clip." Biro looked at Ji Xiaoxiong with a face full of helplessness. Although this was base up, but she was still a little embarrassed to come so brazenly to rub her nose in it. During this time, I guess, the original Kifu thought about giving these 2 time alone, so he didn't bother. Then again, thinking that in a city this big, it's not like you're going to starve to death. You don't care. Until one night, Jihua made a good meal and was just about to eat it when Pops suddenly plopped down by the door, those eyes glowing green. At that time Jihua realized that these two these days are in the Flying Bear barracks packing meals back to eat. So after that night, every time it was mealtime, these two passed by the door of the small courtyard right on time. As time went on, Jaifire would make more every time he cooked, or there simply wouldn't be enough to go around. As for Pops and Auntie White's relationship, there's been no progress at all. Pops perfectly illustrates the meaning of the phrase, "she's just my sister." Favorably, Auntie Bai did not feel that something was wrong in the slightest. Occasionally little brown sugar would come back to eat, but this girl had recently become addicted to minding the law and order, and every time she saw her, she could see the red light in her eyes getting brighter and brighter, something that would only happen when little brown sugar was particularly excited. So Jaifire could only silently mourn for those who were caught by the little brown sugar. Pops took a big gulp of his white porcelain wine and burped contentedly in admiration. "Son of a, you have a good eye. You like to drink white porcelain wine too," Jaifire said casually. "Oh, this was scavenged from under your study." Ji Xiaoxiong's smile froze. Ji Hua added, "Fearing that I would run out of wine. Eldest brother told me about the other two places you have hidden wine in the mansion as well." Ji Hua thought about it and added, "And the place where you hide your private money." "Pops, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're a grown-up now. Why do you still like to hide your secret money under the bed like a child?" Adversary. Xianingshan and Bai Rou glanced at each other, both covering their mouths and laughing lightly. The leaves rustled in the breeze. Chapter 142, Milestones, Founding of the Country. Key, with eldest brother bringing a great deal of his own staff into the capital, it was finally less hectic. Well, at least a lot of things didn't have to be done so personally. Then one day, the eldest brother came to Kifu's small courtyard with several sheets of paper in his haste. Then he saw Jihua leisurely reclining on an old man's chair eating grapes, and there was a bushel fan beside him, fanning it in one way or another. "Yo-ho, if it isn't our new emperor, why are you free to come to my place?" Jihua teased. Big brother laughed and sat down on a stone chair, picking up a water bottle and filling it tons and tons of times before catching his breath. "Now the whole city is busy as a dog. That gang of people every day in my ears to quarrel around. I'm too tired, thinking that now the whole capital is the most leisurely you hear. So I came to you here to hide." When eldest brother said this, although his eyes were full of helplessness, his spirit was quite good. Jihua saw a glint of light in his eyes, different from when he had seen it before. Although there was light in the eyes of his eldest brother before, it was more introverted and warm like jade. Now in this light, there seemed to be a flame burning. Moreover, there was already a faint majesty about him, even though he hadn't realized it, but between his hands and feet, he already had some of the air of an emperor. Even he was that gentle before, and now he has become somewhat of a sharp embodiment of a person who has become much more spontaneous. This is a newborn emperor. Fire laughed. You'll have a lot more to annoy you in the future. Why do I get the feeling you're gloating? Big Brother asked with a grin. Why? No, it isn't. Fire returned lazily. Eldest brother looked toward the small courtyard and asked, Where is Miss Xia? Oh, I stewed her carrier pigeon and she went out to look around the city to see if she could find any other news? Fire replied casually. Xia Ningxiang recognized that it was a carrier pigeon given to her by the great witch priest. Usually this old man wouldn't send her a letter, and now that he had sent 5 in a row, Xia Ningxiang hadn't been worried about anything. It just didn't take long. 2/3 of her demon dragon gun was suddenly called back. There was only one situation. That brother of hers took the initiative to call out the demon dragon gun. At this time, it was feared that the demon dragon gun had already synthesized into a complete and absolute demon warrior. It was unknown what had happened to her brother, and given the nature of her sister-controlling brother, it wasn't as if he wouldn't voluntarily recall the weapon in his sister's hand unless he encountered a situation that was difficult to fight against. Xia Ningxiang was a bit worried, so she went out to look for news. Big Brother nodded, then took out the pieces of paper and handed them over, asking, I've got something here I'd like you to reference for me. Fire took the paper. There were only a few words on it, such as something like Wu, Yen, Xia and so on. He asked with shushed eyes. Big Brother, you don't want me to pick your country's name for you, do you? Ji Junhong spread his hands. They've been arguing for a few days because of this, and I'm really tired of it, so I came to ask your opinion. Then why don't you pick your own? Fire asked. I'm having trouble choosing, Big Brother said innocently. What a coincidence. I am the same. Fire flipped through the sheets of paper and asked again. What about Pops? Why didn't you ask him? Eldest brother picked up his cup and poured himself a glass of wine, helplessly saying, Pops was already quite loyal to Great Zhou before, but now that he has inexplicably become the supreme emperor, he is depressed. How dare I ask? Ji Hua knocked on the desktop and coldly asked, Pop's loyalty may not be to Great Zhou, but he just can't rest assured that his group of brothers, after all these years of what you've done, he didn't realize it at all? Big Brother's drinking paused, then guffawed and laughed. Who knows? Fire smiled back and flipped through the papers again, somewhat torn, before finally picking out one and asking, how about this? Eldest brother looked at it and raised an eyebrow. Ji Hua nodded his head and explained, Great Zhou is water, and she is earth, which is exactly in line with the 5 elements of birth and death. In addition, the wild history I've read about the art of qi and huang is the main healer, which is sort of hoping that the people will be less sick and in good health. He laughed, and casually made up, I read another wild history. There is a creature called Qi Wuxi, belonging to the ancient beasts. The word Qi also take the meaning of no evil. Right, I hope that this world, less evil spirits, less demons and monsters. Innocent, innocent, Ji Junhong whispered, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Then with a sharp nod, he opened his mouth. In that case, it will be called Daiki, and I will be the emperor of Daiki. There was an undeniable majesty in his voice. The clouds in the sky then changed, and a multicolored light fell, clearly visible throughout the entire territory of the Qi Kingdom. Ding! Milestone reached, founding of the nation, founding of the country, assisting the emperor in establishing the country GI. Reward points, 1,000,000. Fire's eyes lit up, then narrowed. He had vaguely guessed the roots of the system before, and when he saw that the system didn't do anything after taking the capital, he thought that he had guessed wrong. Now I realized that I had to wait for the state to be established to get the reward, but as soon as this reward appeared, Ji Hua sort of confirmed the speculation of this system's source in his heart. So this is how the system has to be played. I guess I can't be so laid back from now on. With these 1 million points, plus the points he gathered from killing people during the siege, when Xia Ningxiang comes back and sucks on her Oyu Qi, she should be able to brush out the second and even the third level of the elemental atlas cultivation value. What is second brother thinking about? The eldest brother couldn't help but ask when he saw Ji Hua's pensive face. Ji Hua stroked his chin and said, I'm thinking about when I'll lead my troops to destroy the Liang Kingdom. Eldest brother froze and then laughed. Daiki has just been established, and you're thinking of opening up new territories? Ji Hua smiled and said, think about it, big brother, if the Liang Kingdom is wiped out, in addition to Pops and the Sword Saint in the south, aren't the two of us mammals in charge? The eldest brother pondered for a few seconds, though he didn't quite understand the words the second brother said, but he probably knew what they meant, and they made sense. Second brother sure talks well. The eldest brother laughed and said seriously, when this busy time passes, it will be time to send out the troops. Whether it's the fact that the matter of the great demon is inextricably linked to the Liang Kingdom this time, or the fact that the Liang Kingdom itself is right next to Daki, There's enough reason to send troops. Jaifire laughed and filled his eldest brother's glass and filled his own. The two men raised their glasses and clinked them lightly. Dry up. For the sake of the world. The brothers smiled at each other and finished their drinks. Ji Junhong deliberated for 2 seconds before asking again. Second brother, how should you handle the matter of Miss Xia? She should be inextricably linked to the Dragon Kingdom's royal family. Jihua was silent for a long, rare moment before he shook his head. I don't know. Ji Junhong asked again directly. Do you like her? Jaifire was silent for a long time again, shaking his head once more. I don't know. A hint of realization appeared in Ji Junhong's eyes, although he had never been married and had never experienced male love. But he had read a lot of the talk of the town in his spare time. For example, the recently hot book, The Overbearing Patriarch Fell in Love with Me. He had flipped through it several times, and had even made notes privately, so he could confidently say that the theoretical knowledge had long since been filled with points. Even if you go out and give it to someone as a relationship coach, it's alright. I understand. Big brother patted Jaifire's shoulder, with I understand you written all over his face. No. What do you know? No. Jihua was a little dumbfounded. Ji Junhong laughed. There are some things that are better said. With that, he lifted a bottle of wine and spilled out the door with a big grin. The wide golden robes kept swaying under Big Brother's swaying steps. Dashing and unrestrained. Volume 1. End. Chapter 1, The Color of the Moon. Xianingshang searched for a few days, but she found her contacts in other cities, and the news she got was that everything was fine and nothing had happened. But this was different from the flying pigeon messages she had gotten from the great witch priest. Who couldn't have sent 5 pigeons in a row if something hadn't come up? That kind of secret writing would only have been written by the hand of the great witch priest himself. The news that all was well that the men under his command had gotten could only be that the intelligence level was not enough to get accurate information from the dragon countryside, and there was a Zhao stuck between the Dragon Kingdom, so I guess it was troublesome for news to come through. For a moment Xianingshang hesitated even more. If you're worried, why don't you use the Devil Dragon gun as a mailman like you did with the human emperor sword? Jihua asked suspiciously as he sipped his tea. Xianingshang explained. One is that if my brother is in the middle of a fight against the enemy and I suddenly recall the demonic dragon gun, I'm afraid he'll be in a crisis. Jaifire understood and nodded in understanding. There is another reason for. Xianingshang glanced at Jihua. Her eyes seemed to be real and illusory, and there was an indescribable sentiment in her changing color. The rest of the words eventually escaped her. With just a glance, Jihua's heart thumped, and his eyes whirled to look into the distance. He was already aware of the other man's meaning. Using divine weapons to transmit messages was something that Jihua's side had discovered. Xianingshang's sister-controlling brother should not have known about this method yet. If Xianingshang had passed the letter in this way, wouldn't her brother have a daily flying gun to pass the letter and keep track of her movements? As a daily rebellious, like to roam around outside the sister, this kind of thing is very painful. If then her brother accidentally followed along the magic dragon gun, CG fire, well, that's a bad picture any way you think about it. Jihua drank some wine silently and looked into the night sky, in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. The cicadas are so loud on a summer night that it's not distracting. Xianingshan lay on the edge of the table and thought for a long time, but still did not figure out what exactly would be the matter that could make her brother would go to the extent of calling back the magic dragon gun to do the fight. Logically speaking, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom should have stabilized by now. It can't be that her brother single-handedly broke through the border of Zhao and killed his way here, can it? Just thinking of this, Xianingshang shook her head. It shouldn't be. That old brother of hers was usually quite calm and wouldn't do something so crazy. I'll count on it. I don't want to. The big deal is that I'll stay for some more time. So I'll find someone to poke around the Dragon Kingdom again. And if I can't, I'll sneak a trip back. When she thought of this, Xianingshan put her concerns behind her and immediately looked at Jihua. Only then did he notice that Jihua had been gazing at the night sky, as if he was looking at the bright moon, but his eyes never seemed to focus. Commonly known as, going off on a tangent. It was only then that Xianingshan remembered that it seemed that in recent days this dork had been dazed like this from time to time. Nerd, she spoke softly. With a start, Jaifire snapped back to his senses and whipped his head around to look at her. On the opposite side of the stone table, Xianingshan rested her cheeks on one hand, her small head tilted, the right side of her pink face resting on a bit of a bulge, giving people the urge to pinch it. Her dark hair fell casually over her shoulders, a long strand falling down that side of her face, soft as a waterfall. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the color of the moon tonight like brilliant jewels. Thousands of emotions flow in the eyes, seemingly real, seemingly phantom, seemingly charming, and seemingly pure. That thousand emotions dense as if they were all going to drip out of water. Jihua froze and watched, suddenly twisted his head to look at the wine cup on the table, and subconsciously picked up the wine pot to pour a cup. asked. What's wrong? Xia Ningxiang froze, her heart inexplicably panicked, and she subconsciously touched her face. She should have washed her face today. She can't have no eyes, can she? That. Xia Ningxiang suppressed the inexplicable in her heart and asked with deliberation. What's gotten into you lately? Why do you feel distracted? Jihua was silent for 2 seconds and looked at the full moon in the sky. Tonight was the 16th day and the moon in the sky was just like a jade disc. Probably. Jifire subconsciously said. The moon is so beautiful tonight, isn't it? Xia Ningxiang held her breath slightly, only feeling that there must be something wrong with this nerd. Speaking in an inexplicable manner, Jifire smiled, his eyes looking at the moonlight once more, and didn't say another word. After a few seconds passed, Xia Ningxiang suddenly stood up and opened her arms as if she was embracing the moon-starry night sky. The breeze brought a gust of coolness, and her face somehow burned a bit as she smiled back. It's a gentle wind, too. With that, he ran straight back to his room. Jifire sat in place, frozen for a long time. The moonlight poured down on him with an indefinable ethereal quietness, and it didn't look forlorn. Xia Ningxiang ran back to her room, slammed the door with a bang, and then hurriedly fished out a wrinkled workshop talk book from under the bed, skillfully flipping to one of the pages and carefully looking at the conversation above. Am I right? I guess that's right, isn't it? No, what did he mean by that? Is that what I think it means? Or is the moon really beautiful tonight? But the moon is pretty tonight. Does he know I mean that when I say that? I'm not sure which one I mean. After rambling for a while, she only felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter, and finally Xia Ningxiang rolled over, as if she had swung over, and lay straight on the bed, covering her cheeks with her talking book. I'm done. I'm largely insane. The next day, early morning, the 2 doors to the small courtyard room opened at the same time, and both of them froze at the same time, their eyes meeting in midair before quickly moving away. Morning. Morning. A simple greeting and the 2 shuffled off on their own. Jihua skillfully went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Xia Ningxiang meditated and cultivated against the rising sun. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and it didn't take long to smell the aromas coming from it. Several times Xia Ningxiang wanted to look that way, then held back. The whole person was so distracted that he could barely control his practicing and performing qi. This is really too torturous, Xia Ningxiang thought in her heart. It didn't take long for 2 simple bowls of noodles with scallion oil to be brought up, with 2 eggs fried on top. Eat, without looking at her. Jifire spoke in a low voice before smothering the dry noodles. Good. Xia Ningxiang likewise didn't raise her head. An eerie silence fell over the small courtyard, until Big Brother walked leisurely into the yard. He first casually looked at it. Then he took a few steps back and looked at the plaque of the courtyard to make sure that he hadn't made a mistake. And only then did he take out the folding fan that he wore with him, unfolded the fan, and fanned it in a graceful manner, and laughed. Looks like I'm just in time. Chapter 2, Divergence. Xia Ningxiang got up and asked, why is Big Brother here? Ji Junhong laughed. I went back to the mansion to sleep last night, and seeing that it was still early, I came over to see if I could dabble in breakfast. Jihua went to the kitchen to bring out a large bowl of noodles with scallion oil and smiled. Then you did come at the right time. Startled, Big Brother asked, you knew I was coming? That's not true. It's just that Pops comes to dine on me from time to time, so I make more out of habit, Jifire explained. The eldest brother looked at the large bowl in front of him and fell into deep thought, suddenly feeling that it had come at a bad time. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. His eyes lit up. He had to say, this younger brother of his did have the talent of a chef. If he settled down in the future and went to work as a cook, it should be great if he dabbled in the food from time to time. There are quite a few traders coming into the city now, and several breakfast stores have opened. In the morning, I saw father with Aunt Bai yelling about going to eat soybean milk donuts. Eldest brother explained. It's not just soybean milk fritters. One day I'll grind soybean milk and make one myself. Jihua said quietly. This is a man's strange desire to win. Xia Ningxiang asked, Uncle and that Aunt Bai? Big Brother categorically said. Based on my years of experience, the 2 of them, hard to top. No, you don't have years of experience. Mr. Man has long been bragging in all the major drinking establishments about how His Majesty is now maternally single, never had a date, never even held a girl's hand, and has been soliciting for marriages online, so even I've heard about it. Jifire ate his noodles in silence, not having the heart to say this out loud. Xia Ningxiang sighed and said regretfully, that would be a bit of a pity. Auntie Bai is quite good to me. Jihua consoled. This matter has its own destiny and cannot be forced. After saying that, the 2 of them locked eyes again, then glanced away again almost simultaneously as if they had thought of something at the same time. Eldest brother ate his noodles silently, without looking away, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. There's no such thing as karma or not. Xia Ningxiang shook her head. If it's in our dragon kingdom, If you like it, then go after it. What if I don't agree? Jai-Fire mimicked Pop's gruff voice. I'm sorry, I just think of you as a sister. Xiaoningshang didn't hesitate to say, then knock out and take it away. Eldest brother ate his noodles a few moments faster, not even lifting his head. What if you can't beat them? Jai-Fire asked again. Shake the man. Xiaoningshang simply said, if one person can't beat it, then 10. And if 10 can't beat it, then 100 people, 1,000 people, 100,000 people, until he is captured back. There was something unquestioning and domineering in her tone, and more than that, there was an innate majesty and wildness. Big brother's noodles were eaten even faster, the corners of his mouth cracking up to his ears. Jihua shook his head and said, this is not in line with the mainstream development of the Central Plains. We in the Central Plains emphasize the natural flow of water. If you don't believe me, ask Big Brother. Xiaoningshang's cold gaze swept towards her eldest brother. Eldest brother hastily swallowed a few mouthfuls of pasta, shook his head vigorously, and firmly denied that based on my years of relationship experience, there is no such thing in the Central Plains. We advocate free love, spontaneity, and diversity. Worried that he hadn't explained himself well, he added, just have fun however you want. No, why did you defect on the spot? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched, not daring to look at Xiaoningshang. Fortunately, Xiaoningshang picked up the bowl without saying a word, picked up her chopsticks and fiercely picked up a few mouthfuls, directly finishing the bowl of noodles, then picked up the bowl and went to wash the dishes. Jai-Fire and Big Brother looked at each other. Put. Big Brother couldn't hold back his laughter. A cold line of sight swept through the G-Fire in the kitchen, and the eldest brother scowled, smiled, finished the last bit of pasta, and left in a jovial mood. After this day, both of them somehow became a little preoccupied, although they were still eating as usual, but the two of them didn't speak, and even if they did, it was just a simple conversation of a few sentences, completely different from the casual chatting or farting and disliking each other like before. More often than not, it's each sitting on the sidelines and fuming. Xiaoningshang did not know what was wrong, often sitting on the roof, lips pursed, eyes flashing, sometimes flustered, sometimes nervous, sometimes helpless, and sometimes joyful and sometimes sad, often sitting alone all day. Jihua, on the other hand, was sitting under a tree, similarly fuming, his entire body in a pendulum-like state, with many thoughts flashing through his eyes. If I can, I really want to be a salted fish that has been sunbathing on the beach for 3 months. Jihua chanted silently in his heart. Little Brown Sugar once ran back with gusto. As soon as he saw this situation in the yard, he turned around without saying a word and left, and even the Big Dipper group that was looking for the door was dispatched by Little Brown Sugar. It went on like this for a few days until Little Brown Sugar once again went back to the small courtyard and whispered something in Jihua's ear. It was only then that Jihua came back to his senses, and with a glint in his eyes, he got up and headed out of the courtyard. When Jihua and Little Brown Sugar left, Xiaoningshang was the only one left in the courtyard. Although neither of them had spoken before, they hadn't felt anything else, but now that she was the only one left, there was an inexplicable feeling of loneliness. So Xiaoningshang directly transformed into a dragon and flew towards the distance. Jihua came to a certain courtyard, looked at Qianwu who had lost a lot of weight, patted his shoulder and laughed. I haven't seen you in a few months. You've lost a lot of weight. Qianwu's face carried a hint of a smile as he respectfully arched his hand and said, Boss, it's a pleasure. Jai-Fire sat down in his chair and picked up his glass of wine and drank. It went well. You got back quite a bit sooner than I thought you would. Qianwu smiled and said, the main trouble with going to the Dragon Kingdom is that you need to go through Zhao, and Zhao's border blockade is too strong, so you can only make a long detour. However, when I came back, I encountered some special circumstances, so I didn't make a detour and saved most of the time. What special circumstances? Jai-Fire asked curiously. Qianwu said with an oh-so-quiet voice, I also don't know which psychopath is the one who single-handedly broke into the border of Zhao. Wow. Fierce man ah. Jihua laughingly surprised. The border are heavily guarded, and still dare to fight alone. I didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to have this kind of fierce man. That's true. We were stunned when we heard about it. Qianwu laughed. That person first broke through the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom, so we took the opportunity to sneak out, and that person supposedly even broke through. Wait until Zhao and Dazhou. Well, it should be called Oki now. Qianwu paused, then said with gusto, by the time we get to the border between Zhao and Daki, Zhao will have long been on guard, and we will have long been squatting at the border. That old brother really did come to intrude on the border within a few days, and was so angry that Zhao pressed his army on the spot and fought like hell. Then we took the opportunity to sneak over here again, and when we left we saw Zhao's great general fighting that fierce man one-on-one, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The fight was fierce, Jiefire praised. 6. The two of them joked for a while, and Jihua silently took a sip of wine, his eyes calm, and asked in a low voice, "So, how's the investigation going?" Chapter 3, The Dragon Lady of Daxia. Qianwu shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, "Actually, we poked around as soon as we went to the Dragon Kingdom." Fidelity? Jiefire asked in surprise. Definitely fidelity. Qianwu sneaked a glance at his own boss, his mind recalling the boss and Miss Xia's mode of getting along when they were walking the Jianghu together. This odd feeling in his heart became even more pronounced. "Tell me about it." Jiefire took another sip of wine and said calmly. Qianwu laughed bitterly. "In the Dragon Kingdom, Xia is the national surname, and Miss Xia is the 9th child heir of the Dragon Kingdom's late emperor, and is known as the 9th princess in the Dragon Kingdom. It's just that since Miss Xia and her sibling brother were born from that old emperor's proximity to a disfavored concubine, that concubine died after giving birth to Miss Xia. That's why this brother and sister were never favored when they were young, and they were always frequently bullied within the palace. It is said that later on, the great witch priest, or the state master as we say on this side, saw that these two siblings were pitiful and helped them out more, and only then did they live a much better life." Jihua sipped his drink silently, his eyes narrowing slightly before his brows furrowed. "The late emperor?" "Yes." Qianwu squeezed his eyebrows and bloated. "Boss, you don't know how scary these two siblings are. When they were in the palace before, anyone thought that these two were human foul harmless royal princess. I did not expect the summer girl as a child does not show the mountains. When she was 13 years old suddenly went from the army, fought for a year, pacified the Dragon Country War, jumped to become the supreme commander-in-chief of the Dragon Country." Jihua sipped his wine silently, and Xianingshang's appearance of commanding thousands of troops and horses came to mind, which could not really be seen on a normal day. Qianwu continued, "At that time, Miss Xia was already in the limelight, and the siblings were firmly established in the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately following the sudden and violent death of the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, the entire Dragon Kingdom was thrown into chaos, with all the imperial sons vying for the throne. Assassinations, framings, and a series of other incidents were all present, and naturally, Miss Xia's elder brother was among them. Then the siblings suddenly disappeared from the Dragon Kingdom." Jihua stretched out his fingertips and tapped the tabletop, saying indistinctly, "They've come to the Central Plains." Qianwu nodded. "That's right. When Miss Xia's brother returned to the Dragon Kingdom, he was already holding the remnants of the long-missing demonic dragon lance in his hands, and was even displaying the cultivation of a grandmaster. Since ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom has had the tradition that whoever holds the demon dragon lance is the Dragon Emperor, and coupled with the patriarch's cultivation, the civil and military officials up and down the Dragon Kingdom have been kneeling down to recognize their masters. That newborn Dragon Emperor just took the throne, and the first thing he did was to kill the harem cleanly. Along with the power of the harem and the 100 officials, he also killed them all." Qianwu lamented. "It is said that this Dragon Emperor is usually coy, from a young age did not show the slightest sign of ambition, but also no one knows that he will be martial arts. As a child is also all kinds of bullying, mostly the summer girl and the care. I did not expect that this is also a ruthless corner." Jihua was a bit odd, suddenly feeling that the Xia girl's sister control brother actually followed the same path as her eldest brother, biding his time since he was a child, hiding all sorts of things, and then rising to the occasion in one fell swoop. The difference is that the sister-controlling brother grew up with his sister by his side, and the brother-controlling brother and his brother grew up apart, each playing the field and developing. Jihua sighed. He originally thought that the Central Plains had produced a big brother, and it was already very heaven-defying, but he didn't think that these two in the Dragon Kingdom were equally heaven-defying. Moreover, if he expected it well, brother-sister control should have still been only at the peak of the first grade when he fought with the Sword Saint, and he guessed that he had improved after obtaining the demon dragon gun, and had only broken through to the sovereign. It's also a demonic monster. Jihua's eyes were slightly downcast, and he pursed his lips slightly as he sighed long and hard. Since ancient times, heroes emerge from chaotic times, and heroes decline in times of prosperity. The cycle never stops. It seems like there will inevitably be a battle between Daki and the Dragon Kingdom. Qianwu nodded his head and said, I think that Dragon Emperor was also ambitious. When he first arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, he had already finished killing the harem and ascended the throne, reorganizing the dynasty up and down, and spreading around his and Miss Xia's experiences over the years, lifting the duo's popularity to a height that no one could rival. Miss Xia's reputation was already high in the Dragon Kingdom's folklore, and after being so extolled, her popularity in the Dragon Kingdom has risen directly to the point where she has even surpassed the Dragon Emperor, and is now a veritable eldest princess, with the title Princess Ningxuang. Jiefire said flatly, build momentum. Qianwu nodded. A few of us thought the same thing. After building up momentum, it should be to send out troops to Zhao. When the Dragon Kingdom annexes Zhao, I'm afraid that it will be a threat to Daki. That's why we rushed back, but I've left quite a few people over there, and I've planted several strongholds, so that if we engage in a battle in the future, we won't have to look both ways. Jiefire nodded and smiled. You did well. When Shen Wu heard this, a smile appeared on his face in a beautiful way. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Boss, what about you and the summer girl? The smile on Ji Hua's face instantly tightened as he stood up and walked towards the door, calmly saying, You've done well in this matter. Put down your hands and serve in the Flying Bear Army. Ha! Shen Wu opened his mouth slightly, his voice trailing off like a thief, and his face instantly collapsed and, No, boss, why are you suddenly asking me to go to the Flying Bear Army? I heard that the Flying Bear Army is magical. That's not true, Jaifire's voice rang out. Then what should I be aware of when I go to the Flying Bear Army? Shen Wu asked again in a loud voice. Jiefire carried one hand behind his back and waved the other. A lazy voice coming from him. Protect the ass. On the way back, Ji Hua's brow stayed furrowed, full of seriousness and a twinkle in his eye. When he reached the entrance to his own small courtyard, his steady steps suddenly faltered and hesitated. Finally he entered the small courtyard, only to find it empty of anything. Is it leaving? It's time to leave, right? That way, maybe it's not so bad. Jiefire thought to himself and just sighed for some reason. He stood somewhat forlornly in the center of the courtyard, and the courage he had just summoned up went up in smoke. Erdi! Ji Juanhong's clear voice rang out from the doorway. Ji Hua froze and turned his head to look. Then he saw his eldest brother holding a watermelon and chewing on it, and he didn't know when he appeared. Since eldest brother had become a patriarch, he was no longer bound to his body. His body followed his heart and his mind moved as it pleased, and he could already go wherever he wanted within the Great Zhou. What's wrong, eldest brother? Jiefire asked. Big brother smiled, held up the melon, and asked, Eat it? No food. Jiefire shook his head. Eldest brother smiled again, his eyes glowing gold as he casually said, Miss Xia is at the lake to the south. Jiefire was stunned. Oh, second brother, sighed the eldest brother with a smile. There are some things that it is better to talk about. It was the second time he'd repeated it. Ji Hua took a breath and suddenly nodded, bowing towards his eldest brother. I see. Thanks, big brother. With that, he flew towards the south. Big brother nibbled 2 more bites of the melon in his hand, then smiled and muttered to himself. This melon, it should be sweet. Chapter 4 Life is short, so why not give it a try? By the lake, a purple-clothed silhouette stood quietly, gazing at the wave-free lake, eyes like autumn water. Froze. Miss Xia. Ji Hua took a step from the distance and opened his mouth to shout. Xianingshan's body shook as she turned her head, the joy on her face instantly converging as she asked expressionlessly, Why are you here? Ji Hua tensed his face, walked up to the other party, clasped his hands together and said seriously, There are some things I want to ask Miss Xia. Xianingshan turned her head sideways, looking toward the lake, and asked softly, What is it? Ji Hua sucked in his breath, thoughts running through his mind. Having rehearsed and thought about it many times on the road when he arrived, there were many things he wanted to ask, and the last thing that came out of his mouth was one sentence. Have you ever hooked up with me before? He regretted saying this, and wanted to give himself a slap in the mouth. Xianingshan turned around openly, looked at him with cold eyes, and smiled coldly. What? Does Mr. G think that when I was seriously injured in that peach blossom forest and met you, it was actually all skillfully arranged by me? That I intentionally got close to you? To get close to you? The son of the flying bear, to get close to you, the Qiankuan sect master? Ji Hua looked at her calmly, his tone low. The great summer dragoness has to be defended. Xianingshan's eyebrows inverted. This is not in a good mood. Now Ji Hua also directly add oil to the fire. Suddenly the tone of cold. You've already checked me out? That's good then. I am the princess of the Dragon Kingdom. Why have I ever needed to use such a beauty trick? Ji Hua looked at the other party, unwilling to show weakness. Then why have you been following me around and constantly testing me? Xianingshan said in a good-natured and amused manner. Yes, I did find out later that your identity was different, and I also tested you and tried to get close to you, but didn't you also trick me and hook up with me? Ji Hua immediately said angrily. When did I use the beauty trick to seduce you? Don't you slander? Many times. Xianingshan shouted back. You dare say you haven't? Then she added slyly. It's just a hookup, not a beauty contest. You what you? Ji Hua argued. Wasn't the matter of the demon dragon gun something you did on purpose, and then followed on purpose when you knew I was going to deal with the demon dragon gun? Wasn't coming to the capital later to fetch the demon dragon gun also your purpose? Xianingshan laughed coldly. Eunuch Ji, even if I did hook up with you and I approached you on purpose, so what? Didn't you also purposely set me up at Tianjia Mountain? Lure me into a trap? And you still dare to say that you didn't hook up with me? The two men glared at each other angrily. Xia Ningxiang continued. I even suspect that you've been eating my pigeons these past few days on purpose. Jihua froze and subconsciously said, that's not really true. I just simply find it delicious. The two men's tit-for-tat auras stalled at the same time, and although they were still glaring at each other, that aura had unknowingly deflated. After a few seconds, they both averted their eyes at the same time, one looking at the sky and the other at the lake. Quiet again. The lake swirled slightly. The wind blew from nowhere, carrying the lush leaves to rustle. Right and wrong. Right and wrong. Grudges and grudges. False and true and false. And I don't know when it started, but it has long been confused. The two kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm themselves down. Jaifire suddenly smiled and said frankly, I admit that I entered the game with my body, but I'm also stuck in the game and can't get out. Xia Ningxiang's pupils instantly widened, and she turned openly to look at Jihua, her eyes full of incredulity, and vaguely, there was a trace of luster flickering in the depths of her eyes. What did you say? Jaifire calmly met her gaze, her eyes clear, clean, as if she had cut herself open and displayed herself to the other. He spoke slowly. I admit, I don't know when I started to remember Miss Xia. The wind blew, and the young girl's skirt swayed gently with the breeze. Xia Ningxiang didn't say a word, looking straight at Jihua, her pupils dilated, and she only felt her cheeks rolling. She didn't want to admit that her heartbeat at the moment was, she feared, more violent than the sound of the most powerful warrior in the Dragon Kingdom beating the thickest of war drums. Jaifire gazed at the young girl standing quietly before him, a hint of gentleness and pain and unabashed tenderness in his eyes. What do you mean by suddenly saying these shy words? Xia Ningxiang looked straight into his eyes and asked seriously. Jaifire laughed openly, already in broken form. Jimao is just saying what is in my heart. These days I have hesitated, worried, wandering, and later realized that it would be better to say it directly. Whether it is happy or sad, good or bad, there has to be an answer, isn't it? Xia Ningxiang's breathing stopped for a few seconds, and then suddenly spread a smile, like 10,000 flowers blossoming. The sky and the earth all brightened up a few points in a flash. I must be crazy. Xia Ningxiang's eyes curved like the crescent moon in the sky, and she said nastily, I feel the same way you do about me. Jaifire laughed, a little miserably and full of joy. Xia Ningxiang took a step closer, her eyes appeared a little dense. The same tone with some trembling, and choking. I've fallen into your trap too. Entangled and chopped up. Both were doing their best to restrain themselves, both of them knowing that once it was said and done, it would mean that all the previous uneventful past would go up in smoke and they would have to face one more fact. A fact none of them wanted to face. Neither spoke, not even a simple hug. Just face to face laughing, laughing, laughing. The denseness of the eyes grows thicker and thicker, until Jihua spoke. Miss Xia, are you willing to give up everything in the Dragon Kingdom and come to Daki? Xia Ningxiang had long anticipated that he would have these words, so she shook her head with a smile. The teardrops in her eyes had already begun to fall to the ground. Are you willing, then, to give up attacking Oki later? Jihua asked with another smile. Xia Ningxiang shook her head again and smiled back. I am the eldest princess of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom can't do without me, and the Dragon Kingdom's army is bound to move south, so I have reasons why I have to do this. Jihua broke into a miserable laugh. In that case, there is no solution. Xia Ningxiang similarly gazed at Jihua and asked word for word, Mr. Ji, are you willing to give up everything in Daki and return to the Dragon Kingdom with me? Jaifire laughed back. Impossible. Xia Ningxiang also laughed, with some trembling in her voice. Then it really is unsolvable then. Jihua snorted and laughed. It's not like there's no way out. You can also choose to knock me out and take me away. If you can bring me to the Dragon Kingdom, I'll help you wholeheartedly. These words, which were said by Xia Ningxiang some days ago, were only said at this moment, but they had a strange meaning. Xia Ningxiang didn't laugh. She had a serious face and was thinking hard. The miserable smile that Jaifire had been wearing froze. No, what did she mean by that expression? After a few seconds, Xia Ningxiang snapped her head up, her eyes firm, like a young female leopard looking at her prey, and said in one word, life is short, so why not give it a try? Saying that, she lunged up, her body transforming into a tiny black dragon, straightening Jihua down to the ground, her two thick dragon claws holding down both of Jihua's arms in death. Jihua was still in a daze when he saw that the black dragon had opened its mouth wide and was already biting towards his head. When he was about to bite his head, the black dragon suddenly disappeared in bright red, soft with moist lips imprinted on his mouth. Jihua's pupils instantly dilated. His thoughts went into downtime, completely forgetting to struggle. Chapter 5 I'm going to take you back. Brother Tsunami Bear. What's wrong with you? You've been smiling since just now. Shenguo Gong House. Ji Xiaoxiong leisurely sitting in the old man's chair. At this time he has long since unloaded all the burden, coupled with the original serious injuries have not yet healed, and now completely opened the semi-pension mode. Anyway, Ji Junhong didn't dare to come to disturb him, and there were only occasional generals from the Flying Bear Army who came to him to ask about some of the current deployments of the new country. Although no one said it was a new country, but beat around the bush, such as Marshall. I have a friend who built a country. Do you think the configuration of the army should be changed now and so on? To this Ji Xiaoxiong always knows what he is talking about, but no one said which friend or which country was built. Just for some reason, this day Ji Junhong appeared in front of him, holding a large watermelon in his hand, and said with a smile, "Father, eat the melon." After saying that, his figure disappeared. Bai Rou still feel puzzled. Ji Xiaoxiong has already cut the melon, placed on the table, and casually picked up a piece of big mouth to eat up. Just eating, Pop's suddenly deep eyes of thunder flashing, seems to look into the distance, sitting in the old man's chair, motionless. The smirk at the corner of his mouth became more and more pronounced, and in time it came to an old fatherly smile, just like the wild chrysanthemums on the hills. Hey, 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 hey. There's also this hemming and hawing sound coming out of his mouth every now and then, and there's something about how it looks a little out of the ordinary. In the palace hall, due to the establishment of a new palace to labor and waste money, Ji Junhong decided to use the previous dynasty. Anyway, he does not mind the diaphragm. By this time his squad had been converging from all over the country in a steady stream, and they all talked noisily every day about the policies of the new country and the problems of governance. Originally, they were still arguing this day, only Ji Junhong suddenly disappeared. With the boss out of the picture, the guys weren't so serious, summoning people, with drinks on the table, and arguing while they drank. For a while the whole courtroom was in an uproar, although it was like this on weekdays, but at this time the voices were a little louder, and at the drop of a hat they associated themselves with the relatives of the other party. Only today is a bit different from the past. Mr. Man, who usually makes the loudest noise and rolls up his sleeves from time to time in preparation for a fight, somehow sat in the corner without saying a word. There was a cup of liquor on his table, and at that moment, the liquor swayed slightly, causing ripples. Mr. Man stared at his glass with an antly smile on his face, occasionally letting out a heckle. Just as the crowd was getting louder and louder, Mr. Man suddenly shouted in excitement, "Kissed it up! She's kissing up!" The voice was so loud that it far overshadowed the rest of the crowd who were cursing. Everyone was stunned, and then they saw Mr. Wen, the old man, rubbing his hands together in excitement. His eyes kept staring at the wine glass, and he even directly took a bottle of wine and poured it into his mouth. "Ha ha, interesting, it's really funny, crowd." That being said, just as the two were chatting by the lake, a pair of eyes full of mischief were staring dead on in a haystack not far away. When Xiaoningshang held Ji Hua down and gnawed on the ground, those eyes were already full of murderous aura and were about to rush out. Pop! It was also at this moment that a slender palm pressed down on the man's shoulder. The man turned around suddenly, and met a pair of eyes with a smile in their gentleness. The two were instantly enveloped in golden light and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already miles away. "I am the Emperor of Daki, Ji Junhong." Ji Junhong smiled and arched his hand as he said gently, "Dare I ask who your brother is?" That person was a young man, wearing a long black robe, only it was tattered and torn, and even his hair was disheveled and covered in dust, looking as if he had gone through inhumane torture and had traveled a long distance. "Xiao Woji," the young man said coldly. Ji Junhong laughed indistinctly. "So Dragon Emperor, I've heard a lot about you. Cut the crap. Why are you blocking me?" Xiao Wuji asked with red eyes and full of malice. Ji Junhong blinked, spreading his hands and said, "People's young couple is making love to each other. It's not good for the Dragon Emperor to rush up and disturb them like this, is it? You fart." Xiao Wuji was furious on the spot. "It was clearly your brother who hit on my sister. It's only right for me to rush up and beat him up," Ji Junhong said innocently. "The Dragon Emperor is joking. The one being held down right now is my brother." Xiao Wuji. His eyes instantly became even redder, and he was directly on fire. "If it wasn't for your brother's flowery words that coaxed my sister, she would have done this. This behavior?" Ji Junhong grinned. "You were squatting by the side the whole time. It's not like you didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. In my opinion, they are just in love. I'm just not happy." A pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in Xiao Wuji's hand, blatantly the full-bodied demonic dragon gun, and he said in sorrow and anger, "My sister was cheated so much that she didn't come home for months. I'll have to stab that little white boy who cheats on the feelings of ignorant girls." With that, he rushed up with his gun. Ji Junhong directly drew the human emperor's sword at his waist and rushed up without showing any weakness. How rude. They are pure love. A gun and a sword met in midair. Both of them seemed like they didn't use too much strength, but the air had already issued a slight buzzing sound, and the trees and stones within a 10-foot radius were completely turned into powder. In a short period of time, the two men exchanged several moves. The sound of clashing weapons, but they all have a tacit understanding to control the power in a very small range, not to vent their power in the slightest. Playing can be said to be careful and taciturn, afraid of being discovered in general. That said, at the lakeside, Jihua was still being held down, only to feel a slippery, soft, fragrant tongue directly against his teeth, rich in wildness and aggression, greedily drawing. The sweet flavor flooded his nerves and he responded almost subconsciously. I don't know how long it took before Kaifire came back to his senses and rolled over violently. However, at this time, Xianingshang had already rushed up into the sky with a blush on her face, transforming into a black dragon more than 10 meters long, snaking and circling, moving up and down. What do you? Kaifire asked in exasperation, subconsciously wanting to lick his mouth and holding back. 3 months? This face doesn't wash. Ha 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 ha. The black dragon in the sky let out a laugh that was as smooth as a barbell, kept flying, and spat out human words. I, a woman of the Dragon Kingdom, have always dared to love and hate. Since you're unwilling to give up everything in the Qi Kingdom, I will capture you, to be pleasured day after day, favored night after night. You are insane, Kaifire said angrily. Xianingshang swooped down in exasperation and said defiantly, I was crazy when I fell in love with you. Such blunt words caused Ji's heart to jump, and then he saw the black dragon that was over 10 meters long directly pace towards his face. Boom! Smoke and dust. The lake rippled, and the trees were even bent over by the wind. Roar! A brown bear over 10 meters tall suddenly appeared, roaring up to the sky. The black dragon that kept circling in the sky hissed and hissed, facing off with the brown bear from a distance. Chapter 6, The Guns Come. Not fast enough, not fast enough, not fast enough. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Xiao Wuji stabbed out the demonic dragon gun in succession. The body of the gun full of demonic and corrosive aura brushing past Ji Junhong's body every now and then, because each time the gun brushed against the poop, it gave the illusion that if only it were a little faster, it could have stabbed. Xiao Wuji wailed. His mouth blah 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 said a bunch. The whole person fell into a state of madness. His tone became more and more intense. His speed actually became faster and faster. To the later that often Ji Junhong was just a movement. Xiao Wuji had already stabbed over with several shots. It was only on Ji Junhong's side that he had been unhurried. His figure fluttering, blocking with the human emperor's sword every now and then, and even had time to observe Xiao Wuji's demeanor. Born fighting maniac belongs to the more fight, the heavier the injury, the stronger the strength and speed of the type. Well, with the words of the second brother is a little affected by the attribute, belongs to the kind of being held down on the wall. Ji Junhong read in his heart. Xiao Wuji's sudden movement gave way, and asked with crimson eyes in doubt, what are you thinking of? That's rude. Ji Junhong grinned. The Dragon Emperor is joking. It's broad daylight, clear sky. We are a Grand Qi Emperor, which would secretly think of something indecent. Xiao Wuji leaped high and raised his magic dragon gun to slash directly down. You fart. Your excited hands have betrayed you. LOL. Before he could finish his words, Ji Junhong suddenly bullied his way forward, his body transforming into a golden dragon, followed by a kick directly at Xiao Wuji's heart. Xiao Wuji screamed miserably and flew out backwards before Ji Junhong slowly retracted his foot and slowly said, Brother Xia, this is really your illusion. The place where these two were fighting wasn't very far from the lake. It was still high up, and it was easy to see the two huge beasts fighting on the surface of the lake. The huge black dragon kept swooping down, trying to pin the bear to the ground, but the full power of his feet on the earth was not going to be easy anymore. So a dragon and a bear tore and entangled with each other, and every time they struck, they set off a gust of wind, and for a while the sky and the earth were dark. By the end of the day, that black dragon was directly wrapped around the brown bear, opening its mouth and biting at the brown bear's head. Are you crazy? The brown bear snapped his head sideways. Two huge bear claws grabbed the black dragon's neck, and spat. It's madness. If you're crazy, why can't I be crazy? The black dragon vented as if ABA his mouth, but his mouth wasn't long enough. Plus he was grabbed by the neck, so he couldn't bite it in any way. Jihua was amused and distressed, and still didn't dare to exert force for fear of ripping her body apart. But he didn't expect that the black dragon's mouth suddenly spat out a qi energy, directly gluing it on the brown bear's face. That breath was poisonous at first glance. I guess 3 years without brushing his teeth is almost like this. Scared Jihua directly dropped the black dragon in the lake. Boom! The more than 10-meter long body landed on the lake, smashing out a waterfall several meters high, and the diffuse water vapor with a clattering sound obscured the line of sight. When the column of water dispersed, he saw Xia Ningxiang standing on the surface of the water, her body completely drenched, her hair clinging to her cheeks. With a step of her feet, she let out a low cry and charged straight towards Jihua. Jihua put away his chi energy to transform his form and rushed up with great strides. Unexpectedly, just as he rushed up to the water, the constant flow of earth power under his feet instantly broke the connection. His body lurched before Xia Ningxiang seized the opportunity to kick him out. Hey, how can you be distracted in the middle of a fight? Ji Junhong was in pain before sidestepping Xiao Wuji's incoming spear. Xiao Wuji said angrily, how can you be distracted in the middle of a fight? Then the two men bang and fight again. The human emperor's sword and the demonic dragon gun turned their eyes to collide with each other in mid-air again, dismantling dozens of moves in a row. These two fought back and forth, both trying not to use high-level power. More of a stance sparring, for fear of attracting the attention of those two in the distance. By the lake, ever since Jihua was sent flying, Xia Ningxiang pounced on him, and the two of them directly competed in fisticuffs. Well, how can I put it? It looked intense, just like a between a man and a woman. Until the more Xia Ningxiang thought about it, the more angry she became. The more she thought about it, and finally blew out an astral wind with her slap, and came towards Jihua paced. Jihua's heart skipped a beat as he spat out, collect! With an extra vermilion gourd in his hand, the astral wind was instantly collected into the gourd. When Xia Ningxiang took a look, she was furious. You won't even take a slap from me? She motioned with her right hand. Guns! Jihua was not afraid in the slightest, and his right hand similarly grabbed at nothingness. Sword come! Black light and golden light suddenly flew from the same direction. The two men each grabbed it in their hands and shouted angrily as the gun and sword collided in midair. Instantly a 10-foot radius was leveled. Ji Junhong looked at his empty hand. Xiao Wuji similarly looked down and even reached out to subconsciously scratch. The two lapsed into silence. Ji Junhong asked, still fighting? Xiao Wuji shook his head decisively. No more fighting. Chapter 7 Tune. Ahem. Friendly exchanges between the two countries. Snowflakes ahem. No. Wrong movie. That being said, Ji Junhong and Xiao Wuji were sitting side by side on the edge of the cliff. And this angle was just enough to see the two men who were dry humping with the demonic dragon gun and the human emperor's sword in the distance. Xiao Wuji shrugged his shoulders. His face was expressionless. The setting sun fell on him. There was a very depressed and forlorn feeling, like the whole person had aged several years. He was dripping with resentment, and if there was a grave next to him, he was afraid that the corpse would be so shocked that he would uncover the coffin. Because of the close proximity, Ji Junhong even felt a burst of murderous aura on this old brother's body. If he wasn't here to stop him, I'm afraid that Xiao Wuji would have to rush up and stab Jihua's waist. Have a bite? Ji Junhong had 2 extra watermelons in his hands and handed one over. With a cold face, Xiao Wuji took it and took a big, hard bite. Then his eyes lit up and his biting movements became faster. But his face was still bored all the way. Is it possible that watermelons are rare over there in the Dragon Kingdom? Or the watermelons there are not good? Or did he come all this way hungry and didn't eat anything? Ji Junhong stroked his chin and took a big bite as well. When the watermelon was finished, the two of them casually threw the watermelon rind down the cliff again, and Ji Junhong casually grabbed it. And in his hand there was another small table with delicate pastries and 2 bottles of white porcelain children's wine. This is taken directly from the palace. Now that the gang of unscrupulous henchmen are eating high, Mr. One Eat Melon Eat Thieves happy, staring at the glass of wine, while taking the lead in undressing and dancing, all kinds of high. What do you mean by this? Xiao Wuji stared at the pastries in front of him and said in a cold voice, could it be that a little bit of food is trying to get rid of me? Ji Junhong laughed. Brother Xia is joking. This is the etiquette of our central plains. There are friends coming from afar. Naturally we must entertain. And, Ji Junhong raised his head to indicate the 2 people who were still fighting in the distance, and casually said, we, as older brothers, have to solve the problem. We can't just fight and kill them there like they're little kids. Xiao Wuji was silent. Then he grabbed a piece of cinnamon cake and took a hard bite. Then his eyes brightened up even more. He grabbed the white porcelain child wine again. First he took a small sip, then after a pause, he took a big gulp and poured it in, and the cinnamon cake kept on stuffing it into his mouth. Ji Junhong's scrutinizing gaze deepened a bit more, and subconsciously touched his chin. He remembered that the few times he had seen Miss Xia before, she had quite a good appetite, and the dry rice was numb and fragrant, and at that time he thought it was the Fire Son's good cooking skills. As for why Xia Ningxiang was drying her meal every time she saw her, it was normal because the eldest brother was also in a hurry to get to the meal. Ji Junhong grabbed his right hand, and in his hand there was an extra plate of roasted chicken, 2 pounds of beef, and a roasted goose and 2 plates of gazpacho. all of which were placed collectively on the table. Smilingly, eat slowly. There's no rush. Don't think that my dragon kingdom is poor. We just rushed over from the border. We haven't eaten for the past few days, so we're just a little hungry, Xiao Wuji said vaguely. In his hand, he had already grabbed the meat and started eating it. Ji Junhong laughed. How could Brother Xia have such an idea? It never occurred to a certain person that this was really just the hospitality of the Central Plains. In the distance, those two are still fighting. Xianingshang moves aiming at the back of Ji Hua's head to go. Look at this appearance. Really want to knock him out and drag him back. It was just that Ji Hua naturally disagreed and desperately resisted. For a while the two fought. On the cliff, watching, Xiao Wuji's dry rice movement also slowed down. Vaguely the melancholy feeling of a snowflakes floating emanated from his body again. Ji Junhong saw that it was almost time. Mainly because Xiao Wuji had eaten and drank enough. The hidden murderous aura on his body had almost dissipated, and now his whole body was more of an unlovable funeral aura. So he asked with a smile, Brother Xia, what should you do about this matter? Kill, Xiao Wuji said without hesitation. Ji Junhong didn't have the heart to say, talking about business, be serious. Xiao Wuji stared at the two people fighting in the sky with his eyes lifelessly. He could see very clearly that although that sister of his family looked at her moves as fierce and vicious, she subconsciously kept her hand in her hands, as if she was afraid of hurting the other party. You know, when the siblings used to practice against each other, their own sister had never held back like this, and every time, she beat herself to the point of grimacing. What can I do? What else can I do? Xiao Wuji said naively. His eyes were godless, just like a statue, and his tone had gradually become unlovable. Ji Junhong stroked his chin. In fact, if he didn't care about this dragon emperor now, he guessed that there wouldn't be any danger to his second brother. The probability was that this dragon emperor would hide in an unoccupied corner and curl up, licking his wounds like a dog, but it wasn't what he wanted. Chapter 8. It's a sad story. The corners of Ji Junhong's mouth rose slightly as he slowly said, Brother Xia, with a strong character like Miss Xia's, it should be hard for her to like someone. You don't want Miss Xia to be unwilling to marry after this matter and regret her life, do you? What do you mean? Xiao Wuji looked angrily. Do you still want me to wish him happiness? Brother Xia, that's not how the words go. Ji Junhong filled up a cup of wine and handed it over. Xiao Wuji took it with an exasperated huff and drank it all. Ji Junhong pondered for a moment, his mind trying to figure out what to make up, then slowly spoke. I have a friend, hundreds of miles away, beside a certain river that curved like the moon. The Sword Saint, who had remained airborne for several days on dead guard, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky suspiciously, wondering, who is chanting my name? He then raised his chin, condescendingly. It seems that even if brother is not in the Jianghu still has the legend of brother. Hey, my damn charm. Ji Junhong continued. He has a sister who loves one of his arch-enemies, because of some other reasons, plus his obstruction. For more than 10 years his sister has been remembering this person and has never married. Xiao Wuji was silent for a long time, but he still couldn't help but ask. And then? Ji Junhong said. It was like one day for more than 10 years, and then only recently he figured it out and commissioned us brothers to help facilitate this. He let out a long sigh and wiped the corners of his eyes, his voice full of regret and sighing. Years later the two see each other again. The man has been seriously injured, dying, cannot get out of bed. The woman is old, full of white hair, wasted how many years, and how many regrets. If her brother can wake up earlier. Hey! This sigh was moving to the extreme, straight to Xiao Wuji's heart, causing his heart and mind to tremble, and then he fell silent once again. He raised his head to look at Xianingshang, who kept stabbing people with the demon dragon gun in midair just like she was crazy, and in a trance. He seemed to see that his sister had been alone in the cold palace for many years, depressed after he had prevented her from doing so. Xiao Wuji knew very well that according to his own sister's nature, it was very likely that she would be able to do it. Shengui Gongfu, Pop sat in the old man's chair. His burly body pressed this widened and reinforced and enlarged customized old man's chair all creaked and squeaked. Pops munched on his watermelon and wondered to himself. Junhong's words are touching, but I don't know which friend he's talking about. And we've never heard this story before? Just how much has this brat kept from me? Bai Rou came over with a fruit tray. Looking like a little girl with a gentle and cheerful smile on her face, she asked curiously as she smiled and placed the fruit plate on the table. Brother Tsunami Bear, what's wrong with you? You've been talking to yourself since just now. Pops laughed. Nothing, there's an expert here. We're not too worried, so we'll keep an eye on him. Not to mention, it's quite interesting, Bai Rou worriedly said. But your injury? Pop smiled and said, don't worry sister. We know what's in our hearts. That's good. Bai Rou smiled and nodded, pinching up a grape and eating it. These days, She was much happier living here than she had been in the previous 10 years. When these two boys have dealt with this new country, we can put down our hearts. Should we also go out to see this mountain? This water? The sword saint this old then have gone out to sneak around. He guessed that he also want to use this method to feel the next realm. Trapped in the capital for more than 10 years. It is time to go out to sea. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled and asked, Sister, in a few days, do you want to go out with my brother? Travel the continent, see the great mountains and rivers, let's stroll and eat all the way over. Just like back then. Without thinking, Bai Rou replied, yes, wherever brother Xiaoxiong wants to go, my little sister will follow him. Ji Xiaoxiong smiled and said, to be had. Right at this moment, Ji Xiaoxiong heard Xiao Wuji's voice in his ears again. Those two you mentioned, can they be together now? Ji Juanhong's voice lengthened a bit, not expecting the other party to ask such a question. So he made it up on the spot. They're both in such a miserable state now, half-formed, so naturally they won't be together to save dragging each other down. So they'll remain as brother and sister. Point blank. Ji Xiaoxiong heart thumped. Pupils instantly widened. First looked at himself sitting in the old man's chair paralyzed, and then look at sitting across the table. Just like a young girl with a pretty face by Rou. The horror in his eyes gradually widened, as if he had discovered something that collapsed his views. Brother Tsunami Bear, what's wrong with you? Bai Rou asked suspiciously, about to come up and reach out to stroke his forehead. Don't, sister, we're fine, Ji Xiaoxiong stammered, unable to resist shrinking back. However, this old man's chair was originally a rocking chair, and when he shrank so much, the chair instantly rocked back again. However, his big brain still inevitably touched by Rou's soft little hands. Aha! Ji Xiaoxiong instantly let out a panicked slugger scream, his voice so high that it was heard by a small half of the capital. It was then that he heard Xiao Wuji speak rather emotionally. That's a sad story. Chapter 9, Professional Exchanges Between Emperors. There was no need to pay attention to the mess on Pop's side. Ji Junhong and Xiao Wuji had already been sitting here in the sky for quite a while. There was also a lot of drinking, and naturally, the conversation became more frequent. You don't need to attend to state affairs? Xiao Wuji asked. I heard about it when I came here. You've only just founded the country. There should be a lot of trivial matters. Ji Junhong laughed. There's no harm in it. I have a bunch of people under my hand. Just let them do their job. And my brother has also arranged a lot of people for me who can solve a lot of things for me. Xiao Wuji's face was full of envy. That's great. I just became the emperor for a while. I really have to deal with everything. There's not even one person around who can be used. There's only a great witch priest. He grumbled. The great witch priest even pretended to be sick and took a leave of absence directly on the grounds that he's too old to stand these things. Ji Junhong was curious. How did you know he was faking it? He felt he had to learn, if he could use it later. After all, this is a professional exchange between two equally new emperors. Xiao Wuji expressionlessly returned, because every time I called the great witch priest to come over to help he didn't come, and then when I was too busy to do so, I called for someone to look for news of my sister. And every time it was safe and sound, and the great witch priest would always come over to help for 2 days on his ass. However, he only helped for 2 days, after which he immediately fell ill. After a long time, I realized that something was wrong, and once I pretended to come to the central plains to look for my sister. The great witch priest's waist didn't hurt anymore, his legs didn't hurt anymore, and his brain was also better, and immediately came over to persuade me not to come, and was also very industrious to help me for several days of work in a row. I knew something was wrong. That's why I snuck out. Ji Junhong opened his mouth slightly. Well, this can't be learned. He asked. Aren't you afraid that if you leave the Dragon Kingdom, there will be a big mess in the Dragon Kingdom? Xiao Wuji indifferently waved his hand and said, what are you afraid of? In fact, a lot of things don't even need you to do it yourself. They can do it well on their own. They just throw it to you out of habit. Don't believe me? Try disappearing for a while. Sure as. He had a little too much to drink and figured he was in a bad mood. So he pointed at the imperial city in the distance and said drunkenly, we are the emperor who holds the sun and the moon in his hands. If we only guard the imperial city and don't go to look at the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, then we are the prisoner of this city, a prisoner of this city, a prisoner of this palace. The tone of his voice was domineering and vaguely arrogant with a kind of rushing arrogance. Ji Junhong applauded with deep emotion. His mouth kept saying, learning to learn. Xiao Wuji suddenly twisted his head, his eyes carrying a hint of cold light. You are the emperor of this Daki. You are invincible at the same level within the Qi Kingdom. Why didn't you just snap me up when you made your move just now? His tone was calm, but there was an extra hint of shrewdness and coldness in his voice, completely different from the naive appearance of the party. Ji Junhong smiled and asked, Brother Long is joking. Why would a certain person do that? Xiao Wuji got up and looked down at Ji Junhong. His voice was cold and cold, vaguely revealing majesty and violence, like a ferocious beast that would launch an attack at any time. His raging aura pressed the surrounding trees to bow their heads. If you withhold me, in the future, your Daki will have one less formidable enemy, and the Dragon Kingdom, without a leader, will surely fall into chaos, and then you will swing your army northward, and you will surely unify the world. If you don't detain me, in the future, my Dragon Kingdom's iron cavalry will surely set foot on your Daki territory and occupy the central plains. His tone was murderous, filled with the majesty and brutality of an emperor. Ji Junhong looked up at him, his eyes gentle, their faces just less than a foot apart. Ji Junhong smiled faintly, like a spring breeze brushing his face and like ice melting away, but in a matter of moments, he completely dispersed the biting murderous aura around him. Actually, it's not too late for me to snap you. Xiao Wuji's cold face suddenly stiffened. Ji Junhong laughed lowly, uttering words that poked right into Xiao Wuji's heart. Brother Xia, do you believe that I can shake in two sect masters right now just by waving my hand? I can move within Daki at will, and as long as I want to, I can also shake in the Sword Saint Senior who is hundreds of miles away. His old man has been in the Air Force for a few days, and he's annoyed right now. I don't even have to do it myself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wuji suddenly laughed out loud. The biting aura on his body suddenly retracted, and he turned back into the same naive appearance he had before. Brother Ji is joking. Let's make peace. I'm sure Brother Ji wouldn't do such a thing. Ji Junhong took a slow sip of wine and laughed in a low voice. That's for sure. Drink, drink. Xiao Wuji sat back in his chair again and picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Ji Junhong's eyes flowed as he asked with a smile. Actually, what I said, I believe that Brother Xia has also thought about it a long time ago. But why does Brother Xia still want to come to this Daki? Xiao Wuji shrugged his shoulders and sighed in a low voice as he looked at the two people who were still tearing each other apart in the distance. So what? I only have this one sister. To tell you the truth, I've long arranged everything in the Dragon Kingdom. If I can't return from this trip, the Dragon Kingdom won't be in chaos. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to break into the border of Zhao alone. Ji Junhong nodded. That is the case. He nodded and said, I also only have this one brother. If it wasn't for him, a certain person wouldn't have to spend so much time with Brother Xia. What? Talking to me is in your way? Xiao Wuji asked with squinted eyes. Ji Junhong laughed. That's not true. Brother Xia and I are like old friends at first sight, and we talk so much alike. You Central Plains people have 800 hard eyes, and your words are all set up for people. Xiao Wuji drank a cup of white porcelain children's wine, and added, but this liquor is good. Turn around and send 2 carts over to me. That's a good one. Ji Junhong smiled, then stated the purpose of this time. Has Brother Xia considered that the Dragon Kingdom and Daki share the world? Let's use the Tianshui River, which is now the border between Daki and Zhao, as the boundary, with the Dragon Kingdom in the north and Daki in the south. Xiao Wuji raised his head openly and asked, You're not thinking of unifying the world? Ji Junhong smiled and asked, Does Brother Xia know what a certain weapon is? Human Emperor Sword. Legend has it that the holder of the Emperor Sword is the human emperor of the current world, and will inevitably become the co-owner of the world. Xiao Wuji said without a care in the world. But I'm inclined to not believe it. Even if it's a legend, I'll still fight for it. Ji Junhong looked at him calmly and said softly, The mission of the human emperor is just to give stability to the human race, to the world, without war and famine, so that the human race can survive in this world. If the two kingdoms share the world, it will reduce the displacement of the human race, and there will be fewer soldiers and fewer deaths. Whether or not to unite the world doesn't mean anything to me. Xiao Wuji was slightly stunned. It was the first time that he heard these words from an emperor. He looked deeply at Ji Junhong, admiration surfacing in his eyes. After thinking about it, I wanted to raise the price to say I think so too, but I couldn't do it. So in the end I seriously clasped my hands and came up with a sentence. On your word, a certain person is taught. Chapter 10, What will stop me next time? Ji Junhong smiled and casually waved his hand. Of course, a certain person is also selfish. After all, I don't want my brother and sister-in-law to fight later, right? Xiao Wuji shushed his eyes and said, That kid is not my brother-in-law yet. Sooner or later. Sooner or later. Ji Junhong grinned. He slowed down, and then opened his mouth to say, A certain person is also in Xia brother to throw. Think Xia brother also does not seem to want to be the world's co-owner of the person. Only this intention, if it is a radical person, has long been taken down in one fell swoop. Xiao Wuji was silent again and asked, You just believe that the Dragon Kingdom and Oki will coexist peacefully? Ji Junhong smiled and said, Just don't fight for at least the next 2 generations of us. That will stabilize the earth for a long time. And as for what will happen in the future, That's a matter for future generations. 2 generations? Xiao Wuji asked doubtfully. Ji Junhong grinned. Think about it. In the future, if Firechild and Miss Xia have a child, they must not be the co-owners of 2 kingdoms? That would be another generation. I'll say it again. That boy is not yet my brother-in-law. Xiao Wuji's voice raised 8 decibels, all a bit shrill. Sooner or later. Sooner or later. Ji Junhong grinned a low laugh. Xiao Wuji sat sullenly, drooping his shoulders like a dog. Ji Junhong's eyes rolled and he laughed again. Brother Xia might as well think of it this way. If we share the world, in addition to those few old undead, it is not our 4 mammals who have the final say. Xiao Wuji froze, then grinned. To be had. You Central Plains people just read a lot and talk so well. He then tightened his expression and said seriously. It's pretty hard though. There's filth north of the Dragon Kingdom, which is why we keep trying to move south. Ji Junhong froze, his brows furrowing. How dirty? It's dirty. Xiao Wuji nodded seriously. I realized it before I became emperor. And after I became emperor, that feeling became even clearer. That's why I hurriedly reorganized my troops and headed south. Ji Junhong rubbed his nose and thought seriously. If this plan of ours works, when I, Daki, have destroyed the Liang Kingdom, and you have destroyed the Zhao Kingdom, then we will begin to fight against those filth together. Xiao Wuji thought about it and seriously arched his hand. That's good. Ji Junhong smiled and looked to the east and said, I'm not going to hide it from you, Brother Xia, but in fact, there are dirty things on the east side of Daki as well, and that's what I felt after I became emperor. Xiao Wuji looked equally serious and asked, how dirty? It's dirty. Dirty. Ji Junhong said seriously. Xiao Wuji said indistinctly, no wonder you've been trying to unite the Dragon Kingdom and Daki from the beginning to the end. So you were waiting for me here. Ji Junhong said quietly. Brother Xia didn't also have the intention of joining forces from the beginning. Xiao Wuji glanced at him and suddenly grinned. Xiao Wuji picked up the wine cup again and drank it down, casually saying, I don't know what's going on. Ever since the heavenly locks were inexplicably opened, I've realized that the earth is much more dangerous than it was before. And there's a feeling of danger on all sides, which makes me very uncomfortable. Ji Junhong said. The same. On the surface of the lake, Jihua and Xianingshan were still fighting fiercely. Only these 2 reckoned they didn't realize that their brother had sold them both out, even setting the future of the children they would have in the future. However, at this time, Xianingshan was still angry. It was just that no matter how much she fought, she couldn't hurt Jihua. It couldn't be said that way. Once Jiefire was injured, he landed back on the ground and clunked back to full recovery from both his injuries and the internal energy he had expended. The more the fight went on, the more desperate Xianingshan felt. The tears in her eyes were constantly dense. And again, she forced herself not to flow out. She knew that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to take Jiefire with her. No hiding. She suddenly opened her mouth and drank. Jihua subconsciously stopped resisting before the human emperor's sword was picked out. Immediately afterward, Xianingshan once again pounced over and straight away pushed Jihua down to the ground. Considering the last time he was pounced on, Jiefire subconsciously licked his lips and didn't even know whether to remove his head or not. However, this time he only felt Xianingshan lying in his arms, not moving a muscle. Hot soft body into the embrace. Tightly pressed heartbeat. The nose tip smells the fresh fragrance. Even, he could feel the gentle trembling of the body of the person in his arms. Like, crying. This instantly calmed Jihua's restless heart. The rest, just calm. Jihua was stiffened on the ground, motionless, and only after a moment did he subconsciously put his hand around the waist of the girl in his arms. Your brother hugged my sister. From afar, Xiao Wuji said expressionlessly. Ji Junhong laughed. Your sister pushed my brother down. Humph. Xiao Wuji snorted coldly and skimmed his head. I don't know how long it had been like this, until Xianingshan suddenly raised her head, rested on Jihua's shoulder, and bit down hard. The bite hurt so much that Jihua grimaced, and should have already seen blood. Even so, Xianingshan still didn't let go and kept biting down deeply. For a moment Nori Fire wasn't sure if the hot touch on his shoulder was his blood or her tears that were ticking down. Your sister bit my brother, Ji Junhong said with a smile. Men, having multiple scars on your body is nothing, Xiao Wuji said expressionlessly. It was hard to wait for Xianingshan to let go, so Jihua heard the other party whispering softly in his ear. A hot, rolling stream of air blew gently against his earlobe, gentle and passionate, fiery and possessive, like a young female panther licking herself on her shoulder. The next time I see you, if this scar is gone, I'll stab you. Kai fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jihua felt his body empty. Xianingshan once again transformed into a huge black dragon, hovering in the sky, flying up and down, circling non-stop, and spitting out human words. I can't take you away this time. Next time I'll lead the Dragon Kingdom's Iron Cavalry to take you back. Let's see what your flying bear army can hold off my Long army. You wait for me." After saying that, she gave Ji-hwa a deep look, and with a twist of the dragon's tail and a turn of her body, she flew towards the north. Along the road, the pale dragon's roar continued to resonate in all directions. The people in all parts of the capital heard the cool dragon roar, and looked up to see a black dragon flying across the sky with its teeth and claws in the clear blue sky. Overbearing, ferocious, and not the least bit wild, Ji-hwa stood in place, staring blankly at the black dragon that was gradually disappearing from the sky, feeling the afterglow that was gradually dissipating in his arms for a long time. In the distance, Ji Junhong clapped his hands and sighed lightly. "A girl who dares to love and hate." Xiao Wuji raised his head slightly and said with pride on his face, "Of course, that's my sister." Ji Junhong also smiled with a fluttering brow. "That's my younger sibling." Instantly, Xiao Wuji's face darkened. Chapter 11, Can you also see that I've fallen out of love? Jai-Fire stood by the lake for a long time, until the sky darkened, and then he slapped his face in disinterest. He said to himself naively, "No matter what, life has to go on, doesn't it?" With that, he walked in the direction of the capital, walking and suddenly cursing in a low voice. "Damn, why is it like a breakup?" On the cliff, the two young emperors watched that departing back silently, and Ji Junhong snorted out a laugh. "Your brother has this look that says I've fallen out of love written all over his face, and you seem to be happy about it?" Xiao Wuji asked. Ji Junhong laughed. "I usually think that this second brother always looks like a teenager, less childlike. Now this is just right." Xiao Wuji shrugged his shoulders. Non-committal. Ji Junhong glanced at him and casually said, "Brother Xia, don't be happy. Miss Xia is probably crying somewhere right now. Aren't you going to go over and take a look?" Xiao Wuji's face instantly darkened, wanting to say something, then opened his mouth and finally sighed again. "With that nature, she won't let me know even if she cries. Instead of going over there, I'd rather let her cry quietly for a while, and it would be much better if she cried it out instead." Ji Junhong nodded, stroking his chin. "Based on my many years of relationship experience, it is indeed true." "Oh?" Xiao Wuji asked with considerable interest. "Is Brother Ji very experienced in love?" "That's for sure." Ji Junhong carried his hands behind his back and proudly said, "To tell the truth, the ancient temples in the mountains, the broken temples in the wilderness, the broken bridges of the West Lake, and even the broken cliffs, there are stories of my love. And now it is even more so that it has long since become a legend of a good story that has been circulating in the community." "Wow!" Xiao Wuji immediately clapped his hands in small increments, his face full of admiration. That said, Ji-hwa sighed. Anyway, there was nothing to go back, so he didn't bother to use his light power, and walked slowly all the way back. By the time he returned to the capital, the sky was completely dark. At this time, the moon and stars were sparse, and although many people had died in the capital, but after extinction meant new life, and there was a steady stream of merchants dragging large quantities of goods to the city. Some homeless people or people who want to move to the capital are coming towards this new city. These days, even there was such a thing as a murder house, but even in Ji-hwa's world, it wasn't as if no one lived in a murderous mansion, let alone in this chaotic world. It's not a big problem if you're bold. Moreover, the people here were all considered to have been overtaken by the human emperor's sword in the end, which counted as an auspicious word, and was much better than many murderous houses outside. Those who came to the capital would be arranged to register, and could first live in some furnished rooms, and later either pay money, or through labor, a certain errand or something, and finally the house would be owned by him. In a sense, this emerging city represents opportunity and renewal. As a result, even at this hour, there were still quite a few people at the city gates. If it were in the past, this would have been a curfew. It was only now that the curfew had been lifted that there was such a lively scene. Rather, it is some of the mold of the previous life. Ji-hwa's heart lamented a sentence. At this time, the guarding of the city was served by soldiers of the Flying Bear Army, who were checking the goods of the incoming and outgoing pedestrians one by one. While inspecting and saying something, those pedestrians showed surprise and interest, chatting with raised eyebrows and laughing out loud with hee 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 hee. The whole one is a sign of civil-military affinity. Seeing Ji-hwa coming over, those few generals immediately saluted respectfully. "Marshal." There was something strange in the tone. Ji-hwa nodded and walked towards the city with an expressionless face. After just a few steps, he heard a shout from behind him. "Marshal, wait a moment." A general walked over quickly, a few sugar-fried chestnuts wrapped in greaseproof paper in his hand, and smiled. "Marshal, these are freshly fried candied chestnuts, quite sweet. You eat them." When he said that, he tucked into Jai-Fire's arms without a second thought. He wanted to say something more, only the words came to his lips and then retracted, just shook his head and sighed. turning around to go back to guarding the city. Fire? Inexplicably, he picked up a sugared chestnut and took a bite. Well, it was pretty sweet. The street was full of pedestrians and lights and colors. Fire looked at the look. Suddenly some regret. If it is earlier in the day but can take Xianingshang together in the street to stroll around. Now, lean. What am I thinking? Wandering. Suddenly a bunch of people in front of the fast walking through. Look at this appearance as the Department of 6. I do not know is encountered what case. When the first person was originally ready to run high and walk the wall. CG Fire. Hard stop. Detached from the team to walk quickly. Second Prince. Iron Eagle said with a smile. Suddenly remembered. Then laughed. In a few days, I'm afraid I'll have to call the king. Jihua shrugged his shoulders and laughed. A certain person makes friends regardless of their status. Brother Tai can call them whatever he wants. Iron Eagle laughed and said with an odd expression on his face. What is this? Second Prince? Just got back from skating around outside the city. Jihua casually said as he munched on a sugared chestnut. Ironhawk let out an oh-so-quiet sound that trailed off a bit, then thought for a moment before finally patting Fire on the shoulder. It will all pass. Fire? Before Jihua replied, there was a shout from the Department 6 side. So Iron Eagle arched his hand and said, the second prince will stroll around first, and when Iron Mao has time, we'll get drunk again. Good. Fire inexplicably watched his opponent leave. For some reason, ever since he saw these two waves of people just now, he always felt that the people on the street were looking at him in a strange way. Jihua basically didn't know these people, but they knew him after all, now at least a celebrity. As the commander of the Fei Xiong army, the new Fei Xiong general, the strength is to reach the peak of the first grade. In the battle of the capital as the performance is extremely bright and outstanding. Jihua's name had spread throughout the north and south of the river, the Central Plains martial arts, and had even traveled abroad in just a few days. Coupled with the fact that Jihua had been skulking around the streets from time to time in order to buy food before, it was nothing like the legendary reputation, and the appearance of carrying a few bundles of vegetables and scallions in his hands simply had an inexplicable sense of contrast and proximity. So more people in the capital knew him. There are also quite a few ladies in waiting who purposely squat at the place where Jihua usually sneaks around to buy food, just to meet him. Brother Fire, a little girl child of 5 or 6 years old, still with snot bubbles on her nose, ran over, holding a small white flower in her hand and handed it over. Nah, here. Jihua received the flowers, a smile on his face, and before he could say anything, the little doll had already run back on his ass and threw down a sentence. Don't be unhappy, oh. If there's really no one for Brother Fire, I'll marry him when I grow up. The surrounding neighborhood women burst out laughing. Damn it! Whoever leaked it? Jihua's face was black, hurriedly covered his face and hurriedly left. Moreover, he found an unoccupied alley and directly flipped over the wall to hide away. He could sort of see that the capital could not be stayed in this period of time. Just 2 walls down, a shout was heard. Second Prince? Fire asked in an expressionless tone as he turned back. What? You can tell I've fallen out of love too? Li Ji looked stunned and subconsciously said, that's not true. Fire sighed in relief. Li Ji added, but Mr. Wen drank too much, and when he saw people, he said that the second prince had been dumped, and I already knew that. Chapter 12, Go beat up Mr. Man. Mr. Man, right? Got it. Fire said through gritted teeth. Li Ji smiled and said, the second prince does not need to be like this. Is not just dumped. How big a matter? Meh, Fire said with an expressionless face. Now I just want to know just how many people know about this. Li Ji shrugged his shoulders and said, this can't be said. To know that there are no secrets in the capital. As far as my experience is concerned, I guess the whole city knows now. He added, if the generals guarding the city also know about it, that means the people who just entered the city also know about it. It might not take more than a few days for the entire Central Plains to know about it. Jihua raised his head silently, and Li Ji asked curiously, what is the second prince doing? Nothing, I just thought. Fire spoke lifelessly. The wind is very boisterous today. Li Ji laughed, and then he squared his shoulders and took out the bronze door from his arms, cupped his hands and handed it over, and said seriously, second prince, this is what my late father asked me to give you before he died. As soon as Jihua heard this, he immediately looked serious, took the bronze door with both hands, and asked, the state master handed it over to me, can he say anything about it? He had seen this thing before, and Mr. One had used it to summon the human race salary fire, which was suspected to be something from the ancient times, and he did not know how many years it had been passed down, and the human race aura contained on it was very strong. My late father is not clear about the use, usually just used to cultivate arts and crafts. There is twice the result with half the effort, and he can't read the text on it. Li Ji paused, and then laughed, originally Mr. Wen these days to take to study. I guess did not see what. This day he drank too much and then gave me. Said to return to you, so that you are happy. In fact, you don't have to say this latter. Jihua did not look at the bronze door, but looked at Li Ji and arched his hand. Many thanks. Mr. Ji will take good care of it, and will live up to the State Master's trust. Li Ji smiled gently and returned the bow with an arch. What are Brother Li's future plans? Jaifire asked seriously. If you want to enter the dynasty as an official, a certain person can give Big Brother a voice. If it is from the army, a certain person can arrange for Brother Li to enter the Flying Bear Army, and LV Shui of the Flying Bear Army is also a magician by birth. Although, well, when Jihua said this he remembered Lu Shui's penchant for slapping people's asses when he saw a soldier of the Flying Bear Army, and was somewhat unable to say anything but vaguely. Although he's not going out of his way right now, he's pretty good at chopping people up, and he should be able to talk to Brother Li. Li Ji scratched his head, smiled shyly, and shook his head. I'm not hiding it from the second prince, but I actually don't want to go anywhere right now. Ha! Jaifire blinked. Li Ji smiled and said aloud, I've been locked up in the mansion since I was a child, learning academic law, reading ancient books, and I haven't even taken a good look at the outside world yet. I want to walk around to see the Jianghu. A light seemed to shine in his clear eyes as he said this. Jihua was slightly dumbfounded, then spilled a smile. He was aware of the State Master's intention to have his own son send this to him, plus Li Ji was also eye to eye with him, so there was no harm in being able to help out. I just did not expect the master of the country counting heaven and earth for a lifetime, but in the end did not calculate that his son's ideal as the world is so big. I want to go and see. Jihua smiled and arched his hand. In that case, then I wish that Brother Li will find poetry in a faraway place. Li Ji's eyes lit up, feeling that the words were very much to his liking, and then asked doubtfully, the second prince will not persuade? Jihua smiled and said, a certain person has also been lost, so he will not advise anyone to give up chasing his ideals. Li Ji smiled again and asked, but I'm not young anymore, and I've also reached the age of starting a family. Can you chase your ideals even at this age? Jaifire blinked, her eyes smiling, but the ideal stays young, doesn't it? Li Ji's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he clasped his hands and bowed, saying seriously, thank you, Brother Ji, for your guidance. Jaifire similarly saluted and said seriously, see you in the jungle then. See you in the jungle. Jihua smiled as he was about to climb over the wall and leave, when he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at Li Ji, who was rubbing his legs as he sat against the wall of the alley, and asked. Fong forgot to ask, what is Brother Li doing here? Li Ji sound. Scratching his head embarrassedly laughed, in fact, I just wanted to go to Ji brother to send that duo. Just want to try Jianghu people flying over the wall. I did not think that just turned over a few. On the lack of foot power fell down from the wall. Sprained his foot. No, I saw that you were having fun with the sword before. Didn't you rely purely on your physical strength and passion? Didn't you practice before? The corners of Jihua's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask, should I send Brother Li to the medical center? Li Ji quickly shook his head. No need. No need. It's a small injury. We've traveled the world and have suffered many injuries. Jaifire pursed her lips and asked again, you really don't need to? It's really not necessary. Okay. Jaifire shrugged and skillfully rolled up the wall, disappearing into the darkness. He was actually quite worried, fearing that this old brother would be caught by some female bandit as a suppressed lady just after entering the Jianghu. I have to say, now the capital is a lot less people. Scurrying high walking wall is also a lot less people. All the way masked all kinds of flip, but also did not meet a few people. Finally will not be pointed out. When he returned to the small courtyard, seeing the empty courtyard, Jihua froze, and an emptiness suddenly welled up in his heart. It must not be strong. So he cried out in a deep voice, little brown sugar. Not much later, a red light flashed in the courtyard, and a red paper umbrella quietly emerged, quietly rotating in midair. A small silhouette appeared under the umbrella as if it were twisted, gently grasping the handle of the umbrella and transforming into the form of a petite, cute little doll. It's none other than little brown sugar that I haven't seen in a while. Whoa 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 whoa. Jaifire actually took the initiative to call little brown sugar thought Jaifire had forgotten about little brown sugar Little brown sugar just came out and blah blah blah. The corner of this child's eyes are still topped with two small black circles, but the whole person is much more excited than before. Even the red paper umbrella that rotates in mid-air, the light is much denser than before. And I don't know how many people this girl has killed during this period of time. Jaifire looked at her with an expressionless face. Only then did little brown sugar timidly drop down, her feet stamping on nothingness, her little hands and arms behind her back. Brother want to kill who just say it. Not in a bad mood, do not have to stare at people like this. With that, he pulled out a bunch of sugar gourds and was about to hand them out. When he thought about it, he bit down 5 more sugar gourds, and then handed over the only one left, his mouth slurring. Not eat broad candy. Jihwa took the sugar gourd and bit down on it, then stuffed all the packets of sugar-fried chestnuts he was holding in his hands into little brown sugar's arms and said, "Go beat up Mr. Man so he doesn't find out it was you who did it, and shake people if you can't handle it." Little brown sugar's eyes lit up, and she swallowed her sugar plums in 3. "Don't worry, well, Mr. Wan drank too much and is still skulking around on the street. Koan Air and the others have been watching for a long time." Little brown sugar hugged the sugar-fried chestnuts with one hand. The other hand made a proper gesture, eyes blinking, revealing little tiger teeth. "Cute and lovely," said Little brown sugar errands. "Mission accomplished, yo." After saying that, she reached out her little hand to grab the red paper umbrella. Her body drove the red umbrella around in a circle, and with the light twisting strangely, disappeared without a trace. "This baby has progressed even faster than before." Jihwa muttered a sentence in his heart, and then looked at the empty courtyard and only felt refreshed. Well, it's true that turning your unhappiness into someone else's pain is the most effective cure. Chapter 13, You're running out of time. Jihwa returned to his room and lay on the bed, crossing his legs and observing the bronze doxies, looking like the ones displayed in the museum in his previous life, which were very old at first glance. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel the internal energy in his body flowing a little faster. Even on a hot summer night, there's a light coolness to holding this. Even when he got it, he could feel a sense of closeness. He took a look at the writing inside the bronze doxa. It looked like hieroglyphics, which he couldn't recognize anyway. But no matter what, this thing was not of a low grade. At least it wasn't the kind of thing that the sword saint usually used with his 5 tails of silver fine longsword. "Stow it in space," Jihwa whispered. The system was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly a prompt came out. "Permission has been granted to allow income." The bronze dox instantly disappeared from his hands and appeared within his mind. Sure enough, it's a spiritual item. Just when did I gain access? Jihwa was a bit strange in his heart, and with a thought, the bronze duo once again appeared in his hand. He tried to inject his internal power into the bronze door. Originally did not have much hope. After all, this thing has been in the hands of the state master for an unknown period of time, and Mr. Wan has also studied it for a period of time. If it can be used simply by injecting the power, they would not be such a dish. Sure enough, there was no reaction from the bronze doxa, and at most, some bright light appeared on it. Jihwa was about to give up when he suddenly remembered something. Could it be the posture? He got up from the bed and stomped his feet on the ground, and a wave of earth power surged into his body. Immediately, he injected this power into the bronze duo. Sure enough, the copper color on the top of the bronze doxa quickly turned to an earthy yellow, and the whole doxa shone much brighter. It's like nothing has changed. Jifire tried to shake it gently. Clang! Inside the tongueless duo issued a crunching sound. The sound is crisp and pleasant, like a copper bell. Listen to it to let a person a burst of clarity. Jifire only felt like an invisible force swept through the whole body. Refreshing. Today in Xianingshan fight when the soreness and fatigue are all swept away, one of the empty. Good stuff. Buffing stuff. Jihwa's eyes lit up and he was about to play with it, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He looked up and saw a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The moon is nice tonight. Jihwa opened his mouth slightly, suddenly thinking that it was better to wait to figure out the purpose of this thing before using it. The power was a bit outrageous. Now it was already midnight. Anyway, looking at the night, it was estimated that it would not rain, and he was too lazy to call people to repair the house. So he put the bronze doxa on the side of the bed, and would just lie down on the bed and rest. The moon was growing late, and he fell into a deep sleep. The original bronze door that had been quietly standing in a pestle and mortar, gently moved and jumped directly into his hand, which Jihwa subconsciously grasped tightly. "Drink!" What seemed like countless cries rang out. "Ha!" The voice shook heaven and earth. In the darkness of heaven and earth, at a glance, it was a dense mass of bare-chested, muscular, scarred, beast-skinned, abnormally tall, cloaked humans. They were filled with the aura of barbarism. Their chi and blood were abundant, and their essence far exceeded even the martial artists of the Central Plains. The men held their torches aloft, arranged in arcane formation, and with each loud yell, the torches in their hands danced with them, either to the left or to the right, up or down, flipped or waved. In the center of the crowd, there was a tall, handsome, middle-aged man. He was similarly bare-chested, only his disheveled hair was tied with a straw. His hands held high the bronze door. Originally, how many years after the bronze door has long been rusty. At this time all the rust completely disappeared. Exudes the ancient light, is like a flame light burning, with the middle-aged man's hands holding it up. The bronze door suddenly shot out a white light that went straight to the sky. This light instantly transformed into a barrier that spread out in all directions. Immediately after that, the field of view expanded rapidly, and it was only then that he realized that the entire continent was filled with this kind of human race holding torches and constantly dancing. The dancing flames, like a payload, burned the entire continent. If one were to look closely, one could see the trajectory of the burning of this salary flame, which was precisely the arcane formation formed by these people. This arcane formation was providing a steady stream of power at this moment, allowing the white barrier to spread rapidly. Hey! The crowd raised their torches high. Ha! The torches swung suddenly. Songs filled with savagery, resistance and survival were shouted from their mouths, and the war drums rang with fervor. The barrier that spread out from the bronze duo soon completely enveloped the entire continent, like a boundary, and like a burning sun, and beyond the boundary, there was a vast expanse of darkness. There's no sun or moon, no stars, as this sun shines brightly and dispels the darkness. Vaguely, something seems to be writhing in the darkness and shadows. Boom! Suddenly, a tentacle larger than a city-state swung on the boundary, but it didn't even stir the ripples of the boundary. On that tentacle, there were countless dense blood-red eyes blinking rapidly, staring resentfully at the middle-aged man standing in the center of the continent below. Surrounded by countless human races, the continent looked like a marooned island under the shroud of the boundary. The middle-aged man looked at the high-altitude stonily, suddenly sensing something, gripping the bronze doxa tightly and suddenly looking at another place. His sight seemed to penetrate space and time. Looking straight over, he seemed to see something. A glimmer of realization appeared in his eyes. Then the thumb and index finger of his right hand were pressed against each other, and the remaining 3 fingers were erected. Open mouth. You're running out of time. The bronze duo suddenly shone with a flash of white light, which instantly covered the entire heaven and earth. Jihwa only felt that the light of that bronze door in his sleep was too hot and muddled his face, and now he only felt that his face was too hot, and his eyes were as harsh as if the sun was shining on them. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the sun high in the sky. The sun was falling squarely on his face and it sure stung. It was midday, and he figured he'd been in the sun all morning, so it was no wonder he was feeling parched. Jihwa casually grabbed it, and sure enough, the bronze duo had been tightly grasped in his hand at some point. At the same time, he felt the drawing pattern of an additional formation in his mind, the mnemonic for casting the spell, and the name, Cage, with heaven and earth as a prison, or with us as a prison? Jai-Fire nagged himself, scratching his head in agony. I always feel like I've discovered something extraordinary. Is this the price of being a traveler? Why can't I be allowed to lie down honestly? System, are you there? What do you think about this? There was no response from the system in his head. Jihwa's eyes twinkled as he rubbed his chin, dragging out a long, emotional ah. It's a beautiful day, and I wonder what day it is again. What should I do? Ding. Side quest 1 peak. Contents, setting up a temple to collect the power of faith of the human race. Preparing in advance for the opening of the Heaven and Earth Cage Grand Formation. Reward, 1 day of good luck, effect equivalent to the Divine Orderer falling asleep in some cave on the lap of some Euro Emperor woman. Chapter 14 Pure Prison Wind. Jihwa's heart skipped a beat when he just saw 1 peak, and the corner of his eyes had twitched madly when he saw the reward column. No, I can understand you being restricted in covering up your messages, but why did Spit go into such detail? And the fact that you were in the shadows the whole time? There was no response from the system. Jihwa also does not expect this broken system can have much reaction. He also guessed the other side of the heel, counting on the system is now counting on him. So this is so unconcerned. The system can't talk freely, but he can talk freely. It's like playing a game where the other person is halfway through the sentence, you talk like a frog, and we've already made up a little love story to connect us to the other person's relatives with the speed of our hands from years of being single. In the end, both were reported because of the spring hang-ups. It was now midday, and Jihwa was too lazy to cook. So he went out into the street to find food, and incidentally, to find his eldest brother to set up the temple. Combined with what he saw in the dream, Jihwa always felt that he had entered a big pit. It always feels like the system has interacted with me more since I practiced Elemental Atlas. Jai-Fire rested her hands behind her head and spoke casually. It always feels like I stabbed the basket. The system is furious, all kinds of looking for a patch, all kinds of looking for bugs to plug this broken basket. Now it's actually even rewarding out things like luck. How I used to draw it. I never saw it give good things. It feels like a worried old mom. The words. With a boom, a tiny lightning bolt suddenly struck a foot in front of Jihwa. Close contact with this lightning made Jihwa's hair stand on end. And even more so, he felt the lightning run along the ground all the way up to his head, making his hair go numb at the roots. He also played with lightning, but it always felt like this lightning was completely different from the ones he usually summoned. It's the kind of thing that even a sword saint would have to walk around if he saw it. Jihua's cold sweat broke out immediately. Looking up at the sky, blue sky, white clouds, blazing sun, no dark clouds at all. You're red warm, aren't you? It's red warm, isn't it? Jai-Fire whispered as he wiped his cold sweat away. This breaks the defense, and the temper is too violent. Before the words left his mouth, his heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly dodged towards the side. Another bolt of lightning struck down, blasting a small crater in the ground. The lightning struck at just the right time, falling when he was able to dodge it, and the aftershock electrified his whole body, numbing him, but not harming him in the slightest. Cluelessness doesn't hurt your brain. Ha 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 ha. It's just red warm. Jihua lay straight on the ground, letting the surrounding pedestrians point at him, and only after a while did he slow down. Lunch at noon, casually find a store to eat the meal. Now many outsiders in the capital to open stores can eat a variety of food in the Central Plains. Jihua ordered a meat bean curd, something he hadn't eaten before, which consisted of tender bean curd, shiitake mushrooms, slices of slippery pork, pork liver, vegetables, bean sprouts, and other things stewed together, coupled with the oil and chili water. The various dishes with go down, let a person's appetite. Jihua directly dry 3 big bowls of rice bubble soup, finally eaten to support. When he finished his meal and came leisurely to the palace, he happened to see Mr. Man coming from the other end. Yo, Mr. One, haven't seen you in a few days. Why did you change to the pure prison style? The corners of Jihua's mouth curled up, his face full of surprise. Mr. One covered the corners of his mouth. His face was bruised and purple, and there were obvious traces of rope strangulation on his neck and wrists, which looked like tortoise armor bondage. Ever since Little Brown Sugar took charge of the punishment, she had followed the turtle armor binding that Jihua used to use in the old days, and had also taught this binding method to Department 6 and the Delezy. This tying method was well received by both departments. Just this tying method, if the hand is heavy, the marks on the body are very obvious, basically will leave such a standard. Passers-by can recognize at a glance, this goods is just released from the prison. Now the capital city mixed. Many people guilty of things are not heavy, but also on the fights and assaults, basically is tied up and carried into the prison, beatings thrown out. This has resulted in the streets of the Jianghu people are many with such binding injuries. These days the culture of the capital has become you do not have turtle armor binding injuries on the body is not out of prison. I look down on you. So some Jianghu people, in order to save face, and do not want to go to the prison to get a beating, will secretly in the home sew tied, or go to the drunken flower house into the export trade with some special tunes. I've heard that this trend has spread outward, and even more rapidly among the younger generation. Since Jihua young man became famous, his deeds in the Jianghu are widely rumored. A pile, a piece, but also barely as a chivalrous word. Many young people were already interested in the Jianghu, and at this time, under the influence of Jihua, they began to practice martial arts, and the martial arts practice culture in Daki gradually emerged. In the fantasy of the younger generation, Jihua should be a heavy Jianghu flavor, 8 feet tall, 8 feet around the waist, covered with turtle armor bound scars. So many young gentlemen secretly try it at home, and other readers, in order to increase the flavor of the Jianghu on their body and look a little young warrior style, will deliberately tie a few hours before participating in the poetry society. If the collar accidentally slipped downward while reciting a poem, and the wrist was accidentally exposed again, it would lead to a gasp of surprise. If you add a sentence or two: a few days ago, I saw a bully bullying men and women. Angry, went up to take a hand. I did not think that the heavy hand, to go to jail for a time, but also will attract a lot of envy of the readers and the talent of the girls' admiration. It's the pint that's wanted. Mr. Wen covered his face with a grimace and said in a good-natured manner, last night, Mr. Wen made a mistake and was beaten up. Jihua was surprised. Ha, do you know who did this? In broad daylight, the whole world has committed such atrocities. Mr. Man said with certainty. Department 6. Jai-Fire blinked. Why are you so sure? Mr. Wen seriously analyzed. First of all, this tying method is very professional. Secondly, there are only a few people in the capital who can knock me out in one go. It must be the 4 famous fighters together. Lastly, a few days ago I was giving a lecture to the younger juniors and demonstrated divination on the spot and figured out that Iron Eagle wasn't wearing pants. I heard that he was chased by a group of people that day asking how does it feel to be in a gap and ended up hiding in the drunken flower house. He must be harboring a grudge over this. The Iron Sheriff's temper is really good. Which didn't he beat you up? Jihua secretly poked and prodded in his heart and thought. Mr. Wen glanced at Jihua and was also surprised. But why did the second prince change his style as well? Ha 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 ha. Jihua dashingly jerked his long hair, which had been curled up by the lightning, and laughed. I had nothing to do today, so I gave myself a curly perm for a change of hair, for a change of mood. Mr. Wen muttered. then the second son's handiwork needs to be practiced again. Mr. Wen can smell the burnt smell. Jaifire's smile faltered, and he suddenly wondered if little brown sugar had punched him a little too lightly. Chapter 15, Creating a God. Entered the palace. The officials coming and going inside are quite a lot, one by one in a hurry, but also with stacks and stacks of dossiers, all with an excited smile on their faces. Jinhua estimated that, on their energy to go to work, even if 007 is willing, the boss of the previous life to look at the estimates have to jump up from the bed. Jinhua didn't go all the way with Mr. Wen, but went to the main hall first, and before he even went in there was a bunch of people yelling and arguing inside, all kinds of cursing, and the tone was still very loud. Only when Jinhua came in, everyone stopped what they were doing and saluted towards Jinhua. See the king of Qi, Qi Wang, the same sound as Qi. This is a direct decision of the eldest brother. Jinhua does not have much opinion on this kind of thing, as you like. Anyway, he does not go to the court on weekdays. On top of that, little brown sugar was named Sugar Princess. Well, a very fairy tale title. Anyway, this girl was quite happy, and then asked the eunuch who came to announce the decree at that time a question. Little brown sugar has become a princess. Does she want to kill? Later, before he could finish his words, Qian 23 covered his mouth, and several others hurriedly thanked him. By the way, Pops was honored with the title of emperor, except that no one dared to go to announce the decree, and the eunuch who went in was kicked out by Pops. But, well, that's always a good thing, so those generals of the Flying Bear Army brought wine and had a drink with Pops, though no one mentioned it. Just sometimes Jinhua thought, before the old father is not assured of only the old emperor, the national master and the Flying Bear Army of this gang of brothers. Now the first two have gone, along with the former dynasty of civil and military officials all packed away. Flying Bear Army also handed over to Jifire. In a sense, Pops counted himself as unattached. Jifire walked into the great hall and opened his mouth. There's no need to be polite, do what you need to do. King Qi. All the 100 officials saluted. None of these people Jinhua knew. Some were officials from previous places, some didn't even have official status, many of them were dressed casually and didn't even wear their official uniforms. But Jinhua knew that these people had real skills just by listening to their chats for a while. Jinhua shrugged his shoulders and looked around the hall for a while, not finding his eldest brother, so he went to the Imperial Study. Inside the Imperial Study, Mr. Man has been here for a long time. In addition to this, there were two other people. One was a country face, middle-aged and old man-like, full of Confucianism, named Ning Fengxi. This was a Confucian bigwig, a contemporary Confucian powerhouse. There was another person who was tall, with a thin face and an 8-road beard, squinting his eyes, and had been smiling as he watched Mr. Wen and Ning Fengxi argue, and didn't say much. This person is called Song Ping. The origin of Jinhua is not clear. Before that should not be famous. Just before the big brother mentioned, the eldest brother was wearing a moon-white robe and they were discussing things. When he saw Jinhua coming over, he smiled and said, "The second brother is here." The remaining three hurriedly bowed and saluted, although outside that was another matter. But in the Imperial Study the etiquette that should be there still had to be there. Jinhua nodded and casually said, "Big brother, I've come to discuss something with you." Seeing his expression, Ji Junhong raised an eyebrow and screened off his left and right attendants, leaving only Mr. Wen and the three of them, and opened his mouth. "What is it?" Jinhua pulled out the bronze door, and said seriously, "I need to build temples within Daiki. With this bronze door as the idol for the people to worship and collect the power of incense." The crowd was shocked at these words. The eldest brother nodded his head immediately and said with a smile, "Good." Ning Fengxi immediately jumped out to oppose. "Your Majesty, this move is a laborious one." Before he could finish his words, the eldest brother had already looked toward him, and Ning Fengxi instantly retracted his mouth, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't say anything else. Mr. Wen, on the other hand, was puzzled. King Qi, could this be the correct use of the bronze duo? He had studied this thing for a long time, but he didn't see anything, and after many years at Li Hua's place, he still hadn't studied it, but he didn't expect Jinhua to know how to use it just after he got his hands on it. Jinhua vaguely explained with a sentence, "That's right, this object will be of great use in the future." The eldest brother had already taken out the map of Oki from behind him and asked, "Second brother, what is the size of the temple you want to build? How much is needed?" Jifire spread out the map, and next to it, he wrote down in fine detail with a brush, "The temple doesn't have to be too big, as long as there are people to worship it, and the temple needs to be surrounded by engraved inscriptions like this. Every state, county, and prefecture should be built, and in addition, these directional shrines need to be connected in a line." Several people were curious as they went up and looked at the drawings drawn by Jinhua. Song Ping couldn't understand it at all. he wasn't in this field. Ning Fengxi and Mr. Wen both frowned, pondering the origin of this formation. Ning Fengxi was surprised. What a complex array, with each county as a small array, and connected to each state and county. In the end, the whole of Daki will be shrouded under this array. And, he didn't open his mouth when he spoke, and looked at Jihua with a strange look in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Jihua was the emperor's own brother, and that the emperor still had full trust in him, I'm afraid that Ning Fengxi would have wanted to yell out traitor right now. I don't know what the effect of this formation is, but if it is activated, the eye of the formation will be the bronze door in Jihua's hand, and the entire Daki will be within his grasp. This is such a big deal really. Mr. Wen kept projecting the utility of this formation, but in the end, he gave up in dismay and smiled bitterly, arching his hand. The great talent of the King of Qi is beyond the reach of a certain person. Jiefire shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm learning now too. Mr. Wen added, however, King Qi, this formation if I am not wrong, in the future, if we capture the Liang Kingdom. That's right, Jihua said dryly. At that time, the territory of the Liang Kingdom also needed to be furnished with such a temple. The more land it occupies, the more faith power it collects, and the stronger the effect of the formation. When these words were said, both Mr. Wen and Ning Fengxi fell silent. This kind of terrifying formation, if it was in the hands of a trustworthy person, it would naturally be a good thing for Daki, but he was afraid that if it fell into the hands of an outlaw, it would be the end of the line. If we were to say that Ji Junhong was now the emperor of Daki, and was connected to Daki, the formation that Jihua was trying to set up at this time was also trying to connect with the entire Daki, without even having to suffer the backlash of being connected to Daki's Qi, putting it in history, no matter who wanted to do so, except for the emperor. He was afraid that he would be dragged out and chopped directly. No one dares to ask whether this bronze Takara can be handed over to Oki. Eldest brother sat on the dragon chair, quietly waiting. Even the cloth formation diagram was only scanned a few times and then didn't look at it. He couldn't read it anyway. All done talking? Big brother waited for them to finish before speaking. In that case, Minister Ning, I will leave this matter to. Before he finished his words, he saw Song Ping raise his head slightly out of the corner of his eye. There was some hesitation in Big Brother's heart. Then he smiled and asked, what is Brother Song's opinion? Jihua also looked at Song Ping. This person did not speak from the beginning to the end, and he did not know what kind of heel he was. Song Ping arched his hand and asked, dare I ask King Qi, is this formation very important? It's important. Jiefire nodded seriously. Ji Junhong swept a glance at Jihua with slight consternation. He could feel that sense of eagerness and urgency in Jihua's tone. This kind of seriousness, Ji Junhong had never felt it in Jihua before. Even when they fought that fox together back then, Jiefire didn't take it much more seriously. This caused Ji Junhong to narrow his eyes, and his original posture of casually sitting on the dragon chair straightened up quite a bit as he earnestly swept his eyes over the formation diagram. It's like, used as a defense against something. Does it mean that the second brother has also found it? Ji Junhong's eyes have a hidden flow of golden light, although he does not know the formation, but he can appraise it. Song Ping asked again, but reckless? Before Jiefire could say anything, Big Brother had already said flatly, no matter the cost, no matter the consequences. Yes, Mr. Wen, Ning Fengxi, and Song Ping simultaneously arched their hands. It was only at this time that Song Ping spoke his thoughts, and before he said it he deliberately stood farther away from the. In that case, if we only enshrine this bronze artifact, I'm afraid that not many people will come. How about directly enshrining the statue of the King of Qi, which shows the King of Qi holding this bronze artifact in his hands? Let's say it's to build a life shrine to pray for the King of Qi and also bless the people on one side. With King Qi's reputation now, the temples should be inundated. If we then publicize it secretly, we will be able to gather the power of faith in large quantities in a short period of time. Making God. Jihua's heart jumped as he looked Song Ping up and down, suddenly thinking that this man was a madman. He didn't even dare to play like this. Disorderly ministers. Your Majesty, please behead this guy Song Ping. Ning Fengxi finally roared the words out. She had never dared to say them to Jihua before, but now she finally found the opportunity. He also took the opportunity to take off the shoes that had been prepared long ago and threw them fiercely, more or less with a bit of personal resentment, only to be deftly dodged by Song Ping, who had been prepared. Chapter 16. Behold the hand of my Eugene. Song Ping squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Mr. Ning is being rude. Song is just a mediocre schemer. Ning Fengxi pointed at his nose and cursed. Do you know what you're talking about? If you do this, how much of an impact will it have? Historically, only demons have collected the power of the people's faith with the help of a small country, and this would all be called heresy, evil gods, by the history books. First, You don't say that you want the King of Qi to walk the path of the evil god in person. But even more so, where are you putting his majesty? Song Ping shrugged his shoulders and innocently said, that's what you guys have to consider. Song Mao is just making suggestions. He doesn't know anything about arts or anything like that at all. He's just an ordinary person. Mr. Song is just suggesting the most suitable solution. Rebellious minister. I'll shoot you. Ning Fengxi took off his other shoe and ran straight over to Song Ping, who ran toward the nearby pillar without saying a word. The two ran around the pillar, and no matter how much Ning Fengxi fought, he just couldn't hit it. You come and hit me. Come and hit me. Ika didn't hit Song Ping, even taunted twice every now and then, exasperating Ning Fengxi to wow. It's like two kids playing. Ji Hua shushed his eyes, glancing first at the accustomed Mr. Man and then at his bored and yawning eldest brother, and asked, are they usually like this? Eldest brother smiled. Just get used to it. You'll see in the next few days. Pretty energetic, Fire commented. Eldest brother coughed, and the two who were scuffling around all of a sudden came over obediently. Ning Fengxi was barefoot, wearing only brand new stockings. Ji Hua estimated that it might be because he had to take off his socks like this every day, and if he didn't get new socks, he was afraid that they would smell. Eldest brother put away the formation diagram and handed it to Ning Fengxi. Smiling, Minister Ning, make a copy of this formation diagram, and then this matter will be left to you. Just do as Mr. Song says. Here. Ning Fengxi agreed without the slightest hesitation. In fact, when he saw Ji Juanhong's expression, he knew that this matter had already been finalized. It was just that his heart was not able to get angry, so he thought of beating up Song Ping. Eldest brother looked at Song Ping again and smiled. Mr. Song, the matter of pushing up the reputation of the King of Qi will be left to you. Song Ping's squinting eyes curved as he asked, to what extent? This, big brother looked to Fire. This is trying to make me a star. Theoretically it works, as long as my reputation is higher. Plus the fact that I'm holding a bronze doxa in my image in the temple. The people will automatically associate me with a bronze doxa whenever they think of me. So it seems that even if they don't go to the temple, they can still collect the power of faith. It wasn't as large as going to the temple, but it couldn't be helped that there were so many people, and they could be collected whenever they thought of me. If I publicized the Qiankuan sect again. Considering all of this, Ji Hua felt more and more that Song Ping's idea was very reliable. And of course, crazy was also very crazy, so he shrugged. I don't care. Dirty water can be thrown at me at will, as long as I can collect a large amount of faith power. Only then did Song Ping laugh excitedly. In that case, Mr. Song is welcome. Ji Hua's whole body shivered, suddenly feeling as if it wasn't a good thing for him to agree. There's another problem, Mr. Man reminded. Since ancient times, most of the people who establish temples for worship are demons, and even if we were to enthrone them in the name of Daki, if we don't get heaven's answer, punishment will surely come down. Right. Ning Fengxi similarly nodded. That's what I'm worried about. Even that thousand-faced demon fox didn't dare to establish a temple to seal the god in Great Zhou, simply because once it was enshrined, it would be subject to the wrath of heaven. If it's bad luck, I'm afraid that a thunderbolt will strike directly on the head of the King of Qi just after the temple is established. Eldest brother rested his chin on one hand and looked at Ji Hua with a questioning look in his eyes. The heavens have promised. Ha! Fire smiled indifferently. This is not a big problem. Just rest assured. The eldest brother's eyes smiled at once. In that case, it is so decided. No. Are you so sure you won't be struck by lightning? The boss is a human emperor, won't he even dare to make this guarantee, right? Or is it that you are playing with thunder that has long been split silly? The other people showed odd colors and muttered in their hearts, and finally promised to do so. With this finalized, Ji Hua didn't bother to watch them fight in the Imperial Study, and just as he exited the door of the Imperial Study, a system alert came. Side quest 1 peak, completed. Reward, from this moment onwards, Hong luck will prevail. Time limit, 1 day. It seems that the system was in a hurry, too, and this was ruled as a direct completion of the mission. When Ji Hua left the palace, he went straight back to the small courtyard, only to realize that the roof of the small courtyard had not been repaired. Forget it, it's not supposed to rain for a few days, is it? He went straight back to the house and took a deep breath. Although he didn't smell the scent of the day, he leaned on Xianingshang's thighs, but that feeling of oomph still came. Here it comes, that's what it feels like. His consciousness sank into his mind and he looked at the huge carousel in the nothingness, which read childish. 100% win. The words on the wheel were actually so friendly at this time. Now that the emperor is possessed, Ji Hua rolled up his sleeves and rubbed his hands together excitedly, just like when he was a kid playing with scratch-offs. Watch me God draw. I want to smoke 10 times. Draw 10 times. 10 times. Subaru. The cries resounded far into the void. The turntable then rotated madly, and vaguely a golden light flickered continuously from the turntable. Chapter 17, think of it as a good deed. I ended up losing. Lose it all. Lose nothing. Ji-hwa sat on her knees in the courtyard with silent eyes and tears in her eyes, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. 2 million points, plus the Emperor's possession. It's not much of a problem to draw a 4 million cultivation value, is it? At least I can cultivate the elemental atlas to the 3rd layer. I didn't expect to end up drawing 2 million cultivation values. It was also just enough to be able to cultivate the 2nd layer to perfection. Other than that, the rest was all flowers except for one thing that was drawn. Should I make a flower cake for dinner? The thought popped into Ji-fire's head, then shook it off hard, yelling in his head, refund. It was just a shame that the nothingness in his head didn't respond. Ji-hwa shrugged his shoulders, then closed his eyes, and the 2 million cultivation values were all charged into the elemental atlas, so the 2nd layer was directly consummated. Hint, the 2nd level of the elemental atlas, Earth, is a great success. The arcane information entered Ji-hwa's mind directly, and even the true chi in his body was working on its own. Ji-hwa couldn't help but sit on the ground with his legs crossed, feeling the constant flow of power pouring in from the ground, even more frantic and jumping for joy than before. The earth had become indistinguishable from him in this instant, and like a pair of hands gently embracing him, the power to thicken, nurture, grow, and carry all things was manifested in a moment. Ji-hwa closed his eyes tightly and carefully felt the power. He suddenly had a feeling that this earth power seemed to be just like the true chi in his body. As long as he was willing, he could mobilize it at will. There's really no difference between in vivo and out of vivo. When you move with your heart, you can mobilize the power of the earth with a wave of your hand. It's a realization. He took a deep breath, only to feel that his whole body was filled with the power of the earth and was refreshed. Then he opened his eyes. It was dark before my eyes. Ji-fire blinked and realized it was still pitch black. No! Did I go crazy practicing kung fu? Did I lose my eyesight? He moved his body around, only then noticing that it seemed to be in a place that was stickier than air. Ji-hwa casually fished and touched a contraption, touching it carefully, long and thin, with some strange grooves and meridian things on it. It seemed to be a cut-off tree root. It 1TB. He thumped in his heart, and his mind moved, and his body quickly floated up, and then emerged from the ground. Bah! It came out in a bad position and just opened its mouth and bit a mouthful of grass. He burrowed out of the ground as if a force had dragged him out with no effort at all, and his body was even cleaner than even the dirt. It's bad. It's really earthbound, he pondered, and with a thought, he burrowed into the earth again, this time feeling it more clearly. Being underground was even more comfortable than being in the water. He was like a fish in the water, and he could even breathe, speak, etc. through the power of the earth. As long as he is willing, his speed can be strangely fast, and he can even casually weave in and out of the ground, just like the legendary earth escape technique. The problem is, he can't see it. Plants, he cursed, what's the use? I can't see anything. Wouldn't I drown if I accidentally drilled into the underground lake? Or drill into the lava and give it a scald? He sat cross-legged on the ground and reached up to touch his chin, now able to move naturally and casually, just like instinct. Except, he's still invisible. I hadn't heard that the earth-bending technique was invisible before. Ji-hwa said rather helplessly. Well, I haven't heard of anyone who knows the earth escape technique before, and I don't count this as earth evasion. It's at best a utilization of earth power. I was thinking of leaving the ground, but then I thought I'd come all the way here. So I just wove my way through the dirt, showing my head every now and then to see where I was going. To be reasonable, Ji-fire was really worried that he would dive headfirst into a dry toilet while drilling like this. Mother, a head just came out of the ground, stared at you for a while, turned its head and hit the wheel of the cart, and retracted back into the ground. Hey, there was a little girl child pointing at the ground in a milky voice, a beautiful woman who had just changed her clothes, with a convex front and curved back fastening her buttons, came over from that end of the carriage, and was first startled, and after carefully inspecting it, she stretched out her finger to point at the girl child's forehead without any goodwill. What nonsense! How can anyone come out of the ground? There it is! He's got a nosebleed! Puff! The beautiful woman laughed out loud and said, if there really is such a funny person, he must be a fledgling, so it's not a loss to show him, as a good deed. Come, taste what it tastes like. You definitely don't have this ground-up hot pot over there. Eldest brother excitedly used his chopsticks to pick up the veggies and dump them into the pot, his eyebrows raised. It was only some years ago that I went to see Firechild and occasionally ate a ground floor hot pot once, and the flavor was memorable at the time, and it just so happened that I heard that a new one had opened in the capital in the past few days, so I brought you here to try it out. Xiao Wuji had already taken a big bite of his rice, and he had also mixed himself a red oil chili water, the same as Xiaoningshang's before, with quite a lot of folded ear root in it. Looking decent. Yum yum yum. Xiao Wuji picked up a ball of veggies, put it in the chili water and dipped it, then put it on the bowl. The red oil dipping water wrapped around the leaves dyed the rice red. A mouthful of steak. The spicy flavor went straight to the taste buds. Big brother smiled and chucked another piece of bacon into his bowl and laughed. Try this again. It's also a masterpiece. Xiao Wuji suspiciously glanced at his big brother and explained. Don't look at me like this. We actually have quite a lot of delicacies in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm just hungry. Eldest brother picked up the white porcelain children's wine and filled it up, his eyes smiling. That's natural. The Dragon Kingdom is rich in produce, and there are naturally a lot of delicacies. Just Xiao brother first came to Daki. We also have to do the landlord's friendship, is not it? Only then did Xiao Wuji relax, and blah 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 quickly dry rice again, which didn't take long before a bowl of rice was dried out again, only to see him get up and was about to slam the bowl on the floor with his customary force. When he saw Ji Junhong's eyes, he snapped and put it down again. Last night he was told off for this, so he could only sullenly and loudly drink. Xiao Air. Serve 3 more buckets of rice. Sitting back in the chair, the more I thought about it, the more I was not happy. So I put the bowl with a force, making a bang sound. Well, get comfortable. Ji Junhong smiled and then asked with a straight face. What do you think about what Firechild mentioned during the day? Xiao Wuji didn't even lift his head, still quickly picking up his meal, and casually said, that kid has probably found out something as well, and may even know more than us. During the daytime when Ji Junhong was busy dealing with political affairs, Xiao Wuji was idle and bored, and was too lazy to stroll around the capital alone, so he hid in the secret passage behind the imperial study. I don't know which generation of emperors built the secret passage, which has all the beds and furniture, and can also lead directly to the harem. Anyway, no matter whether Ji Junhong or Xiao Wuji found it, they all felt that the previous emperors were quite good at playing. Right. Ji Junhong took a sip of his wine and said seriously, I can feel the tightness of the Firechild. Not asking? Xiao Wuji asked. Ji Junhong smiled and said, why ask? What he wants to do. A certain support is just that. Xiao Wuji nodded. He understood this kind of feeling. Ji Junhong handed over a copy of the formation diagram that he had someone reproduce today from his arms and said, Brother Xia, this formation, should it be set up within the Dragon Kingdom as well? Chapter 18 Ugh. You guys haven't paid yet. Xiao Wuji glanced at him and suddenly snorted out a laugh. Is Brother Ji joking? If my Dragon Kingdom also set up this formation, if that Jihua activates the formation in the future, won't my Dragon Kingdom fall into his grasp? Ji Junhong laughed. If it's according to our conception, in the future, the Dragon Kingdom and Daki will definitely unite, and if the two of them have a son boy, the unification of the two countries won't be a matter of concern. So what's the difference between arranging the array now or later? Xiao Wuji clunked his rice again, then served a bowl, scooped up a bowl of hot pot soup and directly soaked the rice, very heavy, without saying a word. Ji Junhong laughed again. Moreover, Brother Xia can also just build the temple without having to tell the nationals what the temple is for, and he doesn't have to collect the power of faith, he just prepares it first. If something does happen later, it won't hurt to collect it then, and since the Dragon Kingdom will be guarded by formations at that time, it won't be without the power to fight back. Xiao Wuji looked at Ji Junhong with a smirk. I understand all the reasoning. Only, if we really take this formation diagram, the Dragon Kingdom will really be tied to Daki in the same boat, and Ji Fire will become the patron saint of the two countries above the overriding emperors. Do I look like a cutie to you who would give the Dragon Kingdom to that Ji-Fire kid? Ji Junhong took a sip of wine and said slowly, the enemies of our two countries have never been each other. Hey! Xiao Wuji laughed, reached out and took that formation diagram over, carefully storing it in his arms, and laughed. You're such an accurate judge of people. I'm really this kind of cutie. Ji Junhong laughed. Mr. Ji doesn't do things he's not sure of. Besides, even if you don't believe in me, do you still not believe in your brother-in-law? That kid is still not my brother-in-law. Xiao Wuji didn't have the good sense to say. Then he paused. His face suddenly oddly said, say, if I also follow your Daki's practice and get a statue for Jihua, it's good to create a momentum. Just say that it's my sister's future husband. Just, if my sister knows, what should I do then? Even if I have someone carve the statue to be uglier, I'm afraid that my sister would recognize it at a glance. Ji Junhong blinked. This was a problem. If she let Miss Xia know that her brother had already sold her out, according to Miss Xia's nature, she was afraid that she would tear her own brother apart with her hands. How about taking a veil to cover the statue's face first? Ji Junhong mused. Xiao Wuji thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, it can only be done first. With that, he took another big bite of his meal. He had eaten 3 pots of this wild vegetables, and now he still had a good appetite. His speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye the 4th pot of wild vegetables was almost finished by him. The best part of this floor hot pot is not the various meats, but the various vegetables and wild greens picked from the mountains. The flavor is amazing. Ji Junhong looked amused. He hadn't eaten much and was now almost full, so he laughed. One day I'll have Firechild cook something and bring it to you secretly. Firechild's cooking tastes great, not in the least inferior to that of these restaurants. Xiao Wuji's movements lurched, his mouth stuffed to the brim, and his gaze grimaced. Your brother can still cook, Ji Junhong proudly said. That's for sure. He recalled for a moment that he didn't seem to have seen Xia Ningxiang cooking, so he asked, where is Miss Xia? How is her cooking? Xiao Wuji was originally still chewing on his vegetables. When he heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. A look of horror appeared in his eyes, and suddenly his stomach convulsed, and a feeling of revulsion gushed out directly from his stomach. On the contrary, he still could not give up the rice in his mouth, and rigidly covered his mouth with both hands, just refused to spit it out, and for a time, he suffocated his face and turned red. Ji Junhong. He took a silent sip of his drink, suddenly feeling that he shouldn't have brought up the subject. Big brother, what are you doing here? The voice of Ji Hua suddenly came from behind Xiao Wuji. He came very stealthily. Neither Xiao Wuji nor Ji Junhong noticed. Hearing this, Xiao Wuji's body trembled. The feeling of regurgitation could no longer be held back, and with a pft sound, the rice in his mouth and the food he had eaten in his stomach all spewed out. The earthy yellow mixed with green and flesh-colored liquid spurted madly, soaring straight out more than a meter just like a water-spraying column. Ji Junhong was prepared for this. His true qi was running. All the liquid was all wrapped up and quickly surged towards the slop bucket outside the door again. The hot pot dishes on the table have not been affected in the slightest, only that the guests eating in the restaurant can see the strand of thick liquid that crosses the mid-air, as well as Xiao Wuji, who has been spraying wildly around like a hose. Vomit! 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 At one point, several people threw up on the spot, and the whole restaurant was a mess. Seeing this, the other guests skillfully pulled their legs out without saying a word and headed out of the hotel with frightening speed. Check out. You haven't settled the bill yet. The store assistant hurriedly chased after him. However, the person had long since run out of sight. Ji Hua looked a little dumbfounded. Big brother knows really are strange people. Spray a dish can still spray this big scene. At a glance is not ordinary people. No way no how. Ji Junhong calmly pulled out an ingot of gold from his pocket and casually placed it on the table. Junior, I'll settle their bill. Thank you, Grand Master. Wish you good luck with your gold. Before the store assistant came over, the shopkeeper ran over first, grabbed the gold, bit it hard, and said with a smile on his brow, Master, why don't we serve you another table? It's not necessary. Ji Junhong laughed and looked toward Xiao Wuji, who was staring at the hot pot with a bitter face, and smiled. Brother Long, why don't we go out for another stroll and find something to eat? When Xiao Wuji heard this, he nodded. To be had. Only then did he stand up and look down at Ji Hua from above, his gaze ghostly and unkind. That, I just shouted out casually. Jai Fire didn't know what was going on, and his heart fluttered. Boy, you're good, very good. Xiao Wuji reached out and patted Ji Hua's shoulder hard, gritting his teeth. The sultry tone of his voice and the intensity of his movements could be said to be laced with a number of personal vendettas. Ji Junhong laughed. Fire child, this is Brother Long. You can call him Brother Long, a close friend of my brother. Brother Long is good, Ji Hua obediently called out. I do not know why. He always felt that this Brother Long looked somewhat familiar. The heart more and more inexplicable weakness. Humph. Xiao Wuji's nostrils curled up and his mouth pouted high, his face full of I don't want to talk to you. No, do I owe you money? Or do you owe a lot of money? What do you mean by this expression? Ji Hua muttered in his heart. Ji Junhong looked at Ji Hua and pointed at the other's nose. Huazi, what are you? Ha 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 ha. Ji Hua awkwardly wiped the remaining nosebleed and casually said, I didn't look where I was going when I first came out and crashed into the door. This is all the fault of the elemental atlas. He was originally a wayfarer. A little far away from the place is very easy to get lost, and now a drill in the bottom of the earth. Cannot even see the road. In the bottom of the earth lost for a long time, even if from time to time to float up to look at a glance, but also completely unable to recognize the road. Nah, I'll leave you two alone. I'll go first ha. Ji Hua only felt that the eyes of that dragon brother looking at him were getting more and more unfavorable, so he didn't stay any longer and directly ran away, intending to find a place to eat something. Only when Ji Hua left, did Xiao Wuji's face full of smelly farts ease up quite a bit and opened his mouth. He zoned out. Ji Junhong couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from rising as he laughed. After all, it's my brother. Class me. Chapter 19. You're a real emotional liar. Fire from that restaurant left, which realized that this restaurant is actually not far from the Zhen Guo Gongfu. If you walk for fear of an incense stick time to walk to. However, Hua has been hiding in the ground for half an hour. So what is the use of this earth recluse technique? Hua thought in his heart, and then he prepared to find a random restaurant to rub a meal. Just then, a furry arm suddenly sprang out of the darkness and grabbed Hua. Hua was shocked in his heart and subconsciously ran his Shin Gong. The power of the earth continuously surged in from the ground, gripping him tightly to the ground. The big hand made a grab and missed. Then lightning suddenly erupted from his arm, and with a sharp, hard yank, he was ripped into the darkness. Hiss! Pops! Hua was pulled in, and only then did he realize that the tall, strong figure hiding in the darkness was clearly his old man, Ji Xiaoxiong. With surprise in his eyes, Pops loosened his grip and asked joyfully, "Sovereign?" "Aang." Fire twisted his shoulders and looked groggily at Pops. "No, I'm a grandmaster. I'm still stepping on the ground." "Stepping on the ground? And you actually managed to grab me with one hand?" "Pops, aren't you seriously injured?" Fire asked, shushing his eyes. These days Pops hadn't used this excuse to dilly-dally. But speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't seen Pops or Auntie Bai since Jihua and Xiaoningshang had split up. "Ha! Oh!" Pops hurriedly covered his chest and squealed with an ouch and a couple coughs. "Ouch! Just accidentally pulled the wound. Over. A little bit of anemia. Can't stand still. Fainted. Fire shushed his eyes and asked, Okay, I know you're seriously injured. What's wrong? Wow." Pops stared blearily at Fire, his eyes overflowing with longing. "Don't talk, hurry up and take me to dinner." Fire blinked, not quite understanding, and looked Pops up and down, noticing that his hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were scruffy, like he hadn't changed them in forever. "You wouldn't. Tia been wandering around all day and not gone back to the house. Would you?" Hua asked tentatively. "Anan." Pops nodded instantly. Anyway, neither father nor son had anything to eat, so they got together and went down the street to find a snail noodle store. The shopkeeper knew the father and son, and when he saw them, he directly brought out 2 large pots that had been prepared long ago, each pot bigger than a person's head. It was filled to the brim with conch fritters, as well as marinated chicken thighs, fried eggs, and more. Before we even started eating, the flavor spread out, spreading far and wide on the street. With sideways glances from passers-by, father and son found a stone pier on the side of the road and sat down, each holding a huge basin in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand. Sitting in a big prick, his right foot constantly shaking, his movements unusually synchronized. "The flavor is good. It's just that this laundry has to be hung out to dry after eating." Hua shivered a mouthful of powder, and the soup-soaked fried egg went down in one bite, bursting right into juice. Pops ate in silence, and when he heard this, he suddenly sighed, with depression written all over his face. "And, it's okay, I wasn't planning on going back home for a while anyway." Hua asked in confusion. "Pops, what happened?" Pops, his face full of tangles, suddenly remembered and asked with difficulty, "Kid, do you know your Auntie White?" "Oh." Fire's voice lengthened. "Understanding. I know. She likes you," Fire said casually. "You really know?" Pop's voice rose in pitch, then pained. "You brat. You've teamed up with Jun Hong to trap me." Hua looked at the old dad, which is just like running away from home, suddenly understood and asked, "You wouldn't. Tia been avoiding Auntie Bai for the past 2 days, so you didn't dare to go home, right?" "Anan. That's not so bad that you can't even eat?" Fire asked suspiciously. "I don't usually carry money on me," Pops said with a straight face. Hua thought about it, as if Pop's money had always been controlled by Big Brother. He asked again, "Then you can go to the Flying Bear Army to rub it in." Pops added, What if we meet? What should we do?" Hua blinked and asked, "Pops, what's wrong with Auntie Bai? You've been a widow for so many years. How nice to have someone to keep you company." "But Pops stammered. "What?" Pops held his tongue for half a day and stifled a sentence. "I just think of Xiaro as my sister." Ding. Sister cards. Good scum speak. Hua's mouth twitched, shivered 2 mouthfuls of powder, and laughed. "How do you know it's not right if you don't try to reach out?" Pops didn't say anything, burying his head in the basin and taking big mouthfuls of the vermicelli, and it was obvious that he was really hungry. Fire picked up a piece of tiger skin chicken claw and shivered, casually. "But what are the concerns?" Pops still didn't say anything, just kept shaking the powder. Hua swept his eyes twice, his mind flowed, and suddenly he understood, and he smiled. "I've never met Mother, but I'm afraid if she were around, she'd want Pop to have someone with him." Papa's shaking of the flour did not move, and vaguely Kifu seemed to see something fall into the basin. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Well, it's a bit hot today and sweating quite a bit. Father and son didn't say another word, taking big mouthfuls of the powder. Boss, 2 more pots, Jinhua shouted. At that moment Pops raised his head. His face was covered in sweat. He casually shook his head. The sweat stains dispersed, and laughed out loud. It's a hot day. Jinhua smiled back. Right on. Pops recovered. Full of despondency. I really didn't expect. I treat Xiao as my sister. She actually. Good scum speak. Jinhua's eyes rolled and laughed. Pops, why don't I teach you a method to solve your current affliction? What law? Pops asked with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Blearily. To be reasonable, Pops has always been a big talker. I didn't realize that when it comes to this kind of thing he's just like a junior high school student. Well, he should be an elementary school student by now. Jinhua grinned. Pretend you don't know. Ha? Pops was full of questions. Pretend that nothing happened. Go back to do what you should do. And do what you planned before, Jinhua said with a smile. Pops understood. And after a moment of silence, he suddenly cursed. You boys are such emotional liars. I didn't do anything. Jinhua shrugged innocently, then got up to check out. He laughed. And when he saw that Pops was still there holding the snail powder, he didn't bother him, and left on his own. According to his guess, odds were Pops would do what he said and pretend he didn't know anything. However, some things, once you know, it will be different. Since the seed has been planted, many details that are usually not noticed will be magnified, and many things will come to fruition. I'm a little genius. After solving the problem of his old man, Jinhua returned to the small courtyard and took out an object in his hand to study it. This thing was the only thing he had drawn besides the 2 million cultivation value and a bunch of flowers after drawing more than 2 million points under the Ohuang possession. It was a golden-colored compass. Chapter 20, Your Majesty. You're making it hard for me. There was a design drawn on this golden-colored compass, and when you looked closely, it looked like a little man setting up a pot over a fire to cook by the river. There are also 3 dull gems above the compass. The compass was pointing straight in a certain direction, not south. So it's another treasure map? Or a treasure map where you can find 3 treasures? Jinhua kept moving the compass and realized that the needle on it kept pointing in that direction, which seemed to be the east from the angle. It should be a good thing. It just so happens that I'm going to the east, so I'll stop by then and see what it is. The system shouldn't be able to screw me over anyway, Jinhua muttered to himself. Little Brown Sugar approached him the other day about that town in the east. It probably meant that Little Brown Sugar had originally sent someone over to take care of it, and it had been resolved. Except that they stayed in that town for a few more days, and then something happened. The villagers of that town collectively turned against the water and surrounded and killed the people of the Qiankuan sect after poisoning and assassinating them. Fortunately, the strength of the Qiankuan cult people are good, and finally just blocked in the mountains. Little Brown Sugar for a long time cannot receive the news will rush over. See the dying Qiankuan sect of people. Directly crazy, the entire town of the townspeople were furious. Little Brown Sugar on the spot to kill all. When she finally left, Little Brown Sugar always felt that something was wrong. Obviously the whole town was dead, but she still had a vague feeling that there was danger. Something seemed to be hiding in that sea, watching her secretly. Just that those things did not make any other movements. Acquiescing to their departure, Little Brown Sugar did not probe too much, thinking to tell Jinhua later, so that he could come over and stabilize some. It shouldn't be a problem for a short period of time, but it's just always a hidden problem. It was dark, and Jinhua looked at the empty roof and skillfully lay down on his bed, staring at the stars. Not to mention, this kind of sleeping directly looking at the stars is quite a feeling. It just always feels empty. Luckily, it hasn't rained in the past few days, Jinhua muttered for a while. The next day, he came to the palace again and saw his eldest brother and Songping saying something. Jinhua directly told his eldest brother that he was going to take a trip to the east, and he was slightly stunned, then nodded seriously. Be careful, the east is not peaceful. He stroked the human emperor's sword on his waist and laughed. Within the territory of Daki, if there is something you call out, how far away I can hear. At that time, no matter what kind of evil spirits it is, I'll chop it down with a sword. Good, Jinhua smiled with an open brow. When Jinhua was about to leave, Songping pulled him back and took out a piece of danqing from his bosom, on which was drawn Jinhua's likeness, and asked him what would be the best way to carve the statue of the temple according to this in the future. The Jinhua in the painting, wearing a long robe and basilica, holding a bronze door in one hand, with a stalwart and handsome face, looking up at the sky as if he was fighting against heaven and earth. His long hair was casually draped and fell around his waist, and his originally resolute appearance had more of a hint of softness and introspection. Whether it was the figure, or the appearance was extremely similar to the real person, as well as the trace of cynicism and a vague evil charm. It could be said that the divine charm of Jihua was expressed to the fullest. Anyone who was familiar with him would instantly recognize that this was Jihua even if they covered their face and saw this figure. Although the person who made the painting also deliberately adjusted the face value a little higher, if you put it into the past life, it should be no different from P. At just the first sight, Jihua was almost mesmerized by his own beauty in the painting. I have to say, Song Ping, this old boy looks shady and poking, but a hand of dancing is really good, and aesthetically very right for men's eyes. You drew it in one night? Jifire was aghast at that moment. Who wouldn't like an employee like that? Song Ping laughed and said modestly, Your Majesty's valor is unforgettable to Song at a glance, plus a slight knowledge of painting, the speed is naturally faster. 6, returned Jihua, rather a tenth as handsome as mine. Let's carve it according to this. I have no problem with it. When Jifire left, Big Brother coughed with a twinkle in his eye. Mr. Song, you can reproduce another one of this painting as well. There was a flash of light in Song Ping's squinting eyes, as if he had thought of something, but instead of pursuing the question, he respectfully asked, Is there anything your majesty requires for this new portrait? Ji Junhong opened his mouth. This dancing he had naturally seen, also recognized at a glance, so he could only cough. His eyes constantly implied, Mr. Song, I don't think your previous painting resembles Firechild very much. It needs to be changed. Change it so that it resembles him a bit more. Change it so that those who are familiar with him can instantly recognize that kind of thing even if they cover up the portrait's face. Song Ping opened his mouth slightly, gave his own emperor an odd look, and asked tentatively, Your Majesty, with this change, will it affect the collection of the power of faith? You want me to draw the same thing, but if you want me to draw something completely different, something that my acquaintances won't recognize, isn't that destroying my professional ethics of realism and smashing my brand? What? Do you want me to draw a female body and then draw the king's head on it? If the king finds out about this, he'll kill me. Song Ping muttered several sentences in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, and could only mention it symbolically. Well, Big Brother pondered for a moment. Considering that the subject is bronze duo, Jihua even if the body is not like, the face is the same on the line, and then consider that even if it affects the power of faith a little, it is always better than Xia Wuji being torn alive by Xia Ningxiang. So he said, Just do it. You guys are playing really flowery. Song Ping is helpless. If it is discovered by the king in the future, the big deal is to give up his majesty, and he can only harden his head. Yes, your majesty. When Song Ping left and Ji Junhong dismissed his left and right, he saw Xia Wuji coming out of the secret passage. The guy was holding a bottle of white porcelain wine in his hand and a workshop talker in his other hand, and it had only been a day or two since he'd put on a bunch of weight. Does he understand? Xia Wuji asked indifferently. Song Ping is a smart man. Surely he can understand. Ji Junhong laughed. If he is a smart man, why don't you give him a higher position? Instead, you only gave him a staff position, not even a formal official position? Xia Wuji asked curiously. Ji Junhong glanced at him and sighed as he shook his head. Because I wouldn't dare. Don't dare? Xia Wuji froze slightly. Ji Junhong sighed, Song Ping this person. Once he is allowed to exert himself arbitrarily, if one is not careful, it will cause trouble. And on the contrary, he is a talent. Not really, Xia Wuji casually said as he took a sip of wine. Ji Junhong glanced at him and casually laughed. If the Dragon Kingdom and Daki tear up the treaty in the future, and the Dragon Rider army heads south, I will definitely have Firechild lead Song Ping on an expedition, and you will be the one who should have a headache at that time. Xia Wuji's eyes narrowed and he said with considerable interest, Oh, I'm curious when you say that. Let's hope this doesn't happen. Ji Junhong shook his head, fished out a bottle of white porcelain child wine from under the table as well, and took a sip. Xia Wuji asked again, You're just going to let that kid go to the east? Fire Sun is now a Zongshi, and has some power to defend himself. And, what exactly is in the east? There has to be a need for someone to go and take a look. Ji Junhong's eyes were slightly downcast, his left hand caressing the human emperor's sword as he said softly. Xia Wuji was silent. What about north of the Dragon Kingdom? What exactly is there that you didn't send anyone to see? Ji Junhong asked. Xia Wuji shook his head and said, They were sent a few years ago. None of them came back alive. They only knew that it was a dark place. The previous emperor should have known about it. It's just that I only ascended the throne not long ago, and before I had the chance to go through the secret stories of the past, I was worried that something had happened to my sister, so I hurriedly rushed here. Ji Junhong gave him a look and said without any goodwill, And as a result, your sister's gone back and you're still here moping around? Ha 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 ha. Xia Wuji laughed out loud with one arm crossed. This is not want to enjoy the flavor of the Central Plains. Not to mention, you people in the Central Plains are all talented, and speak well. No wonder my sister has been here for so long and do not want to go back. Chapter 21. This young warrior. What is your name? Originally worried about losing their way under the ground, but now it just so happens that the golden compass has been pointing. Jihua is no longer worried. Just follow the compass. Anyway, he looked at it, and the direction of the compass was also east, although there might be a difference in location from the town he went to, but as long as it was east, it was fine. Go ahead and find out exactly what this compass is pointing to. So Jifire burrowed straight into the ground with full speed. He was not sure exactly how fast he was. Theoretically he was already a Zongshur, although he could not do it like the sword saint that a clear wind directly drifted and flew for 100 miles. Nor did he travel through the thunder clouds like Pops, but his speed should not be slow. He went through the ground like this for a while, until he plunged headlong into the underground river and drank a few mouthfuls of its water before crawling to the bank. Ha! I told you it would be this dangerous. He wiped the water from his face, the corners of his mouth twitching. This underground river also do not know how deep and dark. He can only rely on intuition roughly perceive the surroundings. The current is more than turbulent. Luckily, this golden compass had been emitting golden light and was visible even under the ground. After resting for a few moments, Jihua once again hurried on. He was now worried that if he was not careful, he would directly drill into any ancient tomb and lie in the same coffin with the owner. Luckily, he wasn't in such a bad situation. Unfortunately, he then zipped into the underground river several times, and the further east he disappeared, the more underground rivers there were, and when he figured it was about time, he finally floated to the surface. What you see is a thriving seaside town. The sun was about to set into the sea in the distance. The sea reflected the golden and fiery red afterglow, and the whole sky was like a burning cloud. The clear water reflected the clouds in the sky, like flames burning in the water. Nearby, a patchwork of seaside towns. One roof of black rubble was gilded with a fiery, reddish light in the setting sun. In that seaside reef, a dress or generous, or cool girls of laughter came, beside most of the male companion to guard the side. He is sweet honey hot love look. Jihua stared blankly at the scene, shocked by such a wondrous sight, lamenting that there was such a view in the world. By rights I should be heading east. How come the sun is setting over the ocean? Is this actually southeast? Jihua muttered something in his heart. This world was huge and no one had drawn a complete map, and he didn't know if it was as he had guessed. There was an endless stream of people coming and going in this town, and while there were many merchants as well, there were more young men and women dressed in chivalrous attire. This brother, dare I ask where is this place? Jihua asked curiously as he pulled a young teenager dressed in white, dressed as a young warrior. The teenager glanced at him and returned. It's a Cape Town. Ha! Jifire was a bit confused. The end of the world. Haven't you heard of it? That teenager's eyes were filled with longing. The hottest one in the Jianghu right now. The overbearing patriarch fell in love with me. The male and female leads are the ones who finalize their romance at the end of the world. You don't even know this? I don't know. Jihua awkwardly touched his nose. When he first wrote this book was a randomly invented name. Sounds romantic. Can attract more ignorant teenagers, cheat tears, or to Chinkuan church to add money to support their families, maintaining a forced business. How did he know that there was really such a place as the end of the world? The teenager with freckles on his face, who looked no older than 14, was very excited as he introduced. Then you are blessed this time. You have to know that this sky's end is the very edge of the entire continent, the place closest to the sea. Ever since the fire of the bully patriarch fell in love with me, it has become a place where countless romance-seeking jungle warriors come to visit. Here, it's the most romantic place in the Central Plains, and it's the place where countless chivalrous couples set their love affairs. The teenager looked Jihua up and down twice and asked, "You're not married yet, are you?" "Ah, no," Jifire returned. The teenager nodded. "That's right, your family should not be rich, so old and still not married. My neighbor is as old as you, all the second marriage." He smiled and patted Jihua's shoulder and laughed. "You've come to the right place. You can meet quite a few female warriors at this end of the world, and many of them are official ladies or the daughters of famous warriors in the rivers and lakes. None of them will care about such things as being from an ordinary background and being in the right family, much less asking for a high bride price. And if you behave yourself here, you might be picked up by some warrior woman, which would be a beautiful thing to do." Big deal. Jifire wiped his cold sweat. He had a premonition that if he messed around outside, Xianingshang would go berserk, and at that time, he might just stab him in the waist when they met. The teenager squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Older brother, this is what you are not. Are so old and still shy. If this goes on, I'm afraid that even the daughter-in-law cannot marry. Reasoning, you also look only 14, which in a previous life or underage, is to be in a previous life in my era." You are so precocious as to be subjected to electric shock treatment, and I'm only 17 this year. I'm not old enough to be called uncle. What do you mean? Old enough? Besides, what's wrong with being old? What's wrong with you? We're lone wolves. A bunch of grooves in Jaifire's mind wanted to spit, but he let it go. Old brother. Don't worry. I have a lot of experience being accosted by young girls, and one-night stands are common. When we get into Cape Town, I'll help you out and definitely get your life's work out of the way. Great. Walking in the Jianghu meeting is fate. We should drink and cherish it. Both of them suddenly fell silent, and as Jaifire took small silent steps away from him, the teenager hastily added, the kind of bond between brothers. Pure and simple. Pure. Oh, and so the atmosphere came alive again. The two hooked up slowly towards the Cape Town. The teenager is obviously a chatterbox. Blah blah blah, a bunch of rumors. There are a lot of rumors he heard in the rivers and lakes. Add oil and vinegar to say out, but also quite wonderful. Jihwa sized him up. Well, not very handsome. No wonder he hadn't been robbed by a female bandit and pampered at his cottage after months of walking the rivers and lakes. It seems that the large number of rich young lads now flooding into the Jianghu and disrupting the market has caused the female mountain bandits' eyes to rub off on them as well, and they've all started picking out people. The young warrior in front. A playful woman cried out from behind her. Both men froze and turned at the same time. The teenager also scowled at Jihui. See, this is not just a love affair, right? The woman approached and smiled broadly. Young warrior is born so good looking. Can you tell me your name? My lady would like to befriend the young warrior. Behind the woman, there were several women dressed in the same chivalrous attire, flanking a young girl who looked young and somewhat green. The young girl was looking down at her toes and peeking timidly at them again, her face as red as an apple. Well said. A certain name is Tian Sun. The teenager has a confident smile on his face, a shake of his purposely long bangs, and also straightens out his lapel, inadvertently revealing the tortoise armor-bound wounds on his body. The woman snickered and ignored him, instead looking at Ji Hui. This young warrior, dare I ask your name? Out of nowhere, Ji Hui heard the sound of a broken heart, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tian Sun's stiff figure, like a dog. A merciless blow from the Jianghu, Ji Hui muttered in his heart. Chapter 22, this is where the bullying patriarch settled down. This girl, my father is the Jiangnan Qian millionaire, with properties all over the 4 countries. Tian Sun again arched his hand undeterred and introduced once again, while his eyes were still constantly directed towards the young lady being flanked at the back, but that lady didn't hear him at all. Her eyes glancing towards Jihua from time to time, her face getting redder and redder, and later on, she even directly covered her face. Buddy, you have said that the girls here do not look at the origin, and take the pure love path, and it is useless to report the background. Jihua's mouth twitched. The maid-like woman indeed gave a symbolic "oh," not even looking at him, still staring at Jihua without blinking, smiling. This official, is it possible that you don't like my lady, and you don't even want to leave a name? This is the end of the world and the corner of the sea to be in love. Since it is destined to meet, why should we leave behind regrets? Jihua smiled faintly and took out the flowing cloud fan from his arms, dashingly fanning out 2 clear winds, downstream from Swallow. So it's Mr. Yu, long time no see. Without the slightest change in her eyes, the woman ran back, and a group of women whispered and chattered there. It seems that the old swim can't be the reputation has not yet spread to this mountain nook. Or it may be a fledgling who has just entered the Jianghu and has not heard of the name of the folding fan Gongzi. Jihua guessed in his heart, and he turned to leave. Why are you leaving? Why don't you wait a little longer? Maybe they'll invite you to join them on a tour? Tian Sun caught up and hurriedly asked. Jaifire glanced at him and casually said, certainly not good for this. Tian Sun immediately took 2 steps back and looked at him warily. Jaifire added in a nonchalant manner, I'm not good enough for you either. Tian Sun was relieved and wiped his sweat sardonically. Brother, you don't blame me. In recent years, I don't know why, the wind of broken sleeves is prevalent, and now the boy paper will lose his virginity if he is not careful outside. Jaifire nodded with deep emotion. Understood. The two had just taken a few steps when they heard another woman's voice appear behind them. That young warrior, please stay. To make matters worse, basically every time he walked for a while he was accosted by a white-clothed warrior woman, and all the ones people were looking at were Jaifire. After going back and forth like this several times, Tian Sun finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother, you are my brother. Can you teach my little brother how to become as popular as you are? Tian Sun hugged Jihua's arm, her eyes tearing up. You're too close. Brother, I really want to be liked by girls like you. Just have mercy on me. Jaifire asked, shushing his eyes when he failed to peel away a few times. Haven't you had multiple experiences with girls hitting on you? That's people asking for directions. Tian Sun's voice choked. What about a one-night stand? Fire asked, shushing his eyes again. Tiansun blushed and shyly lowered her head, her eyes flickering as she looked. Jihua wrenched his hand away as he wiped his sleeve. Alright, you don't have to say anything. Brother Tiansun cried out with a sobbing voice. Snot bubbles coming out of her nose as she cried out, shattering with a boing sound. Fire patted him on the shoulder, thought for a moment, and said seriously, instead of thinking about how to get hit on by girls, think about how to improve yourself. When you are strong enough and confident enough, naturally girls will hit on you. After saying this, he smiled and waved his folding fan towards the Cape Town. Tiansun froze in place, a hint of realization seeming to appear on her slightly freckled face. He stared at Jihua's back, which was cloaked in hair and straightening his back as he left, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he nagged. So handsome. As he said it, 2 snotty noses came out, and he sucked them back in as hard as he could, the knot in his throat wriggling. Well, salty. This Cape Town was just as it was when seen from afar, bathed in sunlight, with green-colored stone paths on the streets, and the Jianghu people and local residents coming and going with joy and smiles on their faces. Just walking on the cobbled path gives you a feeling of relaxation. Surrounded by staggered wooden roofs, it's quaint and not very commercial, because it is a seaside town. The local residents are darker, muscular and have bright, clean and pure smiles. It seems that any worries go away in this town. Looking into the distance you can see an endless sea with waves. A fishing boat is docked at the surface, and there are rows of tracks on the soft sandy beach along the shore, based on true events. What a nice place to retire to is really nice. Jihua sighed softly, feeling that after coming here, the things he had been worrying about were briefly left behind. He took out the compass, and the needle on it pointed straight up to the sea, where the endless East Sea was. Even now, no one had left behind any navigational charts of the depths of the East Sea. And even though there were countless adventurers who tried to explore the depths of the East Sea every year, all of them returned without any success, and most of them, more often than not, simply disappeared. Nowadays, ships only dare to sail along the coast and around the familiar islands, and deeper down, the human forbidden zone. Jihua put away his compass, and he, who had already been promoted to the rank of zongsher, could sense what seemed to be hidden in this East Sea, except that if you try to perceive it more carefully, you can't detect anything. At this time the sky is late, not suitable for the sea. Jihua can only find a nearby inn, ready to wait for tomorrow and then enter the East China Sea to find out. Luckily, there were quite a few inns over here, and even with so many people coming here every day, the inn still had leftovers, and it was easy to find an upper room. On the side of the road to find a grandmother set up stalls, ordered a bowl of large intestine choke. Eat up beautifully. This large intestine choke is a local famous food, with fresh large intestine cleaned and cut into small sections, then boiled, and then add the soup spices to cook out the flavor. The soup is very tasty. The large intestine is flexible, more slightly spicy and unique flavor. Come, this is the unique cuisine of Cape Town, and it tastes great. I grew up drinking this grandmother's large intestine choke. When all of you ladies have eaten and drunk enough, let's go and see the Dragon God Temple. According to the overbearing patriarch fell in love with me. Under the osmanthus tree next to the Dragon God Temple is where the patriarch heroine and the weak chicken hero were set to fall in love. The male protagonist's line, "The most beautiful is under the laurel tree where I hid from the rain with you," is to this day the words of many chivalrous confessions in the rivers and lakes. The thieving kind. There is also a bonfire party at the Dragon God Temple in the evening. Many Jianghu warriors have found love at this party. A young kid next to him skillfully greeted several warrior women and introduced them. For a while, several wow sounds came from the young girls who were in love for the first time and had entered the Jianghu have let out gasps of surprise and delight. And the sense of anticipation was full. It's finally time to go to the place where they set their love. I've been wanting to visit for ages. It is said that the osmanthus tree has magical powers, and those who are betrothed there will be blessed by the dragon god to love each other for a lifetime and grow old together. And I wonder if I can find my love interest at night. Blessed be the dragon god. The young girls chattered, their eyes full of longing. Fire silently buried his head in the large sausage choke and gulped it down, the corners of his eyes twitching wildly. No, I'm just making it up. How does this place even exist? And I just wrote laurel tree. Where did I get the dragon temple? Could it be that the local temple priest found a business opportunity and transplanted a laurel tree in front of his own temple? Good guy. Is a talent. The world of culture and tourism industry is also this kind of volume well. Chapter 23, Encountering an Old Friend. Brother, are we going to see the bonfire tonight? I don't know if it was 8 feces or not, but Jihua had just returned to the inn when he encountered Tiansun, a young man who was actually staying at this inn as well. As soon as he saw Jihua, he rushed up with excited eyes and asked, "No go," Jihua said with an expressionless face. There's the osmanthus tree where the domineering female patriarch and the weak little man settled down. Tian Sun shouted again. Without stopping his feet, Jihua went straight up the stairs without looking back. Not interested, Tian Sun double shouted again. All women. Actually, I just came by to check it out. Jiefire deliberated. I understand. We just came to enjoy the osmanthus tree. Look at this wind, this moon, this sea, Tian Sun said with a smile. The two sat not far from the campfire, and in the distance was a bunch of young boys and girls singing and dancing there. Even if the sea breeze is strong, you can still smell the scent of the girl's body from this wind. Hey, I have to say, the smell puts you in a very pleasant mood. Tian Sun wanted to pull Jihua up to jump. If Jihua was there would definitely be a whole bunch of female warriors surrounding him. However, Jihua was too lazy to go, so Tian Sun could only go up by himself. Young warrior, can you tell me your name? At this moment, another female warrior came up and asked archly. It wasn't the first time this had happened tonight, and even though Jiefire had purposely sought out a dark corner, she couldn't keep the mesmerizing scent off him. Ugh, I'm a damn charmer. Jiefire smiled slightly. Sorry, I have someone in mind. The warrior woman was about to say something else when Jiefire added, male, so the other guy left as if he had eaten a fly. Jihua laughed as he looked towards the legendary laurel tree where the domineering patriarch and his young boyfriend had set their love. Goodness gracious, it was filled with marriage tags and there were some small pieces of wood with many things written on them. I have to say, the temple priests here know how to market. Basically a replica of the he writes in his talking books. Not only that, because this is right in front of the dragon temple. Come what may, go in and pay your respects. And so the dragon temple was inundated with tourists. The incense fees alone were collected, and they made a straight profit. Come all the way here. Ji would drink enough wine, then walked toward the dragon god temple, intending to see what this dragon god is. There are basically no such temples on the western side of Sichuan. In fact, the vast majority of the temples in the Jianghu Lake are in disrepair, and I haven't seen a few that still have incense, and I don't know what it is. This is also the reason why the people were against it when Jihua said he wanted to build a temple. Song Ping directly gave it to be changed to a Shang shrine, also thinking that a Shang shrine would work better than a temple. Perhaps in the eyes of the Central Plains people, this offering of the temple, if it is good, spiritual, offering under no harm. If it doesn't work, then it's God's fault. Can't even grant me a small wish. Is there any effort to manifest? No? Refund. Otherwise I'm going to go to the temple and make a scene. The loud kind. The main one is pragmatic. A scene like the Dragon God Temple, with its incense and worshippers, could only be seen in a previous life. When Jihua came to the Dragon God Temple, he found that the courtyard inside was quite large, and there was a middle-aged looking temple priest on the side, sitting on a chair, resting his cheek with one hand, breathlessly guarding the stall. Behind him, there were a few large words written. The Dragon God wishes you a streak of good luck. This was followed by a small line that read, ask for an autograph for 1 or 2 silver pieces at a time. On the table in front of the temple priest, there was a signing jar containing dozens of signs, and a merit box was placed next to it. At that moment there was a young girl holding a sign box, whispering some prayers and murmuring something. When the prayer was finished, the young girl shook the sign cylinder and dropped a sign. She picked it up and her face went white. Jihua looked from afar and saw that there were only 3 big words written on the stick. The next stick, and the rest of the words were not there. Master, this, the young girl asked in a low voice with a tremor in her voice. The middle-aged temple priest symbolically swept his eyes, didn't even raise his head, and casually said, smoke it again. The young girl was overjoyed, and without hesitation threw in another 1 or 2 silver, then picked up the signet cylinder and clunked it, this time landing a medium lucky sign. This, the young girl hesitated a little and stole a glance at the temple priest. Draw again. The temple priest spoke again. Okay, the young girl said back in surprise, pulling out another 1 or 2 silver and throwing it into the merit box. Snap, this time landed a top stick. The young girl was overjoyed, and the temple blessing laughed. Congratulations girl, you are already blessed by the Dragon God, and will surely have your heart in the right place. Thank you Dragon God. Thank you Master. The young girl left with joyful and quick steps, her footsteps a few moments lighter. There are quite a lot of people who come to the temple to ask for lots, and most of those who draw a bad one, the temple priest will let them redraw, and basically they have to draw 2 or 3 times before they get the top lot. But everyone who left had a smile on their face and said to everyone that it was very good to ask for an autograph here at the Dragon God Temple and that it was very good. With an odd look on his face, Jiefire walked up. Ask for an autograph for 1 or 2 silver pieces. The temple priest didn't even lift his head and said casually. Jiefire threw a rock in and casually picked up the signet box and shook it. Bark dropped a sign. Draw another. The temple priest's words came out of his mouth. Suddenly realized that something was wrong, and scanned the sign. Upside down. His eyes widened and he raised his head to look up, and he saw a teenager in a black fancy dress with loose hair standing in front of him, looking at him with contempt. What are you looking at me for? The middle-aged temple priest said brightly. Jaifire shushed his eyes and asked, What are you? The temple priest said calmly, Off-season. Take any job. That's your reason for running here to cheat people? The contempt in Jihua's eyes was even more obvious. Wu Sheng didn't have the heart to say, It's not because you people from Earth Fury have grabbed all the orders, or else would I have to run here? Jihua ignored him and instead looked towards the sea in the distance, murmuring to himself thoughtfully. Speaking of which, your water sword seems to be comprehending the power of water, and is now at the level of sea? Not bad. Get lost. The sight of you makes me upset. Go stay wherever you like. Wu Sheng waved his hand as if he had been poked and prodded, disgusted as if he was repelling flies. Jihua took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back and said quietly, You don't want the other assassins to know that the world's second assassin has come here to cheat people's little nuns out of their silver, do you? Wu Sheng, nicknamed No Life Without Death, ranked second on the killer list. Off. Where do I cheat? You didn't see people leave happy and blooming. I gave them the chance to redraw. What nice people. It's a wishful thinking. Wu Sheng's old face immediately reddened, and his voice got a little louder. Is that why you control the signet cylinder with your inner strength? Jaifire added slyly. Jihua, don't think that I won't dare to beat you just because you become a zongsher. Wu Sheng's voice got a little louder. Jihua let out a shameful laugh. You couldn't beat me even when I didn't become a sect master. Wu Sheng's old face turned red, wanting to break into a rage. However, realizing that someone had already noticed this side, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. What do you want? He said, pulling out a bottle of wine from under the table and throwing it over. Jihua took the bottle, joyfully uncorked it and took a sip. Then his eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, What's with this dragon god? Chapter 24, Broken Horned Dragon God Statue. How should I know? I don't believe in the dragon god. Wu Sheng didn't have the good sense to say. Jaifire nodded and walked towards the temple thoughtfully. That's it? Wu Sheng asked with his voice raised a bit. Actually, I'm just teasing an old friend I haven't seen in a while. Jaifire waved his hand casually. Uing. Wu Sheng immediately broke defense and shouted loudly. You gave me back my wine. Jihua ignored him and staggered into the dragon god's temple carrying his wine. This world's top 10 killers one by one. The vest covered to death. Or big hidden in the city. Or small hidden in the mountains. No one can find. Only those with low rankings are the ones who wander around the jungle every day with a horse's face, and challenge the ones with high rankings when they meet them, fearing that other people don't know that they're in the business as if they were in the business. Wu Sheng was originally the world's #1 assassin, and no one could find him. Even the Qiankuan sect had no news of him at all, until Jihua heard that the mountain cranny in western Sichuan is hiding a brewing thief good drink master. It is excited to run over to want to steal some wine to drink. Then, Wu Sheng became second and lost several jars of wine, and then he moved. Jihua walked into the Dragon God Temple. Unlike the hustle and bustle outside, there weren't many believers in this temple, and it was assumed that at this point in time most of them were drinking and dancing around the bonfire. Bonfire parties with songs and dances like this one are held from time to time and are a local custom. The temple enshrined a tall stone statue with a dragon's head and body. It was impossible to tell how many years old it was, and it was estimated that it was not short. The statue was lifelike, similar to the legendary 5-clawed dragon. The right corner on the forehead of this statue of the dragon god is broken and looks a bit funny. Jihua stared at the statue for a moment. He did not feel any oppression from it. It's just a statue. This karmic master, is he here to worship the dragon god? A hoarse voice came from the side. Jihua twisted his head to look, and saw a white-haired temple priest walking slowly. The years left traces on his body, estimated to be at least 70 or 80. Twilight. The old temple blessing eyes cloudy. Seems to have been old eyes. However, his eyes have a kind of indescribable calm. Seems to be under the passage of years. Has seen the impermanence of the world on earth. Began to be contented. Elderly man. The kid is just here for the first time and was curious, so he came in to take a look. Jihua arched his hand and smiled respectfully. So it is. The old temple priest smiled and said, then feel free. No need to be formal. Jihua smiled and asked. The old man is not angry even though he knows that the kid doesn't believe in the dragon god? The old temple priest turned around smilingly, took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them up, paid 3 respectful obeisances, and then inserted them into the incense burner. Faith is everyone's freedom and cannot be forced. Jihua spilled a smile and nodded. That's it. He looked at the statue again and asked, Old man, Can you tell us the story of this dragon god? A certain person has never heard of this dragon god's legend before. Gotta have it. The old temple priest stepped aside, sat down on a small bench, and handed another small bench over. Jiefire sat down with a big grin, looking like a schoolboy listening to a story. This dragon god, is a deity from ancient times, in charge of the sea, sheltering a party, whether it is a fisherman who believes in him or not. As long as he goes out to sea and encounters a storm, he will shelter the fisherman in peace. The old temple priest said with a smile, the dragon god's faith is limited to the seashore, and he doesn't expand his faith. The believers are all fishermen. In fact, it's not really true to say that they are believers. It's just that many fishermen like to come and worship before they go out to sea, and over time, this habit has been passed down and become a custom. It dawned on Jihua that most of those enshrined in other temples were spirits, monsters, demons, and the like, trying to collect the power of faith. This dragon god, on the other hand, feels a bit more Buddhist, so it's no wonder he's been quiet. This dragon god, is it spiritual? Jiefire asked again. He didn't feel any sense of oppression from this statue. Theoretically he was now a grandmaster and had a strong sense of such metaphysical matters. If this idol had a spirit, he should have felt it long ago. I don't know. The old temple priest looked over at him and winked, smiling kindly. Aha! Jiefire opened his mouth slightly. The old temple blessing smilingly said, in fact, I do not believe in the dragon god, and I do not know whether it is spiritual. Only when I was still small, was adopted by the temple blessing here, alive as decades, boiled to death others, I became a temple blessing in a haphazard manner. The story of the dragon god, I said, is also the former temple blessing when the countryside story told to me. As for whether this dragon god is spiritual or not, I don't know. I've never been out to sea, and naturally I've never been blessed by the dragon god. I'm not even sure if I'm a believer in the dragon god myself, and over the years, I've just gotten used to it. The old temple priest blinked, sighed softly, and laughed. Little doll, too much serious faith won't last long. Jihua dawned on him, then smiled, arching his hand and saying, the old man's great wisdom, a certain person admires it. The old temple priest waved his hand, thought for a moment, and then added, for many years down the line, there have been people who have come to worship, and spiritually, there should also be some. With that, he smiled again and gestured to the young men and women outside. But it's not that spiritual. I've heard the prayers of many people who throw 2 or 3 taels of silver as incense money and pray that the dragon god will realize tens of thousands of taels, or even hundreds of thousands of taels for them. Others want to exchange 2 or 3 taels of silver for a marriage, or a dewy love affair. This is simply making things difficult for the dragon god. Jihua opened his mouth slightly, then smiled dumbly and nodded his head. That is indeed the case as well. He asked again, by the way, that middle-aged temple priest at the entrance is? You mean Xiao Wu? He's an orphan who grew up here. Then he went out to make a name for himself, and used to come back once a year, but he doesn't go out much these years, and even if he does, he comes back quickly. The old temple blessing kindly said, maybe he saw that I'm getting old and my health is not good, so he thought to spend more time with me. Jiefire nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Wu is a talent. It's him who got this osmanthus tree from somewhere. And then the number of people coming to the temple suddenly became more. Sometimes I listen to the noisy outside. Also feel quite interesting. At least not as cold as before. The old temple priest smiled and said, it turned out to be the osmanthus tree made by Wu Sheng's dog. Could the story of Cape Town also be a tourist attraction that he purposely created after reading the words I wrote? Is it alright if I swindle him out of a few more jugs of wine? To be able to reproduce the words I wrote to this extent, I guess it's also a die-hard fan. Jihua muttered in his heart. After chatting with the old temple priest for a while, Jihua felt that the time was almost up, so he planned to take his leave, and when he thought of it on his way out, he asked curiously, old man, the horn of this dragon god statue is broken. Why don't you fix it? The old temple priest shook his head and explained, this is what the dragon god looks like. What? Jiefire froze. The old temple blessing looked at the standing statue and said quietly, I heard the last temple blessing, and the last one also heard the last. And I don't know how many temple blessings have been passed down. Legend has it that this continent was depleted in the beginning, with very little water vapor, less than 10% of what it is now, and it was difficult for living beings to survive. When the dragon god was merciful, he broke off the horns on his head and threw them to the earth. The horns turned into water vapor under the sky, and there were streams, rivers, lakes, and oceans on earth. The water vapor evaporates and rises to the sky, condenses into rain, and sprinkles down to earth again. And there is a water vapor cycle on earth. In order for people to remember the merits of the dragon god, his likeness is in this image of a broken horn. Chapter 25, The Dragon God's Invitation. In the temple, Jihwa looked at the statue on the altar and listened quietly with his hands behind his back as the old temple priest slowly told the story of that year. The dragon-headed statue gazed into the distance, as if it were looking at heaven and earth in sorrow. If that's the case, Jihwa spoke up, calmly saying, "This dragon god is worthy of the word god." The old temple priest laughed and stopped talking. Jihwa bowed his hand towards the old temple priest and left the temple with great strides. Just walking a few steps, Jihwa suddenly felt two prying eyes, suddenly turned around, and saw that the old temple priest had slowly sat back in his chair. The temple was empty. Jihwa checked some more and found nothing, so he could only leave. The next day, he got up early and ate some intestinal noodles at the stall in front of the inn. As for Tian-sun, this goods last night at the bonfire party and many rivers and lakes warrior women played for a long time. And finally none of them looked at him, and came back alone. Also threw up half the night from drinking a lot. Jihwa and the next door all smelled that sour smell, but the bastard vomited while still he giggled. Happy. Jifire asked him why he was smiling. He replied back, "Never had so many female warriors playing with me. I'm so happy, and they say I'm a good guy. Geez, first time anyone has ever complimented me like that. So happy, so happy." In response, Jifire could only silently reply back. 6. After eating the intestinal noodles and blowing the wind of the island, Jihwa leisurely went to the beach. Wave after wave of seawater sweeping in. Blue sky, blue sea water. There is indeed a feeling of paradise. As Jihwa looked on, he suddenly turned back to look at the Cape Town, which was full of vitality amidst the calm, and had some realization in his heart. Perhaps it was this peace that he wanted to guard. "What are you doing?" Wu Shang, who also worked as a skater in the morning, jacked up his pants and came over in his flip-flops. Seeing Jihwa standing at the seashore, he cursed the bad luck in his heart and walked up, asking with a big grin, "Doing what?" "Out to sea." Jihwa took out a compass. The pointer pointed straight to the East Sea. This trip to the sea was a must. Going out to sea? Wu Shang looked at Jihwa suspiciously and queried, "Do you, a dry duck from the ravine, know how to go out to sea?" "This is not the season to go out to sea. The sea is too windy. If you have to go out to sea, you'll have to find a big ship to do it." Jihwa laughed and shook his head. "There's no need to go to so much trouble. Just going for a walk." "A walk?" Wu Shang was puzzled. Jihwa smiled wickedly. "There may be unavoidable circumstances after I go out to sea, so if I'm not there, this place will be in your hands." "No. What are you trying to do? What do you mean by inevitable circumstances?" "I'm not a member of your Qinkuan sect." Wu Shang hurriedly opened his mouth, yet Jihwa was already striding towards the sea. Wu Shang's pupils instantly widened, and he saw that the seawater had not passed Jihwa's ankles, body, and the last wave hit, drowning Jihwa in the twinkling of an eye. "Hello? Hey? Wu Shang shouted a few times. The only thing that responded to him was the seawater of the waves beating against the waves, and Jihwa's trail was nowhere to be seen. "Damn!" Wu Shang cursed in a low voice. "Is a patriarch a big deal? Going out to sea is walking across from the bottom of the sea?" He cursed and got up, ready to leave, fearing something would happen here according to Jifire. Not a safe place. As a matter of professional habit, this is the time to run and go wherever it's safe to go. Only when he had just taken 2 steps, his body did not move, and his face changed color. Then he cursed in a low voice. "Damn! I knew nothing good could come from meeting them guys." He simply sat down on his butt on the beach, his eyes sweeping around, spotting a kid coming to play on the beach in time for the morning, and waved and called out, "Roku, come over here." "Uncle Wu Shang, what is it?" The child ran over, calling, "Brother, I just didn't shave today." Wu Shang glared at him. The child squinted at him, his mouth pursed, just refusing to open it. "Well," Wu Shang fished out a few pieces of broken silver from his pocket and threw them over. "Go to the temple of the dragon god and bring me my little bench, and the wine hidden under the table. And go to the street corner and ask Grandma Lu to fry up a plate of peanuts and rice and bring it over." Xiao Lu smiled cheekily as he took the broken silver. "Okay, brother Wu Shang, you brat." Wu Shang kicked over. Xiao Lu nimbly dodged and ran his ass off in the direction of the dragon god temple. Wu Shang moved his butt and sat cross-legged on the beach, facing the raging waves. His eyes were slightly downcast, and his face was calm and wave-free. The shoulders that had been drooping on weekdays were also boarded up, and his waist and back were straight. At the moment, he was the only one on the beach in the Cape Town. Jihwa entered the sea and his true chi overflowed out of his body, transforming into a protective air shield to completely isolate the seawater. In fact, normal Jianghu people could not play like this. After all, the body protection chi shield was very draining of chi, and only when Jihwa stepped on the earth with his feet, the power of the earth would constantly pour into his body, which was equivalent to the same as having no consumption at all. He who had cultivated the elemental atlas to the second level of the Great Circle did not know just how strong he was. He even felt that as long as he stepped on the earth, he would never get tired in general. Instead of swimming in the sea, Jihwa kept his feet on the seabed and quickly walked deeper into the ocean. When it felt about right, he went straight to earth to pass under the seawater. Only occasionally encountered a deep ditch. There will be water pressure impact body, although not much big deal, is an inadvertent will be water face to face. After all, under the seawater to play earth escape, he is still the first time, which is much more difficult than in the ground earth escape too much. The water pressure is so strong that it is far from the ground can be compared. What's worse, there's no light at the bottom of the sea. Although the earth is underground, it makes no difference if there is light or not. In this way, recluse, every now and then Jihwa raised his head to look at a couple of eyes. If it is to the seawater, then to the bottom of the ground to drill. It wasn't until the last time he showed his head out of the dirt that he saw light appearing on the bottom of the ocean. It was the glow emanating from countless corals and glowing plants that illuminated the entire bottom of the ocean as if the lights had been turned on. Jihwa froze, then drilled out of the earth and walked on the bottom of the sea with his protective air mask enveloping his entire body. The lie that was thought 20,000 leagues under the sea. Heat sked, scanning the wonders of the seabed, far better looking than he could have imagined. Then, he saw two 2-meter-tall upright seahorses wearing armor, and they were holding fork-like weapons in their hands as they quickly swam over. The two seahorses swam up to Jifire and gurgled. Jifire blinked and asked, "Or maybe you guys should just speak human." The two seahorses looked at each other before one of them spoke in broken words. "But a strong man from the continent? The dragon god is invited." Jihwa's pupils shrank. Then he smiled and nodded. Chapter 26 East Sea Dragon Palace. Jihwa followed the two seahorses for most of the hour. Along the way, you pass a number of coral and nightshade-embellished roads that look exquisite. To later, we'll see the bottom of the sea appeared a glorious palace. The overall style is the capital of that palace, but far from the palace that exquisite. Also not the 5 elements of the palace gossip layout and so on. It's just that the rubble looks like it's made of gold bricks, and it's even embellished with jewels to accentuate a grandeur. Like a dirt money that doesn't know anything about taste. It is simply a palace made of gold. Jihwa silently commented in his heart. 2 stone lions were placed at the entrance of this huge palace, looking very majestic. Kai Fire. On the plaque above this palace were written 2 large gilt characters. Dragon Palace. The extravagance in this dragon palace is really more luxurious than outside. All kinds of shiny night pearls hanging everywhere. Some of them are also directly paved into floor tiles. Because the light was so bright, Jihwa only felt a little blinded. It's light from the earth. Once inside the dragon palace, a boundary appeared to block the water flow, just like a shield. And there was even air to breathe inside. "You guys didn't have to swim in the water when you were in the dragon palace?" Jifire asked in surprise. These 2 seahorse spirits were jumping on the ground on their lower limbs at the moment, and they looked tired anyhow. The boundary is not opened on weekdays. It is only when there is a party and you need to drink water that you open the boundary. And knowing that a strong person from the continent was coming over, the dragon god was so pleased that he opened the boundary early, a seahorse explained. Jifire nodded, came to the dragon palace hall, then saw the inside really in the banquet. The left and right seated are the sea tribe demon. One aura is not weak, at least in the original Zhu pay a grade. There are lobsters, abalone, sea cucumbers, hairy crabs, and shark essence and so on. Each of these demons had a humanoid appearance, but none of them were fully humanoid, with only roughly 4 limbs, and most of their heads kept their demonic appearance. Actually, right, at their level, it's doable to fully change into human form if they want to. Just, when the aesthetics of demons and humans are different after all. For example, look at me, this tentacle is so good looking. Why do you want to turn it out? How can I emphasize my androgynous charms if I lose them? That's about it. Anyway, Jihwa couldn't help but drool when he looked at the oyster spirit's huge head, and garlic sauce, vermicelli, barbecue, etc. automatically appeared in his mind. He had previously researched a secret garlic sauce that was delicious with oysters. We don't care if it's an aphrodisiac or not. We just like it. And the one sitting at the very top was wearing a golden-colored dress, a human body, and a dragon's head. It was a pitch-black dragon's head that looked majestic. Strong people from the earth, welcome to the dragon palace as a guest. The dragon god spoke majestically. It spits out human speech with smooth utterances, and it actually doesn't have an accent at all. The accent here refers to the 2 seahorses just now, with a bit of sea clipper flavor. Jihwa gave the dragon god a deep look, his eyes sweeping towards the dragon god's forehead. The horns on the right side of the dragon god's forehead were broken, almost identical to the one enshrined in the dragon god's temple. Jihua arched his hand and smiled in an unassuming manner. Jihua has met the dragon god. The dragon god laughed. Mr. Ji has come at the right time. If you don't mind our food, you can drink together. That's naturally excellent. Jihua smiled and nodded. Soon, there were shrimp soldiers and crab generals to bring tables, chairs and food. Is the first place below the dragon god? Jihua looked at the food. Well, it was all raw food, and there was still very little variety, and most of them were fruits that popped like this in one bite. It seems like too much variety in guests can be a problem. Too many contraindications. With a single glance over the demons, Jifire could see several types of seafood that he liked to eat, and was really embarrassed to have people bring their kin to the table. But I've heard that a demon that becomes a spirit is the equivalent of jumping out of the biosphere, and doesn't care about the lives and deaths of its kin who haven't developed a spirit, and I don't know if that's true. Jihua drank some of the wine. His eyes lit up, and he didn't know what kind of wine it was. It had a kind of backsweet flavor, like wine, but it was sweeter than wine, and it wasn't greasy. Is this dish to Ji Gengzi's taste? The dragon god asked smilingly. Jifire smiled and replied, it fits quite well. In fact, Jihua could see that this dragon god wasn't very accustomed to eating. He reckoned that he was a meat eater and was just frequently drinking. The other demons were obviously not used to eating either, so they gulped down the wine and occasionally had some fruits, and for a while the atmosphere at the banquet was lively. These demons were all sea creatures that had become essence, and had never heard of Jihua's name, but it was just rare for a human to come down, so they were all very enthusiastic and frequently toasted to Jihua. In the blink of an eye, 2 pounds of white wine went down, and Jihua's face was red and drunk. Sir Ji, the dragon god, had also drunk quite a lot, and at this time, he was full of alcohol and spoke with a drunkenness. Dragon god, please speak. Jihua shook his head and asked with an arch, what does Mr. Ji think of this dragon palace of this god? The dragon god smiled with pride on his face. Jifire gave a thumbs up. Great. Very moist. The dragon god's face wore a proud look. Glad to hear that. Dare I ask the dragon god, how long has this dragon palace been built? Jihua asked. The dragon god laughed. Tens of thousands of years. I can't remember exactly how many years. Jihua asked suspiciously. But why has Ji never heard of this dragon palace thing before? The dragon god shook his head and laughed. In fact, there were peoples who came to the dragon palace in the past, and then it was even spread out. You have a very ancient workshop book called Drunken Tour of the Immortal Palace, which talks about a persons who accidentally entered the sea and came to be a guest in this dragon palace. I'm afraid that this book is a few hundred years old, and there aren't many of them that can be found now. Oh, Jifire's voice trailed off a bit, her eyes blinking. The dragon god laughed again and said, you also have a workshop book called the Book of Fetching Scriptures, which tells the story of the 4 monks, master and disciple, who fetched the scriptures thousands of years ago. And in it there's a monkey head coming to fetch the treasure from a sinking ship in the dragon palace, and that's where it's at. Oh, Kaifire blinked again, her voice trailing off longer. Of course, what's said in there about the monkey beating me up as soon as it arrived? That's pure fiction, and the fact is that this god is too lazy to bother with it. The dragon god added, understand. This kind of workshop talk book is mostly fiction and embellishment. Jifire agreed deeply. The dragon god laughed again. But that monkey head coming to the dragon palace is also true. Many of the stories circulating in your talking books are actually true. It's just that they have become legends as they are passed on. Let's say human dragon life and death love. A fisherman saved the youngest daughter of this god. And later the love story of human and dragon falling in love is also true. It happened more than 1,000 years ago. This book has also been passed down for thousands of years. And this god didn't think that there would still be people who remember this story to this day. Jifire asked curiously, rubbing his chin and blinking. Dare I ask the dragon god, what happened to your little daughter? She, the dragon god sighed, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes, became depressed and teared up after the fisherman's death. And in the end, she went with him. Jihua sighed. I didn't expect the dragon clan to have such an infatuated person. That's natural. Our sea race has always been infatuated. No worse than your human race. The dragon god raised his head proudly. Jihua arched his hand again and said, Dragon god, Mr. Ji admires Princess Dragon. Can you tell me where Princess Dragon's grave is? Mr. Ji would like to go and pay his respects. Ha! The dragon god blinked, and the originally lively drinking suddenly stalled. A demon sitting back silently stood up and was about to leave. The dragon god shook his head and said, that youngest daughter of this god ended up dying. Her corpse turned into foam on the sea and has drifted with the currents to all parts of the 4 seas. This god also didn't repair a cemetery for her. Jihua nodded and shook his head with a light sigh. In that case, it's also a pity. The demon that was leaning back silently sat back down and drank silently with his head down. The drinking and clamor that had stagnated in the great hall came alive again. Guests enjoyed themselves. Chapter 27. After eating and drinking almost as much as he could, the dragon god then spoke. Eunuch Ji, this god has actually invited you over to talk about something. Dragon god, please speak. Jihua arched his hand and said seriously. This god knows that you are the Qi king of Daki, a man under 10,000 men. This god wants to build more temples within Dachi to enshrine the idol of this god and collect the power of faith. The dragon god directly said, with a hint of incomprehension in his eyes. Jihua spoke with deliberation. As far as Ji knows, the dragon god temple has been enshrined on the coast. It's not enough. The dragon god shook his head. This god wants temples to be built all over Daki territory. All of them. With a hint of a smile in his eyes, Jihua asked, Dragon god, want to be the guardian god of Daki? That is the case. The dragon god nodded. Jihua deliberated. As far as I know, if a great nation builds a temple, if it is not careful, it will encounter the wrath of heaven. The dragon god shook his head and explained. This god has been a deity since ancient times and has long been recognized by heaven and earth. And now he is even responsible for driving clouds and spreading rain at sea. So even if he builds more idols, he will not be condemned by the heavens. Otherwise, for so many years, why has the dragon god temple always had incense? Jihua sipped his wine and silently asked in his heart, System, is what it says true? If all the dragon god temples were built within Daki, it wouldn't be split? Just after asking the question, Jihua vaguely sensed a line of sight, if any, falling on him from nothingness. This line of sight was very hidden, if not for the fact that he was already a patriarch, and that this line of sight was closely related to him, not to mention the fact that it was not the slightest bit concealed. I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to detect it. A few moments later, the system sent back a message with only one simple word. Thud. The use of this word is very subtle. Anyway, Jihua is heard lazy. Little hot chick. It can try and so on. Is the system already able to send this kind of message now? Although there is only one word, there is no need to pretend to send a mission, much less cover it up. Jihua muttered in his heart. How has Mr. Ji considered it? When the dragon god saw that Jihua had not answered for a long time, he bent his head slightly, those dragon eyes staring at Jihua with a smile as he asked with a smile. Jifire smiled back. Back to the dragon god. Ji Mao is a truthful person. What the dragon god said, Ji Mao is able to do. But, Ji Mao would like to know, if Daki did this, can there be any benefits? Ha 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 ha, that's a good point. When the dragon god heard this, his dragon face was greatly pleased and he waved his hand. In the future, when the people of Daki go out to sea, this god will shelter them, and each time they will surely return with a full load. There will be no more droughts or floods in Daki. If there is a war, this god can also bring countless sea race armies to the war. I'll help Daki. He thought for a moment and added, of course, it has to be extra. Thud. Jihua was filled with surprise. In that case, that's a lot of good. It's natural. The dragon god laughed. This god has always been a dragon with integrity. Unlike your human race where you are all deceitful and the price is laid out in plain sight. Jihua arched his hand and said seriously, this matter is of great importance. Mr. Ji will go back and discuss with his eldest brother and will definitely give the dragon god a satisfactory answer. Ha 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 ha. Then this god will wait for good news from Mr. Ji. The dragon god was overjoyed and raised his wine cup. Come. Bottoms up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jifire laughed. A man and a dragon drank it all in one go. After this cup was finished, the drunkenness was obvious in Jihua's eyes, and his tone was tinged with a trifle of confusion as he asked in disbelief. Dragon god, we are a truthful person. We are really curious. Why do you still build temples when you are a noble deity? To collect that power of faith? The dragon god hesitated a bit. Jihua indistinctly arched his hand and said, it is the kid who has taken the liberty. If it involves hidden secrets, then there is no need to talk about it, as long as the cooperation between you and I is not affected. When the dragon god heard it, he couldn't hang on to it at once. People have said so frankly. They are still hiding. It is really a bit disgraceful to the face of the sea tribe. So he shook his head and said, Sir Ji is joking. It's not really a big deal. Does Sir Ji know about the opening of the heavenly lock the other day? I know. Jifire nodded. He actually didn't feel anything at the time, but later on, both Big Brother and Pops had mentioned it. He was actually a bit vain in his heart. He always felt that this heavenly lock was opened because he had learned the elemental atlas. The dragon god asked again, does Sir Ji know what this heavenly lock is? I don't know, Jifire answered honestly. Caps. The dragon god said seriously, when this heavenly lock exists, the upper limit of cultivation for all living beings walking in the world will be limited. The human race is the realm of the sovereign, while the demon race is the great demon. The dragon god explained. The sea tribe has recorded that the heavenly lock is always cycling through openings and closings. coming and going, forming a cycle of reincarnation. In fact, the heavenly lock was also opened many years ago, and at that time, more terrifying beings existed in the world. Later on, when the heavenly locks were closed and the layers were blocked down, those beings either fell, or left this world, or they were restricted and trapped somewhere, not walking in the world. The dragon god paused and said seriously, according to the ancient records, before the heavenly locks were opened, our side of the world should be called the first stage. After it is opened, it is the peak of the first stage. When he heard this first stage pinnacle, Jihua's heart skipped a wild beat. The dragon god said in a deep voice, at this time, the heavenly locks have been opened. Once a living being enters the next level, this world will officially enter the second stage, and those living beings who were originally the second stage will break through the restrictions and descend into the world. Jihua sipped his wine silently, digesting the information he had heard, and said in a daze, no wonder I saw many people looking for the next step after the skylocks were opened. Were they worried about those things? Anyway, when the heavenly locks opened, there would be peak powerhouses who would be looking for the next step, and it was inevitable that the earth would enter the second stage. If he didn't hurry to enter the second stage, he was afraid that when those demons and devils appeared, he wouldn't even be able to fight back. That's it, the dragon god said stoically. Who knows just how many restricted second-order beings are hidden in this world? It could be just one or two. Even if it's just one, when he appears, it's enough to destroy the earth. Jifire asked as he took another sip of his drink and poured it out. What if a being had broken through the first stage before the heavenly lock was opened? That would also directly trigger the heavenly lock to unlock. But that's usually difficult. The dragon god knew what he was thinking and laughed. This god has also heard about what happened before your Daki. That fox demon was trying to swallow dragon chi to achieve climate greatness before the heavenly locks were opened, forcing a breakthrough through the patriarchal limitations and entering the second stage. At that time, this god laughed at its lack of self-importance, not realizing that when it was halfway through its plan, the heavenly locks suddenly opened, and even more so, it nearly allowed it to successfully break through the climate. It was also the fact that it did this that gave this god inspiration, so this god also wanted to try to see if it could break through to the second stage if assisted by the power of faith. Jihua was surprised and asked, the dragon god has lived for so many years and hasn't even broken through the second stage yet? The dragon god's face wore an embarrassed smile. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of Brother G laughing. This god is only a peak grade demon after all these years. The dragon god doesn't have a technique that leads to the second stage either? Jihua asked again in surprise. The dragon god directly broke and awkwardly said, no, as a matter of fact, after this world's heaven lock seal degenerates into the first stage, all the feats to enter the second stage will disappear. If a living being wants to enter the second stage, they can only enlighten themselves, figure it out on their own. The dragon god hesitated for 2 seconds and said, as a matter of fact, this god isn't sure if the method of collecting the power of faith to achieve a climate-grade demon is reliable or not. After all, no demon has ever succeeded in history. But since we can't find a way to do it anyway, we might as well give it a try. Chapter 28, Side Quest, Run. The feast went on for a long time, and only ended when the guests had all drunk their fill of Dayama. On his way out, Jifire glanced at the drunken oyster spirit lying on the ground, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. The dragon god was also drunk at this time and his mind was not sober, so he asked directly, Brother G, this god has seen you looking at this oyster spirit from time to time. Do you have any quarrels? Jihua laughed. No matter. As a future partner, the dragon god gave Jihua enough face to personally escort him to the entrance of the dragon palace. Originally, the dragon god wanted to cast a spell to send Jihua directly back to the land, but Jihua waved his hand and laughed. It's rare for a certain person to come to the sea, so he thought he'd wander around more and take a good look at the wonders of the lower sea, and it's fine for a certain person to slip back on his own. The dragon god laughed at his words. To be had. In that case, this god will not see you off. This sea does have a lot of good scenery. However, after seeing too much, it's just so. This god also likes to go to the continent some years ago to see the big mountains and famous rivers, dangerous peaks and rocks. Jihua smiled and arched his hand, winking. Mr. G will take his leave now. The next time we meet, it should be mind-blowing. The dragon god similarly arched his hand and said, in that case, this god will not see you off again. I wish Brother G a safe journey. Jihua smiled, turned around, and left towards the south. The dragon god stood at the same spot, quietly gazing at Jihua's back. Next to them, several great demons who had long been drunk and collapsed on the ground in the party had come to the dragon god's side, staring at his back with the same straight face. Silence. King, do you think he saw it? A shrimp-headed man asked out loud. The dragon god pinched one of the whiskers on his mouth and smoothed it out just like jerking his hair. His movements were skillful and confident. And he said, "Definitely didn't see it. This king's disguise is a masterpiece." The several great demons on the side also nodded their heads and said, that's right. You know that this dragon palace we also built based on their human race's imperial palace. It doesn't look like a fake in any way. Fong wanted to go and see the tomb of that what's-her-name dragon princess. I panicked, and was all set to go and fix one for him on the spot. But fortunately the great king was wise beyond his years, and directly stonewalled him. Fong sat at the back of that great demon, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Admirable. The other clans say that the human race is cunning and crafty and likes to make things happen, but we seem to be no better than that. That's it. The other great demons were in a very pleasant mood, and each one of them talked about the tense and exciting scamming operation of the party, and each one of them was so excited. But this King Shi somehow always feels that the way he looks at the oyster essence is not quite right. A big demon suddenly spoke up. Right, I found it too. That look, it's all drawn out. I just suspected that he and the oyster spirit knew each other, and that there was a traitor among us. Where's the oyster spirit? Drag it out and ask what's wrong? Too drunk to wake up yet. That being said, on Jihua's end, he found a random direction and slipped all the way around, waiting to make sure that there was no longer anyone following behind him before pulling out a compass from his pocket and looking at it. The pointer was still pointing straight to the east. He had secretly looked at the compass when he was drinking in the Dragon Palace before, and the compass was pointing to the east at that time. It's further east than the Dragon Palace. Those few demons presumably couldn't find a way to enter the second stage before they thought of taking the risk of collecting the power of faith. Jai-Fire muttered darkly to himself. The people of the sea race are all gathered here now? That fake dragon god also don't know what kind of heel can pretend to be a dragon god. Should be some origin is right. And the other sea tribe demons are all respectful to him. I'm afraid that he is the leader. Oh no. Of the fish. Also not right. Of the cause. Apart from bamboozling me that it is a dragon god, and also forging a dragon palace to gain my trust, there should be no lies about the heavenly locks. Right now, the entire Sea Clan's demons and monsters are probably also worried about the variables after entering the second stage. After all, no one knows what monsters will scurry out after the second stage opens. It might be able to exterminate everyone in an instant. But why are they impersonating the dragon god? And what is the truth about the dragon god? Jihua had a premonition that if he went further east, he would be able to see the truth. So he didn't delay, and directly scurried towards the east with his earth escape. He was even worried about being discovered by the sea tribe, and deliberately dived many meters, carrying the enormous pressure to vanish directly. He disappeared like this for another long time, not knowing exactly what was going on up there. And then he saw the needle of the compass suddenly turn upwards. The needle was reversed when we vanished for some more distance. Jai-Fire then realized that right above this was the place he was looking for. Before he could go up, a system alert came. Ding! Trigger side quest, run. Contents, take it and run. Reward, 100,000 points. Jihua's pupils shrunk, and his entire body suddenly went into a jolt. Good guy. What kind of demons and devils are up there? Just now he was in the demon nest of the Sea Dragon Palace. If he didn't take the initiative to call out, the system didn't react in the slightest. Now the cue came before he even went up, and it also directly gave 100,000 points. Usually, this kind of suggestive quest would only give a symbolic 1 point, but now it gave 100,000 points. This means that just the action of going up, taking it and leaving, he would have positive feedback to the system, to this heaven and earth, and so he was rewarded by the system. What the hell is up here? Jihua took a deep breath and his Shin Gong was activated, allowing the power of the earth to wrap around his entire body. This was the first time he had fully operated the power of the second layer of the elemental atlas, and for a moment, he was completely confident that as long as he made contact with the ground, he would survive even if he got his head blown off as soon as he went up. With such caution, Jihua slowly floated to the surface. As he floated up, he realized that the bottom of the sea in this area seemed to be a bump, and it shouldn't be too low from the sea level. First, he furtively looked around and realized that there was some light here, but there was no sign of living creatures, and his martial intuition felt even less danger. So Jai-Fire burrowed completely out of the ground and stepped on the bottom of the ocean, looking around and realizing that it was just some rubble, with nice, little flowers on the ground that glowed an ethereal blue, and nothing else. The expected danger did not appear. Jihua's brows furrowed and he looked at the compass again, realizing that the needle on the compass was actually still tilting upwards. Jihua subconsciously looked up. His pupils immediately shrunk, and his whole body could not control the trembling, like falling into the ice cellar. Above him, the sunlight refracted and fell into the sea, the blue light becoming bright and silent from the fluctuating waters. A figure at least 10,000 feet long was silently suspended in the sea. The massive, suffocatingly pale body twisted, snaked, and coiled, blocking out the vast majority of the light, like it's covering the whole sky. Chapter 29, The Dragon Corpse. This huge to suffocating dragon hung silently in the sea, like a shipwreck that had sunk to the bottom of the sea for an unknown number of years. Fire covered her mouth, afraid she would make a sound. This place was weird. There wasn't even a fish around, like it was completely dead. The surroundings were all black and there was only this dragon corpse that covered the sky. He waited for a moment, and the expected attack did not come. Only then did Fire put his guts into getting closer to the dragon corpse to look over. It was just that the dragon corpse was too huge, and when he got closer, he realized that the width of the torso was just like a wall, and it was completely impossible to gauge just how wide it was. He conservatively estimated that the dragon corpse was 10,000 feet long, and that diameter was estimated to be more than 1,000 feet. Where did this monster have to come from? Jihwa heart shocked. Do not dare to get too close, even if this is just a corpse, and from this corpse cannot feel any energy fluctuations, presumably in the erosion of countless years. The body's power has been dissipated. Just looking at it, though, sent a wave of fear through him, the instinctive awe and trembling of his body. He even wondered if he would explode straight away if his SAN value dropped if he kept staring at this dragon corpse. Jihwa tried to touch the body surface of this dragon corpse. It was hard as hell, and he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to destroy it anyway. He found quite a few more marks on the skin of the dragon corpse somewhere. Teeth marks, fire, and remnants of blades, but it's all just on the surface. So I guess it's just a mark on the skin that won't even break the defense. Jihwa compared. This tooth mark also has a diameter of more than 10 meters. I do not know what kind of contraption, but the saliva has corrosion traces, although it still did not break the defense. He estimated that, for fear that the sea tribe has always known this dragon corpse, for so many years is afraid to have been trying to find ways to fish from this dragon corpse to eat. Bite cut nibble what methods have been used. It looks like it didn't turn out too well. The degree of difficulty in gnawing this dragon corpse exceeds the imagination of the sea tribe. I don't know how many years down the line, dentures have gnawed off several sets. Actually even the skin has not been gnawed through. What a sad story. Jihwa stroked the surface of the dragon corpse, and could feel that the energy around him seemed to have become a bit purer. Like this sea was also more comforting and clearer than the previous place. Whalefall, the word surfaced in his mind, and it dawned on him. The owner of this dragon corpse was afraid that he was treating himself as a whale, letting the corpse float in the sea, and subconsciously changing the qualifications of the entire marine life, the quality of the seawater, through the constant decomposition of the corpse into tiny particles. Even when seawater evaporates and turns into water vapor and falls from the sky again, forming a water vapor cycle, it feeds the entire heaven and earth, the entire earth. All living beings in the world are benefited by this. Animals are strengthened, healthy and cleared of disease, vegetation is more lush and resilient, etc. The benefits are numerous, when it really is a good god. Jihwa sighed in his heart. He quickly flew to the distance, ready to find the dragon head from afar, even though he didn't see the head of this dragon corpse. But he had already roughly confirmed in his heart that this dragon corpse should be the real dragon god. I also don't know how many years the dragon god has been dead. As for the one in the dragon palace, he was just a great demon who wanted to occupy the name of the dragon god to collect the power of faith and break through to the climate. Sure enough, once standing far enough away and this coiled dragon corpse was small enough, he found the head, the majestic, barbaric, hideous breath of the dragon's head, and the broken right horn on his forehead, with two very long whiskers dancing in the sea. Even though this dragon head was equally pale and bloodless at this time, the oppression and majesty brought about by this behemoth could be felt. For countless years, this dragon corpse has been floating in the sea like this, perhaps because the oppression brought by the dragon corpse was too strong. No sea creature dared to approach, and so this sea, too, became a sea of silence. Jihwa froze as he looked at the dragon god's head. The scene before him shook his mind so hard that he couldn't calm down for a long time. Then he looked down, to the faucet in the distance. He swam a thief's distance in order to get a full view of the dragon's head, but even so, he could still see it clearly. Then he saw that the dragon corpse's head was facing himself, and its huge gray and godless eyes were staring straight over. LOL. Jihwa's heart jumped. If he hadn't used his body shield to drain the seawater away in advance, he was afraid that it would have scared him into taking a few mouthfuls of seawater, associated with the hints given to him by the system. He snapped to himself. It should be my illusion. How can a corpse that has been dead for who knows how many thousands of years still have a spirit? No, it's not your fault. A gentle and calm voice resounded in Jihwa's mind. Holy! Jihwa's pupils instantly dilated. The whole body cold hairs stand up. Not, this is what you say, take it and run? How am I supposed to grab what I want from this thing when the sea people haven't bitten off a piece of skin in all these years? Above the East Sea, a small group of dark clouds appeared silently, with lightning flickering constantly inside. The terror and destructive power contained in the thunder and lightning caused even space to faintly tremble. The threat was extremely obvious. The huge dragon corpse slowly raised its head, its bloodless and godless eyes staring at the seawater above its head. The seawater refracted in countless blasted lines as the lightning illuminated it. A moment later, the dragon corpse slowly lowered its tall head, as if prostrate. Its godless eyes swept towards the small, wary figure in the distance, and its voice rang out in Jifire's mind. Human race, have you taken the order of heaven? Ji-Hwa endeavored to calm his wildly beating heart. In fact, he had not been attacked in any way. He had simply glanced at this dragon corpse and could not hold back his instinctive fear, falling into a freeze. Exactly. Ji-Hwa arched his hand, not knowing how to reply, and finally could only say with discretion, Kid Ji-Hwa, meet the dragon god. The dragon corpse stared at him for a while, staring at Ji-Hwa for a while, before the voice rang out in Ji-Hwa's mind. I am not the dragon god. The real dragon god has long since fallen. Only this body's shell remains. Is it a residual consciousness? Or is it necrotic? This thought popped up in Ji-Hwa's heart. Whatever it was made his scalp numb, especially if it was necrotic. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be to run out after necroticizing such a large dragon corpse. At least the second stage. It's gotta be stage 2. You've been around since the dragon corpse appeared? Jifire asked again. The dragon corpse didn't move a muscle, like a real corpse, except for those eyes staring at him. Does the sea race know about this? Ji-Hwa regained his composure and kept trying the dragon corpse. I don't know. They bite and scratch at you and you don't even fight back? Jifire asked again. Why? To resist? The dragon corpse's eyes did not change, and there was more than a hint of doubt in his tone. The birth of spiritual wisdom. But because it has not touched many living beings, it is relatively simple. Ji-Hwa has a few points in his heart and doubts. Doesn't it bother you when they harass you like that? Annoying. Then why didn't you resist? Jifire asked again. The dragon corpse's tall dragon head lowered a few more points, and after a moment, it slowly said, because, rules. Chapter 30 Mayflies and Rules. Rules? Jifire was surprised. The voice rang slowly. Not by rule. Not by rule. No. Yue, I don't know whether it is the residue of thoughts, or a corpseified contraption to me to say that I have to talk about the rules. Ji-Hwa only felt that this world finally epileptic into the way he did not understand. Before the dragon god fell, it was ordained that his corpse be reserved for use in feeding all things in the world. The voice continued. If those sea clans can get the gift of this corpse, what's the harm if they use it? I won't intervene or fight over it, because that's the rule. Ji-Hwa opened his mouth slightly, always feeling as if there was nothing wrong, and then feeling that something was not quite right. He thought for a moment and asked again, if the sea clan can really use this corpse and destroy it, you should cease to exist. What shall you do then? The dragon corpse fell silent, and that huge head slowly lifted up, looking at the sky at the bottom of the sea, and spoke in a ghostly tone. If the rules don't allow me to come out, I won't. Ji-Hwa's pupils shrunk, looking at the hidden flickering thunder in the underwater sky, and somewhat realized. No wonder this dragon corpse was able to talk to him in a nice way. No wonder he was rewarded with 100,000 points just for standing here and talking. So the system is trying to determine the state of this dragon corpse? Or thoughts? This thing is definitely a stage 2 thing. To what extent it reaches, that's unknown. To be reasonable, when the other party said the word rules, Ji-Hwa really wanted to shout heaven and earth are not benevolent. However, thinking that he was now the system's lapdog, he didn't dare to say this. But now that he understood what the system wanted him to do, Jifire still had to ask, you've been very disciplined? The dragon corpse was silent for 2 seconds before slowly saying, do you know about mayflies? No, live and die, Jifire said. Jifire vaguely felt the voice in his head laugh. So what happens to a mayfly if it jumps out of the rule that it lives and dies at the same time? Jifire froze, a question he hadn't really thought about. As the world knows, the life cycle of a mayfly is extremely short, and its life is as short as a firework. The rule is that they live and die at the same time. With the atmosphere all baked up to here, Ji-Hwa just couldn't help himself and returned. My destiny is not my destiny. In the sky, the flickering thunder suddenly stalled. The swaying dragon corpse was also motionless, seemingly in a daze. The system beep sounded. Ha 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 ha. The voice rang in Kaifire's head, letting out a big, barfy laugh that went over well. Human, as a heavenly ordained one, acting on behalf of heaven, the embodiment of heaven's will. How dare you speak such disobedient words? Ji-Hwa touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. This is not the atmosphere that has arrived here. The voice paused and whispered. Doesn't it require this kind of disrespect for the heavens in order to bear the heavenly order? That's a real misunderstanding on your part. Mr. G is the one who respects heaven and earth the most, Ji said without turning red in the face. Any way you look at it, he's telling a lie. That dragon corpse looked up at the sky again and said quietly, I have a feeling that the one up there is hesitating to chop you to death with a shuttle. Ha 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 ha, how can that be? I'm the most well-behaved little cotton patty. Jihua laughed ha ha ha, only to feel embarrassed. Speedy battle. Inside his head, a system prompt came again. I'm afraid it's not easy to maintain this kind of thunder. Jihua's face remained unchanged as he asked again. If it is as you say, what will the mayfly do? The dragon corpse lowered its head and said quietly, it will be more disciplined, because stepping outside the rules and exposing it to the sunlight terrifies it. It experiences the benefits that come with longevity, sees the night after sunset, and sees a sky full of stars. It will be more disciplined in order to live. Jaifire's eyes lowered slightly. Understanding. Maybe that's the reality. For stepping outside the rules and seeing the bigger world, and becoming the keeper of the rules instead in order to survive. Is this the answer that the system wants to know? Jihua sighed softly in his heart and did not comment. If it was in the previous life, I am afraid that I would have already unveiled a million words to start a heavenly immortal cultivation text. In that case, keep your rules. Jihua spoke softly. I will. The dragon corpse prostrated its head, its empty eyes looking into nothingness. Jihua asked as he pulled out his compass and realized that the needle was still pointing at the dragon corpse. I have a treasure hunting object here that led me here, and you seem to be hiding something I need. The dragon corpse was silent for a moment, seemingly checking the whole body, and finally another ball of tiny golden light flew out and landed in front of Jihua. Uncertain. I don't know if this is it, but this thing was glittering when you arrived. In my eyes, it's nothing more than a useless object accidentally swallowed into my belly that hasn't decayed in tens of thousands of years. Jihua grasped the light in his hand, and the light gradually dissipated to reveal that it was a gold coin. Gold coins? What the hell? The treasure the compass points to is this? Jihua took out his compass and looked at it, and sure enough, one of the 3 dull gems on the compass lit up. It does seem to be the thing, just not sure what it's for. When the dragon corpse saw that Jihua was still studying the gold coins, perhaps he felt that the gift was too light for him to look at himself, so he opened his mouth again, and 2 balls of light shot out of his mouth and flew towards Jihua. These 2 masses of light were one gold and one red. The gold color was a small mass of gas with small golden dragons swimming inside. The red color was a bright red mass of blood, and you could feel the vigorous pressure coming from within just by looking at it. This is the dragon god's residual dragon energy and essence blood, and after so many years, only this much is left. What those sea clans want is probably this, the dragon corpse explained. I sense a familiar aura about you. They should need this. Oh, wow. Jihua casually grabbed the 2 balls of light and collected them into his backpack. He laughed. Thanks a lot. Dragon corpse gave him a look of caution. You have to leave. These 2 treasures are the greatest treasures that the Sea Clan has dreamed of for 10,000 years. If they are lost, the Sea Clan will react. Jaifire asked. You won't step in and help me? I can't. That's the rule. Dragon corpse said seriously. Jaifire nodded and turned around. As he was leaving he remembered something, smiled at the behemoth and asked. I'm actually quite curious. Are you a remnant of the dragon god? Or a corpse? The dragon corpse's pale head turned, its godless eyes looking down at the little man at the bottom of the sea, its gentle voice sounding ghostly. Neither. Jihua smiled. His heart understood, and disappeared into thin air with an earth escape. Dragon Palace. That dragon god was sitting in the great hall with his eyes closed. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes open and bellowed angrily. Where are the rats from? How dare you steal my dragon palace's greatest treasure? Where is the 10 commander? Bring back that thief. He's still in the sea. Shrimpers, attack the Cape Town. Block that thief's back road.